Dear Chun, faster, faster. An ambiguous voice suddenly came from the broadcast of Imperial University. Yifan had just finished a day of internship and walked into the school gate when he froze instantly, because it was clearly the voice of his girlfriend, Su Pei. What chilled him to the bone even more was that the Chun on the radio was none other than Chen Haoan, the school's notorious rich kid. The surrounding classmates quickly recognized Yifan and began gossiping about how this simp who had chased his goddess for 4 years had been cheated on after only a month of dating. Yifan didn't care what others thought. He only felt that his feelings were genuine, and he didn't care if the process was a little messy. In order to have a future with Su Pei, he went out for an internship during his senior year of college, enduring the difficulties posed by his team leader, just wanted to save up more money for his future wife. But soon, even more hurtful words came over the radio. Su Pei complained that he was poor, unable to even afford an LV bag, and sweetly praised the Chanel bag Chen Haoan had given him. Only then did Yifan realize that his 4 years of hard work were no match for a designer bag. Just then, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck right at Yifan's feet. Everyone thought he was doomed, but the next second, a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. The godly rich rebate system had been successfully bound. The system rules are simple and straightforward. As long as Yifan makes a purchase, he can receive a cash rebate of 2 to 100 times the initial investment. If he makes a purchase with a woman whose appearance score is over 90, there's a chance to trigger a critical reward. All rebates are safe to use. After experiencing betrayal, Yifan finally understood. He would never again humble himself to please any woman. If a relationship was possible, he would stay. If not, he would find another. Spending money was just for the rewards. His own comfort was the most important thing. Just then, Su Pei sent a text message saying that she had just been arranging a skit with Chun Hao and ordered Yifan to buy her a baked rice dish with lobster meat and deliver it to her dorm. Upon reading this, Yifan almost vomited. He didn't argue, nor did he bother to explain. He simply replied with a "get lost," and then completely blocked Su Pei. After doing all this, he felt relieved for the first time. He could just pretend he had been blind for the past few years. To test the system, Yifan went to the convenience store and bought a pack of tissues for 1 yuan. The next second, the system notified him that a tenfold return had been triggered, and 10 yuan was immediately deposited into his bank account. Seeing the deposit notification, he finally confirmed that the system was real. On the other side, Su Pei was completely dumbfounded when she saw the word "get lost." She wanted to continue sending voice messages to scold Yifan, but only saw a red exclamation mark. She then realized that she had been blocked and was so angry that she immediately told Chen Haoan to teach him a lesson later. Yifan's stomach was growling with hunger. Now that he had the rebate system, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself anymore. So he went straight to the Jin Taiyuan Hotel, a top-tier hotel in the capital, and ordered a single-person set meal costing 10,000 yuan. He had only saved 20 or 30,000 yuan over the years, so his most important task now was to accumulate the rebates. Facing the restaurant manager, Yifan didn't hesitate at all, simply asking, "The 10,000 yuan set meal, can I pay first?" "Sure," the supervisor politely agreed. Yifan swiped his card for 10,000 yuan, and the next second the system notified him that a 100x rebate had been triggered and a full 1 million yuan was instantly deposited into his account. He almost dropped his phone. Having triggered the maximum multiplier on his second purchase, Yifan was completely confident. At this rate, 1 million was just the beginning. He would never have to bow his head to anyone for money again. While waiting for his food, Yifan remembered the critical hit rewards mentioned by the system. He could receive extra rewards for making purchases from women with a beauty score of 90 or higher, but he really had no idea just how beautiful those women were. Just then, a waiter came over with foie gras and smoked salmon. Yifan looked up and saw that it was Song Juro, a sophomore from the film club and one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Imperial University. Song Juro had delicate features and always maintained an unapproachable demeanor at school. Yifan had only heard that her family was poor, but he never expected that she would work part-time at such an upscale restaurant at night. Song Juro was also surprised to see Yifan, but she didn't ask any questions. She simply greeted him politely and prepared to leave. However, a blue panel quickly appeared in front of Yifan's eyes, and her appearance score rose all the way up, finally stopping at 95 points. The system immediately reminded him that as long as he spent money on Song Juro, he would have a chance to trigger a critical reward. Yi Fan became interested on the spot, so he called her over and invited her to stay for dinner and catch up. Song Juro quickly refused, stating that restaurant rules prohibited servers from dining with customers during their shifts. Yi Fan didn't press her further. Instead, he directly called the manager and asked if her classmate could join them for a meal after she purchased a membership. The manager said of course, but the minimum deposit for a membership card was 500,000, and the balance was non-refundable. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan had already taken out his bank card and casually said, "Then I'll deposit 1 million first." This statement stunned the supervisor. He had initially thought Yi Fan was just a college student who occasionally splurged on a meal, but he hadn't expected him to casually mention a $1 million recharge. His attitude instantly became even more enthusiastic than before. The supervisor quickly let Song Juro leave work early, with her salary calculated as usual and specially arranged for her to have dinner with Yi Fan. Song Juro stood to the side, completely stunned. She never expected that this rumored ordinary senior would be so rich. Not long after, the crystal membership card was delivered to the table, and the system notified him again that a 1 million yuan purchase had triggered a 7-fold rebate, with 7 million yuan credited directly to his account. While other spending money reduces their assets, Yi Fan spending only increases. To test for the perfect reward, Yi Fan instructed the manager to serve Song Juro one of each of the restaurant's most expensive signature dishes. Song Juro panicked immediately, quickly advising him not to spend so much, her cheeks flushing with nervousness. Yi Fan then realized that Song Juro's usual cold demeanor was just a facade. In reality, she was introverted and reserved and didn't even know how to refuse expensive dishes. After all the dishes were served, Yi Fan deliberately said that he was already full from his single-person set meal and asked Song Juro to help him finish the rest. Not wanting to waste any, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat little by little. Yi Fan sat opposite her, constantly adding food to her plate, as if afraid she wouldn't eat a single bite. The more Song Juro ate, the stranger it felt, as if she were being specially fed, yet she couldn't understand what Yi Fan was trying to do. After she had almost finished eating, Yi Fan called the manager over and had the remaining dishes settled separately. He was also very curious whether this beauty from the 95th branch school could bring him any unexpected benefits. Ding! It has been detected that the host is a 95-point high-value female who has spent 100,000 yuan, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70% of the shares of Jinjiang Group. Upon hearing the notification, Yi Fan became very alert. Jinjiang Group is the major shareholder behind Jin Taiyuan and also owns hotel, tourism, and passenger transport businesses with a total market value of nearly 50 billion yuan. Now, Yi Fan holds 70% of the shares and has become the true owner of the group. Compared to repeated cash rebates, this direct reward of shares is clearly more terrifying. Yi Fan looked at Song Juro, already deciding in his heart that he would find more opportunities to spend money on this junior sister who scored 95 points. Song Juro blushed under his gaze, completely baffled by what was wrong with senior brother Yi today. First, he recharged 1 million yuan. Then he ordered a table full of expensive dishes, and now he was staring at her the whole time. It was all so strange. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was Wu Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group, calling personally to confirm that Yi Fan had become the controlling shareholder and to express his wish to meet with him as soon as possible to complete the handover procedures for the group. Yi Fan didn't want to leave Song Juro right now, so he asked Wu Jun to bring the finance staff directly to Jin Taiyuan. Wu Jun immediately agreed and even prepared to inform the hotel's general manager, Chen Difu, to arrange a private room for the new boss. Song Juro vaguely heard President Yi and the group on the phone, which shocked her even more. She couldn't help but secretly observe Yi Fan. When Yi Fan noticed, he smiled and asked her if she was suddenly very interested in him. This question made Song Juro blush deeply, and she quickly lowered her head to deny it. Yi Fan, however, felt for the first time that with enough confidence, things that used to make him nervous suddenly became so easy. Just as he was about to serve Song Juro more food, a shrill voice suddenly came from behind him. Yi Fan didn't even need to turn around to know that it was Su Peipei, who was arm in arm with the rich second-generation Chen Haoan. When Su Peipei saw Yi Fan sitting with the school beauty Song Juro, her face instantly turned ugly. She directly mocked Yi Fan for borrowing money to show off at an upscale restaurant and warned Song Juro not to be fooled by this penniless fellow. Yi Fan remained calm after hearing this. He was only glad that he had seen through Su Peipei in time. Otherwise, having such a woman by his side after he had truly gained wealth would only have made him more disgusted. Unexpectedly, Song Juro, who was usually shy, suddenly spoke up and earnestly explained for Yi Fan, saying that he was not the kind of person Su Peipei described at all. These words warmed Yi Fan's heart and made Chen Haoan, who was standing next to him, completely frown. It turns out that Chen Haoan had pursued Song Juro for a long time, but she had never given him a second glance. Now, Yi Fan, the poor guy whose girlfriend he had just stolen, was actually having dinner alone with Song Juro, which he naturally couldn't accept. Chen Haoan immediately adopted the air of a semi-host, deliberately saying that Kim Tae-won required guests to wear formal attire and that Yi Fan's attire would affect the hotel's image. He suggested that Yi Fan should take the initiative to leave to avoid being kicked out in the end. Yi Fan just sneered and asked him what right he had to tell him what to do. Chen Haoan became even more smug and directly brought up his status, saying that Chen Difu, the general manager of Jin Taiyuan, was his uncle, so he was practically a master here. After saying that, Chen Haoan pressed the service bell on the spot, preparing to call security to kick Yi Fan out, but he had no idea that the real owner of the restaurant he was talking about was sitting right in front of him. Yi Fan took a leisurely sip of red wine, then looked up at Chen Haoan with an eerily calm expression. He had long known that this guy was arrogant and domineering because of his family's wealth, but he hadn't expected that General Manager Jin Taiyuan would be backing him up. Upon hearing the service bell, Supervisor Fan Hua quickly arrived. Chen Haoan immediately pointed at Yi Fan and demanded that he call security to remove him, using the excuse of not being dressed in formal attire to act as if he were the owner of the restaurant. Fan Hua was immediately stumped. Kim Tae-won had no rule about wearing formal attire, and Yi Fan had just recharged his membership card with 1 million yuan, making him the most important guest tonight. He dared not offend him easily. Seeing that Fan Hua remained unmoved, Chen Haoan was about to use his uncle to pressure him when Jin Taiyuan's general manager, Chen Difu, suddenly arrived. Chen Haoan was overjoyed and rushed to complain, saying that Fan Hua was not obeying his orders at all. Chen Difu didn't even glance at his nephew. He walked right past him, bowed deeply to Yi Fan, and then respectfully greeted him, President Yi. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Chen Haoan was completely dumbfounded, and Su Peipei quickly said that Yi Fan was just a poor student at school, suspecting that Chen Difu might have mistaken him for someone else. Chen Difu nearly fainted from anger after hearing this. His nephew was already arrogant enough, but today he had actually dared to provoke the new boss of the group. This wasn't just shameful, it was jeopardizing his future. Before Chen Haoan could react, he reached out to pull Yi Fan up from his seat. Chen Difu, unable to bear it any longer, turned around and slapped him hard across the face, leaving everyone stunned once again. Immediately afterwards, Chen Difu revealed Yi Fan's identity. The young man before him was the largest shareholder of Jinjiang Group, holding absolute control of the group, and Jin Taiyuan was naturally also one of his businesses. Chen Haoan covered his face, completely stunned, while Su Peipei turned pale. She never imagined that her poor boyfriend, whom she had just dumped, would become a major shareholder of a terrifyingly wealthy conglomerate. The surrounding guests began to discuss the matter. Although Song Juro was surprised, she was much calmer than the others. She had just witnessed Yi Fan casually recharge 1 million, and now she finally understood that he was far more powerful than she had imagined. Chen Difu quickly forced Chen Haoan to bow his head and apologize, but Yi Fan ignored him completely. He had already figured out that this guy dared to be so arrogant in the restaurant because Chen Difu had been indulging him for a long time. Now that Jin Taiyuan was under his control, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't leave such a hidden danger. He looked directly at Fan Hua and announced that he would be the general manager of Jin Taiyuan from now on, and then fired Chen Difu on the spot. Before everyone could react, Yi Fan appointed Song Juro as the supervisor. Song Jiro was so frightened that she waved her hands repeatedly, but Yifan simply told her that if he said she could do it, she definitely could. Knowing the situation was hopeless, Chen Difu could only slink away with Chun Haoan. Su Pei was about to chase after them when Chun Haoan slapped her away, angrily cursing that it was all because of her that he had run into Yifan, such a tough nut to crack. Su Pei covered her swollen face and turned around to see Yifan speaking gently to Song Jiro. A surge of jealousy welled up inside her. Since Chun Haoan didn't want her anymore, she was determined to find a chance to get back to Yifan. Just as Su Pei was about to rush back to Yifan to beg for forgiveness, Fan Hua had the security guard stop her and then dragged her out of the restaurant. The next second, the system notified her that the hidden face slapping mission was complete. The reward arrived in his account, and a Koenigsegg Gemera worth 19.8 million was already parked at the door. Yifan felt the car keys in his pocket, and his mood instantly improved. So, even getting a slap in the face can earn you a reward, a multi-million-dollar supercar. Fan Hua quickly came forward, saying the VIP suite was ready, and then asked Song Jiro to accompany Yifan to wait for the people from the group headquarters. After entering the private room, Song Jiro brewed Yifan a cup of premium Biluacun tea and respectfully addressed him as President Yi. Yifan smiled and told her not to be so polite and to just call him Brother Fan from now on. Song Jiro's cheeks flushed slightly, and she could only quietly change her words. Not long after, Wu Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group, arrived with 3 accountants. Upon seeing Yifan in person, surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. Wu Jun was surprised that the group's new boss was so young, but he didn't dare to be negligent and immediately began reporting on this year's business plans and project profits. Song Jiro was about to leave, but Yifan kept her there. She doesn't need to leave. She's one of us. These simple words made Song Jiro's heart race. Wu Jun immediately understood the message and continued with the finance department to complete the group's internal report. 20 minutes later, Wu Jun handed over a black bank card with both hands, telling Yifan that according to the shareholding ratio, the 1.5 billion yuan dividend for this quarter had been deposited into this top-tier diamond card. When the 1.5 billion was finally in his hands, Yifan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Song Jiro, standing beside him, was completely dumbfounded. She finally understood just how terrifying her senior brother truly was. After the handover was completed, Wu Jun left with his men, and Song Jiro also finished get-off work. Yifan offered to take her back to school, and when they arrived at the gate, he pressed the key to the supercar for the first time. Among a dozen luxury cars, a silver-gray Koenigsegg Gemera suddenly lit up its headlights, and its scissored doors slowly rose. Yifan looked at his first supercar and couldn't help but think it was ridiculously cool. The two drove back to Imperial University. As soon as they entered the open-air sports field, the deep roar of the engine attracted all the students. Those who knew cars quickly recognized it as a Koenigsegg Gemera, which cost nearly 20 million yuan. The moment the price spread, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone wanted to know who was driving such a high-end supercar back to school, and some even took out their phones to take pictures and upload them to forums. Yifan nimbly swerved to a stop, the scissor doors popped up, and he was the first to get out. The students who had gathered around recognized him and immediately erupted in excitement, because just a few hours earlier, he had been an ordinary, poor student betrayed by his girlfriend. Soon, people began to speculate whether Yifan had been hiding his identity all along. Many girls' gazes towards him immediately changed. They started praising his good looks and devotion, and some were even ready to approach him for his contact information. Just then, Yifan walked around to the passenger side and reached out his hand. Song Jiro gently took his arm and got out of the car. When her stunningly beautiful face, comparable to that of a school beauty, appeared, the emotions on the entire playground instantly reached their peak. School beauty Song? She actually got out of Yifan's car. The surrounding students instantly erupted in excitement, because Song Jiro always ignored everyone, and those rich young men who sent her flowers and spent money couldn't even get her WeChat. But now, she's back in Yifan's 20 million yuan supercar. Considering Yifan's recent display of wealth, everyone felt this scene seemed reasonable, and the girl who had initially wanted to approach him quietly stepped back. Surrounded by so many people taking pictures, Song Jiro was clearly uncomfortable and could only walk forward with her head down. Yifan noticed that she was shy, so he took off his coat and gently covered her head to shield her from the camera. This action instantly drew a chorus of cheers, and Song Jiro's cheeks grew increasingly red. She could only make an excuse to leave hastily. After running a short distance, she realized that Yifan's coat was still on her head, but she was too embarrassed to go back. Yifan smiled as he watched her flee, and was about to return to his dormitory when he noticed a crowd of students gathered on the other side of the playground. He overheard people talking about a wealthy freshman confessing his feelings to Rwansile. Rwansile was also one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Imperial Capital University and the most beautiful girl in the sports department in the same year as Yifan. Yifan walked along the crowd and soon saw Rwansile with her hair tied in a high ponytail in the center. But she looked impatient. This junior, Lu Gaiyuan, had brought a group of people to block the track, and they had set up flowers and candles everywhere. They had stopped her several times, insisting that she listen to his confession. Seeing this, Yifan walked directly into the venue and told Lu Gaiyuan not to force others to stay. Lu Gaiyuan's face darkened immediately after being interrupted, and he retorted, "Who does Yifan think he is, daring to interfere in my and Rwansile's affairs?" To prove his worth, Lu Gaiyuan deliberately told everyone that the confession had been professionally arranged and cost a full 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the students watching were indeed amazed by his extravagant spending. Lu Gaiyuan became even more smug and urged Yifan to leave immediately. However, Yifan didn't move at all. Instead, he looked at the staff and calmly stated that he would pay 10 times the amount, instructing them to clean up the scene immediately. 10 times 50,000 is 500,000. Lu Gaiyuan burst out laughing when he heard this. Even the staff thought Yifan was bragging and didn't stop what they were doing, continuing to arrange the candles and flowers. Seeing that Yifan was standing up for her and didn't want him to be humiliated in public, Rwansile was about to urge Lu Gaiyuan to finish his confession when Yifan suddenly grabbed her wrist and told her not to rush over. Immediately afterward, Yifan took out his phone and scanned the payment code on the company's poster. The next second, a clear mechanical notification rang out throughout the room. Zafubo payment received 500,000 yuan. The previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly, then erupted in chaos. 500,000 yuan had been casually handed over, leaving Lu Gaiyuan frozen in place. The 50,000 yuan he had just boasted about now seemed like a joke. Yifan remained calm as the system notification sounded simultaneously. He had spent 500,000 yuan on a woman with a score of 93 for high attractiveness, successfully triggering a critical reward, a villa in the Cloud Sea worth 1 billion yuan. Yifan was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that the 500,000 was just ordinary consumption, but he did not expect that it would be counted on Rwansile and successfully trigger a critical hit reward, directly obtaining a mansion worth 1 billion. He had long heard of Yunhai Etian Villa, a top-tier luxury villa in the central villa district of the capital, covering an area of 1,600 square meters and with a 2,000 square meter private courtyard, which could definitely be called the pinnacle of luxury villas. Yifan has decided to go see the new house tomorrow, and the staff who just received 500,000 yuan immediately changed their attitude, quickly removing the candles and flowers and preparing to clean up the entire confession scene. Lu Gaiyuan frantically shouted that the contract was still valid, but the staff told him directly that as long as he was willing to pay more than 500,000 yuan, they would immediately rearrange the room. Lu Gaiyuan was speechless. He had hoped to use 50,000 yuan to impress Rwansile, but Yifan casually offered 10 times that amount, completely crushing him. Ironically, he didn't dare provoke someone of Yifan's caliber any further. Lu Gaiyuan could only make an excuse and slink away. After the students who had been watching dispersed, Rwansile took the initiative to thank Yifan. She had met many rich young men, but this was the first time she had encountered someone who spent 500,000 yuan to help her out of a predicament without making a fuss. Yifan simply smiled and said it was no trouble at all. Rwansile became even more curious. 50,000 was just a small amount of money to him. Just how rich was this man? She really wanted to know. She readily showed Yifan her WeChat QR code, proactively exchanging contact information and even jokingly suggesting they could exercise together sometime. Yifan naturally accepted, and their relationship was thus formally established. Back in the dormitory, Yifan had just entered when he found his roommates Yang Jinghao and Meng Guanghua huddled around their phones discussing the campus forum, with the Koenigsegg gem era, worth nearly 20 million yuan, on the screen. The two looked at the photos with envy, lamenting that they were both college students, yet the other was already driving a top-of-the-line supercar. Yang Jinghao even pressed Yifan, asking if he had seen who the car owner was, since he had just returned from outside. Seeing that they were all his brothers, Yifan saw no need to hide anything and simply told them that the car was his. The two men were taken aback at first, then both laughed, taking it as Yifan joking with them. Yifan was too lazy to explain, only saying that he could take them out for a drive another day. But as Yang Jinghao continued browsing the forum, he suddenly saw a photo of a car owner's profile, and the gray plaid shirt looked more and more like Yifan. Immediately afterward, a comment revealed that the car owner was Yifan, a senior student. The dormitory fell silent instantly. Yang Jinghao jumped up on the spot, and Meng Guanghua was completely dumbfounded, only then realizing that Yifan hadn't been bluffing at all. When pressed by the two men, Yifan could only offer a casual explanation, saying that his family had won the lottery, and that's why they had the spare money to buy a car. As for exactly how much they had won, he himself couldn't say. Even Yifan himself didn't know how much wealth the godly rich rebate system would bring him in the future. At this moment, he thought that he would at most have a net worth of hundreds of billions. Yang Jinghao and Meng Guanghua looked at Yifan with envy that almost popped their heads out, especially after hearing that Song Juro had even ridden in his passenger seat. The two were even more suspicious that Yifan had already won over this ice-cold school beauty. Yifan just smiled and didn't explain, but his phone suddenly lit up. Yang Jinghao happened to see Ruan Sile's contact name and immediately exploded, because she was the famous sports beauty of their year. Yifan opened the message, which only said that Ruan Sile had invited him to a glow-in-the-dark run next week. His two roommates couldn't hold back any longer. They used to be ridiculed for their ordinary dorm conditions, but Yifan was clearly completely different now. The next morning, Yifan slept in until he naturally woke up, a rare occurrence for him. Previously, he had to leave early and return late every day for his internship, but now, with the system, he directly contacted the company's HR to resign and enjoy the rest of his university life. After finishing breakfast, he intended to visit the billion-dollar villa, but his phone suddenly rang. It was Qiao Shitting, a saleswoman at Inchi Auto, informing him that the official license plates for his Koenigsegg Gemera had been processed. Yifan asked the other party to send him the address, and then drove there directly. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at Inchi Auto dealership, where Qiao Shitting, dressed in a business suit and black stockings, was already waiting at the door. As soon as Yifan got out of the car, all the female sales staff in the lobby couldn't help but look over. They already knew that the Koenigsegg had been bought outright, but they hadn't expected the real owner to be so young. What surprised them even more was that Yifan was clean-cut and handsome, sitting there quietly signing the contract with a very easygoing attitude. Compared to those greasy middle-aged clients, this young tycoon was clearly more attractive. After signing the formalities, Yifan glanced at Qiao Shitting's appearance panel. The system score was exactly 91 points. Although her features weren't exceptionally refined, she had a petite figure and exuded a mature and charming femininity. For Yifan, anything above 90 points was worth the expense. Qiao Shitting then tentatively asked if he wanted to learn about the dealership's latest insurance packages, but Yifan didn't even bother to listen to the explanation. Just give me the most expensive one. Upon hearing this, several female sales representatives nearby cast envious glances. Qiao Shitting was also taken aback for a moment, then quickly produced the highest spec car insurance contract. The original price of the entire insurance policy was 800,000, but after the discount, it was 796,000. Yifan glanced at it and immediately said he didn't need the discount and would pay the original price, since saving a few thousand would reduce the system's rebate. After the 800,000 was spent, the system immediately triggered a 5-fold rebate, and 4 million in cash was deposited directly into his account. The female saleswoman in the car dealership looked at Yifan with even more fervent eyes. While Xiao Shiding was handling the formalities, several female sales representatives deliberately came over to hand out business cards. However, Yi Fan glanced at their appearance scores and found that most of them were only between 86 and 88, so he immediately lost interest. His energy was limited, so he naturally wanted to spend his money on beauties who truly met the system standards. Just as Yi Fan was pondering how to continue spending money on Xiao Shiding, two familiar figures suddenly walked in through the door. Yi Fan looked up and saw Su Peipei walking into the car dealership arm in arm with a bald middle-aged man, chatting and laughing. When Su Peipei saw Yi Fan at the car dealership, she was taken aback at first, then arrogantly raised her head. She had originally intended to turn back and look for Yi Fan, but she hadn't expected him to have hooked up with a new rich man so quickly. When Wang Ruanfa, who was with her, appeared in a luxury car worth nearly 10 million last time, Su Peipei concluded that he was a truly wealthy man. In contrast, she felt that Yi Fan only had a powerful family background and no real ability. So she deliberately showed off to Yi Fan, saying that her boyfriend had come to pick up an $8 million Rolls-Royce, and even asked Yi Fan in a sarcastic tone how much he was planning to spend on a car, as if she was afraid others wouldn't know that she had found a rich man again. As she spoke, she pulled Wang Ruanfa over to the Koenigsegg Gemera and begged him to buy her one someday. Wang Ruanfa looked embarrassed and could only awkwardly reply, "I'll do it next time." But the next second, Xiao Shiding came directly to Yi Fan's side and respectfully told him that the Koenigsegg Gemera had been debugged and could be driven away at any time. Su Peipei's smile instantly froze. She never expected that the cool supercar in front of her was actually Yi Fan's. In an attempt to save face, she stubbornly insisted that the car was definitely cheaper than her Rolls-Royce, only to be slapped in the face by Xiao Shiding once again. Xiao Shiding told her directly that Yi Fan's car cost more than twice as much as that Rolls-Royce. They weren't even in the same league. Su Peipei's face darkened, and she could only retort by mocking Yi Fan for wasting money. Fearing that staying any longer would expose their secret, Wang Ruanfa quickly suggested driving the car out first. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the garage, and Su Peipei immediately got into the passenger seat with a smug look on her face, deliberately showing off to Yi Fan. Just then, Wu Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group, suddenly walked into the car dealership. As soon as he saw Yi Fan, he quickly walked up to him and respectfully greeted him as General Manager Yi in front of everyone. The female sales staff in the entire hall immediately fell silent. Some people quickly recognized Wu Jun as the general manager of Jinjiang Group, featured in financial magazines, and then realized that this young man who was still in college might actually be the real person in charge of Jinjiang Group. Just as Wu Jun was about to exchange pleasantries with Yi Fan, he suddenly saw the Rolls-Royce, frowned, and asked Wang Ruanfa why he was still driving today, even though he had already said he didn't need a driver. Yi Fan immediately sensed something was wrong and asked whose car it was. Wu Jun quickly explained that the Rolls-Royce was actually a company business vehicle. Strictly speaking, it belonged to Yi Fan, while Wang Ruanfa was just a driver for the company. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces became incredibly interesting. Su Peipei had just been showing off this car to Yi Fan, but after all that fuss, it turned out that the luxury car she was so proud of actually belonged to Yi Fan. The female saleswomen around couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking the so-called big boss as just a driver. Su Peipei, sitting in the car, completely broke down, grabbing Wang Ruanfa and demanding to know why he had lied to her. Wang Run, now only concerned with keeping his job, dared not continue the charade and promptly kicked Su Peipei out of the passenger seat. Wu Jun watched, utterly bewildered, completely unable to understand why his driver would bring a woman to pretend to be the boss. Upon seeing this, Xiao Shiding immediately went to Wu Jun's side and told him in detail how Su Peipei had just flaunted her luxury car, mocked Yi Fan, and how Wang Ruanfa had impersonated a rich man. Xiao Shiding didn't give a definitive answer, only saying that Wang Ruanfa's female companion had just claimed that the Rolls-Royce belonged to him, and that this had caused a minor conflict with Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Wu Jun's face immediately darkened. He pointed at Wang Ruanfa and angrily cursed him, saying that the company paid him a salary to drive and run errands, not to use the company car to pretend to be the boss and pick up women, not to mention that this idiot dared to confront the real boss of the group to his face. Wang Ruinfa panicked completely, shook off Su Pei, who was still trying to bother him, and ran to Yi Fan to apologize repeatedly, saying that he was just confused for a moment and would never dare to do such a thing again. Yi Fan showed no mercy. Someone who could embezzle company funds for vanity, who dared to secretly drive a luxury car to show off today, might do something even more serious for profit tomorrow. Wu Jun understood Yi Fan's attitude and immediately told Wang Ruinfa to return to the company to process his resignation. If he was slow, he would also be held responsible for misappropriating company funds, leaving Wang Ruinfa with no choice but to slink away from the scene. Su Pei was completely stunned. Her dream of becoming a wealthy wife, which she had only been living for a short time, shattered instantly. She collapsed to the ground and turned to Yi Fan, begging him to let them go back to how they were before and get back together. The female saleswomen around looked disgusted, and Xiao Shitting even stood in front of Yi Fan, telling Su Pei to stop harassing the customer or she would call security to remove her immediately. Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring her, Su Pei turned her anger towards Xiao Shitting, convinced that this woman was the one who had seduced Yi Fan. She even took off her high heels, ready to throw them at her on the spot. Yi Fan was about to stop her when he noticed Xiao Shitting give him a reassuring look. While calling for security, she quietly moved closer to the Rolls-Royce next to them. Su Pei threw her high heel with all her might, but Xiao Shitting dodged it at the last moment. A muffled thud was heard as the heel struck the Rolls-Royce hard, denting the car instantly. The scene fell silent instantly. Xiao Shitting immediately reminded Wu Jun that the company's business vehicle had been vandalized like this, and the repair costs would likely be substantial. Wu Jun immediately understood and calculated the repair and lost work losses to be over 200,000 yuan. Su Pei's face turned pale. She had already spent all the money she earned on luxury consumption, so she couldn't afford to lose so much. She could only turn to Yi Fan again and ask him to help her resolve the matter. Yi Fan, however, laughed and retorted, asking why he should help her. Security guard arrived shortly after and took Su Pei into custody. Wu Jun also made it clear that he would not reconcile and immediately called the police. Su Pei finally broke down completely, crying hysterically as security guards carried her away. Maliciously damaging valuable property is enough to make her suffer, and she'll likely face disciplinary action from the school as well. After the farce ended, Yi Fan clearly felt a greater appreciation for Xiao Shitting. This woman appeared delicate, but she was actually very clever, knowing when to step in and how to resolve trouble for her guests. Yi Fan looked at her and asked directly if she had stood there on purpose. Xiao Shitting just smiled sweetly and said that Yi Fan was the most distinguished customer of the car dealership, and it was her job to share his burdens. Yi Fan was even more satisfied after hearing this. He then casually mentioned that he was just about to buy some new clothes and asked if Xiao Shitting had time to accompany him and give him some advice. Xiao Shitting's eyes lit up upon hearing Yi Fan's invitation. Their interactions at the car dealership were ultimately just professional, but Yi Fan's willingness to invite her out alone clearly indicated that their relationship had the potential to develop further. She had never interacted with guests privately before, but this time she was willing to make an exception. So Xiao Shitting smiled and agreed, then got into Yi Fan's Koenigsegg Gemera, which had just been fitted with official license plates. The two arrived at Sanlitun Taikoo. The silver-gray supercar immediately attracted a lot of attention. While luxury cars are not uncommon here, a Koenigsegg worth nearly 20 million yuan is still quite rare. After getting off the car, the two went directly to the North District, where high-end luxury brands are concentrated. Yi Fan didn't know much about luxury goods, so he took Xiao Shitting's suggestion and went into a Versace boutique first. As soon as the sales assistant approached to introduce the clothes, Yi Fan glanced at the row of casual wear and casually picked out 2 items. But his next words stunned everyone. He said he didn't want these 2 and wanted the rest packed in his size. After confirming, the sales assistant told him that the entire row of clothes cost approximately 250,000 yuan. Yi Fan didn't even ask about the price. He simply took out his bank card and swiped it, instantly attracting the attention of several sales assistants in the store. The system quickly notified him that the 250,000 yuan purchase had triggered a 6-fold rebate, with 1.5 million yuan credited directly to his account. Now that Yi Fan had so much money, such a million-yuan rebate was hardly exciting for him anymore. When the sales assistant asked where the clothes would be delivered, Yi Fan casually mentioned Yanhai Tianyi Villa. Upon hearing this address, the store staff were immediately stunned. That was a top-tier luxury mansion in the capital city worth billions. Xiao Shiding was also shocked. She originally thought that the luxury cars and the status of a group shareholder were already extravagant enough, but now she realized that Yi Fan had even acquired a villa king like Yanhai Tian. The two continued shopping and ended up at Balenciaga. Yi Fan, thinking that he might need to attend formal occasions in the future, asked Xiao Shiding to help him pick out a few suits, shirts, ties, and shoes. Xiao Shiding had a good eye and quickly put together several outfits for him. After Yi Fan changed into a white shirt and dress pants, his originally fresh college student look instantly transformed into a mature and upright one. Xiao Shiding stepped forward to straighten his collar, instantly closing the distance between them. A faint scent of rose perfume wafted into Yi Fan's nostrils, making him truly realize for the first time that this mature woman was indeed adept at managing the atmosphere. After this round of spending ended, the system sent another 5 million in rebates. Yi Fan had almost bought enough clothes for himself, and what he really wanted to do next was to continue spending money on Xiao Shiding. After all, the woman in front of him had a beauty score of 91 out of 100. As long as he spent money on her, there was a chance to trigger another critical hit reward. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked at himself in the mirror and deliberately showed a hint of dissatisfaction. He raised his wrist to look at it, then turned to look at Xiao Shiding and said casually, "This outfit is not bad, but I always feel like something is missing from your hands." Xiao Shiding looked up in confusion, only to meet Yi Fan's eyes, which were clearly filled with excitement. After leaving Balenciaga, Yi Fan took Xiao Shiding directly to the Patek Philippe store. As a top-tier watch brand, every watch here is incredibly expensive, symbolizing status and prestige. Yi Fan immediately took a liking to the Grande Synopsis 63, a 1P watch, and was about to make the payment when the system suddenly reminded him that purchasing items such as real estate, cars, and luxury watches, which can be considered personal assets, would not trigger consumer rebates. Yi Fan quickly realized that it didn't matter if he didn't get a rebate, since it was just converting cash into assets. He immediately asked the salesperson to take off the 63 a 1P and try it on. After wearing it, he indeed looked more mature. When he went to pay, he took out the Siam Bank's top-tier diamond card. The salesperson was stunned when they recognized the card, which required a minimum deposit of 1 billion yen to qualify for, and immediately called the store manager out. The manager personally handled the formalities for Yi Fan with the utmost respect. After the watch was packaged, Yi Fan did not leave, but instead turned to Xiao Shiding, who had accompanied him shopping all day, and asked her to choose a watch as well. Xiao Shiding was stunned. The cheapest women's watches here start at 200,000 yuan. She was just accompanying Yi Fan shopping and felt embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift, so she quickly refused. Yi Fan said he might need her help with buying a car in the future, so he considered this watch a token of friendship. Xiao Shiding couldn't refuse again, so she picked the cheapest women's watch in the store, one that cost a little over 200,000 yuan. But Yi Fan had already noticed that what she really liked was another platinum women's watch worth 520,000 yuan, so he directly asked the manager to pack both of them together, for a total price of 727,700 yuan. Xiao Shiding looked at the two watches, and a warm feeling rose in her heart. She hadn't expected that Yi Fan had even noticed her fleeting glance just now. Such details were far more touching than simply throwing money around. After the payment was completed, the system triggered another critical reward as expected. Yi Fan directly acquired 55% of the shares of Ichuan Company Limited, which was the parent company of the company, where he had previously interned. Yi Fan's mood immediately improved. Just a few days ago, he was an intern at the company being bossed around by his team leader, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had become the actual controlling shareholder of the entire parent company. He then took Xiao Shiding to Chanel and bought her several bags. Most of the purchases were just regular rebates, but the last one triggered a critical hit, rewarding him with a bottle of basic gene upgrade fluid. After several attempts, Yi Fan figured out the pattern. The first time he spent money on a woman who met his appearance requirements, it would almost always trigger a critical hit. Subsequent times depended on probability. The more money spent, the more valuable the reward usually became. Xiao Shitting was already carrying a full shopping bag. Seeing that Yi Fan wanted to continue, she finally took the initiative to stop him. Although she liked nice things, she knew her limits and knew when to accept and when to stop. Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. He had thought that gold-digging women were everywhere, but the few high-value beauties he encountered were all very sensible, making it surprisingly difficult to easily farm rewards. After browsing around for so long, Yi Fan invited Xiao Shitting to come and see his new villa. Xiao Shitting was flattered and immediately agreed. He then contacted Zhou Qiwen, the property manager of Yunhai Property Management. When Zhou Qiwen learned that the mysterious homeowner was finally ready to move in, he immediately summoned all the property staff to be on high alert, repeatedly instructing everyone to receive the homeowner with the highest level of hospitality and to ensure that no mistakes were made. Not long after, Yi Fan drove Xiao Shitting to the villa district in the center of the capital. The road was surrounded by greenery, waterfronts and gardens, and Yunhai Tian, located in the very heart of the area, was the most luxurious residence in the entire district. As soon as the sports car stopped, property manager Zhou Qiwen and his team came to greet them, even having laid out a red carpet from the artificial bridge in advance. Yi Fan handed the car keys to a staff member and then walked towards the villa with Xiao Shitting. The service staff on both sides bowed and greeted him. Zhou Qiwen explained that these people included gardeners and a 5-star hotel chef team, all of whom were private service personnel specially prepared for Yi Fan by the property management. Yi Fan listened with great satisfaction. Zhou Qiwen then led him on a tour of the villa, where Xiao Shitting was overwhelmed by the top-notch amenities, including a private swimming pool, a crystal elevator, and Italian handcrafted sofas. After the tour, Zhou Qiwen said that all they needed now was a private butler. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to Xiao Shitting and asked if she wanted to do a part-time job as well. Before Xiao Shitting could react, Yi Fan directly invited her to be the villa's housekeeper. Anyway, she wouldn't be staying there often for the time being, so there wouldn't be too much to handle. Xiao Shitting was even more shocked after hearing this. This mansion worth $1 billion wasn't even Yi Fan's usual residence. However, faced with his trust, she didn't refuse and quickly agreed. After the two signed the contract and recorded their fingerprints, Yi Fan was about to leave when his mother, Guo Chunsue, suddenly called, asking him to go back to school to help an old friend's daughter move her luggage. The other person had just passed the art exam and entered Imperial University, but was delayed by something and only arrived today to register. Yi Fan then realized that he had been so busy making money these past few days that he had even forgotten to let his family know he was safe. He casually transferred 500,000 yuan to his mother, telling his parents to go on a nice trip. Guo Chunsue was shocked when she saw the amount, and her first reaction was to question her son about whether he had done something he shouldn't have. Yi Fan had no choice but to explain that he had been working on projects with his classmates and had finally made money, all of which was legal. His mother was relieved, but insisted on leaving the money for him to get married in the future. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan and Xiao Shitting parted ways, and Yi Fan drove back to Imperial University. On the way, he casually took out the basic gene upgrade fluid that the system had rewarded him with, and drank it down in one gulp. The medicine took effect quickly. The excess fat on his face disappeared, his facial features and jawline became more defined, and his body muscles quickly became firmer, with even his 8-pack abs and V-line becoming clearly visible. Once back near the school, Yi Fan discovered that the road to the main gate was under renovation, and cars from outside couldn't enter for the time being. He had to call a designated driver to drive around to the back gate while he walked to the main gate to pick up his friend. At that moment, a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair and wearing a white dress was waiting at the school gate, guarding her luggage. Her name was Luo Hanji, the junior student her mother had mentioned who had just arrived to register. Before Yi Fan arrived, a BMW 7 Series had already stopped in front of her. Feng Lekun, who was in the driver's seat, saw Luo Han and immediately changed his plans, rolling down the window and smiling. "Junior, get in the car. I'll take you to your dorm." Luo Hanji frowned slightly as she looked at the greasy-faced man in front of her. She directly refused his invitation, saying that a senior student had already come to pick her up and she didn't need him to take her. Just as he finished speaking, Yifan arrived. He recognized Luo Hanji at a glance, and the system panel appeared immediately. Her appearance score was 93 points, confirming that she was indeed another top-tier beauty. Yifan stepped forward to verify her identity. Luo Hanji looked at the handsome young man in front of her and tentatively called out, "Brother Yifan." Yifan nodded and reached out to help her with her luggage. But when Feng Likun saw that the two of them completely ignored him, his face immediately turned ugly. He directly mocked Yifan, saying that he only had a pretty face and didn't even have a car, so how could he compete with him? As he spoke, he patted the BMW 7 Series worth 1.5 million yuan next to him, deliberately showing off his financial strength, wanting Luo Hanji to understand that money is the real capital. Yifan was completely baffled and simply asked Luo Hanji if she knew this person. Luo Hanji quickly shook her head, saying that she didn't know him at all and that the other person had just suddenly come up to chat with her. But Feng Likun still refused to give up and even got out of the car to open the passenger door. It was school dismissal time, and more students gathered around to watch the spectacle. Many people felt that the man in the BMW had a clear advantage. Feng Likun listened to the discussions and became increasingly smug, convinced that an ordinary student like Yifan had no right to compete with him for someone. Just then, a deep engine roar suddenly rang out. A silver-gray Koenigsegg Gemera slowly approached, and the scene instantly erupted in excitement, as this car was worth nearly 20 million. Feng Likun excitedly joined in, fantasizing about meeting the legendary campus tycoon. But when the car door opened, only a valet driver in work clothes stepped out. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, the designated driver ran straight up to Yifan, handed in the car keys, and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, your Koenigsegg has been brought here for you." The scene fell silent instantly. The next second, everyone erupted in chaos. Yifan, who had just been mistaken for a poor student, was actually the mysterious owner of the 20 million yuan supercar from the campus forum. Those who had just supported Feng Likun changed their tune and even began to mock him for comparing the prestige of a 1.5 million yuan BMW with a Koenigsegg, saying that the difference was simply not in the same league. Feng Likun turned pale upon hearing this, only then realizing that the person he had been mocking was the very wealthy man he had been trying to curry favor with. He immediately bowed his head and apologized, admitting that he had been blind to the truth. After saying that, he hurriedly jumped back into the BMW and fled. However, because he was in such a hurry, the passenger door scraped against a tree trunk and broke on the spot, but he didn't even dare to stop and check it. After the farce ended, Yifan put Luo Hanji's luggage in the Koenigsegg and prepared to take her to her dormitory. However, Luo Hanji stood there for a long time without moving, her eyes clearly showing more vigilance. After all, her mother had always told her that Yifan's family was just an ordinary family like hers. But this brother Yifan was driving a supercar worth 20 million yuan, which seemed a bit strange. Seeing her hesitation, Yifan couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Luo Hanji hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, You're really brother Yifan, aren't you?" Yifan was amused by her cautious demeanor. Helpless, he had no choice but to call his mother directly to confirm her identity in front of Luo Hanji. As soon as the video call connected, Yifan handed the phone to Luo Hanji. Guo Chuansui's first reaction upon seeing her was to ask if Yifan, that brat, had bullied her, leaving Yifan looking helpless. Luo Hanji quickly explained that Yifan had just come to her rescue, but because his situation differed so much from her mother's description, she wanted to verify his identity. Guo Chuansui was relieved and then instructed her son to take good care of the girl. After hanging up the phone, Yifan smiled and asked her if she could leave now. Luo Hanji was a little embarrassed, obediently got into the passenger's seat, and quietly apologized for her earlier doubts. Yifan didn't take it to heart at all. On the contrary, he thought it was a good thing that the girl was safety conscious. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Luo Hanji finally relaxed, and the two gradually became familiar with each other along the way. During their conversation, Yifan learned that Luo Hanji was a freshman in the dance department, majoring in ballet. No wonder she had a slender and graceful figure, and her every move exuded a cool and aloof temperament that ordinary girls didn't have. Yi-fan also smiled and said that she would definitely attend her performance in the future. Luo Hanji's eyes curved into crescents after hearing this, and she promised to perform well. When Yi-fan asked her why she was only reporting for duty now, Luo Hanji's expression visibly stiffened. Yi-fan immediately sensed her reluctance to elaborate and changed the subject instead of pressing further. Not long after, the Koenigsegg pulled up in front of the girls' dormitory in the art department. As soon as the $20 million supercar appeared, the girls on the balconies all leaned out, and the entire dormitory building quickly became lively. Everyone had been fantasizing that the legendary campus tycoon might be coming to find them. But when the passenger door opened and the stunningly beautiful Luo Hanji stepped out, their expectations immediately plummeted. This new student was incredibly beautiful. Her aloof and elegant demeanor rivaled even some of the school's most beautiful girls. The boys in the opposite dormitory were stunned until someone reminded them that she had stepped out of the supercar of a wealthy young man. Several boys immediately felt envious and began to comfort themselves, thinking that the car owner must be short and fat and only rich. Otherwise, how could God give all the good things to the same person? But the next second, the other car door slowly rose. Yi-fan, now genetically upgraded, stepped out of the car wearing suit pants. The setting sun shone on his sharply defined profile, instantly silencing the group of boys. The girls' dormitory was in an uproar. No one expected that the legendary super-rich guy not only drove a 20 million yuan supercar, but was also young and handsome. Some people even leaned on the balcony and shouted for his WeChat. Some girls even folded love letters into paper airplanes and threw them downstairs. But Yi-fan didn't notice any of this. He simply opened the trunk and took Luo Hanji's luggage down piece by piece. Seeing the muscular physique he displayed while carrying Luo Hanji's luggage, the girl upstairs became even more excited. The boys across the street who had just been mocking the car owner's appearance were completely speechless. Looking at Yi-fan, who was rich, handsome, and even personally helped the beautiful woman carry her luggage, they had only one thought in their minds: God is too unfair. How come he gets all the good things? After escorting Luo Hanji back to her dormitory, Yi-fan gave her a few brief instructions before turning to leave. Just as he was about to drive back to the parking lot, he received an invitation to a cocktail party from the property manager, Zhou Chiwen, on his phone. Tonight, a wine-tasting event will be held on the top floor of the Imperial City Bay building, exclusively for residents of the Central Villa District. Those who live here are all extremely wealthy and influential. Ostensibly a drinking party, it's really just a gathering for the rich to network. Yi-fan thought for a moment and decided that it wouldn't be bad to take the opportunity to expand his network. So he turned his car around and headed straight for the Bay building. When he arrived, the top floor was already brightly lit, and all the guests coming and going were dressed in fine clothes. Several staff members at the registration office were checking invitation letters, and during a lull in their conversation, they chatted about the new homeowner in Yunhai that day. They were all very curious about what kind of important person could afford to buy that top-tier luxury mansion. Just then, Yi-fan stepped out of the elevator. The registrar, seeing his youthful good looks, instinctively assumed he was just a young master from a wealthy family and smiled as she asked him to show his invitation. But when she saw the name on the invitation, she froze instantly. The young man in front of her, who looked like a college student, was actually Yi-fan, the new homeowner in Yunhai Etian they had just been discussing. The other two registrars also came over for a look and were immediately speechless with shock. They never expected that the mysterious big shot would be so young and even more handsome than they had imagined. Seeing that they hadn't moved for a while, Yi-fan casually asked if there was a problem. The group then snapped out of their daze, quickly completed the registration, and their attitude instantly became extremely respectful. Upon entering the inner hall, many guests glanced at Yi-fan. Clearly, he was too young, and they quickly lost interest, regarding him merely as an ordinary rich kid who had gotten in through his family connections. Meanwhile, several homeowners were still discussing the new owner of Yunhai Tianyi. Some had already tried to find out through connections, but they still didn't know the owner's background, which only made everyone more curious about the mysterious owner. Yi-fan completely ignored the stares. He had been busy all day and was quite hungry. Just as he was about to go to the food counter to get something, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Songjuro was there too. She was wearing a fitted cheongsam, holding a wine glass tray, and stood quietly to the side. Yi-fan then realized that she looked even more stunning in the cheongsam than usual. He was about to go over and say hello when a drunken man suddenly bumped into him. Song Jiro didn't have time to dodge. Her tray tipped over, and the red wine spilled directly onto the man's suit. The man flew into a rage, grabbed Song Jiro, and demanded to know if she knew how much the dress cost. Song Jiro was terrified and quickly apologized, saying she really didn't mean it. But when Guan Mingze saw her face clearly, his expression changed immediately. He stared at Song Jiro, looking her up and down, and suddenly sneered, saying that as long as she spent one night with him, he wouldn't have to pay for the suit. Song Jiro's face turned pale instantly, and she tried to break free from his grasp. Guan Mingze, however, tightened his grip, leering as he said he would take good care of her, before forcefully dragging her away. With a loud bang, Yi-fan kicked Guan Mingze's hand, which was holding Song Jiro, and used the momentum to shield her behind him. Guan Mingze lost his balance and crashed into the bar counter next to him. After getting up, Guan Mingze flew into a rage, pointing at Yi-fan and cursing him. The surrounding residents all looked over, but no one felt sorry for him. Instead, they thought Yi-fan was in deep trouble this time. Guan Mingze amassed his fortune through the live streaming industry and was used to being arrogant in the Central Villa district, supporting a large number of people. Apart from mysterious Yunhai Etian homeowner, almost no one dared to mess with him. He clutched his aching body and demanded that Yi-fan call his family members out to kowtow and apologize. Song Jiro turned pale with fright, clutching Yi-fan's clothes tightly, afraid that things would escalate further. Yi-fan couldn't stand bullies who preyed on women, and the next second he punched Guan Mingze in the face. Several teeth flew out mixed with blood, and Guan Mingze was completely stunned. Guan Mingze roared and lunged forward, but he couldn't touch Yi-fan at all. After taking the gene upgrade fluid, Yi-fan's physical abilities were already far beyond those of ordinary people, and he knocked Guan Mingze back repeatedly with just a few punches. Seeing that he was outmatched, Guan Mingze immediately pulled out his phone to call for backup. When Song Jiro heard that he was going to call his underlings, tears instantly streamed down her face. She even considered apologizing to Yi-fan herself and asking him to leave quickly. Yi-fan told her not to be afraid, as the more she backed down, the more arrogant this kind of person would become. After saying that, he also took out his phone and called the property manager, Zhou Qiwen, asking him to come to the party immediately. The surrounding residents shook their heads in disapproval when they heard him address the property manager as property manager. Guan Mingze sneered, declaring that this matter would not end until he had broken Yi-fan's leg. Not long after, a man named Along stormed into the party with several henchmen. Seeing Guan Mingze's face covered in blood, they immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to rush up and beat Yi-fan as ordered. Just then, Zhou Qiwen rushed over and immediately stopped everyone. Guan Mingze, unaware of the problem, threatened Zhou Qiwen to mind his own business, or he would deal with the property manager as well. Zhou Qiwen glanced at Yi-fan, who had a calm expression, and immediately understood his meaning. He then asked Guan Mingze in a cold voice if he was sure he wanted to deal with Mr. Yi-fan, the owner of Yunhai in the Central Villa area. The moment those words were spoken, the entire party fell silent. Everyone who had been speculating about the mysterious homeowner's identity froze, some even dropping their glasses. Guan Mingze's face turned deathly pale instantly. What was truly terrifying about Yunhai was never the 1 billion price tag, but the right to purchase and the resources behind it. Such a person was simply someone a live streaming boss could never touch. He wanted to confirm whether Zhou Qiwen was joking, but the other man's words shattered his illusions completely. Guan Mingze sobered up instantly and could only back away, wishing nothing had happened. But Along's henchmen hadn't even reacted yet, and were already asking if they should still make a move. Yi-fan looked at Guan Mingze's pale face and suddenly laughed. Of course we should. Didn't you just try to break my leg? Guan Mingze looked up at Yi-fan, unsure whether to answer or not. He could only slap himself hard a few times and apologize repeatedly, saying that he had just talked nonsense while drunk. Yi-fan, however, coldly reminded him that the most important thing in life is integrity. Since he had just threatened to break his own leg, someone had to keep their promise. Guan Mingze understood instantly and trembled with fear. But facing Yi Fan's icy gaze, he dared not refute, and could only grit his teeth and admit that he would dislocate his own leg. Although Along and his men were completely bewildered, they dared not disobey their leader's orders and could only surround him and beat him. Soon, only Guan Ming's heart-wrenching screams remained at the scene. After the matter was resolved, Zhou Qiwen quickly apologized to Yi Fan. Those homeowners who had been coldly observing earlier all tried to approach him, offering their business cards and trying to build a connection, but Yi Fan refused them all. In his view, these people clearly saw Song Jiro being bullied, but none of them were willing to speak up. Now that they know her identity, they come to curry favor. There is no need to befriend them at all. Yi Fan led Song Jiro away from Bay Building, but she was wearing high heels that night and twisted her ankle not far away, but she insisted that she was fine. Yi Fan didn't give her a chance to show off and simply picked her up by the waist. Song Jiro's face instantly turned red, and she could only let him carry her to a bench in a nearby park. Yi Fan went to the pharmacy and bought ice packs and medicated patches. He half squatted in front of her and held her ankle to treat the injury. Song Jiro was so embarrassed that she wanted to pull her foot back, but he stopped her with a "Listen to me, don't move." She sat obediently, and when she saw Yi Fan frowning, she couldn't help but reach out and gently press his brow, saying that she just wanted to smooth it out so that he wouldn't be unhappy. Yi Fan was amused by her and took the opportunity to ask why she was working part-time that night. Song Jiro explained that after being promoted to supervisor at Jin Taiyuan, her work was not as busy as before, so she wanted to use her spare time to earn more money. Yi Fan then realized that she was indeed short of money, but she was unwilling to ask others for help. Even when Yi Fan offered to lend her money, she immediately refused, insisting on earning her own living expenses. Looking at her earnest and stubborn appearance, Yi Fan suddenly remembered himself when he was busy running around for internships in life and felt a little more heartache for this junior sister. He deliberately put on a stern face and warned Song Jiro that she was not allowed to work part-time in such complicated places again. Otherwise, the boss would deduct her wages. She was so scared that she quickly grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve and apologized. Song Jiro's pitiful appearance made Yi Fan hold his breath for a moment. He could only cough lightly and tell her to work at Jin Taiyuan in peace from now on and not to take risks to earn money anymore. After treating her injuries, Yi Fan took her back to her school dormitory. Song Jiro ran upstairs again and returned the coat she had borrowed and washed him. But Yi Fan noticed at a glance that the old sweatshirt she had changed into was faded and even had several patches on it, so he told her to make time for the weekend. "I'll take you shopping for clothes." Song Jiro wanted to refuse, but Yi Fan had already turned his back to her and waved his hand, leaving her standing there watching his back, a little more expectation growing in her heart. Yi Fan drove back to the school parking lot and ran into his 3 roommates who had just finished eating. He stopped his Koenigsegg to greet them, and Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua immediately surrounded him excitedly. The 2 men touched the car, worth 20 million, as excited as if they were seeing a sports car for the first time. Huang Yu originally wanted to remind them not to touch it, but when he looked up and saw Yi Fan in the driver's seat, he was stunned. Upon learning that the Koenigsegg truly belonged to Yi Fan, Huang Yu was completely stunned. Yi Fan smiled and invited the 3 of them into the car, fulfilling his earlier promise to take them for a drive around the school. The silver-gray supercar sped through the campus, turning heads wherever it went. Yang Zhenghao, sitting in the car, raised an eyebrow at a girl on the roadside, who actually blew him a kiss in return, making him so excited he almost jumped up on the spot. Just as the group was chatting, the system suddenly notified them that Guan Mingze had been left with an incurable injury, and Yi Fan had completed the hidden mission of punishing evil and promoting good, thus obtaining 100% of the shares of Mr. 13's bar. This bar is worth 100 million, and Yi Fan's mood immediately improved. He casually asked his 3 roommates if they wanted to go check it out. Of course, the 3 of them didn't refuse, and Koenigsegg immediately turned around and drove out of the campus. Before long, they arrived at Workers' Stadium West Road in Beijing. Yang Zhenghao was immediately shocked when he saw the sign from Mr. 13, saying that this was one of the most prestigious nightclubs in Beijing, with an investment of nearly 100 million yuan back then. Meng Guanghua and Huang Yu then realized that Yi Fan's so-called purchase of a bar was not an ordinary small shop at all, but a top-tier venue that was truly among the best in the capital's nightlife scene. As the four of them approached the entrance, the security guards, who were about to conduct a security check, immediately bowed and called him boss upon recognizing Yi Fan. They then opened the VIP entrance and ushered them into the bar. Yang Jinghao couldn't help but sigh. Having a boss as a brother really makes a difference. Yi Fan, however, told the three of them directly that they didn't need to be polite when they came here in the future, as they were his brothers and the employees would naturally take care of them. It wasn't time for the main event to kick off yet, and soft music was playing in the bar. Yi Fan spotted the central booth facing the DJ booth, which offered the best view, and led his three roommates straight there. But as soon as they got nearby, they ran into Shi Kai, a boy from another dorm in their class. This guy always liked to target Yi Fan and his friends, and as soon as they met, he immediately started being sarcastic. Shi Kai mocked them, a group of poor students from the same dormitory, for daring to come to a place like this, and even said that he also had his eye on the central booth. Meng Guanghua couldn't stand it anymore and directly asked him if seeing a seat meant it was his. Shi Kai was embarrassed by the rebuke, but not wanting to lose face in front of his friends, he simply shouted to the people around him that he was willing to pay half of the bill for the entire place tonight, and that if Yi Fan paid more, they could have their booths. Upon hearing that someone was willing to pay the bill, the surrounding customers immediately joined in the commotion, and the entire bar began chanting for them to have a competition. Shi Kai, beaming with pride, was already waiting to see Yi Fan and his companions back down. Despite the jeers from all around, Yi Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. He led his three roommates to the central booth and, under everyone's gaze, sat down with an air of dominance. Shi Kai never expected that Yi Fan would not accept his challenge at all, and instead brought his three roommates to sit in the central booth, completely disregarding his so-called paid competition. As the crowd continued to jeer, Shi Kai's face grew increasingly grim. Pointing at Yi Fan, he threatened him, saying that he could either compete with Yi Fan to see who spent more money, or Yi Fan could get out of there now. He even threatened to call security to kick them out. Yi Fan slapped his hand away with a wine list, sneering, "This is my place. Shi Kai isn't qualified to compare himself to me." He went even further, declaring that from today onwards, Shi Kai could forget about ever setting foot here again. After hearing this, Shi Kai thought Yi Fan had gone mad and continued to mock him, saying that just because he was sitting in a booth, he really thought he was the boss. Just as the noise in the room was getting louder and louder, the bar manager, Quan Pengyi, finally rushed over. As soon as Quan Pengyi entered the inner hall, he saw the new boss surrounded by a group of people, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately ran to Yi Fan and bowed deeply in front of everyone. "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late." These simple words silenced the entire bar instantly. No one expected that this young man, who looked like he was still in university, was actually the owner of Mr. 13's bar. Shi Kai froze completely. Mr. 13 was a top-tier nightclub in the capital, worth nearly 100 million yuan, and the manager, who usually ignored him, was now so respectful in front of Yi Fan that he didn't dare to raise his head. Quan Pengyi asked if they wanted a VIP room arranged, but Yi Fan said they'd just sit here. It was lively and convenient. He then merely glanced at Shi Kai, and the manager immediately understood what to do. Quan Pengyi immediately announced that Shi Kai was permanently blacklisted from a bar. Security guards quickly arrived and kicked him and several friends out. Those who had been cheering for Shi Kai just moments before turned around and began to laugh at him. Seeing Shi Kai slink away, Yang Jinghao and his friends felt incredibly relieved. Meng Guanghua, in particular, had been ridiculed by that group many times before, and now he could finally vent his pent-up anger. Seeing his brothers' happy faces, Yi Fan secretly resolved that as long as he had the ability, he would never let these brothers who had truly stood by him be bullied again. Quan Pengyi then presented a set of dragon-themed clothing worth over 80,000 yuan and arranged for several girls to liven up the atmosphere. Yi Fan told his three roommates to have fun, assuring them that he would take care of everything that happened that night. Yang Jinghao quickly struck up a lively conversation with the girl next to him, and Meng Guanghua, though initially reserved, gradually relaxed. Only Huang Yu, the socially awkward teenager, kept glancing down at his phone to ease the awkwardness. The prettiest girl at the table sat next to Yi Fan, but her system only rated her 88 points in terms of looks. Having seen beauties like Song Jiro and Xiao Shiding, who scored over 90 points, he had little interest in these ordinary hostesses. However, after drinking for a while, Yi Fan still wanted to find someone he really liked to come over. So he took out his phone and dialed Xiao Shiding's number, asking her directly if she was interested in coming to Mr. 13 to drink with him. Xiao Shiding, who had just finished showering, was visibly surprised to see Yi Fan's call, but quickly agreed. After hanging up, she changed into a little black off-the-shoulder dress and black stockings, sprayed on perfume, and drove to Mr. 13's bar. A short while later, Xiao Shiding arrived at Mr. 13, who was already in the midst of a party. She went to Yi Fan's booth, only to find that her 3 roommates were already doing their own thing, with only Ming Guanghua drunk and passed out on the sofa. There was a glamorous woman sitting next to Yi Fan, but when Xiao Shiding arrived, he immediately told her to leave. He then patted the seat next to him, inviting Xiao Shiding to sit down and drink with him. Xiao Shiding was clearly a little jealous and deliberately asked Yi Fan if he already had someone with him. Yi Fan smiled and asked her back if she was jealous. After a few words, the ambiguous atmosphere between them quickly heated up. Xiao Shiding no longer concealed her feelings and took the initiative to approach Yi Fan. Under the influence of alcohol and music, the two grew closer and closer, and soon left the booth to enter the dance floor to relax together. That night, their relationship deepened considerably. The next morning, Yi Fan was still full of energy, while Xiao Shiding was too tired to get out of bed and even pulled him back, not wanting him to leave so soon. Yi Fan then realized that although Xiao Shiding usually appeared mature and charming, she actually had her own principles. Thinking of this, he felt even more favorably disposed towards this intelligent and tactful woman. He told Xiao Shiding that he had things to do today, and since she was now Yunhai's villa housekeeper for the day, they would have many opportunities to spend time together in the future, so she didn't need to overthink it. After leaving Mr. 13, Yi Fan drove directly to the company where he had previously interned. This was a sub-brand of Ichuan Company, which had now naturally become part of his business. Yi Fan used to squeeze onto the subway to get to work every day, constantly being bossed around by his team leader. But now he's back in a top-of-the-line supercar with only one thing in mind: to get rid of those who had disrupted the company's atmosphere. When the elevator reached the 15th floor, Xiao Mei, the receptionist, was surprised to see Yi Fan, saying he had become so much more handsome in just a few days. Yi Fan smiled and complimented her on how much prettier she had become, instantly making Xiao Mei blush. After a brief greeting, Yi Fan intended to go directly to the personnel office to reveal his identity, but he ran into his former team leader, Nie Zhang, in the corridor, who still had that aloof and superior demeanor. As soon as Nie Zhang saw Yi Fan, he started scolding him, assuming that he had come back to resign. He even mocked young people nowadays for not being able to endure hardship, saying that he dared to stop coming to the company after only a few months of internship. Even more outrageous, he ordered Yi Fan to make tea in the break room. Representatives from various subsidiaries of Ichuan were about to arrive for a meeting, and he needed an intern to serve tea and water. If it were in the past, Yi Fan might have felt aggrieved, but now, looking at Nie Zhang's imperious manner, he just found it amusing and was too lazy to reveal his identity immediately. Yi Fan deliberately asked him, "You're planning to resign? Are you really going to pour tea?" Nie Zhang immediately glared at him and threatened that even if he was fired tomorrow, he would have to obey his arrangements today. He even boasted that he had connections in the industry, and if Yi Fan didn't obey him today, he could forget about finding a job in the future. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed to the conference room, ready to show off to the representatives of various companies. Yi Fan watched his retreating figure, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Firing him outright would be too boring. Since this guy liked putting on airs so much, he'd let it perform first, then slowly show him who the real boss was. Yi Fan brewed himself a cup of the most expensive Da Hong Pao tea in the break room, then leisurely walked into the conference room with the cup in his hand. At that moment, Nie Zhang was standing on the stage, speaking animatedly, completely unaware of Yi Fan's arrival. After listening to just a few sentences, Yi Fan knew that this plan was probably another one that Nie Zhang had obtained by exploiting the interns. He didn't expose him, but went straight to the head seat at the back of the conference table and leisurely began to drink tea. Nie Zhang turned his head and saw Yi Fan sitting in the main seat. He was furious and immediately scolded him for being there to serve tea and water. He also questioned whether an intern like him was qualified to sit in such a position. But the next second, Jiang Jiaming, the general manager of Ichuan Corporation, saw Yi Fan's face clearly and suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice trembling slightly. "Chairman, why did you come sit in on the meeting in person?" The moment he addressed Yi Fan as chairman, the entire conference room fell silent. Representatives from the other subsidiaries, realizing what was happening, rose and bowed, greeting him in unison. Nie Zhang was completely dumbfounded, and his leg began to tremble. He never imagined that the intern he used to boss around would now become the chairman who acquired the entire Ichuan company. Yi Fan deliberately looked at Jiang Jiaming and asked with a smile if he wanted to give manager Jiang a cup first, since team leader Nie had also arranged for him to pour tea for everyone. Jiang Jiaming was so frightened that he quickly waved his hand to refuse. Jiang Jiaming immediately turned around and angrily berated Nie Zhang, saying that he dared to order the chairman around, which was simply outrageous. In his agitation, he picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and splashed it in Nie Zhang's face. Nie Zhang was soaked to the bone, but he didn't dare to say a word. He used to bully newcomers because of his position as team leader, but now that the tables had turned, he didn't even have the courage to look Yi Fan in the eye. Yi Fan then casually reminded them that the company always emphasizes people-oriented management, but if there are always people putting on airs and exploiting newcomers, it will eventually ruin the internal atmosphere. The management of each department should seriously investigate this. Jiang Jiaming immediately understood Yi Fan's meaning and stated on the spot that he would thoroughly investigate the unfair practices within the company. He then directly announced that Nie Zhang should immediately go to HR to process his resignation and would be officially dismissed starting today. Nie Zhang completely broke down and rushed forward to beg Yi Fan for another chance. But before he could even get close, he was dragged out of the conference room by security guards. The employees outside, seeing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon, several senior executives escorted Yi Fan out of the conference room. The office staff recognized him, all looking puzzled, until Jiang Jiaming personally announced that Yi Fan was the new chairman of Ichuan Company. The entire office area erupted in chaos. Those who had interned with Yi Fan were especially devastated. They had all started from the same point, and while they were still striving for permanent positions, Yi Fan had already become the boss. The receptionist, Xiao Mei, was also stunned. She had been calling Yi Fan Xiao Fan as usual, but now she realized that the person she was teasing was actually the chairman, and her gaze towards him held a hint of admiration. After leaving the company, Yi Fan sat back in his Koenigsegg. The debts owed to him for bullying him in the past were finally settled today. Now, he could finally relax and enjoy life, and perhaps even check how much wealth he actually possessed. Yi Fan drove back to the school parking lot, taking stock of his current assets as he walked out. Jinjiang Group, Ichuan Company, Yunhai Villa, Mr. 13 Bar, plus the cash in the bank. All things considered, his net worth is around 40 billion. As for that Koenigsegg worth over 20 million, it's just a negligible fraction compared to these assets. But Yi Fan felt that this speed was still too slow. If he wanted to accumulate wealth quickly through the system, what he needed most was a beautiful woman who was willing to let him spend money, preferably a gold digger with no psychological burden. Just then, he overheard a few boys discussing the pretty girls at school. Someone mentioned Yukura, a graduate student in the international department, saying that she was notoriously materialistic, had countless suitors, and never hesitated to accept gifts. Yukura is undeniably sexy and beautiful, and suitors continue to flock to her. However, most of the men who spend money on her ultimately fail to even ask her out once, let alone actually win her over. Yi Fan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. While others feared gold-digging women who would exploit them, for him, who possessed a rebate system, such women were simply ATMs delivered to his doorstep. He stopped the group and asked where Yukura was. The boys kindly tried to persuade him not to do anything rash, but Yi Fan didn't care at all. He only wanted to know his target's location. Upon learning that the international students were currently having equestrian lessons at the horse farm, Yi Fan immediately turned and headed there. Several boys watched his retreating figure, thinking that yet another young man was about to be thoroughly tricked by Yu Kur. Upon arriving at the school's horse farm, Yi Fan immediately spotted Yu Kur in the crowd. She had thick, wavy hair, bold red lips, and even in her riding attire, her mature and sexy figure was still exceptionally eye-catching. She was surrounded by boys offering her attention, some bringing her water, others bread, but Yu Kur's impatience was barely concealed as she looked at these cheap things. Yi Fan casually opened the beauty panel, and the score finally settled at 94 points. Seeing this number, his mood instantly improved. A woman of this caliber could very well bring him an incredibly valuable reward. So he walked straight up to Yu Kur and, without any preamble, asked, "Beautiful lady, how much does it cost to add you on WeChat? Just name your price." Yu Kur was clearly taken aback. She had met many suitors, but this was the first time she had encountered someone so direct. Seeing Yi Fan dressed in Versace and looking handsome, she suddenly felt something was amiss. She smiled and offered a friendship price. If he gave her a bag worth around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, she would add him on WeChat. Upon hearing this price, several guys around them immediately and silently took a few steps back. Yi Fan was somewhat disappointed after hearing this. 40 or 50,000 yuan for a WeChat account. What kind of gold digger is that? Compared to how he used to spend hundreds of thousands on other girls, she was practically thrifty. When Yu Kur saw him shake his head, she thought Yi Fan thought the price was too high. Her expression immediately turned cold, and she turned to leave, thinking that the man in front of her was just pretending to be rich. The next second, Yi Fan pointed to the 3 imported horses that had just been let out of the stable and said indifferently, "How about this? I'll buy all 3 of these horses and give them to you as a gift. Each of these 3 horses is worth at least 100,000 yuan, and the 3 of them together can barely be considered a decent gift." But as soon as she finished speaking, the people around her were stunned at first, and then all the boys who were pursuing Yu Kur couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Zhua, who was most attentive to Yu Kur, immediately jumped out to mock Yi Fan, saying that these were not ordinary horses, but foreign école horses provided by the sponsors, with the cheapest starting at 100,000. He deliberately reminded everyone that one of the horses was worth nearly 200,000 on the market. Yi Fan casually offered to buy them all, which in Yang Zhua's view clearly showed he didn't know the prices and dared to boast so easily. Yu Kur also had some doubts. Although she liked wealthy men, she didn't believe that someone would be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a stranger on their first meeting. It seemed a bit exaggerated. Yi Fan ignored Yang Zhua and directly asked the administrator if 600,000 could buy all 3 horses. The administrator frowned, thinking the student was just fooling around. Yi Fan thought for a moment. Since the higher the consumption, the better the system rewards, he simply raised the price. "How about this? I'll give you 2 million and register all 3 horses under her name." This remark drew another round of ridicule. Yang Zhua seized the opportunity to belittle Yi Fan, saying that he only had a pretty face and that someone as truly devoted as himself was the one Yu Kur should choose. "You can't hold his." Even if Yi Fan was bragging, at least he was handsome. Yang Zhua, on the other hand, was trying to elevate himself by belittling others, which she found even more distasteful. The administrator didn't want to further disrupt class, so Yi Fan had no choice but to ask him to produce his payment QR code. The surrounding crowd immediately joined in the commotion, all waiting to see how much money Yi Fan would ultimately transfer. Yi Fan took out his phone to complete the payment, and the next second, a clear mechanical voice rang out. "Zifubo has arrived. 2 million yuan." The entire horse farm instantly fell silent. Yang Zhua's smile froze completely, and he even snatched the administrator's phone to count the money himself. The screen showed a full 2 million, not a penny less. The boys who were just mocking Yi Fan all shut up. No one could have imagined that a college student would casually spend such a large sum of money on 3 horses that weren't even worth 2 million. Just then, a system notification sounded. Yi Fan had spent 2 million on a woman with a high-value appearance score of 94, successfully triggering a critical hit reward and gaining 75% of Bali Real Estate shares and mastery of equestrian skills. Bali Real Estate is a nationally renowned group with a market value of hundreds of billions. Yi Fan was overjoyed. The 2 million he spent had brought him absolute control of a real estate company worth hundreds of billions. Immediately afterwards, the system reminded him again that his personal assets had exceeded 100 billion. The rebate system had been officially upgraded to intermediate level, and a brand new random task module had been opened. In the future, the system may randomly drop tasks in specific scenarios. Yifan can freely choose to accept or refuse. As long as he completes the task, he will receive additional specific rewards. In reality, only a few seconds had passed. When Yifan looked up again, all those who had been mocking him had lowered their heads and dared not utter a single word. Yifan walked up to Yuku'er and calmly told her that the 3 horses now belonged to her, and she could do whatever she wanted with them. Yuku'er's gaze towards him instantly changed completely. She took Yifan's phone and added him on WeChat, even giving the screen a light kiss before returning it. Yangjua, standing nearby, watched her gaze at Yifan with obvious admiration, and his face instantly turned ashen. He never imagined that Yifan would receive the same treatment he had pursued for so long without success, all after just one meeting. Yangjua gritted his teeth, already plotting how to make Yifan lose face thoroughly. 3 Akel horses were stretching their hooves nearby when Yangjua's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of a new idea. His horsemanship was quite famous in the capital, so he could use this opportunity to embarrass Yifan in public. He blocked Yifan's path, coldly proposing a horse racing competition, and deliberately emphasized that having money doesn't mean having ability. A real man should speak through his strength. Yifan almost burst out laughing. Spending 2 million casually doesn't count as strength, but riding a few laps of horseback is proof of a man's worth. He couldn't be bothered with such logic. Yuku'er even stood up for Yifan, telling Yangjua to stop making a fool of himself. But Yangjua still wouldn't give up and kept provoking Yifan to accept the match. Just as Yifan was about to turn and leave, a system notification suddenly sounded. Defeating Yangjua in the equestrian competition would grant him the special reward, the Hand of the Holy Healer. Yifan stopped abruptly. This ability allowed him to examine and treat ailments with his hands, and was even said to be able to handle various difficult and complex diseases. He certainly couldn't miss out on such a reward. What's more, he had just mastered equestrian skills and was looking for someone to practice with. So Yifan changed his mind and said that since he had nothing else to do, he would play a game with Yangjua. When Yuku'er heard this, she thought Yifan accepted the challenge for her sake, and she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She even stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him on the cheek in front of everyone. Yangjua's face turned ashen upon seeing this. The woman he had pursued for so long had now taken the initiative to kiss Yifan. He couldn't wait to crush her in the competition. To increase his chances of winning, Yangjua preemptively picked the best of the 3 Akel horses. Yuku'er was about to stop him, but Yifan said he didn't care and even mocked him for needing a good horse because he wasn't strong enough. Yangjua's face darkened further with those words, and he could only lead his horse to the starting line. The 2 ultimately chose the obstacle course, which required them to navigate all the obstacles in sequence along a prescribed route, with fewer mistakes resulting in a better score. Yangjua felt that the regular route didn't showcase their advantages, so he proactively requested that the 2 obstacle courses be merged to increase the difficulty of the competition. Yifan had no objections at all and readily agreed. The news spread quickly, and the area around the sandy area was crowded with students watching the spectacle. Most people still thought Yangjua had a better chance of winning. After all, he had been practicing equestrianism for a long time and had even won city-level awards. Upon hearing someone speak ill of Yifan, Yuku'er immediately defended him, convinced that Yifan would never lose. Seeing her so protective, those around her refrained from further discussion. After the race started, Yangjua rushed out of the starting line first, quickly crossed the 1.2-meter obstacle, and then challenged the higher guardrails one after another. His movements were skillful, and his pride became more and more obvious. However, while clearing the double obstacle, his horse still knocked off a part. Although Yangjua was a little annoyed, he felt that this mistake would not affect the outcome of the game. He turned around to see if Yifan was already in a panic, but found that Yifan was still riding calmly behind him, and even shook his head as he looked at him from afar. Yifan had initially thought Yangjua was quite skilled, but he didn't expect him to make a mistake so quickly, and immediately lost interest in continuing to play with him. Since the opponent is only this strong, there's no need to continue testing them. Yifan tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze fixed on the obstacle ahead. He was ready to finish the battle quickly. Just as Yang Zhua was mocking Yifan for putting on airs, the sound of rapid hooves suddenly came from behind. Yifan rode his Akel horse over two obstacles in quick succession, the horse and rider moving in perfect unison. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had caught up with Yang Zhua. His clean and crisp jumping movements were unlike those of an ordinary student, even making onlookers wonder if he was a professional rider. Gasps of amazement quickly rose from the sidelines. Everyone was stunned by Yifan's equestrian skills. Yu Kuer's eyes were filled with admiration, her gaze towards him growing brighter and brighter, her affection for him rising even higher. Hearing everyone around him praising Yifan, Yang Zhua's composure completely crumbled. Eager to finish the race first, he pulled hard on the reins, but his hasty action caused his horse to instantly lose control. The next second, Yifan had already galloped past him. Yang Zhua, however, was thrown off his horse and fell awkwardly onto the sand. By the time he got up, the victory bell at the finish line had already rung. Yifan successfully cleared the final 1.8-meter obstacle without making a single mistake, winning with a perfect score. Yang Zhua knelt on the sand, feeling as if his most prized possession had been utterly crushed. Yu Kuer immediately ran to Yifan's side, brushed the sand off his clothes, and even sweetly begged him to teach her horseback riding sometime. Yifan smiled and agreed, saying he would definitely teach her step by step when the opportunity arose. The equestrian instructor who had just arrived was also amazed by Yifan's skill level and even offered to let him teach his students. Yifan declined, saying that he was only a senior in college and did not have time to come here to teach for an extended period of time. Everyone was even more shocked after hearing this. Who would have thought that this young man, who casually spent $2 million and was also ridiculously good at horseback riding, hadn't even graduated from university yet? Just then, the system notified him that the mission was complete, and Yifan officially obtained the hand of the saintly healer. A special power quickly gathered in his right palm, and a large amount of medical knowledge also flooded into his mind at the same time. After receiving the reward, Yifan didn't stay with Yu Kuer any longer. He told her to focus on her studies and that he would contact her again when he had time. He then turned and left, leaving Yu Kuer standing there somewhat stunned. She hadn't expected Yifan to spend $2 million on her and even accompany Yang Zhua to the equestrian competition, yet he hadn't made any demands. The more he did this, the more she wanted to get closer to him, and she immediately pinned Yifan's WeChat to the top of her chat list. Yifan knew very well that he would never be a sycophant again. He had done enough. Now he just needed to keep his distance and let Yu Kuer come to him on her own. After leaving the horse farm, Yifan had just reached the nearby playground when he found a crowd suddenly gathered in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Ruan Sile lying on the ground, and the surrounding classmates were in a state of panic and didn't know what to do. Yifan immediately squeezed into the crowd, squatted down, and grasped Ruan Sile's wrist. The moment the saintly doctor's hand touched her, the cause of the illness immediately came to mind: myocardial ischemia, caused by excessive exercise. Knowing the reason, Yifan immediately moved his right palm to her chest, preparing to use his healing skills to help restore blood flow. However, to the surrounding classmates, it seemed that he hadn't performed any first aid procedures. When everyone saw Yifan's hand pressed there, their expressions immediately became strange, and some even couldn't help but wonder, would this guy take advantage of Ruan Xiaohua while she was unconscious? When the onlookers saw Yifan place his hand on Ruan Sile's chest, they immediately spoke up to stop him, convinced that he was taking advantage of her while she was unconscious, and even prepared to pull him away. But the next second, Ruan Sile, whose face had been deathly pale, slowly opened her eyes, and color returned to her face. The people around her fell silent instantly, and the boy was utterly shocked. When Ruan Sile woke up, the first thing she saw was Yifan. Before she could even feel happy, she realized that his hand was still on her chest, and her face immediately turned bright red. Yifan remained calm and told her that he was treating an illness and that she would need to wait a little longer. As the power from his palm flowed into her, Ruan Sile felt her heart gradually become warm and comfortable. Only after confirming that she had fully recovered did Yi Fan withdraw his hand. Ruan Sao quickly stood up and changed the subject, asking him why he hadn't replied to her invitation to the glow in the dark run. Yi Fan took out his phone and realized he had indeed forgotten to reply. Remembering that she had suffered myocardial ischemia due to excessive exercise, he advised her to avoid high-intensity activities and focus on recovering. After hearing this, Ruan Sao felt that Yi Fan cared about her, and her previous slight annoyance vanished instantly. Seeing that she was still weak, Yi Fan decided to take her out for something good to nourish her body. The two got into a Koenigsegg and headed directly to the Wunjina Hotel in the heart of the capital city. This was the high-end therapeutic hotel under Bali Real Estate, over which Yi Fan had just acquired a controlling stake. Wunjina is most famous for its health-focused restaurants, attracting many wealthy individuals and business elites who come here to dine and conduct business. When Ruan Sao saw Yi Fan drive his car into the hotel, her mind immediately began to wander. She thought their progress had suddenly accelerated, but Yi Fan simply told her that the health-focused restaurant on the second floor was perfect for her current health and that she should eat more later. Ruan Sao then realized she had misunderstood and quickly denied it, embarrassed. Yi Fan saw through her little scheme and teased her, saying that with her current physical condition, even if she wanted to exercise with him, she would have to recover first. One sentence immediately made Ruan Sao blush, and she couldn't help but call him a bad guy. But strangely, she didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, she found Yi Fan more attractive than before. Upon entering the restaurant, Yi Fan ordered a table full of health-preserving dishes, including Buddha jumps over the wall, abalone soup, shark fin, and bird's nest, totaling nearly 200,000 yuan, specifically to nourish Ruan Sao's body. The system quickly notified that a woman with a high appearance score of 93 had spent 198,000 yuan, successfully triggering a 200-fold bonus, and 39.6 million yuan was directly deposited into her account. Yi Fan's mood immediately improved. Ruan Sao had only asked him to spend money twice, yet he had already triggered 2 critical hits in a row. Clearly, she was a very worthwhile reward to cultivate over the long term. Ruan Sao was completely stunned when she saw the bill. The meal cost nearly 200,000 yuan. But Yi Fan simply said that considering the ingredients and the chef's skill, the price was actually quite reasonable. Hearing that 200,000 was considered a bargain, Ruan Sao didn't even dare to touch her chopsticks. Yi Fan could only push the bird's nest in front of her to reassure her that she could eat it without worry. Otherwise, it would be a real waste if the waiter threw it away. Ruan Sao then carefully began to eat, but her doubts only grew stronger. She finally couldn't help but look at Yi Fan, wanting to know how he had managed to wake her from unconsciousness using only one hand. When Ruan Sao pressed for an answer, Yi Fan quickly made up a story, explaining that he had just pressed the corresponding acupoints to help blood flow back to the heart, which relieved myocardial ischemia. This explanation sounded reasonable, and since Ruan Sao didn't know anything about medicine, she believed it on the spot. She looked at Yi Fan with even more admiration, thinking this man seemed to know everything. Yi Fan is young, wealthy, and now he can even heal the sick and save lives. Compared to those rich young men who only know how to pursue her with money, Yi Fan almost perfectly matches all of Ruan Sao's fantasies about a boyfriend. Seeing her lost in thought, Yi Fan reminded her that the myocardial ischemia hadn't been completely cured and that she would need long-term care. Ruan Sao immediately pressed for more effective treatment options. Yi Fan told her in a serious tone that it would be best to massage the acupoints near the heart as before, as this would minimize side effects. If the massage could be applied directly to the skin, the treatment would be even more effective. Ruan Sao's face flushed instantly upon hearing this, and she muttered "pervert" under her breath before burying her head in her food. Though she appeared shy, she was genuinely beginning to consider this treatment method. After finishing their meal, the two were about to leave when Ruan Sao suddenly saw a glamorous woman in a business suit passing by and immediately called out happily, "Sister and I?" The woman stopped, and her expression softened noticeably when she saw Ruan Sao. Her name was Enai Lunyue, Ruan Sao's best friend and a senior from Imperial University. Ruan Sao quickly introduced Yi Fan. Enai Lunyue then turned to look at him, her gentle expression instantly turning cold. and simply introduced herself. Yifan noticed that her appearance score was a whopping 94. Ruansile also told him that Ni Lunyue's grandfather was one of the shareholders of Imperial University, and that she herself was the president of the Ni Group. Upon hearing the name Ni Group, Yifan immediately thought of the Ni family, one of the most prominent families in the capital. However, women who are truly wealthy have very high standards, and it's clearly not that easy to get them to spend money on you and get rewards. Therefore, Yifan quickly lost interest in approaching her. Ni Lingyue, however, kept scrutinizing him before pulling Ruansile into a nearby private room, leaving Yifan to wait outside. As soon as they entered the private room, Ni Lingyue asked Yifan if he was her boyfriend. Ruansile blushed and quickly denied it, saying that they were just ordinary classmates, but her shy appearance had already given everything away. Ni Lingyue immediately reminded her not to be fooled by the handsome guy. In her opinion, Yifan was too good-looking, and men like that usually had no shortage of women around them. Ruansile had never been in a relationship before, so she was likely to be taken advantage of. But Ruansile immediately spoke up for Yifan, saying that he had spent 500,000 yuan to help her out of a predicament the first time they met, and that he had even saved her life today. He was handsome, rich, skilled in medicine, and a very gentlemanly person. The more Ni Lungyue listened, the more dangerous it seemed. Handsome, rich, and skilled in medicine, this near-perfect man was too unreal. She was convinced that Ruansile was completely smitten. But Ruansile turned around and advised her not to just focus on work all day, but to find a man to date. And Lingyue was just about to bring this silly girl to her senses when the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A man wearing a gold chain walked in, casually threw several stacks of cash on the table, and arrogantly said, "The outer private rooms are all full. I'll take this one. You two take the money and get out of here." The man who barged into the private room was named Sun Dahai, the owner of a materials company in the capital. He had come to Wenjina today to discuss cooperation, but because he hadn't made a reservation in advance, he found that all the private rooms were already full when he arrived. He checked several private rooms, but seeing that they were all occupied by men, he didn't dare to do anything rash. However, when he discovered that Ni Lungyue and Ruansile were alone with only two girls, he suddenly had an idea: to forcibly kick them out. Ni Lingyue naturally wouldn't tolerate him and directly questioned him about why he had barged into someone else's reserved private room. Sun Dahai, however, threw out some banknotes, telling them to take the money and leave, and not to delay his entertaining of his VIP guests. Ni Lungyue coldly refused and pressed the service bell to call a staff member. However, Sun Dahai directly brought up Zhao Tianrui, a director of Baoli Real Estate, claiming that he was going to host a banquet for Director Zhao later, and anyone who dared to delay would bear the consequences. Upon hearing Chairman Zhao's name, the waiter panicked and tried to persuade the two girls to vacate the private room. And Lingyue, unaccustomed to such humiliation, refused on the spot, and the two sides reached a complete stalemate. Enraged, Sun Dahai grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it on the table. Shards flew everywhere, one of them cutting Ni Lingyue's calf. He arrogantly threatened that next time he might smash it somewhere else entirely. But before he could finish speaking, Sun Dahai was suddenly kicked in the back, sending him flying several steps. Yifan stood at the door, his face icy cold. Ruansile saw him and immediately threw herself into his arms. Yifan gently patted her to comfort her, telling her not to be afraid. It turned out that he had been waiting outside for too long and then heard a loud noise coming from the private room. So he rushed over to check and just happened to witness Sun Dahai committing the crime. After getting up, Sun Dahai was furious and immediately ordered the waiter to call the hotel manager, Guotaiha. He also declared that Manager Guo was one of his men and that Yifan would pay the price for his kick when he arrived. Yifan frowned upon hearing this. He had only recently become a major shareholder of Baoli Real Estate, and yet such people were already abusing their positions for personal gain in one of its hotels. It seemed that the industry needed a thorough overhaul. Not long after, Guotaiha arrived with several security guards. Sun Dahai immediately played the victim, accusing Guotaiha of taking Yifan into custody and driving away the two women to prevent them from interfering with his business negotiations when Chairman Zhao arrived. Guataiha had clearly received a lot of benefits from Sun Dahai. Without even asking what happened, he directly told Enai Lungyue and Ruansile to leave and threatened Yi Fan that he must cooperate with the investigation or he would call the police immediately. Enai Lungyue was about to argue when she noticed Yi Fan suddenly laugh. Guataiha asked him what he was laughing at, and Yi Fan simply said that his behavior was just like his own and was ruining Bao's reputation. Guataiha hadn't quite understood when Sun Dahai suddenly saw someone coming in through the door and immediately put on a fawning smile to greet them. It was because Zhao Tianrui, the director of Bao Real Estate whom he had been eagerly waiting for, had finally arrived. Sun Dahai, all smiles, stretched out his hands to welcome them, explaining that there had been a minor misunderstanding in the private room. But Zhao Tianrui's expression changed instantly when he saw who was inside. He completely ignored Sun Dahai's outstretched hand, instead walking right past him and quickly heading towards the calm-looking Yi Fan amidst everyone's astonished gazes. "Chairman Yi, seeing is believing. I never expected to meet you here today," Zhao Tianrui said with a big smile as he quickly walked up to Yi Fan. His respectful attitude stunned everyone in the private room. Seeing that no one had reacted yet, Zhao Tianrui directly revealed Yi Fan's identity. This young man in front of them had already acquired 75% of Bao Real Estate shares, making him the company's largest shareholder and the true highest authority on the board of directors. Upon hearing this, Ruansile's face was filled with admiration, and Enai Lingyue's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. But Sun Dahai and Guataiha, who had been so arrogant just moments before, instantly turned pale, and even their legs began to tremble. They never imagined that the person who had just been shouting to drive them away and even hold them accountable was actually the new boss of Bao Real Estate, and a powerful figure who could decide their fate with a single word. Seeing the two still standing there dumbfounded, Zhao Tianrui immediately told them in a cold voice to greet Yi Fan. Only then did the two come to their senses, stammering out, "Chairman Yi," not daring to even raise their heads. Ruansile then recounted everything that had just happened. Sun Dahai, in order to seize the private room, first tried to force people out with money, and then smashed a wine bottle to threaten them. When Guataiha arrived, he immediately sided with the other side. Zhao Tianrui was furious after hearing the whole story and slammed his hand on the table. Sun Dahai and Guataiha's legs went weak, and they immediately knelt down, one frantically shifting the blame and the other repeatedly kowtowing and begging Yi Fan to let them go. Yi Fan didn't bother arguing with them, only glancing indifferently at Zhao Tianrui. At his current position, he no longer needed to speak up. Others naturally knew what to do. Zhao Tianrui immediately understood and announced on the spot that Bao Real Estate was terminating all cooperation with Sun Dahai's company, and that any further losses would be pursued. This single sentence effectively cut off Sun Dahai's most important source of business. Immediately afterwards, he told Guataiha to resign immediately and made it clear that the entire industry would never give someone who accepted bribes and violated hotel rules another chance. Guataiha was completely devastated after hearing this. He realized that he had ruined his future just for Sun Dahai's little benefit. His anger instantly turned on the other man, and the two started fighting on the spot. Zhao Tianrui, too lazy to look at them anymore, simply ordered the security guards to drag the people out, then cautiously asked Yi Fan if he was satisfied. Yi Fan calmly replied that he trusted Zhao Tianrui's experience in handling matters. After the private room quieted down again, Ruansile could no longer hide her admiration. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to be the chairman of Bao Real Estate. Even the usually aloof Enai Lungyue took the initiative to thank him. As the three were about to leave, Ruansile suddenly noticed that Enai Lungyue was walking unsteadily. Looking down, she saw that her calf was still bleeding from the cut she had made by the shards of the wine bottle. Enai Lungyue thought it was just a minor injury and was about to go out and find somewhere to treat it. Ruansile, however, disagreed. Remembering that Yi Fan had just saved her, she immediately turned to look at him. "By the way, Yi Fan's medical skills are excellent. Yi Fan, could you please examine Sister Enai first?" When Enai Lingyue heard that Yi Fan wanted to examine her calf, she felt inexplicably nervous and quickly waved her hand, saying it wasn't necessary. But Yi Fan had already seen the wound on her leg, which was at least 7 or 8 centimeters long and could easily become infected if not treated promptly. Yi Fan nodded to Ruan-sil, not giving Enai Lingyue a chance to refuse again, and went directly to her side to check. Enai Lingyue had no choice but to cooperate obediently, and when she couldn't stand steadily, she had a hold onto Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan glanced at the wound and said in a low voice, "The wound is quite exposed and must be treated immediately." In order not to reveal the abnormality of the saintly physician's hand, he got up and asked the waiter to bring some gauze and ordinary ointment. After all, Enai Lingyue was knowledgeable and experienced, unlike Ruan-sil, who was naive and easily fooled. After the things were delivered, Yi Fan applied the ointment to the wound, covered it with gauze, pressed the gauze with his right hand, and secretly used his palm power to treat her. This, Enai Lingyue couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Yi Fan's palm strike caused the wound to heal rapidly, and the stinging pain from the regeneration of flesh and blood was unbearable for her. A moment later, Yi Fan lifted the gauze and wiped away the ointment. The once gruesome wound was now just a faint healing mark. This was only because he had deliberately held back. Otherwise, his calf would have long since healed as if it had never been injured. Enai Lingyue stared at the wound, covering her mouth in astonishment. In such a short time, Yi Fan had managed to heal the injury to this extent. Coupled with his status as the chairman of Bali Real Estate, she finally understood that everything her best friend had said before was true. The man before her was frighteningly outstanding. Enai Lingyue's attitude towards Yi Fan unconsciously softened, revealing a newfound appreciation and admiration. She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yi Fan, how did you do that?" Yi Fan explained without changing his expression that the ointment he had just used was specially made by him and had a miraculous effect on wound healing. Enai Lingyue suddenly realized and took the initiative to extend her hand to thank him. "I didn't expect Mr. Yi Fan to be so young and so outstanding in every way. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Yi Fan held her hand, and seeing her relaxed expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seems that getting the reward isn't entirely out of the question. Yi Fan secretly added Enai Lingyue to his list of potential customers. Seeing that Enai Lingyue's opinion of Yi Fan had changed, Ruan-sil was overjoyed. The three of them left the Wenjina Hotel, chatting and laughing. Afterwards, Yi Fan and Enai Lingyue added each other on WeChat. Enai Lingyue went back to her company to work, while Yi Fan took Ruan-sil back to school. It was Friday, and Ruan-sil had classes in the afternoon. After she got out of the car and left, Yi Fan was casually scrolling through his phone when Yukur, whom he had just interacted with that morning, suddenly sent him a message. "Junior brother Yi Fan, where are you now? Everyone's class is over. What are your plans now?" The message was followed by a cute cat emoji. Yi Fan smiled and replied, "Then come to the school gate now, and I'll take you out to play." Yukur, who had been staring at her phone in the dormitory, was overjoyed when she saw the reply and immediately began to carefully dress up. She changed into her most prestigious off-the-shoulder lace dress, slipped on pointed stilettos, sprayed on a sweet, fruity, expensive perfume, picked up her designer handbag, and clattered out the door. On the school path, Yukur's eye-catching outfit quickly attracted a lot of attention. Some people recognized her and whispered among themselves, "Isn't that the notoriously materialistic senior? Dressed so formally, who is she going to see?" Then someone else got interested, saying that she almost never went out with boys, so why not go with her and see? Before long, a group of classmates, ready to gossip, gathered around Yukur. Yukur was already used to this kind of attention, and without stopping, she walked straight towards the school gate. At this moment, Yi Fan was sitting in his Knesset, idly tapping the steering wheel while waiting for her. Suddenly, he saw a large group of people surging towards the school gate in the distance, and walking at the front was Yukur. After changing into suitable makeup and styling, she was even more beautiful and alluring than when she wore her equestrian outfit that morning. Yukur arrived at the school gate and looked around. Soon she saw Yi Fan sitting in a Connie Seiko waving at her. She was overjoyed again. He was indeed a wealthy man with real substance. Even his car was so impressive. She quickly got into the car. The onlookers were all astonished to see Yukur get into the Koenigsegg without hesitation. "My God, senior sister Yukur, actually got into someone else's car. Someone immediately recognized the car and exclaimed that it was the Koenigsegg of the rich guy. They didn't expect that even a gold digger like Yukuer could be easily won over by him. The boys who had given Yifan directions that morning happened to pass by and rub their eyes when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that Yukuer, whom they had been talking about that morning, had gotten into a man's car in just one morning. Some people craned their necks, eager to see who the driver was. Just then, the Koenigsegg's window slowly rolled down. When the group saw Yifan in the driver's seat, they all froze in place. Chapter 32. Don't try to save money for him. Good heavens. The boys then realized that the man in front of them was the one who had asked them about Yukuer that morning. It turns out he's the Koenigsegg owner who's been the talk of the school lately. Even more outrageous, the materialistic senior they've all been longing for, the one no one else could win over, actually got in his car with him. The thought of how they had earnestly advised Yifan not to waste his time that morning made the group so embarrassed they wanted to dig their toes into the ground. Just then, Yifan saw them and greeted them with a smile. Brothers, what a coincidence. Thanks for what you did this morning. The boys could only force out smiles that looked more like grimaces, indicating that they were welcome. Then they watched helplessly as Yifan drove off with their goddess. In the car, Yukuer's eyes lit up with excitement as she gently tapped her fingers together and asked, Junior brother Yifan, where are we going? Yifan raised an eyebrow. Of course, we'll go to your favorite place. Yukuer felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation. Soon, the car stopped downstairs at SKP, the most famous department store in the capital. Upon seeing the buildings outside, Yukuer's eyes lit up instantly. The first time he asked her out, he brought her to a top-tier department store in the capital. This man really understood her. It's worth noting that SKP in Beijing is a legendary shopping mall that has achieved single-day sales exceeding 1 billion yuan, and it's even known on social media as a place that people with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan wouldn't dare to casually visit. Yukuer became more and more excited, almost regarding Yifan as her dream lover. Yifan didn't waste any words and directly led her into the Chanel store. As soon as he entered the store, he took out his Sayab Bank Diamond card and waved it in front of Yukuer and the sales assistant. Take whatever bags and clothes you like here. Just don't try to save me any money. Yukuer was overjoyed and felt like she could fly. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and they immediately surrounded her to provide enthusiastic service, busy recommending clothes and bags to her. Soon, Yifan heard a system notification. Spending 1,015,000 yuan on a woman with a 94-point high appearance has triggered a critical hit reward. Congratulations on obtaining the SKP department store in Beijing, worth 20 billion yuan. Yifan's face showed a satisfied expression. This king of stores, which had the highest sales per square foot in Asia and the second highest in the world, was now his property. Looking at the pile of bags and packages around her, Yukuer felt as happy as if she were walking on clouds. Yifan told her to pack up and prepare to go to the next store. After calming down a bit, Yukuer pretended to be reserved and declined, saying, Junior brother Yifan, you've already spent so much money on me today. I'm already very satisfied. Yifan clicked his tongue and said, Senior sister Kerr, don't pretend in front of me. Do you know what I admire most about you? You care a shu care hit blankly. Yifan said seriously, what I like most about you is that you know how to spend money and dare to spend it. This shows that you are different from those ordinary women outside. He continued, I dislike women who are always trying to save me money. They seem too polite and don't treat me like family at all. Seeing that Yukuer seemed a little confused, Yifan added, Moreover, a fortune teller once told me that a beautiful woman like you, who has a high level of attractiveness, will bring me a lot of good fortune if she spends more of my money. Yukuer suddenly realized. She had heard that wealthy people were somewhat superstitious, so Yifan's insistence on her spending money seemed to make sense. She immediately smiled and nodded. All right then, let's continue shopping and bring more fortune to junior brother Yifan. After they reached an agreement, Yifan took her to a Hermes store, which was even more expensive than Chanel. Yukuer rushed into the pile of luxury goods and had a great time picking them out, while Yifan sat on a leather sofa in the center of the store and leisurely started scrolling through his phone. Anyway, it was Yukuer who was in charge of spending money. He just needed to wait for the rebates and rewards to arrive. On the other side, Yukur was surrounded by sales assistants trying on bags and clothes. The scene was as lively as a battle. Just then, a man and a woman walked in from outside. Seeing that no one came to greet them, the woman immediately frowned and snapped. "What's wrong with your shop? Don't you have anyone to serve your customers?" Yifan recognized the voice. He put down his phone and looked at the person in front of him. It turned out to be Xiao Xiao, his first love, who dumped him after the college entrance exam because she thought he had no money and no future. Xiao Xiao was stunned when she saw Yifan. He was several times more handsome than before, and what shocked her even more was that this was the Hermes store in SKP. How could a poor guy like Yifan be here? The man next to her was Gu Zhongyu, her current boyfriend. Seeing Yifan sitting alone on the sofa, Gu Zhongyu immediately put his arm around Xiao Xiao and walked over. He looked down at her and laughed. "You must be Xiao Xiao's poor first love, right? I really owe you a lot, because I was able to be with Xiao Xiao." As he spoke, he deliberately pretended to be generous. "Brother, to thank you, pick out any item from Hermes later, and I'll pay for it for you as a thank you gift." Xiao Xiao immediately stopped him coquettishly. "Brother Zhongyu, why are you being so kind? There's no need to spend money on this poor loser." After they finished talking, the two deliberately clung to each other, making Yifan almost nauseous. He raised his hand to fan his nose and sneered. "You took this tattered shoe, and that's fine, but why did you have to wear it here to stink up my nose? Didn't you notice that the air here gets stuffy as soon as you came over?" Xiao Xiao and Gu Zhongyu, who had been acting superior, were instantly put to an ugly state by the rebuke. Gu Zhongyu was furious and embarrassed. "What's the use of just talking? I only came to the mall alone because I felt sorry for you out of consideration for Xiao Xiao." He got angrier and angrier as he spoke and decided to ask the staff to kick Yifan out. "Since you are so ungrateful, this kind of high-class place does not welcome people like you." Just as he was looking around for a shop assistant, Yukur came running out happily, carrying several classic bags, and plopped down next to Yifan. Gu Zhongyu's eyes widened suddenly. "Isn't this Yukur, the white moonlight girl he's been pursuing relentlessly but to no avail?" Chapter 33, Showing Off Your Love Will Lead to a Quick Demise. Yukur excitedly held up the bag beside her and asked Yifan in a sweet voice, "Junior brother Yifan, which of these bags do you think is the most suitable for me? I'd like to hear your advice." Yifan smiled casually. "Senior sister Kuer is so beautiful and generous. Of course she can handle them all. Listen to me. She'll win them all over." Yukur immediately hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Junior brother Yifan, you're too good to me." Just then, a voice filled with shock and flattery came over. "Kuer, are you shopping here today too?" Gu Zhongyu stood not far away, his tone cautious. Anyone could see that Yukur held a significant place in his heart. When Yukur heard the familiar voice, she turned around and saw that it was Gu Zhongyu, who had been sending her gifts and trying to pursue her. Her brows immediately furrowed. "Gu Zhongyu, what are you doing here? Didn't I return the bag you gave me a couple of days ago? You didn't come all this way just to follow me here, did you?" Gu Zhongyu and Yukur were junior high school classmates. From then on, he liked Yukur and regarded her as his one and only ideal woman. However, Yukur just couldn't stand him and was especially annoyed by his persistent pursuit. Even though Yukur was materialistic, she never bothered to look at the things Gu Zhongyu gave her. But even though Gu Zhongyu had one girlfriend after another, he always thought about Yukur and tried every means to give her gifts and make his presence felt. Although his relationship with Xiao Xiao seems stable now, he still hasn't stopped trying to please Yukur. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's face instantly turned extremely ugly. But Gu Zhongyu is her most important eligible bachelor right now, so she didn't dare to turn against him on the spot. She could only tug at his sleeve, trying to take him away. To everyone's surprise, Gu Zhongyu didn't even notice her. He shook off her hand, stared at Yifan next to Yukur, and asked with heartache, "Kur, what is your relationship with this man on the sofa?" When Yifan saw Gu Zhongyu's infatuated expression, he almost burst out laughing. It turned out that his first love, Xiao Xiao, was just someone else's backup plan. This materialistic senior sister beside him was the true love that Gu Zhongyu couldn't have. "This is going to be interesting." Yifan crossed his legs, casually pulled Yukur closer to his chest, and prepared to watch how this show would unfold. Yukur's heart fluttered when he put his arm around her. But when she saw Gu Zhongyu's heartbroken and angry expression, she immediately became unhappy. Gu Zhongyu, are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours who I am with? She became increasingly rude. And what right do you have to call me junior brother Yi Fan, this man? My junior brother Yi Fan is the best man in the world. You, a good-for-nothing son raised by your parents, dare to yell at me here. Gu Zhongyu turned pale from the scolding, first looking hurt, then glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. Kur, have you been fooled by him? He was dumped by my girlfriend because he wasn't good enough. I'm much better off than him, right? Whatever you like here, I can buy it for you. These words broke Yi Xiao completely. With a sob in her voice, she grabbed Gu Zhongyu's hand. Brother Zhongyu, isn't it going too far to fawn over another woman in front of me? Gu Zhongyu glanced back at her, then forcefully pulled his hand away, not even bothering to help Yi Xiao up after she fell to the ground. You think you're worthy to compare yourself to Kur? I don't have time to mess around with you right now. If you're smart, just stay on the sidelines and wait, or don't blame me for slapping you later. The two were just showing affection in front of Yi Fan have now become a resentful couple. The man looks disgusted, while the woman can only endure it with resentment. Yi Fan almost wanted to applaud. This is probably what they call showing off your love leads to a quick death, especially when villains show off their love. It's like instant karma. Only then did Yu Kuer realize that Gu Zhongyu and his current girlfriend had such a grudge against Yi Fan. That woman was incredibly blind to have hurt such a good person as Yi Fan's junior brother. Yu Kuer couldn't swallow this insult. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly asked Gu Zhongyu, "You just said you could buy me anything I wanted here, right?" Gu Zhongyu's eyes immediately lit up with hope, and he nodded repeatedly. "Of course. No matter which one you like, I can buy it for you." Yu Kuer deliberately touched her lips with her manicured fingers, pretending to think seriously, and then raised her hand to point to the entire wall of bags opposite her. "Then I want this whole wall of bags. Is that okay with you?" Gu Zhongyu looked in the direction she pointed, and his face immediately froze. That entire wall was filled with top-of-the-line Hermes bags. Although he's from a wealthy family, he still has to report his expenses to his family. With his own living expenses, buying even one item would be a struggle, let alone an entire wall. Gu Zhongyu said awkwardly, "I just said any one item, but you suddenly want an entire wall, Yu Kuer immediately snorted. "I knew you couldn't do it, so I never expected anything from you anyway." After saying that, she leaned on Yi Fan's shoulder and said in a coquettish voice, "Junior brother Yi Fan, these bags are just a little pocket money for you, right?" Yi Fan saw through her little thoughts and affectionately pinched the tip of her delicate nose. "Of course, as long as senior sister Kuer is happy, money is nothing to me." After saying that, Yi Fan prepared to call the sales assistant over to pay. Upon seeing this, Gu Zhongyu immediately laughed mockingly. "No, have you never bought luxury goods before, so you have no idea about the price of Hermes? Do you know how much all these bags on this wall cost? And you still dare to shamelessly say you're willing to pay for them." Yi Xiao clearly didn't believe Yi Fan had that ability either, so she stood next to Gu Zhongyu with her arms crossed, waiting to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself on the spot. Chapter 34, The Third Critical Hit. Several sales assistants rushed forward, calculated the prices of all the bags Yu Kuer had chosen, and then swiped the diamond card that Yi Fan handed over. Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiao were still holding their chins up, waiting to hear the insufficient balance message so they could laugh at Yi Fan mercilessly. But the next second, the POS machine successfully read the card, and the payment receipt slowly came out. Ding! You spent 13.8 million yuan on a woman with a score of 94 for beauty, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations on acquiring 100% equity in Youwu Entertainment Media Company, valued at 2 billion yuan. The third critical hit was successful. Yi Fan was in a great mood, and the more he looked at Yu Kuer beside him, the more pleasing she seemed. He really hadn't made a mistake in choosing this gold digger. She was practically his lucky charm. The sales assistant said respectfully, "Sir, your payment has been successful. We will now pack the goods for you in Mississippi." "What?" Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiao's expressions changed instantly. The two rushed to the sales assistant, snatched the receipt, and saw that it clearly stated 13.8 million. Gu Zhongyu's voice trembled with shock. Yi Fan spent 13.8 million in one go. Yi Xiao also covered her mouth. her eyes completely different. She left Yifan because she thought his family wasn't well off, but she never expected that Yifan would become a tycoon who could spend tens of millions without batting an eye. She felt both regret and resentment, and her gaze towards Yifan even held a hint of longing. Yifan ignored them, in a good mood, and casually pointed to a row of luxury goods, asking the shop assistant to continue wrapping them up for Yukur. Ding! Spending 1.2 million yuan has triggered an 8x rebate, resulting in a rebate of 9.6 million yuan. Yukur was completely captivated by Yifan's generosity. Her eyes were filled with him, and she was convinced that she would never meet a better man than him. Forgetting all about being reserved, she leaned down and kissed Yifan on the cheek. Junior brother Yifan, I like you the most. Seeing Yukur fawning over Yifan like this, Gu Zhongyu was furious. But Yifan could casually spend tens of millions, making him someone Gu Zhongyu could not easily provoke. All he could do was rage helplessly. Yifan felt the soft touch on his face and mischievously pinched Yukur's waist. Looking up, he saw Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiao still standing in front of him. He frowned and immediately called over a shop assistant. These two are an eyesore here, ruining my mood. The shop assistant immediately understood. They could tell who was more important, a big customer who spent tens of millions in a single transaction, and two people who have been arguing for ages without spending a penny. Several shop assistants immediately gestured for Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiao to leave. Gu Zhongyu didn't dare to confront Yifan directly, so he could only stubbornly say, "This shop will listen to you. I don't believe that every shop here will listen to you and kick us out." After saying that, urged by the shop assistant, he pulled Yi Xiao, who was still looking at Yifan with reluctance, away. Yifan gently stroked Yukur's small hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. If Gu Zhongyu hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that this SKP was originally his property. Since they're being stubborn, let's make them turn away from every single store. Yifan took out his phone, dialed the number of the SKP manager, and briefly explained the situation. At this moment, Yukur looked at the bags at her feet, quickly picked up the packaging bags of the most expensive bags on the wall, and whispered, "Junior brother Yifan, I just casually mentioned these bags to you to get back at you. Why don't you return them?" She had genuinely come to regard Yifan as the man she wanted to cherish, and was willing to consider the other person's feelings when she was with him. Yifan was somewhat surprised, and his heart softened a little more towards her. But backing out was out of the question. He didn't want to let the reward from the entertainment media company he had just acquired slip away. He said directly, "Senior Sister Kur, as I said, there's no reason to ask for the money back after it's been spent. If you really care about me, then accept these bags. And don't say such silly things again, understand?" These slightly domineering words didn't offend Yukur. Instead, they moved her even more. She nodded obediently, thinking to herself that she would definitely repay Yifan in any way she could in the future. On the other side, after being kicked out of Hermes, Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiao were each preoccupied with their own thoughts, but they still pretended to be a loving couple and wanted to go to other stores to browse, pretending that nothing had just happened. But as soon as the two arrived at the entrance of the Nike store, the staff put up a sign that said no entry. Gu Zhongyu muttered in dissatisfaction, "There are clearly so many other guests inside. Why won't they let us in as soon as we arrive?" He then took Yi Xiao to the Dior store. Before they even stepped inside, a salesperson came over with a broom and chased them out. Gu Zhongyu exploded on the spot. "What do you mean? Is this how you treat your customers? Believe me or not, I'll file a complaint against you." Yi Xiao chimed in. "That's right, believe it or not, we'll file a complaint." The shop assistants laughed after hearing this and told them directly, "Go ahead and try if you dare. You've offended the person in charge of SKP, Chairman Yifan. Right now, no store in SKP will welcome you." After saying that, the shop assistant glared at them disdainfully, then turned and went back into the shop to get busy. It was only then that Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiao understood why things had been so unusual since they left Hermes. Gu Zhongyu grabbed Yi Xiao in a fit of rage. "Your ex-boyfriend is actually the chairman of SKP? Are you deliberately lying to me? If it weren't for you, would I be so humiliated today?" Yi Xiao was equally bewildered and regretful. If she had known Yifan would end up like this, how could she have given him up and gone to find this useless Gu Zhongyu? The two walked around in a daze, looking rather estranged, when they happened to run into Yi Fan and Yu Ke, who had just come out of Hermes. Behind them followed a group of staff members who helped carry their bags. Chapter 35, She Chose a Bicycle. Seeing Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiaoxiao standing frozen in the middle of the road, Yu Ke immediately reminded them impatiently, "Please move aside. Don't block the way." After saying that, she took Yi Fan's arm and walked past the two men, whose faces were pale. A staff member chasing after them accidentally bumped into them, making the two men even more embarrassed. Yi Xiaoxiao watched Yu Ke nestle beside Yi Fan, looking so superior, and she was consumed by jealousy. All of this should have belonged to her. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly shook off Gu Zhongyu's outstretched hand and said coldly, "Gu Zhongyu, let's break up? I've realized I still can't let go of Yi Fan." Gu Zhongyu was stunned. He never imagined that on the same day, the same man would steal away both his first love and his current girlfriend. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Yi Xiaoxiao's face was resolute. "Of course. Compared to Yi Fan, you are far inferior. Not to mention how you treated me at Hermes just now. Don't contact me again." After saying that, she left without looking back. At that moment, she had made up her mind that she would do whatever it took to get back to Yi Fan's side. She couldn't believe that a relationship from their student days could end so easily, and she couldn't believe that Yi Fan truly had no feelings for her at all. In the center of them all, only Gu Zhongyu remained, clutching his head and kneeling on the ground in anguish. On the other side, Yu Ke looked at the luxury bags piled up in the trunk of the Koenigsegg, secretly took out a small gift bag, and happily sat in the passenger seat. Yi Fan hadn't been driving long when he noticed the woman beside him was deliberately making noise. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and his breath hitched. Yu Ke had already taken out a pair of black stockings from the gift bag, kicked off her high heels, and slowly slipped them on her legs. The black stockings made her legs even more eye-catching, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. She crossed her legs and asked with a smile, "Junior brother Yi Fan, do I look good in this? Do you want to feel how silky it is?" Yi Fan felt a surge of anger rising within him. This woman was truly a vixen. Under Yu Ke's persistent coaxing, Yi Fan could only free one hand and, following the guidance of her slender fingers, feel the warm, silky touch. Yu Ke then pretended to be fierce and reminded her, "You can't deliberately touch other places." Yi Fan feigned ignorance. "Other places? Where exactly are you referring to, senior sister?" Yu Ke raised her hand and gently punched him. "You bad boy. You know the answer already." The atmosphere inside the car was just getting warm when the system voice suddenly sounded. "Ding! Mission reward. Take Yu Ke on a bicycle tour around the Imperial University of Beijing. Completion will reward you with a bottle of intermediate gene upgrade fluid." Yi Fan was taken aback. Cycling around campus? This task was too strange. However, the previous basic upgrade potion had already significantly improved his appearance and physique, so he was naturally looking forward to this intermediate upgrade potion as well. For the reward, he had no choice but to comply. So he said, "Senior Sister Ke, when we get to school, I'll take you on a bike ride around the campus. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ke's face immediately lit up with surprise. "Really? Isn't that just like the male and female leads in an idol drama? Okay, I'm willing to cooperate with anything junior brother Yi Fan wants to do." Yi Fan had to admit that gold diggers were indeed adept at providing emotional value. Obedient, sensible, and willing to cooperate, what man wouldn't like such a woman? When they arrived at the entrance to the Imperial University campus, Yi Fan dropped Yu Ke off and told her to wait by the roadside while he parked his car and rode his bicycle back to pick her up. Yu Ke nodded obediently and stood quietly by the roadside waiting for Yi Fan. But she was someone who attracted attention wherever she went, and now, wearing a red dress and black stockings, she quickly attracted the attention of many passing students. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 2 million yuan slowly drove up and stopped beside Yu Ke. The man in the car was Ji Lingchong, her junior from her second year of university, who had once pursued her. Ji Lingchong leaned out and greeted her with a smile. "Senior Sister Ke, you're all dressed up so beautifully. Where are you headed? Want to get in my car? I'll give you a ride." Yu Ke merely glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to even reply, and raised her chin to look elsewhere. Ji Lingchong was already used to her coldness, so instead of backing down, he continued to try to please her. "Senior sister, please give me some face this time. I'll take you to some fun places, and I can buy you whatever you want depending on the situation." Yu Kuer was getting annoyed by his words and was about to tell him to leave when she saw Yi Fan appear on a bicycle. Her impatience vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised joy. The next second, she skipped excitedly towards Yi Fan. Ji Lingchong watched in disbelief as Yu Kuer ran to a man riding a bicycle and happily sat on the back seat. He was completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand why Yu Kuer, a notorious gold digger, would refuse to ride his luxury car and instead ride in someone else's bicycle, and even laugh so genuinely about it. Not only Ji Lingchong, but all the classmates passing by were shocked. Yu Kuer, who was obsessed with money, had actually started playing with pure love. Everyone's mouths gaped open, unable to close them for a long time. Ji Lingchong finally couldn't hold back any longer and leaned out the car window to shout, "Senior sister Kuer? That's a bicycle, and a shared bicycle at that." He pressed on, unwilling to give up. "Why would you choose a man riding a bicycle instead of me?" Yu Kuer was already sitting steadily in the back seat of Yi Fan, her 10 slender fingers gently gripping the hem of his clothes, her face full of a happy smile. She glanced back at Ji Lingchong and said lightly, "For no reason, probably because you're not Yi Fan's junior brother. As long as it's junior brother Yi Fan, I don't care how many wheels he drives to pick me up. I'm happy as long as I can be with him." These words struck Ji Lingchong and the students watching like a bolt of lightning. Everyone's worldview was shattered, and they could only watch helplessly as Yi Fan rode a shared bicycle, taking the beautiful Yu Kuer further and further away. Chapter 36: The Professional Confessor. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman became the most eye-catching sight on the school road, even just riding their bicycles. In particular, when someone recognized Yu Kuer sitting on the back, they immediately raised their phone to take pictures. Soon, the post titled "Gold Digging Girl Yu Kuer Would Rather Sit on the Back of a Bicycle and Cry" topped the list on the Beijing University Forum. The campus instantly erupted in discussion, with everyone debating whether she had reformed. Those rich kids who failed to win her heart were collectively devastated, unable to understand where they went wrong. Some even formed a heartbreak alliance to mourn their hopelessly unfulfilled youth. Yi Fan and Yu Kuer had no idea that the forum had become so lively. The two were only immersed in the evening campus, Yu Kuer holding him tightly around the waist, her heart feeling closer to anyone than ever before. When the bicycle reached the dormitory building, Yi Fan suddenly braked sharply, and Yu Kuer bumped directly into his back. Hearing his triumphant laughter, she could only gently pinch his waist and playfully scold him for being annoying. Yi Fan then told her that the bag and luxury goods he bought today had already been delivered to her dorm by a reliable classmate, saving her the trouble of making another trip. Yu Kuer's heart softened again. This man is always so thoughtful. She simply can't resist him. Blushing, she said that today is the happiest day of her life. Yi Fan teased her on purpose, asking if it was just a verbal thank you. Yu Kuer loved his playful antics, immediately hugging his arm and kissing him on the cheek. After the kiss, she was so shy that she turned and ran back to her dormitory. Her heart was pounding all the way. This man was just too irresistible for her. Yi Fan watched her run off and couldn't help but smile. Just then, his phone rang. It was Luo Hanji calling. On the phone, Luo Hanji's voice sounded uneasy. She said she was about to go out for dinner, but there were strange people at the dormitory entrance calling her name through a loudspeaker, telling her to come out. She tried to suppress her sobs and whispered to Yi Fan if he could come pick her up. She was a little scared. Yi Fan immediately frowned and told her not to be afraid, that he would be right there. After hanging up the phone, Luo Hanji hid in the dormitory building and looked outside. The boy at the door was still calling her through a megaphone, and a group of classmates had gathered around to watch the commotion. She could only hope that Yi Fan would arrive soon. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived near the dormitory building. From a distance, he saw a crowd gathered in front of the door, and a heart shape made of candles on the ground. Upon seeing Yi Fan appear, Luo Hanji immediately ran to his side. Yi Fan reached out to shield her and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." When the boy with the megaphone saw Luo Hanji run out, he and a few of his brothers chased after her, shouting that as long as she heard his confession, she would understand his true feelings. Yi Fan recognized the voice, looked up, and was speechless. The person confessing was none other than Lu Gaoyuan, the one who had stopped Ruan Sile from confessing her love earlier. Yi Fan rubbed his forehead, unable to resist complaining. "It's you again? Are you some kind of professional confession expert? Or did you start a confession club specifically to catch pretty girls and meet your KPIs?" Lu Gaoyuan didn't expect to run into Yi Fan again and be teased by him in public. He immediately lost face and quickly raised a megaphone to bolster his courage. He loudly defended himself, saying that every confession he made was sincere and asked Yi Fan not to ruin his reputation in front of Luo Hanji. He also said that he had specially invited a capable brother to help him this time. Lu Gaoyuan pointed triumphantly to the prepared confession venue, shouting that once his brother arrived, he could help him complete an epic confession, and no matter how rich Yi Fan was, he wouldn't be able to ruin it this time. After saying that, he even imitated the villain's laughter on TV, but after a few laughs, he felt it was too lewd and quickly stopped. Yi Fan just felt bored and couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such a self-indulgent person. He held Luo Hanji protectively in his arms, preparing to take her away directly. But Lu Gaoyuan suddenly looked behind him. His eyes lit up, and he immediately went to meet her. Lu Gaoyuan called out, "Brother," saying that he hadn't even confessed his feelings yet, and the girl was about to be taken away by a bully. The newcomer also shouted, "Let's see who's so bold." Hearing this familiar yet absurd conversation, Yi Fan turned around and found that it really was someone he knew. The person who came was none other than Feng Likun, whom he had taught a lesson to last time. Yi Fan asked him with a cold smile, "Didn't you say you were going to the hospital to have your brain checked last time? Did the doctor think he was hopeless and refuse to admit him? Why are you out strolling around again today?" Feng Likun's lewd smile froze completely the moment he saw Yi Fan clearly. "It's that rich guy again." Looking at Luo Hanji in Yi Fan's arms, he felt a chill run down his spine. The person Lu Gaoyuan was going to confess to this time was none other than the innocent junior he had tried to flirt with last time, the one who had instead angered the powerful figure. Feng Likun almost cursed Lu Gaoyuan to death in his heart. Confessing his feelings could cause such a huge trouble, and he kept telling him a deal with the rich guy. Wasn't that just dragging him down with him? Feng Likun quickly assessed the current situation, and, after much thought, it seemed that only one solution remained. Chapter 37. One punch, one kill. "Brother, I've already set up the venue. Can you help me get rid of this guy? I'm going to start confessing right away." Lu Gaoyuan was talking happily, even putting his arm around Feng Likun's shoulder, looking smug. But the next second, Feng Likun suddenly turned around and slapped him hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap stunned everyone around. Lu Gaoyuan covered his face, his eyes full of grievance, completely unable to understand what he had done to offend this older brother. Feng Likun immediately shook him off and angrily shouted, "Brother what? Who's your brother?" He knew perfectly well that Yi Fan drove a sports car worth tens of millions, and his wealth was far beyond that of an ordinary rich second generation. If he offended this tycoon today, he wouldn't even know how he died later. So Feng Likun immediately took sides, pointing at Lu Gaoyuan and beating him up. "Do you know who's standing in front of you? This is the famous Koenigsegg owner from Beijing University, the super rich guy. How dare a nobody like you covet someone else's woman? Don't even mention calling me brother. Even if you call me dad, I would never do something like this for you." Lu Gaoyuan was so bewildered by the scolding that he was stunned to see that his elder brother, whom he usually relied on, was so wary of Yi Fan. Seeing that he was still in a daze, Feng Likun raised his hand and slapped him again. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bow to Brother Shinhao and apologize." Lu Gaoyuan then realized his mistake and quickly bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Brother Shinhao. I was blind and disturbed you and Hanji. Please forgive me this time." His tone had lost its previous arrogance, replaced only by fear and trembling. Yi Fan glanced at Feng Likun, who was all smiles and fawning, and snorted coldly. "You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Take your underlings aside and teach them a lesson. If you mess with me again, you'll regret it." Feng Likun quickly nodded. Yes, thank you for your generosity, Brother Shinhao. I will definitely teach this kid a lesson later." After saying that, he immediately led a group of his brothers to form two lines, respectfully making way for Yi Fan and Luo Hanji and watched them leave. Only after Yi Fan had gone far away did Feng Likun turn around and beat Lu Gaoyuan, the screams echoing throughout the campus. After the farce ended, there wasn't much food left in the cafeteria, so Yi Fan took Luo Hanji to Su Xiangguan, a mid to high-end specialty restaurant in the capital. While Luo Hanji was in the restroom, Yi Fan took out the intermediate gene upgrade liquid he had obtained from completing the task that afternoon and drank it down in one gulp. The next moment, a fiery aura surged within him, and it felt as if steam was billowing from every pore of his body. The strange sensation slowly subsided after about 30 seconds. Looking at himself through the reflection of the tableware, Yi Fan noticed that his facial features were more defined and his overall appearance was much more refined. Before, he was at most considered a handsome guy, but now he was definitely a campus heartthrob and could even become a minor internet celebrity based on his looks. Not only his appearance, but his eyesight also improved, his field of vision became wider and clearer, and his mind became clearer than ever before. His strength also increased dramatically. He had to consciously restrain his strength to avoid bending the stainless steel spoon in his hand. Yi Fan was secretly surprised. If the intermediate level upgrade liquid had such an effect, wouldn't he become a near superhuman if he drank the advanced level upgrade liquid in the future? The thought of potentially becoming infinitely stronger in the future filled him with excitement. But soon, Yi Fan realized something was wrong. Luo Hanji seemed to have been in the restroom for far too long. Just then, a cry for help came from the corridor leading to the restroom. "Brother Yi Fan, save me. They're trying to drag me away." Yi Fan's face darkened, and he moved swiftly, rushing towards the passageway. As soon as he arrived, he saw a well-dressed man dragging Luo Hanji away. Luo Hanji was in tears and struggled desperately. Yi Fan kicked the man away, then pulled Luo Hanji into his arms to protect her, and said coldly, "You dare to snatch someone in broad daylight?" Wen Dang, who had been kicked away, crashed heavily to the ground. She struggled to lift her head and discovered that the person who had ruined her plans was a pretty boy. She was immediately enraged. "Damn it! Now anyone dares to get close to me, huh? What are you guys standing there for? Are you just sitting around doing nothing?" He roared, and several burly men who looked like bodyguards immediately surrounded him. Yi Fan sneered, "You're courting death." He held Luo Hanji firmly with one hand, while using the other to punch each of them. Before long, 7 or 8 burly men were all lying on the ground, some coughing up blood, others searching for their teeth. Upon witnessing this scene, Wen Dang's arrogance finally turned to terror. His bodyguards were all hired at great expense from a bodyguard company, each a seasoned veteran. How could this pretty boy knock them all down with a single punch? But looking at Luo Hanji so close to him, he was unwilling to let go just like that. "You dare beat me and my men like this? Do you know who I am?" Yi Fan laughed. "I don't care who you are. You still have the energy to talk, so it seems I didn't hit you hard enough just now." As he spoke, he walked over to Wen Dang, looked down at her, and said, "Let me think, which hand were you holding just now?" The next second, Yi Fan raised his foot and stepped on Wen Dang's right-hand fingers, grinding them down hard. "Ah!" A pig-like scream instantly echoed throughout the restaurant, and all the surrounding customers craned their necks to watch the spectacle. Wen Dang was in excruciating pain, but he still gritted his teeth and threatened, "You're finished. I'm the only son of the One family, one of the 7 great families in the capital, and the future heir of the One group. How dare you treat me like this? My father will never let you get away with this." Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji's expression changed, and she quickly grabbed Yi Fan. Fear and guilt made her tears flow even more fiercely. Seeing Yi Fan take a few steps back, Wen Dang thought he was scared and immediately shouted for the waiter to call the boss over. Chapter 38. Purchased in full. The waiter, terrified by the horrific scene before him, rushed to fetch the owner upon hearing Wen Dang's words. Soon after, Wei Shida, the owner of Suxian Restaurant, arrived in a hurry. Seeing Wen Dang lying on the ground in a sorry state, with several bodyguards also badly injured, Wei Shida's expression instantly changed. If the One family's young master were beaten like this in his shop, and the Suxian restaurant were to be implicated, it was likely to suffer the consequences. He rushed forward to help him up. "Young Master One, are you all right?" But Wen Dang struggled for a long time, but couldn't sit up. He could only lean against Wei Shida and gritted his teeth, ordering, "If you don't want the Wen family to cause you trouble, take your men and arrest this pretty boy right now." Wei Shida cursed inwardly. Wen Dang had brought professional thugs, and they had all been beaten to a pulp. How could his shop's waiters and security guards possibly touch Fan? Seeing his hesitation, Wen Dang roared, "Boss Wei, are you deaf? I told you to do it." Fan watched this scene and simply shook his head. Dealing with such arrogant and brainless customers is indeed not easy for a business owner. He suddenly had an idea and said directly to Wei Shida, "Mr. Wei, I'll make a deal with you. You name your price, and I'll buy this shop now. You can continue doing business, and if anyone causes trouble again, I'll take the blame." Fan had already decided to buy Su Xian Restaurant and then register the property under Luo Han's name. This way, he could both spend money on her and trigger system rewards. His first purchase might even be a critical hit. Upon hearing this, Wei Shida's eyes lit up slightly. He'd much rather run his restaurant peacefully than be caught in the middle and suffer at the hands of these wealthy young masters. But Wen Dang burst out laughing. He looked at Fan with a mocking expression. "What are you dreaming about, you pretty boy? I can barely come up with the money to buy Su Xian Restaurant all at once. And you think you could buy the whole place with cash?" In Wen Dang's eyes, Fan, a young and handsome man, was nothing more than a gigolo who lived off women. It was one thing for him to play the hero and save a damsel in distress, but to even dare to say he wanted to buy the restaurant was utterly ridiculous. To humiliate Fan, he immediately urged Wei Shida, "Since he wants to pretend, then you should give him a price and let him know how outrageous his words are." Wei Shida hesitated for a moment, then dryly quoted a price, 12 million. "If you can pay in full now, Su Xian Pavilion is yours." Fan calmly said, 12 million is too little. Let me round it up to 20 million. I'll pay now. From now on, your boss will be this lady next to me." After saying that, he took out his phone and asked Wei Shida to show his payment method. Wen Dang laughed even louder. "Another 8 million? Spending 20 million to buy a shop and give away women. Can't you at least pretend to be a little more convincing?" Left with no other option, Wei Shida had a hand over the payment QR code. The next second, a crisp notification sound rang out in the restaurant. "Zifubo payment received, 20 million yuan." The entire room fell silent instantly. All the guests who had been eating and chatting stopped and turned their attention to Fan. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Did I hear that right? He really spent 20 million to buy Su Xian Pavilion." Another person was also stunned. "The voice is real, but he's too young." Wen Dang's mocking smile froze as she stared intently at Fan, her eyes filled with disbelief. 20 million? Paid just like that? How could that be? Wei Shida was completely stunned. After he came to his senses, he suddenly perked up. He stood up abruptly, and Wen Dang, who had been leaning on him, lost her support and fell heavily back to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood in pain. Wen Dang was so angry that he cursed. Wei Shida. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Shida had already strode up to Fan and bowed respectfully. "Hello, boss. Please give me your instructions." Remembering Fan's promise to give the shop to Luo Hanji, Wei Shida quickly bowed to her again. Fan glanced indifferently at the people on the ground. The shop still needs to do business. Throw these troublemakers out so they don't disturb the customers. Wei Shida nodded immediately. They couldn't afford to offend Fan and his group, but dealing with these injured and immobile people on the ground was much simpler. Several waiters and security guards rushed forward and carried Wen Dang and her bodyguards out. After clearing everyone out, Wei Shida quickly printed out the contract and handed it to Fan. Fan, however, pushed the contract to Luo Hanji. "Hanji, from now on you are the owner of Su Xian Pavilion." This scene drew envious glances from many of the women around them. They hadn't expected that what Fan had just said was all true. He really had spent 20 million to give the entire restaurant to Luo Hanji. Luo Hanji was shocked and immediately tried to refuse. Fan had no choice but to lean closer and coax her in a low voice, saying that he was only letting her take over the restaurant temporarily due to special reasons, and that he would take it back if needed in the future. Hearing this, Luo Hanji finally felt relieved and signed a contract. She believed that brother Fan, who had helped her so much and always protected her, would never harm her. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! You spent 20 million yuan on a 93-point high-value beauty. A critical reward has been triggered. Congratulations on acquiring 65% of the shares of Imperial University and a private hospital in Dashin with a market value of 50 billion yuan. Chapter 39. Doing whatever one pleases on his turf. Yifan never expected that he would not only own shares in the school, but also have a private hospital as one of his businesses, making his empire increasingly complete. During the meal, Luo Hanji told him that her delay in registering at Imperial University was actually related to Wen Dang, who had caused trouble earlier. At the post-college entrance examination arts performance, Wen Dang took a liking to her after watching the performance, inquiring about her everywhere and even pressuring her to be his girlfriend. To avoid him, Luo Hanji's parents had no choice but to take her back to their hometown for a while before she finally found an opportunity to come to the capital. As Luo Hanji recounted those days of hiding and fleeing, she became increasingly aggrieved, and tears streamed down her face. Yifan looked at her and comforted her firmly. I'll be here for you from now on. Who cares about prestigious families? No one in the capital can touch you. Just enjoy your university life. These words made Luo Hanji unable to hold back any longer. She threw herself into Yifan's arms and cried, letting out all the fear and grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart. The next morning, Yifan got up early. Today was his first weekend after obtaining the system, and the most important thing, naturally, was to fulfill his promise and take Song Jiro out to buy clothes. When Song Jiro came down from the dormitory building, she was still wearing that patched-up hoodie. Yifan looked at her helplessly and asked her why she couldn't bear to buy herself a new outfit now that she was the manager of a Taiyuan restaurant and her salary had obviously increased a lot. Song Jiro looked away somewhat embarrassedly and said with a smile that she didn't have any desire for these things, as long as the clothes were wearable. Yifan shook his head after hearing this. It's only because she's so beautiful. If it were an ordinary person, they might not even stand out in a crowd with that outfit. Song Jiro tried to refuse, but Yifan immediately pretended to be injured. The girl was easily fooled by this, and after a few words, she obediently got into the car. Yifan thought to himself, if I'd known playing the victim was so effective, I would have used it on this junior sister more often in the future. After all, Song Jiro currently has the highest beauty score among the girls, and the hidden bonus behind her is invaluable. The two soon arrived at the commercial street near Imperial University. In each brand store they entered, Yifan would immediately instruct the sales assistant to cover up any particular item Song Jiro had been eyeing. The clothes from several stores were paid for together, and then the store clerks were allowed to split the bills themselves. Although this practice was unusual, the store clerks readily agreed when they saw the Koenigsegg supercar he had driven. Ding! You spent 360,000 yuan on a woman with a 95-point high level of attractiveness, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations on winning 70% of Guangfa Securities shares, valued at 120 billion yuan. Yifan was shocked. 36,000 yuan had yielded assets worth 120 billion yuan. This was an incredible windfall. Sure enough, spending money on junior sister Song was incredibly cost-effective. On the other hand, Song Jiro's face immediately scrunched up when she heard the payment amount. Just buying a few clothes, and senior brother Yifan had spent hundreds of thousands. The speed at which he spent money made her wonder if Yifan's family printed money. She cautiously asked if some of the clothes could be returned. Yifan immediately and firmly refused, telling her that clothes are meant to be worn. Besides, these stores don't accept full refunds, and returning them would only be a waste. These words struck a chord with Song Jiro, and although she felt sorry for her, she couldn't insist any further. Yifan remembered that she had mentioned needing money before, so he casually asked her how much she needed, saying he could write her a check right now. Although he wasn't sure if a direct bank transfer would count as a purchase, there was no harm in trying. Even if it was just as a way of thanking her for helping him trigger the reward, it wouldn't hurt. Upon hearing this, Song Jiro immediately shook her head and pretended to be stupid, saying that she had never mentioned being short of money. Just then her phone rang. On the other end of the phone, Song's mother's anxious voice came through. She said that Song Jiro had just used her advance salary to get a special award for her father, and they had only been there for less than a day when a director suddenly came and demanded that they move out within 2 hours, saying that the room had to be given to someone else. However, Mr. Song's health condition could not withstand any unnecessary stress, and Mrs. Song was so anxious that she could only call her daughter. Upon hearing this, Song Jiro panicked and immediately told her mother not to touch her father while she rushed over to check the situation. She hung up the phone and was about to ask Yifan for a ride when Yifan had already pulled her into the car, asking only one question: where to? Song Jiro quickly gave the address: Daxin Private Hospital, 3rd Street, Beijing. Thank you, senior brother Yifan. Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly. Daxin Private Hospital? Wasn't that the hospital he had just acquired last night? From the conversation on the phone, he could roughly guess what had happened. It was quite interesting that someone dared to act so recklessly on his turf. With a roar of the engine, Yifan drove Song Jiro straight to Daxin Private Hospital. Soon, the car stopped in a temporary parking space at the hospital entrance. Song Jiro was about to thank him when she saw Yifan get out of the car as well. Yifan said casually that he knew the hospital well and could help if anything came up that he couldn't handle. As fellow students, he wouldn't refuse such a small favor. Song Jiro felt a warmth in her heart and whispered a thank you. Yifan raised his hand and patted her head as a gesture of comfort. Then the two hurried to the floor where Song's father was staying. Before they even reached the door, they heard a man's imperious voice coming from inside the ward. You can't stay in this room anyway, whether you've paid or not. Move out right now. Immediately afterwards, a series of clattering and banging sounds came from inside. Song Jiro's expression changed, and she immediately rushed into the ward to protect her father's bedside. Yifan followed closely behind and coldly stopped the people who were moving things. What are you doing? They've paid for hospitalization, and you're just going to kick them out like that? Zhu Yida, the finance director who had just been yelling at the Song couple, turned around and saw that the newcomer was just a young man. His arrogance immediately became even more overbearing. Chapter 40, only 50 billion. Young man, don't try to be a hero here. I'm just following hospital rules. And even if I didn't follow the rules, what's it to you? After Zhu Yida finished speaking, he turned around and urged the staff to move the Song couple's belongings, threatening them to hurry up so that the important clients wouldn't be unable to check in. The staff dared not disobey and could only ignore the pleas of Song's mother and Song Jiro, continuing to clean the ward. Yifan's face darkened completely as he looked at the financial director's badge on Zhu Yida's chest. Just as he was about to have an outburst, a familiar yet impatient voice suddenly came from outside the ward. Director Zhu, my ward has been fussed over for ages. Is it done yet? Wen Dang, her 5 fingers wrapped in thick bandages, was pushed in by a caregiver in a wheelchair. Yifan almost burst out laughing when he saw her. What a small world. Upon seeing Yifan, Wen Dang immediately became agitated. Well, you thug, I was just about to settle accounts with you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. He instinctively wanted to call his bodyguards to arrest the person, but when he looked back, there was nothing behind him except for the caregivers. Only then did he remember that his bodyguards were all lying in the ward. Wen Dang's arrogance immediately subsided, and he could only urge Zhu Yida to quickly clear out the bystanders. He didn't forget to threaten Yifan. You wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Seeing the helpless state of Song Jiro's family, Yifan had no more patience to waste with them and said coldly, Zhu Yida, is that right? I am now ordering you, as the owner of Daxin Hospital, to immediately stop driving the Song couple away. In my hospital, you think you can give someone special treatment right in front of me? Looks like you don't want this job anymore. Yifan's imposing aura made Zhu Yida's heart tremble. He had indeed heard that the hospital had changed owners yesterday, but he couldn't believe that the new owner would be this young man in front of him. Zhu Yida was still hesitating when Wen Dang laughed first. You don't think that just because you spent 20 million to buy a restaurant yesterday, you can buy a hospital today, do you? He said with a sneer. A private hospital of Daxin's caliber costs at least 100 small goals. It's not something Yifan can afford with his meager funds. It's one thing to brag last night, but does he really think he can make the hospital his own? Wen Dang became more and more certain that the man in front of him was at most a country bumpkin with a little money. Once the Wen Group made its move, they could easily cripple him with any means necessary. Yifan glanced at him indifferently. I didn't expect you, a spendthrift, to know a thing or two about the market. Dashin's market value is indeed not low, barely around 50 billion. But you're wrong. It's not that I want to buy it. It's that I already bought it a long time ago. After saying that, Yifan dialed the phone number of the president of Dashin Hospital. President Su, right? I'm in VIP Special Needs, Ward 005 in the inpatient department. Come over right now. When Dang looked at his serious expression, a sneer still playing on his lips. What did 50 billion mean? Even their one group couldn't maintain that market capitalization year after year. What right did Yifan, a mere pretty boy in his early 20s, have to call himself the boss of Dashin? This was simply impossible. When Dang became increasingly convinced of his judgment and immediately had the caregiver push him to the bedside. His health was precious. He had no time to waste with these lowly people. Yifan, of course, wouldn't let him get close to the hospital bed. He gently blocked when Dang's wheelchair with his foot, and it was stuck in place, unable to move at all. When Dang shouted angrily, "Director Zhu, aren't you going to come and help? Get this person out of here." Zhu Yida, who was hoping to curry favor with Wen Dang and gain some benefits, immediately stepped forward to ask Yifan to leave. But just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the ward. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to come to Dashin Hospital for an inspection today. You've really worked hard." Dean Su Runping rushed into the ward and extended both hands to shake hands with Yifan. But he soon discovered that the ward, which should have been quiet and comfortable, was crowded with more than 10 people. Su Runping's face darkened, and he looked at Zhu Yida. "Director Zhu, there's already a patient in the bed. Why is there another patient in a wheelchair?" Zhu Yida was completely stunned. Yifan had just made a phone call, and the dean had actually come. What was even more alarming was that the dean seemed to have called him Boss Yi just now. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He forced a smile and asked, "Dean Su, may I ask first? Who is this Mr. Yi you just called out? And which company does he own?" When Su Runping saw that Yifan didn't answer the question, but instead asked him, his expression turned even more unpleasant. However, he still nodded respectfully to Yifan and then turned to the crowd to announce, "Everyone, this news was originally scheduled to be officially announced in a few days. But now that Mr. Yi is here today, you should all get to know our new boss." Su Runping raised his hand and solemnly pointed to Yifan. "The man standing in front of you is the new boss who just bought Dashin Private Hospital. Yifan, Boss Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire VIP ward fell silent. The staff all stopped in shock, no longer daring to touch anything belonging to the Song couple. The only sound in the room was the beeping of the medical equipment. Zhu Yida's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yifan, as if he could already see his fate. Wen Dang was so shocked that she trembled all over and almost fell off her wheelchair. "This pretty boy is actually the owner of Dashin Hospital. How is that possible?" At this moment, Wen Dang's face showed the most shocked expression he had ever had in his life. This means that this Yifan alone possesses the equivalent of the entire Wen group's total size. The group was still processing this astonishing fact. Yifan, on the other side, spoke meaningfully. "Dean Su, as expected, this introduction of my identity only works if you do it yourself. Just now, I, as the boss, asked Director Zhu to get rid of the people he put in there because of connections, but he didn't want to listen." After hearing Yifan's words, Su Runping finally understood what had happened in the ward. He immediately instructed the caregiver behind Wen Dang. "Immediately remove this gentleman in a wheelchair from the ward. Since he didn't make an appointment in advance, there's no reason for him to just parachute in and take over the other patients' wards." Upon hearing this, the caregiver immediately tried to take Wen Dang out of the ward. Wen Dang never expected that he would be reduced to not even being able to get a hospital room. Accustomed to his pampered lifestyle, he immediately protested loudly. "Dean Su, I am the only heir of the Wen group. How can you not even give me this much face? Mr. Wen, no matter which family's heir you are, here, I only listen to our boss, Mr. Yi. Moreover, Dashin has always valued its reputation. As for giving you preferential treatment and letting you jump the queue, you'd better look elsewhere." After Su Runping finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand and told the caregiver to move Wen Dang out of the ward. Sitting in his wheelchair, when Dang could only manage to twist his body and turn half his head to mutter curses, but by then no one cared what he was saying. Zhu Yida wiped the cold sweat from his soaked clothes and was about to sneak away to avoid running into trouble again when Su Rumping shouted and stopped him. You Zhu Yida! If Boss Yi hadn't happened to be at our hospital today, wouldn't our Dashin hospital's good reputation have been completely ruined by you alone? This patient was admitted to a special needs ward according to regulations, but you completely disregarded hospital rules and tried to kick the patient out of the ward to make money for yourself. Is this what you, as the finance director of Dashin, have done? If Boss Yi hadn't discovered your actions, I can't even imagine how much more trouble you would have caused Dashin by abusing your position. Su Rumping got so angry while cursing that he couldn't help but cough. Furthermore, I now strongly suspect that during your time in charge of Dashin's finances, you may have already engaged in some despicable acts of embezzlement. I will have the relevant departments of the hospital investigate you. You come out with me right now, and you won't escape any of the accounts that need to be settled with you. Since his boss had been so disrespected by Zhu Yida the moment he arrived, Su Rumping naturally wanted to make an example of him. This also serves to establish the new boss's authority within Dashin, ensuring that no one dares to offend Yifan again. Zhu Yida knew he was in deep trouble and that making excuses would be futile, so he could only obediently leave with Su Rumping to confess and seek leniency. The other staff members also quickly bowed to Yifan to say goodbye, and then left the special needs ward one by one. The once noisy and chaotic ward was now empty except for Song Jichong, who was lying peacefully on a hospital bed, and Song Jiro, who was finally able to relax after Yifan's intervention. Sir, I really owe you a lot for today. My wife was spared a lot of trouble. Lin Peichin, her face full of gratitude, was about to come over to thank Yifan when Song Jiro helped her up. As they talked, they were about to give Yifan a deep bow. Yifan had no choice but to quickly reach out and support their arms to stop them, saying, Auntie, you mustn't do that. This hospital is mine, and it's only right that I manage my staff. As long as Uncle wasn't disturbed, that's all that matters. You don't need to take it to heart. Hearing Yifan's tactful response, Lin Peichin wiped away her tears of gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation for Yifan. After saying that, Yifan went to the side to help rearrange the ward layout that had been disrupted. At this moment, Lin Peichin quickly pulled Song Jiro aside and asked, My dear girl, where did you meet such a wonderful gentleman? He's so young and already the owner of Dashin. Song Jiro herself hadn't expected that Yifan was the boss of Dashin. Although Yifan already had a huge business empire like Jinjiang Group, it was completely unrelated to Dashin's medical industry. She never expected that her senior brother Yifan's business would be so extensive. Mom, the gentleman you're talking about is actually my senior from school. I didn't know he was the owner of Dashin before I came here. However, the Jintayuan Hotel, where I've been working, is also under his group. It's because of him that I was able to be promoted directly to the position of hotel manager. Upon hearing that Yifan was actually Song Jiro's senior brother, Lin Peichin was even more shocked. A young man who hasn't even graduated from university, yet already owns so many remarkable businesses, and he's so considerate and classy in his dealings with others. He's really too young and accomplished. After secretly praising her daughter, Lin Peichin looked at her and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Daughter, I usually don't see any boys around you, but you came with this Yi classmate today. Tell me honestly, do you like him? Song Jiro was stunned when her mother asked her that question. Immediately, her ears and neck turned bright red. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I only feel gratitude towards senior brother Yi. I wouldn't think about anything else. And I've already thought it all out. I'll stay with you and Dad for the rest of my life and never go anywhere else. Upon hearing this, Lin Peichin jokingly gave Song Jiro a light push on the head with her finger. You silly girl, you're talking nonsense again. What girl doesn't get married in the future? What Mom really wants to say is that you've always known that your dad and I aren't your biological parents. If you really fall for someone from a good family, then don't worry about us anymore and bravely pursue them. All these years you've worked so hard to pay for your father's illness, and you've been so frugal with yourself. It breaks my heart to see you like this. I just hope you can live a happy life in the future. Lin Peichin patted Song Jiro's hand and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Song Jiro couldn't help but tear up. No way. I want to stay with you all my life. I won't let you and Dad kick me out." As the two were having a private conversation, Song Ji-chong suddenly started coughing violently on his hospital bed, and the normally stable medical equipment began to emit warning buzzes. Chapter 42, Taking This Gamble. The father of my child. Dad. The sudden change in Song Ji-chong's condition startled Lin Pei-chin and Song Jiro, who rushed to his bedside to check on him. Yi-fan had already arrived at Song Ji-chong's side to examine him when the instrument issued a warning. The moment Yi-fan's holy doctor's hand touched Song Ji-chong's wrist, the condition of the cerebral aneurysm clearly appeared in Yi-fan's mind. Generally speaking, cerebral aneurysms are not considered difficult to cure. However, because the aneurysm in Mr. Song's father was located in a hidden place and was closely connected to nearby brain nerves, the risk and difficulty of the surgery were extremely high. This is also why the attending physician has only used conservative treatment for Song's father all along. However, with Yi-fan's current medical skills, curing Song's father would be a piece of cake for him. Yi-fan first alleviated Song's father's condition temporarily by transferring some of his palm energy to him, then turned directly to Song's mother and daughter and offered his suggestions. "Annie, Jiro, if you trust me, I would like to perform the surgery on Uncle Song myself. I can guarantee that after the surgery, I'll be able to give you a completely healthy husband and father." Lin Pei-chin and Song Jiro were both quite surprised after hearing Yi-fan's suggestion. "So, senior brother Yi, you're also skilled in medicine?" Song Jiro asked curiously. "After all, I'm the owner of Dashin. If I didn't understand the medical field, I wouldn't have bought Dashin." Lin Pei-chin and Song Jiro both nodded as if they understood. After a moment, Lin Pei-chin solemnly asked Yi-fan for a request. "Mr. Yi, my wife's condition is getting more and more unstable every day. If you really have a solution, we are willing to believe in you and take this chance." After listening to her mother's words, Song Jiro nodded firmly to Yi-fan. "Don't worry, Auntie, I mean what I say." Without delay, Yi-fan quickly called several staff members to help prepare the operating room and some equipment. This step of preparation was mainly to reassure Lin Pei-chin and Song Jiro. In fact, Yi-fan only needed a few sterilized silver needles to treat Song's father. Just as the staff were making preparations, Song Ji-chong's attending physician, Hua Zhiyong, rushed into the ward. "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly going to operate on this patient? His body simply can't withstand such a high-risk surgical procedure." Hua Zhiyong quickly stopped a staff member to inquire about the situation. Only then did he realize that all of this was actually the idea of his own hospital's owner, who was now saying that he would personally perform the surgery. He quickly came to Yi-fan's side. "Boss, you're new here, so you may not know much about Song Ji-chong's condition. His condition can only be treated conservatively right now. I've considered surgery, but there's no doctor in the whole of China who can perform such a high-precision operation," Hua Zhiyong earnestly advised. Hua Zhiyong himself is already one of the top oncology doctors in China. If even he is not confident in the surgery, he really cannot imagine that there are other experts who can solve Song Ji-chong's problem. Moreover, putting everything else aside, he had never heard of his own boss's name in the industry. Medical experts capable of performing surgeries at this level are usually well known throughout the medical community and are at least middle-aged. They could never be such a handsome young man. In conclusion, judging from all aspects of the situation at the scene, this surgery was extremely unreliable. Even if you are the boss of Dashin, as a doctor, I still have to be responsible for my patients. Seeing that the others were not paying attention, Hua Zhiyong had no choice but to raise his voice and block Yi-fan's way. Yi-fan glanced at him helplessly. He's a dedicated and responsible doctor, but constantly obstructing things like this is just delaying things. Having no other option, Yi-fan had to suggest, "I've already obtained Mr. Song's family's consent for the surgery. If you're still worried, why don't you come to the operating room with us? That should put your mind at ease, right?" Hua Zhiyong thought for a while, considering that if he could spot any problems with a step beforehand, he would be able to stop it in time, so he nodded in agreement. Yi-fan, Hua Zhiyong, and several medical staff entered the operating room together, while Lin Pei-chin and Song Jiro supported each other outside the operating room, praying that the surgery would go smoothly. The surgery officially began, and Hua Zhiyong was about to see which scalpel Yi-fan was going to use, so as to see if he really had any surgical skills. The next second, he saw Yi Fan pick up several silver needles from the plate next to him. What is the boss trying to do? Could it be that he's not going to use a scalpel, but instead intends to treat Song Jichong directly with acupuncture right here in the operating room? This is a bit outrageous. In fact, when Hua Jiong first started studying medicine in his youth, he was exposed to traditional Chinese medicine. However, because he did not have a high aptitude for understanding traditional Chinese medicine, he later specialized in Western medicine treatment methods. Yi Fan's actions piqued his curiosity, and he stared intently at Yi Fan's every move. Then he saw Yi Fan place silver needles on Song Jichong's forehead and the 3 acupoints on the top of his head, Yintang, Shinting, and Shangxing. Then, silver needles of the same depth were placed on several other acupoints on both ears. As Hua Jiong looked at the lines formed by the silver needles corresponding to the acupoints, a familiar memory surfaced in his mind. Wait a minute. Could this be the long-lost 7 stars 100 solutions technique, capable of dissolving any blockages or nodules? Hua Jiong had seen similar acupuncture techniques in ancient books before, but he could only see a small part of them because, according to his master, this was a secret Chinese medicine technique that had been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Where did Boss Yi learn this secret technique from? Most importantly, can his current acupuncture technique really cure Song Jichong's illness? Hua Jiong continued to observe with intense curiosity, completely forgetting that he had originally come to stop Yi Fan. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be distracted by observing Hua Jiong's reaction. At this moment, he was focused on gathering all his palm power in his right palm, and then channeling it through his fingers to inject it completely into the corresponding acupoints on Song Jichong's head via the silver needles. The silver needles that Yi Fan touched ignited with faint blue flames, a sight that once again left Hua Jiong speechless with shock. When the 7 stars align, a blue light will surely appear. Is this really the complete 7 stars 100 solutions technique? Chapter 43 Exercise to Restore Physical Fitness. Hua Jiong stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed on Yi Fan's every move, afraid of missing any detail. Yi Fan continued to administer acupuncture to Song Jichong at his own pace. Before long, wisps of black energy were released from the ends of the silver needles. These were the expelled substances after the cerebral aneurysm in Song Jichong's brain was dissolved. While Hua Jiong was still adjusting his glasses and carefully observing the drifting black mist, he saw Yi Fan begin to remove the needles and say in a relaxed tone, "All right, I have completely dissolved and drained Mr. Song's cerebral aneurysm. Let him rest for a while, and he will be able to resume normal movement." What? This treatment is already complete. Hua Jiong's face was filled with disbelief. "If you don't believe me, why don't you get an MRI scan and see?" Yi Fan said helplessly. Dashin is a renowned private oncology hospital in Beijing, with advanced and comprehensive medical equipment. Therefore, this hospital also has the equipment for intraoperative MRI technology, which is not available in general hospitals. So Hua Jiong immediately had several medical staff conduct imaging examinations on Song Jichong's brain. The results showed that Song Jichong's brain imaging information had no trace of his original cerebral aneurysm, and his entire brain was as healthy as if he had never been sick. This is amazing. Hua Jiong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Fan then directed several staff members to move the irradiation equipment away and will Song Jichong out of the operating room, so as not to keep the Song mother and daughter waiting outside anxious. As soon as the operating room door opened, Lin Peichin and Song Jiro rushed over. "Don't worry, the surgery was a success, and Uncle Song will wake up soon," Yi Fan explained. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. You are a great benefactor to our Song family." Tears of gratitude welled up in Lin Peichin's eyes, and as she spoke, she was about to kneel down before Yi Fan. Yi Fan quickly tried to stop her, but at that moment, a white figure suddenly darted out of the operating room and knelt down in front of Yi Fan even faster than Lin Peichin. When everyone realized what was happening and looked closely, they discovered that the person kneeling down was none other than Hua Jiong, who had been trying to stop Yi Fan from having the surgery. While kneeling, Hua Jiong made a fist and palm gesture and said, "Boss Yi, your medical skills are truly beyond my reach. Please, take me as your apprentice." Hua Jiong's public apprenticeship ceremony surprised everyone present. Several passing patients stared at the scene in disbelief. A professor-level medical expert in his 50s is kneeling before a young man in his early 20s. They even said they wanted to become his apprentice. Dr. Hua Ziyong is already a top medical expert in the country. So just how terrifying is the strength and level of this young man who made him lower himself and publicly become his disciple? Lin Peichin was also bewildered by Hua Ziyong's sudden move and could only step aside with Song Zhiro to make room for Hua Ziyong. Hua Ziyong didn't care what others were saying or commenting at this moment. He maintained his original devout and respectful posture, his face full of earnest requests. As more and more people gathered around, Yi Fan, unable to resist Hua Ziyong's stubbornness, had no choice but to agree to be his verbal master, which finally brought this small apprenticeship dispute to a close. Although it didn't take Yi Fan much time to remove the cerebral aneurysm from Song Jichang's body, it still required a lot of palm force, which took a toll on Song's physical strength. Therefore, in the following days, Yi Fan thought that he had accumulated a certain amount of wealth, so he temporarily suspended the task of spending money to earn rewards and chose to go back to his villa in Yunhai for a day. Yi Fan entered the villa by fingerprint and looked at it, a place he hadn't visited since the first day of his tour. He was filled with emotion. Indeed, besides making money, people still need to learn to enjoy life. Otherwise, what's the point of earning this money? Yi Fan is determined to go all out from here. But where's his villa butler now? Yi Fan was searching for Qiao Shitting when he saw her rush out carrying a golf club. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the person who came was Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, it's you. You scare me to death. I thought some bad guy had broken in." Qiao Shitting patted her chest and said with lingering fear, then hurriedly came to Yi Fan with a hint of reproach to help him take off his coat. "Mr. Yi, have you been very busy lately? These past few days, I've been sitting here at the villa feeling like I've been relegated to the sidelines. It turns out you were just lying to me when you said we had plenty of time." She hadn't seen Yi Fan for a long time since their passionate night together. However, she also knew that a smart woman would not bother a man when he didn't need her. So even though Qiao Shitting missed Yi Fan terribly, she didn't dare to send him any messages. Fortunately, her silent waiting finally yielded a response. Yi Fan hadn't forgotten her, which is why she dared to say these things half-jokingly now. Yi Fan chuckled and lightly pinched her waist, causing Qiao Shitting to gasp in surprise. "I've been quite busy lately, so I came to see you as soon as I had some free time. Don't worry, I promised you I'd have plenty of time, and I won't miss a single second of it." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he picked up Qiao Shitting by the waist and carried her to his private bedroom. After the battle, Yi Fan was surprised to find that his physical strength could actually be restored through exercise. Yi Fan was full of energy and carried Qiao Shitting around every corner of the villa. 10 fingerprints are clearly visible on the floor to ceiling windows of the villa, which are made entirely of transparent glass. If someone were to pass by the villa at this moment, they would be able to see clearly the two of them playing. As Yi Fan's physical strength continued to recover, Qiao Shitting could only shyly turn her head away from the outside of the villa, pleading for mercy under Yi Fan's increasingly rapid onslaught. Afterwards, Yi Fan leisurely sat on the leather sofa, lit a cigarette, and watched a movie playing on the 120-inch projector in the living room. Qiao Shitting put on an apron and, despite her aching back, prepared her signature home-style dishes for Yi Fan's dinner. How could Mr. Yi be so capable? Qiao Shitting was still savoring Yi Fan's power. Although she had no other experience to refer to, according to her girlfriends, Yi Fan was obviously hundreds of times better than their men. As she thought about it, Qiao Shitting began to feel fortunate for herself. Mr. Yi Fan was so rich and elegant, and he was also so powerful. This is a man you'd be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern. Regardless, from now on she will dedicate herself entirely to Mr. Yi Fan. Just as Qiao Shitting was feeling incredibly happy, Yi Fan came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "I'm hungry," Yi Fan said. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shitting immediately reassured her. "The food will be ready soon. You can eat in a little while. Since the food isn't ready yet, I'll eat you first." Suddenly, the kitchen was bustling with activity again. Chapter 44. I like Mr. Yi the most. The next morning, Yi Fan was awakened by the sunlight streaming in after the smart curtains were drawn open. He was filled with something in his arms. Looking down, he saw Xiao Shitting curled up in his arms, sleeping peacefully. Yi Fan decided to wake Xiao Shitting up in an unusual way. A short while later, Xiao Shitting woke up from her dream with a start, her face flushed. "Mr. Yi, you're so naughty. So, do you like it?" Yi Fan asked deliberately, straining his voice. I like Mr. Yi the most." What should have been a warm and cozy morning turned into a heated one because of the interaction between the two. After finishing his morning exercise, Yi Fan picked out a shirt and trousers from his wardrobe. His well-defined abs and V-line made Xiao Shitting almost drool. This man is so perfect in every way, so flawless. Xiao Shitting was ecstatically in love when a text message timely interrupted her infatuated state. "Mr. Yi, our car dealership sent us an invitation saying that there will be a small auction tonight on yacht number 8, which we are organizing. We heard that there will be very valuable license plates up for auction. Are you interested in attending?" "An auction? So that's something related to spending money, right?" Yi Fan doesn't love anything else, but he loves spending money the most. So, of course, he has to go to this kind of event. "I'm very interested. Why don't you dress up tonight and come with me?" Xiao Shitting was overjoyed to receive Yi Fan's invitation and immediately jumped up to kiss Yi Fan on the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Yi, you're so good to me. I like you the most." Xiao Shitting got up in such a hurry that she completely forgot that she was currently naked. Looking at the beautiful scenery that suddenly appeared before him, Yi Fan simply threw the shirt he had picked up back into the wardrobe, picked up Xiao Shitting, and started a new round of games. In the evening, the two dressed up again and set off from the villa, boarding the Koenigsegg to head to the Red Wharf where the number 8 yacht was located. At the Red Man Wharf, a high-class and elegant red carpet has been laid on the wooden bridge surface. Men and women dressed in fine clothes linked arms and boarded yacht number 8 in an orderly manner after their identities were verified, under the guidance of staff. Xiao Shitting, wearing a $1 million haute couture gown, walked arm in arm with Yi Fan, who was wearing a custom-made suit, to the staff. Several of the staff members were car salespeople at the same level and job as Xiao Shitting. Seeing Xiao Shitting's glamorous appearance, they were instantly filled with envy and jealousy. The group then looked at Yi Fan, who stood beside her with an imposing air, their expressions filled with regret and remorse. How could such a perfect, eligible bachelor not be theirs? After verifying Yi Fan's invitation, the staff could only watch helplessly as the two figures disappeared into the yacht. After Yi Fan and Xiao Shitting entered the venue, they were guided by the staff to their VIP seats. Not long after the two sat down, Yi Fan saw a familiar figure walking in, leaning on a cane, following a man dressed as a spoiled rich kid. "Is it that bastard Wendang again?" Yi Fan looked at the newcomer with some helplessness. Wendang was excitedly looking into the arena, but the moment he saw Yi Fan's face, his face fell instantly. "Mr. Yi, do you know young Master One of the Wind Group?" Xiao Shitting followed Yi Fan's gaze and immediately matched the two people who had arrived with the people she had heard about in her memory. "I'd say we're acquaintances, the kind where we became friends after a fight." Yi Fan chuckled, recalling Wendang's cowardly demeanor, and then asked, "You know them very well?" "I don't know them very well, but since they're both young masters from the 7 great families of the capital, I have heard some of my colleagues talk about them. I always hear about these so-called aristocratic families in the capital. Who exactly are they? Can you just give me a proper explanation?" Yi Fan was, after all, a newly risen elite and knew very little about the composition of the upper class in the capital. Therefore, it was quite necessary for him to inquire about some information from people like Xiao Shitting, who specialized in doing business with the wealthy. "Actually, Mr. Yi, the 7 great families of the capital are the 7 families with the longest history, the widest network, the most influence, and the largest family groups in the entire capital region. These 7 great families were further divided into 3 smaller families and 4 larger families due to differences in seniority and revenue. The top 4 families from strongest to weakest are the Shangwan family, the Luo family, the Ni family, and the Gu family. The 3 smaller families ranked after that are the Tang family, the Gao family, and the Wen family. The one that young Master Wen is always following closely is Gao Zexing, the second young master of the Gao family." After Xiao Shitting finished explaining, Yi Fan finally understood the 7 families. "Wow, this is quite complicated. Judging from how Wen Dang was beaten so badly by me before and didn't dare to utter a sound, I guess these families aren't so invincible in front of me. Yifan. Yifan suddenly had an interesting idea. If he continued to accumulate assets like this, the 7 great families might eventually have to respect him. After hearing about the backgrounds of the 7 great families, Yifan lost interest in staring at Wen Dang any longer. He sat with his arm around the soft and beautiful Qiao Shitting, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. When Wen Dang saw that Yifan didn't take her seriously at all, she was furious again. He didn't have the financial resources to confront that guy surnamed Yi head-on. But today, he came with his older brother. I have to make my older brother avenge me. Wen Dang quickly went to Gao Zixing to complain and play the victim. Brother Zixing, that bastard who beat me up like this is right here in the auction house. The one who's hugging that woman in the blue dress right now. Wen Dang pointed at Yi Fan and Qiao Shitting and continued, sounding aggrieved. Brother Zixing, you have no idea how arrogant that guy is. He doesn't take us aristocratic families seriously at all, and he said that every time he sees us, he will crush us with money. You have to slap him in the face today and avenge me, brother. Chapter 45, Are these two really going all out? Upon hearing this, Gao Zixing frowned and looked in the direction Wen Dang was pointing. He immediately noticed Yi Fan's bossy posture and instantly became even more annoyed with him. Not to mention, the woman that kid was embracing was actually quite attractive. He glanced at his female companion beside him and compared the two. He suddenly felt that the one next to him was rather dull. Is that the guy with the pretty boy face? Gao Zixing asked. That's him. Brother Zixing, you have to avenge me. Don't worry. Today I'll show this guy what the real status of us young masters is. Let's see if this nouveau riche who popped up out of nowhere will dare to embarrass himself in front of us again. Gao Zixing snorted coldly, and then took the woman beside him and Wen Dang to sit in the same row not far from Yifan. The auction began, and the first item up for auction was the license plate that Qiao Shitting had mentioned earlier, which was very valuable. The auctioneer displayed the license plate, and the guests present couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was a leopard license plate with a number Beijing A. Keep in mind that a regular Beijing A license plate starts at 15.2 million yuan, let alone a leopard license plate like this. Distinguished guests, we are now presenting you with our first item for today's auction. The license plate number A11111. The starting price for this item is 25 million, and the minimum bid increment is 250,000. This round of auction is now officially open. As soon as the auctioneer gave the starting signal, the guests in the audience started discussing and making quite a commotion. Clearly, many people are very fond of the Beijing 11111 license plate. After all, such special license plates have great market value, not to mention that they are a symbol of personal prestige. Yifan was the first to raise his sign, 30 million. As soon as he said this, all the other guests immediately turned their attention to Yifan. Are all young people these days this fierce? They immediately raised the price by 5 million. How are the rest of them supposed to play then? The auctioneer became visibly excited. All right, we have our first gentleman to raise his paddle, Mr. 006, 30 million for the first time. Some guests who had originally intended to raise their placards reluctantly put them down, inwardly cursing the extravagant spending of today's young people, while simultaneously feeling envious and regretful. Brother Zixing, the one making the bid now, is that pretty boy. Hurry up and take him down. Wen Dang quickly reminded Gao Zixing. Gao Zixing also noticed Yi Fan's unusual behavior. It seems this person really does have some skills. They actually dared to raise the bid so high right from the start. Don't worry, I'm about to take care of him. After Gao Zixing finished speaking, he immediately raised the sign, 35 million. This bid surprised everyone present once again. What's going on today? How come these two are already going all out so early in the game? The new bidder seems to be the young master of the Gao family. It looks like he's going to go head-to-head with the first young man. Then this license plate will probably still end up in young Master Gao's hands, right? After all, he's one of the 7 great families. Anyone with a bit of sense would do him a favor, wouldn't they? That's not necessarily true. Look at that young man over there. He started off so aggressively. He might be a tough nut to crack. No matter how tough he is, can he outlast the established families? I bet he'll have to back down soon. A cacophony of discussions quickly spread throughout the auction hall, as everyone watched with curiosity this battle between the old and new forces. Hearing that most people were on his side and that he would get the license plate, Gao Zixing's smile widened. The 35 million he added was already a significant premium over the market value of Beijing A11111, and he didn't believe that Pretty Boy could possibly raise the price any further. In this war, without gunfire, only these representatives of powerful families will emerge victorious. Gao Zixing was gloating, while Wen Ding excitedly massaged his older brother's back and shoulders to celebrate his victory in advance, and deliberately made a disgusting face to provoke Yifan. Yifan looked at Wen Ding, and Gao Zixing's smug expressions and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then Yifan raised the sign again and shouted out a number that almost scared the entire audience to death. 70 million. What? Even the auctioneer, who was used to seeing all sorts of things, instinctively blurted out his shock and then quickly moved the gavel and shouted, Mr. 006, 70 million for the first time. That immediately doubled the price of Gao Zixing's product. Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. This is insane. Caught off guard by Yifan's outburst, Gao Zixing immediately stood up angrily and began to berate Yifan. Sir, this is an auction. Every number called out has to be paid in real money. Do you think this is some kind of child's play? Gao Zixing simply couldn't believe that an unknown person younger than him could afford so much money just to buy a license plate. While the license plate A11111 is indeed valuable, it's not valuable enough to command an exorbitant price like 70 million. Even the richest person wouldn't do a business that's completely unprofitable. Faced with Gao Zixing's clearly agitated questioning, Yifan simply smiled faintly. This is such a small matter. There's no need for you to be so desperate, young Master Gao. Anyway, I can certainly afford any amount I ask for. Young Master Gao, don't you also like this license plate? Stop wasting everyone's time with your words. If you have the money, hurry up and raise the price. I'm waiting to follow suit. Yifan's nonchalant attitude almost made Gao Zixing furious, especially the later calls to him demanding more money. It's clear they don't take him seriously at all. Gao Zixing was furious, but he really didn't have the ability to offer more than 70 million for a license plate. The money in the Gao group doesn't belong to him alone. His family would never allow him to spend so much money at such a recreational auction. Mr. 006, 70 million for the second time. With another strike of the auctioneer's gavel, everyone's eyes were fixed on Gao Zixing, wondering if he could salvage some of the family's reputation. However, even as the third hammer blow was about to land, Gao Zixing remained with his head down, showing no reaction whatsoever. Everyone had reached a conclusion. In this game, Gao Zixing suffered a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, everyone in the auction house felt a growing curiosity and admiration for Yifan's resounding victory. Chapter 46. Her body is quite soft, but her mouth is quite hard. For Yifan, the system notification sound in his mind still seemed to be echoing continuously. He only so liked the license plate because Yifan was actually unwilling to spend too much premium on asset-like products that didn't offer rebates. However, just after he shouted out 30 million, the system promptly notified him that if the asset-type product he purchased were bought at a high premium, the premium could be used as a rebate for consumption. With this hint, he's definitely going to get that license plate. Adding to the irrational provocations from Wen Ding and Gao Zixing, Yifan's interest grew even stronger. Since they were so eager to be humiliated, he was determined to fulfill their wishes. As the auctioneer's gavel fell heavily to the ground, he announced in the most enthusiastic and resounding voice, Congratulations to Mr. 006 for successfully bidding 70 million for the license plate, A11111, a leopard number. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted, each slap resembling a heavy blow to Gao Zixing's face. His face was extremely ugly, and even Wen Ding, who was sitting next to him, dared not utter a sound. After the exciting start, the subsequent auctions proceeded in an orderly and smooth manner. Yifan glanced around at the auction items on the display stand. They were all ordinary antiques and the like, with little collectible value for him. So Yifan didn't raise his paddle. The guests in the audience finally had a chance to show off, each taking turns raising their hands, having a great time amidst the tens of thousands of yuan price increase. Seeing that Yifan had made no further moves, Gao Zixing's confidence gradually returned, and he also bought an antique teacup worth over 100,000 yuan as a temporary trophy. Soon, it was time for the grand finale of the auction to be revealed. The auctioneer showed the audience a pure white, shimmering pearl necklace displayed in a glass case. Distinguished guests, what I have in my hands now is the highlight of this auction, an exquisite Baroda double roan natural pearl necklace. The starting price for this lot is 31 million yuan, and the minimum bid increment is 500,000 yuan. The auction for the final lot is now officially starting. The moment this item was announced, the guests in their seats were instantly agitated. People who come here are all discerning and have a certain status, so they can naturally tell that jewelry of this price range is definitely a valuable investment. Several people were already eager to hold up signs. Linda, Gao Zixing's female companion, also started to act coquettishly towards him at this time. Zixing Appa, this necklace is so pretty. Do you want to take a picture of it? Linda grabbed Gao Zixing's arm and acted coquettishly. Her meaning was clear. She hoped Gao Zixing would buy the necklace and give it to her. Seeing the woman's fawning manner, Gao Zixing felt a surge of excitement within him. He was actually interested in bidding on the pearl necklace, but of course he wanted to keep it for his own future appreciation. With his current wealth, buying a necklace worth tens of millions and giving it to a woman is no joke. At most, I'll let this woman touch the necklace a few times after the photo is taken. Moreover, that pretty boy had already spent 70 million on a license plate, so there's absolutely no way he would have any money left to compete with him for this necklace. Gao Zixing has decided to seize this opportunity of the final auction item to win back some ground. On the other side, Qiao Shiding was feeding Yifan some sweet and refreshing green grapes, but when she saw the Baroda necklace appear, her eyes were unconsciously stunned. What a beautiful and unique pearl necklace. Qiao Shiding sighed inwardly, then calmly looked away and offered Yifan a green grape. This time, Yifan bit her finger directly. Qiao Shiding snapped out of her daze, her face quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. Mr. Yi, there are so many people here. Do you want that necklace on stage? Yifan asked. Qiao Shiding hadn't expected Yifan's eyes to be so sharp, catching even her fleeting gaze just a few seconds ago. No, I just happened to glance at it a few more times. Qiao Shiding said somewhat guiltily, trying to cover it up. Upon hearing this, Yifan mischievously pinched her waist, saying, "Your body is quite soft, but your mouth is quite stubborn. If you like it, I'll take a picture of it and give it to you. The least important thing about being my woman is spending money." Yifan's domineering and heroic words immediately stirred Qiao Shiding's heart again. Ignoring the people around, she hugged Yifan and gave him a sweet kiss on the neck. Gao Zixing happened to catch a glimpse of this scene, and his anger and jealousy flared up again, further solidifying his determination to surpass Yifan. So he immediately raised a sign and shouted, 36 million! Another direct price increase of 5 million. The guests looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person bidding was Gao Zixing. They immediately understood his intention to turn the tables. Seeing this, Wendang immediately joined in on Gao Zixing's actions, smugly taunting Yifan with a smug look on her face. How about it, Yifan? Weren't you so arrogant just now? This round, let my brother Zixing teach you what the demeanor of a young master from a prestigious family really is. Gao Zixing was showered with praise by Wendang, and his mood was extremely pleasant and exhilarating. He deliberately adopted a disdainful look towards Yifan Fei. However, Yifan merely curled the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw the two people's ecstatic expressions. Yifan then raised his paddle, 37 million. When Wendang heard that Yifan had only added 1 million, he was overjoyed. He quickly went to Gao Zixing and whispered his analysis. Brother Zixing, this guy is clearly out of money and just bluffing. You're sure to beat him badly this time and restore face for both the Wan and Gao families. Seeing this, Linda continued to act coquettishly. That's right, Appa. If you put in just a little more effort, this necklace will be ours. After listening to the two men's analysis and encouragement, Gao Zixing felt that victory was within reach. He gritted his teeth, raised the sign high again, and shouted out his final number. 42 million! The crowd erupted in another uproar. It seemed this was truly a battle for dignity. All things considered, Gao Zhisheng alone has increased the price of the final item by 10 million. Putting aside the special case of Yi Fan spending nearly 3 times the price to acquire the license plate, Gao Zhisheng's bidding method can be considered a significant financial drain. Everyone was convinced that the necklace belonged to Gao Zhisheng. After all, Yi Fan had already spent 70 million yuan. If he wanted to get the necklace, he would have to spend more than 100 million yuan today. No matter how they reasoned, they didn't think anyone would make such a bold move as spending a small amount of money at a small private auction. Chapter 47 Special Award. 42 million for the second time. The auctioneer brought down the gavel again. Third place with 42 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to call out the last time, Yi Fan, in full view of everyone, raised his paddle again. 84 million. Yi Fan's words caused an immediate uproar throughout the venue. Another outrageously inhumane price increase of double. Is it really necessary for a pearl necklace with a starting bid of 31 million to be fought over to this extent? Gao Zhisheng's wide grin instantly fell apart. 84 million. Adding that to the previous 70 million, it's over 150 million in total. Who has money to spend it so recklessly? While Gao Zhisheng was still processing the number Yi Fan had announced, when Deng had already fallen silent, and Linda, still seemingly oblivious to the situation, grabbed Gao Zhisheng's hand and tried to coax him into increasing the stakes. Gao Zhisheng was already stunned by Yi Fan's behavior, and when he heard Linda clinging to him and whimpering, he lost control of his emotions and slapped the woman. "What are you yelling about? How can there be such a greedy woman like you in this world? I'm a grown man making the decision here, and you have the nerve to keep nagging me." Everyone present clearly saw Gao Zhisheng beating the woman on the spot, and the guests all pointed at Gao Zhisheng and started talking about it. Isn't this young Master Gao's behavior just too low? He can't compete with others in terms of money, so he starts taking his anger out on women. Exactly, and that slap was really hard. I think that woman's face was all swollen from the slap. If this young Master Gao hadn't insisted on putting on a show of wealth and trying to outdo that nouveau riche young man, he wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating situation. Judging from this, that young man surnamed Yi is much more classy, and considering the exorbitant price he asked for this round, how wealthy must he be? The situation on the scene was instantly reversed after Yi Fan launched a counterattack with double the force. Gao Zhisheng's act of hitting someone due to losing control of his emotions caused his image to plummet to rock bottom. Not only did he fail to regain the limelight stolen by Yi Fan, he completely ruined his reputation. Gao Zhisheng slumped helplessly in his seat, his face filled with a look of utter despair. However, he still harbored a small hope that Yi Fan was just making an exorbitant price on the surface, and that he would reveal his true colors, that he didn't actually have that much money when it came time to settle the bill. Although this type of auction is linked to personal reputation, it is rare for someone to bid but not buy. But for now, Gao Zhisheng could only pin his hopes on this. Otherwise, he would find it hard to accept that he, a person who had always been a chosen one of heaven, had been beaten so badly by some unknown kid that he was completely unable to recover. The auctioneer on stage adhered to his professional ethics, and after restoring the scene to a relatively quiet level, he brought down the hammer for the final item. 84 million the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Number 006 for successfully bidding 84 million for a Baroda double-strand natural pearl necklace. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, because this small auction adopted the format of awarding certificates and prizes on the spot after immediate payment. After the applause lasted for a while, staff members began to walk around the guest seats to register the buyer's payment methods. Yi Fan handed over the diamond card, and the staff members' eyes lit up. He took the diamond card with both hands. "Ding, you have spent 45 million yuan. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 10x rebate, receiving a rebate of 450 million yuan. Ding, you have spent 84 million yuan. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 21x rebate, receiving a rebate of 1.764 billion yuan. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Yi Fan's mouth. This world is nothing more than Yi Fan's playground for making money. Even the richest person would be utterly defeated if they appeared before him. On the other side, Gao Zhisheng waited anxiously in his seat. He prayed that the auctioneer would announce that Yi Fan had been disqualified from bidding due to insufficient funds and had been blacklisted by the auction association. However, contrary to his expectations, the auctioneer, who returned to the stage, beamed with joy and excitedly began to announce the great success of the auction. Distinguished guests, the auction results are now in my possession. A total of 210 million yuan was sold at this auction. Congratulations to Mr. Yi Fan, bidder number 006, for becoming the highest-paying bidder in this auction. Mr. Yi alone paid a staggering 154 million yuan. To thank Mr. Yi for his support, this auction will also feature a special prize for him, a private yacht worth 8 million. Upon hearing this, all the guests applauded to congratulate Yi Fan and then discussed and praised the matter. This is the first time in all the auctions I've attended that I've ever heard of special awards for bidders. But for an auction of this scale to have a single person willing to bid over 100 million, Mr. Yi certainly deserves this honor. Yes, to be able to come up with over 100 million at once, Mr. Ye's business empire must be incredibly vast and unfathomable. These young people today are truly formidable. Several wealthy heiresses were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw Yi Fan personally put the Baroda necklace he had just bought on Xiao Shitting's neck. How come my parents don't know such a good man? All those ugly and unattractive men they introduced me to on blind dates are no match for this handsome and wealthy Mr. Yi. Yeah, I'm so envious of the woman next to Mr. Yi. She's so rich, and he spoils her so much. Sigh, it's so unfair. At this moment, everyone's attention and discussion were focused on Yi Fan, and no one paid attention to Gao Zixing and Wen Dang, who were also sitting near Yi Fan. Gao Zixing was thoroughly humiliated today and wished he could leave the scene immediately. When the yacht's hatch finally reopened, he quickly got up, wanted to leave this place that had made him lose face. As soon as he stood up, he saw Wen Dang also get up from his seat, wanting to leave with him. At this moment, he couldn't stand the sight of this close friend he usually called brother. Damn it, if it weren't for getting revenge for you, I wouldn't have been so humiliated today. Don't show your face in front of me for the next while. Gao Zixing could only vent his anger on Wen Dang, pushing him aside and striding away from the auction house. Wen Dang was scolded like a coward, but he didn't dare to argue back and could only silently endure it. Seeing Yi Fan's success, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only slink away. On Yi Fan's side, Xiao Shitting was striking a pose to show him the pearl necklace on her collarbone. Mr. Yi, do I look good wearing this necklace? It looks good, but it will look even better if it moves. Xiao Shitting noticed Yi Fan's slightly frivolous expression and couldn't help but punch him lightly with her little fist, but she was secretly looking forward to it. Chapter 48, Overflowing with Masculinity. Yi Fan's private yacht is now moored next to yacht number 8. Yi Fan gently put his arm around Xiao Shitting as they disembarked from the number 8 yacht. Xiao Shitting's colleagues, who were seeing off the VIPs, were even more envious when they saw the pearl necklace that appeared on her neck when she came out again. While the other guests were leaving the celebrity wharf, Yi Fan had already taken Xiao Shitting aboard his private yacht. Apart from 2 or 3 staff members in the helm to manage basic operations, the rest of the yacht was entirely for Yi Fan and Xiao Shitting's private use. The yacht's interior features handcrafted high-end furnishings, including various refrigerators for storing drinks and food, a home theater with high-quality audio equipment, and a luxurious sofa bed. The two ate and drank for a while, and then played and frolicked all over the interior cabin. The sounds of laughter and the waves filled the air as the two spent an extremely enjoyable day and night on the yacht. After returning from the yacht with Xiao Shitting, Yi Fan recalled the businesses he owned. He discovered that the entertainment company he had acquired a long time ago had not yet been inspected. Moreover, these kinds of media and entertainment companies are often the places with the most beautiful women. Maybe if you go check it out, you'll find a few girls who scored above 90 and could get a reward. With that in mind, Yi Fan immediately drove to the branch of Youwu Entertainment Media Company, which was closer by distance. This branch of Youwu Company is located in an office building that houses multiple media companies. Yi Fan took the elevator to the 21st floor. After exiting the elevator, he was following the signs to find Youwu Entertainment when he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the corridor next to him. After being modified by the intermediate gene upgrade fluid, Yi-Fan's hearing function has actually become much stronger. Therefore, even after passing through several doors, Yi-Fan could still clearly hear the conversation. How is it? Is the medicine ready? Don't worry, boss. It's already safely in her tea. I saw her pick it up and drink it when I came out. Well done. You'll get your share of the profits once I've succeeded. Yi-Fan listened to the lewd and laughing voice and felt that the voice was too familiar. It must be someone who had been taught a lesson by him before. As Yi-Fan was thinking, the emergency exit at the entrance of the building was pushed open, and two men entered one after the other. The one leading the group was none other than Guan Mingze, who had his leg dislocated by Yi-Fan last time for harassing Song Jiro. He was still using a cane when he stepped onto the floor. His face was initially filled with an ambiguous smirk, but the moment he saw Yi-Fan, his smile froze completely. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence. Guan Mingze's eyes darted nervously left and right. He probably didn't hear what he and his men were discussing just now. Did he? Yi-Fan saw that Guan Mingze dared not look him in the eye and gave a faint, cold laugh. Guan Mingze, you really are something else. How come even after I've crippled one of your legs, you still have the nerve to come up with those crooked ideas? Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? I don't understand what you're saying. Guan Mingze's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How could someone hear this from such a distance? That can't be. Still trying to deny it? I heard every word you said in the hallway. As soon as Yi-Fan uttered his intimidating voice, Guan Mingze's inner fear completely broke down. He lost his grip on his cane and knelt down directly in front of Yi-Fan. Guan Mingze took the opportunity to beg for mercy and repent to Yi-Fan. After all, he had made an enemy of Yi-Fan last time because he wanted to harm that female etiquette lady, so this time he might be spared if he slid down to his knees first. Mr. Yi, I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Ever since you taught me a lesson last time, I've been all talk and no action. Please forgive me this time, since I haven't done anything yet. As they were talking, Guan Mingze started kowtowing to Yi-Fan, using a self-inflicted injury as a ploy. Yi-Fan narrowed his eyes, just as he was thinking of a way to punish him, when he heard the elevator announcement sound next to him. Immediately afterward, the elevator doors opened, and a short-haired woman rushed out holding a baseball bat. Qian, I'm coming to save you. Guan Mingze, you pervert, you're absolutely dead this time. Tang Xiao had just stormed out of the elevator, cursing, when she saw Guan Mingze, whom she was about to deal with, kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of man. What's going on? Has someone righteous already helped rescue her best friend? Tang Xiao was having a great time shopping when she suddenly received a distressed text message from her best friend, Mo Qian. She said that when she came for the job interview, the tea she drank seemed to have been drugged, and she could only barely stay conscious to send a message to Tang Xiao asking her to come and save her. Tang Xiao immediately asked a friend to find out who the boss of Sweetheart Entertainment Media, where Mo Qian had interviewed, was. It turned out that this person was actually a habitual offender with many prior convictions, a sleazy nouveau riche named Guan Mingze. How could she tolerate this? She immediately bought a baseball bat on the street and came over. After all, given her status, no one in the capital dared to touch her. Tang Xiao looked in the direction Guan Mingze was pleading for mercy. This man is quite tall, and he looks to be in a good shape. Tang Xiao looked at Yi-Fan's face curiously again, and the next second, her face looked as if she had been knocked down by something. So handsome. Moreover, unlike the average handsome man who has a slightly effeminate look, this man not only has exquisite and three-dimensional features, but also exudes a powerful and imposing aura. Not to mention the way he looked down at the lewd man at that moment, which made him exude masculinity. Yi-Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Tang Xiao arrive, looking every bit the righteous female knight. He recognized the girl. She was Tang Xiao, one of the foremost beautiful girls at Imperial University, alongside Song Jiro and Ruan Sile. Her surname is Tang, and Yi-Fan had indeed heard at school that her family was well off. Could she be from the Tang family, one of the 7 great families that Xiao Shiding mentioned? Chapter 49, a system specifically designed to counteract others. After pondering for a moment, Yi-Fan withdrew his gaze and stepped forward to grab Guan Mingze's shoulder. Guan Mingze clearly felt an invisible force as if it was about to crush his shoulder bone, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ah, Mr. Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please let me go this time. Looking at this scene, Tang Xiao could only think that this man was so handsome. She felt that she had completely fallen in love with him at first sight. Yi Fan's palm force traveled along Guan Ming's entire body, silently destroying his vital functions. Since you can't control yourself, then I'll take pity on you and help you out. Yi Fan sneered, then added, All right, you can get lost now. Yi Fan withdrew his hand and left Guan Mingze with these words. Guan Mingze was confused by what Yi Fan said, but seeing that Yi Fan was giving him a chance to leave, he immediately grabbed his rehabilitation crutches and had his men help him run away. Yi Fan turned around and found Tang Xiao staring at him intently. Ahem, miss, have you forgotten that you have something to do? Tang Xiao quickly snapped out of her infatuation. That's right, my Qian. After saying that, Tang Xiao was about to rush towards Sweetheart Entertainment Company, but after running a few steps, she quickly retreated and came to Yi Fan. What is it? Yi Fan asked calmly. Tang Xiao has always been a true looks-obsessed person, and seeing Yi Fan's enlarged handsome face displayed in front of her again, she was instantly smitten once more. Could you give me your WeChat? Tang Xiao asked bluntly. Yi Fan, seeing her 93 points in looks, readily gave her his contact information. Tang Xiao added Yi Fan on WeChat with satisfaction and wanted to get some more personal information from him, but then she saw Yi Fan wave and walk away with his back to her. He left only one sentence. We'll see each other again soon. Tang Xiao was a little confused, but she was once again captivated by Yi Fan's nonchalant and cool demeanor. This man is truly extraordinary. He is far more handsome and righteous than any of the aristocratic young men she has ever met before. Her parents have been urging her to find a boyfriend, so she's determined to bring him home next time. Tang Xiao instantly started daydreaming, and after a while she realized that she had forgotten her best friend again. So she quickly ran into Sweetheart Entertainment to help Mo Qian out and take her back to school. Meanwhile, Guan Mingze returned to his little house where he kept his mistress. When his lover, Ah Hong, saw the fear and lingering dread on his face, she immediately transformed into a caring confidant and stepped forward to comfort him. Guan Mingze was already holding back his anger, thinking that since he couldn't eat out, he was determined to satisfy himself at home. The two started in a hurry, but at this moment, Guan Mingze realized that he seemed unable to stand up straight. He quickly called his trusted family doctor. After examining him, the family doctor sighed, silently shook his head, and could only vaguely say, Mr. Guan, given your condition, I'm afraid there's nothing that can be done. What? What did you say? This is impossible. You mean, I can never be a man again? Guan Mingze asked incredulously. The family doctor sighed again and nodded regretfully. No. In the otherwise quiet afternoon in the residential building, a man's mournful wails echoed through the sky. After giving Tang Xiao his contact information, Yi Fan made a special trip to his subsidiary, Youwu Entertainment, and wandered around for a while. Unfortunately, although there are quite a few beautiful women in the company who look exquisite with the naked eye, none of them have reached the minimum score of 90 points for appearance. Luckily, I managed to catch Tang Xiao at the entrance just now, so today wasn't a complete failure. Yi Fan Sikit. These days, it's really hard to find a truly beautiful woman. Yi Fan took the elevator downstairs and saw a familiar face after walking only a few steps. It was Fong Wenlin, his good friend and roommate from high school. Fong Wenlin was gently embracing a woman who looked like a news anchor, apparently dropping her off at work. Yi Fan frowned as he watched the woman leave, dressed smartly, and Fong Wenlin, whose clothes were clearly quite embarrassing. He then took the initiative to greet Fong Wenlin. Hey kid, are you dropping your girlfriend off at work? Fong Wenlin was overjoyed when he saw Yi Fan appear before him. Brother Fan, what a coincidence. Yeah, my girlfriend works as a live streamer here, so I just drive her here every day. It's not much trouble anyway. Fong Wenlin explained in a simple and honest way, his eyes filled with affection as he watched his girlfriend's departing figure. But I haven't heard much from you lately. Have you been very busy? As they walked out of the office building, Yi Fan asked about each other's recent situations. Fong Wenlin scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. That's true, but I have no choice but to earn money to support my girlfriend. Yi Fan recalled the contrast between Fong Wenlin and his girlfriend's outward appearance and demeanor, and his brows furrowed even more deeply. However, since the two had only had a rare opportunity to meet, Yifan didn't want to rashly say anything that might interfere with his brother's life, so he silently swallowed his words. By the way, Fanji, are you going to that high school reunion that everyone's been talking about in our group chat lately? I'd really like to go and see how everyone's changed. But this gathering was organized by Liao Chong, who used to target us. I see he's showing off quite a bit on his WeChat moments. I wonder if he just wanted to take this opportunity to show off. Only after hearing Fong Wenlin's words did Yifan realize that his high school class was going to have a reunion. When he checked his phone, he found that he had blocked these class group chats a long time ago. Clicking through, I saw that Liao Chong had actually tagged him in the comments, and he and a few classmates were urging Yifan to attend. Yifan had no interest in wasting his time on these people. Just as he was about to reply to Fong Wenlin that he wouldn't go, he heard the system notification. Ding! Mission reward. Participate in the entire class reunion and complete the mission to receive a building in Building 5 of Jinyu Huafu. Wow, what a great system. So you're just deliberately going against me. Huh? Yifan was speechless, but he was genuinely tempted by the reward. Jinyu Huafu is one of the most prestigious residential communities in the entire capital city. Most importantly, it is the closest upscale residential area to Imperial University. If this really became Yifan's, it would be incredibly convenient for him. Why not take the reward? Yifan ultimately succumbed to the system's tyranny. Yifan swallowed back the "I won't go" that he was about to blurt out and instead said to Fong Wenlin, "Since they're making such a fuss about it in the group chat, let's just grab a bite to eat." Seeing that Yifan was going, Fong Wenlin happily joined the group chat by registering his information. By the way, Lindsay, where are you going later? I'll give you a ride. Upon hearing this, Fong Wenlin immediately looked surprised. Brother Fan, you've already bought a car? Yeah, it's convenient to have a car for transportation. Wow, Fanji, that's impressive. So what kind of car did you buy? Is it a Baojun, a Hyundai Reina, or a Volkswagen or Honda? Seeing Fong Wenlin's curious expression, Yifan didn't know how to answer, so he could only say that Fong would know once he drove the car out. Chapter 50. Was I looked down upon by my senior sister? Fong Wenlin nodded and replied, "Okay," and then stood at the entrance of the office building waiting for Yifan to bring the car. A short while later, an extremely cool silver gray sports car slowly appeared in Fong Wenlin's field of vision. Wow, no wonder this is a place where rich people gather. A supercar just shows up so casually. Fong Wenlin silently picked up his phone, preparing to take a cool photo of the sports car as a souvenir. He had just pointed his phone at the sports car when he saw a very familiar face appear in the lens, and the person even waved at him. "Fan, brother Fan." Fong Wenlin quickly rubbed his eyes before he could see clearly that the person in the driver's seat of the supercar was indeed his brother Yifan, who had just been chatting and laughing with him. This supercar, which looks ridiculously expensive, could it be the commuter car that Fanga was talking about? Fong Wenlin restrained his floating steps and jogged over to Koenigsegg's side. He wasn't in a hurry to get in the car, but instead asked in an incredulous tone, "Brother Fan, this car, it's not the one you bought, is it?" Yifan nodded. "Yes, get in the car. I'll take you home now." Upon receiving Yifan's affirmative answer, Fong Wenlin was so shocked he almost exploded. He quickly got into the passenger seat, his face full of excitement for his brother. "Brother Fan, you're amazing. You did something so big without making a sound. This car must be very expensive." Fong Wenlin couldn't suppress his curiosity and inquired further. Although it might sound a bit like Versailles, Yifan still chose to show his truest thoughts to his brothers. "Actually, it's not too bad. The total cost is about 20 million. "How much? 20 million? Fong Wenlin stared in shock, his mouth agape. "My brother must have made a fortune. A car worth 20 million is only considered okay. This is absolutely perfect. That's great. Since you're doing so well now, Fanji, we really made the right decision to go to this gathering. Let's see how Liao Chong will be able to put on airs in front of you then." The two chatted amiably along the way. After dropping Fong Wenlin off at his school, Yifan drove back to Imperial University, which he hadn't visited in some time. Just as Yifan was about to park his car in the school parking lot, he received a message from Yu Kuer on his phone. "Junior brother Yifan, I've been missing you a little." A smile appeared on Yifan's lips. This beautiful senior sister seemed to be quite on the same wavelength as him. "If you miss me, come out. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. Remember to wear that little black ribbon from last time. Yukur, who was waiting intently for Yi Fan's reply, blushed when she saw the newly appeared message. My junior brother is such a bad guy. After sending a cute coming soon emoji in reply, Yukur immediately put on her battle robe and slipped on her smooth black stockings, then swayed and hurried toward the school gate. After Yukur got into the car, Yi Fan drove her straight to a drive-in movie theater located in a scenic area on the outskirts of the capital. The vast grassland was already filled with vehicles, but Yi Fan's car still brought an unusual touch of brightness to the scene. As the movie premiered, Yukur actively moved closer to Yi Fan. A moment later, the black stockings that Yukur had been wearing so neatly were torn and scattered somewhere inside the car. The two in Kanasekura also began to enact a moving scene with an atmosphere similar to that in the movies on the big screen. After the movie ended, Yukur shyly retrieved the black stockings that had been scattered under the driver's seat and showed them to Yi Fan with a hint of reproach. Look what you've done. You've ruined someone's stockings. These kinds of things are readily available, right? Next time I'll have someone pack a whole truckload and send it to you, so you'll always be wearing a new one every time you see me. How about that? Yi Fan teased in a flippant tone. Upon hearing this, Yukur recalled the intense moment earlier, gave Yi Fan a light punch, and then burst into laughter, falling into Yi Fan's arms. It was already evening, and Yi Fan thought about taking Yukur to a Western restaurant for dinner. Yukur, contrary to her usual behavior, said she didn't want to go to such high-end places, but instead suggested going to a barbecue restaurant on the roadside. How about we go get some barbecue instead? I know a really good place, and we can ask the owner to grill some kidneys for you to help you get some nutrition. Junior brother, Yukur said with a mischievous smile. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, realizing that he had been underestimated by this junior sister. Yi Fan stopped the car, and with a simple lift, he picked up Yukur from the passenger seat and placed her on his lap. It sounds like you're not satisfied, senior sister. Well then, it seems I'll have to punish you properly this time. A short while later, Kanasek made another considerable commotion. Yukur could only quickly beg for forgiveness, saying that she had just been joking on purpose. Senior sister was joking, but I'm very serious. After a long while, Yi Fan finally managed to drive the Koenigsegg out of the meadow where the cinema was located. Yukur was exhausted by this point and could only complain in a low voice. I was just making a little joke. Junior brother, you're so mean. And the reason I wanted to go to that barbecue stall is because when I was living in poverty, the owner and Annie would often secretly give me food to help me out. That's why she wanted to take you there to show you off. Yi Fan was surprised when he heard Yukur reveal the real reason. Surprisingly, Yukur, a materialistic girl, is actually quite grateful. Even after her circumstances improved, she didn't forget to go back and visit her old friends. Yi Fan's affection for Yukur grew even stronger. The two soon arrived at the street where the barbecue stall Yukur had mentioned was located. Although it's just a small roadside stall, the customer dining area that it has developed is almost full. As soon as she got out of the car, Yukur ran straight towards the proprietress who was busy grilling meat and vegetables. Yi Fan could only smile and follow behind her. Aunt Rong, I've come to see you. Yukur gave Aunt Rong a bear hug, and Aunt Rong was overjoyed to see Yukur appear. Chapter 51. Completely effortless. Oh my, isn't this cool? She's gotten even prettier lately. Aunt Rong kept working with her hands, but her eyes were always on Yukur, who was smiling kindly and with satisfaction. Aunt Rong, I came today because I wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine. Yukur, unusually shy, said, Aunt Rong, this is the friend I wanted to introduce to you. His name is Yi Fan. Aunt Rong then turned her gaze to Yi Fan, who was standing next to Yukur, and her eyes lit up immediately. Yi Fan nodded politely and greeted her. Hello, Aunt Rong. Wow, what a handsome and energetic young man. Aunt Rong looked at Yi Fan, whose appearance and demeanor were clearly superior to those of ordinary people, her eyes full of admiration. She then quietly pulled Yukur aside and teased her. Tell me honestly, are you dating this handsome young man right now? I know that our Yukur is so beautiful and outstanding. The man she finds must be top-notch too. Aunt Rong's teasing made Yukur blush again. She did want to confirm her relationship with Yi Fan, but she would never dare to hope that a man of Yi Fan's wealth and status would only have her as his woman. Today, being able to bring Yi Fan to see Aunt Rome under the pretext of having a meal has already fulfilled one of her biggest wishes. All right, it's so late. You must be hungry. Go find a seat. Annie will quickly grill some delicious food and bring it over. After saying that, Aunt Rome immediately busied herself getting all sorts of her signature skewers to grill for the two of them. Thank you so much, Aunt Rome, Yukuber said sweetly. Then, the two of them casually found an empty small table and sat down. Soon after, the grilled food was brought out and densely packed all over the table. During the meal, Yukuber would feed Yi Fan a bite first before taking a bite herself, and the two looked just like a couple deeply in love. The surrounding diners watched Yi Fan being completely pampered by such a beautiful woman, and they were all incredibly envious. The barbecue that was originally delicious suddenly tasted bitter and unpalatable. After eating and drinking her fill, Yukuber prepared to pay the bill and say goodbye to Aunt Rome before leaving. Just as she finished saying goodbye and was about to leave with Yi Fan, a group of thugs who had come for a late-night snack happened to walk towards them. The group looked at Yukuber's graceful figure with great interest, and the leader of the gang, Chiang Zai, even stepped forward to block Yukuber. Hey, beautiful, all alone so late? Why don't you stay and have a drink and dinner with us guys? It's on me. Chiang Zai revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth and winked at Yukuber while speaking. Yukuber almost threw up and quickly covered her nose with a look of disgust. Excuse me, please move aside. I'm not interested in what you're saying. After saying that, Yukuber was about to walk around the group and leave, but Chiang Zai moved to the side and blocked her way again, his expression becoming more threatening and ruthless. Beautiful lady, don't be so stubborn. I invited you out of politeness, so I advise you not to make things too awkward. Are you deaf? I already said I'm not going. Yukuber got angry, and the commotion from the argument finally reached the ears of the diners nearby, who all looked around to watch the spectacle. Chiang Zai's expression suddenly turned sinister, and he grabbed Yukuber's arm, trying to pull her away. Damn it, you woman. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Just wait and see what I do to you later. Before Chiang Zai could finish his harsh words, a powerful flying kick suddenly came flying towards him. He flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily onto a diner's table, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you dare kick me? Yi Fan was already holding Yukuber's other hand firmly, and the latter looked at him with admiration and reassurance. Boss, are you all right? Several thugs quickly surrounded Chiang Zai to help him up, while other diners got up and moved away, fearing that the conflict would affect them. You dare hit our boss? We'll fight you to the death. Brothers, let's attack together. Several thugs immediately grabbed the bottles on the table, smashed them in two, and rushed towards Yi Fan and his companion with the broken bottles. Oh no, so many people are beating up one person. That handsome guy is probably in big trouble now. Indeed, it's better not to initiate conflict in situations like this. You have to use your wits. He saved the beautiful woman, but now he's gotten himself into trouble. Some of the onlookers were worried, while others offered hindsight advice, but not a single person dared to step forward and stop the thug's violent behavior. Yi Fan stood still without any panic, and placed Yukuber in a safe position behind him. With one hand, he grabbed the first thug who charged at him, and with the other hand, he grabbed another thug and smashed their heads together like eggs. The two thugs were immediately stunned by the collision, and the broken beer bottles they were holding pierced the bodies of the thugs who had caught up from behind. Before Yi Fan could even use his moves, half of the 7 or 8 thugs were instantly rendered incapacitated. The remaining few were taken down by Yi Fan in the simplest way, one punch each. Before long, the ground was covered with thugs who were being beaten and groaning in pain, while Yi Fan dusted off his clothes with both hands, his whole demeanor as elegant as ever. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! One person took down so many thugs armed with weapons. And it looks like it was done completely effortlessly. That's fucking amazing. Those onlookers who had been loudly criticizing Yi Fan's actions as irrational and impulsive were now speechless, as if choked by flies. The female diners couldn't help but stare at Yi Fan's handsome appearance with wide eyes and admiration. Wow, so handsome and such a good fighter. This man is just too amazing. Yeah, the way he protects his woman is so manly. After saying that, A female diner immediately rolled her eyes at her boyfriend. You were just spouting nonsense about how handsome guys aren't smart or calm enough. I bet if I were the one being harassed today, you would have run away somewhere by now. The female diner's boyfriend stammered and tried to explain, but the more she looked at his pathetic state, the angrier she became. She finally snapped, "Scumbag, let's break up," and stormed off. On the other side, Xiangzi, who had finally managed to stand up from the table, picked up a bottle and was about to join his brothers in attacking Yifan. Turning around, he saw his brothers spitting blood and rolling around on the ground. And the kid he was supposed to deal with was now standing perfectly fine, completely unharmed. Xiangzi was also taken aback by Yifan's strength. Just as he was panicking and didn't know what to do, the familiar figure walking in from not far away instantly rekindled his confidence to teach Yifan a lesson. Chapter 52, Sliding on Knees in the Street. Brother Long, you come at the right time. Look at our brothers. This brat has beaten them up so badly. When Xiangzi saw his boss appear, he immediately limped over to him and started complaining. With his boss's skills and the brothers who came with him, he refused to believe that they couldn't deal with that guy. When Along saw Xiangzi injured like this and several brothers lying on the ground, his anger surged. Damn it! I'll see which bastard dares to mess with anyone from our Flying Dragon gang. I'll beat him half to death. After saying that, Along rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. After a few steps, he remembered to look up and find the person who started it all. Xiangzi immediately pointed out that Yifan, who was standing calmly at this moment, was the one who had injured the brothers so badly. Along shot him a fierce glare, seething with anger. The next second, when he realized that the person was Yifan, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. The steps that were once firm and forward became somewhat shaky. Are you sure this guy is the one who injured the Flying Dragon Gang brothers? Xiangzi was puzzled by Along's suddenly weaker tone, and also wondered why his boss was suddenly calling this brat brother, but he still nodded firmly and said, That's him, boss. Let's go up there and kill him to avenge our brothers. After saying this angrily, Xiangzi was about to rush forward. However, at this moment, Along suddenly stopped and turned around to slap Xiangzi hard. Xiangzi was so dazed from the beating that he covered his face and looked at Along with shock and confusion. Brother Long, why? Why did you hit me? Shouldn't we be going to beat up that brat? The diners present were puzzled by the sudden infighting among the thugs. I'll beat you up. How dare you call Mr. Yi a brat? You little punk, do you have a death wish? Along shouted at Xiangzi sternly, afraid that he might not have spoken softly enough. He never expected that the person his underlings had offended was the same Yi, surnamed Big Shot, who had made his boss, Guan Mingze, willingly break a leg with just a word last time. Damn it, he's really having a run of bad luck. How could a mere lackey like Along possibly provoke such a powerful figure? Along could only quickly increase the force and slapped Xiangzi a few more times. You were just spouting nonsense here, saying you wanted to teach Mr. Yi a lesson? It's obvious from the situation that our brothers did something wrong, which is why Mr. Yi kindly wanted to teach you some manners. You little brats, instead of thanking them, you're shouting for them to fight. Is that even reasonable? Xiangzi's face was swollen on both sides, and he was in so much pain that his head was throbbing. Hearing Along's reprimanding words, he was completely dumbfounded. His own brother was beaten up like this, and the eldest brother still expects him to thank someone? Seeing his boss looking terrified of Yifan, even the slow-witted Xiangzi finally realized what was going on. It seems that the boss not only knows this person, but is also quite certain about his background and identity, knowing that he is not someone to be trifled with. Xiangzi's face was burning with pain, and his heart was filled with unease and fear. On the other side, Yifan saw Along start to teach Xiangzi a lesson and just gave a cold snort. Fortunately, this blonde guy has a good memory, so he doesn't have to waste any more energy moving his body. Along cautiously observed Yifan's expression, and taking advantage of the situation easing up a bit, he quickly pushed Xiangzi and his henchmen and shouted, Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Then quickly clean up the damage you've caused and restore the place to its original condition for the owner. After Along finished speaking, he led Xiangzi and a few of his underlings to Yifan and made them kneel down and apologize to Yifan. Several thugs who had been beaten down by Yi Fan were strictly ordered by Along to immediately crawl over and apologize. Along's scolding of his brothers and the scene of the thugs kneeling before Yi Fan completely stunned the diners present. They all looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Just now, wasn't that guy with the green dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, and a head full of yellow hair looking like a street thug, saying he was going to avenge his thug underlings? Why are they acting like cowards in front of this skilled young man? And they even led the troublemakers to kneel down and apologize on the spot. Just how much power must they have to be willing to slide to their knees like that? My God, is this what it means to subdue the enemy without fighting? That handsome young man is really amazing. Exactly, he's so handsome. And this thug keeps calling him Mr. Yi, which clearly means he's someone important. The diners were all amazed or in awe, their faces filled with curiosity and admiration for Yi Fan. Watching these thugs kowtow and admit their mistakes, they inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Xiangzai had fully realized Yi Fan's strength and quickly apologized to Yi Fan in a series of apologies. Mr. Yi, we were so blind just now. Disturbing you and this young lady, we truly know we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. Yi Fan glanced down at the group. The troublemakers have been beaten up pretty much by him. Now that you know you're wrong, be more careful in the future. And if you do anything despicable like harassing people again, you know the consequences yourselves. Yi Fan's tone was unremarkable, yet it inexplicably exuded authority and was extremely intimidating. Her righteous statement, in particular, captivated Yu Kuer and the female diners nearby. That's so manly and heroic. Yu Kuer couldn't resist and hugged Yi Fan's arm, kissing him on the cheek. This scene immediately stirred up intense jealousy and heartache among the female diners who longed for what they couldn't have, while the male diners, in contrast to Yi Fan, had long since lost their sense of presence. Upon hearing Yi Fan's warning, Along and Xiangzai repeatedly promised that they would never dare to do it again. Immediately, the dozen or so thugs split into several groups and began cleaning up the broken glass bottles and scattered tableware and food on the ground. Occasionally, passers-by would see this scene and take out their phones to take pictures and post them on social media. Diners who knew the inside story also joined in the online discussion. That night, a Weibo post titled, "More than 10 thugs were taught a lesson by a young man," then voluntarily slid to their knees and cleaned up for the barbecue restaurant owner, quickly became a trending topic on the homepage. Chapter 53, I don't really want to go back to the dorm. Along and Xiangzai, along with their underlings, cleaned up the scene. After each of them chipped in some money to return to Aunt Rong, they bowed deeply to Yi Fan several times to say goodbye, promising not to appear in the area again before finally daring to leave. Aunt Rong looked at the dining area, which was now 100 times cleaner than when they set up their stall, and she couldn't be happier. Thanks to you so much today, Xiao Fan. These thugs used to scare my customers a lot when they came here. Now that they won't be coming anymore, I can finally do business more comfortably. You're too kind, Auntie, Yi Fan replied calmly. Seeing how easily Yi Fan had helped her vent her anger and solve a major problem for Aunt Rong, Yu Kuer could no longer suppress her excitement. After saying goodbye to Aunt Rong, Yi Fan was about to start the car when Yu Kuer said in a shy and coquettish tone, I don't really want to go back to the dorm tonight. A slight smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. Perfect timing. I wasn't planning on taking you back to school anyway. With a roar of the engine, Yi Fan drove Yu Kuer directly to his originally planned destination, the Mohira Hotel in Beijing. It remains a hotel under the Bali Real Estate Group. As a tycoon who owns 75% of Bali Real Estate, Yi Fan will inevitably enjoy the highest level of service at any of his hotels, regardless of which business he operates. Yi Fan drove the car to the hotel entrance and parked it. The doorman, who was about to ask if the guest was staying at the hotel, hurried over and saw the face that every employee was required to remember. Hello, Chairman. Just give me your car keys, and we'll park it properly for you. The doorman took Yi Fan's car keys, then quickly called over a parking attendant. He then reported Yi Fan's arrival to the hotel staff via walkie-talkie and bowed 90 degrees to Yi Fan and Yu Kuer, inviting them inside. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Zhao Qianrui's training of his employees has been quite effective since the incident at the Wenjina Hotel, preventing any further instances of his subordinates being inconsiderate. Yu Ku'er was somewhat shocked and curious when she heard the doorman address Yifan. Although she always knew that Yifan was very rich, she didn't know exactly what businesses he owned or what extraordinary identity he held. But now the doorman is calling him chairman. Does that mean the hotel has already been bought by Yifan's junior brother? Filled with doubt, Yu Ku'er was led into the hotel by Yifan. As soon as Yifan entered the hotel, all the staff on both sides of the corridor stopped what they were doing and bowed to greet him. Yifan nodded slightly in response, and the staff then went back to their work. Upon arriving at the front desk, before Yifan could even speak, the receptionist handed him a golden key card for the penthouse suite. "Good evening, Chairman. We have prepared a private penthouse suite for you. There is only one room on the top floor, and the entire floor is open to you alone. Please feel free to contact us via internal line if you have any needs." "Okay, thank you." Yifan took the card and led Yu Ku'er to the top floor in the private elevator. Yu Ku'er could no longer hide her curiosity and asked, "Junior brother Yifan, those staff members are calling you that. Does that mean this hotel belongs to you?" Yifan paused to think. "Strictly speaking, not really. What I actually own are shares in Bali Real Estate Group, which owns this hotel, and my position is chairman. That's why the staff called me that earlier." When Yu Ku'er heard the words Bali Real Estate Group in Yifan's words, she was immediately stunned. That's one of the top real estate groups in the country. If junior brother Yifan can become the chairman of such a group, wouldn't he hold the largest share of the entire board of directors? My God, junior brother, you're amazing. Yu Ku'er had thought Yifan was powerful, but she never imagined he was this powerful. Keep in mind that this real estate group has a market value of at least hundreds of billions. Yu Ku'er looked at Yifan with admiration, completely unaware that the Bali real estate that Yifan owned was just one of his many businesses. "Junior brother, let's have some fun tonight." Yu Ku'er would naturally do everything in her power to please such a good man. Yu Ku'er pulled down the zipper of her skirt right in front of Yifan. Then, she tiptoed to the large bathtub next to the floor-to-ceiling window, stepped one leg in, quickly soaked her whole body with bubbles, and then struck various alluring poses. "Junior brother, are you sure you don't want to come over now?" As Yifan gazed at the beautiful scenery before him, his entire body began to heat up rapidly. He took a few steps to the bathtub, and soon the splashing water rose up, and intimate sounds echoed throughout the suite. Getting carried away with their fun, the two even went to the elevator door in the top floor corridor. Yu Ku'er was a little shy. What if the staff comes up later? "Don't worry, none of them will dare to come up here without my permission. But you seem a bit distracted. Looks like you've forgotten your punishment from this afternoon, haven't you?" Yifan mischievously stirred up some intense memories for Yu Ku'er. Just as she was about to say that she hadn't been distracted, Yifan severely punished her again. The battle raged on until dawn. The next day at noon, Yu Ku'er, whose back was aching, was about to get out of bed when Yifan pulled her back in. "Junior brother, I'll play with you again next time. I have to rush back to school for class this afternoon." Yu Ku'er protested in a small voice. Actually, attending class was only a minor reason. The main reason was that this junior brother Yifan was just too strong. If this continued, her small body wouldn't be able to handle it. "Sweetie, I'll let you go after you finish your morning exercise." After Yifan finished speaking, the 3-meter-wide bed began to shake irregularly again. Half an hour later, Yu Ku'er finally had the chance to step onto the ground. When she looked for her slippers, her legs were still trembling slightly. "I really don't know what you ate to grow up like this. How could you manage to mess someone up like this?" Yu Ku'er complained shyly, but when she met Yifan's smiling expression, she was both completely captivated by his handsomeness and eager to leave. Her expression made it seem like her junior brother Yifan was about to do something naughty again. Yu Ku'er picked up the dress from the ground and put it on. After blowing a kiss to Yifan, she slowly walked to take the elevator downstairs. Yifan directly called the internal line and instructed the staff to send some food up. Although more exercise can improve his physical fitness, he still needs to replenish his nutrition after expending so much energy. After finishing the 20,000 yuan craft and ribeye steak that the kitchen had specially prepared for him, Yifan took a few sips of the 80,000 yuan bottle of Le Havre red wine to cleanse his palate, and then ended this simple brunch. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Yifan wanted to release his energy again. He took the elevator down to the outdoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to stretch his legs, he saw Inai Lungyue, dressed in a suit, walking and anxiously making a phone call. Before he knew it, she had fallen into the icy swimming pool. Chapter 54. They're all fiery fairies. Yifan raised an eyebrow, then jumped into the pool in a few steps, grabbed Inai Lungyue around the waist, and scooped her up. After reaching the shore, Inai Lungyue coughed uncontrollably because she had choked on water. When she recovered and wanted to thank the person who saved her, she discovered that the person who pulled her out was none other than Yifan, who had helped her out of trouble in the private room in Wenjin last time. Mr. Yi, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Yifan had healed her leg injury before, and she never expected that he would save her again this time they met. A strange feeling spread through Inai Lungyue's heart. Yifan nodded in response to Inai Lungyue's gratitude, his gaze falling on her. The woman's graceful figure was fully revealed through her thin, water-soaked shirt. Miss Inai, your clothes, Yifan reminded her. Inai Lungyue followed the gaze, and her face immediately turned red. She quickly covered herself with her hands. Yifan took the coat he had brought earlier and draped it over Inai Lungyue's shoulders. This gentlemanly gesture caused Inai Lungyue's cold heart to unconsciously tilt a little more towards Yifan. However, the next second, Yifan picked Inai Lungyue up in a princess carry. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Miss Inai, there will be many people coming and going here later. Are you sure you want to go out with your clothes wet? Besides, you should know that this is Bali's hotel, which is my territory. You can go to my place and change into some clean clothes before you leave. After hearing Yifan's explanation, Inai Lungyue realized that in her current situation, she could only follow Yifan's advice. But why carry me in a princess carry? She's never been hugged like this by a man before. However, Inai Lungyue felt that it would be too pretentious to raise any objections, so she could only hide her shy face in Yifan's arms. Yifan smiled at the woman's awkward little gestures. It seems that female CEOs aren't all just strong and invincible. The outdoor swimming pool is a little distance from Yifan's private elevator. As Yifan carried Inai Lungyue, his handsome looks and amazing charisma captivated the female guests who passed by. The muscle lines that were revealed under the thin shirt when she exerted herself were especially attractive to them. The staff who knew Yifan's identity were all extremely envious of the woman in his arms. Although they all knew that the woman in this situation was not the same woman who had accompanied Yifan yesterday, they still secretly dreamed of becoming Yifan's next woman soon. After all, what woman wouldn't love a man who's so rich and incredibly handsome? Once inside the private elevator, Inai Lungyue couldn't stay still any longer and asked to get down from Yifan's arms. Yifan then put Inai Lungyue down. However, as soon as Inai Lungyue stepped onto the ground, her high heels gave way, and her soaking wet body fell straight into Yifan's arms. A soft touch came, and the woman's pleasant fragrance kept wafting into Yifan's nose. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, all these women who scored over 90 points are incredibly seductive beauties. I am sorry. Inai Lungyue quickly lowered her head and left Yifan's embrace, her face burning as red as a tomato. As soon as the elevator reached the top floor and the doors opened, Inai Lungyue rushed out. If she stayed in that confined space any longer, she felt like her face was going to explode from the heat. At this moment, Inai Lungyue was surprised to find that there was only one suite on this floor. Mr. Yi, where's this place? Yifan slowly walked out of the elevator. Oh, this is my private suite. Please wait here for a moment. I'll have a staff member bring you a set of clean clothes. Thank you, Mr. Yi. That makes sense. After all, Yifan is the largest shareholder of Bali Real Estate, so it's not strange that he owns a private penthouse suite. Inai Lungyue remembered Yifan's identity, and her curiosity about him surged up again. Over the years, she had met many men in her business dealings, but none of them possessed the charm and charisma of Yifan at such a young age. What kind of background and wealth does this mysterious person have? Inai Lungyue suddenly realized that she seemed to care too much about Yifan. Reason quickly reminded her that this man was the object of her best friend's affections. That's right. My curiosity about Yifan was just to see if he and Si Lu were a good match. She herself had no interest in investigating Yi Fan. It was all because of Si Lo. After Ni Liue finished brainwashing herself, she turned her gaze to Yi Fan, who had gone into the inner room and then came out again. Yi Fan had changed into a clean new shirt. Unlike the masculine aura that showed off his muscles just now, he now had a more refined and handsome look. Ni Liue felt another inexplicable flutter in her heart. By the way, Miss Ni, you were so anxiously talking on your phone just now, and you seemed distracted. That's not like your usual calm and collected self. Yi Fan recalled the scene by the pool and asked casually. Given Ni Liue's usual habit of bearing things on her own, she should have simply laughed off this ordinary concern. However, at this moment, she subconsciously revealed the difficulties she was facing. Actually, it's because the Ni family recently needed a new securities company to back them up in terms of introducing strategic investment. But unfortunately, I personally have almost no connections in this relevant industry. Even the companies I painstakingly negotiated with suddenly backed out of the partnership. Ni Liue herself didn't even realize how much she had said. As one of the 7 great families, the Ni family naturally faces considerable pressure in its business operations. Unfortunately, she has a cousin in her family who is eyeing her position as CEO, and she could fall from her post if she is not careful. The company she had just agreed to partner with suddenly backed out, and she had more or less guessed that it was her cousin's doing. But what could she do? As a female CEO, she had almost gotten used to being disliked in the business world. Yi Fan heard a somewhat familiar term in Ni Liue's words. A securities company? I do own one. I wonder if Ms. Ni from Guangfa Securities would be a good fit for us. When Ni Liue heard Yi Fan casually mention Guangfa Securities, she was stunned into silence. Chapter 55, She Owes Him a Favor. You mean that brokerage firm with total assets between 300 billion and 500 billion, a long-established firm with absolute national recognition, Guangfa Securities? Ni Liue was completely shocked and wanted to confirm it as soon as possible. Yi Fan took out his phone and casually flipped through the headquarters information that Guangfa Securities had sent him before. After glancing at it for a few moments, he replied, Yes, that's right. It's this one. Hearing Yi Fan's calm tone, as if he were talking about cabbages that cost 1 yuan per kilogram, Ni Liue took a deep breath to calm herself down. However, some group bosses have always made various investments. Yi Fan probably just meant that he owns a small number of shares in Guangfa Securities. Thinking of this, Ni Liue finally calmed down a bit. Mr. Yi, although I do really need such a brokerage partner right now, I would really feel bad if I had to trouble you to specifically consult with the shareholders and make suggestions. Troublesome? Not at all. I can just talk to their general manager. I have absolute control of Guangfa Securities, so this little thing is easy to handle. Yi Fan spoke in his usual tone, as if he were talking about what to have for lunch. Upon hearing this, Ni Liue completely lost her composure. Absolute controlling stake? It's important to understand that for a limited liability company, even if you hold more than 50% of the shares, you only have relative control. Only when you hold more than 67% of the shares do you have absolute control. This means that Yi Fan now holds more than 67% of Guangfa Securities shares. My God! What a terrifying being this is. Even someone as knowledgeable as Ni Liue had never heard of a young talent of this age who, after owning a top-tier real estate company, also owned a long-established securities firm that was not an extension of his own business. This level of configuration is something that other elite individuals typically have to rely on years of accumulated wealth and resources within their families to achieve. The power behind this man is far more unfathomable than she imagined. Compared to her previous curiosity about Yi Fan, Ni Liue now felt a sense of admiration for him. Having been through many battles in the business world, it's hard for her not to admire such a talented young man. She paused for a moment, then sincerely expressed her request to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, if I can truly establish a cooperative relationship with Guangfa Securities thanks to you, I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. If you ever need my help in the future, I will do my utmost to help you. Although Ni Liue knew that what she possessed was completely insignificant compared to Yi Fan's. But at this point, all she could do was give up everything she had to secure this opportunity for cooperation. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, He didn't care about favors from others. But if he does a favor for a 90-point beauty, then there will be many things he can do in the future. No problem, I'll tell them right now. After saying that, Yi Fan dialed the phone and quickly gave instructions to his subordinates. Okay, later this afternoon, someone from Guangfa Securities will contact you to discuss cooperation. Seeing how Yi Fan resolved the matter she had been running around, trying to accomplish in less than a minute with a phone call, and Leng Yue's admiration for Yi Fan unknowingly rose to a level she hadn't even anticipated. Even the quiet feelings of love have unconsciously grown and spread wildly. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi Fan. And Leng Yue took a step forward, but before she could finish speaking, her unsteady high heels tripped her again on the fluffy carpet. This time, she threw herself onto Yi Fan, and in her panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. It looked exactly like she had taken the initiative to throw herself into Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan's teasing smile came from above her head. Miss Anai, are you planning to repay me by offering yourself to me? Leng Yue's face flushed with amusement at these words. She hurriedly tried to leave Yi Fan's warm and broad chest, but as soon as she took a step back, Yi Fan pulled her arm again, and she fell back into his arms. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Yi Fan held the person tightly in his arms, saying, the pool water was so cold just now, and you accidentally fell into my arms, so you might as well warm up in my arms. Unlike Leng Yue's always cold and aloof appearance, her entire body was fragrant and soft, making her very comfortable to hold. Yi Fan is no longer the clueless guy he used to be, who worried about being disliked by girls if he accidentally did something out of line. With his wealth skyrocketing and his skills in picking up girls becoming more refined, he has come to understand that these slightly forceful actions are a way to test relationships and escalate them. Leng Yue was held in Yi Fan's arms, so close that she could clearly hear his heartbeat. In fact, according to her consistent code of conduct, she would have pushed Yi Fan away immediately. But when she felt the intense heat emanating from Yi Fan's chest, she inexplicably wanted to let loose and not think about anything, just letting Yi Fan hold her like that. She had to admit one thing. She had begun to crave Yi Fan's embrace. After a while, a staff member brought over a clean suit that fit Leng Yue's size. Seeing that someone had arrived, Leng Yue suddenly realized what was happening and quickly left Yi Fan's embrace. Let's just treat it as a dream. Having it for a brief moment is enough. Leng Yue took the bag from the staff member, and only then did she realize that there was a brand new pair of flat shoes inside. Yi Fan actually even considered this? A wave of tenderness washed over her as she was touched by Yi Fan's thoughtfulness. However, Leng Yue was also very clear that this man was someone she had met and fallen in love with first, her best friend Wan Sile. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I owe you a favor. After quickly changing her clothes in the bathroom, Leng Yue came out and left Yi Fan with these words, then left quickly as if she were running away from something. Yi Fan watched Leng Yue's retreating figure, then picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. His eyes gleamed with the predatory glint of a hunter eyeing his prey. Over the next few days, Yu Kuer shuttled between the university and the hotel. Although Yi Fan always tormented her, her body and soul were always thinking of him. So whenever she had free time, Yu Kuer couldn't help but come to the hotel to spend time with Yi Fan. Junior brother Yi Fan, do you think you've put a curse on her? I can't stop thinking about you in class, and you're the only thing on my mind when I'm chatting with my girlfriends. Yu Kuer lay in Yi Fan's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her finger, and said coquettishly, I don't care. You have to promise her that no matter how many other women you meet in the future, you absolutely cannot abandon her. Chapter 56. This doesn't make sense. After saying that, Yu Kuer quickly wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and gave him several kisses on the face. Don't worry, I've thought it all out. I'll set aside one of my houses and put it in your name for you to live in. You can just obediently be my mistress. As Yi Fan spoke, he patted Yu Kuer's soft buttocks. Yu Kuer's eyes lit up when she heard that Yi Fan wanted to give her a house. Really, darling, you're really going to give me a house? Can I ask where it is? Yu Kuer acted coquettishly in front of Yi Fan, her hands busy with a series of movements. Yi Fan similed. Sometimes Yu Kuer's straightforward and materialistic nature seemed to him strangely endearing and honest. This is probably because he is already rich enough and knows that he will continue to become richer, which gives him confidence and enjoyment. Yifan recalled the rewards the system had mentioned last time. In any case, he was certain he would complete the mission successfully, so the reward was bound to come sooner or later. It's the house in the Golden Domain Mansion next to Imperial University. What? Really? A house in Golden Mansion? Darling, I love you to death. Upon hearing this, Yukur immediately did everything she could to please Yifan in order to express her happiness and gratitude for his admiration. It's worth noting that Jinyu Huafu is one of the top luxury residential communities in the entire capital. The price is nearly 200,000 per square meter. Not to mention that the smallest apartments, they're all large single-level apartments with a floor area of over 100 square meters. In other words, even if Yifan gave her the smallest room, it would still cost a full 20 million. This man is so good to her. Where can you find such a generous and magnanimous man these days? Yu Kuner's love for Yifan was so strong it felt like it was about to soar to the clouds. In return, she naturally worked even harder to make Yifan happy. After a night of physical enhancement activities, Yifan was full of energy. Around noon, he settled Yukur, who was fast asleep from exhaustion, aside and drove to the agreed-upon location for the high school reunion. Wenhua East Lane Restaurant, Wangfujing Street, Beijing. Yifan arrived a little later than the agreed time. After finding a place to park his car, he leisurely walked into the restaurant. Yifan walked straight to the location of the private room posted in the group chat. At that moment, Tang Xiao, who was freeloading at her family's restaurant, was telling the staff the names of the dishes she wanted to eat when her eyes casually glanced over, and she saw the man who had made her fall in love at first sight last time. What a coincidence! I actually ran into him at the restaurant near my home. With just one glance, Tang Xiao instantly forgot her plans to feast, her gaze fixed on Yifan, watching to see which private room he was heading to. When Yifan arrived at the private room, before he even entered, he heard a familiar voice loudly boasting, followed by the echoing and flattering voices of others. Pushing open the door, there he was, Liao Chong, the guy he'd never gotten along with since high school. Yifan casually glanced around and spotted another disgusting person, his first love, Yi Xiao, whom he had just humiliated at SKP. Damn it, I completely forgot this person was in my class. However, given Yifan's current level, he can simply ignore these people and doesn't need to waste any extra emotions on them. Yifan's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Is this Yifan? He's gotten so much more handsome than he was back in his student days. He's so handsome. His aura is completely different now. He looks like a true elite. Several female classmates whispered among themselves, their expressions tinged with shyness. Hearing the praise and discussion about Yifan, Liao Chong felt a surge of displeasure and immediately began to speak sarcastically. Hey, who's here so late? As expected, our classmate Yifan is a very busy person. Even a class reunion is this late. Back in high school, Yifan was already quite the star because of his good grades and good looks. He even got together with Yi Xiao, the class beauty that Liao Chong liked. Because of this incident, Liao Chong had always disliked Yifan. He recently managed to make some money by starting a small business with a friend. He specially organized this class reunion to show off in front of all his classmates, humiliate Yifan, and win Yi Xiao over on the spot. Liao Chong was gloating over his well-thought-out plan. Yi Xiao, who was standing to the side, suddenly stepped forward and spoke up for Yifan. Actually, we've only been here a short time, haven't we? Yifan has just arrived, and the dishes have all been served, so it's the perfect time to start our gathering. Yi Xiao's eyes were glued to Yifan the moment he appeared. Ever since her chance encounter with Yifan at SKP, she has been thinking about how she could get back to Yifan's side. Unexpectedly, she received news that Yifan would be attending the class reunion. Originally, she had little interest in this kind of gathering, where she would reunite with her poor old friends. But when she heard that Yifan was coming, she naturally wanted to take this opportunity to make a good impression. Hearing that Yi Xiao actually spoke up for Yifan and looked at him with affection, Liao Chong was both puzzled and angry. Wasn't it said that the reason Yi Xiao broke up with Yifan before was because she disliked him for not having money? Why is she looking at Yifan with such a lovesick expression right now? That doesn't make sense. Liao Chong couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. So he simply stopped thinking about it and quickly became more attentive to Yi Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's words make sense. Well then, everyone, let's take our seats. Upon hearing this, all the students came to the dining table and took their seats. Yi Fan was about to invite Fong Wenlin to sit with him when he saw the guy being stupidly forced to sit between two occupied seats. Left with no other option, Yi Fan sat down in a relatively empty spot opposite Fong Wenlin. Xiao Xiao, come sit here, it has a good view. Liao Chong quickly pulled out the chair next to his seat and eagerly invited Yi Xiao Xiao over. However, Yi Xiao Xiao's gaze followed Yi Fan, and when she saw that there was still a seat next to him, she immediately took a few steps to sit down next to Yi Fan. No need, I'll just sit next to Yi Fan. Yi Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Fan with a little shyness and said. Upon seeing this, Liao Qiangren was immediately dumbfounded. He quickly looked down at his clothes, which he had deliberately worn today to show off the luxury brand logos, as well as the expensive jewelry and watches he wore around his neck and on his wrists. That's not a problem. Anyone with eyes can see he's very rich. Then why is Yi Xiao Xiao now only following Yi Fan around? Chapter 57 was only meant to win Yi Fan back. Helpless, Liao Chong could only awkwardly push the chair next to him back in. Liao Chong immediately came up with a plausible explanation for the current situation. That is because he was being too low-key, which is why Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't tell who she should be dealing with now. Thinking this, Liao Chong was determined to win back the home field later. Seeing that his classmates were all seated, he quickly took the lead and raised his glass. Dear old classmates, I've covered all the food and drinks for today. I hope you won't mind that I chose such a shabby place. Upon hearing this, several classmates immediately raised their glasses to offer their congratulations. Liao Chong, what are you talking about? Everyone knows this is a restaurant under the Tang family. You can't get a private room here without money and connections. That's right, Brother Chong. You're successful now, and you're still so humble. Doesn't that mean you're not leaving any way for us to make a living? The group's cheerful compliments immediately improved Liao Chong's expression, and he waved his hand dismissively, acting as if it were nothing serious. No, it's nothing. It just so happens that I'm an old acquaintance of the Tang family's daughter, so I booked a private room at Mandarin Oriental East Wing. It's just a small matter. Wow, Chongji, you're amazing. I never imagined you'd not only make money, but also get connected with these powerful families. The students' eyes immediately lit up with envy. Having made connections with powerful families proves that Liao Chong's financial resources and background have reached a point where they cannot be underestimated. At least their resources and connections are more than 100 times greater than those of ordinary people. Several tactful classmates immediately toasted Liao Chong with several glasses of wine. By the way, Brother Chong, this Miss Tang has never appeared in the media. Since you know her, is she pretty or not? Well, Liao Chong took a sip of the red wine in his hand and paused for a moment, feigning mystery. In fact, he didn't know any Miss Tang at all, but when it comes to parties, bragging and showing off are a must. Moreover, Liao Chong already considered himself to be the most successful person in this private room, so naturally he wasn't worried about his lies being exposed. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Liao Chong suddenly fixed his intense gaze on Yi Xiao Xiao, who was standing to the side. Actually, Miss Tang's looks are just so-so. I don't think she can compare to our class beauty, Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started to tease and jeer. At this moment, Yi Xiao Xiao didn't even glance at Liao Chong, but instead kept her eyes fixed on Yi Fan. Yi Fan focused intently on eating, displaying an air of aloofness that told no one to get close to him. Yi Xiao Xiao's disregard for Liao Chong angered him. Seeing that his boasting had no effect, he immediately pretended to casually take out his car keys and put them on the table. Some sharp-eyed students immediately noticed this scene. Wow, Chongji, you're driving a Maybach now. What model is it? That brand of car must be expensive. It's all right. I recently bought a Maybach S480, which isn't too expensive, around 1.5 million. Liao Chong tried his best to appear nonchalant. This price indeed made all the students present envious. A car worth 1.5 million. My God, that could buy a decent house back in my hometown. Brother Chong is really amazing. He hasn't even graduated from university yet, and he's already bought a car with the money that most people could never earn in a lifetime. Brother Chong, I salute you. Several people at the table then rushed to toast Liao Chong, hoping to take the opportunity to get closer to him. Liao Chong couldn't suppress the smug smile on his face. What are you all saying? I'm not as amazing as you all make me out to be. You might all end up doing much better than me in the future. As Liao Chong spoke, he steered the conversation toward Yi Fan. You agree, Yi Fan? When you came in just now, everyone said you looked different. Why don't you share with everyone which companies offer you plan to sign after graduation? Ye Fan similit faintly. This idiot had indeed started. I haven't decided which company to sign with yet. I'm just enjoying the last bit of my university life right now, and I'm just waiting to retire after graduation. Yi Fan spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Liao Chong immediately shook his head vigorously, looking regretful. Yi Fan, as your classmate, I have to say something to you. You're so young. How can you be so weak and lazy in your thinking? We men living in society can't be like that now. Maybe you've seen too many people like me who have achieved success at a young age, and you've been shocked and feel that no matter how hard you try, you can't catch up, so you've lost confidence and want to give up. But if you really just do nothing and sponge off your parents, becoming a social outcast, how will you ever get married and raise children? When Liao Chong mentioned wife and children, he deliberately emphasized the word towards Yi Xiao, as if afraid that Yi Xiao might not have understood his implication. So we young people still need to keep working hard and striving for progress. If you really encounter difficulties, just tell Brother Chong, and I'll find you a cleaning job at the company or something. There's always a way. After Liao Chong finished speaking, he quickly sought agreement from his classmates. Do you all agree with what I said? Although the students present could more or less sense the veiled barbs in Liao Chong's words, they all eagerly echoed his sentiments in order not to offend him. Yes, Brother Chong is right. We young people should work harder and learn from Brother Chong. Liao Chong nodded in satisfaction, and seeing that Yi Xiao didn't react, he immediately added, Xiao, you must agree with my thoughts too. Yi Xiao had been annoyed by Liao Chong's constant attempts to get her attention since earlier, and now she rolled her eyes and replied perfunctorily, yes. Liao Chong was overjoyed to receive Yi Xiao's affirmative response. He realized that now was the perfect time. Immediately, he got up from his seat, took out the diamond necklace he had prepared, and came to Yi Xiao. Xiao, actually, I've liked you for many years. The main purpose of this gathering today is to confess my feelings to you. You've seen my conditions just now, so now I want to ask you, would you like to be my girlfriend? The students immediately stood up and cheered, with shouts of together, rising and falling amidst applause and encouragement. Liao Chong had never felt so proud before. He had finally done it. He will crush Yi Fan under his feet, and his beloved girl will soon become his girlfriend. Yi Xiao listened to the crowd's jeers, but shot an impatient look at Liao Chong, who was kneeling beside her. She then slammed the jewelry box in Liao Chong's hand to the ground, her tone full of disgust. Liao Chong, please have some self-awareness. I don't like you at all. The only reason I came to the class reunion today is to try and win Yi Fan back. Chapter 58, Call Him Darling. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she pushed away Liao Chong, who was standing between her and Yi Fan, and began to cry in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, everything back then was my fault. It was my fault for being blinded by greed and breaking up with you for the sake of money. Actually, I've been thinking about you every day for the past few years, and I've never truly let you go. I've finally realized that you're the only one who's truly good to me. I understand that feelings are far more important than material things. We're each other's first love. Please, give me another chance to get back together with you. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Yi Xiao's performance. Damn, how come I never noticed before that this woman is such a good actress? What do you mean by feelings are more important than material things? Was she doing it for feelings? Isn't it because he was jealous of the lavish spending he did on Yu Kuer last time? The thought that his first love was with such a materialistic woman shattered all the remaining beautiful memories Yi Fan had of the past. The students present were completely stunned to see Yi Xiao trying so hard to win back Yi Fan, completely disregarding her image. When did Yi Fan become so charming? How could Yi Xiao, who had dated several rich second-generation boyfriends, be so remorseful? Liao Chong was completely stunned by Yi Xiao's push. He searched the ground for a long time before finally finding the necklace that she had thrown away. He quickly grabbed the necklace from his hand and came back to Yi Xiao Xiao, his face full of incomprehension. Xiao Xiao, why? Can't you see how much better my situation is than Yi Fan's? What's so good about Yi Fan, this poor loser who doesn't even try to improve himself? Hearing Liao Chong's obstruction, Yi Xiao Xiao cursed him 1,000 times in her heart. Why is this short, ugly guy keeping blocking her from getting closer to Yi Fan? With his paltry fortune, how could he possibly compare to Yi Fan? Liao Chong felt extremely sorry for Yi Xiao Xiao, who ignored him and cried in front of Yi Fan trying to win him back, but Yi Fan remained unmoved. Yi Fan, you made Xiao Xiao cry like this. Aren't you going to say anything to comfort her? Hearing Liao Chong's words, Yi Fan didn't even bother to give him a second glance. Another idiotic simp. Go ahead and comfort me if you want. I'm not stopping you. You, Liao Chong was furious, his face turning as black as hell. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly opened, and a crisp, clear female voice rang out. Honey, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the store? Tang Xiao skipped excitedly to Yi Fan's side, then wrapped her arms around his neck in a very intimate manner. She had been lying in wait for a long time after following Yi Fan to the outside of the private room. Unexpectedly, the more he listened to the conversation inside, the more something seemed off, so he decided to come in and help Yi Fan out of the predicament. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw the suddenly appearing, quirky Tang Xiao. It seems this girl came here specifically to stage a damsel in distress rescue. This behavior was consistent with his impression of her when they first met. The others were puzzled and surprised to see Tang Xiao appear. The main thing is the woman who's hugging Yi Fan and calling him darling is just too beautiful. If Yi Xiao Xiao is an 80-point class beauty, then this woman is definitely a 95-point beauty in the eyes of these classmates. Compared to her, Yi Xiao Xiao is completely insignificant. Several male classmates revealed envy towards Yi Fan, and Liao Chong even snorted coldly with some jealousy. When Yi Xiao Xiao saw Tang Xiao suddenly appear, she momentarily forgot her performance of crying and pointing at Tang Xiao to question her. You, who are you? Why are you hugging Yi Fan like that? Me? Of course I'm Yi Fan's girlfriend. But who are you? As Tang Xiao spoke, she put her hands on her hips and stared directly at Yi Xiao Xiao's hostility. Impossible. Yi Fan would never like a girl like you. Hilarious. You don't like girls like me? Does that mean Yi Fan likes an old lady like you? Tang Xiao's sharp-tongued response immediately made Yi Xiao Xiao so angry that she kept fuming for a long time. Yi Fan's smile deepened as he looked at Tang Xiao's bold and fearless demeanor. This girl is indeed much more energetic and feisty than he imagined. Meanwhile, the other classmates were incredibly envious of Tang Xiao and Yi Xiao Xiao arguing and bickering over Yi Fan. Being handsome really does have its advantages. Yi Fan actually got two beauties arguing over him like this. When will I ever get that kind of treatment? Liao Chong was extremely unhappy to see that Yi Fan had stolen his thunder again. In order to impress Yi Xiao Xiao again and to draw back the admiring gaze of his classmates, he suddenly stepped forward and blocked Tang Xiao's path. Miss, if I heard you correctly, you just mentioned a restaurant. Do you mean this restaurant belongs to you? This is the Tang family's shop. Do you want to claim you're the Tang family's daughter? Liao Chong confidently raised his questions. The woman in front of me looked young and beautiful, and her lively demeanor didn't seem like that of a young lady from a prestigious family at all. He strongly suspected that this person was just an extra that Yi Fan had hired. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Moreover, Yi Fan is just a poor boy with no money. How could he possibly win over a young lady from a prestigious family as his girlfriend? That's right. Didn't Brother Chong just say that he and Miss Tang are old acquaintances? Then he must know Miss Tang. Does this mean that Yi Fan's girlfriend is lying? Everyone started speculating, and their expressions towards Tang Xiao and Yi Fan suddenly became somewhat mocking. Tang Xiao got angry and started yelling at Liao Chong, pointing her finger at his nose. Please, old man, if I'm not Miss Tang, then who are you? Besides, I don't even know you. Who said we're old acquaintances? You. Who are you calling old man? Liao Chong was already bothered by the fact that he looked older than his peers, and now Tang Xiao's words hit him where it hurt, making him furious. Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Tang Xiao angrily infuriate both Yi Xiaoxiao and Liao Chong. This woman is quite interesting. Meanwhile, Liao Chong was angry and thinking of ways to expose the woman's identity when he suddenly remembered an auctioneer friend he had met downstairs. My auctioneer friend has seen all sorts of aristocratic science. If it's the real Miss Tang, he'll definitely remember her appearance. In the blink of an eye, Liao Chong quickly told everyone that he wanted to invite one of his most important friends up. Chapter 59. Successfully Crossing Class Boundaries? A short while later, Zhang Cheng, the auctioneer friend Liao Chong had mentioned, arrived at the door of the private room. Liao Chong's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to introduce it to everyone. Let me introduce you all. This friend of mine is a very famous figure in the entire capital's auction industry. He has presided over all kinds of public and private auctions, big and small, and there are almost no dignitaries he doesn't know. After this introduction, all the students looked at Zhang Cheng with a hint of admiration. Zhang Cheng quickly waved his hand, indicating that Liao Chong was exaggerating. Although he was an auctioneer, to be honest, he was just a high-class waiter. At most, he only met those powerful figures briefly. They weren't really acquaintances. Otherwise, why would he bother associating with someone of Liao Chong's caliber? However, Liao Chong didn't care about any of that. Praising Zhang Cheng was just a way of praising himself. As long as he could prove to everyone that he had connections, that was enough. Just as Liao Chong was about to explain to Zhang Cheng why he'd been asked to come up, everyone saw Zhang Cheng's eyes suddenly light up, and he walked straight toward Tang Xiao, who was standing there, extending his hands. Miss Tang, it really is you. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you at your shop today. Although you may not know me, I have had the privilege of catching a glimpse of your stunning beauty and generous spending at several auctions. Tang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Cheng's compliment put her in a good mood, so she returned a fairly friendly nod. Liao Chong and the other classmates couldn't help but feel uncomfortable seeing Zhang Cheng clearly flattering Tang Xiao. Did you all hear that? Chong Ji's auctioneer friend not only called this beautiful woman Miss Tang, but also said that this is her shop. So, this stunning beauty who claims to be Yi Fan's girlfriend is definitely the daughter of the Tang family, one of the 7 great families. Liao Chong never expected that this beautiful but somewhat loud woman was actually the Tang family's daughter. He looked at Tang Xiao with disgust in her eyes, and he was both shocked and scared. He felt extremely guilty. From this perspective, Miss Tang is clearly hundreds of times more beautiful than Yi Xiaoxiao. So what Liao Chong said earlier, Miss Tang is only so-so, not as good as Yi Xiaoxiao, was just him flattering Yi Xiaoxiao, wasn't it? Exactly. Anyone with eyes can see that Miss Tang is miles ahead of Yi Xiaoxiao, and Liao Chong is just spouting nonsense without even thinking. Several female classmates who had always disliked Yi Xiaoxiao's behavior took the opportunity to mock her. Others also belatedly realized the loopholes in Liao Chong's words. If that's the case, then Liao Chong's doubts about Miss Tang's identity just now prove that he doesn't actually know Miss Tang at all. My God, this is so hypocritical. He clearly doesn't know Miss Tang, yet he uses her prestigious status to elevate himself. I'm starting to doubt whether all the things Liao Chong was bragging about earlier were actually true. The revelation of Tang Xiao's true identity immediately changed the tide of events at the scene. Many students couldn't help but cast scrutinizing glances at Liao Chong. Yi Fan, who remained calm and displayed extraordinary demeanor, won the favor of his classmates without doing anything. It seems that no matter how Liao Chong targets Yi Fan, he still can't beat him. This young lady from a prestigious family is so beautiful, and Yi Fan won her over without a word. Doesn't that mean Yi Fan is about to successfully transcend social classes? Of course, this is the Tang family, one of the 7 great families. The wealth and connections they have are beyond the imagination of ordinary people like us. Several male compatriots couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Why is it that students from the same class don't have the same good fortune as Yi Fan? They also really want to cling to the rich woman's leg and shout, "I'm hungry, I need food." These days, being able to afford to live off a woman of this caliber is a real feat. Yi Xiaoxiao was a little angry when she saw that after everyone learned Tang Xiao's identity, They all praised Tang Xiao and envied Yi Fan. She immediately grabbed Liao Chong, who was sweating profusely, and asked him a question. Liao Chong, tell me quickly, what exactly is this aristocratic family? Are they really that powerful? Why are all the classmates on our side now? Liao Chong could only wipe away the cold sweat that kept seeping out and explain to Yi Xiao. The 7 great families of the capital each own a family conglomerate with a market value of at least tens of billions, and direct heirs like Miss Tang have personal assets starting at least several billion. What? Upon hearing that Tang Xiao had such a powerful background, Yi Xiao's face turned deathly pale. Her hopes of getting back together with Yi Fan were instantly shattered. How could she possibly compete with such a gifted woman? With a loud wah, Yi Xiao couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Yi Fan felt the envious gazes directed at him by the other male classmates and was speechless. I'm quite wealthy myself. Okay? With his wealth, why would he need to live off the money of a small-time family like the Tang family? After saying goodbye to Tang Xiao, Zhang Cheng turned and left. His gaze happened to shift, and he suddenly saw a big shot whom he hadn't recognized because Tang Xiao was blocking his view. Good heavens! Mr. Yi, so you're here too. I'm so sorry I didn't see you earlier. Zhang Chengbin stopped in his tracks the moment he was about to leave. His eyes shone several times brighter than when he saw Tang Xiao. He hurried over to Yi Fan. He stretched out his hands to shake hands with Yi Fan, his outstretched hands trembling noticeably with excitement. The more than 150 million you spent at the last private auction was an amount I've rarely seen in all my years in the industry. It was thanks to your generosity that our Beijing auction house has set a new record. It is an honor to meet you here today. Please allow me, on behalf of our industry, to once again express our deepest gratitude to you. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking excitedly, he gave Yi Fan a deep 90-degree bow. Seeing Zhang Cheng's sincere expression, Yi Fan politely extended his hand and shook hands with him. Zhang Cheng was overjoyed by Yi Fan's handshake. By the way, Mr. Yi, I also participated in the discussion and negotiation of the 8 million private yacht that was awarded to you as a special prize last time. I wonder what you thought of it. Please feel free to point out any areas where you're dissatisfied, and I will immediately go back and relay the feedback to the relevant staff. It's not bad. The experience is okay. There's nothing that needs to be improved. Yi Fan recalled the time he spent playing on the yacht with Xiao Shitting. It was indeed a good memory. He would continue next time. Looking at Yi Fan's good-natured and easygoing demeanor, Zhang Cheng's respect for Yi Fan grew even stronger. The others present, listening to the back-and-forth conversation between the two, and seeing Zhang Cheng's extremely devout demeanor and Yi Fan's imposing manner, were all filled with utter shock. Chapter 60, She Just Wants to Be Your Girlfriend. One of the students quickly swallowed and tried to calm himself down. Did you hear that? The auctioneer said, Yi Fan single-handedly bid over 150 million at the auction. Holy crap. A student who wasn't good at math quickly started counting on his fingers. 7 digits? 8 digits? Holy crap, it's actually 9 digits. Just how much wealth does one need to spend to fetch such a high price in a small auction? Gasps of breath rose and fell across the room. The students looked at Yi Fan with a mixture of admiration and fear. If it were only a few 100,000 or a few million, they would definitely only feel genuine envy. But now Yi Fan is spending hundreds of millions of dollars at will. This also means that Yi Fan is now worlds apart from ordinary people like them. Faced with an existence hundreds of times stronger than themselves, the students inevitably became somewhat cautious. Upon learning of Yi Fan's feat, Liao Chong's face instantly drained of color. My legs started trembling uncontrollably. How come Yi Fan has grown into such a big figure in just a few years? How dare he be so smug in front of Yi Fan with the meager earnings he had painstakingly earned through his own hard work and struggle? At this moment, Liao Chong was filled with regret. He quickly shrank behind the other students, trying to make himself the most invisible person. After a while, seeing that Yi Fan didn't put on any airs of being rich, the other students dared to start discussing a little. Our reasoning just now was so stupid. We even said that Yi Fan had hooked up with a rich woman, when he's clearly the one who's rolling in money. That's right. Although these families have prestigious names, Not many can actually afford to spend 100 million at a private auction in one go. At least the Tang family among these three smaller families isn't quite up to the task. Indeed, if Yi Fan hadn't been strong enough, how would he have known these young ladies from prominent families and even managed to win over Miss Tang? It seems that you really have to be strong yourself. Brother Fan is awesome. That's right, Brother Fan is the best. After the students understood the truth, they all felt endless admiration and respect for Yi Fan. They were from the same class, yet Yi Fan has not only amassed such terrifying wealth at a young age, but also has a girlfriend from a wealthy family who is completely devoted to him. What else could this be but a role model for life? Shouts of "Brother Fan is awesome" echoed throughout the private room. Fong Wenlin, who was sitting opposite Yi Fan, immediately joined in the shouting and frantically made a 666 gesture towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan sighed and rubbed his forehead. This silly kid had actually joined in the fun. Yi Xiao, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, was so heartbroken upon hearing the figure of 150 million that she nearly fainted from crying. She glanced at Yi Fan with reluctance, then saw Tang Xiao standing intimately beside him. Realizing that she had no chance left, Yi Xiao let out a final, mournful cry and stormed out of the door. Tang Xiao was almost knocked away by Yi Xiao, who rushed out like a bull. She quickly dodged and accidentally sat in Yi Fan's lap. Looking at the handsome face of the man so close to her, Tang Xiao's heart started pounding again. As expected, Yi Fan's handsome looks have an amazing power to charm her, a person who is obsessed with good looks. However, a moment later, Tang Xiao remembered Zhang Cheng's revelation about Yi Fan's immense wealth, and her feelings became somewhat complicated again. She never expected that the handsome guy she fell in love with at first sight would be so rich. Compared to him, my own wealth might not even be a good match for his. Tang Xiao, who was originally full of confidence in winning over Yi Fan, couldn't help but have some reservations. After exchanging a few polite words with Yi Fan, Zhang Cheng left. "Don't just stand there, everyone, keep eating," Yi Fan called out, and the students quickly moved their chairs back to the dining table and slowly picked up their chopsticks. Liao Fan slunk back to his seat with his head down, not daring to raise his head again, and quickly picked up his chopsticks to pretend to concentrate on eating. Tang Xiao took the initiative and, sitting in Yi Fan's lap, began feeding him food bite by bite. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This woman knows how to say what she should and shouldn't say. The other male classmates couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yi Fan. Imagine how wonderful it would be if they were fed food on the spot by such a beautiful young lady from a prestigious family. Before everyone had even started eating, a waiter suddenly rushed into the private room. "Excuse me, does anyone own a Koenigsegg Gemera parked here? The traffic situation in front of the restaurant is a bit complicated right now. Could you please move it?" When a male classmate who loves cars heard about this car, his eyes lit up and he started explaining it to everyone. Wenhua East Lane truly lives up to its reputation as a gathering place for the wealthy. The Koenigsegg that the waiter mentioned is a car worth nearly 20 million. Holy crap, that's like driving around in a house in Beijing. That's incredible. Several male students were talking excitedly. Yi Fan had just finished fumbling around his pocket for a while when he finally pulled the Koenigsegg car keys out and handed them to the waiter. "I'm the owner of the Koenigsegg. You can take the car keys and have your staff move it for me." Okay. Thank you for your cooperation, sir." After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately took the Koenigsegg key and left the private room. The students, who had been discussing the matter with great interest, were all wide-eyed when they saw this scene, and the food they were holding with their chopsticks fell directly into their bowls with a thud. The female students looked at Yi Fan with hearts in their eyes. Liao Chong kept his head down, eating the food in his bowl, but he silently wrapped the key to his 1.5 million yuan Maybach on the table in his hand, then quickly put it back in his pocket and stuffed it tightly. Once the meal was finished, the gathering was considered over. Liao Chong took the lead, saying he had other things to do, and left in a hurry. The students didn't bother to give him another glance. They all got up to say goodbye to Yi Fan before leaving one by one. Seeing how close Tang Xiao and Yi Fan were, Fong Wenlin said goodbye to them and left the private room to the two of them. Tang Xiao sat on Yi Fan's lap without getting down and scooped up another bowl of soup to feed Yi Fan. Everyone's gone, Miss Tang. Are you still going to continue acting? Yi Fan asked with a light laugh. Tang Xiao pouted, her expression slightly mischievous, and slowly moved a few steps closer to Yi Fan. I wasn't acting. I just want to be your girlfriend. Is that not allowed? Chapter 61. She was completely powerless to resist. Seeing Tang Xiao's bold and flirtatious manner, Yi Fan smiled faintly. The next second, he suddenly grabbed Tang Xiao's neck and pulled her lips to within inches of his own. Miss Tang, are you serious? Tang Xiao's brain went blank for a moment because of Yi Fan's action. Her originally sly expression instantly turned into a shy and helpless look. Yi Fan's smile widened even further. Turns out he's just a paper tiger who loves to talk big. Miss Tang, you don't seem as powerful as you thought. Listening to Yi Fan's slightly teasing words and feeling his breath so close to hers, Tang Xiao's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to explode. She quickly took a few steps back, forcing a strong and fearless expression. However, her ears, which were so red they looked like they were dripping blood, had already betrayed her. I was just suddenly startled by you, and we were talking perfectly fine. So why did you suddenly do that? Tang Xiao quickly used accounting to cover up her guilty conscience and shyness. Before she's even conquered a man, she absolutely mustn't show any signs of being successfully seduced. Otherwise, she'll have lost. Tang Xiao quickly recited the love wisdom she had heard from her friends over and over again, trying to calm herself down. Yi Fan now looks at Tang Xiao as if she's invisible. This girl is clearly a shy, blushing newbie when it comes to love. Why is she pretending to be a smooth-talking player? Yi Fan's soft laughter couldn't help but grow louder. Miss Tang, you came in without my permission, put your arm around my neck and called yourself my girlfriend, and even sat on my lap and took advantage of me. It's perfectly normal for me to want to come back now, isn't it? After Yi Fan finished speaking, he crossed his legs and bounced Tang Xiao, who was sitting on his lap, a few times as if teasing a child. Tang Xiao, losing her balance, instinctively wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck. It looked as if she had taken the initiative to hug Yi Fan tightly. See for yourself, Miss Tang. You've taken advantage of me again. Yi Fan's combination of actions and words left Tang Xiao completely defenseless. She was so shy that she felt completely dizzy and disoriented. Good heavens! She was so careless. The man in front of her was so skilled that she was no match for him at all. But I must say, his embrace was so comfortable, and his profile view from this angle is just too handsome. Tang Xiao couldn't help but swoon for a moment, but quickly put on a serious expression and jumped off Yi Fan's lap. Cough, cough. Just now. Those were all accidents. Yi Fan smiled as he watched Tang Xiao's attempt to cover up her true intentions. Actually, he quite likes women like that. On the surface, they seem clever and stubborn, but deep down they're actually very transparent and easy to understand. She really is a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. They haven't been toughened up by society, so they're very naive and can see right through people's thoughts. Now that Yi Fan has accumulated such wealth and status, he has no interest in wasting his energy trying to decipher women's riddles. Tang Xiao, a beautiful woman with a unique personality, is exactly what he wants. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Fan got up to leave. Tang Xiao, who had just stood up pretending not to be flirted with, couldn't help but ask loudly without thinking. I was just asking casually. Is it possible for us to meet again sometime? Yi Fan chuckled and glanced back at Tang Xiao. Don't worry, we'll definitely meet again. After saying that, Yi Fan waved and left, leaving behind a back view that made Tang Xiao swoon with admiration. Although Tang Xiao was a little puzzled as to why Yi Fan was so certain that they would meet again, she inexplicably began to feel a sweet anticipation in her heart. Yi Fan drove back to Imperial University. On the way, he received his reward for completing the task of this gathering a building in Building 5 of Jinhuafu. The building number 5 that Yi Fan obtained happened to be the one with the best view in the Golden Domain Mansion. This building has 45 floors, with 3 elevators and 1 unit per floor, and the standard floor area is a full 597 square meters. Moreover, it is only 50 meters away from the river, allowing you to enjoy a true 270-degree first-line river view right at home. On the top floor of Building 5, there are 4 duplex apartments ranging in size from 876 to 986 square meters. Yifan had already made up his mind to keep the largest duplex apartment as his permanent residence. It just so happens that Golden Domain Mansion is right next to Imperial University, which will make things more convenient in the future. Then give you Kur a duplex apartment, and you can get a rebate, or if you're lucky, a bonus. As for the other standard-sized apartments, just find any real estate agency to rent them out. A set of apartments can probably be rented for 100,000 to 200,000 yuan a month, so the total monthly income would be at least 4 million yuan. Even a little bit of money is still money. Okay, it's decided then. After Yifan finished his calculations, he drove his car into the parking lot of Imperial University. He twirled the car keys in his hand and walked quickly toward the dormitory. After meeting up with his high school classmates, with whom he no longer has much of a connection, in the afternoon, Yifan felt rather uncomfortable. He suddenly missed the 3 guys in his dorm. And since there was a large class for all the senior students in the department to attend the next day, Yifan decided to return to school. Eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother. I'm back. As soon as Yifan entered the dormitory, it was exactly the same as before. The second brother, Yang Zhenghao, was scrolling through his phone, laughing heartily. The eldest brother, Meng Guanghua, went over to watch the fun, while the fourth brother, Huang Yu, was still wearing headphones and playing games on his computer. Third brother, you haven't been back for so long. We've all missed you so much. Meng Guanghua rushed over and gave Yifan a bear hug, and Yang Zhenghao immediately followed suit. After the 3 finished exchanging pleasantries, Meng Guanghua started making arrangements to have a hot pot dinner in the dormitory that night. They secretly took out the electric cooker, which they couldn't let the dormitory supervisor find out, and put fresh vegetables, meat, and meatballs bought from the school's supermarket into the bottom sauce. After eating meat dishes and a few cans of beer, the 4 of them were both full and satisfied. All right, there's a large lecture for our department tomorrow. Doesn't that mean we'll get to see our department's campus bell again? Yang Zhenghao happily brought up the topic, and Meng Guanghua quickly chimed in. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. It's been so long since I've seen School Beauty Shang since I started my senior year and didn't have many classes. I have to say, School Beauty Shang is really amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also fucking outstanding. It goes without saying that she hosts all kinds of school parties, and she's also academically gifted enough to win the national scholarship every year. In addition, she still has the energy to serve as the vice president of the student union. Of course, I also heard that her family is incredibly well off. Children raised in elite families are truly extraordinary. Chapter 62, The School Beauty Brings Breakfast to Yifan. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua started discussing back and forth. Listening to their conversation, Yifan suddenly remembered that there was indeed one more of the 4 school beauties. Moreover, Shang Qing, whom he hadn't even met yet, was also the school beauty. In fact, she was the one he was closest to, as they were in the same year and major. Yifan has recently met many beautiful and attractive women, and he has inadvertently forgotten about the one he knew best. Perfect. Let's go see if this school beauty has a chance to win a reward tomorrow. Because the senior class was an early morning class, my roommates all got up early the next morning to prepare. Boss, how's my hairstyle? Not bad, right? Great. So cool. What about me? How's my shirt? Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua checked each other's clothes and appearance, thinking that they should at least leave a good impression on the school beauty. The dorm rooms next door, which were usually deathly quiet in the mornings, were now filled with the sounds of various people bustling about. Yifan hadn't gotten up this early in a long time. He got out of bed, still half asleep, quickly washed up, and prepared to go out with his roommate. Just before leaving, he felt his hands were empty, so he took out his Patek Philippe Grande Sonata, which he had bought but never worn before, and put on. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the large classroom reserved for grade-level lectures. By this time, almost everyone had arrived in the large classroom. Yifan walked into the classroom, preparing to walk with his 3 roommates to their assigned seats. The classroom, which had been buzzing with chatter, suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Yifan. Who is this guy? Are there any guys this handsome in our grade? How come I've never noticed him before? Hey, He looks like Yi Fanya from class 3. It's only been half a semester since I last saw him. How did he suddenly become so handsome? Several girls couldn't help but grab their best friend's hands and scream silently. Encouraged by their classmates, several students stood up, eager to ask Yi Fan for his WeChat. Seeing that Yi Fan had drawn all the girls' attention, the boys couldn't help but look at him with a hint of jealousy. However, the next second, after seeing the person appear at the classroom door, the boys in the class instantly cheered up, their gloomy mood vanished. Oh my god, is that Song Jiro, a sophomore, standing at the door? Why is she here? Holy crap, Song, the school beauty, is so much prettier than the photos on the forum. Damn, I really want to hit on her. Those long legs are so attractive. The male students in the classroom immediately focused their attention on Song Jiro. They were too lazy to hate Yi Fan anymore, since he was being stared at by the infatuated girls in the class. After all, this kind of stunning beauty is simply not on the same level as the ordinary girls in the class. Several boys sitting in the front row couldn't help but sit up straight to make themselves more noticeable when they saw Song Jiro looking around. At this point, Yi Fan and his roommates had agreed on where they would sit. Just as I was about to go over, I heard a soft, mosquito-like call of Senior Brother Yi. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the source of the sound, and immediately saw Song Jiro calling his name softly. When Yi Fan turned around, his roommates also turned around to look. Holy crap, it's Song, the school beauty. Third brother, look at Song Xiaohua's eyes. She's not coming to see you, is she? Wow, you're too awesome. Yang Zhenghao recalled the incident when Song Jiro got out of Yi Fan's car and couldn't help but ask excitedly. Yi Fan nodded back, then took a few steps to Song Jiro. The male students in the class frowned as they watched Yi Fan walk towards Song Jiro. They were just about to speak up and mock Yi Fan's arrogance. However, the next second, Song Jiro handed Yi Fan a bag of milk and bread in front of everyone. Senior Brother Yi, I heard you had a long lecture today. You probably didn't have time for breakfast. Here, take this. Song Jiro's voice wasn't loud, but in the completely quiet classroom, her voice still clearly reached everyone's ears. Song, the school beauty, came all this way to bring Yi Fan breakfast? The male students were all in disbelief, their fragile hearts shattering into pieces. Yi Fan took the breakfast from Song Jiro and looked at her with a hint of doubt. This girl doesn't usually seem like the type to make a point of bringing breakfast. Given her social anxiety, shouldn't she be hoping to avoid appearing in front of others? Not to mention, they even made a special trip to this grade-level classroom that can accommodate 200 or 300 people. Junior sister Song, you didn't just come here to bring me breakfast, did you? Yi Fan deliberately leaned closer and asked. Song Jiro blushed slightly, knowing that she couldn't hide anything from this Senior Brother Yi. Actually, we've been wanting to thank you properly ever since you saved my dad last time, so my mom insisted that we invite you no matter what. Actually, Song Jiro had another reason that she didn't say aloud. During this period, she not only couldn't run into Yi Fan at the restaurant, but she also couldn't see him at school. For some reason, she felt like she actually missed the senior brother. So, thinking that she might run into Senior Brother Yi while delivering breakfast during this morning class, she didn't seem so afraid of appearing in front of so many people anymore. Oh, I see. Then don't worry, go back and report. I'll definitely go. Also, thank you for breakfast. Yi Fan smiled and patted Song Jiro's head in reply. Seeing Song Jiro lower her head shyly after Yi Fan touched her head, the male students in the classroom instantly erupted in excitement again. Yeah, you old dog, put down your groping hands. Give me back my goddess. Yi Fan's several sworn enemies from his dormitory, who arrived late to the classroom, rubbed their eyes in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Holy crap, the guy who was patting Song Xiaohua's head in front of her, could it be that poor bastard Yi Fan? It really is him. Damn it. How did he manage to snag such a beautiful girl like Song, the school beauty? Boss, he's making such a scene. We should go up and teach him a lesson. Mao Zijuan, the younger brother in the dormitory, suggested this to Shirkai. However, Shirkai, who was always regarded as the leader by the group, took a few steps back after seeing Yi Fan, which was unusual for him. He even suddenly started acting like a peacemaker, speaking in a timid tone. Hey, we're all classmates. Why be so confrontational all the time? It's unnecessary. After speaking, Sure Kai took another step back, slowing his pace, as if afraid of running into Yifan. Boss you. The group looked at each other, unsure what was wrong with their leader, but they could only follow Sure Kai and wait for Yifan to go in first. Chapter 63, She Must Have Come Find You. After saying goodbye to Song Jiro, Yifan turned around to go back to the classroom. With a casual glance, he spotted Sure Kai and his roommates standing not far from the entrance. When Sure Kai saw the glance Yifan casually shot at him, he instinctively shuddered. He still vividly remembered the time when Yifan taught him a lesson at the bar. Just the fact that Yifan was the owner of Mr. 13's bar was enough to terrify Sure Kai. At this moment, he naturally hoped to be as inconspicuous as possible in front of Yifan. Otherwise, he would be courting death at any moment. Thinking of this, Sure Kai silently took a few steps back and hid behind his roommates. The roommates were even more confused. Yifan glanced at Sure Kai's behavior, which resembled that of a rat crossing the street, gave a cold snort, and strode into the classroom. After Yifan went inside, Sure Kai and the others from the dormitory followed him into the classroom. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who was known as the class's most handsome boy, prepared to cast disdainful glances at Yifan's dormitory group, as was their usual practice. However, when they cast a troublemaking glance at Yifan's roommates today, they noticed that their expressions were noticeably different. Completely devoid of the usual timidity of avoiding trouble, he no longer flinched and even dared to glare back directly. They even looked strangely spirited. Why do I feel like Yifan's dorm doesn't seem so easy to bully anymore? Mao Zijuan asked, puzzled. TCH, it's just because Yifan chatted with Song, the school beauty, that these guys think they're so great. Sun Jiajing looked unconcerned. Did these poor bastards really think that talking to beautiful women would raise their own status? Although he was a little jealous that Yifan could talk to Song, the most important thing in society is, of course, having a wealthy family background. His family background alone is enough to overwhelm Yifan's entire dormitory. These people will always be dominated by themselves, and their children will also be dominated by their own children. This is the fate of these poor people. Sun Jiajing almost laughed out loud as he thought about it. Besides, all Yifan did was exchange a few words with a school beauty named Song. What does that prove? Among the 4 beauties of our school, Song is the youngest and naturally the most innocent. Maybe Yifan used some despicable trick to get her to bring him breakfast. If you put Yifan in front of the other 3 school beauties, they would probably all call him a poor loser. Sun Jiajing's reasoning immediately made Mao Zijuan applaud. That's right. It must just be a coincidence. A bunch of idiots are still gloating over it. Ha ha. The 2 men chuckled and glared at Yifan and his companions before settling into their seats. On the other side, Yifan returned to his seat, picked up the book, and had barely glanced at it. A rustling sound came from the classroom door. It was several students from other departments bringing materials over for the teacher. A vibrant young woman with a high ponytail followed her classmates in and then went to the podium to help arrange the materials the teacher had assigned. Holy crap. What a lucky day. Another school beauty has arrived. Who is it? Let me see. Oh my god. It's Ruan-Sile. Her figure is amazing. No wonder she exercises and works out all the time. This is so hot. She's got a great figure, and it looks like she'd feel amazing to touch. Several lewd male classmates started gesturing in the air. All eyes were once again drawn to her, and everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the sports goddess. Yifan heard a familiar name in the discussion and looked up at the podium. Just then, she made eye contact with Ruan-Sile, who had stood up after arranging the documents on the table. The moment Ruan-Sile saw Yifan, her eyes lit up. It's him. So Yifan majored in this field. I haven't seen him in so long. I'm kind of starting to miss him. Perhaps if I had agreed to his suggestion last time, I would have had more time and opportunities to see him. Ruan-Sile made up her mind, and her face instantly turned red. Wait, the way school beauty Ruan is looking at me, isn't she? Get out of my way. They were clearly looking at me. Okay. And she even blushed. She's definitely interested in me. Several male classmates who met Ruan-Sile's gaze felt a surge of heat rising within them at the sight of her shy expression. Each of them was eager to confirm that they were the person Ruan-Sile was looking for. When Yifan saw Ruan-Sile appear in the classroom, His first reaction was surprise. The next second he saw this girl, who suddenly walked towards him in full view of everyone. At this moment, Sun Jiajing, who was a few seats away from Yi Fan, saw Ruan-Sil running over and could hardly contain a smile. Brother Jiajing, judging from the way Ruan Xiaohua looks at you and the direction she's coming from, she must be looking for you, Mao Zijuan said excitedly. As expected, your title of most handsome guy in the grade is well-deserved. You even attracted the school beauty, Ruan. Hearing Mao Zijuan's flattery, Sun Jiajing quickly tried to suppress the smirk that even an AK couldn't suppress. Sigh, sometimes being too handsome and attracting too much attention can be a little annoying. But since it's school beauty Ruan, I'll reluctantly walk a few more steps to greet her, so she doesn't get too tired. With the flattery of his underlings, Sun Jiajing immediately stood up with full confidence. Looking at Ruan-Sil's stunning face and voluptuous figure, he was already incredibly excited. However, he still forced himself to put on a pretentious expression and quickly walked towards Ruan-Sil's direction. As he passed Yi Fan's seat, he deliberately stopped and gave Yi Fan a disdainful look. Sha, so what if she's a school beauty? I have one too. Besides, this school beauty Ruan looks like she came specifically for me. This isn't the kind of treatment just any Tom, Dick, or Harry gets. Sun Jiajing snorted coldly and quickly stepped forward to block Ruan-Sil's path. When Ruan-Sil realized that her path was being blocked, she frowned and took a step to the side to avoid it. But every step she took, the other party blocked her way. Sun Jiajing was already extremely pleased with himself. These school beauties are indeed easily embarrassed. He came to her in person, and she was still playing hard to get, but he actually quite liked it. Ruan-Sil was annoyed by the blockade. Was this person crazy? Why did he keep blocking her way? Excuse me, could you please move aside? Why are you blocking my way? Upon hearing this, Sun Jiajing's smug expression froze instantly. School beauty Ruan, you're the one who came to see me, aren't you? I don't even know you. Why would I want to see you? Please stop blocking my way. Ruan-Sil answered Sun Jiajing with a hint of disgust. Then, taking advantage of Sun Jiajing's stunned moment, she immediately passed by him and skipped over to Yi Fan's side. Chapter 64, Did he really mess with the school beauty? Those classmates who were originally planning to laugh at Sun Jiajing for being presumptuous suddenly stopped in their tracks after seeing Ruan-Sil happily chatting with Yi Fan. Another one looking for Yi Fan. Didn't he mess with the school beauty? Is this even reasonable? Sun Jiajing slowly turned around, his body stiff. When he saw Ruan-Sil looking at Yi Fan with a bright smile, he was completely shocked and dazed. Why? Why the hell is this school beauty still coming to see Yi Fan? Mao Zijuan and his henchmen, who were closely monitoring the situation from the rear, were all completely dumbfounded. Looking at the handsome face she had been longing for day and night, Ruan-Sil's joyful thoughts were written all over her face. Ye fan simidet. Did you need something? Ruan-Sil thought about the decision she had made in her heart, and her ears were burning hot. This is a rather private matter, and there are so many people here. After thinking for a moment, Ruan-Sil chose to lean down and whisper something in Yi Fan's ear. However, this gesture of doubled intimacy instantly caused wails to erupt throughout the classroom. Why is this happening? Why are both school beauties coming to Yi Fan? And each one is even more proactive than the last. Damn, I really want to hear the school beauty whisper secrets to me too. The boys stared intently at Yi Fan, each one gritting their teeth, wishing they could instantly possess him. Sun Jiajing was so angry that he almost clenched his fists. Yi Fan could already feel the warm breath blowing in his ear, and a few shy words slowly escaped from Ruan-Sil's mouth. Yi Fan, actually, I came down to find you because I'm thinking of trying that treatment method you mentioned last time. Ever since I fainted last time, I've been feeling tired and unwell from time to time. If that method really works, could you please treat me? As soon as Ruan-Sil finished speaking, images of the treatment scene quickly flashed into her mind. Her face immediately turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Yi Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and his tone became irreverent. If Miss Ruan thinks there's no problem, I'd be happy to help you with the treatment. Hearing Yi Fan deliberately emphasize the word treatment, Ruan-Sil felt that Yi Fan was really too wicked. She couldn't resist and punched him with her little fist. You're just teasing people. Ruan Sile's charmingly naive side after being teased was immediately revealed to everyone, and no one could help but feel a surge of excitement. Ah, the way school beauty Ruan looks when she's shy is just too captivating. Why am I not the one flirting with her right now? You old doggy, I'll never forgive you for stealing my wife. I suddenly feel that Fan and Ruan, the school beauty, are so sweet. I'm even starting to ship them. Indeed, the charming beauty and the handsome man are a perfect match. A cacophony of voices rose from the classroom, a chaotic mix of complaints and envious remarks. Seeing that her classmates had finished distributing the materials and were about to leave, Ruan Sile quickly slipped a piece of chocolate into Fan's hand. Then he followed and walked away quickly. The male students watched Ruan Sile leave. Then their eyes fell enviously on the chocolate in Fan's hand. Sun Jiajing remained frozen in place throughout the entire process. It wasn't until he saw Ruan Sile leave that he slowly recovered from his shock and resentment. I seem to remember someone saying that this school beauty Ruan came specifically to find him. I wonder if that person's face is swollen from being slapped now. It's not just swollen from the slap. Look, his face was so badly slapped that he stood there dumbfounded for a long time. Yang Jinghao and Meng Guanghua were extremely pleased to see Sun Jiajing's disheveled appearance. He immediately returned the sarcastic remark he had made to Fan. You, all of you. Sun Jiajing pointed angrily at the group of people in the dormitory, and finally could only throw Fan a scumbag before quickly walking back to his seat. Hilarious. Our third brother's attack is a complete dimensional reduction. Yeah, that last line from Sun Jiajing, scumbag, made people think our third brother did something to him. Haha. Fan and his roommates were laughing and joking, their carefree backs infuriating Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were sitting behind them. Brother Jiajing, Fan's dorm is now completely taking advantage of us. Before, in our department, you had the most and best girls, and everyone envied you the most. This was supposed to be your moment in the spotlight. We can't let Fan steal it. Sun Jiajing certainly understood this principle. He racked his brains, trying to come up with a solution. However, at this moment, the surrounding environment inexplicably became quiet. A series of gasps filled the air. Wearing an elegant lace dress and with long, black hair reaching her waist, Shang Qingya walked into the classroom unhurriedly, carrying her books. Unlike the previous scene, where blatant praise was sung for the other two school beauties. After Shang Qing entered the classroom, the entire classroom immediately fell into a tacit silence. In terms of appearance, in the eyes of most people, the four school beauties are not that different. However, Shang Qing's excellent academic performance in all aspects of school gave her a unique and gentle beauty. The students adored her looks, but Shang Qingya's exceptional talent and aura made them hesitant to approach her or disrespect her. Fan followed the gaze of the crowd. Shang Qing was indeed, just as he remembered, exuding a restrained and aloof aura. Fan would never have dared to approach a girl like that in the past. But now, seeing the 95-point beauty score appearing above her head, Fan had no choice but to go up and meet her. In the quiet atmosphere of the entire venue, the sound of a chair being moved suddenly rang out. This immediately drew the attention of the students who were focused on giving Shang Qing a look. Fan slowly stood up amidst everyone's gazes, and then walked straight towards Shang Qingya. Why is it Fan again? Surely he and School Beauty Shang aren't old flames too. That's definitely not true. School Beauty Shang is a well-known academic star who only focuses on her studies at school. Besides, she has always had very high standards. She couldn't possibly be dating Fan just because he's handsome. Seeing Fan's actions, Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were sitting in the back, also quickly began to observe. I want to see what he's up to. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Fan walked directly in front of Shang Qingya, blocking her path. Shang Qing was also forced to stop and looked at Fan with some doubt. Chapter 65, the school beauty, was willing to give him her WeChat. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fan directly stated his purpose to Shang Qing. Shang, may I add you on WeChat? Upon hearing Fan's request, the students watching finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. If Fan knows and has even won over the school beauty, then my heart will be completely shattered. But Fan has suddenly become too bold. He actually dared to stop the school beauty in public and ask for her WeChat. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were sitting in their seats, couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard Yi Fan's words. Jiajing Ji, I'm dying of laughter. Did you hear that just now? Yi Fan actually told school beauty Shang that he wanted to add her on WeChat. Haha. I heard that. It's obvious that this kid thinks he can get his hands on Shang-Qing just because he's talked to two school beauties. Please, that's Shang-Qing, yeah, who's so arrogant. I've asked her for her WeChat so many times, and I still haven't gotten it. How could someone like him, with no family background and just average grades, possibly want to get the WeChat of school beauty Shang? Sun Jiajing mocked while making a threat. If Yi Fan can get Shang Xiaohua's WeChat, I'll change my surname to his. Sun Jiajing's blatant mockery of Yi Fan reached the ears of the students present. Everyone was eager to see Yi Fan, who had just been in the limelight, suffer a complete defeat in front of the school beauty. However, the next second, just as everyone was closely watching Shang Qingye and Yi Fan in front of the podium, under everyone's watchful eyes, Shang-Qing took his phone out of his bag. Okay, then I'll scan you. What? The students who witnessed this scene all stared wide-eyed, as if their eyes were about to pop out, and without prior agreement, they all took a deep breath and pinched their philtrum. Mao Zijuan stared wide-eyed, as if he had been slapped. Sun Jiajing was so shocked that he fell off his chair. The school beauty actually agreed to let Yi Fan add her on WeChat? This is so illogical. Yi Fan's three roommates were also stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and shouted excitedly to Yi Fan. Brother Fan is awesome. The entire classroom was filled with shock and confusion. Yi Fan was a little puzzled when he saw that Shang-Qing had agreed to add him on WeChat without saying a word. Has my charm increased recently? However, Yi Fan wouldn't delve into Shang-Qingye's reasons. He'd just add her on WeChat if he could. We'll deal with the future later. On the other side, Shang-Qing also looked at Yi Fan's appearance, which was clearly superior to that of an ordinary person. A quick glance, however, focused on the Patek Philippe Grande Sonata on his wrist. With her discerning eye honed over many years within her family, she immediately recognized that the Patek Philippe on Yi Fan's wrist was an absolutely genuine piece. Moreover, it's a grandeur striking a timepiece that costs nearly 10 million. A watch of this value is worn on the wrist of an ordinary male college student. There are generally only two possibilities. One is that Yi Fan himself is an extremely wealthy person with a substantial net worth. Otherwise, he's a rich kid. Moreover, it must come from a family of considerable status and assets. Otherwise, it would be impossible to wear this watch as a casual accessory. From a young age, Shang-Qing was taught by her family that school was a place for her to gain prestige. She doesn't need to do anything except study and things that help her grow her self-worth. Moreover, for the future development of the family business, she can only make friends with those who are truly valuable. Therefore, regardless of whether Yi Fan falls into either of the two categories mentioned above, in Shang-Qing's eyes, he is someone worth befriending. This is why Shang-Qing so easily agreed to add Yi Fan on WeChat. The two successfully added each other on WeChat, but Sun Jiajing couldn't sit still any longer. He and Mao Zijuan immediately led a few of his underlings and rushed down the mountain. School beauty Shang, don't let this pretty boy fool you. You can't get his WeChat. We all saw in the classroom just now. This guy was entangled with two other school beauties. He's a complete scumbag. He just came to deceive your feelings. Sun Jiajing righteously accused Yi Fan in front of Shang-Qingye, and the classmates echoed his sentiments. Yes, school beauty Shang. We all saw Yi Fan flirting with the other two school beauties just now. Exactly. School beauty, you should think twice. Looking at the way everyone was collectively condemning him, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a little amused. All I did was add a campus beauty on WeChat. How did this group of people break down my defenses like this? Shang-Qing looked at Yi Fan and saw that he was not angry, but even smiled, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the emotional stability of these truly outstanding elites is incomparable to that of these excited ordinary male college students. Besides, she only wanted to make a valuable connection with him. She didn't intend to do anything with him. What business is it of hers if he flirts with other women? I don't care about that. No matter how many girls he is familiar with, I'm still willing to give him his WeChat. Hearing Shang-Qing respond in a completely unconcerned tone, everyone was utterly stunned. What? The school beauty said she doesn't care about this, and she doesn't care at all how many women Yi-Fan is seeing. She'll always give him her WeChat. No, why is that? Compared to Yi-Fan, where exactly did they fall short? The men were all stunned by Shang Qing's answer. Sun Jiajing was so weak he could barely stand. Brother Jiajing, you have to hold on. Mao Zijuan and his henchmen were still in surprise, while they had to try to lift up Sun Jiajing, who was slumped down like a lump of mud. Yi-Fan and Shang Qing returned to their seats. Yang Zhenghao, sitting next to Yi-Fan, still remembered the outrageous remarks Sun Jiajing had just made. Brother Fan, I just remembered someone saying that if you add our school beauty Shang on WeChat, you'll have to take her surname. Hey, second brother, aren't you just making fun of our third brother? Yi is such a nice surname. Giving it to him would be a disgrace to such a good name. Listening to Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua's retaliatory taunts, Sun Jiajing was so angry that he felt blood rising in his throat. Damn it, you guys! Just as Sun Jiajing and his friends were about to make a scene, the teacher walked in as the class bell rang. What are you guys doing standing up? If you keep making noise during class, you'll be standing outside as punishment. Left with no other option, Sun Jiajing and the others could only sit down awkwardly. However, their eyes remained fixed on Yi-Fan and his friends' backs, thinking that they would definitely teach them a lesson after class. Chapter 66. All four campus beauties captured in one fall. The long class passed quickly, and Shang-Chi nodded goodbye to Yi-Fan from afar before leaving. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua were incredibly envious when they saw Shang-Chi also taking the initiative to say goodbye to Yi-Fan. Third brother, how did you manage to get school beauty Shang to not only add you on WeChat, but also be so kind and friendly to you? That smile of Shang Xiaohua when she nodded goodbye just now, oh my god, it was absolutely stunning. Yi-Fan Shuruk, I don't know either. Maybe she thought I looked familiar. You little rascal. This is Versailles, huh? Yi-Fan was helpless again. He really didn't know. He can't possibly say that he won Shang Qingye's heart because he's too handsome. Can he? He's not a narcissistic idiot like Sun Jiajing. However, Yi-Fan did have another guess in his heart. Just now, Shang-Qing seemed to have glanced at the watch on his wrist a few times. But such an outstanding girl doesn't seem to have any materialistic tendencies. Otherwise, why didn't she pay attention to any of the rich kids at school? Yi-Fan thought about it for a while, then got tired of thinking about it. My roommates and I left the classroom laughing and joking, ready to head to the long-missed cafeteria to relive the taste of campus life. However, after they had only taken a few steps, an angry shout came from behind them. Yi-Fan, you brat, stop right there. Needless to say, the person who called out to Yi-Fan was none other than Sun Jiajing, who had just suffered a crushing defeat. These guys were just plotting in class to give Yi-Fan a good talking to after class. These impoverished households, whom they have always trampled underfoot, shouldn't think that adding Shang Qingye on WeChat will change anything. If Yi-Fan doesn't regain some face after making Sun Jiajing lose face, how will the people in the department view him in the future? Seeing that there was no hope of persuasion, Shirkai was too lazy to stop the dormitory students from courting death. He quickly made up an excuse and slipped away. Upon hearing the shout, Yi-Fan and the others turned around with impatient expressions. Sun Jiajing, you little brat. Who are you calling boy? Didn't you lose enough face in the classroom just now? You dare to show off in front of our brother Fan again. Now that Yang Zhenghao has the backing Yi-Fan gave him, he certainly won't give Sun Jiajing any polite words. You, who the hell are you calling a grandson? Sun Jiajing had no idea how sharp-tongued Yang Zhenghao was. Yang Zhenghao didn't confront them directly before because he didn't want to cause trouble for the dormitory. Now that they have a powerful backer, Sun Jiajing and his group can no longer expect to gain the upper hand against Yang Zhenghao. So what if I'm cursing you? If you're hard of hearing and can't hear me, I could say a few more words to you. You little rascal. Sun Jiajing was so angry that he was trembling. He never dreamed that Yi-Fan's roommates, whom he had always looked down upon, would dare to be so arrogant. At this moment, the students who were gradually leaving the classroom couldn't help but gather around to watch the standoff between the two dormitories. Some people wanted to see Yi-Fan get a lesson and suffer a setback because he had just made a big splash. Most people simply follow their gossipy nature. Why not watch the excitement? However, to their surprise, Sun Jiajing and his group were now being completely overwhelmed by Yi Fan's group from their dormitory. Sun Jiajing was furious. He had originally thought that in such a busy place, he would just give Yi Fan a few warning words for now. Then when we get back, we'll find a secluded spot and teach those guys a lesson. But since they're so arrogant now, he doesn't mind teaching Yi Fan and his group a lesson. Anyway, he has relatives in the school's upper echelons. If things really escalate, it will only be Yi Fan and his group that get expelled. Yi Fan, I originally just wanted to give you a warning. School beauties are simple-minded. If you know what's good for you, stay away from them. But now that you're so good with your words, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Upon hearing Sun Jiajing's clearly threatening words, Yang Jinghao, Meng Guanghua, and Huang Yu immediately stepped forward to block Yi Fan. Now that they had the confidence Yi Fan gave them, they were able to fight back against those who bullied them. When a real problem arises, they will definitely stand in front of Yi Fan first. This is the true brotherhood they upheld in their dormitory. Yi Fan could tell that his three brothers wanted to protect him if things really got serious. However, it's not his style to ask his brothers to handle such a small matter. Yi Fan took a step forward and walked straight towards Sun Jiajing and the others. Upon seeing this, Sun Jiajing immediately let out a cold laugh. Hey, Yi Fan, you're putting on this loyal and righteous big shot act now, huh? You dare to come up to us all by yourself? You're really not afraid of us. As Sun Jiajing spoke, he punched Yi Fan in the face. He was thinking of ruining Yi Fan's face so that he'd see which school beauty would still pay attention to him. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan caught his outstretched fist with one hand. Moreover, she was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. After all that blabbering, I thought you were something special. You think you can show off with such little strength? Yi Fan chuckled and tightened his grip with his 5 fingers. A blood-curdling scream immediately burst from Sun Jiajing's mouth. Oh, my finger. The sound of bones breaking rang out from Yi Fan's hand, and then he gently released his grip. Sun Jiajing immediately fell to the ground due to the enormous recoil generated by his struggle to break free. Brother Jiajing, are you all right? Mao Zijuan quickly stepped forward to support Sun Jiajing, then glared fiercely at Yi Fan before conspiring with his underlings to charge forward together. However, at that moment, a surprised and charming female voice suddenly came from the side. Huh, Yi Fan, it really is you. Tang Xiao, who happened to be passing by with her best friend, Mo Qianqian, could hardly believe it when she saw Yi Fan's familiar profile. To my surprise, when I got closer, it really was the man who had told me that we would definitely meet again next time. Oh, I see. You actually knew all along that we went to the same school, didn't you? No wonder you were so sure we'd meet again. Tang Xiao never expected that she and Yi Fan would have such a connection. She skipped and hopped over to Yi Fan's side, hugged his arm, and started to act coquettishly. At this point, everyone present was completely incapable of thinking. The reason is simple. They all know the girl who is acting coquettishly towards Yi Fan, and yet another one of the newly crowned 4 campus beauties, Tang Xiao. And they're here to see Yi Fan again. In just one morning, Yi Fan managed to win over all 4 of the most beautiful girls at Beijing University. This caused the worldviews of the other boys to collapse in a way that cannot be summed up with just the word collapse. Seemingly because she was so happy to see Yi Fan at school, Tang Xiao couldn't help but hug Yi Fan's arm on her chest and sway it from side to side. Chapter 67, all 4 school beauties are now in Yi Fan's hands. Everyone watched as Tang Xiao took the initiative to act coquettishly towards Yi Fan. Everyone's expression was one of extreme shock and envy. Sun Jiajing stared in disbelief at the scene before him, covering his fingers. Mao Zijuan and his group, who originally wanted to rush over and settle scores with Yi Fan, were now completely frozen in midway. By the way, since we've run into each other by chance, how about we go out for dinner together later? Tang Xiao's big, bright eyes were fixed intently on Yi Fan. The little head that Yi Fan was trying so hard to lift because of the height difference looked rather cute. Yi Fan couldn't resist gently pinching Tang Xiao's small, delicate nose, his voice filled with a unique tenderness. Okay, whatever you say. This conversation and interaction, which resembled that of lovers in the throes of passion, dealt a powerful blow to the male students present. How could these two possibly have a completely innocent relationship? It's obvious that Yi Fan has completely won over this school beauty, who would act like a normal friend and touch their face like that in public. The last glimmer of hope for the boys who watched Yi Fan interact with the four school beauties today has been completely extinguished. Gone, all gone. For school beauties, not one left. It's all in Yi Fan's bowl now. Unlike the others who were in a daze, Yi Fan's three roommates felt more admiration for their buddy than envy. They couldn't even help but applaud. Third brother, you're fucking awesome. The three of them waved the 666 on their hands at Yi Fan. Tang Xiao didn't know what they meant by this, but she found it rather amusing. Suddenly, she remembered that when she walked over earlier, she seemed to have heard several people speaking in a fierce tone, saying that they were going to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Tang Xiao turned her gaze to the group of people facing Yi Fan. At this moment, Mao Zijuan and his henchmen quickly realized what was happening and immediately lowered their fists that were raised in midair. After all, they had all heard of Tang Xiao's reputation as a spoiled and unruly young princess. They wouldn't be so foolish as to offend someone with such a powerful background. Hey guys, I think I just heard you guys talking about Yi Fan a lot. Tang Xiao's tone clearly indicated that she was angry. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing retreated somewhat guiltily. No, Miss Tang, we were just joking around. We didn't do anything to Yi Fan. Not yet. Tang Xiao quickly grasped the key point in the question. So, you mean you really were planning to cause trouble for Yi Fan? Tang Xiao's cheeks puffed up with anger. How dare these boys? What if they accidentally hurt Yi Fan's handsome face? She absolutely cannot forgive such a thing. The next second, Tang Xiao immediately started crying loudly in front of everyone present. At this moment, two bodyguards in black, who appeared out of nowhere, immediately came to Tang Xiao's side. Miss, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? While pretending to cry, Tang Xiao pointed at Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan opposite her. Those two were walking down the street and deliberately bumped into me, acting like I was blocking their way and they were going to punish me. I was so scared. Wow. Tang Xiao's acting skills are actually extremely poor. The students watching knew she was lying, but who dared to expose her? Moreover, seeing how Tang Xiao immediately stood up for Yi Fan, they were all incredibly envious. Damn it, why don't they get this kind of treatment? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Tang Xiao acting like a drama queen. This girl is really addicted to rescuing heroes. However, now that someone is helping him deal with these troublesome things, he's happy to have some peace and quiet. Otherwise, if we reveal our identities too early, we won't have any fun, and that would be so boring. With his campus life coming to an end so soon, Yi Fan really wanted to play the game of pretending to be weak while actually being strong for as long as possible. Otherwise, by the time you graduate, you'll have so many identities that you won't be able to hide them anymore. At that time, no matter if they're good or bad, they will automatically become good people when they come to your side. How can he then identify and expose those scoundrels who abuse their power? After hearing Tang Xiao's tearful account, the two bodyguards' faces immediately turned extremely dark. How dare they be so disrespectful to their young lady in public? Are these guys tired of living? The two bodyguards turned to look at Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan, their eyes flashing with cold light. Seeing the bodyguards' expressions, Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, their legs trembling uncontrollably. No, guys, look at my hand. My fingers are all broken. I'm the victim here. We really didn't lay a hand on Miss Tang. Sun Jiajing quickly raised his hand and began to play the victim. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards did not stop in their tracks, but instead clenched their fists and prepared to go up and deal with them. Whether you're injured or not, I only listen to our young lady. Whatever our young lady says goes. Two bodyguards immediately surrounded Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan, who were standing in front. He then led the two to a secluded place, intending to teach them a lesson. Soon after, screams began to drift over. The students watching couldn't help but shiver. After mocking Sun Jiajing and the others for their failed attempt to steal a chicken and losing their rice instead, they all quickly slipped away. Only then did Tang Xiao have time to express her guilt to her best friend, Imo Qianqian, for prioritizing her boyfriend over her friend. Just go ahead and relax. It's rare to see you interested in a guy. I can tell a glance. As for food, I'll just grab something to eat later. I knew Qian was the best. The two girls started getting intimate and affectionate right in front of Yi Fan's four roommates. I must say this scene is quite pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan exchanged a glance with his three roommates before Tang Xiao pulled him away. Since he was having dinner alone with Tang Xiao, Yi Fan's primary task was to spend money on her to trigger the reward. So Yi Fan suggested taking Tang Xiao out to eat. Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg out of the school parking lot. A sleek silver-gray sports car slowly drove up, and Tang Xiao finally saw the Koenigsegg that had silenced everyone at the dinner table last time. Tang Xiao has frequented various high-end occasions and seen countless rich second-generation luxury cars. When I saw the Koenigsegg, I was still completely amazed by this car. Chapter 68, Addicted to Taking Advantage. This supercar may not be expensive, but its appearance and the wonderful sound of its engine are truly remarkable. Every detail reflects the owner's superb aesthetic sense. This is much better than those rich kids who only know how to spend money and have no taste. Tang Xiao looked at Yi Fan, who sat in the car like a noble prince. The stirrings of attraction in my heart for him grew exponentially again. A few moments later, a sleek gray car sped past on the campus road during the relaxed morning dismissal time at Imperial University. Although the students passing by had more or less heard about the legend of the Koenigsegg super rich guy on campus. But when I actually witnessed this amazing thing with my own eyes, I couldn't help but get excited. As the car window slowly rolled down, the passers-by and students who were staring at Koenigsegg were all stunned by the stunningly beautiful face in the passenger seat. Sitting on top is none other than Tang Xiao, the school beauty from one of the 7 great families. In no time, the campus forum of Imperial Capital University became a hot topic again because of the story of the rich guy. Yi Fan drove Tang Xiao to a well-known independent Western restaurant on the 3rd Avenue of the capital. Tang Xiao kept secretly watching Yi Fan's profile the whole way. At this moment, they don't even know that they have arrived at their destination. Seeing that Tang Xiao was standing there motionless, Yi Fan simply jumped over and helped her unbuckle her seatbelt. The distance between the two instantly closed. If Tang Xiao moves forward even slightly, she'll kiss Yi Fan's face. Tang Xiao felt that her heartbeat was completely out of her control. Even with just this small gesture, Yi Fan completely charmed her. She quickly recalled the flirting tips her friends had taught her. That is, if you get flirted with, you must not give up easily, but flirt back. This way you can firmly grasp the initiative. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao suddenly had a sudden impulse. As Yi Fan withdrew, she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. This completely stunned both of them. Tang Xiao internally roared with rage. All I could think about was traveling back in time to clear my head. I'm flirting with him. Why did you kiss him? Doesn't this confirm that I like him terribly? The soft touch still lingered on Yi Fan's face, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So this is how girls from wealthy families pursue men? Surprisingly, she was quite proactive. Yi Fan looked at Tang Xiao, who was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into the ground with amusement. Miss Tang, are you getting addicted to taking advantage of me? Tang Xiao was on the verge of tears, wanting to refute, but having no way to refute at all. Because she did kiss Yi Fan. Damn it, beauty really is a deceiving thing. Regardless of gender, it applies to everyone. I'll forgive you this time, but don't forget, I'll take back what you got from me anytime. Yi Fan smiled and got out of the car first. Tang Xiao was so embarrassed that she took a while to calm down before getting out of the car. However, she had only just entered the Western restaurant with Yi Fan. He happened to run into Julie, a rich girl who had always been at odds with him, who was also dining there. Oh, isn't this our young lady from a prominent family? You actually have time to come out for dinner today. Zhu Lily, arm in arm with her kept man, Ahua, saw Tang Xiao and herself appear in the same place, and immediately became sarcastic. The tall figure beside Tang Xiao caught her attention, especially after seeing that Yi Fan was so much better looking than Ahua beside her. She disliked Tang Xiao even more. Wasn't that bitch Tang always so self-righteous, saying she looked down on men? What's going on today? She's dating a young heartthrob too? Seeing Yi Fan's outstanding looks, Zhu Lily didn't categorize him as a rich second generation. She had seen many young masters and noblemen, but none of them looked like this. If you can find even a few decent-looking people, you're lucky. This level of attractiveness is absolutely impossible. Moreover, this man looks so young, it's even less likely that he'd be categorized as one of those wealthy, high-society figures. Therefore, Julie quickly came to a conclusion. This must be Tang Jianren, copying her, starting to find amusement for herself too. Putting everything else aside, this Tang bastard is just too lucky. I caught such a good one on my first try. As Zhu Lili looked at Tang Xiao and Yi Fan, thoughts began to surface in her mind. Tang Xiao, you used to always act like a saint and reject those young masters from noble families. Now it seems you're just like me. I don't know if those young masters and noblemen are all blind, but they would actually fall for someone like you. But you have a good eye for men, Julie said, and immediately turned her gaze to Yi Fan. How about this, handsome young man? I'll give you double what Tang Xiao paid you, and you'll come and keep me company from now on, okay? When Ahua, who was standing next to Julie, heard her openly flirting with another man, he didn't dare to utter a single word in front of her. Instead, she glared fiercely at Yi Fan. Julie, don't flaunt your filthy thoughts in front of me, okay? And who gave you permission to speculate about my classmate like that? Tang Xiao heard Zhu Lili speak rudely to Yi Fan. She, who had always ignored Julie's provocations, immediately stood up and confronted Julie directly. Only then did Yi Fan slowly look at the woman who had been spouting nonsense in front of him. A Chanel suit with a strong perfume and the complete logo displayed on the outside. The makeup on her face was extremely heavy, but the final effect was still somewhat disappointing. Not to mention her barely 80 points in looks. Yi Fan pulled Tang Xiao to his side, then shook his head with a regretful tone. The price you quoted is too low. Upon hearing Yi Fan's answer, Julie seemed to have heard something incredible. Although Tang Xiao is from one of the 7 great families, he is only famous. As for the Zhu family, they are often referred to as nouveau riche. But the actual amount of money they had was even greater than what the Tang family possessed. This is also why she dared to challenge Tang Xiao. After all, in this world, money is king. Besides, I prefer very beautiful women, someone like you. Yi Fan looked at Zhu Lili, and halfway through his sentence, he sighed and shook his head heavily while looking at her. He said nothing, yet he said everything. Tang Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Julie was instantly thrown off balance by Yi Fan's words, her chest heaving with anger. Ahua realized it was his time to shine, so he immediately stepped forward, pointed his finger, and started cursing at Yi Fan. He even put on an act of wanting to teach Yi Fan a lesson, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed towards him. Chapter 69 is Bao Li's business partner. Yi Fan glanced up at Ahua, who was rushing towards him. Her face was covered in heavy foundation, and her body was so thin that she had no muscle at all. He's just a pretty boy who can't even lift a chicken. And yet she still dares to play the hero and save the damsel in distress in front of him. Yi Fan frowned and gently raised his hand to block Ahua, who was rushing towards him. Ahua was instantly thrown half a meter away and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Yi Fan was internally screaming, MMP. He knew the man was weak, but he never expected him to be this weak. If he had actually made a move just now, given how fragile this guy is, wouldn't he be completely shattered? Ahua fell to the ground and was in excruciating pain. So he decided to play the victim in front of Julie and then started coughing on the ground like a green tea bitch. Julie looked at Ahua lying on the ground and instantly became furious. In her opinion, Ahua was seriously injured by Yi Fan because he was protecting her. You dare to lay a hand on someone in broad daylight. Hearing Zhu Lili's question, Tang Xiao became indignant. Julie, are you all right? Anyone with eyes can see that it was clearly that guy who rushed over first. She found such a weak guy and still has the nerve to say Yi Fan hurt him. Julie naturally witnessed the whole process, but she's looking for an opportunity to give Tang Xiao a hard time. Since the handsome young man next to her was also so ungrateful, she was going to hold them both accountable. I don't care if you laid a hand on me or not. The fact is that my dear is injured. Manager, manager. Julie shouted a few words into the aisle, and the restaurant manager, dressed in a suit, immediately rushed out in a fluster. Miss Zhu, is there anything I can help you with? This Miss Zhu is a regular customer at their Western restaurant, and she has often acted arrogantly and domineeringly there. Today, I even got into an argument with a guest before I even stepped inside. The manager was also exhausted. However, Julie happens to be one of the few platinum members at this Western restaurant. Therefore, no matter how much she caused trouble, the manager and restaurant staff often had no choice but to put up with it. Upon seeing the manager arrive, Juliet's arrogant expression was on full display. She raised her chin and pointed to Yi Fan and Tang Xiao opposite her. These two men just deliberately injured my darling. I order you to get them out of here right now. I don't want to see them again and ruin my mood. Upon hearing this, the manager looked at the person opposite Julie with a troubled expression. Only then did they discover that one of the women inside was actually a young lady from the prestigious Tang family. This instantly made things even more complicated. Miss Tang, Miss Zhu, is there some misunderstanding between you and Miss Tang? Any misunderstanding can be cleared up. The manager tried his best to act as a peacemaker. After all, one was a nouveau riche with money, and the other was a well-known young lady from a family with a long and distinguished history. He doesn't want to offend anyone, no matter what. Julie was furious upon hearing this. What misunderstanding could there be? Manager, now you can ignore what I say, huh? Seeing the manager's somewhat anxious gaze shifting between her and Tang Xiao, Zhu Lili naturally understood. I see. So you're still wary of the Tang family, aren't you? Then listen to me carefully. Our family recently signed a project cooperation agreement with Bali Real Estate. Now, our Zhu family is, in a sense, a distinguished guest of Bali Real Estate. If I remember correctly, you rented this land for your Western restaurant from Bali, right? Do you believe that if you upset me, I could just say a few words to my dad, and Bali will take this land back from you? Oh, this. Miss Zhu, please calm down. The manager was shocked that the Zhu family had actually reached a cooperation agreement with Bali, and the scales in his heart seemed to have been completely crushed by this threat. A hint of surprise also appeared on Tang Xiao's face. She always knew that the Zhu family was outspoken and daring, which was why their development momentum was so strong. However, she did not expect that the Zhu family would cooperate with Bealidu so quickly. This is a business partner that the Tang family has been trying to secure through various channels, but they haven't been able to get it yet. Tang Xiao's face gradually darkened. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards Yifan. If it weren't for her, Yifan wouldn't have been so relentlessly pursued by that crazy woman, Julie. Even something as simple as having a nice meal is impossible. Tang Xiao gritted her teeth, thinking that she should go up to Zhu Lili herself and apologize. She might as well lose face, but she didn't want Yifan to lose face because of her. Tang Xiao took a deep breath and was about to take a step forward. Yifan reached out and grabbed her, and they even intertwined their fingers. It was as if it was silently telling her that the two of them would always be on the same side. Tang Xiao was momentarily confused, yet also deeply moved by the sudden interlocking of their fingers. Yifan looked at the smug Julie and slowly asked in a cold voice, "You said your family is in talks with Bali about a collaboration. What's your company called?" Upon hearing Yifan's question, Zhu Lili assumed that Yifan had regretted his decision and was afraid. She couldn't help but become even more arrogant, her chin practically pointing to the sky. Now you realize how great the Zhu family is? Too late. Who told you to choose the wrong person? Listen to me carefully. Our Zhu family company is still under the same name, Hongda New Materials Company. It's now the leading materials company in the entire capital. These so-called aristocratic families, aside from having a hollow reputation, are far less capable of making money than us. Just you wait, Tang Xiao. From now on, your Tang family will be at the mercy of the Zhu family for the rest of your lives. Juliet laughed villainously as she spoke. Tang Xiao was very angry, but at this moment she was helpless. After all, Bali Real Estate is simply too large. Being harassed by a partner of such a large corporation, she had no choice but to stand at attention and take the beating. Otherwise, if her family were implicated as a result, Tang Xiao would be absolutely unable to bear the responsibility. Yifan, who had been standing calmly, heard Zhu Lili confidently answer the question. He lowered his gaze, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Previously, despite Zhao Tianrui's reorganization of Bali Group, Yifan could go to any of its hotels and business locations. They will be recognized immediately. However, this Western restaurant was not directly part of Bali's business, so it was normal that the manager here didn't recognize him. In that case, Yifan wouldn't mind letting Julie see it for herself. How will she end up after being so arrogant in front of me? The call connected, and Yifan, with a righteous voice, slowly gave his instructions. Chapter 70, he really is the chairman of Bali. Director Zhao, right? Didn't Bali recently sign a cooperation agreement with a company called Honda New Materials? Yes, Chairman Yi. Why did you suddenly ask about this? This materials company even voluntarily lowered its price to the lowest among its peers in order to cooperate with us. We initially looked down on them, but seeing how sincere they were, we thought we'd explore the possibility of working together first. What? Does Chairman Yi have any instructions regarding this cooperation? On the other side, Zhao Tianrui suddenly heard Yi Fan asking about the group's business. Naturally, he immediately became extremely attentive and carefully explained the situation to Yi Fan. At the Western restaurant, Julie heard what Yi Fan said after making a phone call. He and Ahua, who was next to him, immediately burst into mocking laughter. Tang Xiao, isn't your little boyfriend just too funny? Does he think this is a film set and we're playing house? Give us back Bali. Bali real estate is not something he could just talk about. Tang Xiao, he's already with you. At least give him a basic education on the structure of our upper class. And you're making such a pretentious fool of yourself here. Julie and Ahua laughed so hard they almost fell over. Tang Xiao had heard about Yi Fan's abilities at that class reunion. Seeing Yi Fan make this call, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Since the Zhu family can cooperate with Bali, given Yi Fan's astonishing wealth, he might actually know someone inside Bali. Seeing that Zhu Lily was still relentlessly mocking Yi Fan, Tang Xiao immediately took a step forward. Julie, that's enough. If you keep going like this, even if I have to sacrifice myself, you won't get away with it. Yi Fan glanced at Tang Xiao, who had stood up for him, and at the incorrigible Zhu Lily. Issue your own commands directly. Chairman Zhao, we are immediately canceling all of Bali's cooperation with Honda, because their Zhu family's daughter has been severely damaging Bali's image outside. Those who should be held accountable will be held accountable. And by today, I want to see Honda completely disappear from the top ranks of materials companies in the capital. Yes, Chairman Yi, I'll get on it right away. As soon as Yi Fan hung up the phone, Zhao Qianrui's team immediately got to work on Yi Fan's instructions. When Zhu Lily saw Yi Fan hang up the phone, her mocking expression widened even further. Oh my god, this is hilarious. I've really seen something new today. There's actually such a way to show off. Julie and Ahua were laughing heartily. Suddenly, Julie's phone rang urgently. Julie took out her phone and saw that the caller was her father. Strange, at this time of day, her father should be too busy to contact her. Julie pressed the call button with a puzzled look, but before she could even utter a sweet daddy, she was already uttering it. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the other end of the phone. Julie, you unfilial daughter, who did you offend by doing this? Do you know that our Zhu family worked so hard to secure this partnership with Bali Real Estate? They've now unilaterally canceled all cooperation with our company. Moreover, this was personally ordered by Chairman Yi of Bali Real Estate. He said it was all because you ruined Bali's reputation outside. Let me tell you, all your cards are frozen. If you don't resolve this matter and apologize to Chairman Yi properly, begging him to retract his decision, you're not welcome to come back to the Zhu family. After finishing his angry rebuke, Zhu's father couldn't help but cough violently a few times due to his agitation. Before Julie could say anything more, he slammed the phone down. Julie was completely stunned by the scolding, and her hand holding the phone slowly fell limply due to fear. Our company's cooperation has been canceled. They even claimed that Chairman Yi of Bali Real Estate personally gave the order, and the man surnamed Yi who was next to Tang Xiao just now. That's how they sent the exact same command to the phone right in front of them. So, the man in front of me is really the chairman of Bali Real Estate. Julie looked at the person opposite her with extreme fear. Those who witnessed the entire process were all shocked. Tang Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. She knew Yi Fan was rich, so she guessed earlier that Yi Fan might really have connections in Bali. But she never expected this. Yi Fan himself is actually the chairman of the famous Bali Real Estate. To achieve such success at his age, This man is just too amazing. The manager, standing nearby, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't get involved in the conflict between the two sides. Otherwise, my life would just be cannon fodder. Zhu Lili was completely stunned by Yi Fan's true identity. She recalled the outrageous things she had just said. Each time she recalled a line, her legs went weaker. She wanted to ask Yi Fan for forgiveness, but her teeth chattered uncontrollably with fear. Chaidamanye, Chaidamanye. What I said just now wasn't what I truly meant. I just haven't seen Sister Tang in so long, so I thought I'd joke around with her. I would never dare to offend you. Please, Chairman Yi, have mercy on me this time. I truly know I was wrong. Our Zhu family cannot lose the opportunity to cooperate with Baoli. As Julie spoke, she slapped herself in the face. He even knelt down right there in the busy passageway before Yi Fan. Julie knew she had completely lost face. But if she didn't do that, her father would never unfreeze her bank card again. How is she supposed to continue spending money freely and having fun with handsome guys in the future? So even though it was humiliating, Julie wanted to use this moral blackmail to get Yi Fan to retract his decision. Besides, she's a girl after all. Chairman Yi has seen her like this. Surely he'll show her some sympathy. However, she was wrong. In Yi Fan's eyes, Zhu Lili was not only not a precious gem worth cherishing, but also a piece of trash with depraved character. As long as it's trash, whether it's male or female, Yi Fan will deal with it without hesitation. Yi Fan glanced at Julie, who was kneeling on the ground, with annoyance. Manager, please remove these two blocking the way. They're preventing so many customers from coming in and making a purchase. The manager realized that Yi Fan was now the ultimate authority, so of course he had to listen to him. So they immediately called over the two security guards at the entrance, lifted the person up, and prepared to throw him out. Julie still refused to leave, trying to beg for mercy. Tang Xiao suddenly spoke up, stopping the security guards who were about to throw the two of them out. Chapter 71, A Truly Successful Man, etc. When Tang Xiao spoke up, Zhu Lili, who was being held back by security guards, seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He immediately turned to Tang Xiao and put on a tearful act. Hope Yao, I knew you were the kindest person. Have you forgiven me? Then please plead with Chairman Yi for me. Julie's eyes were full of hope, but in her heart she was mocking Tang Xiao for being a hypocritical fool. Once she gets away with this, let's see how she deals with that bitch. Tang Xiao walked up to Zhu Lili and looked up at her hopeful eyes. A loud slap rang out. Zhu Lili received a solid slap on the face from Tang Xiao. You filthy bitch. What are you doing? Zhu Lili was stunned by the slap and blurted out a string of profanities at Tang Xiao. After she uttered the insult, she belatedly realized her mistake and quickly swallowed her words. So, you've finally shown your true colors? This slap was on my behalf, on behalf of Yi Fan. He's a gentleman and wouldn't be violent towards women, so I'll take his place. After saying that, Tang Xiao slapped Zhu Lili twice more before the security guard threw the two of them out. Once the farce was resolved, the manager immediately treated Yi Fan and his companion with the highest level of hospitality. The two were finally able to sit down and enjoy their lunch at a table with a stunning view. Tang Xiao ate the delicious food, but her mind wasn't on the food at all. Instead, she looked at Yi Fan with admiration. Yi Fan's identity as the chairman of Baoli Real Estate still shocks her to this day. Yi Fan, I never expected that Baoli Real Estate, which our Tang family has been longing to cooperate with, would actually be yours. If my parents knew I had dinner with the largest shareholder of Baoli Group, they would be so envious of me. Now that no one was bothering her, Tang Xiao revealed her innocent and naive nature as a young lady from a wealthy family. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, in just a few words, spilled out all her family's business ambitions. If these words came from another woman's mouth, Yi Fan might then suspect that this was a topic the woman deliberately brought up to facilitate cooperation. But Tang Xiao, that silly girl, is just plain dim-witted, just as Yi Fan had predicted. Now, Tang Xiao's mind is filled with the thought of going back and showing off to her parents. They couldn't even get a table with the group's directors, but I could easily sit at the same table and have dinner with them. As Tang Xiao thought about it, a slightly smug smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Yi Fan smiled and said directly, if your Tang family wants to cooperate with Baoli, then I can just call them and give them a heads up. Tang Xiao had just put a perfectly tender steak into her mouth. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, her round eyes widened immediately. Really? Certainly. Yi Fan took a sip of white wine slowly and casually, his tone extremely relaxed. Tang Xiao was once again filled with admiration for Yi Fan. Her eyes were brimming with love bubbles, as if they were about to overflow. Yi Fan took out his phone and dialed the same number again. The collaboration with the Tang family was finalized in no time. They even specifically mentioned that if the Tang family asked, they should say it was their young lady's achievement. Nailed it. Yi Fan turned off his phone, and Tang Xiao was still a little confused by the situation. That's it. With so many elites in their own company, they spend all their time thinking about various plans that can catch Bali's eye. None of them can compare to Yi Fan's phone call that lasted less than a minute. For the first time outside of her own social class, Tang Xiao experienced the power and influence of authority and status. At this moment, Yi Fan was no longer just the man she fell in love with at first sight in her eyes. He is a truly successful man who excels in every aspect. With that thought in mind, she immediately forgot all the dating tips her friends had taught her. Such a powerful man is beyond the reach of even the entire Tang family. What right do I have to say I want to control the other person? Of course, all I can do is admire him wholeheartedly. After figuring things out, Tang Xiao no longer cared about flirting or anything like that. She looked at Yi Fan with starry eyes, completely like a little girl in awe. Just then, Tang Xiao's phone rang. It was her father who called. As soon as Tang Xiao answered the phone, her father's excited voice came through loudly. Yao Yao, Dad, just received a cooperation invitation from Bali. They even said that the reason our Tang group had the opportunity to cooperate with Bali is all thanks to you. Tell your dad how you did it. I really didn't expect that your parents would keep you out of the company's affairs. They just wanted you to live a happy life and find a capable son-in-law to help manage the company. I never expected you to handle such a difficult matter for the Tang family so easily. My daughter has definitely inherited my business acumen. I'm so proud of you. After her father finished showering her with compliments, Tang Xiao finally had a chance to speak again. Dad, this isn't really all my doing. Bali is willing to cooperate with our Tang family because I have a benefactor who helped me. As Tang Xiao answered her father's question, her affectionate gaze kept drifting towards Yi Fan. Tang Xiao was naturally very happy that it helped her family's business. However, she was also very clear about it. Without Yi Fan, I would have been too insignificant and powerless to gain Bao Li's favor towards the Tang family. I could never be praised by my father like that. Thank you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Tang's father and hanging up the phone, Tang Xiao sincerely thanked Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved his hand, still indicating that it was a trivial matter. The two had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to leave. The manager refused to accept payment for Yi Fan's meal, no matter what he said. Before leaving, he also gave Yi Fan several bottles of fine vintage wine. He naturally knew that Yi Fan, given his status, wouldn't be short of a few bottles of wine. But we must show our willingness to make amends. Fortunately, Yi Fan wasn't an unreasonable person. Otherwise, if that incident had happened to some petty person, they might have given their Western restaurant a hard time. Therefore, Yi Fan was unable to trigger Tang Xiao's first critical hit through the meal they shared. But that's fine, since that meal only cost a few tens of thousands of yuan at most. The loot from a critical hit is very likely to be completely insignificant. After thinking it over, Yi Fan decided he had to make a big bet. The two then got into the car. Tang Xiao had just fastened her seatbelt when she heard Yi Fan suddenly lean close to her ear and whisper, "Do you remember the favor you owed me earlier? Chapter 72, you like Ferraris too?" Although the Koenigsegg has 4 seats. However, at this moment, there are only 2 people in the supercar space. In terms of physical space, the distance between us, in terms of breathing and being together, can still be described as extremely close. Hearing Yi Fan bring up this topic in his ear, Tang Xiao immediately tensed up. An indescribable atmosphere permeated the supercar. What does Yi Fan mean by saying this to me now? Is he really going to do something to me? Tang Xiao began to speculate with a little anticipation. If Yi Fan really wants to do something to me, should I push him away? After all, this was only their 3rd meeting. If I don't push her away, wouldn't it seem too unreserved? But for some reason, she didn't really want to push him away. Tang Xiao knew that her idea was extremely dangerous, but she was faced with such an outstanding man, whose looks were also to her liking. She really didn't want to miss it. Just as various thoughts were running through Tang Xiao's mind, Yi Fan whispered the next sentence in her ear. If you want to get that discount back from me, then come with me to look at cars now. Yi Do. What? The obvious discrepancy between the question and the answer left the two of them looking at each other in bewilderment. Tang Xiao immediately realized that she had completely misunderstood. Because of the blush, my face quickly turned red all over my neck. Seeing Tang Xiao's reaction, Yi Fan could roughly guess what the little girl was thinking. He couldn't resist teasing her. Miss Tang, you mean willing? Tang Xiao wants to punch herself again. Having no other choice, she could only quickly retort stubbornly. No, I meant I'd be happy to go with you to look at cars. Tang Xiao managed to get through this part. Only then did I belatedly realize my doubts. Isn't Yi Fan's Koenigsegg perfectly fine now? Is it necessary to change cars? But then I think about how the wealthy people I know also enjoy playing with cars and watches. It's not too surprising that Yi Fan wants to buy another car, and it's probably because of my own double standards. Regarding the behavior of other wealthy young men who change cars, Tang Xiao felt that they were just a bunch of spendthrifts who liked to waste money. As for Yi Fan's behavior changing cars, she felt that Yi Fan had high taste and therefore needed to add or change the configuration from time to time. That's right, it's just that unreasonable. In any case, Yi Fan is the best. Yi Fan was driving, so he had no idea that Tang Xiao was already showering him with compliments. He pretended to chat casually to extract information. By the way, Ms. Tang, which car brand do you usually prefer? Me? I think Ferrari is pretty good. Tang Xiao was naive and answered Yi Fan's question immediately. Yi Fan nodded, having made up his mind. The direction Koenigsegg was heading suddenly became clear. Before long, Yi Fan drove his car to the entrance of a Ferrari dealership near Wangfujing in Beijing. So you like Ferraris too? Tang Xiao looked at the Ferrari sign and turned to ask Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't answer and directly pulled Tang Xiao into the store. During this time of day, there weren't many customers at the Ferrari dealership. A couple is standing in front of a Ferrari F12, and the boy looks very dissatisfied. What was the total price of this car again? Hello, sir. Based on the current configuration of this car, if you don't make any changes, the on-the-road price will be approximately 5.3 million. A saleswoman explained to the couple in a kind and gentle voice. The girl couldn't help but urge him on. Honey, I don't think the price is that expensive. Why don't you just buy it? After hearing the price of the F12, the boy couldn't help but frown a few more times. Don't rush, little sister. I know about cars. Let me take a closer look to see if this car is really worth that much money. After the boy finished speaking, he immediately pretended to be an expert, touching and fiddling with the F12. The saleswoman was a little tired. She had been introducing the products to these two customers for almost 2 hours. But the boy did nothing more than repeatedly ask about the price. She stepped aside somewhat helplessly and saw Yi Fan and Tang Xiao, whose demeanor was clearly different from ordinary people, walking side by side. There were no other salespeople around, so the saleswoman took the initiative to greet Yi Fan and his group. Hello, sir/madam. How can I help you? Yi Fan glanced around the cars in the store and saw that they were all relatively basic Ferrari models. The price of the basic model will naturally not be high. This does not meet Yi Fan's consumption needs for this trip. Therefore, Yi Fan didn't waste any more words. I want the most expensive car model here, and I can pay for it in full. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he prepared to take out his bank card. Zhao Min, a couple who were admiring the F12 in front of him, immediately turned around with a mocking expression upon hearing this. After seeing Yi Fan and Tang Xiao beside him clearly, Zhao Min couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, what a beautiful girl. How can these beautiful women be so blind? Although he admitted that Yi Fan was indeed a handsome guy. But based on what he just said, Zhao Min immediately concluded that Yi Fan was a pretentious show-off. Sure enough, when he turned around, he was even more certain, because Yi Fan looked a few years younger than him. Even if Zhao Min himself were to buy a car worth over 5 million yuan, he would have to carefully consider it for a long time. This male college student, whoever he came from, came in and said he wanted to buy the most expensive car outright. That's ridiculous. The most expensive Ferrari, the LaFerrari, costs at least 20 million yuan for the complete set. He absolutely did not believe that the man in front of him, who looked like a pretty boy, could have such assets. Dude, showing off is fine, but your tone is way too arrogant. You said you wanted the most expensive Ferrari. Can you even afford it? Zhao Min scoffed. And when he saw that the person who had been answering their questions earlier was the same salesperson who had been serving Yi Fan, his expression immediately turned displeased. I'm telling you salespeople, you should at least screen your customers. Why are you ignoring us and rushing over to people who obviously have no spending power? Faced with Zhao Min's deliberate mockery, the salesperson could only manage a stiff smile. But inwardly, he couldn't help but complain. And you say they don't have money? If you have money, then hurry up and pay for this F12. You've been babbling around here for ages, touching things without buying anything. And now you have the nerve to mock other customers? Tang Xiao never expected that she would encounter such snobbish idiots as soon as she arrived in this kind of place. He cursed, "What did you say?" and tried to go up and argue with Zhao Min. Chapter 73, We'll Take Both Cars. Yi Fan reached out and grabbed Tang Xiao. He glanced up at the shouting Zhao Min. There's no need to waste words with people who try to show off or mock every stranger they encounter. Just tell them to shut up. Yi Fan's gaze fell on the Ferrari F12 behind Zhao Min and his girlfriend. He turned and began to instruct the salesperson. Hello, has the payment been made for the car in front of them yet? The salesperson quickly nodded emphatically, as if they had met a long-lost friend. However, because Zhao Min was still nearby, she only dared to give a vague answer. Yes, sir, these two gentlemen and ladies are saying that this car is still undergoing testing. So, okay, then let's settle the bill for this car together with the most expensive Ferrari LaFerrari I asked for. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he immediately handed over his bank card. The salesperson, with an expression of disbelief, immediately took Yi Fan's bank card. Yes, sir. I'll draft the contract for you right away. After saying that, the salesperson immediately grabbed Yi Fan's bank card and rushed inside. Seeing the salesperson run off happily, Zhao Min's mockery deepened. Young man, if you ask me, that's enough. You're still trying to calculate both cars together? Do you even know how much they cost in total? That's a whopping 28 million. If you actually manage to pay, I'll go live on air and eat shit right now. Zhao Min burst into laughter after he finished speaking. His face was full of smug satisfaction, as if he had already predicted that Yi Fan would lose face. Just then, the saleswoman, who had left not long ago, came running back with a beaming smile, carrying Yi Fan's bank card. Sir, your Ferrari LaFerrari and F12 have been fully paid for. Please come this way with the lady. You can sign the contract and complete the formalities now. The saleswoman handed the bank card back to Yi Fan. Zhao Min and his girlfriend were completely stunned when they saw this. What? This guy actually bought 2 cars outright. Are you kidding me? Zhao Min grabbed the saleswoman in disbelief. Now that the saleswoman has a big client like Yi Fan, she naturally feels more confident. Of course, sir. Why need to joke around here? After saying that, the saleswoman immediately ushered Yi Fan and Tang Xiao into the VIP room. Several guests who had just witnessed the whole process couldn't help but start mocking them. Dude, didn't you just say that if this young man bought these 2 cars, you would eat shit live on the spot? That's right. A man's word is his bond. So hurry up and show the brothers what you've got. The scene was filled with jeers and mockery, and some people had already taken out their phones to start a live stream for Zhao Min. Zhao Min was utterly humiliated. After glancing at Yi Fan with fear, he quickly pulled his girlfriend, who was starry-eyed at Yi Fan, away. Yi Fan snorted coldly and went to the signing room with Tang Xiao. In the signing room, Tang Xiao was unaware that Yi Fan had pressed her into the signing chair. His mind was filled with Yi Fan's domineering demeanor, ruthless and taciturn just now. She paid money to shut up those provocative idiots, and she felt incredibly satisfied. Xiao, please sign these 2 purchase contracts. Only when Yi Fan spoke did Tang Xiao snap out of a reverie, which was filled with admiration for him. She glanced at the 2 car purchase contracts in front of her. Huh, why are all the car owners listed on the website using their own names? Tang Xiao was a little confused. Yi Fan, they must have made a mistake. Please ask them to correct it. You didn't mistype. Both cars were bought for you. Huh? Why was it bought for me? Tang Xiao was stunned when she heard Yi Fan's affirmative answer. This is the advantage I'm going to get back. Just sign it obediently. Yi Fan's answer completely shocked Tang Xiao. No. Is this something he's trying to take back? This is clearly another case of her getting a huge advantage. Tang Xiao's understanding of Yi Fan was refreshed once again. This man is just so different. They were completely free of the pettiness and calculating nature often associated with young masters and sons of wealthy business families. On the contrary, they were extremely generous and selfless. Since she met Yi Fan, this is only the third time they have met. He believed he had reached that level. This not only gave the Tang family the opportunity to cooperate with Bali Real Estate. He was so generous as to give me 2 cars, claiming he was taking advantage of me. What a gentlemanly and elegant man he is. Although Tang Xiao has never lacked money since she was a child. But apart from her family, this was the first time someone had ever given so selflessly to her. Tang Xiao felt so moved she almost cried. However, she cannot accept such an expensive gift now. Yi Fan, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept these 2 cars. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's refusal, Yi Fan immediately adopted an attitude of not forcing the issue. Oh, I see. But I've already bought them, so I'll just call any girl and ask her for some. I can't let them go to waste. Upon hearing Yi Fan's proposed plan, Tang Xiao immediately became anxious. Of course not. Since Miss Tang doesn't want to give it to other girls, then you should just accept it. Yi Fan teased with a mischievous smile. Tang Xiao then realized that Yi Fan had deliberately said that he wanted to give the gift to another girl. You bad guy. Left with no other option, Tang Xiao had to put her name on both contracts. However, these 2 Ferraris together cost nearly 30 million, so she'll have to find an opportunity to give Yi Fan a similar token of appreciation in the future. Tang Xiao started planning what she would give Yi Fan in the future. Meanwhile, the reward Yi Fan gave Tang Xiao arrived on time. Ding! Detected that the host is a high-value woman with a score of 93 and has spent 28.2 million yuan, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Manhwa law firm and ownership of the imperial capital Wangfu Commercial Street. Law firms and shopping streets? This combination is great. Luckily, I brought Tang Xiao to buy a car. Otherwise, I might not have received such a great reward. Yi Fan was in a very pleasant mood at the moment. After Tang Xiao finished signing the contract and turned around, she saw Yi Fan looking very happy. Even though it was Yi Fan who gave her the gift, she was as happy as if she had received it herself. This man is really too good to her. If Tang Xiao's initial attraction to Yi Fan was purely based on physical attraction. However, after these few interactions, she was completely captivated by Yi Fan's personal charm. What started as a simple liking has begun to transform into an irresistible feeling of love. When Tang Xiao came out after signing the contract, she was still a little dazed. In order to spend more time with Yi Fan, she did not choose to drive away in a Ferrari, but instead asked the staff to deliver it. He then rode in Yi Fan's car back to school. Soon, Yi Fan drove Tang Xiao back to Imperial University and dropped her off at a campus road intersection near her dormitory. Everyone watched Tang Xiao get off the Koenigsegg with curiosity. After Tang Xiao got out of the car and took a few steps, she suddenly appeared in full view of everyone again. She returned to Yi Fan's car window, wrapped her arms around his neck, and left a sweet kiss on his face. Chapter 74, Let's Catch Up in the Parking Lot. OMG, look over there. The school beauty, Tang, kissed the owner of the Koenigsegg. That Koenigsegg owner looks kind of familiar. Wow, he's Yi Fan from our department. This morning during our senior lecture, he was flirting with 3 other campus beauties. And now he's even gotten Tang, the campus beauty, to kiss him. What? You mean all 4 school beauties are involved with this Yi Fan? Damn, that's so unfair. I wonder what it feels like for school beauty Tang's lips to feel on my face. Oh, this guy is so lucky. And now that this school beauty Tang has dared to kiss Yi Fan in public, who knows what might have happened between them already? The male classmates who saw Tang Xiao kiss Yi Fan were all gritting their teeth in anger. Envy, jealousy, and hatred mingled together, yet they couldn't take their eyes off the 2 of them. Sitting in the car, Yi Fan felt Tang Xiao's sudden sneak attack and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He looked at Tang Xiao's blushing face with amusement. If the incident where Tang Xiao kissed her in the car just now was because she suddenly got carried away and didn't react in time. Then it was because she was caught off guard. Now that she's left, she's come back to pull this stunt. She was clearly telling everyone that she liked him. This girl is really bold and straightforward. To be honest, Yi Fan was secretly pleased at that moment. Tang Xiao met Yi Fan's gaze. Only then did she belatedly realize that she was embarrassed. He left Yi Fan with a "see you next time" and ran away amidst the crowd's watchful eyes. The students who were watching the drama quickly posted the photos they had just taken of Tang Xiao kissing the car owner through the car window on the campus forum. Someone left a message on the forum asking who the Koenigsegg owner really is. Some classmates who knew the inside story had just posted Yi Fan's name in major. The displayed information becomes gibberish specifically designed for blocking. Yi Fan's message just won't go through. I know our school has a cyberbullying prevention mechanism, but I've never seen a situation where it can't even be sent out. Really? I'll give it a try. As expected, Yi Fan's personal information was immediately blocked as soon as it was published, as if the Imperial University's network had set up a special barrier for it. Therefore, besides photos of Koenigsegg and Tang Xiao, there was only one blurry photo of the car owner on the forum. On the other side, Yu Ku was watching a drama and browsing gossip in her dormitory. Immediately, I saw the familiar photos of Koenigsegg and Tang Xiao kissing Yi Fan on the forum. She quickly pressed the pause button on the TV series. After zooming in on the photo and seeing the details, she instantly became extremely jealous. Who is this little bitch? He actually dared to harass junior brother Yi Fan in public. Yu Ku became anxious, thinking that Yi Fan had appeared on campus. They probably haven't left yet, so she can't miss this opportunity to shine. Junior brother Yi Fan, I just saw a picture of you and a girl on the forum. Insert a sad-looking emoji in the middle. Why didn't you tell anyone you were coming back to school? Crying. After sending the message, Yu Ku couldn't help but grip her phone tightly and stare intently at the reply. Yi Fan, who had just driven his Koenigsegg into the school's underground parking garage, picked up his phone and glanced at the message Yu Ku had sent. A wicked smile crept across his lips, and he immediately sent a voice message. Senior Sister Kerr, are you jealous? Upon seeing the message, Yu Ku quickly opened it. Yi Fan's magnetic voice made her legs go weak. How could I dare? I'm just worried that with so many pretty girls out there, junior brother Yi Fan will forget about me soon, won't he? After sending the voice message in a sweet, coquettish tone, Yu Ku quickly added a crying, aggrieved emoji. Yi Fan smiled faintly as he heard the reply. I'm in the parking lot right now. Senior sister, you're afraid I'll forget about you. So why don't you just come over and catch up? As soon as Yi Fan sent the invitation via voice message, Yu Ku knew that her little trick of feigning retreat had worked. She happily turned off the tablet that was playing TV dramas. I put on a pretty and cool tank top and denim shorts, sprayed on some perfume, and hurried to the school's underground parking lot. The underground parking lot of Imperial Capital University. The clatter of high heels rang out as Yu Ku eagerly peered at the Koenigsegg silhouette. Yi Fan turned on the car lights a few times to signal. After spotting her target, Yu Ku quickly and quietly walked into the car. Just as Yu Ku was about to say a few playful things while pretending to be angry after sitting in the passenger seat, Yi Fan pulled her onto his lap. Yu Ku looked surprised. Junior brother, we're in school here. On the way here, she had always thought that Yi Fan would take her out. But looking at the current situation, is senior sister scared? I thought she would prefer familiar places. While Yi Fan was still asking questions on the surface, his hands had already begun to linger on Yu Ku's body. Yu Ku couldn't help but let out a soft moan, then playfully threw a tantrum. Who's scared? Junior brother, don't underestimate him. After Yu Ku finished speaking, she immediately turned the tables and started a fire on Yi Fan. In the somewhat quiet parking lot, Koenigseg's ambiguous passion quickly spread. The interaction between the two caused quite a commotion in the car. It was unclear how much time had passed before Yu Ku returned to her passenger seat. Only then did she finally have the chance to say the witty remark she had prepared. Junior brother, if they hadn't contacted you today, would you even remember them? Senior sister, you're wronging me. I was just about to contact you when you sent me a message first, as if by telepathy. I went back to school today because I wanted to take you to see the house I promised you last time. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Yu Ku's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Junior brother, you're so kind. After Yu Kurer finished speaking, she hugged Yifan's neck and gave him a big kiss. Junior brother, you're so good to me. I must repay you properly. Chapter 75, let's find some new ways to thank him. After Yu Kurer served Yifan for a while longer, Koenigsegg slowly drove out of the underground parking lot and headed towards the Golden Mansion, which is not far from Imperial University. Yifan stopped the car, put his arm around Yu Kurer's slender waist, and entered the sales office of Jinyu Huafu. A saleswoman in the sales hall immediately came to greet me. Hello, sir. How may I help you? Just call your manager out. Tell him that Yifan, the owner of Building 5, has arrived. When the saleswoman heard the name, Yifan, her eyes widened immediately. What? You? So you're Mr. Yifan, the owner of Building 5? Please wait a moment. I'll go and call our manager right away. After saying that, the saleswoman immediately ran into the manager's office. The other salespeople, who were busy with their work, all turned to look at Yifan upon hearing the sound. Everyone's expression was exactly the same. Surprise. Is this incredibly young man really Mr. Yifan, the legendary owner who bought the entire Building 5? Upon learning this fact, their eyes involuntarily shone with envy and admiration. However, upon seeing Yu Kurer, who was standing next to Yifan and whose figure and looks were absolutely stunning, just like a female celebrity, they were instantly filled with extreme sadness and regret. Yu Kurer was also somewhat surprised when she heard Yifan's words. Did junior brother Yifan mean that he owns an entire building? As she pondered, she glanced around at the gazes cast upon her by the women around her. I knew I was pretty close to the truth. She belatedly realized how truly shocked she was, and felt incredibly proud to be standing next to Yifan. Unable to resist, she started getting close to Yifan in public. One moment, she was rubbing against Yifan's arm. The next, she was whispering in his ear. Yifan gently patted Yu Kurer's buttocks from a corner where no one could see him. If you misbehave again, you'll see how I punish you later. Eager to assert her dominance, Yu Kurer became even more clingy and affectionate. He's just being mischievous, don't you like him, junior brother Yifan? The men coming and going in the sales office saw Yu Kurer taking the initiative to throw herself into Yifan's arms. I was incredibly envious. Damn, what a beautiful and proactive girl. Why don't they have one? At this moment, the manager, who had been informed of the situation by the salesperson, rushed out of his office. Oh, Mr. Yi, how are you? Your presence has truly elevated our Golden Domain mansion. The manager quickly began to flatter Yifan. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, Yifan still felt very pleased with the manager's respectful attitude. Yifan pinched the soft flesh of Yu Kurer's waist, causing her to gasp and press herself tightly against his chest. He then instructed the manager on the purpose of the trip. Manager, I'm here today to check out the interior of my suite in Building 5. Could you please show me the way? All right. I'll take you there right now, Mr. Yi. The manager nodded repeatedly and quickly called over several employees to go together. Some employees who still had customers to attend had to apologize to the customers and then hand them over to other employees. Then he rushed to the manager's office to help serve Yifan and his group and make introductions. The guests who were left out had no complaints at this point. After all, they already knew from the information they had gathered at the scene that Yifan owned the entire building. It's worth noting that Jinyu Huafu is a well-known luxury residential community in Beijing. Building number 5 is the best-equipped building, with a rough price of 200,000 yuan per square meter. The entire building will cost at least 5.6 billion. This is absolutely terrifying. For example, if they buy a house themselves, it would cost around 100 million. Even among ordinary people, that's already an extraordinary achievement. That young man bought an entire building. At that moment, all the guests could think about was how great it would be to get in touch with a successful person like Yifan. There's no way they'd jump out and stop their own staff from serving Yifan and the others. That would just make them pure hotheads. On the other side, the manager, accompanied by a dozen or so employees, gave Yifan a grand reception and generous treatment. He led Yifan and Yu Kurer to Building 5. Upon arriving at the entrance of Building 5, Yu Kurer immediately saw it. The building that Yifan owns not only has the best overall decoration among all 4 buildings, but also has the tallest number of floors. Moreover, Although no one had moved into Building 5 yet, all the lights in the entire building were already turned on for Yifan and Yukur. The overall design was incredibly bright and magnificent. It looks like a giant palace or castle, extremely beautiful. Please come in, sir and madam. Our professional staff will now give you a detailed introduction to Building 5. A staff member quickly took over from the manager and introduced Yi Fan and his companion. Mr. Yi, first of all, this is the main lobby of our building. The interior walls and floors here are all made of imported marble. We use world-class young Taitachi high-speed elevators. Following the staff's introduction, Yi Fan and Yu Kur arrived at a duplex apartment located on a high floor. All the houses in our Golden Domain mansion are fully furnished to a first-class standard, allowing owners to move in immediately. For example, the kitchenware and appliances you two are looking at now are from the German brands Bodenberg and Gaggenau, respectively. Because there are so many highlights in Jinyu Huafu, several staff members have been replaced in succession. He finally finished introducing Yi Fan after talking until his mouth was dry. Okay, I understand. Thank you for explaining. Yi Fan hadn't actually listened carefully, but seeing that the decoration and materials in front of him were indeed quite tasteful and of high quality, he nodded to express his satisfaction. He turned to look at Yukur. Seeing your sister Kerr, you've already looked at all the houses. Why don't you choose from the 3 duplex apartments besides the one on the top floor? Whichever set you like, I'll transfer it to your name. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yukur was so happy and moved that she almost cried. She had originally thought that she would be more than satisfied if Yi Fan was willing to give her a standard room. As a result, Yi Fan actually said he would give her a duplex apartment directly. You should know that even the smallest duplex apartment is more than 300 square meters larger than a standard apartment. How could junior brother Yi Fan be so good to her? They're so generous. Yukur felt that she was absolutely in love with the man in front of her. I was thinking that I should come up with some new and interesting things to thank him properly later. Junior brother Yi Fan, you're so kind to her. Yukur quickly wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's waist and kissed him on the lips. She clung to him, nuzzling against him, as if unwilling to let go. Chapter 76, just enjoy it. The managers and male staff watching were quite envious of Yukur's proactive manner. But what they envied even more at this moment was that Yi Fan actually took out a duplex apartment to give to Yukur. Being pretty and good at sweet talking can get you a house worth nearly 200 million. If it weren't for their gender and appearance, they would also love to take the initiative towards Yi Fan. Several female staff members stared at Yukur, who was striking provocative and daring poses. I want to look down on them, but I couldn't help feeling incredibly jealous. If Yi Fan could take a liking to them, they would be willing to break their backs. Yukur chose one of 3 duplex rooms, excluding the top floor, that was neither too big nor too small. Yi Fan explained Yukur's thoughts and his own decision. Manager, could you please draft a contract for the duplex apartment this young lady has chosen? We'll send it over tomorrow morning so we can sign it directly. As for the other standard floors downstairs, I'll entrust you to help me rent them out. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately nodded, indicating that he would remember Yi Fan's instructions. Yes, Mr. Yi, I guarantee I'll handle things perfectly for you. After answering, the manager immediately left with his staff, showing great tact. Yi Fan and Yukur stayed in the duplex apartment she had chosen. After closing the door, Yukur truly felt the reality that this house was about to become hers. She was so excited that she started snapping photos with her phone. I'm thinking I must post this on WeChat moments later and make my best friends envious. The camera accidentally focused on Yi Fan. She couldn't resist secretly taking a picture of him. Yi Fan's profile in the photo was both handsome and charismatic, making her incredibly smitten. But she also knew that Yi Fan's photos could not appear in her WeChat moments posts. Although Yi Fan had already given her many things that were extremely expensive to her. However, Yi Fan has never given a direct definition to their relationship. As a qualified gold digger, Yukur naturally understands these unspoken rules between adult men and women. So she could only quietly pat Yi Fan's hand again. So, sending it out wouldn't be considered a foul, right? Yukur happily finished editing the text and photos and posted it, quickly garnering a large number of likes and envious comments. Her mood was extremely good as a result. Seeing Yuku'er's happy expression, Yi Fan smiled faintly. You like it here? Yuku'er nodded emphatically. Of course. I love it so much. So, do you prefer the house? Or, do you prefer me? Yi Fan pulled Yuku'er into his arms and asked with a mischievous smile. Of course, my favorite is junior brother Yi Fan. As Yuku'er answered, her cherry-like lips quickly moved closer to Yi Fan's lips. The sounds of their lips and tongues making kissing noises were particularly loud in the empty room. Yi Fan smiled and responded to her with a gesture. However, he didn't take Yuku'er's words very seriously. Yi Fan is no longer the simp who saw love as everything. His relationships with several school beauties were initially just for the purpose of racking up rewards. Subsequent developments were mostly natural occurrences. If we're talking about goodwill, Yi Fan is willing to spend time with her and spend money on her, so there's definitely some degree of affection between them. But Yi Fan has no intention of elevating this to the level of love right now. Yuku'er is focused on creating more extraordinary experiences for Yi Fan. The harmony between her mind, body, and spirit elevated her love for Yi Fan to a new level. She knew very well that her answers just now were sincere. If this were in the past, she would definitely be a pure gold digger who only cares about money and not people. But ever since she met Yi Fan, he has given her so many extraordinary experiences. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy the experience of walking into a luxury store and looting everything. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to experience the happiness of simply riding on the back of a bicycle around campus. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have known what it feels like to have her own house at such a young age. However, after experiencing it, her original obsession with these things actually lessened considerably. At least in her eyes now, Yi Fan's importance to her has completely surpassed material things. The two briefly interacted on the leather sofa. Yuku'er glanced at the large bathroom not far away, and remembering the way she had just thought of to repay Yi Fan, she quickly pulled him up. Junior brother, Yi Fan, how about we try out the water bath system here together? I overheard them talking about a hot spring massage service, and it seems they also offer some kind of hot spring massage option. You worked so hard outside all day, someone will give you a good massage later. Just relax and enjoy yourself today. After saying that, Yuku'er rubbed against Yi Fan again, as obedient as a kitten. Yi Fan felt incredibly aroused as he watched the woman's seductive manner. He picked up Yuku'er and headed towards the place she had mentioned. In the bathroom, which is as big as a living room, warm water slowly flows from the bottom of the large bathtub. Yi Fan picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. The bathroom features a waterproof sound system playing atmospheric music, and the high-end marble furniture reflects the two figures in the bathtub. Yuku'er diligently massaged Yi Fan using various methods, while also asking about Yi Fan's experience. Junior brother, are you satisfied with how I am? Satisfied, but perhaps even better if it were a little faster, Yi Fan hinted with a mischievous grin. You're just teasing people. After responding sweetly, Yuku'er immediately continued to act according to Yi Fan's feedback. Water splashed out, enveloping Yi Fan in warm water. It was so comfortable and wonderful. As the night passed, the smart electric curtains slowly opened. Vibrant sunlight streamed through the window, and Yi Fan slept very well. I felt incredibly refreshed when I woke up. In contrast, Yuku'er next to her was so tired that the sun was already high in the sky, yet she was still fast asleep. The manager brought up the transfer contract, and Yuku'er struggled for a long time before finally regaining her senses. Ding! Spending 200 million yuan has triggered a 15x rebate. Congratulations on receiving 3 billion yuan in rebates. Although it was just a rebate, the amount was still within Yi Fan's acceptable range. After having a quick breakfast, Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg back to school with Yuku'er in it. At the same spot where Tang Xiao got off the car, Yi Fan dropped Yuku'er off, because this place happens to be the closest to the classroom that Yuku'er is going to later. The car door opened, and Yuku'er stepped out. Koenigsegg's high-profile appearance, as always, immediately attracted the attention of many passing students. However, after recognizing that the woman who got out of Yi Fan's car was Yuku'er, the onlookers were once again greatly shocked. Early in the morning, before morning classes even started, Yuku'er got off the Koenigsegg. Do they need to guess what happened? Chapter 77. This kid is too arrogant. watching Yukur get out of the car and waddle away. The male students watching were drooling all over the place. Looking around, he saw a group of female classmates vying to greet Yifan and get closer to him after Yukur left. They hated. Yifan finally managed to get rid of the girls who kept handing him their contact information by his car. He picked up his phone and contacted Ruan Sal directly. School Beauty Ruan, didn't you ask me to treat you last time? I'm at the entrance of the campus road, near the first teaching building right now. Why don't you just come over? Ruan Sal was overjoyed to receive the phone call she had been longing for. He still remembered his promise to him. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Ruan Sal and Yifan are both seniors, so although they are in different majors, they don't have many classes. As she hurried along, she couldn't help but curse herself inwardly for being so unable to maintain her composure in front of Yifan. She actually brought up the idea of getting treatment so that she could see him more often. And what's more, the treatment method is so strange and private. However, at this moment, she felt more anticipation than slight regret. After all, that's Yifan, whose excellence is unmatched by anyone. Before long, Ruan Sal arrived at Koenigsegg and got into the car with practiced ease. The onlookers, who were already still reeling, stared even wider now. Is there any justice in this world? One school beauty after another. This guy's too arrogant. The onlookers were seething with hatred, but could only watch as Koenigsegg's Ruan Sal walked further and further away from them. Yifan drove Ruan Sal directly to Jinyu Huafu and parked the car in the parking lot. Yifan led Ruan Sal on foot toward building number 5. It's a good opportunity to take a walk and check out the neighborhood. On the way, when Ruan Sal asked Yifan where she was going, Yifan only replied that she was going to the clinic. She looked at the surrounding buildings, and doubts welled up in her mind. Yifan, you've rented a place here? Ruan Sal had heard of the name Golden Domain Mansion before. It was a mansion among mansions. However, given what she knew about Yifan's identity, it wasn't surprising that he rented a house in such a luxury mansion. Just as Yifan was about to reply, a man suddenly came up and greeted Ruan Sal. Senior Sister Ruan, you're here too. Ji Lingchong's voice was clearly filled with excitement. He happened to come here today to sign for the house he bought, and unexpectedly, he ran into the school beauty senior who was in the same club as him. But why is there a strange man next to my senior sister now? Ji Lingchong glanced impatiently at Yifan standing to the side. Upon seeing this, his displeasure and anger immediately surged, because he knew the man next to Ruan Sal. Last time, he tried to ask Yukuta out in his Mercedes G class, but she chose another man who was riding a bicycle. Damn it, it's this guy again. I'll let it go this time when I tricked senior sister Yukuro away in front of him with a bicycle. Now, they're even making a move on his senior sister, whom he's always had feelings for. He can't tolerate this. Senior sister, what a coincidence. I just happened to buy a house in this Golden Domain mansion. It wasn't too expensive, only about 100 million. I just signed a contract. You know what? The procedures for these luxury homes are incredibly rigorous. The paperwork took me ages to complete. Seeing Ji Lingchong's eagerness to boast about himself, Ruan Sal looked impatient. As Ji Lingchong was speaking, he suddenly changed the subject and began to care about Yifan. By the way, young man, we didn't come here today thinking of renting a room, did you? You can ask me directly if you need anything. After all, senior sister Ruan's friend is my friend. However, if you really want to rent a place, this place might be a bit too much a financial burden for you. After all, not everyone can have a family as well off as mine. In the end, Ji Lingchong stopped pretending. He simply told Ruan Sal that his conditions were much better than Yifan's. Seeing that Ruan Sal still didn't react, Ji Lingchong decided to show off his connections. By the way, the manager here just signed a contract with me. He shouldn't have gone far yet. I'll call him right now and have him come over so this student can ask him any questions directly. Ji Lingchong thought to himself, this is equivalent to directly lifting Yifan up. When a manager arrived, the man next to Sister Ruan had no money to pay the rent. Then Senior Sister Ruan would surely see through this guy's embarrassed look and turn to throw herself in her arms. As he made the phone call, he confidently glanced at Yifan. It turned out that the man in front of him was actually quite calm. Just wait until you learn what the word shameful really means. Hello, is this Manager Lin? This is Xiao Ji, who just signed a contract with you. Are you free to come over now? I have a big business opportunity to introduce to you. Ji Lingchong said with ill intent. Yi Fan looked at Ji Lingchong, who was making a smug phone call. He couldn't help but shake his head. When Ji Lingchong saw Yi Fan shaking his head, he thought he was finally scared. His face was beaming with excitement, and he quickly urged Manager Lin on the phone to come over as soon as possible. Ruan Sile saw Ji Lingchong persisting in his pestering. It was obvious that they wanted to embarrass Yi Fan, and they got a little angry for a moment. Junior brother Ji, please move aside. We have other things to do and don't have time to listen to you talking to yourself. Yi Fan then spoke with a cold laugh. Sile, since this junior brother is so eager to introduce us to the manager, let's accept his favor. Ji Lingchong never expected Yi Fan to be so clueless. He really thought I was going to introduce him to some connections. Great, now he'll definitely get a good slap in the face. Senior sister Juan, your friend, although not as rich as me, is still very sensible. The manager will be here soon. It won't take more than a few minutes. Senior sister Juan. Ji Lingchong was already extremely pleased with himself. At this moment, Manager Lin walked over from the direction facing Ji Lingchong. Manager Lin, we're here. Ji Lingchong greeted Manager Lin and went over to greet him, trying to put his arm around him and start conversation. However, the next second, his hand, which he wanted to put on Manager Lin's shoulder, missed its mark. Manager Lin completely ignored him, but his eyes lit up when he saw Yi Fan's face. Then he immediately went over and bowed to Yi Fan to greet him. Hello, Mr. Yi. What a coincidence to meet you again. Are you satisfied with the environment of our community? Chapter 78, Treating Her. It's all right, Yi Fan replied casually. Ji Lingchong was stunned when he saw Manager Lin bowing and scraping to Yi Fan. Manager Lin, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I'm the one who called you here, and I'm Xiao Ji. Manager Lin saw Ji Lingchong frantically trying to make his presence known in front of him. That's when it dawned on me. It just so happens that he was called over. It was indeed a homeowner surnamed Ji. Oh, and he also mentioned a big business deal. Could this be referring to Mr. Yi Fan in front of us? But he has already bought the entire Building 5. Manager Lin then turned his attention back to Ji Lingchong. Mr. Ji, you just said you wanted to introduce me to a big business opportunity? Are you referring to the fact that Mr. Yi Fan is the owner of the entire Building 5? What? Ji Lingchong thought he had misheard and grabbed Manager Lin in disbelief. Manager Lin, you just said that the entire Building 5 belongs to this man? Manager Lin's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Ji Lingchong's address to Yi Fan. Mr. Ji, please watch your words. As the owner of the entire Building 5, Mr. Yi Fan is naturally a distinguished guest of our Jinyu Huafu. Mr. Ye's dignity shall not be trampled on by anyone. Listening to the information revealed in Manager Lin's words, and the respect and protection shown towards Yi Fan, Ji Lingchong was completely dumbfounded. He just spent ages bragging about buying a standard floor apartment. Turns out, the man next to Senior Sister Ruan actually bought the entire Building 5? Is this something a college student could possibly do? That's terrifying. So, is this why Senior Sister Yukur was willing to ride on the back of his bicycle before? Upon learning the truth, Ji Lingchong was filled with deep regret. When Ruan Sile learned that Yi Fan had bought the entire building, she was completely astonished. This man's abilities were constantly redefining her understanding of what was truly remarkable. Ruan Sile looked at Ji Lingchong, who was standing to the side with a look of utter despair and fear, and immediately retorted, Junior brother Ji, you've been talking for so long, and all you've bought is one room. Why don't you buy more units? Or like Yi Fan, buy an entire building. Is it that you don't want to? Hearing Ruan Sile's deliberately questioning and teasing tone, Ji Lingchong felt extremely ashamed. I have to go now. Goodbye, senior sisters and brothers. Ji Lingchong could only play the coward, quickly bowing his head and apologizing as he hurried away. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, the manager said goodbye to Yi Fan and left. My God, Yi Fan, you're so amazing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ruan Sile looked at the tallest building, building number 5, not far away. The thought that the entire building belonged to Yi Fan filled him with immense admiration. Your junior brother likes to talk to himself, so let him taste what it's like to be backfired by his own boasting. Upon hearing this, Ruan-Sil liked Yi Fan even more. Avenge your grudges and settle your scores. That's what real manhood is all about. Those people came up here asking for trouble, so let them have their way. In this light, Yi Fan seems far better than those hypocrites who spout empty words of benevolence and morality. Yi Fan led Ruan-Sil to building number 5. As soon as Ruan-Sil entered the reception hall, she was immediately dazzled by the gorgeous and high-class decor. Even her taste in buying houses is just right for her. Ruan-Sil's affection for Yi Fan was practically off the charts. My initial slight worry about the treatment method has completely vanished. Yi Fan, are all the rooms in this building really yours? The standard floors haven't been rented out yet, so every room is available right now. So, which room have you chosen for your treatment? As the two entered the elevator, Yi Fan deliberately leaned down and asked Ruan-Sil a suggestive question in her ear. Ruan-Sil blushed instantly and became shy. I would still prefer to visit the house you usually live in. Yi Fan smiled and pressed the button for the top floor. Upon arriving at Yi Fan's duplex apartment, Ruan-Sil immediately rushed to the 270-degree river view balcony. With a gentle glance, the entire river view can be taken in. It's so beautiful here. The breeze feels so nice. Yi Fan sat on the sofa and replied with a mischievous grin. The treatment is much more comfortable than this river breeze. Ruan-Sil blushed. You pervert. Where do we get treatment? Anywhere is fine, Yi Fan replied, then patted the sofa next to him. Come over here. Ruan-Sil walked over and sat down next to Yi Fan, a little nervous. The treatment method, the one I told you about last time, do you remember? Ruan-Sil lowered her head shyly, and her originally lively and loud voice became much softer. I remember. Shall we begin now? Yi Fan asked. Ruan-Sil nodded gently. Because she was shy, she chose to sit with her back to Yi Fan. She could clearly feel that Yi Fan behind her had suddenly closed the distance between them. A broad, calloused hand slowly covered the corresponding area of the heart. Yi Fan used his palm force, and Ruan-Sil immediately felt her heart warm up considerably. It seems that this method is indeed effective, but I'm so embarrassed looking like this. As Ruan-Sil was lost in her thoughts, she felt Yi Fan breathing hot air into her ear. School beauty, Ruan. Would you like the treatment to be even more effective? Ruan-Sil suddenly remembered what Yi Fan had said at the dinner table last time. For treatment to be more effective, direct contact is necessary. Ruan-Sil felt unbearably hot, and upon hearing Yi Fan's questioning voice, she nodded as if possessed. Anyway, it's just for treatment. She voluntarily removed her outer clothing and instructed Yi Fan. You absolutely mustn't peek. Yi Fan nodded. He's a righteous person. If the girl doesn't allow it, of course I won't peek. But, by the way, massage can effectively stimulate acupoints. Yi Fan offered a suggestion. Ruan-Sil thought that since things had come to this point, she would do whatever was most effective. All right, you could do whatever you want with it. Yi Fan continued to treat Ruan-Sil with righteous indignation. However, the feel of it, those who exercise regularly are indeed very good. The force of his palm was continuously injected into Ruan-Sil's heart. The warm feeling was so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan softly. Yi Fan felt a surge of heat throughout his body. This woman is cheating. The therapeutic effects of symmetrical acupoints are all similar. I'll add some extra strength to your treatment. Ruan-Sil hadn't yet grasped the meaning behind Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan's other hand covered the heart from the symmetrical position. Ruan-Sil didn't doubt Yi Fan's words. She just felt more comfortable, and her face was burning hot. Chapter 79, He's the owner of the commercial street. After the treatment lasted for more than 10 minutes, Ruan-Sil felt inexplicably reluctant to leave. She finished dressing and turned around. Yi Fan, how many more treatments do I need to have before my condition can be completely cured? Given Yi Fan's excellent medical skills, the illness should be cured. What excuse could I possibly have to see him next? As Ruan-Sil thought about it, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his palm force. If it's to be cured completely, your myocardial ischemia will be almost 80–90% cured after this. If you take care of yourself normally, you won't have any major problems even if I don't treat you anymore. However, Even if it is not for the purpose of healing, my acupoint therapy is also very good for daily maintenance. However, you should think carefully about what your purpose is. Yifan responded calmly. As Ruansile listened to the meaning behind Yi Fan's words, she vaguely felt that she could understand something. She couldn't help but start to reflect on her feelings for Yi Fan. What she can be sure of now is that she truly likes Yi Fan. Does Yi Fan like her? She was a little unsure. Unexpectedly, she, who has always been the one being pursued, is now also worried about men not liking her. As Ruansile was pondering this in a troubled manner, Yi Fan suggested that they go to Wangfujin Commercial Street for a stroll. Ruansile, feeling lost and unable to figure out the reason, readily agreed to go. Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg, carrying Ruansile straight to Wangfujin Commercial Street. He had just acquired this commercial street not long ago, so he had to come and inspect it. The Koenigsegg pulled into a parking lot near the shopping street, where Yi Fan and Ruansile strolled around. The bustling and prosperous scene of the shops put Yi Fan in a great mood. It evokes a sense of pride, much like that of an ancient emperor looking at the empire he had personally conquered. The two arrived at a nicely decorated restaurant to have a meal. Through the glass exterior wall, you could just see that there's only one two-person table left in the restaurant. Yi Fan led Ruansile to the door where the waiter was greeting guests. "Hello, you two." The waiter looked at Yi Fan, who was speaking to him, with an expression that conveyed impatience and contempt. "There are no seats available. You'll have to wait in the back." "No seats available?" But we clearly saw there was still an empty table inside. Ruansile asked, puzzled. The waiter became even more impatient. "We said there are no seats. That's it. Why are you asking? If you want to eat, go to the back of the line." Seeing the waiter's arrogant attitude, Yi Fan frowned and was about to speak up to resolve the situation. Another man, with his girlfriend in his arms, cut in line. Right in front of the two of them, the man slipped a large bill into the waiter's hand. "I'd like a table for two." The waiter took the money and then glared at Yi Fan and his companion. She then beamed and beckoned the new man inside. Ruansile was displeased. "What does this store mean? How can you accept bribes in front of customers like this?" The man chuckled when he heard Ruansile's protest. "Beautiful lady, these are the rules here. If you want to blame someone, blame your man for not understanding the rules and being incompetent. He can't even afford this little bit of money, yet he brings a girl out to eat." As the man spoke, he deliberately showed off the large gold necklace around his neck and patted the woman's buttocks next to him. Then he put on a lecturing tone and started showing off in front of Yi Fan. "Bro, if you're not good enough, don't try to date such a great girl. Someone like me would never let my woman suffer like that." Upon hearing this, the woman in the man's arms immediately began to speak in a coquettish tone. "I knew Appa was the best. Your magnanimity is something not everyone can match." The waiter then joined in the mockery, shouting loudly at Yi Fan and his companion. "In short, these are the rules I've established here. If you don't have money, get out of the way and don't delay our wealthy guests from coming in to dine." Yi Fan sneered. "Does her boss know about the rules you set?" The waiter, seeing Yi Fan's expression, thought he was threatening him. His expression became even more fearless. "Hilarious. You're not going to tell our boss, are you? I handle everything at the front desk. If I don't let you in, do you think you'll ever see my boss? If you know what's good for you, get out of here or I'll call security to kick you out." The waiter noticed that Yi Fan had been sitting there for a while without paying to take the seat. They had already decided to categorize him as a poor guy, so naturally they would say the most hurtful things to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was too lazy to waste any more words on this person, so he simply took out his phone and made a call. "Wangfu Commercial Street Management Headquarters, right? Now have the owner of Yumantang come out to meet me at their store entrance. I'm right here now." Upon hearing Yi Fan's conversation, the other three burst into mocking laughter. The waiter became even more arrogant. "We politely asked you to leave, and you're still putting on an act? Don't you know who you are? You think you could just call our boss?" The man and woman decided not to leave either, both gloating and wanted to see what kind of fate Yi Fan would suffer. Just as the waiter was about to call security to kick Yi Fan and Ruansile out, the owner of Yumantang rushed out of the store. The waiter panicked when he saw his boss come out. "Boss, what brings you out here?" "All right." These two young people arrived a little late, and there were no seats left in the store. They're just refusing to leave. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this right away." The waiter, feigning malice, immediately gave Yi Fan a smug look. Trying to fight him? Don't you even know whose territory this is? Just as the waiter was gloating over how brilliant his move had been, the owner of Yumantang suddenly changed his expression and interrupted him in a very serious manner. Xiao Wang, who gave you permission to be so disrespectful? This is Mr. Yi, the big boss of our Wangfu commercial street. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to them? Have you gone too far? After saying that, the owner of Yumantang rushed to Yi Fan's side. He greeted her respectfully again, and then quickly gave instructions to the store via walkie-talkie to prepare the vacant VIP room for Yi Fan immediately. The waiter and the couple who had been looking for a spectacle saw this scene unfold. The expressions on their faces were as if they had been struck by lightning. The waiters, in particular, turned deathly pale upon hearing that Yi Fan was the owner of the commercial street. Yi Fan coldly swept his gaze over the three people's expressions, which were a mixture of shock and fear. He gave a soft hum and played the recording he had made on his phone in front of the owner of Yumantang. Although his position alone was enough for the owner of Yumantang to discipline the disrespectful waiters. But we still need to rely on evidence, right? Yi Fan is not like those people who bully others by relying on their power. Chapter 80 Song, The School Beauty Won't Be Kidnapped by Man. The owner of Yumantang listened to the recording of the waiter's disrespectful words to Yi Fan. Her face turned red with fear and anger. Wang Ruoji, how dare you say such things to Mr. Yi? And you actually had the audacity to accept the bribe right there in front of the restaurant. Did you eat the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? Wang Ruoji was already completely panicked and at a loss. He had no choice but to kneel down in front of Yi Fan and the owner of Yumantang and beg for mercy. Mr. Yi, I was so blind just now. Please forgive me. What I said was just a joke. I absolutely did not mean to make things difficult for you. Even as death loomed, Wang Ruoji remained defiant. However, before Yi Fan could speak, the owner of Yumantang immediately reprimanded Wang Ruoji. Wang Ruoji, do you think I'm deaf? Your malicious targeting in the recording shows that you not only don't sincerely repent, but you also have the audacity to continue making excuses here. Even if Mr. Yi is magnanimous and doesn't hold it against you today, Yumantang, will absolutely not let a morally corrupt person like you get away with it. After the owner of Yumantang finished speaking, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and gave instructions to another staff member. Have the HR manager fire Wang Ruoji immediately. Also, thoroughly investigate whether he has maliciously charged customers to cut in line before. If it is found, contact a lawyer immediately to handle the matter. Wang Ruoji never expected that simply using his usual tricks would offend Yi Fan and lead to such an outcome. He recalled what he had just said to Yi Fan and the other person, and wished he could go back in time and slap himself. He could only kneel down and try to grab Yi Fan's trouser leg to beg for forgiveness. The owner of Yumantang reacted quickly and immediately stepped forward to kick away the hand that was trying to grab Yi Fan. Then, several security guards took Wang Ruoji to an office inside to await further instructions. The man and woman who had just mocked Yi Fan swallowed nervously upon seeing Wang Ruoji's fate. The man wearing the gold necklace no longer had any trace of arrogance on his face. The look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Fan was filled with nothing but fear of such an important figure. Having listened to the recording, the owner of Yumantang naturally knew that the man and woman in front of him had also offended Yi Fan. The boss glanced at the two of them and immediately said sternly, "You two guests have blatantly cut in line and disregard the rules. Yumantang does not welcome you. Please leave. By the way, I'd like to inform you both that I've already informed all the businesses in Wangfujian. You two should now be on our pedestrian streets blacklist. You'd better watch out." At this point, how could the man dare to utter a single word of dissent? He quickly nodded and apologized a few times before pulling the woman away. The woman who had just mocked Yi Fan for not being as good as her appa was being pulled away, but her eyes kept getting glued to Yi Fan. Only after dealing with those who had offended Yi Fan did the owner of Yumantang dare to approach Yi Fan again. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry that my negligence has spoiled your mood. Please come this way, miss, so we can properly entertain you and make up for our mistake." Seeing that the boss had handled the situation fairly quickly, Yi Fan nodded and led Ruan Sile into the store. After the meal, Yi Fan paid for the portion of the money that Ruan Sile had spent. A critical hit yielded a reward of a top-tier racing skill. Yi Fan didn't immediately realize the usefulness of this skill, so he casually applied it to himself. After dropping Ruan Sile off at school, Yi Fan returned to the top floor of the Golden Domain Mansion. Just as he was taking stock of his assets, Song Jiro called. "Senior brother Yi, about that, the thing I told you about last time, my parents want to invite you to dinner. Are you available at the Jinxiu Hotel tomorrow at noon?" Hearing Song Ji's soft and sweet voice, Yi Fan couldn't help but soften his reply. "Sure, you can place your order." "Okay, then let's meet at the school gate at 11 o'clock tomorrow." After Song Jiro hung up the phone, Yi Fan thought of another way to farm rewards. When meeting a girl's parents, shouldn't you prepare plenty of gifts? The next day, around 11 a.m., Song Jiro was already waiting at the school gate. Yi Fan drove up in his Koenigsegg and immediately noticed that Song Jiro was wearing the new clothes he had taken her to buy last time. A white off-the-shoulder top paired with a light blue bodycon mini skirt and light brown flat shoes. It accentuated her two long, straight, and slender legs to the extreme. Therefore, Song Jiro, who always wore an old hoodie and thus never attracted attention, suddenly became an overly conspicuous presence at the school gate. Several boys tried to ask her for her WeChat, but Song Jiro fooled them by pretending to look up at the sky and the ground instead of at the people coming. Why is Song, the school beauty, still so aloof? Yeah, but she's dressed so differently today. Looks like she's waiting for someone. She was probably just out with her girlfriends, right? I don't believe that someone as innocent as Song, the school beauty, could be lured away by a man. The students passing by made their own guesses, and some even started betting. At this moment, Yi Fan drove the car closer, and Song Jiro looked up cautiously. Just then, she saw Yi Fan waving at her from inside the car. Phew, great, senior brother Yi has finally arrived. Otherwise, she couldn't stand being watched by so many people any longer. Song Jiro immediately took long strides and climbed up to Koni Sakir in just a few steps. The classmates who had made the bets around them, staring at that all-too-familiar Koenigsegg, were all completely dumbfounded. After driving for a while, Yi Fan stopped in front of an orchard. "Senior brother Yi, what are you doing stopping here?" Song Jiro didn't quite understand, but then she saw Yi Fan get out of the car and start giving instructions to the shop assistant. "Please help me pack up this fruit gift box worth 10,000 yuan. The shop assistant was overjoyed to see such a handsome customer place such a large order as soon as he arrived. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I will definitely arrange for you to have the best imported fruits in our store." Upon hearing that Yi Fan had bought 10,000 yuan worth of fruit at once, Song Jiro quickly got out of the car and asked, "Senior brother Yi, are you buying a gift for my parents?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, it was my first time formally meeting your parents, and I was very polite." Upon hearing this, Song Jiro quickly tried to stop him. "Senior brother Yi, this meal was clearly our family's way of thanking you. How could we let you spend even more money? If you really want to buy some, just buy some oranges." Song Jiro watched as boxes of imported cherries, Thai durians, and black strawberries were being unloaded into the back of the Koenigsegg, as if they were free, and she was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Chapter 81. Rewards every time. Before Song Jiro could finish stopping him, Yi Fan ran to the dry goods store next door to buy supplements for Song's parents. "Yes, pack up this box of bird's nest and the cordyceps over there. Pack these fish maw and deer antler together, and then give me a total price." The owner of the dried goods store was overjoyed and quickly packed it up as Yi Fan instructed. "Senior brother, that's enough. My parents can't possibly eat any more." Song Jiro rushed over to stop him, preventing Yi Fan from emptying the entire shop. "Hello, sir. This totals 200,300. I'll round it down to 200,000. How do I wish to pay?" "Swipe your card." Yi Fan handed over the card. Song Jiro watched helplessly as Yi Fan spent another 200,000 yuan. If she had known that Yi Fan would spend so much money on gifts just to have a meal with her parents, she definitely wouldn't have dared to ask him out. Yi Fan successfully spent 210,000. Ding! Detected that the host is a 95-point high-value female who has spent 210,000 yuan, triggering a critical hit. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the splendid Grand Hotel worth 100 million yuan. Wow. Sure enough, every time I spend money on Junior Sister Song, I get a reward. Moreover, Isn't this Jinxiu Grand Hotel the very hotel that Mr. and Mrs. Song had arranged to stay at? That's perfect. He'd heard of the Jinxiu Grand Hotel before. It's usually impossible to make an appointment without paying a certain amount of money, so I'll just waive their order later to save Mr. Song from having to spend money. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan pulled Song Jiro, who looked distressed that he had spent so much money, into the car. Soon, Yi Fan drove Song Jiro to the Jinxiu Grand Hotel. When the staff who were greeting guests saw Yi Fan, their eyes immediately changed, and they recognized him, and they wanted to greet him. Yi Fan gestured for him not to use it, so he quickly swallowed back the word boss that he was about to say. He then respectfully led Yi Fan to the private room he wanted to go to, and hurriedly went to inform the manager of Yi Fan's arrival. Yi Fan carried several bags of convenient supplements and entered the private room with Song Jiro. Song Jichong and Lin Peichin were already waiting inside. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Song Jiro appear, the couple's eyes lit up, especially Song Jichong. Although he had heard from his wife and daughter long ago that the person who saved his life by performing surgery to successfully cure his illness was very young, but he didn't expect it to be such a young man. Song Jichong quickly stood up and reached out his hand to greet Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive and well now. As Song Jichong spoke, he pulled Lin Peichin along to bow to Yi Fan in gratitude. Uncle, you're too kind. You are Jiro's father, so of course I have no reason not to help you. Yi Fan quickly helped the two elderly people up. These are some supplements I brought for you too. I'll have someone deliver the rest of the supplements and fruit to your home later. Oh dear Mr. Yi, we're the ones who should be thanking you. Yet you brought so many gifts. How can we possibly accept them? Lin Peichin quickly declined, and then immediately invited Yi Fan to sit down. Song Jichong handed over the menu, asking Yi Fan to see what he wanted to eat. Yi Fan then handed the menu to Song Jiro. Junior sister, you order. I'm fine with anything. That way, you can also cater to your uncle and aunt's tastes. By the way, uncles and aunts, you could just call me Xiao Yi. It'll feel more familiar that way. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Song Jichong and Lin Peichin couldn't help but express their gratitude for Yi Fan's thoughtfulness. From every perspective, this young man is not only outstanding, but his character and manners are also impeccable. One exceptionally good child. Song Jiro had no choice but to take on the responsibility of ordering the dishes. However, looking at the expensive prices on the menu, Song Jiro realized that she hadn't asked her parents about her doubts yet. She fully supported and felt it was the right thing to do to invite Yi Fan to the Jinxiu Grand Hotel. However, the reservation fees for private rooms in these large hotels are usually quite high. Moreover, without connections, you might not even be able to get a date. Why did my parents suddenly agree to meet at the Jinxiu Grand Hotel? Song Jiro whispered a question to Lin Peichin, who was sitting next to her. Mom, how did you and Dad manage to book this private room at the Jinxiu Hotel? Speaking of this, we'll have to thank the Pan family later. Lin Peichin looked pleased. This Pan boy isn't as bad as others say. When he heard that our family wanted to find a nice restaurant for a gathering, he offered to help us book a private room at Jinxiu. He even paid for the private room fee for us in advance. Song Jiro frowned unconsciously as she listened. Pan Yueza, the boy from the Pan family that his mother mentioned, had always been a notorious bully in their neighborhood. Before she left home to attend school, he had cornered her a few times. Would such a person change their personality for no reason? Song Jiro thought about it and still felt uneasy. After asking the price, he had to transfer the room fee to Pan Yueza via his mother's mobile phone. Before Song Jiro could finish her work, the door to the private room, which had been closed properly, was suddenly opened. The person who arrived was none other than Pan Yueza, whom Lin Peichin had just mentioned. Pan Yu looked at the three familiar people in the private room and was about to speak. Then I saw Yi Fan sitting between Song Jichong and Song Jiro. He originally thought this was just a gathering of the Song family members. What's with this pretty boy here? But judging from his appearance, he's just a weakling. I could easily chase him away. Uncle Song and Aunt Lin, do you like the private room I booked for you? Pan Yu, while leering at Song Jiro, asked the Song couple a question with ill intent. Song Jichong and Lin Peichin were both puzzled when Pan Yu suddenly appeared. That's great. Thank you, Yueza. But what brings you here now? After Song Jichong finished asking the question, Pan Yu immediately revealed a lewd smile. I came here, of course, to have a meal with Jiro. Uncle Song and Aunt Lin, you don't really believe there's such a thing as a free lunch, do you? Seeing the lewd expression on Pan Yuez's face as he lingered over Song Jiro, the Song couple finally understood Pan Yuez's purpose. They initially thought that outsiders had wronged Pan Yueza. I never imagined he was really like this, with such ill intentions. Song Jichong became furious. You Pan brat, you booked a private room for us, and we were going to pay you back anyway. We'll transfer the money to you right now. You should leave immediately and stop bothering us. Upon hearing this, Lin Peichin immediately picked up her phone and started operating it. Pan Yu, however, went even further and pulled over a chair to sit down himself. Uncle Song and Aunt Lin, you're being too polite. I've already paid for this private room, so this place is basically mine now. Let me, the junior, treat you to a meal. My request isn't unreasonable. I just want Jiro to have a few drinks with me, and then we can go out and have some fun together tonight. Chapter 82, The Big Boss of the Splendid Grand Hotel. Pan Yu made it clear that he intended to pester them relentlessly. Anyway, he's already paid the money, as long as he doesn't accept the money Lin Peichin transferred to him. Wouldn't that give me an excuse to stay and control them? Moreover, the private rooms at the Jinxiu Grand Hotel are definitely not cheap. It cost him tens of thousands of yuan. If it weren't for Song Jiro, that beautiful girl, he wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Song Jichong was so angry at Pan Yuez's shamelessness that he pointed at him, about to start cursing, when he couldn't help but cough. Song Jiro and Lin Peichin quickly helped Song Jichong catch his breath. Yifan listened to Pan Yu talk for a long time. Finally, I figured out the cause and effect of the situation. It seems this kid is using the private room reservation as leverage to threaten Song Jiro and the Song family right in front of him. Pan Yu felt Yifan's gaze, smiled disdainfully, stood up, and came to stand in front of Yifan. All right, I almost forgot about you, kid. This next private room is where I'll be dining with Uncle Song and his family. You little pretty boy from who knows where, get out of here right now, you hear me? As Pan Yu spoke, he pointed at Yifan with his finger. Yifan sneered, reached out and grabbed Pan Yuez's fingers, then forcefully twisted them downwards. Ah! A pig-like scream suddenly erupted from the entire private room. Pan Yu quickly pulled his fingers out of Yifan's hand and stared at Yifan in disbelief. Are you fucking crazy? You actually dare to lay a hand on me? You really think I'm a pushover if I don't get serious? Yifan glanced sideways at Pan Yu. Oh, so how exactly do you plan to stop eating vegetables? Pan Yu never expected that Yifan would not only fight him, but also dare to provoke him again. Damn it. How could this kid underestimate my reputation as the local bully of Nan Village? In the blink of an eye, Pan Yu immediately raised his fist, ready to challenge Yifan to a duel. His years of experience in bullying and monopolizing the market haven't been for nothing. When the Song couple and Song Jiro saw Pan Yu about to fight Yifan, they were all extremely nervous. I was just about to persuade him to leave and find another place. Then Yifan kicked out with lightning speed, sending Pan Yu, who was running towards him, flying 3 meters away, where he crashed heavily into the door of the private room. After landing, Pan Yu spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. The Song couple were both taken aback by Yifan's unexpected martial prowess. Xiao Yiyu, I'm sorry, uncles and aunts. I didn't scare you, did I? No, your skills are truly amazing. Seeing that Yifan easily prevented Pan Yu from getting any closer, Song Jichong and Lin Peichin admired Yifan even more. Pan Yu was furious when he saw the 4 people standing there completely disregarding him. He's never suffered such a loss in all these years. At this moment, the manager of Jinxiu Hotel rushed over after hearing the noise coming from the private room. He was instructing the kitchen to quickly serve Yifan's private room some good wine and food to entertain his boss. Such a commotion came from the private room in just a short while. He didn't dare to delay for even a moment, afraid that he might offend Yifan in some way. When the manager opened the door to the private room, he found a man with an ugly face lying next to the door. When Pan Yu saw the manager arrive, he immediately began to complain. You're the manager here, right? Cough. Get security here right now and kick this pretty boy out. I reserved this private room, I paid for it, and I won't allow him to be here. Pan Yu pointed fiercely at Yifan, thinking to himself, Let's see what this pretty boy can do to ruin my good time now. Pan Yu reached out his hand, hoping the manager would lend him a hand to help him up. However, after hearing his words, the manager immediately moved a few steps away, as if afraid that Pan Yueza would get next to him. Sir, do you know who you were pointing at? This is our Jinshio Grand Hotel's honest and trustworthy boss. You want us to kick out the owner of our Jinshio Grand Hotel? Listen to that yourself. Is that even possible? What did you say? Pan Yu looked up at Yi Fan in disbelief. The Song couple and Song Juro were also shocked. The owner of this prestigious Jinshio Grand Hotel is actually Yi Fan, right in front of us. The manager glanced at Pan Yueza, too lazy to argue with him anymore. He quickly took 2 or 3 steps to stand in front of Yi Fan. Boss, I'm so sorry to have disturbed you. Please have a seat, and I will provide you with a comfortable and normal dining environment as soon as possible. After the manager finished speaking, he immediately clapped his hands, and 3 or 4 well-trained security guards walked in. They would lift Pan Yu up and take him away. Pan Yu was being held by security guards, his legs dangling limply in the air. He was indignant, but because of Yi Fan's status, he didn't dare to utter another word. After all, we're on his turf now, and if I really anger him, who knows how these security guards might beat me half to death. Pan Yu had previously worked for wealthy people, so he naturally knew their methods. When those rich people really get ruthless, it's no joke. Therefore, it's a good thing that Pan Yu is now only thinking about leaving as soon as possible. Etc. Just as several security guards were about to leave with the manager while Pan Yu was being supported, Yi Fan called them back. The manager quickly jogged back. Boss, is there anything else you need? Tell him to bring this guy back to me first. He barged into the private room and started yelling at my uncle and aunt, but he hasn't apologized yet. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately ordered the security guards to bring the person back and place them in front of the Song couple. Yi Fan's voice carried an imposing authority without anger. You surnamed Pan. Do you think I need to teach you step by step what to do? As Yi Fan spoke, he gestured towards the ground. Pan Yu glanced at Yi Fan cautiously, then quickly knelt down in front of the Song couple and Song Juro. Uncle Song and Aunt Lin, I really know I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Consider the money for reserving this private room as my way of showing my respect to you two. You two are so kind as to forgive me this time. After all, the Song couple were kind-hearted and honest people. Seeing that Pan Yu had already said so, they naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him anymore. Oh, and Jiro too. Miss Jiro, I promise I will never appear in front of you again. If I ever bother you again, I am worse than a pig or a dog, and may I never be reincarnated. Pan Yu had bullied many people, so he was naturally very familiar with this process of admitting his mistakes. In the past, he was the one who made others kneel down and apologize, but now he is the one kneeling. After apologizing to the Song family, Pan Yu moved his knees and knelt down towards Yi Fan. His small eyes were filled with endless fear. Chapter 83, A Bet. Yi Fan didn't even glance at him, simply raising his chin. The manager and several security guards grabbed Pan Yu and took him away. The private room returned to calm, and a row of waiters quickly brought in the restaurant's signature dishes. Huh, we haven't ordered yet. Did you send the wrong food? Lin Peichin asked. Madam, these are extra gifts that our manager instructed us to give you. That's right. Only then did Lin Peichin realize that this was probably because of Yi Fan, the restaurant owner. Xiao Yi, we were supposed to be the ones to ask you to thank us, but look at this. Looking at the table full of dishes, Song Jichong knew there was no need to order anything else. I inevitably feel a little guilty. Uncle Song, you don't need to be so polite with me. We're all family here. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future. This one meal won't make a difference. Upon hearing Yi Fan refer to them as one of their own, the Song couple were impressed by Yi Fan's generosity and magnanimity, and they also exchanged knowing glances at Song Jiro's expression. When Song Jiro noticed her parents staring at her, she remembered what Yi Fan had said. A blush crept onto her otherwise plain face. It seems the two children are attracted to each other. This brought some comfort to the couple. After a few drinks, Song Jichong started talking. Xiao Yi, you are a great benefactor to our Song family. Everyone here is one of us now. I won't lie to you anymore. My daughter, we found her by a bridge back then. We originally thought that raising a child would at least be a good deed. But we never expected that over the years, we, as husband and wife, would become a burden to this child. As Song Ji-chang spoke, his eyes began to redden. My heart aches for Song Jiro, who has had to juggle her studies and part-time jobs whenever she can for so many years. He had already heard from his wife that his daughter was interested in this young man. Today, in front of Fan, I will reveal Song Jiro's background. It is also hoped that Song Jiro will no longer have any worries. Otherwise, given her personality, even if she felt wronged and suppressed her feelings, she wouldn't abandon the two of them. But now that I'm cured, it's time to help my daughter and let her pursue her own happiness. Song Jiro was somewhat surprised when her father suddenly brought up this matter while he was eating. He quickly spoke up to stop them. Dad, why are you bringing this up again out of the blue? Fan was somewhat surprised to suddenly learn about Song Jiro's background. However, I wasn't surprised by the event itself. Instead, they were surprised that Song Jiro, who knew early on that she was not her biological child, was still so devoted to her adoptive parents. How kind must one be to go to such lengths? A corner of Fan's heart softened a little more. The meal was quickly finished, and the Song couple went home on their own. Fan then drove Song Jiro back to school. On the way, Fan couldn't help but ask about Song Jiro. Junior sister Song, although this is your family matter, I am not in a position to interfere. But after all these years, haven't you ever thought about going to find your biological parents? A moment of dejection appeared on Song Jiro's face. My parents are so good to me, they are my biological parents. As for other blood relations, I don't want to think about those things. I only see the good things right in front of me. This was the first time Fan had seen Song Jiro, who was socially anxious, express her thoughts so firmly. It seems that she and the Song couple had a truly deep relationship. What a kind and loyal girl. Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Song Jiro. Okay, then I won't think about these things anymore. After Fan finished speaking, he watched several supercars speeding away in one direction. Suddenly, I remembered that there seemed to be some kind of racing highway nearby. Junior sister Song, since you're already here, how about I show you what it's like to travel at breakneck speed? This will give you a chance to release your negative emotions. Fan turned his head and gave Song Jiro a mischievous smile. Song Jiro hadn't yet realized what was going on. Fan had already stepped on the gas and started using his top-notch racing skills. They drove onto the racetrack together with several speeding sports cars. From inside the car, one could see a few flags planted along the sides of the racetrack. Two cars were preparing at the starting point. It seems I just happened to catch the competition. Then let's compare with them and see just how top-notch my racing skills really are. On the other side, at the starting point of the racetrack, Gu Xinghua was shouting at Shangqing in another car through his car window. Kyo, we made a deal. If I get first place, you'll be my girlfriend. Everyone heard that clearly just now, so don't try to renege on your promise if you lose. Gu Xinghua was full of confidence at this moment. The vehicle he's currently driving has already been secretly modified by him. The power is dozens of times stronger than before, which will definitely allow him to win this game. Shangqing, who was in another bright purple car, also heard Gu Xinghua's words. He simply calmly pulled down his racing helmet visor to indicate his agreement. The referee's air gun fired, and both cars sped off from the starting line simultaneously. Shangqing also got off to a good start, and, just like before, he left Gu Xinghua behind from the very beginning. However, when they were going around the first bend, Gu Xinghua's car actually drifted and overtook her vehicle. Shangqing frowned slightly upon seeing this situation. However, at the moment when Gu Xinghua overtook her vehicle, the two vehicles were parallel. She clearly heard an engine sound that sounded off. Shangqing's eyes immediately turned cold. She immediately stepped on the gas and gave chase. Thanks to the powerful performance of the modified sports car, Gu Xinghua, who was ahead, indeed took the lead. A triumphant smile couldn't be stopped from spreading across his face. Qingya, now you'd better become my girlfriend obediently. Shangqing quickly caught up with him, thanks to his excellent racing skills. However, no matter what she did, she and Gu Xinghua's car were always some distance apart. This further convinced her of her judgment. Shangqing's expression grew increasingly disdainful, but she wouldn't give up and continued to pursue him relentlessly. However, at that moment, a completely different engine sound quickly entered her ears, and the sound was getting closer and closer to her. A Koenigsegg entered the second bend at an incredible speed alongside her. After performing a drift without slowing down at all, the car quickly straightened out and entered the straightaway. They caught up with Gu Xinghuai, who was about to enter the third bend, in less than 2 seconds. They directly cut in his way and flew into the last straight section of the road first. Using the word flying to describe the speed of that Koenigsegg is not an exaggeration at all, because at this moment, its driving posture makes it appear as if its 4 tires are not touching the ground at all. Shang-Qing watched Koenigsegg depart into the distance, his heart filled with uncontrollable shock. What shocked her the most was that she knew the owner of the Koenigsegg. Chapter 84, do you want me to hold you a little longer? The instant that Shang-Qing's car and the Koenigsegg were side by side at the second bend, she caught a glimpse of the man's profile. It's Yi Fan, the one who asked for her WeChat during the last grade-level lecture. From childhood to adulthood, Shang-Qing had rarely encountered anything that could cause her emotions to fluctuate. Being overtaken by Yi Fan's car today is something. As a racing enthusiast, she has a thorough understanding of the performance of various sports cars. As a 4-seater, the Koenigsegg should theoretically have a speed that would be difficult to surpass the lighter 2-seater supercar she is currently driving. Moreover, she heard the Koenigsegg's engine sound very clearly just now. No modifications have been made. Therefore, Yi Fan, who was driving it, was able to drive the Koenigsegg at such speeds and with such cornering skills. It's possible that Yi Fan's racing skills are already top-notch, beyond words. Shang-Qing has participated in many racing competitions, both large and small. She has also encountered impressive people, but none of them are as outstanding as Yi Fan just now. It has completely achieved the ultimate state of man and machine as one. Gu Xinghuai, who was just having a good time, suddenly saw a silver gray car was past his car. Damn it, where did this car come from? Driving that fast? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Gu Xinghuai finished speaking, cursing and swearing. Koenigsegg had already crossed the finish line first and then sped away. After finishing his rant, Gu Xinghuai immediately drove onto the final straight and rushed to the finish line. Phew! Thank goodness, I'm still faster than Kiyoya's car. As soon as Gu Xinghuai got out of the car, several rich second-generation henchmen immediately surrounded him. Congratulations, young Master Gu. You finally won the heart of your beauty. Gu Xinghuai was also very happy, so he crossed his arms and waited for his girlfriend's car to cross the finish line. Shang-Qing also rushed off the bus, but when she saw Gu Xinghuai walking towards her, Shang-Qing didn't even bother to give him another glance, and directly took off his helmet to leave. Qingye, do you remember what we agreed on earlier? Gu Xinghuai rubbed his hands together, blocking Shang-Qing's way. Shang-Qing looked up at him after hearing this, and her words were so cold that they seemed to freeze into ice. I remember, but we didn't say that you could only be my boyfriend if you got first place? It's obvious that you're not number one. Gu Xinghuai, recalling the Koenigsegg that had just caused trouble, quickly began to argue back. No, Kiyoshi, how can you calculate it like that? Even though that Koenigsegg crossed the finish line first, we didn't even race against it. I beat you, isn't that enough? Upon hearing this, Shang-Qing couldn't help but scoff. You beat me? With that deafening engine noise. Dare you say you didn't tamper with it? Gu Xinghuai's little trick was exposed, and he became somewhat embarrassed and stammered. And in my opinion, the first place in this race belongs to that Koenigsegg. If someone were to be my boyfriend, it would be him, not you. After Shang-Qing finished speaking, the image of Yi Fan asking for her WeChat came back to her mind. I originally thought he was just rich and influential, a suitable person to befriend. Unexpectedly, he was able to beat me in racing, and his skills were so impeccable. Shang-Qing also admired the strong. She had to admit that Yi Fan had indeed piqued her interest. Gu Xinghuai was also given a severe dressing down by Shang-Qing. He was incredibly embarrassed under the watchful eyes of the rich kids. Damn it, it's all because of that damn Koenigsegg. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll teach him a lesson next time. On the other side, Yi Fan sped off the racetrack and drove back to Imperial University. Song Jiro sat in the passenger seat, completely stunned. How can anyone drive so fast? Her heart was so scared it almost stopped beating. Even after Yi Fan had brought the car to a steady stop on the school road, Song Jiro still looked shaken. Yi Fan couldn't help but reveal a mischievous grin, as if he had pulled off a prank. Junior sister Song, we've arrived at school. Song Jiro nodded quickly and blankly. Seeing this, Yifan got out of the car first and came to the passenger side to help her. Song Jiro snapped out of her daze and got out of the car. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she couldn't help but feel weak. He looked like he was about to fall, as if he had lost his balance. Yifan reacted quickly and caught her, and Song Jiro fell right into Yifan's arms. Before the passing classmates could even feel envious or jealous, they saw Yifan pick up Song Jiro in a princess carry. Holy crap! What am I seeing? A super rich guy publicly carried Song, the school beauty, in a princess carry? Could it be that Song is the real queen? Several students who had the good fortune to witness Koenigsegg driving around to every school beauty in the past few days were all excitedly speculating about what had happened. The campus forum quickly became lively again. Damn, I've never been so jealous. A princess carry of the school beauty. I can't even imagine how good it would feel to hold Song, the school beauty. Coward, I dare to dream. The students watched as Yifan carried Song Jiro away. Various emotions of envy, jealousy, and admiration quickly spread through the posts. Song Jiro was carried by Yifan for a while before she came to her senses. His entire face quickly turned red. Senior brother Yi, I can walk by myself. Please put me down. Song Jiro felt that she had just managed to calm her heart, which was racing with adrenaline. At this moment, her heart started beating even faster because of Yifan's actions. Besides, I'm quite heavy. It must be tiring for you to carry me like this. After Yifan's genes were modified, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Holding Song Jiro in my arms now feels so relaxing. Moreover, apart from her two long legs taking up some space, this girl has no excess fat anywhere else. What exactly is the problem? It's not heavy at all, so just stay put. Yifan carried Song Jiro all the way to her dormitory building. The two striking good looks amazed the students who passed by. When they arrived at the dormitory building, Yifan finally put Song Jiro down. However, Song Jiro lost her balance and instinctively grabbed Yifan's arm. It seems, Junior sister Song, you want me to hold you a little longer? Yifan teased with a mischievous grin. No way. Senior brother, you mustn't be talking nonsense. Song Jiro quickly protested shyly. However, to outsiders, her protest seemed more like a coquettish act. Yifan found Song Jiro's blushing and timid demeanor quite adorable. The arm that Song Jiro was supporting suddenly tightened, pulling her directly into her arms. Chapter 85. How did she end up kissing her senior brother? There was something Yifan had wanted to do for a long time. This is a very common sight outside female dormitories on university campuses. Seeing Song Jiro's blushing face, Yifan suddenly wanted to see her even more flustered. Song Jiro fell into Yifan's arms and looked up with some confusion. She saw Yifan's face slowly enlarge in front of her. Yifan's warm lips pressed directly against her soft, pink lips. Song Jiro was stunned by Yifan's actions. His eyes were wide open, and he even forgot to breathe. Her mind went completely blank, while her face, neck, and ears turned bright red. Relax. Yifan's voice suddenly rang out near her lips. At this moment, Song Jiro was completely out of her mind, so she did whatever Yifan said. Under Yifan's guidance, he sensed Song Jiro's clumsy response. Yifan wrapped his arms around Song Jiro's waist and caressed her. The feeling of being in a pure, innocent campus romance with Song Jiro actually made him genuinely feel his heart flutter. His junior sister's charm was even greater than he had imagined. And she's really silly. She obediently does whatever she's told. If you don't keep an eye on a silly girl like that, you'll regret it. Will I be kidnapped without even knowing it? Taking advantage of the situation, Yifan probed a little deeper with his lips and tongue, and he clearly felt the woman in his arms suddenly go limp. The skin that could be touched instantly became hot. Song Jiro felt a little dizzy from all the kisses. Her legs started to go weak again, and she instinctively reached out her arms to hug Yifan's waist. Yifan chuckled, and his offensive intensified. He only released Song Jiro when he felt that the woman in his arms was barely breathing. When I brought Song Jiro back, it was already getting dark in the evening. The place where the two were standing was also shaded by hanging leaves. Therefore, The two were not disturbed much and were fully engaged. The two were now a little distance apart, and Yifan saw a slightly dazed look on Song Juro's full, rosy face. It felt like my heart had been squeezed hard again. In a sense, this woman was indeed the most enchanting being to him. Song Juro gradually regained consciousness. When she realized what had just happened between her and Yifan, she felt her face burning hot. Especially when she saw Yifan's particularly striking lips. All those memories that made her legs go weak came rushing back to her. We. Song Juro wished there was a hole in the ground she could crawl into right now. How'd I end up kissing my senior brother? This is so embarrassing. And not only did she not refuse, it seemed like he seemed to really enjoy being involved. Oh no, what's wrong with me all of a sudden? As he had expected, Song Juro blushed and was extremely embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. It spun around in circles, seemingly unsure of what to do next. Yifan chuckled and immediately pulled Song Juro into his arms again. The height difference between the two was just enough for Song Juro to bury her head at Yifan's shoulder. If Song Juro was a little caught off guard when they kissed. But now that Yifan is holding her, Song Juro is very clear about it. She didn't want to reject this embrace at all. On the contrary, she felt inexplicably reluctant to leave. Seeing the little girl quietly letting him hold her, Yifan hugged Song Juro even tighter. It felt as if it wanted to be integrated into one's own body. Song Juro finally reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Yifan's waist. The two looked just like any other couple in love on campus. After a long while, Yifan finally let go of Song Juro and watched her go upstairs. Neither of them said anything, yet it was as if they had said everything. Song Juro returned to her dormitory with a sweet smile. Several roommates immediately surrounded him with their phones. Juro, someone just posted a picture on the forum of you being carried in a princess carry by a rich guy. You're not already dating him, are you? As Song Juro listened to her roommate's question, she recalled what had happened with Yifan. Her face flushed red without her noticing. Jiro, you're actually blushing. It seems everyone was telling the truth. Jiro, you're amazing. You're usually so quiet and don't interact with guys at all, but you managed to snag a big one right away. And I heard that this rich guy is really handsome in person. Tell us, is he really that handsome? Like, which celebrity does he look like? Hey, just tell us. Several roommates quickly pestered Song Juro, trying to uncover more details. Oh no, don't make wild guesses. Song Juro ran back to her small bed in embarrassment, and her several gossip-loving roommates surrounded her again. I only have one female roommate who always wears nail polish. Not only did he not participate in this gossip, but he also occasionally shot Song Juro unfriendly, jealous glances. Yifan left Song Juro's dormitory building and drove back to the campus road where the Koenigsegg was parked. I received an invitation to attend the Taito University shareholders meeting the following day. Goodness, he almost forgot that he also has shares in Beijing University. How much was it again? It seems to be a 65% stake. Yifan checked the system information and confirmed it was true. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well participate. Yifan pressed the button to confirm participation. He then drove his Koenigsegg back to his penthouse duplex in the Golden Mansion, where he enjoyed a private dinner and a private spa treatment. The next morning, Yifan set off from Jinhuafu. I went to Imperial University to attend a shareholders meeting. Just as Koenigsegg was about to cross the zebra crossing, Yifan saw an elderly woman who had walked halfway down the road and was anxiously wondering what to do because the green light had turned red. An elderly woman blocked a black BMW, and the driver immediately became impatient and started honking the horn at her. The car owner even stuck his head out of the car window and started yelling at the old lady. You old geezer, can't you walk a little faster? If your legs aren't good, you shouldn't go out. Do you know how much money I'll lose by blocking my way? The elderly woman was already flustered, and being scolded by the BMW driver made her even more disoriented. Yifan couldn't stand the car owner's aggressive attitude any longer. They drove their car directly in front of the BMW and blocked it. If the two cars get any closer together, a collision will occur. Yifan opened the car door, got out, and went to the old lady's side to help her. He then pointed at the BMW driver and started scolding him. What are you barking about here? Can't you be a little more considerate of an elderly person walking slowly? Try saying another word. Chapter 86: The Standoff on the Playground. When the BMW owner saw Yi Fan driving the Koenigsegg, which was ridiculously expensive to him, he naturally didn't dare to say another word. He had no choice but to sheepishly shrink back and wait obediently. After saying that, Yi Fan patiently helped his grandmother up. "Grandma's all right. I'll help you across now. Don't rush. Getting across safely is the most important thing." "Thank you. Thank you so much, kind young man." The old lady was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. With Yi Fan's help, she finally crossed the zebra crossing, which had been exceptionally long for her. Seeing that the old lady had safely crossed the road, Yi Fan returned to his Koenigsegg. The BMW driver accidentally made eye contact with Yi Fan and immediately looked away in fear. Not far from the two cars, there was a Rolls-Royce. An old man witnessed the entire process of Yi Fan upholding justice and couldn't help but remember the young man's face. These days, there aren't many young people with such a strong sense of justice. And they seem to come from a good family, unlike those rich second-generation brats who only know how to bully others. He's a good kid. After the old man finished his sigh, the green light for the Rolls-Royce turned on. Its direction coincided with that of Koenigsegg's. After parking his car in the school parking lot, Yi Fan prepared to head to the first administration building where the shareholders' meeting would be held. After leaving the parking lot and passing the playground, Yi Fan hadn't walked more than a few steps. They were blocked by Mao Zedong and Sun Jiajing with a group of his underlings. Yi Fan took a look and realized that these were all old acquaintances. "What? You were just dealt with by the bodyguards last time. Are you feeling the pinch again today?" Yi Fan said sarcastically. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Sun Jiajing immediately became excited. "Yi Fan, you rely on a woman for protection, and you still dare to act tough in front of us, huh? If you hadn't happened to run into school beauty Tang last time, do you think you would still be safe and sound today? Without school beauty Tang's protection today, let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness." The students on the playground seemed to see something interesting happening over there. They all gathered around. It turns out that it was a duel between Mao Zedong, Sun Jiajing, and Yi Fan. This handsome guy is in a bad situation. So many people are targeting him. It's obvious they're bullying him. You have no idea. This guy flirted with all four of the school's most beautiful girls during our grades big lecture. He was incredibly arrogant. Is that so? Then he definitely deserves to be taught a lesson. After all, taking away the school beauty is no different from taking away my wife. Several boys who knew a little about the situation immediately gathered around, looking on with glee. Who told Yi Fan to be so bold as to dare to be an enemy of all the boys in the school? Those were four school beauties. They didn't leave a single one behind. How could they accept that? Some of the more neutral students watched as Yi Fan was surrounded by so many people. They couldn't help but worry about him in advance. With so many people, even if this handsome guy is a great fighter, he can't possibly take on so many of them alone. Yeah, that's right. It's a pity. Look at those people who came to beat him up. They're all so fierce. They're like they won't stop until they kill him. This handsome guy is probably in big trouble. Listening to the students' speeches, Sun Jiajing laughed wildly at Yi Fan. "Let me tell you, Yi Fan, I've received inside information that the school's higher-ups will be focusing their efforts on the shareholders' meeting around this time. This is the perfect time for us to deal with you. You're helpless here, crying out for help to no avail." Sun Jiajing and his companions burst into laughter like mindless villains. Yi Fan asked with a serious but puzzled expression, "Aren't you afraid? I'm just going to attend the shareholders' meeting." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Sun Jiajing and the others laughed even louder. "You? Attending the shareholders' meeting? We're here to fight you, not to listen to your jokes, okay? All right, stop wasting time with your nonsense. You're going to take this beating today, no matter what." After Sun Jiajing finished speaking, he immediately walked up to his underlings. The damage Yi Fan inflicted on his fingers last time has left him still recovering, with some bones not fully healed. He's never been hit by anyone in his entire life. How could he not hate Yi Fan, whom he looked down upon, for making him suffer like this? So he had already discussed it with his brothers. "First, have a few underlings hold Yi Fan down. Then I'll cripple 5 of his fingers myself. Xiao Hu, Xiao Si, De Fa. The 3 of you go first and hold him down firmly." "Yes, brother." The 3 henchmen who were called immediately strode aggressively toward Yi Fan. Fearing that a fight would break out and they would be caught in the crossfire, the students watching quickly stepped aside to make room for Sun Jiajing and his group. Yifan looked at the three boys of different heights, weights, and builds walking towards him. I couldn't help but shake my head. Why bother? You'll end up being this grandson's scapegoat. The three of them suddenly exchanged a glance, and then rushed forward together, trying to hold down Yifan's 2 arms and 2 legs to control him. However, in Yifan's eyes, the three of them moved as slowly as snails. Yifan took a step back and unleashed a powerful right punch. With a turn of his body, he punched the 2 boys, Xiao Hu and Xiao Si, who were trying to grab his arms, flying them away with a single punch. He then unleashed another sweeping leg kick, sending Dafa sprawling to the ground. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and Yifan had the 3 of them so badly they couldn't get up. The students watching were all shocked. What happens? How come they didn't see anything? Yet the 3 boys who went to hit someone were all thrown away. They're all lying on the ground, looking like they're either dead or crippled. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan looked at the scene and hesitated and feared for a moment. This Yifan seems to be much stronger than when they used to bully him. But then I realized they had brought so many people with them this time. As long as we all go together, there will definitely be no problem. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan exchanged glances, no longer thinking about dislocating Yifan's fingers. He shouted, "Brothers, charge!" The 2 men, along with nearly 10 henchmen behind them, immediately rushed towards Yifan. Oh no, this handsome guy is really doomed. This is so tasteless. More than 10 people are ganging up on one person. It would be a miracle if that handsome guy could win. Hey, we'd better stand back quickly, lest we get caught in the crossfire. The classmates watching expressed their pity for Yifan, who was isolated and helpless. He immediately pulled the other students who were also watching the commotion back a few steps. Yifan looked at the group of people rushing towards him from the opposite side, and saw Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing at the very front. With a slight smirk, he had an idea. Chapter 87. It was the principal's call. It's too much work to deal with them one by one. Then I'll just use you 2 as tools. Yifan sneered and easily grabbed Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were the first to rush over, with his hands on either side. The 2 tried to break free, but found that Yifan's strength was terrifying. No matter how they tried to move, they couldn't budge an inch. Yifan, you. The 2 also tried to make verbal threats. Before they could finish speaking, Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing suddenly felt their feet leave the ground. The students watching also looked terrified, because Yifan had already grabbed Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing's hands on either side. He lifted them up. Holy crap, what kind of strongman is that? However, just when everyone thought that Yifan had controlled Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan with both hands, when there was no other way to defend against the attacks from the other underlings. The next second, Yifan directly swung the 2 people he was holding by the left and right hands. Like a baseball bat, he sent the henchmen who rushed up flying one by one. Each time they knocked one away, Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing's bodies were subjected to force. It hurts all 5 internal organs. Before Yifan could even get tired of hitting them, the 2 of them were already in so much pain that they begged for mercy. Huh, you're going to stop already? Your physical condition isn't good enough. Besides, since so many of your underlings have been mobilized, I definitely have to treat everyone equally. That's only fair. So Yifan continued to swing the 2 bodies from left to right. They used them to defeat all 10 henchmen the 2 men brought with them. At this moment, Yifan casually tossed the 2 of them into the open space beside him. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, whose bodies were already on the verge of vomiting blood from the impact, suffered even more severe internal injuries due to the collision. The students watching were completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape. There were no more superfluous expressions on their faces. Using people like baseball bats, one person easily beat more than 10 opponents, leaving them unable to fight back. Holy crap, what kind of terrifying thing is this? Yifan happened to glance around, and the students watching immediately took a few steps back. If we said we stepped back just now, it was because we were afraid they would get hurt in the event of a group fight. If they back down now, it means they are truly too afraid of Yifan's strength. Yifan stood still and patted the dust off his clothes. Sun Jiajing never expected that even with so many people, he couldn't deal with Yifan. He was both scared and unable to swallow his anger. He immediately glanced at the underlings who were mixed in with the crowd and hadn't participated in the fight. Upon receiving the signal, the younger brother immediately left the scene to inform the head of the teaching department. Yi Fan glanced at the people lying sprawled on the ground, and his expression turned serious. Son Jiajing, if you ever try to cause trouble for me and our dorm again, I guarantee you will experience the same fate as today 1,000 times over. And as the boss, besides making these underlings get beaten up with you, what have you given them in return? Stop being so old and still so narrow-minded. All you do is bully your classmates. The students around Yi Fan were inexplicably inspired by his righteous spirit as they listened to his words. I felt quite ashamed of what I had done just to watch the show. I think this handsome guy is right. We classmates should get along well. So why make it such a life or death struggle? Yeah, and for more than 10 people to challenge this handsome guy to a duel is really going too far. If it weren't for his own strength, any other student would probably be half dead by now. Some students began to reflect on their actions, thinking that if I encounter a similar situation in the future, I can tell the teacher or try to mediate the fight. At least don't be an indifferent bystander. Sun Jiajing's face turned very ugly when he heard the people around him criticizing him. He dared not look up because he was afraid Yi Fan would hit him again. But all he could think about was how he would definitely kill Yi Fan when his uncle, the head of the teaching department, arrived. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Fan didn't bother to give these people any more attention and prepare to leave. Just then, Zhang Jin, the dean of students in their grade, came running over, panting with a boy. They blocked Yi Fan's path. Yi Fan, this student told me you were fighting with a classmate here on the playground. Is that right? After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he saw more than 10 people lying on the ground. His expression changed drastically, especially upon seeing Sun Jiajing. Director Zhang, you come at the right time. Please come and uphold justice. Look what Yi Fan has done to us. Sun Jiajing quickly seized the opportunity to play the victim. When Zhang Jin saw that Sun Jiajing was so badly injured that he couldn't stand up, he immediately pointed at Yi Fan and roared angrily. You Yi Fan, how dare you act so arrogantly in broad daylight at school, beating up your classmate like this? Do you know how big a mistake you've made? The students watched as Zhang Jin pointed at Yi Fan and started cursing. Everyone felt that this was really unfair. Some students began to tell the truth they had seen. Teacher, we students just witnessed the whole thing. It was this student sitting on the ground who led about 10 other students to challenge Yi to a duel. Yi hit them only to protect herself and retaliate. Yes, teacher, I can testify too. Several classmates immediately stood up to speak up for Yi Fan. Teacher, I also recorded a video. It's very clear in the video that it was that student who deliberately tried to bully this student Yi. A girl showed Zhang Jin a video she had taken on her phone. However, Zhang Jin simply slapped her phone away. How do I know if you're all in cahoots to help this violent individual lie and exonerate himself? In short, what I saw here is that all the classmates you said came to settle scores with Yi Fan are now lying here seriously injured. Yi Fan absolutely must take the greatest responsibility. Now, Sun Jiajing, Mao Zijuan, and Yi Fan, come with me to the great office. After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he ignored the comments of the other students watching and walked towards the teaching building on his own. Sun Jiajing glared at Yi Fan. Then he and Mao Zijuan, like two unfortunate brothers, supported each other and followed behind Zhang Jin. Yi Fan shrugged, knowing he wouldn't be the one getting a lesson anyway. Let's see what crime this head of discipline will ultimately pin on himself. The students watching Yi Fan's departing figure couldn't help but feel worried. This teacher is so indiscriminate. That's right. How can you accuse someone like that? I hope that handsome guy will get justice in the end. Yi Fan and the other two followed Zhang Jin to the great office. Before Zhang Jin could even speak, Yi Fan received a phone call. When I answered the phone, it was the principal calling. Chapter 88, the undisputed #1 shareholder in the capital. The call connected, and the respectful voice of the president of Imperial University came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Director Yi Fan? I'm Dong Rui Chong, the president of Imperial University. Chairman Yi, almost all the other shareholders have arrived. When would you be arriving? Dong Rui Chong spoke with extreme caution. Although he already knew from the information that the largest shareholder who now owns the most shares in Imperial University is a senior male student at the university. But students are a different matter. His status as a director is absolutely genuine, no doubt about it. Even if the other person is very young, or even if they are nominally one student. Even Dong Ruichang had to refer to himself as Little Dong in front of Yi Fan to show respect. When Yi Fan heard the principal's question, he chose to answer honestly. "Oh, principal, I'm in the senior faculty office right now. I can't leave either. The head of the teaching department won't let me leave. He said I made a big mistake and I'll be punished." Upon hearing this, Dong Ruichang was so startled he almost dropped his phone. "Chairman Yi, please wait a moment. I'm coming right now. There must be some misunderstanding here." "All right, come on over. I'll wait for you." Yi Fan gave a casual reply and then hung up the phone. Zhang Jin saw that Yi Fan was not afraid at all, but was even making phone calls and saying things that were full of delusions. He got really angry again. "Yi Fan, is this how you show your respect now? Your teacher hasn't even given you a chance to talk to you, and you're already answering the phone here. You really don't respect me at all." Yi Fan also wanted to show respect to Zhang Jin, but just now on the playground, he ignored the classmates around him trying to prove his innocence and insisted that it was his fault. Yi Fan knew that this Zhang Jin must be a relative of the school's high-ranking official whom Sun Jiajing kept mentioning as bullying and intimidating his classmates. A teacher who provides his juniors with the means to do evil has no reason to be respected. "Teacher Zhang, just tell me how you want to punish me. After all, Sun Jiajing is one of your own people, and everyone here knows that." Zhang Jin's true colors were immediately exposed by Yi Fan, and he looked a little embarrassed. Seeing that Yi Fan knew about his relationship with the head of the teaching department, Sun Jiajing naturally stopped hiding it. "Yi Fan, you're not completely stupid. That's right. The head of the teaching department is my uncle. You don't really think that just because you're stronger, I can't handle you, do you? With my uncle here, if you hurt us like this, you could just wait to be fired and kicked out." Seeing that he had someone backing him up, Mao Zijuan immediately became more assertive. "Exactly. You're almost a senior, with only one semester left before graduation, and you get expelled. Yi Fan, I'm afraid you have no future." As Mao Zijuan spoke, he and Sun Jiajing burst into laughter. Zhang Jin coughed, signaling the two to keep a low profile. The two stopped laughing, but looking at Yi Fan's expression, they saw a smug look on his face. "Yi Fan, stop trying to excuse yourself with your clever words and wild guesses. Your act of actively assaulting a classmate has seriously damaged the school's reputation and discipline. As the teacher in charge of school discipline for your graduating class, it is only right that I punish you. Your actions are egregious. I've informed your parents that you've been expelled from the university. I will report the details to the principal and higher-ups. There's no way to salvage this situation now." Zhang Jin recalled Sun Jiajing's earlier plea to him that once he found something wrong with Yi Fan, he should definitely make him suffer. This was the maximum punishment Yi Fan could receive as a student. Since he had to provoke his own nephew, of course he would side with his own family regardless of the truth. As soon as Zhang Jin finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from the office doorway. "Wait, you can't expel him." Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. Dong Ruichang rushed in, looking terrified, and immediately started yelling at Zhang Jin. "Zhang Jin, have you lost your mind? Who gave you permission to expel students on your own initiative?" When Zhang Jin saw the principal questioning him, a look of confusion appeared on his face. "I've never seen the principal react this strongly to any of the punishments I've arranged at school before. Why is he so agitated now? And why is he shouting my name and scolding me in front of these students?" "Principal, it's me, Yi Fan." Just as Zhang Jingyang was about to report to Dong Ruichang his exaggerated account of what Yi Fan had done, he saw the principal reach out and tell him to shut up. "And do you even know the true identity of this Yi student you're about to expel?" Dong Ruichang's question left Zhang Jin even more bewildered. Real identity? What kind of ridiculous real identity could an ordinary senior college student possibly have? Just as Zhang Jin was about to answer, Dong Ruichang interrupted him again, his face full of anger. Dong Ruichang bowed deeply to Yi Fan and then began to explain using a hand knife gesture. "Zhang Jin, listen to me carefully. The student standing in front of you, Yi, is not only an outstanding senior at our Imperial University. At the same time, he is also the shareholder with the most shares in our entire Imperial University. That is the undisputed largest shareholder of our Imperial University. Dong Ruichang's powerful voice rang out. The other three people in the office were instantly stunned. Immediately, the entire space fell silent. Principal, are you serious? Zhang Jin asked in disbelief. Dong Ruichang was almost driven mad by Zhang Jin and immediately started yelling at him again. When have I, a school principal, ever told a lie? At today's shareholders meeting, what all the shareholders were most looking forward to was Director Ye's attendance. But because of you, the shareholders meeting has not even started yet. The deafening truth reached the three of them. Seeing Yi Fan's calm and smiling expression, Zhang Jin's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Sun Jiajing also showed the most frightened expression he had ever had, and his body trembled. Needless to say, Mao Zijuan was so frightened that his adrenaline surged. I don't even dare to feel pain in the areas where I was originally injured. Only then did the two realize what was happening. Yi Fan just told them on the playground that they were going to attend the shareholders meeting. It's absolutely true. They're definitely doomed now. Just now, Mao Zijuan was shouting that Yi Fan's life had no future. Soon, this will become a true reflection of their lives. Dong Ruichang carefully observed Yi Fan's expression, just as his phone received an anonymous report of a group fight video. He immediately turned to the three men in anger, having already decided to punish them. Chapter 89. The outcome was even worse. You, Zhangjin, I never thought that as the school's dean of students, you would be so unable to distinguish right from wrong. I have received the videos from the students. I originally thought there was some misunderstanding that you were preventing Chairman Yi from attending the meeting. I never imagined that you would frame Chairman Yi like this in order to protect your own son. Open your eyes wide and look carefully in this video. Who is ganging up on whom? And who is blocking whom from leaving? Dong Ruichang shoved the image on his phone screen right in front of Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin knew perfectly well that he himself had deliberately set Yi Fan up. He glanced at his phone briefly, then buried his head in fear. Seeing Zhang Jin so terrified, Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan were even more frightened. Seeing Zhang Jin's guilty look, Dong Ruichang realized that the truth of the matter was already obvious. Zhang Jin, since you were so disrespectful to the important position the school has entrusted to you, I hereby formally announce that you have been completely removed from the list of candidates for promotion previously drafted by the school. Furthermore, the school will issue a formal notice of your expulsion for misconduct and abuse of power, and this will be announced throughout the entire higher education sector in the capital. As soon as Dong Ruichang finished speaking, Zhang Jin collapsed to the ground. After all this, no school will dare to hire me anymore. The capital city has completely blocked his escape route. Zhang Jin was filled with extreme regret at this moment. I should have known Yi Fan's identity was so extraordinary. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't do such a thing for that good-for-nothing nephew. After Dong Ruichang finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Sun Jiajing and the other person who were trembling beside him. Sun and Mao, you two have openly engaged in a gang fight and bullied your classmates on campus, causing extremely serious damage to the image of our university. As the principal, I hereby expel both of you who were the instigators of this incident. As for the other classmates who caused trouble with you, they will all receive a major demerit. After Dong Ruichang officially finalized the dismissal punishment, Sun Jiajing and the other man felt as if the sky had fallen, and they immediately started crying and pleading for leniency. Principal, we only have one more semester before graduation. What will we do if you really expel us? That's right, Principal. Please, we beg you to show leniency. We really know we were wrong. To be expelled from a prestigious university like Beijing University, a place with formidable connections and influence, especially when graduation is just around the corner. If word gets out, even if they want to sneak into other universities and get their diplomas, other universities won't dare to accept them. Seeing that the principal was completely unmoved, Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan realized what was happening. They quickly knelt down and moved in front of Yi Fan, kowtowing repeatedly and admitting their mistakes, hoping that Yi Fan could put in a good word for them. In the past, they could never have imagined that they would one day kneel before Yi Fan. Chairman Yi, we've been classmates for a while. Please forgive us this time. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Show me mercy this time? You spent 4 years in the capital, and 4 years of that was spent committing all sorts of evil deeds, bullying classmates and harassing girls. Haven't you done these things enough before? Now that the knife is stuck in your own flesh, you know what pain is. It was only then that Dong Ruichong realized from Yi Fan's words that the two were habitual school bullies. And this is certainly not the first or second time that Zhang Jin has acted as a protector. He immediately erupted in fury again. I never expected that there would be so many dark corners in my capital. It's truly my dereliction of duty as the principal. Sun Jiajing, Mao Zijuan, not only are you being expelled, but we will also establish a special team to thoroughly investigate your past misdeeds. Including you, Zhang Jin. You have repeatedly covered up the damage they have caused to the image of our capital. I will also send the relevant legal team to investigate you to the end. The 3 people who were already limp on the ground were completely dumbfounded. How come their pleading only led to an even worse outcome? Zhang Jin was furious with Sun Jiajing's self-righteous behavior and rushed over to slap him twice. By the way, haven't you two ever wondered why Kai hasn't been joining in your antics lately? As expected, the brotherhood among villains is ridiculously fake. Yi Fan pretended to bring it up casually. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan only realized this belatedly. It's obvious that Kai knew Yi Fan's power all along, yet he just watched them come to their deaths. The two were so angry they were grinding their teeth in frustration. After the principal officially announced the punishment results for the 3 students, they were also expelled from the office. Ignoring their physical pain, Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan rushed back to their dormitory. The 2 men dragged Kai out of bed and beat him severely. Moreover, since they were going to be fired anyway, they became extremely ruthless in their dealings with Kai. Meanwhile, the students near the playground who were worried about Yi Fan's fate were overjoyed when they heard the announcement about the punishment of Sun Jiajing and the other person. The female classmate who filmed the video was worried that Yi Fan would be treated unfairly. He then chose to post the video of the duel online. Now that justice has been served, she quickly tried to delete the uploaded short video. However, when she entered her own homepage, she found that the video she had just posted of Yi Fan easily fighting back against a dozen people had already received 10,000 likes. The number of likes is even increasing at an alarming rate. Netizens left comments in the comment section, saying that in a society where school bullying is rampant, we need this kind of positive energy to fight back. Therefore, the female student did not delete the video. The video later garnered over 1 million views in just one day, achieving a small-scale breakthrough. In the senior year office, only after all the punishments were arranged did Dong Ruichong dare to come over and personally escort Yi Fan to the shareholders' meeting room. By the way, Mr. Yi, because of your special status, we use the highest level of blocking to mitigate the risk of your name and personal information on the campus network. Do you think this arrangement is acceptable, or would you like to relax a bit more? Hearing this, Yi Fan finally understood why his Koenigsegg had been discussed so many times on the campus website. His own name and class were not leaked. That's fine, just keep it as it is. After all, I'm still a student, so this way I can be more comfortable with campus life. After being praised by Yi Fan, Dong Ruichong finally relaxed a lot. Fortunately, there was one thing that pleased Chairman Yi. As they talked, they soon arrived at the door of the shareholders' meeting room. Chapter 90. The granddaughter still has a chance. Chairman Yi, please come in. Yi Fan nodded and entered the conference room at Dong Ruichong's invitation. Upon hearing the commotion, all the shareholders sitting in the meeting room turned their gazes in unison. Upon seeing who it was, everyone's face was filled with a puzzled expression. Principal Dong, didn't you say you were going to see Chairman Yi? Why did you bring a student with you? That's right, it's getting late. Principal Dong, it's more important to get down to business and bring Chairman Yi here. Seeing the reactions of the shareholders, Dong Ruichong quickly cleared his throat and invited Yi Fan to the head seat, saying, Fellow shareholders, let me introduce you to Chairman Yi Fan, the newly appointed largest shareholder of Imperial University. He is also currently a senior at Imperial University. What? The shareholders were quite frightened by Dong Ruichong's introduction. Is this young man in front of me the tycoon who bought 65% of the shares of Imperial University in one fell swoop? And he actually is a student and happens to be studying at Beijing University? This is just too incredible. All the shareholders immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Fan to greet him. One of the shareholders, who was noticeably older, was shocked, but after seeing Yi Fan's appearance, he felt a mixture of surprise and admiration. Isn't this young man the same one he saw in his car this morning who got out to help the elderly woman cross the street? This shareholder was none other than the old man sitting in the Rolls-Royce that morning in Xiangtian, the head of the Ni family, one of the 7 great families of the capital. After exchanging greetings, the shareholders sat down. Ni Xiangtian's gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan with curiosity. Unexpectedly, this young man was not the rich second generation he thought he was, but a rising star in the industry who had worked his way up on his own. The admiration in his eyes grew stronger. I wish such an outstanding young man could fall for my granddaughter. That way, Lung Yu wouldn't have to work so hard managing the entire group all by herself. The main reason for this shareholders' meeting was that everyone wanted to meet this Chairman Yi, whom they had never met before. As for the other content of the meeting, it consisted of listening to Dong Rui Chong and some senior executives report on the school's recent scientific research achievements and cooperative projects. During the meeting, Tang Xiao sent a message to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, the Ferrari you gave me has been delivered to school. The problem is that my driving skills aren't very good yet. Are you free lately? Could you teach me? Yi Fan smiled faintly as he looked at the message. This little girl is quite good at making excuses. Sure, I'm currently in a meeting at the school's administration building. Just come find me later. Tang Xiao was overjoyed to see Yi Fan's message, saying it was okay. But when he said he was having a meeting in the administration building, I was a little confused. Do students in schools need to go to those kinds of places for meetings? Never mind. As long as I can meet Yi Fan, that's all that matters. Tang Xiao smiled and replied with a well-behaved nodding emoji, then hurried to the administration building right on time. After the meeting ended, the shareholders lined up to say goodbye to Yi Fan, hoping to make themselves known to others. Once most people had left, Ni Xiangtian slowly approached Yi Fan and handed him his business card. Hello, Chairmanye, Mini Yangxian. Would it be convenient for us to get acquainted? Ni Xiangtian looks to be Yi Fan's grandfather. Yi Fan, who always knew how to respect the elderly and care for the young, immediately showed more respect at this moment than when he was facing other shareholders. And if his surname is Ni, then if he's not mistaken, this person must be Ni Lung Yue's grandfather. Hello, Grandpani. Ni Xiangtian was surprised by how Yi Fan addressed him, and his heart warmed instantly. Despite being the largest shareholder, he showed no arrogance whatsoever and was even willing to call him Grandpa Ni. The more Ni Xiangtian looked at Yi Fan, the more he admired him. Mr. Yi, you're too kind. I just thought you looked kind and I felt a connection with you, so I took the liberty of coming here to get to know you. I hope you don't mind. No, it should be the younger one who greets you first. Yi Fan was extremely polite, displaying a completely humble yet assertive demeanor. Ni Xiangtian smiled with satisfaction, wanting to exchange a few more pleasantries to learn more about Yi Fan's situation. Tang Xiao skipped and hopped to the door of the conference room. Yi Fan. Yi Fan and Ni Xiangtian looked at her at the same time. Tang Xiao excitedly ran to Yi Fan's side, only to see Ni Xiangtian next to him. Grandpani, you're here too. Tang Xiao casually linked arms with Yi Fan and greeted Ni Xiangtian. Seeing Tang Xiao's eyes filled with Yi Fan, Ni Xiangtian guessed the truth of the matter. Yao, are you and Chairman Yi in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Tang Xiao was surprised that Ni Xiangtian would ask about her relationship with Yi Fan so directly, and her face turned red instantly. No, Grandpa and I. It's not even close to happening yet. Tang Xiao answered, but her eyes kept secretly glancing at Yi Fan. She should have made it very obvious to Yi Fan that she liked him, but Yi Fan never seemed to show any interest in her. This is why she always finds excuses to see Yi Fan from time to time. Moreover, her answer just now clearly showed that she hoped to take their relationship to the next level. She hoped that Yi Fan would acknowledge or add something after she said that. However, Yi Fan did not respond to the topic of her and Grandpa and I. Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's answer, Ni Xiangtian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. From this perspective, my granddaughter still has a good chance. All right, Mr. Yi, let's chat more next time we have the chance. As Ni Xiangtian left, he began to plan in his mind what occasion he could bring Yi Fan and Ni Lunyue together. Tang Xiao watched Ni Xiangtian leave before turning to Yi Fan with a puzzled look. Yi Fan, how come you suddenly know Grandpa and I? And why does he call you Chairman Yi? Does he know about your position as a director of Bali Real Estate? Oh, that's not it. We just happened to be holding a shareholders meeting for Beijing University here. That's how we met. Wait, you said you're here to hold a shareholders meeting. Tang Xiao looked surprised. Yeah, so what? Yi Fan asked casually. My goodness, may I be so bold as to ask, approximately how many shares do you own? Not by much, around 65%. Upon hearing this number, Tang Xiao was completely devastated. Yi Fan actually said that 65% of the shares in Imperial Capital University wasn't enough. This is a university in the capital. Its prestige is undeniable. Chapter 91, the car, was a gift from her to him. Beijing University can be considered the most outstanding university in the entire capital city. The students admitted each year are either wealthy children from well-off families with connections, top students whose grades far exceed the admission lines of other ordinary universities, or outstanding students admitted through special programs with special talents. Yi Fan has 4 roommates, and currently, Yi Fan has the best grades. However, the other 3 roommates were all top students from their hometowns. It was precisely because the students in their dormitory got in through their own hard work and good grades. That's why they were bullied by Kai's dormitory, because of their family background. With such high standards for selecting students, Imperial Capital University has cultivated countless outstanding talents from all walks of life. Their inclusion of students from existing backgrounds and identities has successfully enriched the network of contacts at Imperial University. This creates a positive cycle. Therefore, the vast majority of the upper class in the capital, whether outstanding new elites or established tycoons, have intricate connections with the capital. This is also why Tang Xiao was shocked that Yi Fan held so many shares in Imperial University at such a young age. Acquiring a majority stake in Imperial University is definitely not something that can be done simply by having money. It also requires the operation and coordination of various connections among the elite circles of the capital. Looking at the 7 great families in the capital, only the Shangguan family and the Luo family, which rank first and second, have such power. However, if they were to actually make the acquisition, it would be a thankless task for them, requiring too much family resources and manpower. Now, Yi Fan alone has accomplished what top-tier families would have to go to great lengths to achieve. How could Tang Xiao not be shocked? Her admiration for Yi Fan grew increasingly intense and overwhelming. By the way, didn't you ask me to teach you how to drive? Where's the car? Seeing the little girl staring at him so intently, Yi Fan reached out and tapped her on the head. I wonder what this girl is thinking about again. She always looks at him with starry eyes. But you know what? Sometimes he actually found that kind of staring gaze strangely satisfying. Tang Xiao only then came to her senses. The staff who brought it said it's parked at the entrance to the campus road outside the administration building. You promised to teach them, so you can't just teach them half-heartedly. Tang Xiao quickly seized the opportunity to act coquettishly. Yi Fan smiled and reached out to gently pinch the bridge of her nose. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach you properly, step by step. Yi Fan deliberately emphasized the words hands-on so much that Tang Xiao couldn't help but blush with anticipation. When the two arrived at the school entrance, they indeed saw the bright red Ferrari LaFerrari in the distance. At this moment, a large group of students had gathered around the Ferrari LaFerrari to admire the sports car. Wow, another supercar worth just over 20 million. This car model is so sleek and cool. Yeah, I knew there were a lot of rich people at school, but lately there seemed to be way too many. I remember the rich kids in school used to drive cars that cost a little over $1 million, usually 10 million at most. How come now everyone drives cars that cost at least 20 million? Do you think the school might have secretly admitted some incredible new elites? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Tang Xiao took out her car keys and pressed the button on the Ferrari LaFerrari in the middle of the crowd. Excuse me, could you please move aside? As soon as Tang Xiao spoke, everyone noticed the car keys in her hand. That's when she realized that the Ferrari belonged to her. I never expected this car to belong to Tang, the school beauty. TCH, you're obviously out of touch. He comes from a wealthy family, so it's not surprising that he buys a sports car. And who is this person next to her? Everyone noticed Yi Fan, who was clearly outstanding in appearance and temperament, standing next to Tang Xiao, and couldn't help but become curious. Some sarcastic remarks couldn't help but surface. I'm so envious. He's so young and already hooked up with a rich woman. Isn't that like instantly reaching the pinnacle of life? Absolutely. We can even get a taste of what it's like to drive a supercar. But if you ask me, Tang Xiaohua is just playing around. This guy can ride in a supercar now, but it's not his car. If Tang Xiaohua dumps him, he'll just have nothing to show for it. What you said makes sense. Indeed, what you earn yourself is the most reliable. Several boys looked at Yi Fan and laughed mockingly. Tang Xiao could no longer tolerate these words. She immediately handed the car keys to Yi Fan, saying sweetly, "Honey, I noticed you seem to really like this car, so I secretly bought it for you as a surprise gift. Take a look and see if you like it. If you do, go up and try it out quickly. After you're done, we'll hurry up and go sign the contract. The dealership manager keeps urging us to do it." Those around them saw Tang Xiao fawning over Yi Fan like a sycophant. Everyone was immediately stunned. And what did they just hear? The school beauty, Tang, actually said that this car was bought for this guy? The boys who had been mocking him just moments before now had blank stares and expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred on their faces. Doesn't this just make their earlier remarks sound like clownish pronouncements? Yi Fan saw through Tang Xiao's little scheme, smiled, and patted her head. Tang Xiao immediately nestled her head shyly into Yi Fan's arms in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked and envious once again. Damn, why don't they have a life like this? A Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan, and one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus who makes your heart race. They wouldn't even dare to dream of having any of those things. And now, this young man in front of me is actually able to have both of these things in his possession. How could they not be jealous? Yi Fan put his arm around Tang Xiao and got into the car. Whether it was to make the performance more complete or Tang Xiao herself had some ulterior motives, it's unclear. After getting into the passenger seat, Tang Xiao put her arm around Yi Fan's neck and kissed him on the cheek. This scene immediately stunned the onlookers. Not only in the car, but the school beauty also took the initiative to give him a sweet kiss. The imagined scene kept flashing through their minds, and the men looked at Yi Fan with such rage that they were practically gritting their teeth. Yi Fan chuckled to himself, and to be honest, he actually felt a little bit of satisfaction. Then Yi Fan started the vehicle, and the sudden roar of the engine startled everyone. With a beautiful drift start, Yi Fan drove his Ferrari LaFerrari away amidst envious glances. On the road, a Ferrari LaFerrari. Tang Xiao recalled the scene just now and laughed uncontrollably, bending over backwards. That was so much fun. Let those people gossip. If they find out that you actually gave me this car, they'll probably be shocked. Yi Fan watched Tang Xiao laughing carefree, and he was in a very good mood. They then drove to an open space, switched places, and Yi Fan began instructing Tang Xiao on how to drive. Tang Xiao couldn't help but swoon over Yi Fan's profile, her heart pounding wildly. Chapter 92 has been coveting Tang Xiao for a long time. Yi Fan chuckled at Tang Xiao's undisguised gaze. "Miss Tang, concentrate." Oh. Tang Xiao blushed when she was exposed and immediately turned back to look at the front. However, because her driving skills were already terrible, she always accelerated too quickly. Ferrari's already limited fuel supply was quickly depleted, so Yi Fan had no choice but to take Tang Xiao to a nearby gas station to refuel. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tang Xiao recalled how Yi Fan had placed his hands on hers and gripped the steering wheel with her when he was instructing her on how to drive. My heart couldn't help but flutter. Just as she was basking in her sweet happiness, she suddenly saw a man stalking and harassing a female staff member not far away. She was already bursting with a sense of justice. How could she tolerate such a heinous act in broad daylight? She immediately opened the car door and ran over. "You pervert! What are you doing?" Upon hearing the sound, Ge Xinghuai turned around with an impatient expression. "Who the hell is he? He ruined my good time." Upon seeing the person's face clearly, he immediately grinned with a wicked expression. "Oh, isn't this our old acquaintance, Miss Tang? What? You've got time to meddle in my business today. When Tang Xiao saw that the person harassing her was Gu Xinghuai, the young master of the Gu family, she felt even more disgusted. Previously, Gu Xinghuai had often bullied the other members of the three smaller families because the Gu family was the last of the four major families among the seven great families. He is also known for his sycophancy and bullying of the weak. I never expected him to do something like this, harassing a girl in the street. At this moment, Tang Xiao felt utterly disgusted with Gu Xinghuai. Gu Xinghuai, let go of that girl. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your Gu family if word gets out? Or is this just how your Gu family behaves? Upon hearing Tang Xiao's question, Gu Xinghuai laughed instead of being afraid. Spread the word? Our Gu family is not like your three little families. With the Gu family's capabilities, this matter cannot be spread. It's not impossible for me to let her go, but why don't you take her place? If you're willing to be my mistress, this isn't something we can discuss. Gu Xinghuai's gaze lingered lewdly over Tang Xiao's entire body. In fact, he had been coveting Tang Xiao for a long time. How about this? Once I get my hands on Xingya, you'll become my mistress, okay? But don't worry, you'll definitely be the biggest and most pampered one among us. How about it? Are you tempted? Tang Xiao was disgusted by Gu Xinghuai's self-righteous remarks. You filthy scoundrel. You want me to be with you? Maybe in the next life. Then there's nothing we can do. After answering, Gu Xinghuai hugged the woman next to him even tighter. The staff were terrified, and tears streamed down their faces. Tang Xiao was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. At this moment, Yi Fan noticed that Tang Xiao hadn't returned yet, so he followed the sound and came over. Yi Fan, you have to save that girl. When Tang Xiao saw Yi Fan arrive, she quickly asked him for help. Yi Fan followed Tang Xiao's gaze and saw Gu Xinghuai forcibly hugging and groping the staff member. Let her go, and I might consider making sure you get a little less beating later, Yi Fan warned coldly. Gu Xinghuai looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Who the hell do you think you are? What kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to yell at me? Gu Xinghuai. Beautiful lady, you smell so good. Gu Xinghuai disregarded Yi Fan and chose to continue his evil deeds. Yi Fan snorted coldly, rushed to Gu Xinghuai's side, and used a grappling technique to knock him down in one go. The staff member was finally able to break free from Gu Xinghuai and immediately ran to Tang Xiao for protection. Gu Xinghuai was pinned to the ground by Yi Fan, grimacing in pain. You fucking let me go. Do you know who I am? Even the Tang family has to defer to me. You brat. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately grabbed Gu Xinghuai's head and slammed it heavily to the ground. You're so weak, yet you're so stubborn. Gu Xinghuai was so shocked by the impact that he saw stars. He never expected that this person would dare to continue hurting him so boldly after his warning. You're definitely dead this time. Gu Xinghuai quickly blew the whistle hanging around his neck. The dozen or so brothers in the convoy who hadn't seen Gu Xinghuai come out for a long time immediately rushed over to him. They originally avoided the situation because they didn't want to disturb Gu Xinghuai's good deed. Unexpectedly, when they came back, they saw Gu Xinghuai being brutally beaten by a young man, his face covered in blood. Boss, are you all right? Where did this brat come from, daring to mess with our boss? Are you tired of living? A dozen or so people rushed up and surrounded Yi Fan. Gu Xinghuai, now emboldened, immediately started yelling at Yi Fan. You think you're so tough? I'd like to see if you can beat a dozen of my brothers in the team. Yi Fan glanced at Gu Xinghuai impatiently, then picked him up and slapped him twice. You talk too much. You really deserve a beating. Gu Xinghuai's brothers saw Yi Fan beating up their leader in front of them again. One or two of them were so angry that they immediately rushed up to beat Yi Fan up. Yi Fan glanced at the person indifferently, then quickly stood up and avoided the first person who rushed towards him. The fat man at the head of the group charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Even when Yi Fan dodged, he couldn't stop in time. He kicked Gu Xinghuai, who was lying on the ground, hard. Gu Xinghuai immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. You fucking... The underling who kicked him was now filled with panic. He turned around to seek revenge on Yi Fan, but accidentally stepped on Gu Xinghuai instead. Oh, boss, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. Gu Xinghuai already had internal injuries, and now he was stepped on by a 200-pound weight, and his eyes started rolling back as if he was about to faint. Yeah, it's all your fault. I accidentally hurt our boss. Brothers, let's all attack together. The fat man quickly rallied his brothers to deal with Yi Fan, hoping to make amends for his mistake. Yi Fan calmly glanced at everyone and immediately leaped up. He unleashed a sweeping leg kick, knocking down one by one the dozen or so guys who were charging at him to their deaths. Yi Fan's sweeping leg was so powerful that the person who was kicked fell to the ground and could not get up again. After Yi Fan finished dealing with the group, she remained elegant and composed, as if nothing had happened. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on the clothes. Upon seeing this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but rush over and hug Yi Fan. Chapter 93, Would you like to come to my house for a visit? The image of Yi Fan beating Gu Xinghuai and his gang to the ground. This truly captivated Tang Xiao. This man was just like the legendary hero who would come to her rescue dressed in auspicious 7-colored clouds. If Yi Fan hadn't been there, that female staff member wouldn't have been rescued so quickly. I have no idea how much I will be verbally insulted by that wicked Gu Xinghuai. Realizing this, Tang Xiao belatedly nestled fearfully into Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan, it's good that you're here with me. Yi Fan patted Tang Xiao's hair to comfort her. The physical and emotional distance between the two suddenly became much closer. When Gu Xinghuai heard the sudden silence around him, he struggled to sit up and saw that his brothers were lying all around him, their faces contorted in pain from being beaten. And the man he had been yelling about dealing with was now standing there completely unharmed. What the hell is that monster? If he hadn't been short-handed today, he would definitely have continued to punish him. Having no other choice, Gu Xinghuai got up and quickly and quietly escaped along a side path, limping away. As she left, she glared fiercely at the back of Yi Fan's head. I swear I'll make sure he doesn't get away with this next time I see him. Seeing that their boss had already fled, the other underlings could only help each other and leave in a disheveled state. Seeing Gu Xinghuai leave, the harassed staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly came over to thank Yi Fan. Yi Fan simply waved his hand to indicate that it was no trouble at all. Back in the car, Tang Xiao was now completely certain that Yi Fan was the man she was committed to for the rest of her life. He is handsome, generous, and magnanimous. Not to mention the masculinity he displayed in his act of bravery just now. Every little thing Yi Fan did touched her heart deeply. Even if Yi Fan doesn't actively respond to their relationship, Tang Xiao doesn't care. Yi Fan noticed that Tang Xiao, who had been spacing out since getting into the car, hadn't fastened her seatbelt yet, so he leaned over to help her. The next second, Tang Xiao's soft lips were pressed against the corner of his lips. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Xiao with a half-smile. Miss Tang, if you keep breaking the rules like this, I'm going to kiss you back. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the shyness in Tang Xiao's eyes was now replaced by obvious anticipation. She looked away and said somewhat awkwardly, My parents just bought me a house recently. I've only been living here for a short time. Would you like to come over for a visit? Only a fool wouldn't understand such an obvious hint. A smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. Had this girl already decided on him? There's nothing wrong with sitting down for a while. Sure, Miss Tang, please show me the way. Tang Xiao's heart fluttered when she saw Yi Fan agree. They immediately turned on the navigation, filled up the Ferrari with gas, and set off. At the gas station, the harassed employee was greeted by his replacement. She told her colleagues what had happened, and her colleagues, outraged, immediately pulled up the security footage from the gas station. That bastard, he really thinks he can't be dealt with after his attempt at harassment failed. Then let's post it online and let him experience the feeling of being condemned by netizens. You heard his name is Gu Xinghuai, right? A young master from a prestigious family. Just wait and see if netizens will spit on you to death. And this handsome young man who did a good deed deserves everyone's praise. After a series of actions, the video detailing the whole incident was quickly uploaded to a short video platform. On the other side, Yi Fan followed the navigation given by Tang Xiao. It turns out that Tang Xiao's new house is also in the Jinyu Huafa complex, and it just so happens that it's the building next to Yi Fan's building number 5. However, Yi Fan did not tell Tang Xiao about this for the time being. After Yi Fan parked the Ferrari in the parking space that Tang Xiao had bought, he and Tang Xiao went up to the large penthouse suite that she had just moved into. I don't have all the drinks I need right now. I only have some red wine that a friend gave me when we moved. You don't mind if we drink this, do you? As soon as Yi Fan entered the house, Tang Xiao invited him to sit on the sofa. Then she ran to the kitchen and busied herself for a while before coming out with 2 glasses of red wine. Seeing Tang Xiao's obvious little trick, Yi Fan chuckled and accepted the wine glass. No problem. Congratulations on moving into your new home. Yi Fan raised his glass and clinked it against Tang Xiao's. Thank you. Tang Xiao took a small sip of red wine and then subtly moved a few steps closer to Yi Fan. When her delicate, fair arm touched Yi Fan's arm, Yi Fan could clearly feel the woman's warmth and the smooth texture of her skin. Tang Xiao had gotten so close to Yi Fan that they were almost touching. However, Yi Fan still did not react. Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a little angry. Hasn't my meaning already been made quite clear? Why is he still not moving? Does it have to be the other person who takes the initiative? Tang Xiao had never done anything like this before, so she was still a little shy. Moreover, the dating tips she had learned before all said that girls should only flirt with girls in a subtle way. If a guy is interested in you, he'll naturally take the initiative. But Tang Xiao didn't want to accept the conclusion that Yi Fan wasn't interested in her. If all else fails, then make it even more obvious. If I get rejected later, I'll just have to try again. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao immediately kissed Yi Fan on the cheek. Including this time, she has actually kissed Yi Fan 3 times, intentionally or unintentionally. I never expected that her first time actively pursuing a man would result in such a difficult one to win over. Just as Tang Xiao finished kissing Yi Fan and was thinking that if she failed this time, she would cry on the spot in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan had already grabbed her neck and brought her lips to his, then turned the tables and pinned Tang Xiao down on the sofa. The aroma of wine lingered between their lips and tongues. Tang Xiao was dazed by the kisses, and her whole body became increasingly hot. This man, he's really good at this. Yi Fan felt the little girl's restless hands stroking his back, so he directly cupped her slender and soft waist with his large palm and began to caress it. Then he moved his arms down to different parts of her body, and the kitten in his arms couldn't help but whimper. Tang Xiao's clothes became somewhat disheveled, and her skin suddenly felt the coolness of the breeze. However, just as the two were getting carried away and preparing to focus on the next interaction, suddenly, Tang Xiao's doorbell. Outside, the sounds of Mr. and Mrs. Tang knocking on the door and asking questions could be heard. Chapter 94 is extremely bold. Yao Yao, are you home? Your dad and I are here to see you. The sound of Mrs. Tang banging on the door and calling out could be heard. When Tang Xiao heard the sound, she was so frightened that she almost jumped out of her skin. Why do my parents have to come to see me at this time of year? She quickly nudged Yi Fan to get up, saying, Yi Fan, get up. My parents are outside. Yi Fan found the little girl's anxious expression particularly amusing. He deliberately stroked her waist and pinched it, then lingered his tongue on her lips for a while. Weren't you being quite bold just now? Tang Xiao is now feeling both ashamed and scared. Her parents had a backup password for the house's combination lock. What if her parents saw her and Yi Fan looking like this later? Then I'm absolutely doomed. Please, just get up for a little while, okay? Please. Seeing Tang Xiao's pitiful and pleading appearance, Yi Fan finally let her go so that she could sit up. The next second, Tang Xiao quickly stood up and pulled Yi Fan toward her room. Brother Yi Fan, could you sneak into my room for a little while, okay? Yi Fan deliberately didn't exert any force, as Tang Xiao's physical strength was clearly insufficient to pull a normal-sized adult man. My parents usually don't stay long when they visit, so just go inside and hide for a bit. Otherwise, I'll really get scared. Seeing that Yi Fan was still deliberately taking his time, Tang Xiao quickly tiptoed to kiss him to appease him. After they leave, we'll play until you're satisfied, okay? Look how pitiful Tang Xiao has become. Yi Fan barely managed to pat her buttocks lightly before taking a few steps into her room and closing the door behind him. That's strange. Yao Yao should be at home at this time. Mr. and Mrs. Tang knocked on the door and rang the doorbell for a long time. They were puzzled when Tang Xiao didn't come to open the door. Why don't you call Yao Yao and ask her? Mr. Tang suggested. Mrs. Tang was taking out her phone to make a call. Only then did Tang Xiao quickly straighten her clothes and open the door. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? I was inside and didn't hear anything. Tang Xiao et lai gu di. You silly child, we've been calling you for so long and you haven't heard us. I was worried that something might have happened to you. Mrs. Tang couldn't help but grumble a few words before she and Mr. Tang carried large and small bags into the house. But why is your face so red? Are you sick with a cold? Seeing the unusual flush on Tang Xiao's face, Tang's mother quickly reached out to touch her forehead. Tang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately turned her head to dodge. No, it's probably just hot. Mom, don't worry about me anymore. Please have a seat with Dad. Tang Xiao quickly invited her parents to sit on the sofa. Then he discovered that there were still 2 glasses of red wine left on the coffee table, which he and Yifan had just finished drinking from. Instantly, another alarm bell rang in his mind. Oh my God, how could I have forgotten about this? Tang Xiao tried to find something to cover the 2 glasses of wine, but her father saw them. Huh? Yao, why are there 2 glasses of wine on your table? Have some friends been over? Tang Xiao immediately nodded emphatically. That's right. My friend just brought me some housewarming gifts, but she had something to do, so she left after we only had a couple of drinks. Fortunately, her father provided her with inspiration. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain herself. Oh, I see. After listening to Tang Xiao's explanation, Tang's father nodded and sat down on the sofa. Mrs. Tang quickly moved the expensive ingredients she had brought from the bag onto the table one by one. Your dad and I both happen to have a rare day off today, so we thought we'd bring some things over for hot pot together. It'll bring some life to your new house, and it's good for the feng shui too. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao immediately sensed something was wrong. It seems like her parents aren't planning to leave her house anytime soon. What a coincidence that everything happened all at once today. Oh no, I have to go in and talk to Yifan right away. Tang Xiao turned on the TV and brought tea and snacks to her parents. Dad, Mom, you two watch TV for a while. I just remembered I have some homework to finish. I need to finish it and send it to the teacher right away. Tang's mother couldn't help but nag. You child, you always like to procrastinate, and now you're in a hurry. Fine, go ahead, your father and I will just stay here and watch TV to pass the time. All right, you two keep an eye on things first. I'll head back to my room now. After forcing a smile, Tang Xiao quickly slipped into her bedroom. However, as soon as the door closed, Yifan blocked her against the back of the door. Yifan grabbed Tang Xiao's 2 slender wrists with one hand and pressed them against the door. With his other hand, he started a fire. Tang Xiao blushed immediately after Yifan teased her like that. Yifan, what are you doing? I came in to tell you. You might have to hide a little longer. I'll try my best to get my parents away first. Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, Yifan's lips covered her full, soft lips. Yifan continued working with his hands and then moved to Tang Xiao's ear to whisper something. If you let me hide a little longer, I'll have to pay you. Tang Xiao was so sensitive from Yifan's teasing that she quickly begged for mercy in a low voice. Yifan, but my parents are still outside. It's okay. You just turn on the TV for them. As long as you hold back, they won't be able to hear anything. Besides, Miss Tang, since you started the fire, you're responsible for putting it out. After Yifan finished speaking, he immediately lifted Tang Xiao up and carried her to the soft bed. Tang Xiao's center of gravity shifted, and she almost cried out in surprise because she lost her balance. She's feeling nervous, scared, and excited all at the same time. Her body went even weaker. She felt she was incredibly bold. You know, in her parents' eyes, she was a good girl who had never even been in a relationship. Now, she's actually with Yifan in a place only a wall away from her parents. I'm getting ready to do that kind of thing. Yifan put her down, a mischievous smile on his face as he took in the little girl's shy, slightly flushed expression. Please stop looking at me like that. Tang Xiao felt that her face must be so red it could bleed. But Yifan's face was so handsome that it made her heart flutter even more. The two then became completely absorbed in their interaction. However, Tang Xiao was still a little afraid that her parents outside the door would discover the situation, so she would always look towards the door from time to time. Yifan discovered the woman's multitasking and punished her severely. Miss Tang, you need to concentrate, otherwise. Tang Xiao gasped in surprise and quickly covered her mouth. Chapter 95, Playing Again and Again. Yifan played with Tang Xiao time and time again. Just when Tang Xiao thought the matter was coming to an end, Yifan would perk up again. Tang Xiao was instantly overwhelmed. Good heavens, how come Yifan never gets tired? But it must be said that she also really enjoyed it. Later, he simply forgot that his parents were still away. She took the initiative towards Yifan. Yifan picked up Tang Xiao and carried her to the mirror. Tang Xiao was lost in thought with hazy eyes when there was a knock on the door. Yao Yao, why are you taking so long to finish your homework? Haven't you finished yet? Tang Xiao was startled and almost fell off Yifan's arms. She looked towards the door, relieved that she had been careful enough to lock it from the inside. Otherwise, she would be so scared that she would throw up her heart. Immediately, just as Tang Xiao was about to reply that she would be leaving soon, Yifan punished her severely. Ms. Tang, please be more careful with your wording. Yifan reminded heading heriaf. Tang Xiao blushed, knowing that Yifan wouldn't give up so easily. She had no choice but to clear her throat and reply loudly. Mom, I still have a lot of homework, so it might, take a while. While Tang Xiao was replying, Yifan deliberately teased her. She was both embarrassed and annoyed, and almost gave herself away in her voice. You child, why are you getting more and more slow? Fine, hurry up then. Okay, Mom. Yifan seemed to find pleasure in teasing Tang Xiao. He deliberately put her in a difficult situation. Before long, Tang Xiao was completely exhausted. Yifan, you're such a bad guy. She weakly scolded Yifan. Yifan's physical strength continued to rise. I'm a bad guy, but you still like me, don't you? Yifan asked mischievously. Tang Xiao had no way to escape his teasing. The sky was dark and gloomy, and I don't know how much time had passed. Tang Xiao was almost exhausted, but this experience was so novel to her, and she finds it somewhat addictive to not saying what she should say. Yifan finally let her go. Tang Xiao slowly stood up, supporting herself against the wall. I found that my legs were so weak that I had no strength left. She sat back on the bed and rested for a long time, examining herself thoroughly. Only then did I dare to leave my room and walk into the living room. Tang's mother gave her a slightly reproachful look. Why is it that as you get older, your homework efficiency is getting lower and lower? Tang Xiao smiled awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with the two elders. But why is your face so red after you finish your homework? Tang's mother asked with concern. Tang Xiao quickly seized the opportunity to elaborate. Mom, you know what? I really am feeling a little dizzy. And actually, I still haven't finished my homework properly, so I deliberately had to stay up all night to finish it. Tang Xiao glanced away guiltily. How about I leave these ingredients here and we eat together another day? Mr. and Mrs. Tang exchanged a glance, looking like they couldn't do anything about Tang Xiao. Okay, since you're busy, we'll come over when you have time. Okay, Mommy. Then you and Daddy take care. Dan Xiao ziplit ingatian. Tang's mother gave her a reproachful look, but when you're doing your homework, you should also take care of your health. Don't stay up late. You should get some rest. You're so old and you still cause us so much worry. Okay, Mom. I knew you were the best. After some coaxing, Tang Xiao finally managed to see the two elders off at the door. As they left Tang Xiao's house, Tang's parents couldn't help but mutter to themselves. How come our Yao Yao is already a senior in college? Does she still have so much homework? This university in the capital is really strict. Mrs. Tang exclaimed. Mr. Tang was somewhat gratified. Oh, think about it. Last time, Yao Yao managed to get a cooperation opportunity for us by connecting with Bao Li. Maybe now that she's grown up, she knows she needs to work hard and is thinking about doing more homework to train herself. What you said makes some sense. So the child has made some progress. We parents should just support her quietly. The two exchanged a glance and nodded, then left the Golden Domain mansion with light steps. Inside Tang Xiao's house, she watched through the security camera as her parents finally walked far away and left. I finally felt much more at ease. Phew, at least I don't have to be so scared anymore. However, she had barely breathed a sigh of relief when Yifan picked her up again and pressed her against the door. Not again. Tang Xiao's eyes were full of surprise. Didn't this just end? Why is Yifan completely different from the boyfriends of the girl she had heard about? Yifan, what are you doing now? Tang Xiao shyly avoided Yi Fan's highly seductive gaze. Yi Fan smiled at her. Miss Tang, I just heard you say that you have to work on this homework all night. Then I have to tutor you a bit. I can't let you be a kid who lied in front of your parents, can I? Tang Xiao playfully punched him with her small fist. You know perfectly well that what I meant by doing homework is not the same as what you meant. Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, Yi Fan sealed her lips with his. Ugh, you're so naughty. Yi Fan wasn't going to give Tang Xiao a chance to escape. He immediately carried the person to the sofa. Let's start over from where we left off, okay? Yi Fan deliberate tisit Tang Iyo. Tang Xiao had no chance to say no. The sofa, though not very large, was just big enough for two people to sit close together. Next up is the open kitchen island. The two of them explored every place they could and couldn't stop. Later, Tang Xiao begged for mercy. I can't take it anymore, I really can't. She began to regret how she had taken the initiative to provoke Yi Fan. The way he interacts with people is something most people couldn't tolerate. Yi Fan was in high spirits and completely absorbed in the meal, so he naturally didn't show any mercy to the ladies. He ate his fill and felt completely satisfied that night. The two of them spent a sleepless night. The next morning, Tang Xiao heard the alarm clock ring. Struggling to get out of bed, they found they had no strength at all. Moreover, Yi Fan's hand was still around her waist, preventing her from leaving. Tang Xiao could only plead with sweet words. Brother Yi Fan, I have class this morning. Please let me out. Yi Fan said with a hint of dissatisfaction. When did you become so fond of going to class? Be good, ask for leave. Okay. Actually, Tang Xiao wanted to give herself some breathing room. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Fan. But since Yi Fan had already said that, Tang Xiao naturally had no excuse left. I had no choice but to obediently ask the teacher for leave. As soon as she sent the message, she realized that she was completely surrounded by Yi Fan again. Morning exercise has begun. Chapter 96. A little treat for you, my little fan. After a long while, Yi Fan finally went to the bathroom to take a shower. Tang Xiao was able to rest and took out her phone to watch videos. However, after scrolling through only a few posts, she saw a familiar scene. This scene isn't the same one where Brother Yi Fan dealt with Gu Xinghuai and saved that staff member sister before. On Tang Xiao's phone screen, the surveillance footage of their last encounter at the gas station was playing. In the video, Gu Xinghuai and his gang of henchmen are beaten to the ground one by one. They were in an extremely sorry state. Yi Fan, on the other hand, dealt with these guys effortlessly. He stood there, untouched by any dirt or dust, looking extremely handsome. Moreover, Gu Xinghuai's name and identity were exposed. The entire comment section was filled with condemnation of him and praise for Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan came out of the bathroom. Tang Xiao excitedly showed him the video. Yi Fan, look at this video. Does it look familiar? The footage of you doing a heroic act at the gas station has been released. Yi Fan leaned closer to take a look, and it was indeed true. Moreover, the angle and the format of the video clearly indicate that it was deliberately released by someone inside the gas station. Look at this comment section. I'm dying of laughter. Tang Xiao was overjoyed. That sleazy guy Gu Xinghuai. Now everyone online knows his identity and what he's done, and they're all going all out to curse him. Letting Gu Xinghuai do bad things has made the Gu family lose all face. Seeing that the little girl was enjoying herself, Yi Fan smiled and ruffled Tang Xiao's hair. Tang Xiao continued scrolling down and suddenly came across a video compilation. Moreover, she recognized the silhouettes of all the characters in the film. It was Yi Fan. The video affectionately refers to Yi Fan as Hero of Justice. Tang Xiao found it strange and immediately showed her phone to Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan, you've become famous. Yi Fan wondered what the little guy had discovered that made him so surprised. I picked up the phone and took a look. The video that the blogger had compiled was actually a recording of his gas station incident. A video of him beating up Sun Jiajing and others on the school playground, and a photo taken a long time ago of him making those thugs clean up his barbecue stall. Thanks to his excellent memory and eyesight, the blogger discovered that the person involved in these 3 incidents was actually the same person. He immediately made a video to promote Yi Fan's righteous and heroic deeds. Netizens followed the blogger's lead and began calling Yi Fan the righteous hero. Inspired by Yi Fan's deeds, they launched an event called Imitating the Righteous Hero's Behavior and Striving to Do Good Deeds. Yi Fan has sparked a massive wave of positive energy online. Wow, I never imagined that Brother Yi Fan had stood up for justice so many times. That's amazing. Tang Xiao was overjoyed to see the numerous praises and compliments for Yi Fan in the comments. Yi Fan just smiled. He didn't do these things to deliberately seek praise. So now everyone is praising him endlessly, but he doesn't take it to heart. Although he is earning more and more money now, he always keeps in mind a principle that his parents taught him. That means no matter where you go or what level you reach, you must never forget your original aspirations and never become arrogant. Once a person becomes arrogant and starts to have too many thoughts, they're not far from self-destruction. Unlike Yi Fan's indifferent attitude towards fame and fortune, Tang Xiao became increasingly excited as she watched the online adoration for Yi Fan. Unable to resist expanding her search, she was amazed again after finding even more. Wow, Brother Yi Fan, look, there's a super topic for you online now, and even a fan group. I'd like to be your little fan too. Tang Xiao nestled into Yi Fan's arms with an expression of adoration. Yi Fan put his arm around her slender waist and smiled. Really? Then I'll have to give you, my little fan, a little treat. Yi Fan picked up Tang Xiao and carried her to the bathroom. As a thank you, I'll give you, my little fan, a good wash. Tang Xiao was shyly carried inside by Yi Fan. Before long, the two were playing together again. They were having a great time. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Gu family residence, Gu Xinghuai knelt on the ground, being brutally whipped by his father with a thick family whip. You good for nothing. I don't care if you want to play around, but at least clean things up a bit. He actually led so many people, and yet he still got beaten up like that by a mere kid. And someone even leaked this online. You've really disgraced the Gu family. After scolding Gu Xinghuai, Ji's father, still not satisfied, gave Gu Xinghuai another lash. Gu Xinghuai screamed and fell to the ground. Kneel down properly. No one is allowed to let the young master get up until he has been kneeling for a full day and night. After giving the order, Ji's father threw down the whip and left. Gu Xinghuai is now suffering from back pain from being whipped, and his knees are severely swollen and red from kneeling. Not to mention the time Yi Fan rammed his head against him. His head is still buzzing. Thinking of Yi Fan, the culprit, Gu Xinghuai was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn it! I've made an enemy of him. I swear I'll make that brat pay for this the next time I see him. Yi Fan and Tang Xiao played at her house for another day. They all went back to school. Tang Xiao went to class. Yi Fan had only walked a few steps into the school when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of reporters. Hello, are you the Justice Knight himself? A reporter holding a microphone excitedly shoved the microphone at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. Goodness, he only showed a side profile online, and these reporters actually found him right away. They're really good at finding people. However, Yi Fan now has many identities and really doesn't want to be high profile except for necessary occasions. He had no choice but to pull up the hoodie's hood and then shook his head. No, I'm sorry. You've mistaken me for someone else. After saying that, Yi Fan turned and ran away. Several reporters reacted for a moment. No, it must be him. I believe my eyes. After saying that, the group immediately chased after Yi Fan in the direction he had left. Justice Hero. Wait a minute. Yi Fan had initially been walking briskly with small steps, thinking that the reporters would leave once he denied it. How come they caught up with us again? There was no other way but for Yi Fan to speed up his pace. However, he hadn't walked far when he saw a familiar figure emerge from around the corner. There's no other way. I have to ask you for help. After making his decision, Yi Fan immediately put his arm around the woman's waist. They disappeared into a narrow corner passageway, looking like a couple. Chapter 97. You're so mean. Shang-Qing was suddenly hugged by the man and immediately tried to raise her hand to resist. When she looked up, she realized that the person holding her was actually Yi Fan. Yi Fan vi spirit apologetical. Excuse me, school beauty, can I do you a favor? Shang-Qing was also wondering when he heard footsteps behind him. Several reporters happened to stop at the entrance of the passageway. Looking down into the dimly lit corridor, I saw a man and a woman embracing tightly, seemingly kissing. One reporter glanced at it a few more times and couldn't help but say enviously, Wow, today's college students are really daring. I'm actually starting to miss my college days. Other reporters nearby criticized him. Stop looking, stop looking. Hurry up and keep looking for the hero. I just saw him running this way. He can't have gone far. Let's keep chasing him. The group reached a consensus and immediately ran forward again. The crisis of being caught conducting an interview has been averted. Yifan released Shang-Qing from his arms. However, even when they opened up, their bodies were still almost pressed together face to face in the narrow passageway. The woman's faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Their breaths mingled together. Shang-Qing's heartbeat inexplicably quickened when Yifan held her just now. It feels kind of weird. Yifan thanked her, and the two walked out of the corridor. Shang-Qing simply nodded to indicate that everything was all right. Actually, if it weren't for seeing Yifan's amazing racing skills last time, if any other guy had treated her like that, she would definitely have hit him back. Thinking about racing, Shang-Qing suddenly felt interested in exchanging a few more words with Yifan. However, just as he was about to speak, he heard Tang Xiao's voice. Yifan, so you were here. After shouting from afar, Tang Xiao immediately ran over. Shang-Qing also had no intention of revealing his identity to Yifan. He immediately made an excuse and left. Tang Xiao ran breathlessly to Yifan's side. Watching the girl's back as she walked away in the opposite direction, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. But now that Yifan is in front of her, she has no interest in paying attention to anyone else. I finally found you. I missed you after class for a while, so I ran out to find you right away. Tang Xiao snuggled against Yifan in a coquettish manner. Her big eyes, full of ulterior motives, couldn't help but blink. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Judging from your expression, I have a feeling you're up to something. In the morning, Tang Xiao was being tormented by him until she begged for mercy, looking like she dared not provoke him anymore. It's really a bit strange that they're suddenly being so attentive and ingratiating. Tang Xiao realized that she couldn't hide anything from Yifan, so she pouted and pursed her lips. Okay, I do have a tiny little thing I need your help with. That's right. There's a celebrity gathering in the capital in a couple of days that I need to attend. There's nothing wrong with gatherings. I've been to many before. But this time my parents insisted that they had recently found a few great young men and wanted to introduce them to me at the party. I really don't want to deal with those people. So, Brother Yifan, could you come with me to the party? At least you could help me fend them off. Tang Xiao poked her two index fingers together, looking at Yifan expectantly with her big eyes. Besides, last time you arranged for Baoli to collaborate with our Tang family, my parents were quite curious about this benefactor of mine. Tang Xiao then grabbed Yifan's arm and shook in front of her, acting coquettishly. They seemed determined to get Yifan to agree. Yifan thought for a moment and realized that people who usually attend such high society gatherings are not the type to gossip or talk nonsense. It's not a big problem for me to reveal my identity in this kind of situation. He was about to say yes when Tang Xiao immediately added, besides, they can offer to pay you. Just agree. Yifan narrowed his eyes. I'll have to see if your offer is sincere enough before I decide whether to agree. Sure enough, after being trained for a day or two, this girl is now quite savvy. Yifan was very satisfied with Tang Xiao's proactive and ingratiating attitude. I decided to take her to a special place. He led Tang Xiao to his office in the administration building. After attending the last shareholders meeting, Principal Dong presented me with a key as if it were a precious treasure. The school reportedly prepared a huge office for him, the esteemed largest shareholder that was always ready to use. He definitely needs to thoroughly inspect his private office today. The office door was locked from the inside. Tang Xiao was lifted up by Yifan. The two were completely absorbed in their moment. Outside the door, the sounds of other teachers and students chatting and laughing could be heard from time to time as they passed by. Yifan felt even more motivated. Tang Xiao was extremely shy and nervous. Why does Yifan always take me on such unusual adventures? She felt like she was really turning into a bad kid. However, Tang Xiao was quickly drawn into the game by Yifan. Yifan was kissing Tang Xiao when his eyes suddenly caught sight of the window remote control placed to the side. He smirked and picked up the remote, pressing the on button. The originally hazy white glass window instantly became transparent. Yifan carried Tang Xiao to the window and showed her the view outside. Tang Xiao was startled. Why has this glass window become transparent? Brother Yifan, stop fooling around. Yifan smiled and said, don't be afraid. This window is one way. People inside can only see out, but people outside can't see in. Look, these people passing by aren't reacting at all, are they? Tang Xiao cautiously looked out the window and found that, as expected, no one was paying attention to what was happening here. You're so mean. Tang Xiao's voice was like a kitten's, and Yifan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Inside the window, the scene was incredibly lively. Occasionally, a few passers-by would glance in this direction, but they would turn away after a while, completely unaware that two people were having a good time in the office. Several hours later, Tang Xiao straightened her clothes and walked out of the office with Yifan. Both of them looked to be in very good condition. Yifan suddenly realized that he hadn't received a reward in a long time. Indeed, having money can easily make people lose their ambition. If you stop making money for too long, God will take back your talent. Yifan stopped and said to Tang Xiao, Ms. Tang, you may need to pay some more compensation. Tang Xiao paused, wondering why Brother Yifan was still. Her face flushed again. It just ended. Yifan couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking? I was talking about other kinds of compensation. Tang Xiao saw Yifan laugh at her and the undisguised mockery in his eyes. I was so ashamed, I wanted to bury my head in the ground. I wasn't thinking anything. Then, blushing, she looked up and asked Yifan, Then what kind of reward do you want, Brother Yifan? Chapter 98. By the store directly? I'll take you shopping, Yifan replied. Tang Xiao was puzzled again. Buying things for yourself again? Yifan's quirks are quite expensive, but he just bought himself 2 cars last time, so buying more things now isn't a good idea. Tang Xiao wanted to refuse. Yifan added, After I buy it for you, I'll agree to go to the party with you. Tang Xiao quickly swallowed back the no need that was on the tip of her tongue. She took Yifan's arm and got into the car. On the way, Yifan asked Tang Xiao if there was anything she particularly wanted. Tang Xiao thought about it seriously. I don't really want anything in particular, but I am quite interested in fashion. Okay, then let's go to 3rd Avenue to buy you a high-end boutique. Yifan spoke with the ease of someone picking out cabbages. Tang Xiao couldn't help but swallow. Why should I buy her a store all at once? Even though Tang Xiao herself is a wealthy person, she is often frightened by Yifan's extravagant spending. Brother Yifan, isn't this too much trouble? This isn't called wasting money. This is called making money. Yifan Fei smiled mysteriously and said, Tang Xiao really couldn't understand how these 2 words could be connected. They had no choice but to obediently follow Yifan to the largest and most luxurious fashion boutique on 3rd Avenue. As soon as the 2 entered the store, their outstanding appearance immediately attracted the attention of the clothing sales staff. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are such a perfect match. Moreover, judging from their aura and demeanor, they are definitely from a wealthy and noble family. A clothing sales assistant immediately stepped forward to serve him. Hello, sirs and madams. Welcome to Merci Fashion Boutique. Is there anything I can do to help you too? Yifan glanced around at the boutique's furnishings. It's not bad. They've invested in it, so the price probably won't be too cheap. Hello, I'm interested in buying your shop. Could you please call your boss out here? The clothing sales assistant was taken aback by what she heard. Buying a store? Is it even possible? Okay, please wait a moment. I'll call a boss out right away. The clothing sales assistant rushed into the office inside. A short while later, a woman dressed in a trendy style came out. I heard the clothing sales assistant say that someone wanted to buy the entire store directly. Her expression showed a hint of impatience, and her eyebrows were furrowed. But they still maintained basic politeness. Hello, sir. I am the owner of this shop. You just said you want to buy my shop? Yifan nodded and pulled Tang Xiao into his arms. Yes, just name your price, and I can transfer the money to your account right now. The boutique owner curled his lip. Why are all the nouveau riche like this nowadays? This store is the result of her painstaking efforts and aesthetic sense. It cannot be measured in monetary terms. She dramatically tossed her hair behind her back and pointed to the clothing displays in her shop, saying, Sir, you may not know this, but a professional fashion boutique inevitably embodies the owner's profound aesthetic sensibility. These trendy new clothes that you two are looking at now are all personally selected from overseas by me using my unique aesthetic taste. And look at this Baroque style of decoration. It's the very essence of my artistic soul. I'm so sorry. I can't just give up what's so precious to me like this. The female boss spoke with deep emotion. Yifan really couldn't stand this pretentious attitude of the artists. He quickly interrupted the female boss, saying, "Just tell me the total price first." The entire store's clothing, along with the decor and all the effort I put in, cost roughly 50 million yuan. After the female boss finished speaking, she immediately added, "No matter how much money you can offer, I won't. 10 times the price, one price." The female boss stopped talking abruptly, her expression clearly stunned. He blurted out, "Really? Why would I lie to you? I'll transfer the money to you right now." Yifan took out his phone and added, "By the way, the shop owner has changed. Please fill in the name of the girl next to me later." Yifan used Saya Bank's exclusive online banking service to transfer 500 million yuan to the female boss. Seeing the 500 million yuan that had been deposited into her account on her phone, the female boss's ecstatic expression was all too obvious. She abandoned her previous pretentious attitude and immediately became obsequious and respectful to Yifan. "All right, sir, this shop is now yours." Seeing the female boss's face change instantly, Yifan gained a deeper understanding of the saying, "Money can make the devil turn the millstone." If it can't be pushed forward, it must be because there isn't enough money. Upon hearing the female boss's words, he immediately corrected her. "It's not mine. It belongs to this lady next to me. Hurry up and prepare the contract." Yifan was now focused on seeing what kind of surprise he could get from the 500 million yuan, so he urged them to hurry up. The female boss didn't dare to delay and immediately drafted the contract. Tang Xiao signed it, and it's done. Ding! Detected that the host, a high-value female, has spent 500 million yuan, triggering a critical reward. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 70% of Longxing Precious Metals Company, with a market value of 370 billion yuan and one of its affiliated security companies." Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately became excited. "I never expected that after not spending money on women for so long, I would actually get such a huge response." Guangfa Securities, which previously had the highest market capitalization, was only 120 billion yuan, but now it's 370 billion yuan. Hindi. He immediately deduced that this was due to Tang Xiao's high appearance score of 94 points and the fact that he had spent a lot of money this time. Yifan also noticed that he had been acquired by a precious metals company this time. Those who work in this industry are usually not simple people. Presumably, this security company was specially set up by Longxing Company to ensure the smooth progress of the project. However, Yifan didn't know much more about Longxing Company. He suddenly looked at Tang Xiao beside him. "By the way, Xiao, have you ever heard of Longxing, this precious metals company?" Tang Xiao's expression changed immediately upon hearing the name Longxing. "I think I heard something scary. Brother Yifan, why did you suddenly ask about Longxing? This company is so powerful that no one dares to mention it lightly. Especially in the capital's underworld, they have considerable influence." Listening to Tang Xiao's tone, which was slightly fearful yet full of admiration, Yifan was satisfied. "It seems my new company is really quite good. He now owns more and more businesses, and without his own power, he might not be able to hold on to so many things peacefully for long. Now that we have Longxing, at least we don't have to worry too much about open and covert business dealings." After the contract and paperwork were handed over, the female boss happily grabbed her bag and left immediately. The remaining clothing sales assistants looked at each other, unsure whether they should stay or not. Chapter 99, there are still so many people outside. Seeing the awkward and uncomfortable expressions on the faces of the clothing sales assistants, Tang Xiao promptly offered words of comfort. "It's all right, you can still continue working here. You two go ahead and do your own things now. We'll wander around here a bit more." Only then did the clothing sales assistants finally feel relieved. After thanking Tang Xiao and Yifan, he returned to the vicinity of the cashier, because this store is quite large. As Tang Xiao strolled around, she eventually found herself in a more secluded area. She was happily looking at the room full of beautiful clothes when, turning around, she saw Yifan staring intently at her. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Yi Fan walked towards Tang Xiao in a few steps and put his arm around her waist. They led the person into the fitting room. Tang Xiao was a little shy. Yi Fan, what are you doing? There are still so many people outside. The store was not only filled with sales assistants walking around, but also with several customers buying clothes. Even after Tang Xiao asked the question, the door to the fitting room next door closed. Now Tang Xiao didn't dare to make a sound at all. Yi Fan's lingering gaze clearly told her what he wanted to do. Before long, Tang Xiao's breathing became rapid from being wandered around. Yi Fan gently tugged at the woman's earlobe, which was red and bleeding. Leaning forward, Tang Xiao had a close encounter with the fitting room wall. In the cramped space, Yi Fan and Tang Xiao played together many times. After a while, Yi Fan suddenly felt that the space here was a bit cramped. He leaned down and whispered in Tang Xiao's ear. Miss Tang, why don't we go to the cashier area? It feels more spacious there. After saying that, Yi Fan picked up Tang Xiao, as if he was about to leave immediately. Tang Xiao immediately blushed furiously. There's still so many people outside. If the two of them really go out like that, won't they be on the front page of the news tomorrow? Her parents are still young, and she doesn't want to upset them to death. She quickly stopped her, saying, Brother Yi Fan, wait a minute. Nervousness caused her to unconsciously strain, and Yi Fan's expression became quite interesting. Okay, I'll wait for you. Relax a bit, Yi Fan said with a mischievous grin. Tang Xiao blushed and immediately began to shout instructions to those outside. Laura, let everyone go home early today. Please ask the customers to leave and close the shop immediately. I've finished checking. Is there anything else we need? You can come back to work tomorrow. Tang Xiao spoke haltingly, and her voice sounded very unsteady. However, Laura, the store's supervisor, understood Tang Xiao's arrangements. She was a little puzzled as to why the new shop owner was staying in the fitting room the whole time. And wasn't there a gentleman who came with her just now? Out of humanitarian concern, Laura sensed something was off about Tang Xiao's voice and sent the staff and guests away. They then walked to the vicinity of the fitting room and inquired about Tang Xiao's situation. Miss Tang, I've cleared everyone out. Are you all right inside? Tang Xiao was being teased by Yi Fan at this moment, and she gritted her teeth to suppress a strange groan. It's all right, it's all right. Once you're done, you should leave quickly. Remember to close the shop door and put up the close sign. Oh, okay, I'll be going now. Goodbye, Miss Tang. Laura still finds Tang Xiao's voice a bit strange, but since they all said it was nothing, I naturally had no reason to press them any further. After tidying up, Laura closed the shop door, hung up the sign, and left. Tang Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief in the fitting room. However, the next second, she was carried out by Yi Fan. Yi Fan led Tang Xiao to the large table at the cashier. Now only the two of them remain in the huge store. It was so spacious that you could hear every sound clearly. Therefore, the noise that had been suppressed before was now as loud as if it had been amplified. Tang Xiao could no longer suppress her feelings. Brother Yi Fan, I really love you so much. Okay, if you love me, say more often. I'm listening. Yi Fan didn't respond, but just teased Tang Xiao with a mischievous smile. The interactive games continued until dawn. Not long after he parted ways with Tang Xiao the next day, Yi Fan then received a call from a director of Longxing Precious Metals. Ren Hongjun greeted them with utmost care and respect. Is this Chairman Yi? I am Ren Hongjun, the director of Longxing Precious Metals. We just received news that you have acquired 70% of our group shares. Would it be convenient for you to come to the company headquarters now to complete the handover procedures? Sure, I'm free right now. I'll be there in a bit. Yi Fan's extremely young and powerful voice rang out. Ren Hongjun's already cautious and respectful expression froze for a moment. Because Longxing is a listed company, its shareholding is relatively dispersed. So even though he only had a little over 20% of the shares, he still firmly held the position of the company's largest shareholder. Unexpectedly, 70% of the company's profits were suddenly taken by one person overnight. Moreover, this person even managed to take down the Holy Dragon Gang, which operated under the guise of security company, but actually wielded considerable underground power. It should be noted that although the Holy Dragon Gang had always been used by Longxing, Its leader was not any member of the Longxing board of directors, but this new shareholder, who suddenly appeared and bought 70% of the shares, has now taken over the company. This demonstrates the terrifying power behind it. When Ren Hongjun first received the new shareholder information, he even thought there was something wrong with the information, because the identity of Yi Fan shown above is actually that of a senior student at Imperial University. This is just too outrageous. However, at this moment, Ren Hongjun clearly heard Yi Fan's voice. And only then did I realize that the information was indeed completely accurate. This made Ren Hongjun even more apprehensive. Their attitude towards Yi Fan was so respectful, it bordered on servility. "Yes, Mr. Yi, I'll be waiting for you here." After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan drove quickly to Longxing Company's office building. The all-glass high-end office building soars so high it seems to disappear into the clouds. It stood there steadily. It easily revealed Longxing's supreme status. Ren Hongjun and a group of directors were already waiting at the front desk. Yi Fan stepped through the gate. All the directors turned their attention to it. They were all stunned by Yi Fan's outstanding appearance and temperament. Having seen Yi Fan's photo, Ren Hongjun rushed over. He bowed deeply and said, "Hello, Chairman Yi." Upon hearing this, the other directors followed suit and greeted Yi Fan. The main reason is that none of them have ever seen a picture of Yi Fan. I've only heard that the new chairman is very young. That's why when Yi Fan appeared just now, he had the looks of a movie star. This made them subconsciously feel that someone with such outstanding looks couldn't possibly be Chairman Yi. Otherwise, someone who is young, capable, and has such outstanding looks would have to be even more so. How could there possibly be such a perfect person in this world? Chapter 100. It's an honor to be your secretary. However, the facts speak for themselves. This damn big shot who acquired 70% of the group's shares is invincible. It really was this young man in front of me, whose looks and temperament were outstanding beyond words. Several directors couldn't help but touch their bald heads and protruding beer bellies. Their mentality had completely collapsed. Hello. Although Yi Fan is young, he is now facing a group of directors who are about the same age as his father. He remained completely calm, showing no emotion whatsoever. But thinking about it, it makes sense. They're all big shots of that caliber. Naturally, they don't show their emotions. Several directors immediately laughed at their own naivety and shallowness. Ren Hongjun wiped his sweat and led Yi Fan to the conference room. After the other directors introduced themselves and greeted Yi Fan, Ren Hongjun dismissed them. Next, Ren Hongjun called over several company employees to introduce the company's current operating status and product categories to Yi Fan. After having a better understanding of everything, Yi Fan signed several documents. The handover procedures are now complete. At this moment, Ren Hongjun took out his top-of-the-line black gold bank card from Saya Bank. The card design is more premium than the diamond card Yi Fan previously owned, and the patterns are engraved using a special process. Chairman Yi, it's almost the end of the year, and our Longxing's annual settlement results have been released. This is your dividend for this year's shareholding, exactly 13.2 billion. Please sign for it. Yi Fan accepted the black gold card handed to him by Ren Hongjun. It feels heavy when you hold it in your hand. The quality of the top-of-the-line bank card is definitely different. As the highest-level bank card, the black gold card typically offers the most premium services. For example, when visiting specific locations that partner with the bank, this card allows you to enjoy ultra-premium concierge services, airport lounge access, and hotel accommodations, commonly known as the various privileges that the rich can enjoy. Of course, compared to these so-called privileges, the numbers in the card are the more real and valuable thing. Ren Hongjun observed that Yi Fan was relatively easy to talk to throughout the entire process. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a little. He pressed the intercom again. "Selena, come in." The conference room door opened, and a woman wearing high heels, a tight-fitting V-neck suit jacket, and a pencil skirt with black stockings walked in. She wore frameless glasses, and her neatly tied, low ponytail at the back of her head accentuated her capable and efficient demeanor. The woman's stunning figure was almost bursting out of her tight-fitting work clothes, yet her expression was serious and ascetic. It has a feeling of both ice and fire. "Chairman Yi, this is Selena, the secretary assigned to you by the group." You can ask her to do anything you need. Selena bowed to Yi Fan at the opportune moment and greeted him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Selena. It is an honor to be your secretary." Yi Fan nodded slightly. My gaze swept over the number 91 on her head. This score is a bit low. There are still so many beautiful and high-scoring women around me who haven't finished using it all. Therefore, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention to Selena. Yi Fan thought the procedures were almost complete and was about to leave. Rin Hongjun kept him there again. "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. There are still some things I need to tell you." Rin Hongjun clapped his hands, and a group of men in black suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Each of them was physically strong, but moved with agility. He's clearly an extraordinary martial arts expert. "Chairman Yi, these are the elite guards that the Holy Dragon Gang has dispatched for you. They will only hide around you when you need them, and will never disturb you otherwise." Holy Dragon Gang. Yi Fan recalled that it should be that security company affiliated with Longxing. This name doesn't sound like a security company, and why does it sound so childish? But this is for the best. Now that I have so many identities, if some ignorant person comes up to provoke me every day, I won't have to take action myself every time. That would be so silly. From now on, we can just hand it over to these subordinates to handle. As Yi Fan was thinking, the leader of the men in black suddenly stepped forward and presented him with a ring with a dragon design. "Hello, Chairman Yi. This is the symbol of identity representing the leader of our Holy Dragon Gang. As long as you have this, no matter where the Holy Dragon Gang members are scattered, they will obey your orders." Well, hearing these words, Yi Fan instantly felt even more childish. However, he still accepted the ring. The ring is clearly a high-quality piece, with the dragon depicted on it being incredibly lifelike. The craftsmanship is exceptional. Putting everything else aside, wearing it still gives you a lot of presence and looks quite good. "Okay, I understand." Yi Fan then told the members of the Holy Dragon Gang that he would be attending a high society gathering in a couple of days, and they could follow along. He then left. The day of the meeting with Tang Xiao arrived quickly, because Tang Xiao set off from home with her parents. Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg to the entrance of the large restaurant where the party was being held. Hui, one of Gu Xinghuai's henchmen, was idly watching over his boss's men at the door. Suddenly, I saw a familiar figure. Moreover, he was even more familiar with the car that person got out of. Isn't this the same car that caused the boss to lose his bed at the racetrack last time? And the guy who got out of that car is the same guy who beat the boss and his whole gang half to death at the gas station last time? Unexpectedly, the person who offended the boss twice was the same person. Hui immediately became excited. If he beat this guy half to death and subdues him now, the boss will surely reward him handsomely. Although he was still a little scared of how badly Yi Fan had beaten them last time. But now all the brothers trained by the Gu family themselves are under his leadership. With about 20 or 30 people, we should be able to take this guy down. After making these plans, Hui immediately led his men to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was just finishing reading the second invitation Tang Xiao had sent him to confirm the floor number for the gathering. Just as I was about to take a step, I saw a group of people blocking my way. "Kid, you still remember your grandpa, don't you? I never expected you to be so bold, daring to offend my boss twice." Hui, who was in charge, immediately pointed at Yi Fan and started yelling. Yi Fan caught a glimpse of the Holy Dragon Gang preparing to rush out and made a stop gesture. They retreated and remained inactive. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at Hui. "Did I offend your boss? Then tell me, who's your boss?" Hui had no idea what consequences his words would have. He immediately responded loudly and arrogantly. Chapter 101, Why didn't she meet him first? "You've messed with my boss twice, and you still dare to ask me who my boss is? Listen up. My boss is none other than Gu Xinghuai, the young master of the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. How about that? Hearing my boss's name, you're scared now, aren't you?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. It really was that perverted guy who acted like a hooligan and got beaten up by me. I didn't expect his men to be so forgetful after being beaten so badly by me last time. And now they actually dare to come up and make a fuss. It seems the Gu family is extremely arrogant in the capital. Yi Fan looked at the 20-odd people that Hui had gathered behind him. They're indeed quite robust in physique. Moreover, one could vaguely sense a murderous aura emanating from it. However, for Yi Fan, Dealing with these people was a piece of cake. It's just that nowadays someone else does it for us. Yifan naturally wouldn't take action himself again. Yifan gave a faint smirk and swept his gaze over the arrogant Ahui in front of him with the look of someone looking at a dead man. She then gently turned the ring on her hand. More than 10 members of the Holy Dragon Gang, who had been hiding nearby, suddenly emerged. Before Ahui and his gang of thugs could react, they had already grabbed 2 people each and subdued them. Ahui saw a man in black appear out of nowhere. His expression was so bewildered, as if he had been startled. "No, who the hell are you?" They managed to appear silently and easily subdue the Gu family's well-trained thugs. "What the hell are these monsters? There will be a lot of people coming and going here, so please don't disturb the other guests' enjoyment. These few blind fools can be taken to a corner and dealt with." After Yifan finished speaking, the leader of the men in black immediately nodded emphatically. Ahui saw the men in black expressionlessly leading them and their group away, seemingly without any apparent purpose. Fear instantly surged into my heart. Where are you taking us?" Before Ahui could even ask any questions, they were all taken to an underground corner near the restaurant. The sounds of fists pounding flesh, bones breaking, and screams of agony lingered in the air. After dealing with the troublemakers, Yifan strode briskly into the restaurant. We quickly arrived at the party venue on the 3rd floor by elevator. He entered the venue based on the invitation card given to him by Tang Xiao. I just picked up a glass of red wine from the waiter's plate. He then saw 2 familiar people walk into the party hall. Enai Lingyue and her grandfather, Enai Xiangtian. Yifan walked straight toward the 2 of them. Seeing Yifan walking towards her, Enai Lingyue couldn't help but recall the time she and he embraced in the hotel. Her face started to turn red and hot. I can only force myself to stop clinging to things that don't belong to me. However, just when Enai Lingyue thought Yifan had come to greet her on purpose, she watched as her grandfather excitedly went to meet him. "What a coincidence, Chairman Yi. I didn't expect you to be here today." Enai Xiangtian was very familiar with and appreciative of Yifan's tone. Enai Lingyue was stunned by what she heard. Why does Grandpa not only know Yifan, but also call him Chairman Yi? Does he already know Yifan's identity as the chairman of Baoli or Guangfa Securities? "Grandpa and it's been a long time. You can just call me Xiao Fan. You don't need to worry about those external identities. Let's follow the seniority system this way, which will make us seem closer." Yifan still treated Enai Xiangtian with great respect. Hearing Yifan's words, Enai Xiangtian was deeply moved. "All right then, I'll listen to you. Let's just talk about our relationship. I'm really getting a great deal out of you, Xiao Fan." Yifan just smiled when he heard this. "By the way, Lung Yu, come here for a moment. This is Director Yi, whom I met at the shareholders meeting at Imperial University last time. He is now the largest shareholder of Imperial University, holding 65% of the shares. You should greet him properly." Enai Lingyue was shocked upon hearing this. "What? It's not Baoli or Guangfa, but yet another new identity?" Even with his extensive experience, Grandpa only holds nearly 20% of the shares in Imperial University, and Yifan, in this move, directly controls 65% of the shares. At this moment, Enai Lingyue was far from calm. The man in front of her repeatedly challenged her understanding of the world. A feeling of admiration grew wildly within me. Then, a feeling of regret also crept in. Why didn't she meet him first? Seeing that Enai Lingyue hadn't moved for a while, Enai Xiangtian turned around in confusion. But then he saw his granddaughter with a forlorn expression. "Lung Yu, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and greet Chairman Yi." Enai Lingyue only came to her senses at this moment. He hurriedly said to Yifan, "Hello, Chairman Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Enai Lingyue's mind was still in turmoil. Therefore, he did not intend to reveal to Enai Xiangtian that he had known Yifan for a long time. Yifan understood immediately and raised his wine glass. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Enai." Enai Xiangtian looked at Yifan and his beloved granddaughter. "The more I look at them, the more I feel that they are a perfect match. I was hoping the 2 of them could spend more time together and talk more." At this moment, Tang Xiao's cheerful greeting rang out. "Sister and Grandpa and you've arrived so early." Tang Xiao walked in together with her parents. After greeting Enai Xiangtian and Enai Lingyue, when Tang Xiao saw Yifan in front of them, she almost couldn't resist going over and hugging his arm. Suddenly realizing that her parents were nearby, she quickly stopped herself from taking the step. After Mr. and Mrs. Tang greeted the Ni family, Tang Xiao, then casually approached Yi Fan. He pointed at him and introduced him to his parents. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is the person I mentioned before, the benefactor who helped me secure the collaboration project with Baoli. Mr. and Mrs. Tang looked in the direction of the sound. Yi Fan's youthful and handsome face and extraordinary temperament were evident in their eyes. They assumed Yi Fan was a rising young talent who had a partnership with Baoli. His eyes were full of admiration. Tang's father, Tang Hujing, immediately took a few steps forward politely and extended his hand to shake hands with Yi Fan. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for introducing us to the Tang family and Baoli. May I ask which company you currently work for, sir? Tang Xiao knew that her parents hadn't understood what she meant. They needed to quickly explain Yi Fan's true identity. At this moment, the celebrities at the gathering suddenly became agitated. All eyes turned to Gu Xinghuai, who was coming down from the second floor, groping a woman inappropriately. Chapter 102, Let's Wait and See. That must be Gu Xinghuai, the young master of the Gu family, right? I didn't expect that even though his scandal just broke out, he's still behaving so recklessly. Keep your voice down. You should know that the Gu family's underground influence in the capital is not to be underestimated. And this young master of the Gu family is notoriously vengeful. You'd better watch out or he'll rip your tongue out. Is the Gu family really that powerful? Several newly rich individuals, not yet familiar with the intricate web of powerful families in the capital, asked curiously. Of course, back in the day, the Gu family was at the bottom of the 7 great families. Ever since the decisive and efficient current head of the Gu family, Gu Hanping, took office, he has managed to climb to the top of the 4 major families in just 20 years by relying on the underground forces he cultivated in the capital. Moreover, the Gu family's development momentum has been even stronger in recent years. In fact, the Gu family's assets have already surpassed the Ni family in many aspects, but they are still lacking in seniority and connections. But surpassing the Ni family is only a matter of time. So now, among the 7 great families, apart from the Shangwan family and the Luo family, which are far ahead of the others, the Gu family will probably soon take the top spot among the remaining 5 families. It's clear that many of the celebrities who attended the party were aware of these circumstances. Therefore, although Gu Xinghuai was unrestrained and appeared domineering and difficult to get along with, many celebrities still flocked to him, eager to get to know him and build a connection. The Shangwan and Luo families would not show up at a gathering of this caliber. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Xinghuai completely regarded this place as his home ground. He basked in the adulation of others and never stopped taking advantage of the women around him. Gu Xinghuai was beaming with joy at that moment, his eyes casually glancing around. His face suddenly turned extremely pale. He actually saw that brat he hated to the core here. Gu Xinghuai's gaze was fixed on Yi Fan. A fierce smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, since this guy dared to come here, he's definitely not going to let this kid leave this party hall unscathed today. Gu Xinghuai casually pushed the woman in his arms aside. He then strode over to Yi Fan. Everyone kept a close eye on Gu Xinghuai's movements. Seeing him suddenly walk towards Yi Fan, he was a little puzzled. You brat, you really have some nerve. You actually dared to show your face in front of me today? Gu Xinghuai questioned him with a deliberately provocative look on his face. The Tang couple and the Ni family members all looked surprised. Tang Xiao forgot that Gu Xinghuai would also be at today's gathering. I instantly regretted it to the extreme. How could she forget that her brother Yi Fan had just made an enemy of Gu Xinghuai? What are we going to do now? However, she immediately stood in front of Yi Fan. Gu Xinghuai, what are you trying to achieve by treating the guests here like this? What do you want? Shouldn't Miss Tang know best what I want to do? Last time, I was just casually flirting with a woman. If it weren't for Tang Xiao making a big deal out of nothing, he wouldn't have been harmed so badly by Yi Fan. Now that they're here, no one else would dare to mess with the Gu family. In other words, this brat in front of him has completely fallen into his territory. If he doesn't seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson now, when will he ever get another chance? Moreover, since Tang Xiao saw how badly she was beaten last time, today he's going to make sure the same thing happens to that brat again. Gu Xinghuai stared intently at Yi Fan, then immediately turned and instructed one of his henchmen. Go and call a Hui and all the good family thugs up here right now. Tell them there's something good for them to play with. All right, boss. Gu Xinghuai spoke with smugness, his eyes blazing with arrogance as he looked at Yifan. Upon hearing this, everyone around was so frightened that they took several steps back. Yifan listened to Gu Xinghuai's self-righteous provocation and his final instructions. She smiled faintly. Young Master Gu, it seems you're going to give me a big gift. I'll be waiting to see what it is. Gu Xinghuai was extremely displeased with Yifan's dismissive attitude. You dare to act arrogantly toward me now, huh? The number of thugs I have will scare you to death. You don't really think you can get away unscathed after beating up a few of us amateurs last time, do you? Tang Xiao saw that the situation before her was completely chaotic and dire. He immediately stepped forward and revealed Yifan's identity. Gu Xinghuai, listen to me carefully. Yifan is the chairman of Baoli Real Estate. Are you sure you dare to hurt him? Tang Xiao said this. Mr. and Mrs. Tang looked extremely surprised, and Ai Shantian's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. The other celebrities present were even more shocked. I had indeed heard about the change of ownership of Baoli Real Estate before, but I didn't expect that the new chairman of Baoli would be so young. Yes, Baoli is a company with a market value of over 100 billion. Its strength should not be underestimated. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Gu Xinghuai shook his head and laughed. Tang Xiao, who knows if you made this up to protect this kid? The chairman of Baoli, him? Gu Xinghuai only achieved his status because of his powerful father. He simply couldn't believe that Yifan, who looked like a pretty boy, could become the chairman of Baoli at such a young age. Based on what Tang Xiao had just revealed, Tang's parents naturally deduced that Yifan Baoli's identity as chairman was indeed true. Tang Hajing just came up with the idea of using the Tang family's reputation to explain. And Ai Lingyue suddenly stood up in front of everyone. I can testify. This gentleman is indeed the chairman of Baoli Real Estate. I heard it from Baoli's director, Zhao Tianrui himself. To everyone's surprise, Ai Lingyue, who was always low-key, actually stepped forward at this moment. Moreover, the Ni family's credit has always been widely recognized. If Tang Xiao, this young girl, might say false information because of her immaturity, then Ai Lingyue, who has been the president of the Ni group for several years, is a different story. They would never joke about the Ni family's reputation. The young man who was being harassed by Gu Xinghuai is indeed a director of Baoli Real Estate. Both Miss Tang and Miss Ni spoke up for Baoli's young chairman. They seemed to have a close relationship. Several nosy celebrities immediately started gossiping. When Ai Shantian saw his granddaughter come out to testify, he glanced at her. It seems my granddaughter and Yifan's younger brother have met before. Ai Lingyue saw the look her grandfather gave her, which clearly told her to explain herself properly later. She suddenly felt her face burning and quickly turned her head away. Unexpectedly, she met Yifan's gaze again. This made her heart pound uncontrollably. Seeing that Tang Xiao and Ai Lingyue both came out to testify for Yifan, Gu Xinghuai's jealousy flared up instantly. Damn it! I can never win over these rich young ladies no matter how hard I try. Now this kid is flirting with two people all of a sudden. How could he possibly tolerate this? Chapter 103, I'll reluctantly help you discipline them. Oh, is that so? Even if he really is the chairman of Baoli, so what? Gu Xinghuai withdrew his gaze from Tang Xiao and Ai Lingyue. She glared fiercely at Yifan. It's just a small Baoli group. Your Tang family may covet it, and the Ai family may think highly of it, but our Gu family has nothing to fear. Although Baoli is indeed one of the top real estate companies in Beijing. However, its market value is only about 1/3 of that of the Gu group. If Gu Xinghuai insists on dealing with Yifan, then there's nothing wrong with that. Young man from the Gu family, don't speak too confidently. At this moment, Ai Shantian suddenly stepped forward in full view of everyone. He added, this Mr. Yi is not only the chairman of Baoli, but also the largest shareholder of Imperial University, owning 65% of its shares. I just happened to attend a shareholders meeting not long ago, which is how I had the opportunity to meet Chairman Yi. Ai Shantian's powerful voice rang out. The scene erupted in another uproar. My God, This young man is actually the largest shareholder of Imperial University. That's unbelievable. Yes, the connections behind Imperial University are truly impressive. I never expected that this young man's shares would be more than those of the highly experienced old master and I. Hearing Ni Xiangtian reveal Yi Fan's new identity, the Tang couple were also extremely shocked. They never expected that their daughter would get to know such a powerful figure so quietly. Seeing that Ni Xiangtian also came out to speak up for Yi Fan, Gu Xinghuai's face was now extremely dark. Today, the Tang and Ni families are all standing on Yi Fan's side and opposing the Gu family, right? If he were to be intimidated like this today, wouldn't no one listen to his reputation as the young master of the Gu family from now on? Gu Xinghuai narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. I really didn't expect that you actually have some kind of status. But even if you still have shares in Imperial University, so what? With all those so-called connections, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Everyone here knows just how powerful the Gu family is in the capital's underworld right now. Do you people with such seemingly refined connections really dare to go head-to-head with the Gu family, who are ruthless and predatory? In short, you embarrass our Gu family so much before, I'm going to settle this score with you no matter what. Seeing that Gu Xinghuai not only did not restrain himself in the slightest, but instead directly made a low-class threat to Yi Fan in front of him. Ni Xiangtian's expression was serious. Young man from the Gu family, you should be lenient when you can. Gu Xinghuai glanced at him disdainfully. Grandpa and I, it's best if you don't meddle in this matter. Your Ni family is no longer on equal footing with our Gu family. Gu Xinghuai's words were so arrogant that Ni Xiangtian almost coughed up a lot of anger. Ni Lingyue could tell from Gu Xinghuai's obvious expression that he wouldn't let Yi Fan off easily. He was thinking of releasing the news that he had absolute control of Guangfa Securities. In this way, the combined assets of Yi, Fan Bailey, and Guangfa would at least not be much less than those of the Gu family. This should at least make Gu Xinghuai a little wary. However, before she could speak, the underling that Gu Xinghuai had sent downstairs to fetch someone suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Boss, something terrible has happened. Ahui and his thugs have all been severely injured and can't even move. It was Ahui who struggled to climb back just now, and that's how I learned about the brothers being beaten from him. What? Gu Xinghuai's expression changed drastically. Who the hell is so arrogant as to dare touch someone from the Gu family? I don't know anything about the relationship between Gu Xinghuai and Yi Fan. I just quickly reported the last piece of news that Ahui asked him to bring back. Brother Gray said it was the work of that kid's henchman who provoked you last time. What did you say? Enraged, Gu Xinghuai immediately turned and glared at Yi Fan. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Compared to Gu Xinghuai's furious and incompetent demeanor, Yi Fan was extremely elegant and calm. Young master, go want to give me a big gift, right? I thought I couldn't just leave without giving something in return, so I'm giving you one first. How is it? Do you like it? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow slightly as he answered. He seemed to have everything under control and was in complete control of the situation. The demeanor and temperament he displayed were simply incomparable to Gu Xinghuai's. Besides, it was your dog that started biting people for no reason, so I'll have to reluctantly discipline it for you first. Discipline my ass. Yi Fan, you've really got a death wish. Ye Qinghuai ruwarid angrili. That brat deserved to be taught a lesson today. Now that he has hurt the Gu family again, isn't he just utterly crushing the Gu family's reputation once more? If things continue like this, how can the Gu family maintain any prestige outside? Gu Xinghuai immediately rushed forward, ready to teach Yi Fan a lesson with his fists. Although he couldn't beat this brat last time, but this is a place where everyone is watching, and he doesn't believe that Yi Fan is truly unafraid of the Gu family's power to retaliate. Today, Gu Xinghuai is going to stand here and let everyone see how Yi Fan is brutally beaten down by him. Yi Fan looked up and glanced at Gu Xinghuai, who was rushing towards him, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth. I've never seen someone who, after being beaten up once, would repeatedly provoke me and beg me to beat them up again. Yi Fan seized the opportunity, grabbed Gu Xinghuai's charging fist with one hand, twisted it clockwise, and immediately gave Gu Xinghuai's arm a 180-degree turn. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, rang out. Gu Xinghuai was so contorted that he was unrecognizable. Yi Fan controlled him with one hand, while calmly keeping the other hand behind his back. He appeared to have exerted no effort whatsoever. Young Master Gu, why do you always scream so horribly every time I hit you? You'd better protect your vocal cords more. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to scream anymore if I hit you again next time. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he forcefully bent Gu Xinghuai's arm down and then casually tossed him aside. Gu Xinghuai collapsed to the ground, his arms dangling like a shrimp stunned on a chopping board, struggling for a long time but unable to stand up. Seeing how Yi Fan had turned Gu Xinghuai into this state in just a few moves, everyone present was utterly shocked. However, after a moment, the celebrities present couldn't help but look at Yi Fan and shake their heads regretfully. This director Yi is still too naive. Without underground connections, how could he possibly fight against the ruthless Gu family? That's right. If he had gone along with young Master Ji's wishes and taken a few hits, he might have been able to have a better chance of saving himself. Now that he's injured young Master Gu like this, he's probably completely finished. As everyone was discussing this, they suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Looking back, it was Gu Hanping, the head of the Gu family and father of Gu Xinghuai. Chapter 10 for the man who controls the entire underground world. As Gu Hanping entered the gathering venue, accompanied by 4 imposing bodyguards, he was accompanied by 4 menacing guards. He then saw his son, Gu Xinghuai, lying on the ground with his arms and legs curled up. His dignified and wrinkled face was instantly filled with fury. Who dares to hurt my son? Gu Hanping here. Gu Hanping also truly fought his way through his own era. He possesses an incredibly powerful aura of authority, even without being angry. His question immediately startled several celebrities who had wanted to get a closer look at the spectacle, causing them to take several steps back. However, to the surprise of those around him, Yi Fan's aura was in no way inferior to that of Gu Hanping, who was known for his ruthlessness and powerful presence. When Gu Xinghuai saw his savior arrive, he immediately pointed at Yi Fan and started crying, complaining to Gu Hanping. "Dad, you finally arrived. It's this kid. He's the one who caused the incident at the gas station last time. You have to avenge me." Upon hearing this, Gu Hanping's face turned ugly. Although Gu Xinghuai's scandal last time caused the Gu family to lose face, as the head of the family, he simply disciplined his own son, who had caused the trouble at home. But now his own son has been beaten up like this in such a gathering of celebrities. That would be a blow to the entire Gu family's reputation. Not to mention, this guy was the one who started the scandal that escalated in the Gu family last time. New and old grudges, of course, must all be settled together. Gu Hanping turned to look at Yi Fan, seeing that Yi Fan met his gaze without the slightest fear or flinching. Yi Hanping sneered inwardly. That's quite a bold move. Boy, where did you come from? You dare mess with the Gu family? Do you know what the consequences will be? As soon as Gu Hanping spoke, it was clear that he was going to get serious about Yi Fan. The celebrities present all tacitly dared not utter another sound. And I Xiangtian also felt that Yi Fan's actions just now were a bit impulsive. But he also admired his upright and incorruptible attitude in the face of evil forces. So he took the lead and came to Gu Hanping. "Patriarch Gu, we all witnessed what just happened. It was your son who started this trouble with Chairman Yi. Everything Chairman Yi did was just to protect himself. Now you're meddling in the affairs of these juniors. If word gets out, the Gu family's reputation won't be good." Ni Xiantian spoke tactfully. In reality, this was a message to Gu Hanping. If he really wanted to take action against Yi Fan, the Ni family wouldn't mind helping the Gu family further expand their notorious reputation for bullying others. Clearly, the Ni family is on the side of this kid. Upon hearing the words Chairman Yi from Ni Xiangtian's words, Gu Hanping couldn't help but smile sarcastically. "Uncle Ni, you call this man Chairman Yi, but which company does he actually work for? Let me put it this way. You know Bali Real Estate, right? Xiao Fan is a director there. By the way, he's also the largest shareholder of Imperial University right now." Ni Xiangtian's tone was calm, but one could still hear a hint of appreciation and praise in his voice. Gu Hanping listened to Ni Xiangtian's explanation of Yi Fan's identity. "I was indeed a little surprised. At such a young age, he managed to acquire a leading real estate company like Bali and also holds the largest stake in Beijing University. No wonder this young man wasn't intimidated by him at all. They really do have some skills. However, although this young man's dual identities carry considerable weight in the capital, but they're still a bit far from the Gu family. The main reason is that his son was beaten in front of so many people, and he can't let this go. However, in Ai Xiangtian's words did give him some inspiration. Suddenly, Gu Hanping let out a cold laugh. Uncle and I, you've reminded me. There are some things that don't require the Gu family to get involved personally. At this moment, he went to investigate why Gu Xinghuai's men had not returned with their guards who were there to protect him. He whispered to Gu Hanping that the Gu family's men had been beaten into immobile by Yi Fan's men. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanping instantly flew into a rage, and the murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Yi Fan grew even stronger. He actually had the audacity to mess with so many members of the Gu family. I didn't expect this kid to have so many hidden talents. It seems that the method of using someone else to do the dirty work, which I had originally planned, will have to be used. After all, Gu Hanping represents the image of the entire Gu family. Naturally, he wouldn't act like Gu Xinghuai, directly and rudely causing trouble for Yi Fan. He calmly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Master One, it's me, Gu Hanping. Didn't you say you could help me with something? I need it now. Upon hearing Gu Hanping address him as Master One, everyone present changed their expressions drastically. In particular, both grandfather and grandson and I cast worried glances at Yi Fan with some apprehension. My God, Patriarch Gu actually has a personal relationship with Master One. If Master One gets involved in this matter, then even if Baoli and Imperial University want to cause trouble later, they won't dare to. Patriarch Ji's move is truly leaving Chairman Yi no way out. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The key reason for their reaction lies in the identity of the master when mentioned by Gu Hanping. If Gu Hanping's mere expansion of influence in the underworld propelled the Gu family to the forefront of prominent families within a mere 20 years, it's absurd. Tang Mingwen, who controls the entire underground world of the capital, is someone that even the Shangguan and Luo families dare not disrespect. Not to mention that the organization led by Master Wen also has intricate connections with several top companies in the capital. Seeing everyone's reaction, Gu Hanping's face was full of smug smile. Gu Hanping had already gained inspiration from Yi Fan's two unusual identities earlier. He's not just here to avenge his son. We also need to take this opportunity to teach Yi Fan a lesson and establish our authority over the upper echelons of the capital. That is to let them know that even the chairman of a leading enterprise as powerful as Baoli and the largest shareholder of Imperial University with extensive connections are not immune to such influence. Those who offend the Gu family will also suffer the consequences. The reason he specifically called over Master Wen was to use this opportunity to create momentum. Tell everyone that if you mess with the Gu family, you're making an enemy of the entire underworld. Even if the Gu family just happen to have this opportunity to ask Master Wen for help. But the facts don't matter. What matters is that when word gets out that we've dealt with Yi Fan, it will boost the Gu family's prestige even further. Yi Fan watched as Gu Hanping rambled on for a long time, only to find out that he had actually called for reinforcements. He couldn't help but feel bored and frowned. He pondered whether he should take action himself or simply call up the Holy Dragon Gang. Chapter 105. The situation turned around. Before long, a long, loud throng of footsteps could be heard outside the gathering venue. As soon as the venue doors opened, a middle-aged man in a dark black suit walked to the front. Behind them followed 2 rows of men in black, each with agile and robust physiques, exuding the unique aura of martial artists. Master One, you've arrived. Gu Hanping, who had been so arrogant just moments before, became sullen upon seeing Tang Mingwen, who was in charge. He immediately transformed into a sycophant and rushed forward. Gu Hanping's ability to change his expression so quickly was quite an eye-opener for the celebrities present. However, as they all turned their attention to Tang Mingwen, naturally, they all turned into the same kind of people as Gu Hanping. After all, this is the king of the entire capital's underworld. If you accidentally offend Master One, you might not even know how you died. Tang Mingwen glanced at Gu Hanping indifferently. He looked like he was about to leave after finishing his business. You need my help, where is he? Gu Hanping quickly pretended to be familiar with Tang Mingwen. He immediately pointed at Yi Fan. This is the kid who offended the Gu family. We're sorry to trouble you, Master Wen. Tang Mingwen turned his gaze to Yi Fan. N.I. Xiangtian immediately sensed something was wrong. Tang Xiao and N.I. Lingyue were both extremely nervous at this moment. Yi Fan, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. He looked back at Tang Mingwen, meeting his gaze. This middle-aged man looks to be in good spirits. Moreover, the outfits of the people behind him look strangely familiar. Tang Mingwen located Yi Fan's position. She nodded slightly to Gu Hanping, indicating that she understood. He then led his men to Yi Fan. Looking at the young man in front of him, he seemed completely unafraid of him. Tang Mingwen also found it somewhat novel. It's a pity. I haven't seen anyone my age who dares to look me in the eye in all these years. He was originally a promising talent. However, since the Gu family wants to get rid of him, then the favor he owes to the Gu family ancestors can be considered repaid today. On the other side, Yi Fan felt more and more compatible with Tang Mingwen and his team the more he looked at them. He simply extended his hand to greet him. You must be Mr. Wen? I am Yi Fan. May I introduce myself? Yi Fan's action completely shocked everyone present, causing them to gasp in shock. What the heck is it that he actually took the initiative to ask to get to know Master Wen? Master Wen was specially summoned by Gu Hanping to deal with him. Moreover, it is rumored that Lord Wen dislikes talkative people the most. Last time someone begged for mercy in front of him, what should have been a simple matter of cutting off a finger was distorted into having his tongue pulled out as well. This young Chairman Yi is really doomed. N.I. Xiangtian and the Tang couple quickly discussed and prepared to use their family background to ask Master Wen to postpone his decision. However, before they could even speak, Tang Mingwen's expression suddenly changed drastically, and in front of everyone, he knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Fan. Mingwen greets the gang leader. As Tang Mingwen spoke, the 2 rows of men in black behind him also knelt down in unison, saying, "Greetings, boss." Everyone present watched this scene unfold. They were all completely stunned. Wait, isn't Master Wen here to deal with Yi Fan? Now suddenly a group of people are kneeling down and calling him leader. What does that mean? The celebrities who had only heard of Master Wen's name, but were unaware of how underground organizations operated, were completely baffled. Gu Hanping, who had a good understanding of the underground world, turned deathly pale in an instant. Cold sweat kept seeping from my forehead. Yi Fan was also a little confused by Tang Mingwen's actions. He just wanted to get to know this older man. This uncle kneeling down is quite something, but he calls himself the gang leader. The only gang I can associate with recently is probably the Holy Dragon Gang. As Yi Fan pondered this, he twirled the dragon ring on his hand. Then he showed it to Tang Mingwen. Uncle, are you from the Holy Dragon Gang? Tang Mingwen only realized that Yi Fan was the newly appointed leader of the Holy Dragon Gang when he saw the dragon ring on Yi Fan's hand. Although Tang Mingwen has a great reputation outside, he is not so good behind closed doors. He's just an ordinary high-ranking member of the Holy Dragon Gang. The young man in front of them was the master of the entire Holy Dragon Gang. Tang Mingwen was shocked to realize that he had almost offended the new gang leader. Seeing the dragon ring on Yi Fan's hand again, he could only quickly lower his head in fear. That's right, boss. I'm so sorry I didn't get a chance to go to Longxing to let you know beforehand. I was planning to visit you again sometime, but I never expected it to happen today. Tang Mingwen explained, his gaze immediately shooting fiercely at Gu Hanping. At this moment, Gu Hanping's limbs went completely limp. Oh, I see. Okay, you can get up now. Only after Yi Fan finished speaking did Tang Mingwen dare to withdraw his greeting and stand up again. Yi Fan only realized this at this moment. The power of the Holy Dragon Gang was far greater than he had imagined. Wouldn't that make tonight's situation even more interesting? The situation on the scene changed instantly. While other celebrities were still completely baffled, Tang Mingwen's rebuke of Gu Hanping suddenly rang out. Yi Hanping, I was originally thinking that since I owed your ancestors a favor before, I would help you this time. I never expected you to be so audacious as to provoke the leader of our Holy Dragon Gang. Our boss recently acquired 70% of Longxing precious metals and is very busy. If you keep causing trouble like this, does that mean the entire Gu family doesn't want to stay in the capital anymore? Tang Mingwen's words contained so much information that they raised the level of shock among the audience to a new level. Yi Fan is the leader of the Holy Dragon Gang, and Tang Mingwen even added "we" before Holy Dragon Gang. So, this means that Tang Mingwen, the king of the underworld, is actually Yi Fan's subordinate. And then there's Longxing Precious Metals Company, a super large company with a market value of nearly 400 billion. And Yi Fan actually owns 70% of this company's shares. In addition to his previous investments in Bali Real Estate and Beijing University. Good heavens, what a terrifying elite monster this is. The Tang couple and Tang Xiao were also extremely shocked by this information. Even Ni Xiangtian and Ni Leng Yue, who were used to seeing all sorts of things, couldn't help but swallow hard. Especially Ni Leng Yue, who also knew that Guangfa Securities was also Yi Fan's possession. At this moment, her admiration for Yi Fan was beyond words. In her eyes, Yi Fan was so outstanding that he was no longer human. Ge Hongping never expected this either. This young man wanted to set up a scheme to boost his own prestige. There are so many incredible identities. Despite his many years of hard work, he has only managed to carve out a small niche in the underground world. Before Tang Mingwen revealed the truth, even if he were beaten to death, he would never have believed that this young man was the leader of the Holy Dragon Gang. It's over. Everything is over. Just as Ge Hongping was thinking about how to kneel down and apologize in order to bring more hope to the Ge family. Ge Xinghuai, who had just fainted and been taken to the inner room, heard his subordinates say this after he woke up. Ahui also discovered that Yi Fan was the owner of the Koenigsegg that had beaten him last time. He immediately rushed out of the room, shouting loudly that Ge Hongping should torture Yi Fan a few more times. Chapter 106 is no different from sending the Ge family to their deaths. Dad, you absolutely have to make that brat Yi Fan suffer. After Ge Xinghuai finished shouting, he suddenly realized that Yi Fan was still standing there as if nothing had happened. I was so angry. He immediately limped over to Ge Hongping and complained. Dad, why haven't you made a move yet? Even if I don't lay a hand on him, I'm definitely going to kick him the first time. Just as Ge Xinghuai was about to kick out, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from a palm strike his face. Ge Hongping slapped Ge Xinghuai hard, sending him flying. Ge Xinghuai fell heavily to the ground, further aggravating his injuries. No, Dad, why did you hit me? Hit him instead. At this moment, Ge Hongping was both terrified and furious with his stupid son. You wretched child, how dare you be so disrespectful to Chairman Yi? Get over here right now and kowtow to Chairman Yi to apologize. Ge Hongping then grabbed Ge Xinghuai and forced him in front of Yi Fan, although it pained him to see his son injured. But now there's no other way but to slide on your knees. Ge Xinghuai was in pain all over his body and extremely confused and puzzled. Yi Fan's identity is just one of those too, isn't it? Is this little thing enough to scare my dad like this? Dad, isn't it more than enough for the Ge family to deal with Yi Fan's petty tricks? What's wrong with you, Dad? Seeing that Ge Xinghuai was still rambling and provoking Yi Fan was not surprised. Ge Hongping was extremely anxious at this moment. Having no other choice, he slapped Ge Xinghuai a few more times. He grabbed Ge Xinghuai by the collar and started yelling at him again. Seizing the opportunity, she whispered a warning in his ear. You little brat, you've messed with the leader of the Holy Dragon Gang. Even Master one has to watch his step, let alone the fact that he's also the chairman of Longxing Precious Metals. If you don't want our Ge family to be buried with you, you'd better apologize to Chairman Yi right now, you brat. Hearing the content of his father's words and the fearful tremor in his voice, only then did Ge Xinghuai realize the enormity of his mistake. Yi Fan actually has this kind of identity, no matter how much Ge Xinghuai didn't want to admit it at that moment. He knew that what his father said must be true. When she looked up again at Yi Fan's still calm expression, she realized that he was still the same as before. Ge Xinghuai no longer dared to be as angry and humiliated as before. Instead, a deep sense of fear welled up within me. Chairman Yi, it's all my fault. It was my fault for offending you. Please forgive me this time. Ge Xinghuai kept kowtowing without daring to stop for even a second. Fear kept him from even noticing his head bleeding profusely from being banged on it. Ye fan snorted coldly. Sure enough, these arrogant rich kids, as soon as they realized they had messed with someone stronger than them. They all turned into this bastard-like creature. If Gu Xinghua had been a bit more assertive, Yifan might have thought more highly of him. Now I just find it annoying to see him playing the victim in front of me. Yifan shook his head at Gu Xinghua's cowardly appearance and then directly gave instructions to Tang Mingwen. Take the Gu family father and son out of here. Don't get in my way. You can decide what to do with them later. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinghua was so frightened that he collapsed to the side. Handing them over to Master is no different than sending the Gu family to their deaths. Gu Xinghua was already timid and spineless, and at this moment he burst into tears on the spot. There was not a trace of his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor. Needless to say, Gu Hanping's imposing manner and authority vanished at this moment. Upon hearing this, Tang Mingwen immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yi Fan and replied, "Mingwen obeys. You can relax and enjoy yourself here, boss. Leave the task of dealing with these ignorant and offensive people to me." Tang Mingwen turned his gaze to the Gu family father and son, snorted coldly, and immediately several men in black rushed out from behind him, grabbed the Gu family father and son, and carried them out. The celebrities present all took a deep breath. They dared not make a single extra sound. In the face of the absolutely dominant underground forces, no matter how glamorous or wealthy you appear on the surface, it doesn't matter. If you offend them, you'll be in deep trouble. Not to mention that the Gu family only got to where they are today because they benefited from some underground influence. The Gu family seniority is not even as deep as the three smaller families below them. So Master Wen has even less to worry about when he wants to deal with them. Tang Mingwen and his fellow Holy Dragon Gang members have already led the Gu family father and son to retreat. However, no one at the entire gathering dared to make sound first. Especially those celebrities who were not familiar with Yi Fan and were shocked by his strength today only dared to occasionally cast admiring glances at him cautiously. Keep having fun, everyone. It's a party today, so don't be shy. Yi Fan quickly called out. In an instant, the gathering became Yi Fan's domain. The music started again, and colorful spotlights cast dazzling light and shadow on the dance floor. Seeing Yi Fan's easygoing and unpretentious demeanor, everyone raised their glasses to show their respect before daring to resume their activities. The atmosphere immediately relaxed, and Tang Xiao finally couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring her parents' presence, she ran straight to Yi Fan's side. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her words overflowing with adoration. "Brother Yi Fan, you're amazing. So when you asked me about Longxing that day, you already had it in your possession?" Yi Fan chuckled. "You little girl, you're quite clever." Tang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," again. "My God, Brother Yi Fan, how come your background is like a treasure trove that you can never fully uncover?" Yi Fan chuckled mischievously upon hearing this, and deliberately leaned down to whisper in Tang Xiao's ear. "My identity is impossible to uncover completely, but haven't you and I already become infinitely close?" Yi Fan's teasing voice reached Tang Xiao's ears. This made her blush furiously. She quickly glanced at her parents. Thankfully, they didn't look over at that moment. She quickly punched Yi Fan in the chest. "Ugh, you're kidding me in a place like this." Yi Fan chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. How about you dance with me?" Chapter 107. Wasn't it you who couldn't help but ask that question? Of course we want it. Tang Xiao excitedly agreed. Even if my parents see me dancing in this kind of situation, they won't think there's anything going on between them. So Tang Xiao is very relieved. After Tang Xiao placed her hand in Yi Fan's palm, she followed him into the dance floor. Not far away, Lung Yue's gaze was fixed on the two of them. They also witnessed the intimate banter between the two. It's clear that Tang Xiao and Yi Fan are definitely not just ordinary friends. A bittersweet feeling welled up in Lung Yue's heart. Just as he was feeling depressed, he heard Xiangtian beside him sigh heavily. "My dear granddaughter, I won't ask how you and Xiao Fan met before. But look at Yao Yao now, how proactively she's getting close to him. If you like her, you'd better make your presence known to Xiao Fan more often. With Xiao Fan's strength and wealth, plenty of good girls will like him in the future. Don't just sit there and regret it later." Ni Xiangtian originally wanted to match his granddaughter with Yi Fan. He was surprised when Ni Lingyue spoke up for Yi Fan earlier. That's when they realized that the two children had known each other for a long time. Moreover, judging from the worry on Ni Lingyue's face when Yi Fan was being harassed earlier, Ni Xiangtian knew that his beloved granddaughter probably had feelings for him all along. But now he sees his beloved granddaughter silently watching Yi Fan interact with other girls, while he himself looks so distressed with red eyes. Ni Xiangtian wished he could just push her and make her move towards Yi Fan. Ni Lingyue remained defiant. "Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. I know Yi Fan, but I don't have those kinds of feelings for him." Okay. As long as you can fool yourself, that's fine. Ni Xiangtian sighed helplessly. "You're quite ambitious when it comes to your career, but when it comes to your love life, you're more timid than anyone else." Ni Xiangtian knew that his granddaughter was most susceptible to being provoked, so he deliberately left that sentence behind and went off to chat and drink with his friends. Ni Lingyue sighed sadly, her feelings complicated as she watched Yi Fan and Tang Xiao interact. "Before I knew it, I had downed several glasses of wine in one go." In the center of the dance floor, there were many guests dancing. Yi Fan led Tang Xiao to hide in the very center. He gently placed his hand on Tang Xiao's slender waist. He suddenly pulled his hand away forcefully, making Tang Xiao cling tightly to him. Tang Xiao suddenly felt a heat source, and her face turned red. However, Yi Fan had no intention of letting her go. He then used the act of dancing to whisper in her ear. They were making flirtatious remarks that couldn't be broadcast. Tang Xiao instantly felt her face burning hot. "Yi Fan, don't say these things here, you're teasing me." Tang Xiao blushed as she listened to Yi Fan's whisper. Even the skin on her waist, which Yi Fan was touching and supporting, felt incredibly hot. "If you want me to stop talking, then you'd better figure out a way to wait for me in the car downstairs." Yi Fan chuckled, and as he left Tang Xiao's ear, he lightly bit her earlobe, as if as punishment. Tang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He immediately turned his gaze toward Mr. and Mrs. Tang, who were not far away. That was close. Luckily, Mom and Dad were busy talking to someone. "This brother Yi Fan is getting worse and worse." Yi Fan finished explaining the little secret that Tang Xiao and he had agreed upon. "I went to the restroom by myself first." Tang Xiao quickly patted her face and steadied her breathing. "I was about to lie to my parents in order to leave the party first, so she can go and do some things she loves with her brother Yi Fan." The restroom is located at the corner outside the party venue. Yi Fan washed his hands after using the toilet. He dried his hands with a tissue and was walking out. Then I saw Ni Lingyue leaning against the wall, not far ahead. Her gaze turned to him, as if she were waiting for him. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in confusion, and then saw Ni Lingyue quickly approach him in high heels. "Mr. Yi, how can you be so affectionate with other women outside? How can you do this to Sile?" Ni Lingyue saw Yi Fan and Tang Xiao interacting in the venue. "My mood is getting increasingly suffocated. Before I knew it, I had drunk too much." Once emotions got the better of him, he couldn't help but follow Yi Fan over to question him. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, then suddenly noticed the empty storage room next to him. He grabbed Ni Lingyue and pulled her into the storage room. The cramped space meant that Ni Lingyue could only be held tightly in Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan looked at the woman's rosy face, slightly flushed from the alcohol. He stroked it directly with the back of his hand and teased. "Miss Ni, are you now so concerned about other people's love affairs?" Ni Lingyue looked at Yi Fan, who was so close to her, and her heart was pounding. She quickly turned her face to the side, not daring to look at Yi Fan again. "What do you mean, other people's business?" "Sile. Sile is my best sister." "Oh, is that so? So, Miss Ni, are you really standing up for your good friend, or is it just something I can't help but ask?" Ni Lingyue's little scheme was exposed. She instinctively bit her lip. Yi Fan's guess was actually correct. Although Sile is her best friend, she has a very restrained personality. It is absolutely impossible for someone to confront another party face to face over the sake of someone else's feelings. Although she was a little drunk, she was still very clear-headed. The fact that Yi Fan and Tang Xiao were behaving intimately clearly showed that she was extremely jealous and concerned. However, and Ai Lingyue would never admit it to Yi Fan. She forced herself to turn her gaze back to Yi Fan, unwilling to show the slightest hint of guilt. Of course I'm asking you this because of Sile. Yi Fan looked into the woman's eyes and saw the bluffing that she tried to hide, but couldn't actually conceal. I couldn't help but laugh again. Really? Then why didn't you push me away during our hug at the hotel last time? Yi Fan has been interacting with so many female consumers for so long, although he can't be called a Casanova. However, when he was insecure about his lack of money, he couldn't understand the signals from girls. Now, everything is completely exposed in front of him. One reason is that he has indeed gained more experience. On the other hand, money and status really gave him a lot of confidence. Even if you interpret it forcefully or presumptuously, you don't need to worry about being labeled as delusional. People tend to be tolerant and hypocritical towards those who are rich and powerful. And Ai Lingyue's hesitant and unsure how to explain behavior at this moment proved that Yi Fan's speculation was entirely correct. And Ai Lingyue had no idea how to answer Yi Fan's question. Yi Fan smiled and suddenly lowered his head to get closer to Ai Lingyue's face. Ai Lingyue's heart was pounding as loudly as a drum. She instinctively closed her eyes. Chapter 108: The Unremarkable Konisek. The imagined kiss did not happen. Yi Fan chuckled and turned his head away. Ai Lingyue opened her eyes, bewildered. She noticed that Yi Fan's eyes were full of teasing as he looked at her. Miss Ai may not be willing to admit it, but her body language seems to welcome my approach, doesn't it? Ai Lingyue felt both shy and angry at being teased. By the way, Ms. Ai, Sile and I are just ordinary friends, so it's not your place to question me. Yi Fan's words instantly made Ai Lingyue feel even more embarrassed. However, if Miss Ai really has other feelings for me, I would welcome them. After saying his shameless words, Yi Fan opened the door to the storage room and left. He said those things just now on purpose, intending for Ai Lingyue to hear them. The usually aloof and proud female CEO has fallen for him. She even transformed into a hypocritical woman in front of him. Perhaps it's because of man's strange desire to conquer. Yi Fan suddenly really wanted to see it. To what extent is Ai Lingyue willing to do anything for him? After Yi Fan left, Ai Lingyue was finally able to breathe heavily. The scene where my thoughts were completely transparent in front of him was still vivid in my mind. This man is far too dangerous. However, Ai Lingyue couldn't help but become more and more attracted. On the other side, Tang Xiao made up an excuse to her parents that she had urgent homework to do back home, and then went downstairs to the Koenigsegg restaurant. Thinking about the excuse I just made up, Tang Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ever since she got together with Yi Fan, she's had so much homework to do with her parents. However, she does have homework to do later. Tang Xiao recalled some embarrassing scenes. They were eagerly anticipating Yi Fan's arrival. Suddenly, I felt someone kiss me on the face. Turning her head, she saw Yi Fan looking at her with a smile on his face. She quickly reached out and punched him, feeling both shy and nervous. This is right in front of the restaurant. There's so many people coming and going. What if someone sees us? Tang Xiao was pouting coquettishly. Yi Fan caught the little pink fist that reached out to punch him. Then Tang Xiao was pulled into the car by Yi Fan. The car door closed, and Yi Fan stepped on the gas, taking the two of them to a grassy park not far away. The Koenigsegg was parked quietly on the side of the road. The cool car model inevitably attracted the attention of many passersby. However, what they didn't know was, what was happening inside the car at this moment was far more explosive and attention-grabbing. The enthusiasm that had been ignited halfway through in the party dance floor. It then spread rapidly in Koenigsegg. Yi Fan's large hand caressed Tang Xiao's delicate skin, bringing a soft and hot touch. He watched as she looked dazed and her body trembled uncontrollably before him. Yi Fan couldn't help but say, "You're so I like you so much." Encouraged, Tang Xiao overcame her previous shyness. She twisted her waist vigorously. "Brother Yi Fan, I'm glad you like it." The night was as fiery as fire, and both of them were overjoyed. The next day, Tang Xiao went to school. Yi Fan sat in Koenigsegg, recalling the events of last night. It was enjoyable. The problem is that Koenigsegg's internal operations are somewhat constrained. The main reason was that Yi Fan himself was also getting tired of the car. If it were him in the past, he would have been able to get a car like this. That would definitely be a treasure for a lifetime. But now he's so rich. My horizons are also constantly expanding. Naturally, the more Koenigsegg looked at it, the more unremarkable it seemed. So Yifan decided to buy a new car to drive. Yifan stepped on the gas and arrived at the car dealership where Xiao Shitting worked. It's been a while since I've seen this girl. I have to admit, I miss it a little. Koenigsegg arrived at the car dealership. Xiao Shitting, who was still dealing with the contract at hand, just looked up. Seeing the familiar car almost brought tears to my eyes. She immediately dropped the contract in her hand and ran out. She rushed up and hugged Yifan as soon as he got out of the car. A sob came out immediately, and tears streamed down her face. Mr. Yi, we almost thought you would never come to see us again in your life. Yifan could only gently pat the woman in his arms to comfort her. How could that be? I could forget anyone but you. Xiao Shitting looked up, her eyes blurry with tears. Mr. Yi, are you serious? Of course it's my fault. I'm always busy. Then Mr. Yi, you don't need to blame yourself. I can understand that a successful person like you doesn't have much private time. I'm not an unreasonable woman. After being coaxed by Yifan for a couple of times, Xiao Shitting immediately took the initiative to help him make amends. That's what makes Xiao Shitting so good in Yifan's eyes. The sense of proportion was handled very well. If she doesn't throw any tantrums at all, she'll seem too submissive, and Yifan will find her boring. If someone acts out and makes a scene, it will only make others feel exhausted. With Mr. Yifan's status and wealth, he could have any woman he wanted. If she really messes things up and leaves, Xiao Shitting will have nowhere to turn to cry. The store sales staff noticed the two embracing and talking intimately. Each and every one of them was extremely resentful and envious. I originally thought that Mr. Yi hadn't come for so long because this vixen Xiao had fallen out of favor with him. I didn't expect this bitch to be so good at playing the victim in front of Mr. Yi. Exactly. I bet if she didn't have that face, she wouldn't know how to seduce these powerful and wealthy people. The salespeople were incredibly jealous. However, what they didn't know was Xiao Shitting was indeed qualified to stay by Yifan's side precisely because of her face. Yifan had given these sales opportunities before. However, their looks didn't meet the threshold for the cashback bonus, so there was nothing he could do. After cuddling for a while, Xiao Shitting and Xiao Shitting then welcomed Yifan inside. Hearing Yifan say that he came to buy a car, she also told her to get the most expensive one possible, and Xiao Shitting immediately led Yifan to a spot covered with a black cloth on the car show platform. Mr. Yi, you've come at just the right time today. Our dealership recently went through a lot of trouble to acquire a Lycan Hypersport to boost our reputation, and I think this car will definitely meet your requirements. After Xiao Shitting finished her introduction, she immediately lifted the black cloth. A bright red, cool supercar appeared in front of Yifan. Yifan looked pleasantly surprised. He'd seen this car before. Isn't it the car from the movie Fast and Furious? Chapter 109, Aren't all cars under 1 million yuan toy cars? In Furious 7, the male lead drove a red supercar and performed a cool scene of flying over 3 Abu Dhabi skyscrapers. That scene, even now, still excites many movie fans. And that red supercar, destined to go down in film history, was now quietly and impressively displayed before Yifan. Yifan couldn't resist taking a few steps forward to touch and experience Lycan's unique charm. He felt every cell in his body tremble involuntarily. This is truly the supercar among supercars. Yifan immediately made a decision. He had to get this car. Xiao Shitting watched, as Yifan seemed quite satisfied with Lycan. She was overjoyed. Only 3 of these Lycan motorcycles were ever made worldwide. The headlights are made of platinum, diamonds, and sapphires, each worth at least several $1,000,000, making it arguably the most expensive and prestigious sports car in the world. Not to mention, he also has the imposing title of Son of the Wolf. This is the perfect match for a successful and exceptionally outstanding man like Yifan. Yifan nodded in satisfaction and was about to get into the car to experience it. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Who gave you permission to touch our dealership's prized possession? A woman with a strong perfume scent and messy makeup rushed over. But the moment she saw Yifan, she was immediately stunned. I never expected him to be such a handsome guy. Guan Jiu muttered something to herself, then raised her chin and looked at Yifan again. All right then, I've taken a liking to you, so I'll let you off the hook for touching our store's prized possession earlier. After Guan Jiayu finished speaking, she confidently tossed her hair. Yifan looked at the woman's 77 points in looks and her obviously apologetic expression. She said calmly, "But I don't fancy you." "You." Guan Jiayu looked shocked that she had been rejected. He then snorted coldly, resuming his arrogant demeanor, and said, "Handsome, I think you're not aware of the situation. My dad is the big boss of this car dealership. That means the person standing in front of you is an incredibly wealthy woman." Guan Jiayu said confidently, "How about this? If you agree to date me, you can pick any car in the dealership that costs around 1 million, and I'll buy it for you. How about that? Is that enough to make your heart flutter?" Yifan listened to Guan Jiayu's long-winded explanation, but in the end, all he could come up with was a car worth 1 million yuan. Yifan would be ashamed to give a car in this price range as a gift. That's it? Cars under 1 million yuan are all toy cars. Are they really worth bragging about to me like this? Yifan shook his head dismissively, looking like he couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Guan Jiayu. His reaction completely stunned Guan Jiayu. Are cars under 1 million considered toy cars? Is this handsome guy all right? Guan Jiayu wanted to continue bothering Yifan, but Xiao Shitting quickly stepped in to help. "Ms. Guan, Mr. Yi is a very important customer of our store. We hope you can prioritize the interests of the car dealership and stop bothering him." Guan Jiayu was immediately displeased upon hearing this. "What do you mean? What do you mean by prioritizing the car dealership's interests? Xiao Shitting, you don't think that just because you have the best sales performance in the car dealership, you can boss me around like a spoiled princess, do you?" Seeing Xiao Shitting subconsciously moving closer to Yifan, Guan Jiayu was immediately consumed by jealousy. "Who do you think you are, standing here like this? You actually dare to seduce customers right in front of me, huh? I'll teach you a lesson today and show you who the real mistress of this car dealership is." After Guan Jiayu finished scolding, she immediately reached out to slap Xiao Shitting across the face. "Yifan Fronit. This woman has been babbling and acting crazy for ages, and that's fine. Now you actually want to mess with this woman? Can he tolerate this?" The next second, Yifan grabbed Guan Jiayu's wrist as she swung it down. Then, as if he had encountered something dirty, he pushed the person away. Guan Jiayu lost her balance and fell to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. She looked up in disbelief and questioned, "You dare hit me? You actually dared to hit me on my own turf?" After Guan Jiayu finished questioning him, she immediately started crying and making a scene on the ground. Just then, Guan Shichong, the owner of the car dealership, walked in and saw his beloved daughter fall to the ground. She immediately rushed over, feeling distressed. "Who the hell dared to touch my daughter? Dad, you finally arrived. That Xiao Shitting from the shop, she actually colluded with outsiders to bully me. Look at all the scrapes and bruises I've gotten from falling." Upon hearing this, Guan Shichong immediately turned around, ready to reprimand Xiao Shitting and the guest who had injured her daughter. However, the moment he turned his head and saw Yifan's face clearly, his face turned deathly pale instantly. "Oh my God, isn't this the same Yifan, the chairman he saw at the party yesterday, who can command Master One and the entire Holy Dragon gang, and who also owns 70% of Longxing Precious Metals Company?" He still vividly remembers the scene of the Gu family being dealt with yesterday. Good heavens, now that their daughter has offended Chairman Yi, the Guan family is doomed in no time. Guan Shichong was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. Guan Jiayu started crying and making a fuss again when she saw that her father was not settling accounts for her. "Dad, what are you standing there for? Grab this guy and beat him up, then fire that bitch Joe." Smack! A resounding slap echoed. It turned out that Guan Shichong had slapped Guan Jiayu hard in front of everyone. Guan Jiayu's face quickly became red and swollen on one side, and her face was also turned to one side by the slap. She covered her face and turned around in shock. "Dad, why did you hit me?" The other sales staff who were there to watch the spectacle were completely baffled. They had seen Guan Jiayu's arrogant and domineering behavior in the car dealership many times before. The reason she dared to act so recklessly was because Guan Shichong had a daughter late in life, and he doted on her to the core, and now Guan Shichong has actually slapped Guan Jiayu across the face. To them, this was as rare as the sun rising in the west. Guan Shichang felt both guilty and heartbroken for his daughter at that moment. But he also knew that if he didn't do this, the Guan family members are doomed. Guan Shichang quickly and discreetly glanced at Yi Fan's expression. His expressionless face startled him once again. He could only rush up and slap Guan Jiayu on the other side of her face again. This time the blow was even stronger, causing her mouth to bleed. He also sternly rebuked, "You wretched creature! Do you even know who this distinguished guest standing before you is? This is Chairman Yi of Longxing Precious Metals, a company with a market value of nearly 400 billion. How dare you be so audacious as to offend Chairman Yi?" Chapter 1:10 It's Their Own Fault. As soon as Guan Shichang said this, the entire audience was shocked. Then came an endless silence. Several customers who were choosing vehicles on their own stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. She suddenly turned her head to look in Yi Fan's direction, not to mention the sales staff who had been merely observing from the sidelines. At this moment, his mouth was wide open, as if his jaw had been dislocated and he couldn't close it. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Boss Guan, said Mr. Yi, is the chairman of Longxing Precious Metals. My God, and Longxing Company's market value is nearly 400 billion. Doesn't that mean Mr. Ye's wealth is absolutely explosive? I just learned about Mr. Ye's position as chairman of Jinjiang Group last time, and in such a short time, he's already taken over Longxing from 50 billion to 400 billion. That leap is just too frightening. Exclamations of surprise rang out continuously. The female saleswomen were now extremely unwilling to accept this. Such a high-quality, eligible bachelor is right in front of us, and he's appreciating in value at such an incredible rate. But he can't be his own. The female saleswomen grew angrier the more they thought about it, and the glares they shot at Xiao Shitting looked like they wanted to devour her. Xiao Shitting was standing next to Yi Fan at this moment. So when Guan Shichang revealed Yi Fan's new identity, she was among the first to be shocked by the news. She is now completely unable to speak. She knew Yi Fan was outstanding, which was why she followed him without hesitation from the very beginning. But she didn't expect that Yi Fan's excellence was simply endless. At that moment, she truly felt that God was very kind to her. It's incredible that she was able to meet Yi Fan at such a prime age, and she was fortunate enough to catch his eye and receive so much love and care from him. How could she not be completely captivated by him? When Yi Fan heard Guan Shichang's introduction of him and the admiring discussions of others, he simply raised an eyebrow slightly. So this person was at the party last night, too. That's great. He didn't need to say anything more. Guan Shichang already knew what to do. Guan Shichang noticed that Yi Fan's expression seemed to have eased. A surge of joy filled my heart. It seems this trick really works. He glanced at Guan Jiayu, who was still sitting on the ground. At this moment, Guan Jiayu's face was swollen like a steam bun. At the same time, upon learning Yi Fan's identity, she was shocked and terrified to the extreme. Guan Shichang was extremely reluctant, but without the slightest hesitation, he slapped Guan Jiayu several more times. What are you standing there for, you wretched child? Hurry up and apologize to Chairman Yi. Guan Jiayu was in pain and scared, so she could only cower and move in front of Yi Fan. He couldn't stop bowing his head. I'm so sorry, Chairman Yi. I know I was wrong. I was so blind to offend you. Please forgive me. Guan Jiayu's face was so swollen that she could barely speak. Yi Fan felt he had vented his anger on Xiao Shitting enough. He just gave a cold snort. However, since Yi Fan did not give a clear instruction, Guan Jiayu did not dare to get up. She decided not to bother her father anymore and started slapping herself, not daring to stop at all. Yi Fan ignored him and suddenly changed the subject. Mr. Guan, I want to buy your car dealership. Give me a price now. These words immediately left everyone in the room puzzled. Why is Mr. Yi suddenly wanting to buy a car dealership again? Guan Shichang didn't want to sell the car dealership, but the person who's proposing to buy it now is Chairman Yi. Not to mention that his daughter had offended someone. He could only seize this opportunity to make amends. Guan Shichang quickly replied, No problem, Chairman Yi. How about this? My car dealership has a total value of about 53 million. I'll round it down for you. You can take it for 50 million. The Guan family wasn't exactly wealthy or powerful. He lost 3 million for no reason, and his heart was bleeding. To everyone's surprise, Yifan's expression did not improve upon hearing this. Instead, he frowned slightly. Guan Shichong immediately panicked. No, Chairman Yi, I misspoke. Actually, it doesn't need to be that much money. You can take the 45 million. Guan Shichong tried his best to appear relaxed. In reality, I was so heartbroken I couldn't breathe. Yifan raised an eyebrow at Guan Shichong's self-righteous appearance and said, There's no need to round it down. I like to round it to the nearest whole number for convenience. Here's the deal, 60 million. I'll transfer it to you right now. Although Yifan shouldn't have given this advantage to the Guan family in the first place. However, Yifan wanted to buy the car dealership for Qiao Shitting. Of course, the more you spend, the better. At this moment, the other female saleswomen and customers who heard Yifan's offer couldn't help but admire and worship him even more. Mr. Yi was just treated like that, and now he's repaying evil with kindness. He's buying this car dealership for a full 7 million more than the original price. My God, what kind of magnanimity does one need to achieve this? That's right. No wonder Mr. Yi is so successful now. With such a good character, it's no wonder that these corporate groups belong to him. Guan Shichong was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yifan's words. He didn't expect that Yifan would not only not take advantage of his misfortune, but would also give him so much more money. Guilt and gratitude welled up in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Thank you so much, Chairman Yi. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach that girl a lesson when I get back, and make her deeply reflect on the mistakes she made. If Guan Shichong's reprimand of Guan Jiayu was intended to exonerate his family, then, but at this moment, every word he said came from the bottom of his heart. He also realized that he could no longer indulge this child's lawlessness. After all, not everyone could be as kind-hearted as Mr. Yifan. Yifan had no idea that he had unintentionally corrected Guan Shichong's erroneous educational concepts. Hearing Guan Shichong's assurance, he simply nodded. Then they urged him to prepare the contract and make payment to Guan Shichong. 60 million was transferred out of the bank card account. Looking at the contract Guan Shichong handed him, Yifan simply raised his chin and pointed in Qiao Shitting's direction. You can have Shitting sign this contract. My car dealership was originally intended to be sold to her anyway. These words shocked everyone present. They were instantly stunned into complete silence once again. It wasn't until a minute later that various gasps and sounds of envy and jealousy began to rise. What? Mr. Yi said the car dealership is going to buy it for Qiao Shitting? The car dealership that paid 60 million in full will be given to Qiao Shitting? Does that mean she's going to be the new owner of our car dealership? Chapter 111, they want to repay you. Qiao Shitting, who was involved in the incident, was equally shocked. She turned to look at Yifan in disbelief. In addition to the pearl necklace he bought for himself last time, this man has actually spent over 100 million on her. Mr. Yi, I'm not worth you going to such lengths for me. Qiao Shitting was deeply moved. What makes her so deserving of Yifan's affection? Yifan simply chuckled and patted her head. Of course it's worth it. A lovely and considerate woman like you is more than worthy of my doing this. Just now, Boss Guan's daughter was shouting that she was the lady of the house, so I'll just have to show her who the real lady of the house is now. Although the main reason was that Yifan himself wanted to trigger the critical hit reward. However, the woman he protects should not be allowed to be bullied by others. Qiao Shitting never expected that Yifan would buy the entire car dealership for her just for this reason. How could Mr. Yi be so considerate to her? Not only Qiao Shitting, but also the other female sales staff and customers watching were completely captivated by Yifan's words. My God, are there really such rich, handsome, and considerate men in this world? Xiao Jian, Sister Shitting is so lucky. Several female saleswomen were so jealous that they almost blurted out that they were going to curse Qiao Shitting again. It was only in a moment that they realized she was about to become the owner of the car dealership, and now they wouldn't dare to say a word to her even if they had 100 lives. The female customers, too, felt a sense of loss watching their boyfriends next to them talking about buying cars. Look at you, you've been bragging to me for almost a month about buying a car worth a few $100,000. While he just bought an entire car dealership for his woman in one go. I really don't know what hope I can have with a man like you. After the female customer finished speaking, she angrily threw a tantrum and ran away. The male guest could only hurry after him, his gaze towards Yi Fan filled with a mixture of bitterness and anger. What the hell is going on? Because of Yi Fan's lavish spending, he unintentionally broke up several couples. After Qiao Shitting gave Yi Fan a kiss in front of everyone, she took the initiative to do so. He then took the contract and signed his name. Ding! Detected that the host, a high-value female, has spent 60 million yuan, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 60% of the shares of Yuantong Express Group, a company with a market value of 50 billion yuan. Wow, not bad. Now there are logistics and courier companies too. What surprised Yi Fan was that Yuantong Express's market value was actually quite high. After the ownership contract and paperwork for the car dealership were handed over, Guan Shichong and Guan Jiu bowed and apologized to Yi Fan again before daring to leave. The female saleswomen who used to dislike Qiao Shitting all the time could only quickly accept the fact that she had become the owner of the car dealership. Their faces were all plastered with fawning and flattery. He acted as if he was on good terms with her and obeyed her every whim. But Qiao Shitting knew that this face and dignity were earned for her by Yi Fan. After the interlude ended, Yi Fan turned his gaze to Lycan on the exhibition stand. Qiao Shitting understood immediately and quickly prepared a car purchase contract with a huge discount. Mr. Yi, there's only one of these cars in China right now. The total cost of all the miscellaneous expenses would have brought the price to nearly 120 million yuan. Although this car dealership is now registered under my name, in my heart, you are the rightful owner here. So, I've already given you the maximum internal discount for this car. The original price was 100 million. Mr. Yi, you could just pay that price too. Qiao Shitting explained with a smile. Although Yi Fan is very rich, but as a qualified and intelligent woman, she must help him save money where possible. Yi Fan frowned it. Shitting, that's not how it's said. I'm selling this car dealership to you, so you just need to focus on being a good boss. Calculate the price exactly what you want, and don't shortchange me a single penny. He chose the most expensive one just to spend more money. If there's a discount, why doesn't he just buy one of the less expensive cars? This is delaying his rebate. The others naturally had no idea why Yi Fan wanted to buy the expensive sports car. It's astonishing that Yi Fan, a successful person with so much capital, doesn't have the bad habit of trying to exploit others and take advantage of them. This once again overturned their negative perceptions of certain elite groups. Do men like this really exist? He truly exists, and he's standing right in front of us, but we can only look up at him from afar. The saleswomen's eyes were red. Every glance at Yi Fan brought a pang of heartache and pain. I might as well find something to do to numb the pain of unrequited love. Seeing Yi Fan's insistence, Qiao Shitting naturally stopped trying to persuade him. Quickly and efficiently complete the car purchase contract for him. Ding! You have spent 120 million yuan. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10x rebate and received 1.2 billion yuan in rebates. Yi Fan clicked his tongue as he listened to the announcement. So numbers. But something is better than nothing. After a final inspection of the Lycan Hypersport by professional mechanics, Yi Fan then took Qiao Shitting for a drive. The sales team was left watching Lycan's departing figure with reluctance before continuing their arduous work as employees. A cool red supercar sped along the main road of the capital city. Everywhere they went, they inevitably attracted the attention of a large number of passersby. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Isn't that the Lycan Hypersport that the male lead drove in Fast and Furious? Wow, it's true. I heard this car is incredibly expensive and difficult to obtain. I never imagined that we wealthy people in our great China would be driving one now. Several girls who caught a glimpse of Yi Fan's profile inside the car couldn't help but grab each other and scream. Driving such a cool supercar, and the owner is also so handsome. Wow, this is just too tempting. Inside the car, Yi Fan was thoroughly enjoying the refreshing feeling of the street breeze blowing against his face. The occasional envious exclamations from passers-by further lifted his spirits. Luxury cars, sometimes it's all about the prestige they bring. Yi Fan drove his Lycan around the main roads of the capital city several more times. Qiao Shitting had been preparing her words all the way, but she finally couldn't help but blurt them out as Yi Fan's car gradually slowed down. Suddenly, Her fair face turned red. Her delicate hand gently rested on Yi Fan's leg. "Mister, you stood up for me so much just now, and even bought me my whole car dealership. I wanna repay you properly, okay?" Chapter 112. Only the new supercar can teach him a lesson. Seeing Xiao Shiting's shy and bashful expression, Yi Fan understood immediately. He smirked mischievously. Then they parked the Lycan on a deserted beach nearby. Then, before Yi Fan could make a move, Xiao Shiting took the initiative to loosen Yi Fan's clothes below. She bent down and began to meticulously prepare for him. Yi Fan looked up at the sea view directly in front of him through the windshield of the Lycan. He would touch Xiao Shiting's hair from time to time. My mood and body felt as refreshed and invigorated as the surging waves before me. After repaying her kindness, Xiao Shiting was incredibly shy. After getting up, he looked as if he didn't dare to look at Yi Fan again. Yi Fan chuckled and simply pressed a button to fold down the passenger seat. Xiao Shiting was caught off guard by this turn of events and instinctively gasped in surprise. "Next, it's my turn to eat you." Yi Fan deliberately said something inappropriate to tease Xiao Shiting. Then he covered her with his whole body. The tide surged along the coast, with wave after wave of seawater surging up. The rhythm of the scene unfolding inside the car inexplicably overlapped with its own. After a long while, Xiao Shiting rested on Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from my mother. "Xiao Fan, isn't it almost time for your winter break? Don't rush home yet." Hanji's parents said that their freshman class will have to undergo military training for a while before they can go home. Since you're in the same school, you can stay a few more days. When the time comes, you could take Hanji home with you. It'll save her from the safety and trouble of going home alone. "Yes, mother. Whatever you say goes." Guo Sui gave a few more instructions, and then happily hung up the phone. Actually, she had her own selfish reasons for having her son bring the Luo family girl back. My own brat is almost graduating from college. I haven't seen a single girlfriend yet. Several of her friends' children are already talking about marriage before they've even graduated from university. I'm just waiting to get my diploma as soon as I graduate from university. Yi Fan, that brat, is still living a carefree life. At this rate, when will she and her husband ever get to hold their grandson? It just so happens that she has met Hanji a few times. She is pretty, gentle, and very polite. She is a decent and good girl. Moreover, she and Luo's mother have been good friends for many years. She had discussed it with the Luo family, and they also felt that since the two families knew each other well, it would be a good thing to bring the two children together, as it would strengthen their ties. They all agreed to let the two children spend more time together first. Thinking of this, Guo Sui was overjoyed. It's as if I can already see myself holding my beloved grandson in my imagination. Then, grinning with his big teeth, he happily went to play mahjong with his neighbor. After dropping Xiao Shiting off at the car dealership, he let her drive her Koenigsegg back to the Yunhai one-day garage and leave it there. Yi Fan drove the Lycan back to Imperial University. The moment the red supercar entered the campus, it left all the students passing by speechless with astonishment. Holy crap, another luxury car? This one looks even cooler than the previous Koenigsegg. Wow, this car is so cool, and it looks kind of familiar. Yi Fan's racing skills were exceptional, so his car sped past on the school road. The students passing by were too amazed to even recognize what kind of supercar it was. Yi Fan drove directly to the vicinity of the freshman military training field. The students, who were originally listless and miserable under the scorching sun, were now shivering. Upon seeing Lycan's appearance, everyone became incredibly excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. My God, how could such a cool supercar have come here? Wait a minute, this car looks so familiar. Oh my God, could it really be the one I remember? Several male classmates who knew all about luxury cars were completely flustered at this point. Everyone's face was flushed with excitement, as if their blood had boiled. It really is that car, the Lycan Hypersport that traversed 3 skyscrapers in Fast and Furious 7, and it's the exact same red color scheme. That's unbelievable. I remember there were only 3 of these cars in the world, and now one of them has already been bought by someone from our school. My goodness, did you see those headlights that sparkle like diamonds? They're really made of gemstones and diamonds. One headlight alone costs millions. Other students who initially just thought the sports car was cool were surprised when they heard a few male students explain it to them. They were all instantly shocked beyond words. The headlights alone cost millions. Then the price of the entire car must be an even more terrifying figure. It's more than terrifying. I'm afraid you'll die of fright if I told you. This Lykan Hypersport is said to be among the most expensive supercars in the world. To buy this car, you need at least 100 million. What? All the students present were shocked to hear this incredible number. Everyone was so surprised that their jaws started to chatter. 100 million? Use it to buy a supercar? How incredibly wealthy must this car owner be? Do you think the car owner is a student or a teacher? I bet it must be some accomplished professor, or maybe a high-ranking shareholder or executive at the university. It's just unrealistic for a college student to buy this car. That's not necessarily true. Aren't there plenty of rich kids in Beijing? The owner of that Koenigsegg was a senior in college, wasn't he? A car-savvy guy overheard someone mention Koenigsegg owners. He immediately curled his lip and became disdainful. That Koenigsegg is indeed quite nice, but it only costs a little over 20 million. This Lykan is 5 or 6 times more expensive. Now that Lykan has appeared, that Koenigsegg can only take a back seat. Several boys who had previously been unhappy with Koenigsegg owner Shinhao for showing off at school quickly chimed in. Exactly. What's a Koenigsegg compared to that? If the owner of that car knew Lykan was at school, he probably wouldn't dare drive his junk around like that again. That's why young people always have to use luxury cars to show off. Now, they're just getting beaten up by the really rich professors and shareholders at the university. Several male classmates, after making sarcastic remarks, looked extremely smug. So what if Koenigsegg was once in the limelight? Now, they can only be taught a lesson by the new top-tier supercars. Chapter 113 came specifically to find her. Despite the mockery, everyone's eyes remained fixed on the Lykan Hypersport. Yifan was naturally unaware of this. He had only appeared briefly. The freshmen outside were buzzing with discussion because of his presence. Yifan opened the car door and got out. His handsome and refined appearance appeared before everyone. He scanned the group of students in front of him, searching for Luo Hanji. Wow, this car owner is so handsome and has such a great presence. No wonder he can afford a supercar worth hundreds of millions. He's so handsome, and he looks so young. Does our school have professors and shareholders who look like that? The girls were very excited and quickly started exchanging information with each other. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out from the crowd. A boy pointed at Yifan with an incredulous expression. Wait a minute, the owner of this Lykan is the owner of the Koenigsegg himself. There's absolutely no mistake. I've seen him picking up and dropping off the school beauties in his Koenigsegg so many times before. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yifan with a change in expression. They were immediately met with a remarkably unanimous shock. The boys who had previously made sarcastic remarks about Koenigsegg being inferior were now all looking completely astonished. What? He's the owner of the Koenigsegg? In other words, not only does the Koenigsegg worth over 20 million belong to him, but now he's gone even further by buying a new Lykan Hypersport worth just over 100 million. Wow, just how rich must they be? Several students realized what was happening. He immediately launched into a tirade of mockery at the group of people who had previously made sarcastic remarks. That's hilarious. Someone was just saying that Koenigsegg owners won't dare to drive around in public anymore. Of course they won't drive Koenigseggs anymore. Handsome guys already have Lykan. Why would they drive a $20 million toy? Exactly. While they were being so sarcastic, they probably didn't realize that the owner of this Lykan is also the owner of this Koenigsegg. Several righteous onlookers immediately retorted to the group of guys who had been spouting slander against Koenigsegg. The latter, on the other hand, was so embarrassed and awkward that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Luo Hanji had been focused on reviewing her military training and was making steady progress. Suddenly, I overheard people discussing Koenigsegg owners. She quickly turned her head in the direction where her classmates were all looking. When Luo Hanji turned his gaze to Lykan, he met Yifan's eyes, who was leaning against the car door. Yifan waved to her, and she immediately ran excitedly to his side. Her tone of voice also carried a hint of a young girl's coquettishness. Brother Yifan, what a coincidence that you're here today. Yi Fan chuckled and casually reached out to pat Luo Hanji's head. Unfortunately, I came here specifically to find you. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Luo Hanji's fair face immediately turned red. The male students who had been watching all along saw Luo Hanji take the initiative to go to Yi Fan, and saw her blush and be shy after Yi Fan patted her head. One or two of them were immediately filled with envy and jealousy. Other onlookers couldn't help but start discussing it too. Isn't that girl who went to find the owner of the lichen? She's Luo Hanji, the prettiest girl in our freshman year. That's right, it's her. She's incredibly beautiful. If she hadn't just started school, she would definitely be the school's most beautiful girl. Judging from how shy she is talking to the lichen driver, could they be the couple? The male classmates who were interested in Luo Hanji heard these speculations. His face instantly turned even darker. Those freshman girls who originally wanted to find an opportunity to get to know Yi Fan and add him on WeChat had no choice but to give up their ideas. Yi Fan was explaining to Luo Hanji why he had come to see her. It was to confirm when her military training would end, so that she could still go home with her mother, as per her mother's orders. Suddenly, a boy dressed in a special uniform for the honor guard deliberately stood out loudly from the group of freshmen. He had his eye on Luo Hanji long ago, and was planning to confess his feelings to her after the military training was over. Now suddenly, a lichen driver and Luo Hanji are acting so close. He won't let that happen. I was wondering why everyone had suddenly gathered here for so long. Turns out, a wave of extravagance has swept in, making everyone restless. Xiao Chun spoke with disdain. Although this senior who suddenly appeared driving a supercar is very rich, but is having money really the most important thing? He may be rich, but his character might not be as good as mine at all. We are all still energetic college students, and we should have more positive energy. Everyone here is praising these things from the capitalist world, which is not a good trend. Xiao Chun deliberately put on a serious and earnest expression, trying to attract everyone's attention. Several of his lackeys, who usually followed his lead, immediately began to flatter him. Exactly, as expected, Brother Chun, who always helps his classmates and strives to participate in school volunteer activities, bringing warmth to impoverished families, has a much broader perspective than us ordinary people. That's right, I'll listen to Brother Chun. We, as fine young people, shouldn't fall into this bad habit of endlessly worshiping wealth. So what if you're rich? What's most important is a young person's spirit and energy. Don't underestimate a young person's potential. Some people do know that Xiao Chun and his ilk are just being sarcastic towards Yi Fan. However, most of the freshmen were simple-minded, and several of them were immediately led astray by Xiao Chun and his friends. They also started shouting things like the evils of capitalism and the morals of the rich are all terrible. Xiao Chun saw that more and more people agreed with the statement. He couldn't be more smug. So what if we're rich? Money can't buy our indomitable spirit. Yi Fan listened as a group of people suddenly shouted disdainful slogans about his wealth. He just snorted and couldn't be bothered with these sour cucumbers. After telling Luo Hanji that he would take her to play in the capital for a few days after the military training was over, he would tell her to go back. He was about to leave. Suddenly, a group of reporters rushed toward the direction where the freshmen were watching. The students on the outermost circle were the first to notice the microphones and the long, bulky cameras. Why are there so many reporters all of a sudden? The school didn't seem to have mentioned that anyone would be coming to cover the military training, did they? One of Xiao Chen's underlings' eyes lit up, and he quickly voiced his guess. Brother Chun, these reporters weren't specifically contacted by the school to interview you, were they? I bet it's because you did so many good volunteer jobs that the school specially asked the newspaper to publicize your good deeds. Chapter 114, Please grant us an interview. Xiao Chun heard his younger brother's guess. His eyes immediately lit up. That might actually be true. Xiao Chun was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he pretended to be indifferent to fame and fortune. Fifth brother, don't make wild guesses. I did those things because I genuinely wanted to help those people and families in need. Whether there are interviews or not, that's completely unimportant. The younger brother, who was called the fifth brother, quickly responded upon hearing this. That won't do. Brother Chun, you've done so many good deeds, it's only right that the school publicizes them. Otherwise, how can everyone in the capital know that we, the capital, have such a fine young man of the new era as you. The other underlings echoed. That's right. In this era where everyone worships money, our society needs positive energy like yours, Brother Chun. For the sake of our generation of young people to continue to stay true to our original aspirations, Brother Chun, you deserve this interview and publicity. Xiao Chun was being fawned over by his underlings. The smile on his face was now impossible to suppress. The other students watching listened to what Xiao Chun and his friends were saying. One can't help but think that these reporters came specifically for Xiao Chun. They all subconsciously gave him a few more glances. Reporters and photographers hurried toward this direction. Only then did Xiao Chun finally dust off his clothes. All right, since everyone says so, then in order to set a good example for young people, I'll gladly accept this interview. After Xiao Chun finished speaking, he immediately went to greet the reporters who had come from. Hello, fellow reporters. I am so grateful to the school leaders for their kindness in making this special trip to interview me. As Xiao Chun spoke, he extended his hand to shake hands with the reporters. Several reporters watched as Xiao Chun suddenly began talking to himself. They looked at each other in bewilderment. The lead reporter couldn't hold back any longer. If you're not this student, who are you? Don't block our interview with Justice Hero. After complaining, the reporter immediately bypassed Xiao Chen's outstretched hand and hurriedly ran towards Yi Fan behind him. Xiao Chen's hand hovered in midair, completely dumbfounded. A righteous hero? What righteous hero? They weren't here to interview me? Xiao Chun turned around in disbelief. Then, reporters and photographers, all smiles, crowded around Yi Fan. Justice Hero, we finally caught you. You better not run away this time. The students present heard the reporter's pleading tone as they spoke to Yi Fan. They were all stunned. Wait, what's going on? Why are all the reporters interviewing this Lycan driver? Wait a minute. Justice Hero. Why does that title sound so familiar? Ah, I remember now. Wasn't there a campaign online before called Imitating the Righteous Heroes and Striving to Do Good Deeds? I know about this operation. The reason this operation was launched was because a blogger discovered that the person who took down the thugs, fought back against the bullies, and repelled the harasser at the gas station was actually the same person. Then netizens dubbed this upright young man Hero of Justice. So this Lycan driver is the hero of justice everyone's been looking for. After the student who recounted the events finished speaking, the memories of the other students were also awakened. They all remember that there was such a person on the internet and the positive energy that he sparked across the entire internet. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with shocked and admiring eyes. My God, the owner of the Lycan Hypersonic with an astonishing net worth is actually the righteous hero who does good deeds without seeking recognition. This news is too explosive. Some students quickly pulled out side profile photos of the Justice Hero from the internet to compare. You know what? The profile of this Justice Man is a 100% identical to the owner of this Lycan Hypersonic. Come on, don't you see that the reporters who came to interview him are from some of the top authoritative media outlets in the capital? They must have thoroughly investigated before they came here to intercept him for an interview. So, the fact that this handsome guy is a hero of justice is definitely a done deal. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers and praises. Listening to the discussion, Luo Hanji was also extremely surprised. Although it was Brother Yi Fan who saved me at Su Xian Pavilion last time, but she never expected that her brother Yi Fan had done so many good deeds in so many unseen corners. She silently looked up at Yi Fan, her admiration growing stronger with each passing moment. Xiao Chun, who had been completely ignored, never expected that Yi Fan would have such an identity. The expression on his face was incredibly sour. He planned to sneak back to the group when no one was looking. However, the moment he made a move, he immediately attracted the attention and ridicule of a group of classmates. Just now, this Xiao student was giving a passionate speech about promoting positive energy, saying that wealth makes people restless. But the Lycan driver is the epitome of justice, a true spokesperson for positive energy. This slap in the face is hilarious. Ha. Indeed, just thinking about how Xiao reached out his hand but was ignored by the reporter makes me want to cry. So, young people should talk less big and brag less about themselves. Otherwise, in the end, they'll just end up being the laughingstock of others. Xiao Chen often takes advantage of his position as a member of the student council, always putting on airs. Now he's being backfired on by his own words, and some of his classmates who had long disliked him are quite delighted, wishing they could laugh at him so much that he'd never be able to hold his head up again. You all, Xiao Chun stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything to retort. Those words were indeed spoken by him, and he was indeed thoroughly crushed by Yi Fan's righteous hero identity. Xiao Chun was furious, but he could only shrink back and hide in a less crowded corner. On this side, Yi Fan looked at the reporters and cameras that suddenly surrounded him. He couldn't help but rub his temples, looking somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected these reporters to be so persistent. We failed to catch him last time, but so many days have passed, and they've come back again. Justice Hero, your deeds have influenced so many netizens. Please grant us an interview this time. The lead reporter earnestly made a request to Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then could only shrug and say, "All right, but I have one condition. I will only agree to the interview if you agree to it." Chapter 115, In-Depth Fan Interaction Meeting. Yi Fan spoke before the reporter could answer. He simply grabbed a mask from Lycan and put it on, then pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head. Only a pair of bright, star-like eyes were visible on her entire face. "My only requirement is that I don't show my face. I'll accept interviews if possible." Seeing Yi Fan quickly get fully armed, the leading reporter could only nod in agreement. "No problem, Justice Knight. We are already honored that you agreed to be interviewed by us, although the effect is somewhat worse when the face is not shown. But having someone is better than having no one. Okay, let's begin." The reporters set up their microphones and cameras. They immediately began interviewing Yi Fan. "Hello, Justice Hero. You must have heard recently that your deeds have sparked a wave of positive energy online. Many netizens are curious. What exactly prompted you to do these good deeds without hesitation?" The reporter handed the microphone to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice slowly came from behind the mask. "There was no particular reason for it. I just happened to encounter those things at those times, so I did it." Yi Fan gave a straightforward and unadorned answer. The students watching nearby couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So, the Lycan driver is implying that all these good deeds were done subconsciously? My God, how righteous and awe-inspiring must his nature be to extend a helping hand so recklessly. That's right. Throughout history, the rich have always been the most cold and heartless. This righteous hero is so rich and yet has such a good character. I was indifferent to him before, but now I can't help but be moved. The reporters nodded in appreciation upon hearing Yi Fan's answer. What an incredibly sincere answer. Yi Fan? The reporters then proceeded to shower the righteous hero with praise for his character. After expressing his deepest gratitude to Yi Fan several times, he hurried back to produce a special report about the righteous hero. The following day, the largest newspaper in the capital published a special report on the righteous hero. The online discussion about the righteous hero, which had just subsided not long ago, has once again surged to the top of the list of most discussed topics across the entire internet. Yi Fan's face, with only his eyes showing, quickly went viral online. Many female netizens looked into those eyes and then heard Yi Fan's magnetic voice. One or two were completely captivated. Even though Justice Knight only showed his eyes, they were so bright and expressive. They perfectly captured his spirit and energy. Yeah. Just look at those eyes and that captivating voice, and you'll know that Justice Man must be a real heartthrob. I've also heard from many netizens who are classmates with Justice Man that Justice Man himself is incredibly rich, to a degree that is completely unimaginable for ordinary people like us. Oh my God, I feel like my love for Justice Man has deepened even more. Go wash up and go to bed. No matter how deep your love is, that righteous hero won't pay any attention to you. You think ignoring me will make me pay attention to you? I'm happy to dream. So what? The related posts on the topic of Justice Hero immediately became a hot topic of discussion. Other netizens who were inspired by the righteous and chivalrous character. Taking advantage of the renewed exposure from the popularity of the Justice Hero, they organized a new charity event. A new wave of positive energy, like a hurricane, has swept across the Chinese internet. Tang Xiao is a surfing prodigy. As soon as the report came out, she sent Yi Fan a message to inquire about it. Brother Yi Fan, why did you suddenly agree to be interviewed by a newspaper? They've been waiting for me at the school for so long. They can't just leave empty-handed, and besides, I didn't even show my face, so it's not a big problem. Tang Xiao looked at the message Yi Fan had sent back. My heart melted. Why is her brother Yi Fan always so considerate? If it's something she doesn't want to do, she always just abandons her pampered princess attitude and refuses to do it. Yi Fan's brother himself doesn't want to show his face in public, but he's worried about making the reporters leave empty-handed. How can there be such a kind-hearted person in this world? Brother Yi Fan, you're such a good person. I feel like I love you even more now. What should I do? Tang Xiao replied to the message in a coquettish tone, making no attempt to hide her affection. And even though you haven't shown your face, you've only shown your eyes and voice so far. You have no idea how crazy those girls online are. Now your fan page is filled with posts from female netizens expressing their love every day. I really don't understand them. How can they have no ladylike modesty at all? If you actually show your face, won't they come and ambush you offline? Yi Fan watched as Tang Xiao typed furiously like a machine gun. I couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Tang, why does that sound a bit sarcastic? I'm just jealous. Why do they have to make such a big fuss? Tang Xiao peut-être unyapili. Then she suddenly remembered something and her face turned red. However, there's one idea that is quite similar to theirs. What are your thoughts? Well, I also want to get up close and personal with the real Justice Knight. After Tang Xiao typed those words, her face burned like fire. She's getting bolder and bolder in front of brother Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled. You little rascal, you're starting to tease your brother Yi Fan now? Applying it here isn't out of the question, but we've already tried so many places, so why don't you think of something new, Miss Tang? I've got it. How about we have an in-depth fan chat? Tang Xiao looked at the message sent by Yi Fan. It's as if I can already see his mischievous grin on the other side of the screen. Brother Yi Fan is so naughty. Tang Xiao cursed inwardly, but her mind honestly began to think about the location. I've got it. Brother Yi Fan, I heard from my classmate that there will be a meteor shower at Qixing Mountain these next couple of nights. How about we go camping there? Camping? That sounds like a good idea. Okay, then get ready. We'll be leaving in a bit. 2 or 3 hours later, Yi Fan drove his newly bought Lycan to the entrance of Jinyu Huafu and picked up Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao wore an atmospheric halter dress and had her hair tied in a single ponytail, exuding a Mori girl-style beauty vibe. Tang Xiao was a little surprised to see the brand new red Lycan. She got into the passenger seat. Brother Yi Fan, did you get a new car? This car looks incredibly high quality. How much did you pay for it? When Yi Fan helped her fasten her seatbelt, he first pecked her on the lips. Not expensive, just over 100 million. 100 million. Tang Xiao was unsure whether to be surprised by the price or blush because Yi Fan had kissed her earlier. Chapter 116, Guard Your Own Jaws. After a short while, Tang Xiao quickly processed the fact that the sports car was worth 100 million. After all, brother Yi Fan owns 2 conglomerates with a market value of hundreds of billions. Buying a car worth 100 million yuan isn't exactly unusual. Only then did Tang Xiao truly realize it. In front of Yi Fan, her status as a young lady from a prestigious family was utterly insignificant. In that case, she really needs to be more obedient and try to please brother Yi Fan. Thinking this way, Tang Xiao returned the favor. He quickly kissed Yi Fan on the Adam's apple. Yi Fan smiled mischievously, raised an eyebrow, and turned to look at her. Miss Tang, are you going to start a fire right here? Aren't you afraid we won't be able to leave later? Tang Xiao was too shy to turn her head to look at Yi Fan, but what he said was very stubborn. Anyway, it's not like it hasn't happened before in Konisek. Yi Fan chuckled. All right, I'll put this on your tab for now. Miss Tang, just wait a bit and pay it back properly. Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang instantly in Tang Xiao's mind. When brother Yi Fan says something like that, he never holds back. Tang Xiao thought about the several intense scenes from the past. I felt nervous yet couldn't help but look forward to it. With its powerful Lycan engine, Yi Fan soon drove the car to the temporary parking spot at the foot of Qixing Mountain. The appearance of these supercars drew the attention of other hikers. When I saw the young and handsome driver getting out of the car, my surprise was overflowing. After taking the tent and other tool kit out of the trunk, Yifan and Tang Xiao walked towards the campsite on the hillside, not far away. Halfway there, Yifan suddenly said that he was tired and needed to recover his strength. Tang Xiao said considerately, "Then let's rest here for a while, brother Yifan." Tang Xiao wanted to take out a folding chair from her backpack for Yifan to sit on. Yifan reached out to stop her. "My recovery method is not the ordinary sitting and resting." Just as Tang Xiao showed a puzzled expression, Yifan suddenly pulled her behind a large rock. People coming and going on a mountain path, just a little closer and they're gone. You can then hear unusual sounds. Tang Xiao never expected that Yifan's recovery method would be like this. "Brother Yifan, won't this make you even more tired?" Tang Xiao's voice was intermittent. "No, my constitution is rather special." After Yifan finished answering, his physical strength did indeed increase rapidly, just as he had said. The gene upgrade fluid's transformation of him was truly amazing. Others will only get more and more tired doing it. With him, the more you exercise, the more energetic you become. After a long period of exercise, Yifan finally released Tang Xiao from his arms. Yifan has recovered his energy, but Tang Xiao has been thoroughly exhausted. Is this what Brother Yifan meant by keeping track of the bill in the car? Tang Xiao felt like crying, but had no tears left to shed. Now, that's how it is. Won't watching the meteor shower tonight be even more? Tang Xiao felt her legs go weak just from imagining the possible scenarios. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the campsite. They found a relatively open space, a little away from the other tents. Yifan set up the tent with great energy. Tang Xiao helped out. "However, I was too exhausted from all the earlier exertion." Tang Xiao could only sit on a small stool and watch Yifan busy himself. However, Yifan didn't need to look at the instructions. He quickly set up the complicated tent. This scene made Tang Xiao admire him even more. How come Brother Yifan does everything so well? She suddenly felt grateful that she had taken the initiative to ask Yifan for his WeChat. If it weren't for that one love at first sight, she and Yifan wouldn't have developed into such a close relationship. As Tang Xiao thought about it, a happy, silly smile appeared on her face. In the evening, the observatory announced that the meteor shower was about to begin. Just as Tang Xiao was about to take out her phone to record, Yifan pulled her directly into the tent. With just one look from Yifan, Tang Xiao knew what he was about to do. But then again, their main purpose wasn't to come see the meteor shower. Inside the not-so-large tent, the two began their unique playful antics. Suddenly, a lively chorus of voices arose. A group of astronomy enthusiasts, who had been properly stationed elsewhere, arrived at Yifan and his companion's tent, carrying telescopes and professional cameras. "The view here is much better than where we were just now." That's right. Let's watch the meteor shower here tonight." Before long, the empty space in front of the two tents was cleared. A large number of people quickly settled there. Moreover, because Yifan and his companion had their tents tightly closed, the astronomy enthusiasts all assumed that no one was inside. They then freely started chatting. Inside the tent, Tang Xiao was still murmuring to herself, lost in her own world. Suddenly hearing so many people around their tent, she nervously hid in Yifan's arms. "Brother Yifan, will we be discovered if we do this?" Although Tang Xiao has always thought of herself as quite bold. But if so many people heard her doing something like that, she would feel embarrassed too. Yifan showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he deliberately put in more effort. "Honey, if you're worried about being overheard, you'd better keep your teeth shut." Yifan became even more mischievous. Tang Xiao felt both ashamed and afraid. But then she remembered that Yifan hadn't called her Miss Tang, but instead called her baby. Then they were so happy that they didn't care about anything else. Unable to resist letting out a few pleasant cries. "Did you hear anything?" Suddenly someone outside asked. Several friends listened intently. It seemed to be there a moment ago, but it's gone now. "I must have misheard." People outside the tent continued to observe the meteor shower. Inside the tent, the two were also interacting passionately. When the two woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Tang Xiao blushed as she thought about her boldness last night. "I secretly unzipped my jacket and peeked outside. only to find that no one was there anymore. Only then did I dare to fully open the tent door and properly bask in the sunlight. Yifan woke up at this moment, feeling quite satisfied both physically and mentally. The two tidied themselves up and went down the mountain. Halfway there, a well-dressed man saw Yifan and Tang Xiao, but he suddenly stopped and walked straight toward Yifan. He then handed him his business card. Chapter 117, Let Her Taste the Bitterness of Regret. Hello, you must be Chairman Yifan. My surname is O. I had the honor of witnessing you punish Gu Xinghuai at the last gathering, and I truly admire you. I've run into you again today by chance, which is why I've taken the liberty of asking to exchange contact information with you. I wonder if Mr. Yi would be so kind as to grant me this opportunity. O Liming approached Yifan, his expression as excited as a fanboy. This Gu Xinghuai used to rely on his family's wealth and power to say a lot of vulgar things to flirt with my sister. Many people in the capital have long disliked him. It's all thanks to you that this cancer in the capital's high society has been completely eradicated. Yifan could tell from the person who came that they were indeed genuinely sincere. He then reached out and took the business card that O Liming handed him. Hello, I am Yifan. O Liming was overjoyed to see that Yifan had responded to him. After thanking Yifan profusely, she quickly left so as not to disturb Yifan and Tang Xiao's leisure time. After Tang Xiao saw O Liming walk away, he then added, I've heard of this person before. He's one of the more ambitious rich kids in the upper echelons of the capital. Although his business acumen is average, he seems to be running his company steadily and diligently. But when he mentioned the Gu family just now, I remembered that I almost told you, Brother Yifan, this good news. Ever since the Gu family was taken away by Master Wen that night, all of GE's businesses suddenly collapsed overnight. Those rivals who were previously suppressed by Gu Hanping and also had their own criminal organizations, after hearing the news, launched a vicious attack and retaliation against the Gu group. When the Gu family started out, they relied on some shady methods. Now that their rivals have messed with them, all the tricks and loopholes in their projects have been exposed. It's no exaggeration to say that the Gu family is now completely destitute. Their assets are either mortgaged to banks or frozen. Our whole family is almost reduced to sleeping on the streets. Tang Xiao was describing these situations. She was laughing so hard her eyes were almost closed. Let that idiot Gu Xinghuai provoke her brother Yifan. This time, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. He even dragged his entire family down with him, which he deserved. Since that night, Yifan hasn't paid attention to what Tang Mingwen did to the Gu family. He hadn't expected Tang Mingwen to be so efficient and decisive in his work. Now he understood why the title Master Wen was so well known. When they arrived at the temporary parking spot, Yifan drove Tang Xiao back. When passing 4th Avenue, Tang Xiao suddenly pointed at a couple on the street and said with regret, "That guy is so pitiful, kneeling on the ground like he's begging his girlfriend to change her mind. That girl said some really awful things to him. Wait a minute, why does that guy look kind of familiar?" Yifan originally had no interest whatsoever in other people's business. But after listening to Tang Xiao mutter to herself for a while, she casually glanced at her. Only then did he realize that the person kneeling on the ground was trying to win back his girlfriend. It turned out to be his good brother, Fong Wenlin. The woman he begged not to leave him was the anchorwoman girlfriend of Fong Wenlin, whom Yifan had met before. Just as he had predicted, the worst-case scenario did indeed occur. I never imagined my brother would love me so humbly. He actually knelt down before that woman in front of everyone. That woman used to be supported by Lin Zi all along. She actually thinks she's worthy of Lin Zi kneeling before her. Yifan was furious with his brother, but he also knew that he had to pretend he hadn't seen it. Otherwise, if Lin Zi went there now, he would feel even more embarrassed. For guys, saving face is still a very important thing. Yifan thought for a moment and could only drive away, thinking that he would try to subtly ask Fong Wenlin for help that night. After driving Tang Xiao back to Jinyuhuafu, everyone went home. Yifan made up an excuse to invite Fong Wenlin to drink at his family's Mr. 13 bar. When Fong Wenlin arrived at the bar, she looked visibly dejected, but still managed to force a smile that looked more like a grimace at Yifan. "Brother, it's been a long time." "Yeah, so I just happened to have some free time, and I was thinking I should get together with you as soon as possible. How have you been lately? Yifan exchanged a few casual pleasantries, then poured wine for Fong Wenlin. Fong Wenlin picked up the cup and downed it in one gulp. His expression was extremely bitter. After a few drinks, Fong Wenlin, who was not one to keep his troubles to himself, immediately burst into tears and began to pour out his grievances. Brother, how could Xiao Yin treat me like this? When she started as a live streamer, she had no savings at all. She didn't have enough to wear or eat, and I had to work part-time every day to support her. But then she made it big in her live streaming career and started to look down on me for not being as rich as those big shots. She even had ambiguous flirting conversations with several men and met them privately. I tolerated all of this, but now she's dumped me because she's hooked up with the vice manager of some company called Chunshin Entertainment, saying that only by following him can she get resources and become a star in the future. Brother, you have no idea how pathetic I was. I practically gave her all my dignity as a man, but she still left without looking back. Fong Wenlin wept bitterly. Yifan noticed a familiar word in his narration. What was the name of the company your girlfriend was going to work for? Fong Wenlin was taken aback by Yifan's question. Spring Heart Entertainment Company. What's wrong with this company, brother Fan? Could this company be a scam? I'd better go warn Xiaoyan right away. After saying that, Fong Wenlin picked up his phone again to contact his ex-girlfriend. Yifan quickly stopped him. No, this woman is already like this. How can you still be thinking about her? Lindsay, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Don't waste your precious time on a woman who only uses you. Yifan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Fong Wenlin's head. He couldn't hold back his sobs. But I'm so unwilling, brother. Don't worry. I asked for the company's name because I have a way to make your ex-girlfriend regret her decision. It was quite a coincidence. This Chunshin Entertainment Company happens to be the same company listed on the business card that the rich second-generation O Liming gave him. O Liming himself happens to be the chairman of Chunshin Entertainment Company. Brother, do you really have a way to help me? Fong Wenlin wiped away his tears, and a glimmer of hope for regaining his dignity finally appeared in his eyes. Chapter 118 has the power to dismiss anyone. Don't worry. With me here, I won't let anyone bully you. Yifan patted Fong Wenlin on the shoulder in a righteous gesture. Fong Wenlin couldn't hold back any longer and immediately threw himself at Yifan, bursting into tears. Passing guests watched the two with obvious delight. Yifan had no choice but to subtly show his disgust and push Fong Wenlin a little further away. Yifan quickly got in touch with O Liming. When O Liming received the call and found it was from Yifan, he almost jumped for joy. Chairman Yi, is there anything you need me for? There is indeed something I need your help with. Mr. O, I see on this business card that you are the chairman of Chunshin Entertainment Company, right? That's true, but Mr. Yi, you could just call me Li Ming. Oh, I see. Well then, Liming, could you arrange a position for my friend that's a bit higher than assistant manager? I'm willing to invest any amount of money in your Chunshin. Upon hearing Yifan's request, O Liming immediately realized that his opportunity had arrived. He genuinely admired Yifan to an extreme degree. He would be more than happy to do something as trivial as arranging a job for his friend. With this middleman, he'll definitely be able to get closer to Yifan. Chairman Yi, what are you saying? If your friend wants to work for my company, it's just a matter of a word. Talking about investment and such is too formal. A position higher than deputy manager. Well then, Chairman Yi, what do you think of the position of president? Yifan originally thought that he could get a general manager position so that Fong Wenlin could vent his anger in front of his ex-girlfriend, and that would be enough. Unexpectedly, O Liming directly offered the position of president. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my friend, Yifan said. What are you saying? Mr. Yi, it would be my honor if you needed my help. O Liming's admiration for Yifan was genuine. So when others say it, it might sound like flattery. His words always sound strangely sincere. Everything has been explained. Now we just need to wait for the show to begin. On the day Fong Wenlin's ex-girlfriend was going to report to the company, Fong Wenlin followed Yifan to Chunshin Entertainment Company ahead of time. Before coming to the company, Yifan took Fong Wenlin to Tang Xiao's boutique and had the stylist put together a suit for him that looked like that of a successful person. Indeed, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Fong Wenlin, who usually looks like a dull student, is dressed in a suit and tie. He also has quite the air of a domineering CEO. Fong Wenlin was still a little apprehensive about having to embarrass his ex-girlfriend today. However, he had only just stepped through the gates of Spring Heart Entertainment Company. The staff, lined up in 2 rows, immediately bowed and greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. President." President? Fong Wenlin had no idea that Yi Fan's offer of a higher position meant something quite prestigious. But he realized what was happening a moment later. "These colleagues calling me, that is probably just to help me put on a good show today." "Brother Fan, so today I'm acting as the CEO, right?" Fong Wenlin asked. "You can treat this as an act, but you still have the right to fire any of your subordinates today." Yi Fan's implication was quite obvious. Fong Wenlin knew that what Fangum meant was, if he wanted, he could make those 2 people who had wronged him lose their job opportunity here completely. "Okay, I understand, Brother Fan. Since you've helped me so much, I promise I won't be soft-hearted again. I'll make that woman regret it." Upon hearing Fong Wenlin's assurance, Yi Fan simply nodded. Ultimately, Fong Wenlin has to rely on himself to completely let go of that woman. Fong Wenlin arrived at his office, which was reserved for the president. A short while later, Deputy Manager Li Heng brought Gu Xiaoyan to Chunshin Entertainment. When the 2 entered the room together, they were exchanging glances and making physical advances. Fong Wenlin could see this scene clearly through the glass door of his office. He couldn't help but clench his fists, but Yi Fan, who was not far away, gave him a look, and he then tried his best to suppress his anger. "Xiaoyan, you've just joined our company. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to our new president. Make sure you're polite when you meet people later, so that I can look after you more easily at the company." As Li Heng spoke, he grabbed Gu Xiaoyan's buttocks. Gu Xiaoyan immediately blushed and said shyly, "I know how to handle people, Brother Heng." Li Heng nodded in satisfaction, and then led Gu Xiaoyan to the president's office. When the 2 entered the office, Fong Wenlin was sitting in his office chair with his back to them. "Hello, President. This is a female artist we recently signed. Her name is Gu Xiaoyan, and she is a very promising newcomer. Look, you just took office today, and she took the initiative to come and say hello to you." After Li Heng finished speaking, he immediately gestured to Gu Xiaoyan. Gu Xiaoyan understood immediately and sweetly replied, "Good morning, Mr. President. I'm Gu Xiaoyan, a new artist. It's an honor to meet you." At this moment, the office chair slowly began to rotate. When the face of the person sitting in the president's seat turned around and was fully revealed, Gu Xiaoyan was utterly shocked. "Fong Wenlin? What are you doing here?" "What? Miss Gu just said she was honored to meet me, but now she's questioning me." Fong Wenlin felt nauseous just thinking about the woman's deliberately coquettish voice. Previously, Gu Xiaoyan always pretended to be reserved and looked down on him in front of him. It turns out that in front of these people of status and position, she can easily lower her proud head and learn to flatter them. Li Heng was very dissatisfied with Gu Xiaoyan's performance and immediately nudged her arm to remind her. "Gu Xiaoyan, why are you treating the president like this? Just now, this woman was acting all sensible. Now that we've seen the president's true colors, he seems so unpresentable." Gu Xiaoyan heard Li Heng refer to Fong Wenlin as president. She then realized that everything she was seeing was actually real. "Brother Wenlin, you were the president of Chunshin Entertainment. Then why didn't you tell me before?" Gu Xiaoyan was instantly horrified, and then suddenly put on a pitiful and aggrieved look. This trick always works the best. No matter how outrageous she was before, as long as she pouted and shed tears, she could always win. Fong Wenlin would immediately come to coax her. Last time, Fong Wenlin knelt down in the street to try and keep her. Therefore, Gu Xiaoyan firmly believes that Brother Wenlin will forgive her and then shower her with resources. Chapter 119, The Effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Brother Wenlin, what I said to you before was just said in anger. Actually, you've always been the only one in my heart. The reason I'm throwing a tantrum is just so you'll care about me a little more. Gu Xiaoyan changed her previous disdainful look and started playing the emotional card with Fong Wenlin, her eyes filled with tears. When Fong Wenlin saw Gu Xiaoyan's face change so quickly, the last bit of affection he had for her vanished instantly. Sure enough, she's always been a selfish and self-serving woman. She'll greet anyone who's good to her with a smile. They insulted him so much when he knelt down in public before, but now they see his identity as a CEO. She's quite adaptable. She quickly and skillfully started playing the victim. Ha! Gu Xiaoyan, your ability to distort the truth is quite impressive. Do you want me to review with you how you insulted me before? You said I was poor and powerless, a loser and not good enough for you. But now it's coming out of your mouth that I'm the one who's wronged you? Fang Wenlin's tone was cold and hard, devoid of any of the flattery he used to show Gu Xiaoyan. Looking at Fang Wenlin, whose demeanor had clearly changed completely, Gu Xiaoyan realized that he was no longer as easy to manipulate as before. Her meticulously made-up face showed utter panic. Li Heng, who was standing nearby, immediately realized what was going on after hearing their conversation. The new CEO is actually this woman's ex-boyfriend whom she dumped. At this moment, Li Heng was utterly shocked, his face turning pale with fright. He immediately shoved Gu Xiaoyan aside and began explaining to Fang Wenlin. President, this woman was the one who seduced me. I never asked her to break up with you. She took it upon herself to throw herself at me. If I had known she was your woman, I wouldn't have dared to do that even if you gave me 100 lives. Gu Xiaoyan didn't expect that Li Heng would not even pretend at this moment and directly put all the blame on her. Liam, how could you be so shameless? You were the one who kept threatening me, saying that if I didn't become your woman, I couldn't have your heart. While crying, Gu Xiaoyan rushed over and grabbed Fang Wenlin's sleeve to plead for mercy. Brother Wenlin, I was wrong to believe this man's lies, but I've always had you in my heart. Fang Wenlin quickly pulled his hand away, not letting Gu Xiaoyan touch him even a little bit. Don't touch me. I find it dirty. A woman like you doesn't deserve any of the kindness I showed you before. I'll just consider all that youth I wasted on you. Now it's you who's completely unworthy of me. Upon hearing Fang Wenlin's resolute words, Gu Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. She couldn't believe that she had lost a man who loved her so much. Moreover, he is also such a successful company president. Gu Xiaoyan wept bitterly, filled with extreme regret. As for you, Fang Wenlin turned his gaze to Li Heng. Get out of here with this woman. Neither of you deserves to stay here any longer. After Fang Wenlin finished speaking, he immediately picked up the internal phone and instructed his subordinates to prepare contracts to terminate Li Heng's position as director and Gu Xiaoyan's position as an artist. Li Heng's expression was as if he had been struck by lightning. He angrily lunged at Gu Xiaoyan, who was standing nearby, and slapped her. It's all your fault, you bitch. I'll fight you to the death. The two were wrestling, which was completely unimaginable, considering they had been exchanging glances when they first entered the room. Seeing that his brother had taken care of everything, Yi Fan called over a few security guards to take Li Heng and Gu Xiaoyan away. Although Fang Wenlin spoke with great conviction just now, his eyes still couldn't help but redden when he saw Yi Fan come in. Thank you, Brother Fan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get revenge for Gu Xiaoyan's betrayal so easily. Yi Fan calmly waved his hand. You're my brother. How could I stand by and watch you suffer at the hands of others? Fang Wenlin wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. Only then did I finally put the matter of being betrayed behind me. When Liming heard that Yi Fan had also come to the company, he rushed over to Chunshin in a hurry. They happened to witness Gu Xiaoyan and Li Heng being escorted away by security guards. So these two are the ones who offended Chairman Ye's friends, right? Hey Zhang, you should spread the word throughout the entire industry. Let's see who will dare to hire those two in the future. Yes, Chairman. Xiao Zhang, the subordinate, replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyan was even more devastated. As she was being dragged away, she cried out Fang Wenlin's name, begging him to forgive her. After giving his instructions, Liming immediately went to the president's office. Chairman Yi, you've arrived too. He quickly went to greet Yi Fan first. Seeing Fang Wenlin standing to the side, he quickly reached out his hand and said, This must be Chairman Ye's friend. It'll, Amudiming. From now on, we'll be relying on you, the president, to oversee all of Chunshin's affairs. Fang Wenlin reached out and shook hands with him, but his expression was somewhat stunned. Chairman O, what do you mean by this? Isn't this CEO position just something I'm borrowed to put on an act? No. Chairman Yi has already acquired his own Youwu Entertainment Media and our Chunshin Entertainment. And you, the new CEO, were personally handpicked by him. After O Liming finished explaining, the two looked at each other and then at Yifan. Yifan had no choice but to get up and pat Fong Wenlin on the shoulder. Lin Zi, this CEO position is for you. You can sit here and relax from now on. It just so happens that you majored in business administration, so this is a perfect match for your major. Yifan is not someone who likes to owe favors to others. So after borrowing the president's position from O Liming, he happened to remember that although his own Youwoo Entertainment had made great achievements in the live streaming field, however, it lacks resources related to the cultural and entertainment film and television industry. Chunshin Entertainment is a leader in this field, and the merger of the two companies will definitely achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. So his acquisition of Spring Heart and the subsequent merger of the two companies was actually a pretty good business investment. Fong Wenlin was stunned when he heard Yifan's words. In other words, his good friend wanted to help him vent his anger. They actually gave him the position of CEO. My God, brother Fan, what have I done to deserve such kindness from you? Fong Wenlin's gratitude was overflowing. Yifan remained calm. We can't let our own brothers suffer. Besides, this is just a small favor for me now, so you shouldn't be so polite with me. Fong Wenlin was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, but then he remembered that he was now a CEO, and he couldn't let Fan Gu, who had promoted him, lose face. So he quickly nodded emphatically and assured them, "Don't worry, brother Fan. I'll definitely work hard from now on." Yifan nodded, indicating his belief in Fong Wenlin's determination. A few days later, Luo Hanji's military training as a freshman also came to an end. She called Yifan in advance. Chapter 120, The Woman My Boss Values. Brother Yifan, today is the last day of our military training. However, my roommates thought that since we'd be on holiday soon, they organized a get-together with students from other schools and insisted that I come along. I don't really want to refuse. Brother Yifan, could you come pick me up earlier tonight? That way I'll have an excuse to leave sooner. Luo Hanji's troubled voice came through the phone. A social gathering? It seems that art students are indeed better at making friends and having fun. They actually arranged a gathering with students from other schools right after military training ended. Yifan knew that Luo Hanji had a gentle and soft personality and couldn't say no to people. Okay, then I'll go and take you away early tonight, don't worry. Hearing Yifan's promise, Luo Hanji finally felt much more at ease. The main reason is that the shadow of Wen Dang's persistent harassment of her in the past is still too great, so she is still quite afraid to go to places where there are strangers. But now that I'm in college, it wouldn't be good if I kept refusing my classmates' invitations and left them with the impression that I'm hard to get along with. So, having no other choice, she could only turn to her most trusted brother, Yifan, in the capital. Luo Hanji suddenly felt fortunate that her parents knew Yifan's brother's mother. If it weren't for Yifan's constant help and protection during her time studying at Imperial University, she wouldn't know how she would have handled all these troubles. By the way, where were you having a get-together? My roommate said it's a bar called Mr. 13. Luo Hanji answered obediently. This is also why she wanted Yifan to pick her up as soon as possible. She never had a good impression of bars, those dark and gloomy places. Upon hearing this familiar place name, Yifan smiled faintly. Okay, I understand. As evening fell, the 2-week military training for freshmen came to a complete end. After a simple farewell ceremony with the instructors, the students dispersed. Because freshmen are the last to have their holidays, the dormitories at Imperial Capital University are basically empty. Some freshmen, eager to return home, boarded buses or high-speed trains that very night. Similarly, it also means that the students who stay temporarily will no longer have to follow such strict return to dormitory times. After Luo Hanji and her roommates finished their makeup, they took a car together to Mr. 13's bar. Luo Hanji had never had a good impression of bars. However, to her surprise, upon entering Mr. 13, surprisingly, the bar was playing relatively soothing music without the harsh, ear-piercing sound of a typical bar's loudspeakers that I had imagined. The interior design goes without saying. It's understated yet luxurious and very high class. This alone is enough to show the bar owner's refined taste. Meanwhile, Yifan happened to call Quan Pengyi, the manager of Mr. 13's bar. A female guest named Luo Hanji will be arriving with a few friends later. Once they're all here, please put a set of the Divine Dragon set on them. Then remember to have someone keep an eye on them and make sure they aren't bothered by anything bad. Quan Pingyi immediately understood. Just by listening to her, you can tell that Luo Hanji is definitely a woman that your boss values. We better take good care of them. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep a close eye on things here. After hanging up the phone, Quan Pingyi immediately saw a strikingly beautiful female guest walk in with several other girls. On the guest registration list, the beautiful woman had boldly written the 3 characters Luo Hanji. As expected of a boss, the woman I've set my sights on is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Quan Pingyi's admiration briefly surfaced before he immediately suppressed it. It's best not to make hasty judgments about the boss's woman. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to Mr. 13's bar. Quan Pingyi's enthusiastic service made Luo Hanji and his companions feel flattered. He, usually the most outgoing roommate, chimed in. Hello, we already have friends inside. Can we go in and find them? No problem. Which booth would you like to sit at? A15. After he finished answering, Quan Pingyi frowned slightly. He immediately put on a smiling face and welcomed them inside. Okay, I understand. Please follow me. After Quan Pingyi finished speaking, he deliberately walked ahead to lead the way for the group. Seeing the manager's name tag hanging on Quan Pingyi's chest, Luo Hanji and her roommates couldn't help but be surprised again. They couldn't help but start discussing it as they walked. Why would the manager here specifically bring people in? I see other guests registering and then going in on their own, my roommate Yinning asked, puzzled. Yeah, and the manager's attitude towards us is just too good. Lu Zhihui, the tallest roommate, also had some doubts. Well, maybe this bar is just naturally this attentive to its customers. Anyway, since they're willing to provide such excellent service, let's just accept it. He, on the other hand, was very easygoing and quickly accepted the VIP treatment. Luo Hanji was not one to express his opinions, so he obediently followed the others and was led inside by Quan Pingyi. However, one thing she was certain of was, so far, her experience and feelings about Mr. 13's bar have been very positive. Quan Pingyi led the 4 people to booth A15. Seeing that several men and women were already seated upstairs, he couldn't help but frown again. There are only so many seats in A15. Isn't it a bit unfair to have the boss's woman sitting here? When the students from other schools saw Luo Hanji and her friend arrive at booth A15, they quickly greeted them. Several of the boys who had seemed a bit listless when they arrived suddenly brightened up when they saw Luo Hanji appear. The boy at the head, dressed entirely in designer brands, named Chun Sibo, immediately stood up to shake hands with Luo Hanji. You guys are finally here. We've been waiting for you. By the way, this student, my name is Chun Sibo. What's your name? Chun Sibo's roommates immediately realized that he was probably interested in Luo Hanji, and with gossipy faces, they pushed her forward to introduce the two of them. Luo Hanji could only nod awkwardly to Chun Sibo in greeting. Hello, classmate. My name is Luo Hanji. Then she pretended not to see Chun Sibo's hand and squeezed into the seats where her roommates were sitting. Chapter 121, The Boss's Woman Can't Be Allowed to Crowd Here. Chun Sibo was immediately turned away. However, Luo Hanji's appearance was so outstanding that he wasn't too discouraged. Instead, he began to think of other ways to get closer to Luo Hanji. At this moment, Quan Pingyi finally couldn't help but speak up. Dear guests, why don't you move to booth V58? That way you'll have more room to sit. Quan Pingyi thought it over and over. I still feel that I can't let the boss's woman squeeze in here with this group of people. Otherwise, it would be a huge embarrassment to their own boss. Upon hearing Quan Pingyi's suggestion, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of doubt. Booth V58 is one of the largest and most luxurious booths in the entire lobby, boasting the best view. Why would the manager suggest they change seats for no reason? That would make it much more expensive. Quan Pingyi, being a seasoned veteran, immediately noticed everyone's confusion. Quickly add, don't worry, everyone, this booth upgrade is free. Just follow me. Quan Pingyi quickly led the group of people to the meeting. Upon hearing that upgrading seats was free, several boys immediately stood up and followed. A boy next to Chun Sibo quickly shouted his thanks to him. Brother Sibo, you recommended this place to us. I think we were able to get a free upgrade to a booth this time, thanks to you, our loyal customer. Yes, yes. Otherwise, why would the manager give us such a great benefit for no reason? I've heard that booths of the same caliber as V58 at Mr. 13 are so popular that you can't even book one even if you make a reservation in advance. As expected, our brother Sibo has a lot of influence. The other girls heard several boys praising them. They all naturally assumed that the upgrade of the booth seating was thanks to Chinsibo. One or two of them couldn't help but look at him with starry eyes. Chinsibo was in a very good mood as he listened to everyone's compliments. Although he used to come here, he usually just joined other people's gatherings. But it's quite possible that the manager here recognized him and specially upgraded their seats. It's nothing. After all, I recommended this place to everyone, so it's only right that everyone can have a more comfortable and relaxed experience. Chinsibo took all the credit for himself without any qualms. He even gave Luo Hanji a confident look. As a result, Luo Hanji kept her head down and walked without looking at him at all. This made him quite angry. It's okay. Just play hard to get and pretend to ignore me first. Then I'll show you my wealth and power in a bit. Then this girl will surely throw herself at me obediently. Thinking this, he and the others were led by Quan Pungi to booth V58. Because a sudden urgent message came through the walkie-talkie, Quan Pungi instructed a newly arrived waiter to help the group to their seats. He rushed off to deal with the unexpected situation. As everyone took their seats, Chun Sibo seized the opportunity to sit next to Luo Hanji. Luo Hanji's roommates, seeing that Chun Sibo was indeed interested in Luo Hanji, all consciously gave up their seats for him. Luo Hanji felt helpless and distressed, and could only hope in her heart that Yi Fan would come to pick her up soon. She couldn't handle this situation. Chun Sibo sat down next to Luo Hanji as he wished, and immediately pretended to casually roll up his sleeve to reveal a Rolex Submariner green watch worth just over 60,000 yuan. Upon seeing this, his brothers immediately began to praise and flatter him. Wow, Brother Sibo, is that a Rolex Submariner Hulk? The quality of this watch is so high-end. This watch must cost at least 10,000 yuan, right? The excited voices of several boys rang out, and the other girls at the same table couldn't help but pay attention to Chun Sibo. Chun Sibo quickly pretended to be indifferent. About that, it only cost me about 60,000 yuan to get this watch. It's so-so. I just want something I can wear. Sure enough, his words drew gasps of surprise from those around him. Brother Sibo, this is too much like Versailles. If a 60,000 yuan watch is just so-so, then our 200 yuan digital watches must be garbage. That's right. Our monthly living expenses are barely over 2,000 yuan. 60,000 yuan is equivalent to our living expenses for 2 years of college. The other girls were also incredibly tempted by the unique glow emanating from the green submariner in Chun Sibao's hand. The people attending this social gathering were mostly young people who had just entered university, although they had heard about luxury items like watches worth hundreds of thousands of yuan online. However, in real life, a luxury watch worth 60,000 yuan is already impressive enough. Girls from other schools were intentionally or unintentionally trying to get close to Chun Sibo. However, seeing Chun Sibo's eyes always fixed on Luo Hanji, she couldn't help but feel both jealous and angry. Chun Sibo deliberately flashed his watch towards Luo Hanji again, then looked at her expression. It turned out that Luo Hanji didn't even turn her face towards him. As expected of a beauty, and her skill level is quite high. This watch isn't getting your attention, is it? Once I take this out, I refuse to believe you can still pretend to be indifferent. Thinking about it, Chun Sibo took out a Porsche 718 car key from his pocket. It was deliberately placed blatantly on the table. Chun Sibo placed the car key on the table, and the eyes of everyone else present immediately popped out of their sockets. All the classmates at the get-together couldn't help but stare intently at the car keys. Brother Sibo, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't the key to a Porsche 718, is it? The Porsche 718 is easily recognizable because of the logo buttons on the key that control the front and rear trunks. Oh yeah, you've got a pretty sharp eye. Hearing Chun Sibo's affirmative answer, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. A Porsche 718, the price after taxes and fees, is at least over $1 million. Brother Sibo, you've struck it rich? Although the boys were old friends of Chun Sibo, Having hung out with him several times, this was the first time they had heard about the Porsche. Upon hearing the price of the Porsche, several girls around Chun Sibo became even more enamored with him and crowded around him. Chun Sibo looked at the several women who were trying to curry favor with him. I'm in a good mood, but I don't plan to give him a chance. The reason is simple. The looks of the other girls are simply incomparable to Luo Hanji's. Just thinking about when he first met Luo Han, her delicate face and exquisite figure made him unable to resist. He quickly picked up the car keys and fiddled with them, pretending to be casual as he turned his head to think about getting to the point and becoming familiar with Luo Hanji. However, when he turned his head, he found that Luo Hanji was only staring at the phone screen and did not show any curiosity or admiration for him at all. Damn it, my combo failed. Chun Sibo looked incredulous, pondering where the problem lay. Suddenly, staff members appeared around their booth, holding various light sticks and cheering. The waiter also served them a set of dragon costumes featuring all 6 aces of spades. Chapter 122 captivated everyone the moment it appeared. Greetings, esteemed guests. This is the dragon set for you. Our manager said it's a complimentary gift, so please enjoy. The divine dragon set is, after all, a prestigious item. As soon as the sign appeared, guests in other booths couldn't help but turn their gaze in this direction. For a moment, everyone in the V58 booth enjoyed the thrill of being the center of attention. They all felt much more proud. You upgraded our booths and gave us a dragon set worth 88,888. Brother Sibo, you're really too kind of you. That's right. I've never experienced this kind of treatment before when I travel. Upon hearing that it was a free gift, the boys immediately realized that this was probably thanks to Chun Sibo again, especially since he just showed off that he owns a Porsche sport car worth over $1 million. Therefore, everyone present firmly believed that these must have been his doing. Chun Sibo himself was still puzzled when he saw the dragon costume that had been delivered. Upgrading a booth can be explained as good luck, but can a dragon set worth over 80,000 yuan be given away so easily? However, he saw that everyone around him looked at him with admiration. Chun Sibo quickly seized the opportunity to show off. Well, it's probably because I used to order the dragon set a lot when I came here before, so the manager brought it up for free today. Everyone, don't be shy. Let's all drink together. At his invitation, the male and female classmates at the social gathering finally started pouring drinks. Chun Sibo suddenly had a plan. Isn't Luo Hanji an unyielding, otherworldly fairy who doesn't seem to care about worldly affairs? Why don't I just get her drunk? No matter how well she can pretend when she's sober, once she's drunk, her true, wanton nature will be revealed. Let's see how she tries to act all high and mighty in front of me then. After considering his options, Chun Sibo immediately found an empty glass, poured half a glass of ace of spades, and handed it to Luo Hanji. Hanji, you must be thirsty after sitting here for so long, right? Have a drink. No need. Chun, you could drink it yourself. Luo Hanji quickly and firmly refused. An impatience and ruthlessness flashed in Chun Sibo's eyes. I have some drinks over there, so you could take them first. Luo Hanji still wanted to refuse. The usually carefree Hiyu immediately took the wine glass from Chun Sibo and handed it to Luo Hanji. Hanji, you're already here. You should at least take a sip or two. Don't waste young Master Chin's good intentions. Luo Hanji frowned and could only pick up the wine glass and take a small sip. Seeing that his plan was working, Chun Sibo invited everyone to play a dice game. The old rules apply. Whoever loses drinks. After saying that, he gave his brothers a wink. Several boys understood immediately and began to act as his wingmen. Not wanting to spoil the fun, Luo Hanji had no choice but to join in the game. However, she was incredibly unlucky and lost the very first game. Luo Hanji didn't see the wicked smiles exchanged between the boys and Chun Sibo after they had tampered with each other's clothes. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, he could only try to sneak another sip of wine to get through it. Chun Sibo won't let her off so easily. Seeing that Luo Hanji's wine glass was still full, he deliberately exposed him on the spot. Hanji, you can't take a joke. We all have to drink it all in one gulp when we lose. How about this? Out of consideration for you being a girl, you could just drink half a glass. That's right. Everyone comes out to have fun. Hanji, don't spoil the fun. Several boys immediately joined in the commotion. Luo Hanji had hardly ever drunk alcohol before, and she knew that her alcohol tolerance was probably not very high. So she was still thinking of just going through the motions and then finding an opportunity to pour out the wine in her glass. However, Chun Sibo didn't give her a chance to cheat at all and actually grabbed her cup to pour the contents into her drink. Quan Pengyi, having finally finished his work, rushed back. Suddenly, he saw that his boss's woman was about to be forced to drink alcohol. He was terrified and tried to run over in a few steps. However, Yi Fan himself arrived at booth V58 a little faster than him. When Luo Hanji saw Yi Fan appear, her heart finally settled down. She immediately pushed Chun Sibo away, stood up, and threw herself into Yi Fan's arms. "Brother Yi Fan, you've finally arrived. I realized I still can't adapt to these kind of situations at all." When Yi Fan appeared, his height of over 1.8 meters and his three-dimensional features, which looked like they had been sculpted by a master craftsman under the lights, immediately captivated all the female classmates at the party. "Holy crap, this guy is so handsome." Luo Han's roommates couldn't help but grab each other's hands and scream silently. Now, they could understand why Luo Hanji looked down on Chun Sibo. Damn, with a handsome guy like this, who would care about those expensive kappa outside? Chun Sibo was initially pleased that his plan was about to get down to business. He was extremely upset that his plans had been thwarted halfway through. Yi Fan reached out and patted Luo Hanji's head in his arms to comfort her. The Patek Philippe Grande Sonnery watch peeking out from his wrist quickly caught the attention of a female classmate. "Wait a minute, that handsome guy's watch, could it be a Patek Philippe worth 9 million? As soon as the female student exclaimed, everyone's eyes followed her to the wristwatch on Yi Fan's wrist, which looked particularly sophisticated under the light. "You know what, this watch actually looks really high-end." Some students started discussing it quietly. Upon hearing this, Chun Sibo's expression immediately turned disdainful. This pretty boy probably lives off Luo Hanji. Patek Philippe? Does he even deserve it? Damn it, how dare they ruin my plans? I'll make sure he gets thoroughly humiliated. Don't you guys think this is possible? A Patek Philippe worth 9 million? People who can casually wear a watch like that on the street must be at least billionaires. This kid looks like he just started college not long ago. Can he afford to wear that? Don't be ridiculous. Exactly. Even someone like our brother Sibo, who owns a luxury car worth millions, only wears a Rolex Submariner in a low-key manner. This pretty boy is clearly no match for our brother Sibo. Several underlings quickly chimed in. Several other female classmates heard this. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Yi Fan looks younger than the rest of them, so how could he possibly afford such a watch? Moreover, being handsome and being rich are often incompatible. Compared to Yi Fan, who is as handsome as a celebrity, they are more convinced that Chun Sibao, who looks a bit older than his age, is a genuine rich man. Chapter 123 is all thanks to the handsome boss. Luo Hanji saw Chun Sibo suddenly say so many impolite things to Yi Fan. His usually gentle expression turned slightly angry. She was about to retort to the boys who were saying such rude things. At this moment, Quan Pengyi rushed over to greet his boss. "Boss, the dragon costumes you asked me to serve to this table of guests have all been put on. Also, since the booth for this table was a bit small at the beginning, I thought they were your friends, so I upgraded them to a booth for free. If you have any further instructions, I can pass them on to the staff." Everyone saw that Quan Pengyi treated Yi Fan with utmost respect, repeatedly calling him boss. His face immediately showed extreme shock. "Boss, did you hear that? The manager here calls this handsome guy boss too. So, the owner of this Mr. 13 bar is this handsome guy next to Hanji?" One of the girls realized what was happening and quickly exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Chun Sibo and several of his brothers froze, their expressions as stiff as if they had been frozen in ice. "I heard that this bar cost almost a small fortune when it was first invested in. My God, does that mean this handsome guy's net worth must be over $1 billion? He, who is usually single-minded, immediately showed a look of sudden realization. And if that's the case, then the fact that we can enjoy the benefits of upgraded booths and drink this prestigious dragon set is entirely thanks to this handsome boss. She looked at Chun Sibao in confusion. "Sibao, why did you say earlier that you brought all these benefits?" He used direct and aggressive move, made Chun Sibo's expression so embarrassed that he looked like he had just come out of a latrine. What else could it be? It seems someone deliberately claimed it for their own vanity. It seems so. Otherwise, why would he not explain when everyone was misunderstanding him, but instead take advantage of the situation? Several female classmates who had a good impression of Yi Fan immediately stepped forward to help and defend him. Instantly, Chun Sibo became the object of everyone's ridicule. Chun Sibo never expected that this was the very thing he had used to show off. It turned out that this was all arranged in advance by the man next to Luo Hanji. And damn it, this man is so young, yet he's already Mr. 13th's boss. This made him afraid to confront them directly, no matter how angry he was. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and quickly sit back down. Wait a minute, if this handsome guy is the owner of this place, then the Patek Philippe in his hand must be genuine. The girl who first recognized the watch added. Everyone immediately looked at Yi Fan with admiration and respect once again. Several boys, standing on Chun Sibo's side, couldn't help but steal a few glances at the glory of the luxury watch. Seeing Chun Sibo's expression growing increasingly sour, one of his brothers quickly tried to comfort him. "Oh, it's okay, bro. Let's not compare watches with him. Your Porsche is impressive enough." These words slightly improved the girl's negative impression of Chun Sibo as vain and taking credit for others' work. After all, he's a rich young man who drives a luxury car worth millions. Although he can't compare to Yi Fan in looks and character, even a mosquito bite is still a bite. Taking advantage of the fact that Luo Hanji had already left her seat, a girl quickly squeezed next to Chun Sibo. "Young Master Chun, I toast you." Chun Sibo regained some face, and his expression finally softened. At that moment, a waiter suddenly rushed to Yi Fan's side. "Boss, do you need us to help you park your Lycan outside in the garage? There are quite a few people gathered around your car, taking pictures right now at the hotel entrance." "No need, I'll be out in a bit, it's fine." Yi Fan responded calmly. However, the boys in the booth were completely unsettled. The boy who had just been comforting Chun Sibo suddenly stood up abruptly. "Lycan? You mean Lycan? Is that the Lycan, of which there are only 3 in the world, that became famous after its appearance in Furious 7, and whose price tag is at least 100 million? The waiter was taken aback by the boy's sudden question. "Yes, the boss's car is a red Lycan." Upon receiving the answer, the boy clutched his head in disbelief, then looked at Yi Fan with eyes brimming with admiration and worship. The girls present couldn't hold back any longer when they heard Lycan's price. Wearing a world-renowned watch worth 9 million yuan and driving a top-of-the-line limited edition sports car. My God, this handsome guy is just too outstanding. Hanji, I didn't know you had such an awesome boyfriend. No wonder you always refused when I asked you to go out. If I had a boyfriend like that, I definitely wouldn't be able to see anyone else." He exclaimed in a carefree manner. The girl who was calling out to Chun Sibo as young Master Chun and pouring him wine was now completely lost in thought while staring at Yi Fan, so much so that she didn't even notice when the wine spilled all over Chun Sibo. When Luo Hanji heard he directly referred to Yi Fan as her boyfriend, her face quickly turned red. She quickly waved her hands. "No, Brother Yi Fan and I aren't in that kind of relationship. If not, why are you calling him Brother Yi Fan so intimately? And your blushing has completely given you away." He continued to tease. Luo Hanji wanted to explain further. Otherwise, it would be bad if Brother Yi Fan misunderstood her. However, Yi Fan simply put his arm around Luo Hanji's shoulder. "All right, everyone, I'll borrow Hanji now. You all have a great time here. If you need anything, just tell the manager. You are Hanji's friends, so I will naturally treat you well. Don't worry about the things you bring. Put them all on my tab." Yi Fan's magnanimous demeanor instantly stirred the hearts of the female students present once again. And even though those boys had just spoken rudely to him, he didn't even need to retaliate himself. He effortlessly and subtly slapped them in the face. His ability and vision are far superior to those of Chun Sibao and other boys. Several girls thanked Yi Fan with smiles on their faces, but when they turned their gaze back to the boys who were still sitting, they gave them no friendly look. The boys were too embarrassed to stay any longer, and all wanted to switch to a booth and play by themselves. Chun Sibo stood up, looked at his soaking wet pants, and felt utterly exasperated. She harbored resentment towards Yi Fan, but didn't even dare to glare at him. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, a piece of paper suddenly fell out of Chin Sibo's pocket. Chapter 124. Brother Yi Fan, I want a hug. The new waiter, who was waiting nearby, was quick-witted and immediately picked it up. Mr. Chun Sibo, please wait a moment. Your Porsche rental agreement has been lost. Upon hearing this, Chun Sibo's back visibly stiffened. The female students in booth V58 were all speechless. Wow, so this million-dollar luxury car was actually rented? We're all just freshmen here to make friends. I really don't know how there can be such a vain and tasteless person. I've really opened my eyes today. Exactly. It's one thing to pretend a car is rented, but not yours. But to use it to show off and mock the real boss is another. I really don't know what he's thinking. So it turns out our Hanji has a sharp eye. She knows which men are excellent and worth it. Just thinking about how I was trying to set her up with that guy makes me want to go back in time and slap myself. The expressions of the boys around Chun Sibo were equally interesting. Chun Sibo's actions implicated those who had just flattered him, making them also appear as tasteless and vain men. Moreover, since Chun Sibo's car was rented, they had even less reason to blindly follow his lead. So they all abandoned him and left. Chun Sibo was extremely embarrassed. When he left, he even had to take care to cover the stains on his pants that were wet with alcohol. He looked utterly disheveled. Yi Fan sneered as he watched Chun Sibo flee. When she left with Luo Hanji, she casually mentioned to Quan Pingyi the matter of promoting the new waiter. Luo Hanji finally relaxed after being led into the car by Yi Fan. If I'm considered an outsider from now on, so be it. Anyway, I don't want to come to these weird gatherings anymore. Luo Hanji was still angry about Chun Sibo and the others' rudeness towards Yi Fan earlier. Although brother Yi Fan was powerful enough, he managed to embarrass them without doing anything. But she still couldn't help but feel indignant on Yi Fan's behalf. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Luo Hanji is a simple-minded girl who doesn't know how to refuse people, so she's really not suited to come to this kind of mixed-race place. Fortunately, it was Mr. 13 who came today, so I had someone to keep an eye on things a little. Otherwise, even though he was just her neighbor's brother, he would have stopped her from coming to places like that. It's too much trouble to go back to the dorm at this hour. Why don't you stay at my place for a while? Yi Fan suggested. Luo Hanji looked surprised upon hearing this. Brother Yi Fan, you've already bought a house here? But after her initial surprise, she immediately realized what was happening. Yi Fan's wealth is so outrageous. Buying a house is no longer a rare thing. Soon, Yi Fan drove Luo Hanji back to his Golden Domain mansion. Looking at the magnificent high-rise buildings in front of him, Luo Hanji couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! What a magnificent building! Brother Yi Fan, which floor do you live on?" "This whole building belongs to me, but the apartment I usually live in is the one on the top floor." Yi Fan answered calmly, and then took a few steps forward. Upon hearing the answer, Luo Hanji froze, swallowing hard. The entire building belongs to Brother Yi Fan. As expected, Brother Yi Fan is truly extraordinary. They even bought the entire building at once. Luo Hanji curiously searched online for the price of a single apartment in Jinhuafu, and then calculated the price of the entire building. I was so shocked I almost couldn't breathe. "Why didn't you come in?" Yi Fan noticed that the person hadn't followed, so he turned around and asked. "They're here. They're here." After Luo Hanji finished answering, he couldn't help but lighten his steps when he officially stepped into Building 5. I was afraid that if I used too much force, I would break or damage one of the floor tiles. They went directly to the top floor, where Yi Fan lived. Seeing the boundless sea view, Luo Hanji was extremely excited. Like a curious child, I wandered around the duplex apartment. Only then did she belatedly realize how incredibly thirsty she was. There was only alcohol at the bar, and she had to be wary of Chun Sibo, so she hadn't had a drop of water since the party started. Now that she had happily admired Yi Fan's luxurious duplex apartment, her throat was so dry she felt like she was about to burst into flames. "Brother Yi Fan, do you have any water or drinks here?" Yi Fan was just going back to his room to change his clothes, so he simply told Luo Hanji the location loudly. "Go look in the freezer in the kitchen. There should be drinks that the property management provided when we moved in." "Okay, I'll go look for it." After Luo Hanji finished speaking, he went to the freezer and immediately spotted a canned beverage. I quickly opened it and took a sip. It's sweet, and it tastes a bit like peach. I like it. Luo Hanji was extremely thirsty, and he downed half a can in no time. Yi Fan changed into his home clothes and came out, wondering why Luo Hanji had gone silent. Then I saw that the person was already sprawled out on the leather sofa. Her little face was still rosy, and she was holding a beverage can in her hand. What's going on? Yi Fan took the jar from Luo Hanji's hand. It's a cocktail that was popular online for a while. Just one bottle is enough to knock you out. It is also affectionately known as blackout wine. Goodness, this little girl must have mistaken this for a fruit juice drink. Don't take my drink. Luo Hanji angrily took the jar back, then tilted his head back to reach for the last drop or two of wine. Her little face was flushed, and her expression carried a hint of naivety and slight annoyance. She looked very different from her usual well-behaved and quiet self. Yi Fan couldn't resist pinching Luo Hanji's puffed-up cheeks. It feels surprisingly good. Their expressions are also very cute. Ugh, how come the drinks are all gone already? Luo Hanji was fuming and looked up to see Yi Fan's handsome face. She immediately stretched out her hands and started to act coquettishly. Brother Yi Fan, I want a hug. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl's adorable appearance. You said it yourself. It just so happens that this girl probably can't walk back to her room now either. Yi Fan simply picked her up and carried her back to the guest room to rest. Luo Hanji was in Yi Fan's arms, looking at that handsome face so close to her. The little hands also became restless, touching everything indiscriminately. Then, using both hands, she hooked her arms around Yi Fan's neck. It rubbed its head against his neck. I still like brother Yi Fan the most. The woman's warm breath sprayed against Yi Fan's ear. It made his body feel hot. I never expected this little girl to be so unruly when she's drunk. It seems I can't let her drink outside anymore. Yi Fan quickly coughed to divert his attention. He gently carried Luo Hanji to the bedside in the guest room and carefully laid her down. However, when he put the person on the mattress, Luo Hanji, who was still clinging to his neck, refused to let go. Yi Fan gently pried her hands open, and her head finally rested on the pillow. However, at this moment, her hands suddenly exerted force. Yi Fan was knocked down, and his lips landed directly on Luo Hanji's soft, jelly-like lips. Chapter 125, I want lots and lots of kisses. I felt the soft touch on my lips. Yi Fan's internal fire surged up again. But Luo Hanji hugged him tightly, pressing their lips together and occasionally letting out soft moans of pleasure. Brother Yi Fan, how come your mouth is so sweet? Luo Hanji suddenly released Yi Fan and asked a question in a daze. Then she giggled again. I want lots and lots of kisses. After saying that, she pouted and begged Yi Fan for a kiss without waiting for a reply. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at the little girl's glistening, tender lips, and had to admit they were indeed very tempting. Seeing that she had not received a response, Luo Hanji angrily sat up from the bed. Brother Yi Fan, I already said I want a kiss. Don't be so stingy, okay? All right. Since Hanji has said so, then I, as her older brother, am not an unreasonable person. Yi Fan sat down on the edge of the bed and picked Luo Hanji up. He helped her sit comfortably on his lap. I knew brother Yi Fan, you're the best. Luo Hanji smiled sweetly, and Yi Fan quickly seized the opportunity to kiss her lips as she spoke. Luo Hanji exclaimed in surprise, and then fell into a passionate kiss. Yi Fan skillfully pried open Luo Hanji's teeth and began to playfully chase her tongue. Yi Fan claimed every last bit of the girl's unique fragrance and the lingering fruitiness of the cocktail for himself. Luo Hanji's face turned bright red from the kiss, but she couldn't help but move closer and closer to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's interest had been piqued to the point of readiness, and his large hand was groping for a better position, preparing to take it a step further. Luo Hanji tilted her head to the side and fell asleep, leaning directly on Yi Fan's shoulder. Her pink lips were still slightly open, and the slightly swollen marks on them clearly showed the intensity of their kiss just now. Yi Fan chuckled, a little annoyed. That little girl is really shameless. She set him on his toes and then went straight to sleep. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled helplessly, then gently placed Luo Hanji on the mattress. He pinched her small nose, and when she snorted like a little pig, he felt he had gotten his revenge. Then he covered her with the blanket, turned off the light, and went back to his own room. The next morning, Luo Hanji woke up. The hangover left her head, still a little fuzzy, and some fragments of memory suddenly and unexpectedly entered her mind. A sweet feeling inexplicably welled up inside me. She couldn't help but touch her very prominent lips. Was it a dream? I keep feeling like I was kissed by someone last night. Luo Hanji shook her head, put on her slippers, and went to the living room. As soon as Luo Hanji stepped out of the room and saw Yi Fan sitting calmly on the sofa, her memories flooded back to her with unparalleled clarity. Wait, the kissing thing seems to have actually happened. It seems she was still with Brother Yi Fan. And I seem to remember that I was the one who asked Brother Yi Fan for a kiss. When Luo Hanji recalled the truth of the matter, her face immediately turned as hot as a hot knife through her teeth. She didn't dare to look Yi Fan in the eye at all. She hurriedly walked to the restroom with her head down, but because she was walking too fast, she actually tripped and fell flat on her face as she passed the sofa. She fell straight into Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan caught the person steadily and couldn't help but smile and tease. Hanji, you're acting like this first thing in the morning. I'm starting to suspect you're trying to seduce me. Luo Hanji was already incredibly shy because of the memories from last night, and now, hearing Yi Fan's teasing, she wished she could find a hole to bury herself in. She quickly stood up and turned her head to change the subject. Got it. By the way, Brother Yi Fan, are you going to take back the ownership of the Su Xian restaurant that you asked me to sign on your behalf before? If you need it, we can change the contract back today. Luo Hanji breathed a sigh of relief immediately after speaking. They couldn't help but admire their own cleverness. Yi Fan didn't expect this little girl to bring this up so suddenly. He frowned slightly. There's no rush. I'll let you know in advance if I want to change it back. I thought that after handing the restaurant over to the little girl, she would forget about it after a while. Given this girl's stubborn nature of not taking anything that isn't hers, it seems he'll have to rack his brains for excuses to spend money on her these next few days. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and a smile appeared on his lips. Hanji, come out with me in a little while and help me choose a gift for a friend. She's also a young woman, so you should have similar tastes. You can't refuse such a small favor, can you? Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji paused in his steps. No problem, Brother Yi Fan. You've helped me so much, so I'll naturally help you pick out a gift. Luo Hanji's promise was fulfilled. A strange, inexplicable, bittersweet feeling welled up inside me. A gift for a young female friend? I wonder what kind of girl Yi Fan is going to give the gift to. Just how familiar were they? But a man as outstanding as Yi Fan wouldn't be able to live without close female friends, would he? The more Luo Hanji thought about it, the more upset she became, although she didn't know why she felt so bad. However, in order to avoid Yi Fan's suspicion, she pretended to be happy to help and went to wash up. After the two finished breakfast, Yi Fan drove Luo Hanji directly to a department store near Jinyuhuafu. The price should be as high as possible, but it should also meet the requirement of being a gift for a girl. Yi Fan was thinking about buying jewelry for Luo Hanji, and we should at least have a signature item. Therefore, Yi Fan took Luo Hanji directly to the Van Cleef and Arpels store. As soon as they entered, the sales assistants saw Yi Fan and Luo Hanji's good looks and outstanding temperament, and immediately came to greet them. Good morning, sir and madam. Welcome to Van Cleef and Arpels. How may I help you? Yi Fan turned his head and asked Luo Hanji directly. Hanji, with your discerning eye, is there anything here that you like? Luo Hanji knew it was time for him to play a role. Guided by the sales associate, she began to carefully examine the jewelry displayed in the showcase. She quickly took a liking to a rose gold 4-leaf clover necklace. The price is a little over 10,000 yuan, and the design is small and exquisite. If you give it as a gift, the price will not be inappropriate for Brother Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan, I think your good friend would like this necklace. Yi Fan looked in the direction Luo Hanji was pointing. When she discovered that the necklace she had chosen was priced at just over 10,000 yuan, she frowned with disapproval. Chapter 126, he only treated her as a younger sister. What's wrong, Brother Yi Fan? Don't you think this one I chose looks good? Luo Hanji, being a perceptive person, immediately noticed the fleeting disapproval in Yi Fan's expression. I couldn't help but feel a little awkward and nervous. No, it looks great. It's just a bit cheap. Yifan ansvaret truthfully. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji immediately let out a silent, Is a gift worth 10,000 yuan cheap? It seems that Brother Yifan really values this female friend who gave him the gift. Luo Hanji herself felt that the price was more than enough as a gift. If she were to choose something more expensive now, the most she could pick out would be a gold bracelet worth 80,000 yuan. Yifan realized that he couldn't find anything truly expensive for her by relying on this girl's pick. So he first raised his chin and pointed to the necklace and bracelet that Luo Hanji had selected and asked the sales assistant to wrap them up. Luo Hanji thought he had completed his mission. They thought they could leave once the jewelry was packed up. However, at this moment, Yifan suddenly asked the sales assistant, Hello, do you have any jewelry that's considered your store's prized possession? Or, if not, what is the most expensive piece of jewelry? The sales associate paused slightly upon hearing this, then replied respectfully, Yes, sir, we happen to have a classic platinum diamond necklace in our store right now, priced at 6.3 million. Okay, then show it to us. Yifan replied calmly. The sales associate was startled again. Didn't she just tell me the price of the necklace? That's a whopping 6.3 million. So this handsome guy actually wanted her to take it out and look at it? Surely he doesn't actually want to buy it? The sales associate was puzzled, but couldn't directly reject the customer's request. So he had no choice but to bow slightly and go back to ask the manager for permission to display the store's prized possession. Luo Hanji, who was standing to the side, was stunned when she heard Yifan's request. She was well aware of Yifan's brother's wealth and influence. Since he asked that question, it's highly likely he wants to buy the necklace. But that's over 6 million. Which girl is he planning to give this to that he's spending so much money on? And such a generous gift must mean that the recipient is very important to him. Luo Hanji did some mental reasoning. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly. She suddenly began to envy the girl who was so highly regarded by Brother Yifan. Thinking of this, her expression couldn't help but show a hint of sadness and sorrow. When Van Cleef and Arpel's manager heard that someone wanted to see the store's prized possession, he and the sales assistant brought out the small, transparent display case containing the diamond necklace. Although they thought that bringing out this prized possession was probably a waste of time. However, Van Cleef and Arpel's training principles are quite sound. Guests are treated like royalty, so even if they're just looking around, we can't be lax in our hospitality. Hello, sir. This is the diamond necklace I mentioned to you earlier. Please take a look. Yifan glanced into the display case. The entire necklace is made of diamonds, giving it a very sophisticated and eye-catching design. It looks quite impressive and justifies the price. It looks good. Just wrap it up for me. Yifan glanced at it a few times, then handed over his bank card to pay the bill. Seeing how casually Yifan was about to buy the necklace, the sales assistants and managers couldn't help but swallow hard and exchange bewildered glances. To prevent any misunderstanding caused by miscommunication regarding the price and to avoid embarrassing the customer, the manager quickly and tactfully confirmed. Okay, sir. Then we will collect 6.3 million yuan from you. Are you sure you're sure about the style? As the manager spoke, he emphasized the word 10,000 heavily, but tried his best to make the whole sentence sound like it had no other offensive meaning. Yifan nodded upon hearing this. That's right, this is the one. Swipe your card. At this moment, the manager and sales assistant were surprised again, and their expressions immediately turned to joy. Okay, no problem. We'll pack your paperwork and process it for you right away. Luo Hanji saw Yifan buy the diamond necklace without hesitation. It was as if I could immediately picture him presenting the gift to the girl he admired with a beaming smile. A wave of bittersweetness washed over her, and she felt as if she could hardly breathe. Brother Yifan, I'm going out for some fresh air first, then I'll wait for you at the door. Luo Hanji made up a random excuse and then hurriedly left the store. Yifan didn't notice the girl's thoughts and simply nodded in response. Luo Hanji walked quickly to the store entrance alone. A cool breeze swept by, and she finally exhaled a breath of stale air, the meaning of which was unclear. She seemed to have a vague idea of why she was behaving so strangely, but she quickly reminded herself. Yifan only sees her as his younger sister. She shouldn't and can't have any other thoughts. Chun Sibo met the woman he had arranged to meet at the subway exit. He put his arm around her and walked towards a hotel. He hadn't walked far when he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of the department store. That alluring figure and stunning face, I could never forget her after just one night. Chun Sibo looked at Luo Hanji, standing there with a dejected expression. That night, my thoughts about her were suddenly brought back to mind. Luo Hanji looks like she's heartbroken. Could it be that she's been dumped by Mr. 13's boss? That's true, although Luo Hanji's conditions are indeed impeccable. But that person was, after all, a powerful figure with an incredibly huge net worth. He's surrounded by all sorts of women. I guess he probably got tired of Luo Hanji and just threw her away. Having guessed this, Chun Sibo immediately became eager to make a move. Since this beautiful woman has no one to protect her now, it's probably my turn. Chun Sibo had an idea and quickly whispered something in the ear of the beautiful woman next to him. Hey, do me a favor. If you lure that girl to a secluded corner, I'll give you 5 times the original price. The woman's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. You mean I don't have to accompany you anymore, and I could just get 5 times the price for free? That's right, that's right. So, are you going to help me with this? As Chun Sibo spoke, he pulled out several large red bills and waved them in front of the woman. The woman snatched the money away, saying, Of course. It's such an easy job. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Just you wait and see. The woman smiled confidently, then immediately bent over and pretended to be in pain as she walked towards Luo Hanji. Chapter 127. My heart aches terribly. The woman clutched her stomach, frowning as she walked slowly. Then, as he walked up to Luo Hanji, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Miss, I think I've started my period. My stomach is suddenly hurting terribly. Could you please help me to the restroom? The woman's acting was so realistic that her face turned pale as she spoke. Luo Hanji quickly reached out and supported the woman. Sure, I just saw the restroom sign. Hold on, I'll take you there now. After saying that, Luo Hanji immediately helped the woman walk towards the restroom. The woman secretly glanced back at Chun Sibo. Chun Sibo understood immediately, reached into his pocket to feel the small bottle, and then eagerly followed. Just a couple more steps, and we'll be there. Hang in there. Luo Hanji was preoccupied with the woman and paid no attention to his surroundings. Just as the two were turning a corner, the woman, who had previously appeared weak, suddenly turned around and firmly gripped Luo Hanji. Luo Hanji was about to speak with a puzzled look on his face when he saw Chun Sibo walk out from the side. How did you get here? Luo Hanji couldn't help but feel scared. Looking at the woman beside him, she also had a malicious expression on her face. You all conspired to deceive me? Luo Hanji asked, her face filled with disbelief. Chun Sibao rubbed his hands together and stepped forward. That's right, but who told you to be so easy to fool? After saying that, he immediately took out a small bottle from his pocket and, with the woman's help, poured all the liquid inside into Luo Hanji's mouth. Luo Hanji struggled desperately, but ultimately could not break free from the combined restraints of the two. After the unknown liquid was poured down her throat, Luo Hanji suddenly felt her limbs go weak and she couldn't muster any strength at all. I was originally planning to use this with her, but now you've gotten it for free. Chun Sibo revealed a lewd smile and took Luo Hanji from the woman's hands. The woman took the promised reward from Chun Sibo and left happily. On the other side, Yi Fan took the packaged jewelry and walked out of the store. But Luo Hanji was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where's Hanji? Luo Hanji has always been well-behaved and is not the kind of person who would leave without saying goodbye. Yi Fan found an uncle at a nearby security booth and asked him, You mean that girl with long, straight hair and a very pretty face? I just happened to be coming from that side when I saw a woman stop her, saying she had a stomachache and wanted her to help her get to the restroom. It's true that being good-looking and having a striking appearance has its advantages. Yi Fan quickly found out Luo Hanji's whereabouts. After thanking the security guard, Yi Fan followed the direction in which he went. When they were still a distance from the restroom, Yi Fan saw Chun Sibo helping Luo Hanji out from around a corner and into the entrance of a hotel. Luo Hanji was clearly not in a good condition. He looked completely weak. Looks like this guy hasn't learned his lesson from last time, has he? They actually dared to kidnap someone in broad daylight today? Anger surged within him, and Yi Fan strode up to Chun Sibo, kicking him away with a single blow. Chun Sibo was thrown to the side by the force of the impact. Luo Hanji lost her balance and fell to the ground, but was caught firmly in Yi Fan's arms in the next second. Only when he got closer did Yi Fan notice that Luo Hanji's face was covered in tear stains. His expression was filled with fear and unease. "Don't be afraid, little sister Hanji. I'm here, so no one can hurt you anymore." Luo Han's limbs were weak, but he remained fully conscious. After hearing Yi Fan's comforting words, she finally couldn't hold back and buried her head in his arms, bursting into tears. Hearing Luo Hanji's cries, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. The look in his eyes as he glared at Chun Sibo was filled with a fierce and malevolent aura. Chun Sibo struggled to get up from the ground, about to burst into a tirade of curses. When he looked up, he realized that the person who had kicked him was actually the big boss who owned the 13 Mr. Bar. His legs, which are almost standing up, suddenly gave way, and he knelt down. Mr. Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. I just happened to run into Hanji, and she seemed to be in a lot of pain. So I kindly helped her out to get some fresh air." Chun Sibo immediately started making up stories to exonerate himself. Upon hearing this shameless scoundrel sophistry, Luo Hanji immediately lifted her head from Yi Fan's embrace, shaking her head at him with tears in her eyes. No, it's not like that, brother Yi Fan. He and that girl conspired to deceive and harm me." Luo Hanji's voice was very weak and soft, but Yi Fan's hearing was still so clear that he could hear her meaning perfectly. He gently patted Luo Hanji's head to reassure her. Yi Fan raised his eyes again, his tone calm, yet filled with immense intimidation. "Kindness? You kindly help someone up, and then you're planning to take them to a hotel?" Yi Fan uttered a powerful and resounding question. Chun Sibo's face instantly turned extremely panicked. No, it's all a misunderstanding. I just happened to be passing by this hotel. Really, Mr. Yi." Yi Fan snorted coldly, too lazy to waste any more words on such a petty person. He picked up a pebble from the ground and launched it at an extremely high speed at Chun Sibo's groin. Chun Sibo was kneeling and begging Yi Fan for mercy when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his groin. It seems to be his second brother, who shattered unexpectedly. He clutched his wound, the intense pain bringing tears to his eyes, and then he began to roll wildly on the ground. "You better remember this. This is what they call you reap what you sow. If you dare to appear in front of Hanji again, I will make you pay a price even more painful than today." After Yi Fan finished his stern warning, he suddenly picked up Luo Hanji and carried her away. Chun Sibo was left alone, sobbing on the ground like a salted fish, with snot and tears streaming down his face. They carried the person to the Lycan Motors. Yi Fan gently placed Luo Hanji in the passenger seat. As the wrong girl pulled her head away from Yi Fan's embrace, she couldn't stop sobbing and tears streaming down her face. She looked so pitiful that just looking at her made one's heart ache to the core. Yi Fan returned to the driver's seat and patiently patted Luo Hanji on the back to comfort her. Luo Hanji felt a lingering fear, yet inexplicably felt her body getting hotter and hotter. "Brother Yi Fan, brother, is the heater on in your car?" Luo Hanji asked weakly, his hands unconsciously tugging at the collar of his shirt. Yi Fan frowned when he saw the little girl's face suddenly turn as red as if she had fever. Judging from Hanji's condition, the drug that damned Chun Sibo gave her clearly had more than just the effect of making her lose her strength. Chapter 128, she will definitely not regret it. "It's so hot, brother Yi Fan. I can't stand it anymore." As Luo Hanji spoke, he tried to pull off his clothes. Yi Fan pressed down on her wrist, and the holy healer's hand directly presented the symptoms of being drugged in Yi Fan's mind. The person who is drugged will first feel weak and powerless, but will remain conscious. 10 minutes later, it will enter another stage. During this stage, the person who has been drugged will be unable to suppress their emotions. However, as long as you get through this stage smoothly, there shouldn't be any major problems. Yi Fan instantly understood Luo Hanji's current situation. This must be another effect of the drug that made you lose your strength. "Hanji, you may have some very strange feelings in the coming days. For your own good, I'll go out and avoid this for a while. I'll come back when you've recovered." After all, she was a girl next door whose parents knew each other well, so Yi Fan had to consider things more carefully. Yi Fan's words made Luo Hanji instantly understand her current situation. She instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve as he was about to open the car door. "Brother Yi, Yi Fan, please don't go." Luo Hanji leaned limply against Yi Fan, her pleading words revealing a pitiful air. "Brother Yi Fan, please, please help me. I'm so hot, it's unbearably hot. Please, please have some pity on me." Luo Hanji's breath, like a small feather, brushed against Yi Fan's ear. It made him feel a little hot. "Hanji, do you know what you're saying? If we can help alleviate the effects of the medication, we'll have to." Luo Hanji quickly responded. "Brother Yi Fan, my mind is perfectly clear right now, and I know what it means to ask you for help. But I hope you can do this for me, and I know I will never regret it." Luo Hanji's inner emotions burst forth rapidly under the catalysis of the drug's effects. Even though Brother Yi Fan already has a girl he likes, let her be willful this once. After retaining some memories, she will obediently let it go. Upon hearing Luo Hanji's words, Yi Fan naturally had no reason to hesitate any longer. He looked at the fair face in front of him, which was filled with longing, and kissed Luo Hanji's tender lips directly. Luo Hanji snorted and reached out to put her arm around Yi Fan's neck. They responded with a mix of awkwardness and enthusiasm. As his large hand caressed her slender waist, Luo Hanji instantly felt much more comfortable. She then deliberately twisted her body to accommodate Yi Fan's caresses. "Don't worry, Brother Yi Fan will make you feel even more comfortable in a moment," Yi Fan suddenly whispered in Luo Hanji's ear. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji's body went even weaker. Then, Yi Fan took the lead with complete peace of mind. It completely neutralized the effects of the medicine. After the effects of the medication wore off, Luo Hanji was so exhausted that she fell asleep. When she woke up again, the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Yi Fan's burning gaze. Luo Hanji followed Yi Fan's gaze to the spot where he was looking at her, only to realize that she was completely exposed. She quickly and shyly stretched out her arm to cover herself. "Brother Yi Fan, please, please stop looking." Realizing belatedly what had happened between her and Yi Fan, Luo Hanji gradually regained her senses, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She couldn't control her feelings for Yi Fan. "I really did that with him." Luo Hanji was surprised by her own boldness, but she couldn't help but reminisce about the tender moments she shared with Yi Fan. However, after a moment, reason completely prevailed. Luo Hanji picked up her clothes and put them on. "Brother Yi Fan, don't worry. I know you value the girl you're going to give a gift to. This time I begged you to help me turn off the drug's effects. I promise I'll behave and won't interfere with what you and that girl are doing. Please, just forget about what happened today." As Luo Hanji spoke, her eyes couldn't help but redden. At that moment, Yi Fan grabbed her hand as she was about to put on her clothes. "The girl who gave the gift. Hanji, so you really are a bit of a dummy?" Luo Han looked at Yi Fan with confusion and a sense of grievance. She clearly has no choice but to let go of her feelings for him now. Yi Fan actually called her a fool. Luo Hanji was so aggrieved that a small pearl fell from her eye. Yi Fan smiled helplessly again and reached out to wipe away Luo Hanji's tears. "Oh, you silly girl. I only asked you to help pick out a gift because I was worried you wouldn't accept it, so I used this excuse to trick you into coming to shop with me. I didn't intend to give these to any other girls. I bought them all for you from the very beginning. In that Su Xian restaurant that you kept urging me to go back and change, I never thought of taking it back the day I had you sign the contract." As Yi Fan spoke, he smiled and gently patted Luo Hanji's head. "How can there still be such a silly little girl like you these days?" Luo Hanji was completely stunned. So all these things were things that Brother Yi Fan had planned to give me from the beginning? Therefore, there was no other girl he wanted to give jewelry to. From beginning to end, that girl was herself? An indescribable joy welled up in Luo Hanji's heart, and she instantly burst into tears and laughter. I thought. Yi Fan pulled her into his arms and kissed away Luo Hanji's tears little by little. "You little crybaby, you're so silly. If I don't keep an eye on things, won't you be helping the seller count the money after they sell you out?" Luo Hanji was overjoyed at having regained what she had lost, completely forgetting that she was still empty-handed, and immediately wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's waist. Feeling the softness in his arms, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile mischievously. Since little sister Hanji keeps crying, I, Yi Fan, will have to play something else with you to help distract you. Luo Hanji looked at Yi Fan with a hint of doubt. She saw his eyes openly lingering on her body. She understood what he meant instantly. Brother Yi Fan, what are you thinking about now? Luo Hanji turned her face away shyly. What else could I be thinking about? Of course, I'd be thinking about things that make our little sister Hanji comfortable. Chapter 129, It's Best Not to Let the Elders Find Out. Yi Fan tormented Luo Hanji time and time again in Lycan. Luo Hanji finally thought she could rest. As a result, when Yi Fan drove the car into the gate of Jinyu Huafu, Luo Hanji then realized that she was currently staying at Yi Fan's house. In other words, what she thought was a rest was actually a signal that things could start all over again at any time. Luo Hanji was led home by Yi Fan, who was holding her hand. While Luo Hanji was filled with shy thoughts, Yi Fan suddenly handed her a Van Cleef and Arpels gift bag. Luo Hanji looked up, somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her plump, soft cheeks. This is for you, take it. Yi Fan grabbed Luo Hanji's hand and handed the item to her. Ding! Detected that the host, a high-value female, has spent 6.39 million yuan, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 70% of Saya Bank's shares. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I used to always have access to Saya Bank's cards, and now I've finally got my hands on these shares too. Banks are great things, especially top-tier banks like Saya Bank. Yi Fan took the 6.3 million yuan necklace out of the box and put it around Luo Hanji's neck. It suits you perfectly. Luo Hanji felt the heavy necklace around her neck. Although she liked the necklace very much, wasn't it a bit too flashy? Especially since almost every part of it is inlaid with diamonds. If you wear it out, it's like it's blatantly saying, I'm rich, come and steal my necklace. Brother Yi Fan, can I wear it for a little while now, and then put it away and keep it as a treasure later? Luo Hanji asked cautiously. Yi Fan picked up the necklace around her neck and stroked it, his fingers slowly moving to Luo Hanji's smooth skin and prominent collarbone. Okay, but don't take it out yet. It'll look better when it moves. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he picked Luo Hanji up and carried her into his bedroom. In the following days, Luo Hanji was easily swayed. She did whatever Yi Fan said, and what was supposed to be a week of rest before going home turned into a week of revelry for the two of them. It wasn't until the day she got into Yi Fan's car to go home that Luo Hanji belatedly realized how close she had become to brother Yi Fan in just 1 week. She also thought about how she would have to pretend everything was fine in front of her parents and Yi Fan's brother's parents when she got back. A blush of shyness crept on her face. Hopefully, her acting skills are good enough that the elders won't notice. Halfway through the journey, Yi Fan turned his head and asked, Shall we take you straight home first? Brother Yi Fan, could you please take me to the courier station where my parents work? They were still busy when we arrived, and I'd like to help them with some work first. Luo Hanji cautiously made his request. Yi Fan reached out and ruffled Luo Hanji's hair. Of course you can. You've been kissing and hugging me for so many days now. Why are you still being so polite? Hearing Yi Fan's teasing words, Luo Hanji's face turned red again, much to her dismay. They could only obediently tuck their heads into their oversized hoodies. Lycan's speed was impressive, and the two quickly arrived at the area where their hometown was located. Yi Fan drove her to the courier point according to the address given by Luo Hanji. The two had just parked their car at a nearby temporary parking spot and were walking towards Luo Han's parents' courier service point when then a man's loud voice came from inside the branch. Old Luo, I'm going to have to charge you a bit more in operating fees this quarter. Your branch has been getting so many orders lately, and business is so good. Do you know that the other branch owners in this area have a lot of complaints about you? Many of them have complained to me about you. If it weren't for me standing up for you, your shop wouldn't be safe and sound all this time. With his hands on his hips, he Benji launched into a tirade against the Luo couple, his main point being to increase their fixed monthly operating expenses. Luo's parents were honest people, and they were suddenly being asked to do this by He Bunji. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Moreover, they have always had good relations with other merchants. The current situation clearly shows that He Bunji is jealous of their recent profits, which is why he made this unreasonable fuss. Agent, our courier point is a small business, and we've only recently started to see some improvement. Now that your operating costs have suddenly increased, it's like we're not making any profit at all. Besides, we've never heard of the idea that if revenue increases, operating costs should increase accordingly. Could you please make an exception for us? As he spoke, Luo's father handed Bunji a whole carton of good cigarettes. Bunji glanced at the cigarettes that Luo's father offered, then reached out and took the whole pack, stuffing it into his pocket. Oh my, would other families say anything to you in front of you if they had a problem with you? You two are almost 50 years old. How come you don't understand such basic social etiquette? In short, I'm making this clear. I'm raising the operating expenses this quarter. Stop talking nonsense and pay up. I have to go to the next client. This, Mr. and Mrs. Luo looked helpless, and Mr. Luo had no choice but to take out his phone to transfer the money. Uncle, please wait. After hearing the whole story, Yi Fan and Luo Hanji immediately went to the store. Luo Hanji quickly ran over to comfort her helpless and embarrassed parents, while Yi Fan stood in front of Bunji. When Bunji saw that his good time had been suddenly interrupted, his expression immediately became even more impatient. Who else could it be but you, kid? We adults are here discussing matters. Wait my foot. Yi Fan's eyes swept over Bunji's work clothes, which bore the Yuantong logo. What a coincidence! The courier point operated by Luo Han's parents is Yuantong Express. Yi Fan had only recently acquired a 60% stake in Yuantong Express. Yi Fan looked up at Bunji and asked, "How come I haven't heard about our company suddenly increasing its operating expenses? Could this be a scheme you're using to swindle money from the branch owner under the guise of operating expenses, just so you can line your own pocket?" Bunji was furious when Yi Fan suddenly exposed his ulterior motives. "What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? I'll sue you for defamation. Besides, this is an internal matter for our company. What right does some nobody like you have to interfere? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way." As Bunji spoke, he revealed a fierce expression, as if he would make Yi Fan regret it if he didn't shut up. Mr. and Mrs. Luo couldn't bear to see Yi Fan suffer because of their situation, so they quickly started transferring the money. Chapter 130. He seemed to be trying to bring the two together. Yi Fan used gestures to stop Luo's parents. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Mr. Tian from Yuantong? This is Yi Fan." Upon hearing Yi Fan's name, Tian Li on the other end of the phone almost dropped his phone. "Isn't this Chairman Yi Fan, who hasn't shown up since buying 60% of the company's shares? Why would he suddenly call me out of the blue?" "Chairman Yi, hello. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm at branch number 66 in Hu Air District of Jiangxing right now. A salesperson surnamed, he came here and said that the operating costs for this quarter will increase. I'd like to ask, is this a new policy of our company?" Yi Fan's words were devoid of any inflection, yet they sent a chill down the spines of those who heard them. No, Chairman Yi," Tian Li replied cautiously, immediately realizing that the problem must lie with the agent on the other side. Bunji watched Yi Fan talk to him as if he were really serious. His temper flared up again, and he couldn't hold back. "Hey kid, haven't you had enough of acting? You're even calling our company's CEO from here. Do you even know his phone number? You're just pretending." Bunji's voice was extremely loud, and the two sentences he shouted at that moment all reached Tian Li's ears on the other end of Yi Fan's phone call. He was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm sorry, Chairman Yi. I'll address the issue you raised immediately." Tian Li carefully put the phone that was connected to Yi Fan's call aside and quickly dialed the number left by Bunji using the company's internal number. Bunji wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that it was General Manager Tian from the company calling him, he realized that it was Tian who had called him. He immediately put on a fawning face and prepared to flatter Tian Li. However, as soon as the call connected, before Bunji could even speak, Tian Li's deafening angry curses came from the other end. "Bunji, have you eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? How dare you openly play your underhanded tricks in front of Chairman Yi? When did Yuantong tell you about the increase in operating fees? You better explain that to me properly." Bunji was so yelled at that he almost dropped his phone. He was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to extract the key information from Tian Li's words. "Chairman Yi, What Chairman Yi? And how did Mr. Tian suddenly find out about him charging extra operating fees here? President Tian, who told you this nonsense? How could I possibly do something that would damage the company's image? Someone must be deliberately framing me in front of you. Besides, there's no Chairman Yi here. Please investigate carefully and don't wrong me. Bunji continued his sophistry without batting an eye. Tian Li was almost driven mad by him. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. The most handsome and youngest guy around you right now is Yi Fan, Chairman Yi, the largest shareholder of Yuantong. After Tian Li finished yelling, he quickly sent a photo of Yi Fan to Bunji's phone. Bunji looked surprised and immediately opened the photo following the notification sound on his phone. Yi Fan's face appeared on the phone screen. After looking at the photo, Bunji suddenly looked up at Yi Fan across from him. His mouth was completely open, forming an O shape. You're Chairman Yi? Bunji asked incredulously. Luo's parents and Luo Hanji couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Tian Li roared again on the other end of the phone. Of course you're an idiot. Chairman Yi has seen all this evidence clearly, and you still have the nerve to make excuses here. I really didn't expect there to be someone like you in the company. At this moment, Bunji was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. His fleshy face was filled with fear, and his hand gripping the phone began to tremble. President Tian, Chairman Yi, I was just momentarily blinded by greed this time. You see, I didn't actually collect any extra operating fees from the owner here. Please, can you forgive me this once? As Bunji spoke, his legs went weak. He simply knelt down in front of Yi Fan, hoping to gain some sympathy. Yi Fan wouldn't give such a bully a kind look. He picked up the phone, which was still connected to another call. Mr. Tian, I'm here right now. How about this? Do you think we should change the general agent for this region? Tian Li understood immediately. Yes, Chairman Yi, no problem. After responding to Yi Fan, Tian Li roared into the phone on Bunji's end. The volume was so loud it sounded like the speakers were on. Bunji, listen to me carefully. From this moment on, you are no longer the general agent of Hu Air District. I will invite Mr. Luo Wangguang to be the general agent for this area from now on. You'd better get out of that store right now and come to headquarters to complete your resignation procedures. After Tian Li finished speaking, he hung up the phone decisively. They didn't even give Bunji a chance to plead for leniency. Bunji collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted, his eyes vacant and lifeless, utterly despairing. It was only after Luo's father called over a few young men who could move packages that they managed to drag him out of the store. The troubles at Luo's parents' house were resolved in an instant, and both of them were extremely grateful to Yi Fan. Thank you so much, Xiao Fan. We wouldn't know what to do today without you. Bunji has always liked to take a little extra money when collecting operating fees, but I didn't expect him to actually try to take advantage of the amount of operating fees today. It's all thanks to you. The Yi family has indeed raised an excellent son. Luo's father cast a look of satisfaction and admiration at Yi Fan. Luo's mother kept glancing at Yi Fan and then at her own daughter. The more I look at them, the more I think they're a perfect match. Uncle and aunt are too kind. I won't disturb your family reunion any longer. I'll head back now. Yi Fan politely said goodbye, but was stopped by Luo's mother in time. Xiao Fan, you've come all this way to visit us. So how about this? I'll call your parents, and tonight, our two families can all have a lively hot pot dinner together. What do you say? With such a warm invitation from Luo's mother, Yi Fan, as a junior, naturally had no reason to refuse. Okay, then thank you for your help, uncle and aunt. Yi Fan replied politely. No trouble at all. We're family. No need for formalities. Luo's mother chuckled and teased, then deliberately gave Luo Hanji a wink. Luo Hanji never expected that her mother would so openly try to matchmake the two of them. Unable to resist recalling certain scenes, her face quickly turned red again. Chapter 131 was surrounded by onlookers. Yi Fan and Luo Hanji helped out at Luo's parents' courier service point for a while. Mr. and Mrs. Luo suspended the store's business in advance, and the four of them walked out of the store chatting and laughing together. When the four of them arrived at the spot where Yi Fan had parked his car, they saw that a group of people had already gathered around the red lichen. I really need to give you all a proper lesson. Do you guys know what brand this car is? This is the legendary Lycan Hypersport. Doesn't it look familiar? Let me tell you, remember the car that flew over 3 buildings in Furious 7? This is the exact same model. You know what it really is? Even the colors are exactly the same. After listening to a car enthusiast explain the facts to him, a curious passerby immediately showed everyone the pictures he had found online. My goodness, a sports car that even appears in movies. This car must cost at least several million, right? An older woman asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, the most enthusiastic guy from Koppelkin immediately rolled his eyes. Million? You're seriously insulting this world-class supercar. There are only 3 of this brand and model of supercar ever made in the world. If this car is to be sold in China, it will cost at least 100 million. Holy crap, 100 million! Upon learning the exact price of Lycan, the onlookers all gasped in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. 2 sisters, sporting trendy makeup looks, excitedly came to the hood of the Lycan and took cute selfies while pouting. Hearing what everyone was saying, Luo's parents couldn't help but look at each other in amazement. A sports car worth 100 million. What kind of family can afford a car like that? Luo Hanji couldn't help but chuckle and quickly whispered to the 2 elders. Dad, Mom, actually this supercar belongs to Brother Yifan. Upon hearing this, Luo's parents immediately gasped, their eyes filled with admiration for their junior as they looked at Yifan. They had only just met Yifan today, and they were already shocked by him twice. This young talent is truly remarkable. Yifan looked at the crowd that had surrounded his car. He rubbed his temples with a hint of helplessness and walked towards Lycan. The 2 sisters, who were engrossed in taking photos, were immediately drawn to Yifan's handsome face when they saw him arrive. Handsome guy, you're here to take photos too, right? How about we take some together? The slightly taller of the twins immediately gave Yifan a flirtatious wink. If you take a photo with a luxury car and a handsome guy at the same time, the number of likes you get when you post it will be extraordinary. Yeah, handsome. My sister invited you, so come on over. Another woman echoed the greeting. Yifan was speechless, so he simply took out the car keys from his pocket and pressed them. As Yifan made his move, the headlights on the Lycan motors suddenly lit up. Like 2 dazzling tomorrow suns, they radiate extraordinary light. Everyone was stunned by Yifan's calm demeanor and the car key in his hand that could drive the entire Lycan. Holy crap! This supercar worth 100 million yuan actually belongs to this handsome guy. Handsome and rich, my God. When did our Huer district produce such a prodigy? Young man, do you have a girlfriend? I have a daughter who just graduated last year. She's very well behaved. Would you be interested in getting to know her? The woman who had just asked about Lycan prices immediately pushed her way out of the crowd, eager to help her daughter get married. The 2 sisters who were taking pictures of the car's front were immediately stunned when they realized that Yifan was the owner of the car. When they finally came to their senses, the 2 of them began to vie with each other to curry favor with Yifan. Hey, handsome, so this Lycan is yours. What a coincidence. Since we're so destined to meet, could you give me a ride? The tall twin sisters deliberately struck a pose in front of Yifan. The other one immediately pushed past her with a disgruntled look. Handsome, why don't you take her for a drive? I know just as many tricks on my sleeve as this girl. The onlookers watched as the 2 men recklessly promoted themselves. 1 or 2 of them were speechless with astonishment. The older woman, heartbroken, vehemently condemned. The world is going to the dogs. Do your parents know what you're doing? The 2 sisters ignored the old lady's nagging and started fighting, neither giving an inch. Yifan twitched his lips, speechless, and didn't want to waste any more time here. He walked directly past the 2 men and went to the Lycan's car door. The reverse-facing car doors unfolded like 2 bright red wings, their cool appearance drawing envy from everyone. Just as Yifan was about to get into the car, the 2 sisters quickly called a truce. Handsome, if it really doesn't work out, the 2 of us can come with you. The surrounding crowd. Who am I? Where am I? Is this even possible? The onlookers couldn't help but cast meaningful glances at the 2 sisters. That won't do. My passenger seat is already occupied. After Yifan finished speaking, he started the vehicle, and everyone quickly and consciously stepped aside to make way for Lycan. Yifan drove the Lycan directly in front of the Luo family members. Uncle and Aunt, I'm so sorry, my car is a bit small. Would you like Hanji to ride in my car instead? Luo's mother was eager for the two to spend more time together, so she quickly nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Xiaofan. Luckily, her dad drove here, so the two of us can drive our own cars back. After Luo's mother finished speaking, she immediately pushed Luo Hanji to Yifan's car. Only then did the onlookers notice that there was such a stunningly beautiful girl here, as beautiful as a fairy. They were all so busy looking at the cars that they wouldn't have missed seeing such a beautiful goddess. What a beautiful girl. She looks just like a celebrity. Yes, and it looks like she's completely bare-faced, which is so much better than the heavy makeup of those two women who were making such outrageous statements earlier. Luo Hanji, her face flushed, was pushed by her mother into the passenger seat of Lycan. Only then did everyone realize that the Lycan driver had said there was someone in the passenger seat. I just want to give this girl a ride. Damn it, not only is he rich, but he also managed to hook up with such a great girl. Does he have no one else to live with? Brother, you've got the cause and effect backwards. Of course, he can only get such a great girl because he's rich. A group of men watched Yifan sitting confidently in the Lycan with Luo Hanji in tow, and one or two of them were so envious that tears streamed down their faces. Chapter 132, let's take a look around the room. The two sisters who had been eager to pounce on Yifan just moments before now wisely lowered their heads and walked away after seeing Luo Hanji's beauty. Yifan stepped on the gas and drove away with Luo Hanji in his car. It only leaves everyone with a cool, unattainable silhouette of the car. The unique and captivating engine sound of the Lycan lingers in everyone's hearts, never fading away. Shortly after Luo's parents arrived home, Yifan's parents also arrived. When Yifan's mother, Guo Chunse, heard that Yifan had helped the Luo family solve their operating expenses problem, she was overjoyed. You little rascal, you're actually doing quite well these days. Your Aunt Lin was praising you to me just now. Luo Mulin Yunlan quickly smiled and came over to add, Your son is so successful, becoming the big boss of Yuantong at such a young age. If he were in any other family, they would have been bragging about it for miles around. If you ask me, Chun Shui, you're being too modest. Yifan deserves all the praise. Guo Chunsue couldn't stop smiling when she heard this. This child has been very mischievous since he was little. Yunlan, don't praise him too much. After the two families finished exchanging pleasantries, Guo Chunsue gave Yifan's arm a light pat, sounding slightly reproachful. You silly child, how come you didn't tell the family when you became the chairman of Yuantong? How come going to university has made you estranged from your family? Yifan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. What can he say? Yuantong is just a small part of his many businesses. What's there to say? If I were to explain everything else to my parents, it would be even more terrifying. They might be so shocked that they faint. Next time. Yifan could only give a perfunctory response to his mother's question. You brat. All you do is say weird things to annoy your old mother. Guo Chunsue continued to feign anger and pinched Yifan's arm, but in reality, she was grinning from ear to ear for her child. After a while, Mr. and Mrs. Luo finally prepared all the ingredients for the hot pot. Come on, everyone, you can all sit down at the table now. The two sets of parents sat together in a lively atmosphere, intentionally placing their two children next to each other. Yifan subtly raised an eyebrow at Luo Hanji. Unable to resist being teased, Luo Han immediately recalled certain things based on Yifan's expression. She hadn't even eaten the hot pot yet, and her face was already burning hot. At the dinner table, Luo's mother began to inquire about the matter, pretending to be casual conversation. Xiaofan is so handsome and successful now. He must have a lot of girls in school, right? Do you have a girlfriend yet? It's about time you brought her home to meet your parents. Before Yifan could speak, Guo Chunsue hurriedly took over the conversation. That's why I'm so worried. I don't know if this kid is just focused on starting his own business while he's in school. I've never heard him mention having a girlfriend. All my relatives and friends' children, who are all around his age, have been dating for years and are planning to get married and have children right after graduation. As Guo Chunsue spoke, she also revealed a very worried look. Yifan narrowed his eyes as he looked at his mother's performance, which seemed completely staged. What is Mom up to now? Sure enough, the next second, Guo Chunsue changed the subject and steered the conversation toward Luo Hanji, who was eating obediently. By the way, Hanji, Annie sees that you're so pretty and have such a well-behaved personality. Do you have a boyfriend at school? Luo Hanji, who was about to put a piece of tofu skin roll into her mouth, couldn't hold back when she heard the word boyfriend. My hand trembled, and the tofu roll on my chopsticks fell onto the table with a thud. Immediately, her fair and delicate face turned bright red. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle and use paper to wrap up the piece of dried bean curd roll and clean it up for her. The expression on his face as he looked at Luo Hanji again seemed to say, "Silly pig, if you panic anymore, you'll really give yourself away." The adults were somewhat surprised by Luo Hanji's reaction. Guo Chunsue looked at Lin Yunlan anxiously, as if seeking confirmation. Lin Yunlan also looked puzzled. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. My precious daughter was recently harassed by that rich young man, surnamed Wen, and she's developed a phobia of strange men. She's only been in school for 1 semester, and she's already got a boyfriend. Henin, did you really get a boyfriend at school? Lin Yunlan asked quickly. Luo Hanji hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No. How could I possibly have a boyfriend right now? My aunt suddenly asked me, and I just didn't realize what was happening. Luo Hanji has always been a well-behaved child who doesn't lie. Asking her to come up with so many words to respond right now is almost killing her. Hearing Luo Hanji's denial, Guo Chunsue and Lin Yunlan were relieved and quickly exchanged a glance. Sister Chun Shui, since my Hanji doesn't have a boyfriend either, why don't we let the two kids spend more time together? That's great. Hanji is such a good girl. It's a blessing for this kid that she's willing to talk to Xiaofan. Hearing the two mothers' words revealing their true intentions, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle softly, rubbing his forehead. It turns out that these two elders were talking back and forth for so long just to get him and Hanji together. Why didn't you say so earlier? They've already reached the maximum progress rate. Luo Hanji, who was standing next to Yifan, overheard the two parents openly saying that they wanted her to spend more time with Yifan. My face turned red again, much to my dismay. They spend so much time together. Luo Han subconsciously adjusted her posture, trying to appear calm, but she accidentally kicked Yifan as soon as she moved her foot. Yifan tilted his head and grinned mischievously, then leaned close to Luo Hanji's ear and whispered, "What? Want to stick them together again?" Yifan's words reached Luo Hanji's ears with perfect clarity. She felt like her head was about to explode from the heat. This Yifan brother is too bold. How could you talk about these things here? If these adults heard this, wouldn't that be? While Luo Hanji was still feeling shy and surprised, her mother had already started teasing her and Yifan. Look at these two kids, whispering to each other. They seem to get along quite well. Guo Chunsue chimed in. Looks like we were right. The two kids clicked and got along well. And so, the hot pot meal was finished in a joyful and harmonious manner. Luo Hanji wanted to help her mother with the dishes, but before she could even start, she was pulled in front of Yifan. Hanji, why don't you talk to your brother Yifan a little longer? You young people have your own topics to discuss. Or why don't you just take your brother Yifan to your room for a tour? Chapter 133 was quite enjoyable. Before Luo Hanji could respond, Luo's mother pushed the two of them toward Luo Hanji's room. You young people should communicate more. Go ahead. We adults can chat and drink tea outside. After Luo's mother finished speaking with a smile, she escorted the two into their room and thoughtfully left the door slightly ajar for them. Seeing the situation, Guo Chunsue quickly came over and gave Lin Yunlan a thumbs up. Yunlan, that's a great idea. Putting the two kids in a small space and letting them interact on their own makes it much easier for their relationship to develop. Of course, I didn't watch all those TV dramas for nothing. Just you wait and see. It's only a matter of time before the two kids develop feelings for each other. Lin Yunlan smiled and put her arm around Guo Chunsue's arm. The two middle-aged sisters happily went to the living room to watch TV. In Luo Hanji's room, Yifan was still standing near the door. He quietly closed the door and locked it from the inside. Looking at the girl's bedroom, which was impeccably tidy and exuded a faint fragrance, Yifan instantly felt refreshed and relaxed. Luo Hanji has never allowed an adult man to directly view her boudoir before. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel shy and could only lower her head slightly, thinking about what she could say to ease the awkwardness. She happened to glance at the certificates of merit she had displayed on the wall and wanted to tell Yi Fan some of her childhood experiences. She had just raised her head and hadn't even spoken when Yi Fan suddenly hugged her from behind. Moreover, Yi Fan's large hand directly teased her sensitive areas. Luo Hanji couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Brother Yi Fan, what are you doing?" Yi Fan kissed Luo Hanji's fair neck, slowly moving upwards, and bit her earlobe. "Your house must be well soundproofed, right?" As Yi Fan asked, the methods he used made Luo Hanji's legs go weak even more. Luo Hanji's face flushed instantly. She tried to push Yi Fan's hand away, but her body moved uncontrollably. "Brother Yi Fan, no. Not here. What if my parents and aunts and uncles find out later?" Luo Hanji's slightly tearful voice made Yi Fan even more excited. "And he just told us to talk to each other more, so you can't disobey your mother, can you? A child who doesn't listen to his mother isn't a good child." Yi Fan chuckled as he spoke, then laid Luo Hanji down on the bed and covered her with himself. Luo Hanji was both afraid and expectant. This brother Yi Fan is too wicked. They're the ones who look more like bad kids. Before Luo Hanji could even mutter a few complaints to herself, she was already being tormented by Yi Fan in every way. At first, she was distracted and afraid of being discovered by the elders outside, but after a while, she was completely distracted by Yi Fan's strong strength and forgot about the matter. A dozen minutes later, just as Luo Hanji thought Yi Fan would be fine after a little exercise, before she could even pick up her clothes and put them on, Yi Fan lifted her up and carried her again. Luo Hanji was afraid of falling, so she could only keep her legs tightly clamped together. Yi Fan carried her to her dressing table, where the large mirror clearly showed the two of them being intimate. "Hold on tight, you silly pig." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he began to move vigorously. The two were completely absorbed in the moment, losing themselves in it. Without realizing it, I knocked over all the bottles and jars of skincare products, and the room, which was previously filled with only one sound, suddenly became filled with loud, crashing noises. Luo Hanji was startled and instinctively hugged Yi Fan tightly, hiding in his arms. Oh no. I'm making such a loud noise. I hope my parents outside can hear me." Luo Hanji felt extremely guilty, and the two remained silent for a while. Then I heard the sound of a television and a lively chatter of 4 adults coming from outside. Yi Fan lifted Luo Hanji's chin and pecked her lips. "Did you hear that? Don't worry, they won't be paying attention to us for now." Luo Hanji found that such noises were not enough to attract attention from the outside. Getting carried away, she also started to become bolder. The two spent a very pleasant time in Luo Hanji's room. When it was almost time, the two prepared to go out. Luo Hanji checked himself in front of the mirror several times. Thankfully, apart from blushing a little, you shouldn't be able to tell anything else, right? Luo Hanji felt relieved and went out with Yi Fan. Yi Fan quietly unlocked the door, and the moment he opened it, he turned back and kissed Luo Hanji. Luo Hanji was startled, and her fair face quickly turned red again. "Brother Yi Fan." She quickly punched Yi Fan's chest with her little pink fist. TSK, you start murdering your husband after you've eaten your fill?" Yi Fan teased, clutching his chest. This prompted Luo Hanji to cover his mouth again. "Brother Yi Fan, we're about to leave, so please stop teasing me." After arguing for a while, the two finally came out of the room. The 4 adults outside the living room all turned their gazes toward them as soon as they came out. Luo Han subconsciously paused in his steps, afraid that something would be noticed. Yi Fan remained calm, seeing Luo Hanji looking guilty and a wicked smile playing on his lips. Guo Jinte and Lin Yunlan looked at the 2 children standing so close together and couldn't help but smile at each other, clearly indicating that their interaction earlier had been very effective. However, Lin Yunlan became puzzled when Luo Hanji and Yi Fan approached. "Hanji, why is your face so red?" Upon hearing her mother's question, Luo Hanji immediately panicked. "Ah yes, is there? Maybe it's just too hot." Lin Yunlan complained a little. "You kid, you just love the heat. I've told you not to turn the heating up too high in there before, but you never listened. Look how red her little face is." Luckily, Xiao Fan isn't afraid of the heat. Otherwise, she would have turned into Guan Yu like you. These words made the adults burst into laughter. Yi Fan responded in unison. No, Annie, it's not hot at all. It's quite comfortable. After saying that, she gave Luo Hanzi a look that only the two of them could understand. Luo Hanji was both embarrassed and helpless against Yi Fan. She's already in such an awkward situation, and Brother Yi Fan is still joking with her. Brother Yi Fan is such a terrible guy. Chapter 134, Elementary School Reunion. After the two families sat and chatted for a while and drank tea, Yi Fan went home with his parents. Realizing his car could only carry one more person, Yi Fan said, "Mom and Dad, my car can only carry one person, so why don't you take your own cars back?" Guochun Sue frowned slightly upon hearing this. "You kid, now that you're making money, why don't you buy a bigger car? That way, when the whole family goes out together, there will be enough room for everyone. If you're making money, you should still spend it where necessary. There's no need to be so frugal." Yi Fan listened to his mother's words and felt that they made some sense. After all, if there's ever a chance to pick up multiple girls at once, having a big car would definitely be more convenient. "Okay, I'll get a bigger one when I get back and put it in the garage." Guochun Sue was still clicking her tongue, thinking of saying a few more words about Yi Fan, when Ye's father, Yi Guchang, quickly came out to interrupt. All right, the child is all grown up now. Let him do what he likes." After saying that, Guochun Sue was pulled away by Yi Guchang. The three of them each drove 2 cars back to their residential compound. Lycan was fast, so Yi Fan returned to the residential area first. Because there were no designated parking spaces, he had no choice but to park his car at a temporary parking spot. After waiting for the elderly couple to return at the entrance of the apartment building, the three of them went home together. As soon as he got home, Yi Fan went straight to his room and lay down on his soft bed. Sure enough, no matter how good things are outside, nothing compares to this little plot of land at home. Looking at the room's largely unchanged layout and the tidiness and cleanliness that his elderly mother had specially maintained, Yi Fan felt a sense of warmth even in his breathing. Yi Fan's gaze happened to fall on the guitar hanging on the wall in front of him, and he suddenly felt like taking it down and playing it casually. However, just as Yi Fan picked up the guitar and strummed the strings, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Mission reward. Purchase ownership of Jiangqing's largest KTV. Completion will grant you the all-around music god reward. An all-around musical genius? What's that again? Yi Fan opened the panel to take a look. All-around music god means that by obtaining this skill title, one will have the ability to instantly master various musical instruments and related music production techniques from around the world. Wow, that sounds pretty good. Yi Fan was very interested in this reward. Take the guitar in front of him, for example. After he bought it, all he learned to play was Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. If you got this skill, wouldn't you be able to play an incredibly cool fingerstyle guitar piece in no time? And can a task that can be completed simply by paying money even be called a task? This is clearly a benefit, isn't it? Since he was going to buy a karaoke room anyway, Yi Fan thought he might as well invite a few friends he knew to go sing karaoke and have a get-together. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his childhood friend Fang Jiaxu from his hometown. "Son, your dad's home. How about we get a few people together at MGKTV tonight?" Not long after Yi Fan sent the message, Fang Jiaxu called him. "No, bro. You can predict the future. I was just about to tell you my elementary school classmates and I organized a get-together at MG. And do you know who else will be going this time?" "Who is it?" Yi Fan asked. "It's that tomboyish classmate of yours who transferred schools. Hilarious. You used to get chased and beaten by her all the time when you were little. She probably came here specifically for you this time." Fang Jiaxu's gloating was almost palpable. Yi Fan was speechless. Back in elementary school, he was always chased and teased by his classmate, the class monitor with the watermelon head hairstyle, and his classmates called him henpecked. The two were desk mates for 5 years, until the girl transferred to another school in the last year. He did remember that such a person existed, but now his only impression of her was that she was always fierce. He keeps swinging his hair around all day, and you might accidentally slap him in the face. Aren't you childish, kid? That happened ages ago. Is it really worth laughing at your father like that? Okay, I'm not messing around anymore. Let's agree to meet at 8 o'clock, bro. Okay, I'm hanging up. After finishing his story, Yi Fan was called out to dinner by his elderly mother. After finishing most of the tasks, it was almost time to go. Yi Fan drove to the entrance of MGKTV. As expected of the largest and most famous KTV in Jiangcheng, even just standing at the entrance, the golden building exudes an air of luxury. Yi Fan went straight to the front desk. "Hello, what kind of private room would you like?" The receptionist caught a glimpse of footsteps entering and looked up as she spoke. When the receptionist saw Yi Fan's appearance clearly, she was stunned by his beauty. Wow, what a handsome young man. Having been a handsome man for so long, Yi Fan had become accustomed to such blatant, admiring gazes. I don't want to book a private room. Could you please call your boss over? I want to buy this KTV. What? When the receptionist heard Yi Fan's request, she was immediately stunned. You mean you want to buy our KTV? The receptionist asked incredulously. Yes, I'm in a hurry. Please hurry up. Oh, okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist still looked completely bewildered. They immediately said they wanted to buy their largest KTV in Jiangcheng. You still say you're in a hurry? Their KTV must cost at least tens of millions. Why does this handsome guy sound like he's buying cabbage? However, the receptionist didn't dare to delay and immediately contacted the big boss in the office via the internal phone. Boss, there's a gentleman here who says he wants to buy our KTV. Could you please come over here for a moment? The big boss was also very confused when he heard this. He rarely comes to his KTV, but he happened to come today to visit and have tea with some managers and employees. And then suddenly someone comes along saying he wants to buy the KTV? You rarely see this kind of operation anywhere. All right then, please have this gentleman wait for me. I'll be right there. Although it's unclear whether this person's request is true or false. One reason why MG has become so successful is because of its exceptionally good interpersonal skills. Every customer who has visited his KTV has never complained about their service. So after Duan Wei finished the last cup of tea, he rushed to the front desk in a great hurry. When Duan Wei saw that the person who said he wanted to buy the KTV was such a young man, he couldn't help but frown. Although he was easygoing in his hospitality, this young man didn't seem like a wealthy business tycoon at all. She has smooth skin, well-defined features, and a good figure. He doesn't look like a successful person at all. Could be that someone came out of a private room to do a mission after playing Truth or Dare. Duan Wei frowned even more as he considered this possibility. He approached Yi Fan and spoke in a slightly perfunctory tone. "Hello, sir. Are you the one who said you wanted to buy a KTV?" Yi Fan nodded and without further ado, took out his card. "Any amount is fine. Just prepare the contract and transfer the money." Duan Wei shook his head disapprovingly. They paid the bill without even asking about the money. Who buys such a large-scale property like that? Sure enough, this young man was just making fun of him. Duan Wei couldn't help but want to speak up and rebuke, but his gaze casually fell on the bank card that Yi Fan handed over. He was stunned on the spot, because what this young man took out was actually a top-tier black gold card from Saya Bank. Chapter 135, Unconditional Upgrade Benefits. Duan Wei couldn't help but rub his eyes and look at the bank card in Yi Fan's hand again. Absolutely right. This is the Saya Bank's top-tier black card, which is rumored to require a minimum deposit of 10 billion yen to own. In the entire country of China, you could only find about 200 people with such net worth. Considering the entire population of the Great China, this is a percentage with countless zeros after the decimal point. The young man standing before him now was absolutely a dragon among men, no matter his age. Duan Wei immediately adopted an extremely respectful expression and said, "No problem, sir. I'll have someone prepare the contract for you right away." Regarding the acquisition price of this KTV, we estimate it to be around 60 million. Is that acceptable to you? As Duan Wei spoke, he also winked at the receptionist, signaling her to quickly bring some tea to Yi Fan. "No problem. You can handle it yourself." This price was within Yi Fan's expectations. Although MG is the largest KTV in Jiangcheng, Jiangcheng is only a third-tier city in China, so MG's prices can't be too high. Yi Fan's uncompromising attitude immediately filled Duan Wei with admiration. As expected, true masters act decisively. No complicated drama, so comfortable. Seeing that the receptionist had brought the tea, Duan Wei immediately took the tea from her and respectfully served it to Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, please rest on the sofa for a moment. I'll be right there once I finish the contract." Yi-fan nodded lightly and sat comfortably on the leather sofa in the lobby, sipping his tea. A short while later, Duan-wei arrived with several legal colleagues to help Yi-fan complete the formalities. Ding! You have spent 60 million yuan. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 5x rebate and received 300 million yuan in rebates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving the all-round music god reward. I never expected that this purchase related to the task would actually earn me a rebate. The system kid is really generous. Yi-fan suddenly regretted not spending more money earlier. As for the newly obtained all-round music god reward, Yi-fan felt nothing except a surge of electricity running through his body. After completing the formalities, Duan-wei happily bid farewell to Yi-fan. The receptionist was left completely bewildered. In less than 10 minutes, this handsome guy had truly transformed into her big boss. Today she finally understood what it means for the rich to be capricious. She couldn't help but look at Yi-fan with even more starry eyes. But she only dared to stand at her own workstation, occasionally sending him a furtive glance. Having finished all his tasks, Yi-fan idly waited by the sofa for his childhood friends, Fang Jiaxiu and the others to arrive. A moment later, a burst of laughter and giggles came from the doorway. Yi-fan looked in the direction of the sound. It was his beloved son, whom he hadn't seen for quite some time. Jiaxiu, over here. He waved to the group from a distance. Fang Jiaxiu was startled by the call, and the others looked in the direction of the voice. A hint of confusion appeared on everyone's faces, especially those who weren't that familiar with Yi-fan. Jiaxiu, who's that handsome guy? Do you know him? Yeah, I hate to admit it, but this guy is so handsome. He's like a celebrity. Fang Jiaxiu's expression at this moment was quite interesting, with 3 parts doubt, 3 parts wavering, and 4 parts disbelief. When he took a few more steps closer and could see Yi-fan's face clearly, he exclaimed, "Holy crap," in a voice that shook the heavens. Holy crap. Bro, did you get plastic surgery? How did he suddenly become so handsome? Fang Jiaxiu stepped forward, cupped Yi-fan's face in his hands, and examined him from all angles, clicking his tongue in amazement. His facial features haven't changed at all. How come he's become so much more handsome? The other brothers couldn't help but cast surprised and envious glances at them. Holy crap! Is that kid Yi-fan? Holy crap! You've completely transformed in just a short time. Yi-fan suddenly felt the admiring gazes of several male friends and couldn't help but feel strange. He quickly pried Fang Jiaxiu's hand away. It would be impolite of you to touch your father's face again. Isn't that surprising? As Fang Jiaxiu spoke, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "That's great. Now that you're this handsome, we'll definitely be so proud of ourselves." You know, that so-called school heartthrob from our elementary school who was always chased by girls, the one who always sang in school's arts performances, the one with his eyes on the top of his head, is coming to our gathering today. Yi-fan thought about it for a moment and couldn't help but look puzzled. Isn't that guy from the next class? What's he doing at our class party? Who knows? He's probably just looking for an opportunity to show off. Fang Jiaxiu shrugged and replied, chatting with Yi-fan as he went to the front desk to register and activate the reserved private room. Hello, we have booked the deluxe private room for 8 o'clock. Okay, sir, let me check. Is this Mr. Fang? Yes. After hearing Fang Jiaxiu's response, the receptionist noticed that her boss was with the other person. He quickly came up with a brilliant idea. Hello, Mr. Fang. You're our 88th customer today. Congratulations on receiving the benefit of an unconditional upgrade to the presidential suite. Would you mind upgrading to presidential suite number 001 immediately? Upon hearing this, Fang Jiaxiu's expression immediately lit up with joy. How could he possibly encounter such good fortune? Above the deluxe suites are the VIP suites, and then the highest class presidential suites. This benefit is definitely necessary. Sure. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, the receptionist replied, while subconsciously glancing at Yi-fan. I was determined to make sure my boss had a comfortable time. After booking the private room, Yi-fan and his brothers chatted and laughed as they entered. The private rooms at MGKTV are quite stylish. The group arrived at presidential suite number 001, which is the largest and most luxurious of the top-tier suites in the MG building. The entire private room adopts the architectural style of European aristocratic palaces and the sofas and chairs are made of high-grade red velvet material. The walls are covered with oil paintings by famous European artists, and the ceiling is even covered with LEDs to create a starry sky effect. Wow, this presidential suite looks so luxurious. It perfectly matches the style of our class, too. Fang Jiaxu chuckled and praised. Yifan looked around and felt it wasn't bad at all. The two brothers, who loved to sing, rushed to the song selection screen and started choosing songs, while Yifan and Fang Jiaxu sat down on the sofa first. One by one, the other boys in the class also arrived. Just as the two boys finished ordering their songs and were excitedly preparing to start singing, the door to the private room was opened. A dozen or so girls from Class 2 walked in together. One of the women, a tall, beautiful woman with long, wavy hair, wearing a fitted knit top, skinny jeans, and over-the-knee boots, quickly attracted the attention of all the men present. Chapter 136, A Girl's Beauty Changes at 18. Holy crap, when did such a beauty appear in our class? I remember those famously beautiful girls from our grade weren't in our class. Who is this? They say girls change a lot as they grow up. We were only in elementary school back then. How could we possibly see anything? The boys in the class immediately widened their eyes and began enthusiastically discussing and inquiring about it. The two boys who were about to sing were also staring blankly at the approaching pretty girl, even though the accompaniment of the song was almost a third of the way through, completely forgetting about singing. Wow, what a beauty! Bro, I think you and this beauty are the perfect match in terms of looks. Fang Jiaxu quickly called Yifan to watch together. Yifan was taking a sip of Perrier when he turned to look at the source of the sound. It's really quite good. The tall, beautiful woman stood precisely where the lights and shadows fell in the KTV room. Her delicate, smooth skin reflected a filter-like glow, appearing flawless and delicate. Her delicate, oval face had exquisite and three-dimensional features, making her look extremely beautiful and charming. Yifan looked at the score above her head, 93 points. If he had known that one of his former classmates had this score, he would have come looking for them sooner. Fang Jiaxu was incredibly curious, so he quickly grabbed a boy next to him who had found out the girl's name and asked, "Do you know who this beautiful girl is? Who is she in the class?" You might not believe it. She's Shun Aoning, the class monitor with the watermelon head haircut who transferred from our class in 6th grade. What? This beautiful woman is the one with the watermelon head? Fang Jiaxu was so surprised that he couldn't help but shout out. Upon hearing the identity of the beautiful woman, Yifan, who was drinking water nearby, couldn't help but spit out his water on the spot. Is this the same fierce, tomboyish woman who used to yell at him and threatened to kill him all the time when he was a kid? She can also have such a gentle and touching side. Yifan was immediately shocked. By this time, all the other girls had already found seats, but Shen Aoning was still standing with her best friend's arm around her, scanning the room as if looking for someone. She looked for a long time, but couldn't find it, so she couldn't help but ask her best friend next to her. "Jiao, where's my annoying old desk mate? Didn't he come today?" Jiao asked her with a mischievous smile. "Why do you keep asking about your old desk mate? Could it be that you actually have feelings for him?" Jiao, stop messing around. I was just asking casually. Jiao had never been able to handle her stubborn but soft-hearted best friend, so she could only raise her voice and ask Fang Jiaxu from afar. "Fang Jiaxu, did your good brother Yifan come today?" "Here I am. My brother Fan is here," Fang Jiaxu replied, nudging Yifan beside him with his elbow. Because Yifan initially only wanted to chat with his childhood friends, he happened to sit in a spot on the sofa where the light wasn't shining through. Even now, Fang Jiaxu has pointed out Yifan's location to the two girls. In fact, they still couldn't see Yifan's face clearly. Out of politeness, Yifan stood up and greeted his classmates. "Old classmates, it's been a long time. Ome Yifan." Yifan stood up, revealing his height of over 1.8 meters. The spotlight shone on him, instantly revealing his stunningly handsome face. The entire private room suddenly fell silent. When the dozen or so girls saw Yifan's face, one or two of them were stunned by his beauty. The other boys who arrived later were also immediately filled with "holy crap" expressions. After a moment of silence, both the boys and girls couldn't help but exclaim in amazement and praise. "Holy crap, another one who's changed so much. Yifan's gotten this handsome now." His physique is so fit and upright. How the hell is anyone supposed to live with that? Oh my god, Yi-fan is so handsome now. I think I'm starting to feel a little fluttery. This guy's definitely got potential. I don't think I've added him on WeChat. Could any of you recommend him to me? All the female classmates couldn't help but develop heart-shaped eyes. The main reason is that Yi-fan's appearance is just too outstanding. They would believe it if you said he was some obscure celebrity. Shin Aonang's face was clearly full of surprise when she saw Yi-fan, and she couldn't help but stare at Yi-fan for a long time. Given her current looks, she has quite a few handsome men pursuing her, but none of them are as good-looking as Yi-fan. Jiao, her best friend who had been teasing her, also subconsciously said so handsome. Hearing her best friend's praise of Yi-fan, Shen Aoning snapped out of her surprise and turned her gaze away with a hint of resentment. It's all right, Jiao. You just haven't seen enough handsome guys. When Yi-fan heard this, he raised an eyebrow. It seems that even now that his little desk mate has grown up, he still doesn't like him. What a pity. It's okay, I won't force it. It doesn't matter who you spend the money on. Yi-fan temporarily abandoned the idea of cultivating Shen Aoning as a consumer object. Everyone had arrived, and a lively party atmosphere was about to begin. A group of people started playing board games, while the karaoke enthusiasts rushed to request songs. However, before it had even started, the door to the private room was opened again. A boy with slicked back hair, wearing a vest and leather shoes walked in. He's a handsome guy with above-average looks. However, given the contrast with the stunningly handsome Yi-fan, the students were largely uninterested in this newcomer. This person was none other than Pang Lixuan, the elementary school heartthrob that Fang Jiaxu had just mentioned. Pang Lixuan confidently rubbed his hairline with his palm, striking the perfect pose of a handsome man. Little brat, I held the title of school heartthrob for 6 years back in elementary school. This time, I'll make all of you ugly people pale in comparison. As he pondered this, he glanced around the private room. Upon seeing that Shen Aoning, whom he was looking for, was already sitting in the private room, Pang Lixuan immediately struck a pose at the door of the room and shouted loudly, "Long time no see, everyone." It was hard for anyone not to be drawn to his greeting, but after a glance, they all looked away. Is this the school heartthrob we used to chase after in elementary school? How come he doesn't seem as handsome as Yi-fan now? Please, he's nowhere near as good as Yi-fan now, and he's so greasy. Don't insult Yi-fan. Sigh, the shout reminded me of Yi-fan's handsome face again. It's a pity he's sitting in a dark spot, so I can't sneak a few pictures to keep as a souvenir. Pang Lixuan posed for a long time before realizing that everyone's reaction to him was indifferent or even somewhat disdainful. Moreover, he repeatedly heard the name Yi-fan in the conversation of several girls. Pang Lixuan's face immediately darkened. Chapter 137 is definitely going to be a huge embarrassment. Pang Lixuan's face darkened, and he began to grumble inwardly. Yi-fan? Who is Yi-fan? Was there anyone more famous and influential in the entire elementary school than him? TCH, as expected, this group of women are like wild boars that can't handle fine food. Anyway, I'm only here for one person today. If these people don't appreciate my good looks, that's their own loss. After thinking it over, Pang Lixuan finally felt much better. He glanced at the spot where Shen Aoning was sitting, which he had decided on beforehand, and quickly squeezed over. Aoning, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Pang Lixuan pretended to be casual and sat down next to Shen Aoning to chat with her. When Shen Aoning saw that the person who came was Pang Lixuan, her brows furrowed noticeably. Jiao, who was sitting on the other side of Shen Aoning, immediately realized that Pang Lixuan had come for Shen Aoning. Quickly start gossiping in Shen Aoning's ear. You know this former elementary school heartthrob? You two seem to know each other quite well. Shen Aoning frowned even more deeply. We're not very close, just ordinary colleagues. Pang Lixuan caught Shen Aoning's answer and immediately rushed over to add to Jiao's story. Actually, it's quite a coincidence. Not only were Ao Ning and I in next-door classes in elementary school, but we also started working as interns at Saya Bank in the same year. It's hard not to say that it's fate. As Pang Lixuan spoke, his gaze turned intently to Shen Aoning. His desire to seduce her was so obvious, it was as if he had posted notice. There's nothing we can do about it. Shen Aoning is currently the most beautiful woman in their entire banking department. Pang Lishuan, confident in his good looks, naturally wouldn't settle for less. Jiangsheng is a place that's neither too big nor too small. It's not easy to find a beautiful woman nearby, so we have to make the most of her. Pang Lishuan spoke loudly. When the female classmates heard that he was interning at the bank, one or two of them suddenly thought more highly of him and took the opportunity to talk to him. Pang Lishuan's lips curled into a smirk. He knew that with his handsome face and a respectable and stable job at the bank, he would be a perfect match. That would be an easy way to attract all those beautiful women. In a short while, Pang Lishuan's earlier irritation caused by the unknown Yi Fan was quickly swept away. Now it's time for this handsome guy to really show you his skills. Pang Lishuan, brimming with confidence, immediately stood up and grabbed the microphone from a classmate who was waiting to sing. I happen to know this song well, so I'll perform it for everyone just like I did back in elementary school. After Pang Lishuan finished speaking, he even gave Shun Aoning a confident look. You're still pretending to be reserved with me. Just wait and see how you'll throw yourself at me after I finish singing this song. When someone wants to perform, the other students naturally applaud and cheer. Several female classmates who had a crush on him couldn't help but look forward to it. I remember back in elementary school, Pang became famous at school because he sang at the annual arts performances, and eventually he was crowned the school's heartthrob, right? Yeah, he was probably the tallest boy in the whole grade back then, and his hairstyle was even styled. It really brings back some memories of my youth. Amidst cheers and jeers from the crowd, Pang Lishuan finished singing Jay Chou's Sunny Day. When the music ended, applause erupted from the crowd. After all, Pang Lishuan has professional singing training, so while the song wasn't particularly amazing, it was still decent and pleasant to listen to. The students were all very generous in giving positive feedback. Pang Lishuan was naturally extremely arrogant at this moment, but he disregarded the praise from his classmates. He focused his gaze solely on Shun Aoning, confidently anticipating the look of admiration in her eyes as she fell for him. However, the next second, he saw that Shun Aoning was not looking in his direction at all. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently on a man on the other side, laughing and joking with several boys. Because of the dim light, Pang Lishuan couldn't see the man's face clearly, and he couldn't help but frown deeply. Who the hell is this guy? Why is Shun Aoning staring at him instead of looking at me? Could it be that someone had already attacked Shun Aoning before I arrived? Pang Lishuan, who coveted the woman he wanted, couldn't swallow this insult. Pang Lishuan immediately stepped down from the stage and walked straight to the man. Hey, it's no fun coming here if we don't sing. How about we sing a duet together? Yi Fan, who was chatting with a few brothers, turned around when someone suddenly called out his name. Pang Lishuan saw the incredible good looks Yi Fan displayed after turning around. He couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. He immediately realized that this must be Yi Fan, the one who prevented him from receiving praise when he entered. Damn, what a small world. With two grudges combined, he was determined to thoroughly outdo Yi Fan in singing. Yi Fan was unaware of Pang Lishuan's attentive behavior towards Shun Aoning, and naturally, he was also unaware that he had become Pang Lishuan's imagined enemy. He thought Pang Lishuan really wanted to invite him to sing. Yi Fan thought of the all-round music god reward he had just received and decided to take this opportunity to test just how powerful the skill was. Sure, no problem, Yi Fan readily replied. Pang Lishuan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. I never expected this guy to be so overconfident and agree so readily. That's even better. He won't have to waste any more words to trick people into coming. Fang Jiaxiu, who was standing nearby, hurriedly stopped Yi Fan when he heard that Yi Fan wanted to sing with Pang Lishuan. No way, bro. You've forgotten, when you were little, in music class, we practiced that song Little Cabbage, and you made all of us sing off-key. He whispered another word in Yi Fan's ear. Pang Lishuan's best asset is his singing. The fact that he suddenly asked you to sing is clearly a way for him to use you as a foil to his success. Yi Fan flicked Fang Jiaxiu on the head when Fang publicly revealed his embarrassing childhood story of singing off-key. Don't worry, son, I definitely won't sing off-key this time. Seeing Yi Fan's confident demeanor, Fang Jiaxiu shook his head helplessly. Brother Fan, may you have a safe journey. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at Fang Jiaxiu and took the microphone from Pang Lishuan. Let's sing JJ Lin's A Song Not Written for Anyone. I'll sing the first half, and you sing the second half. Okay, classmate. Pang Lishuan immediately selected the song by himself. This song is the most difficult one to sing among JJ Lin's songs. Not only does it start at a high pitch, but it also requires precise timing of the vocal break throughout the entire song, and the chorus requires maintaining a continuous, high quality, and clear pronunciation. He practiced this song for several years before he could consistently deliver a high-quality performance every time he sang it. Yifan will definitely lose face when compared to me. Thinking of this, Pang Lishuan could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Chapter 138, A player with absolute talent. Okay, no problem, you decide. Yifan replied amiably. He had heard this song before, but he couldn't say he was very familiar with it. However, after acquiring the all-round music god, the entire melody of the song appeared clearly in Yifan's mind. Yifan knew that singing was definitely not a problem. When the other female classmates saw Yifan being pulled to sing, they quickly stopped gossiping and began to watch him intently. Shen Aonang also subtly shifted her gaze back from Yifan's direction. Then, feigning nonchalance, she looked at Yifan, who was standing on the stage, once again. The other childhood friends who had heard Yifan sing before all looked like they couldn't bear to watch anymore. One or two people covered their faces with their hands, peeking out through their fingers to barely catch a glimpse of the scene. Pang Lishuan stepped onto the stage and was overjoyed to see that Shen Aoning's gaze had finally been drawn to him. As soon as the intro started, he quickly picked up the microphone and began to sing. Her fluent singing voice drew praise from many classmates. As expected of professionals, they handled such a difficult song quite well. Yes, the live performance was great, no cracking or off-key notes, and the overall listening experience was excellent. It was truly impressive. Hearing the praise from everyone, Yifan's brothers, seeing the song getting closer and closer to his performance, couldn't help but hold their breath in worry for him. If Fangu really sings off-key, then compared to Pang Lishuan, he'll be completely out of control. Pang Lishuan felt he had performed very well. After finishing a chorus, he arrogantly put down the microphone. She raised a disdainful eyebrow and looked at Yifan. So what if he's a little more handsome than me? Now it's your turn to taste the bitterness of being outmatched. As Pang Lishuan pondered this, he turned to observe Shen Aonang's expression. I hope to see shock and disappointment on her face later because of Yifan's terrible performance. As the accompaniment was about to begin the next verse, the female students in the audience all became focused, eager to see how well Yifan, this handsome guy, would sing. Shen Aoning sat in her seat. Her expression, one of anticipation she herself didn't realize. 2 seconds later, the next verse begins. Yifan picked up the microphone at the perfect moment. His singing voice drifted out slowly, and the entire private room fell into a stunned silence. Yifan's emotionally charged singing voice came from his microphone, complementing the accompaniment perfectly, and entered the ears of everyone present. The pitch, rhythm, and coordination with the accompaniment are all perfectly matched. The students present didn't even hear Yifan's breathing during his live performance. Every student's face was filled with astonishment, but their ears were unwilling to miss such a high-level edification and baptism. A moment later, one of Yifan's brothers finally spoke up, looking completely bewildered. Wait, is this the original vocal track? But it sounds different from the original singer's voice. Why is that? What original singer? This is Fan Bingbing's voice. My God, it's unbelievable. How can someone sing so well? I feel like my tainted soul has been cleansed. Fong Jiaxu was so stunned that he jumped up from the sofa. Holy crap. Bro, when did you become such a great singer? Mom, I feel like I don't even recognize you anymore. Pang Lishuan, who was originally full of confidence, froze as if struck by lightning after hearing Yifan sing. What he had expected to see in Shen Aonang's eyes was now completely transformed into her astonished admiration for Yifan. Pang Lishuan turned his stiff head toward Yifan on the stage in disbelief. Despite singing such a difficult song, Yifan seemed to do it with remarkable ease. His expression didn't contort even for a moment despite the need to maintain the high notes. He exuded an air of elegance, like a noble young master. The singing that came out was incredibly beautiful. An absolutely gifted player. As a professional musician, Pang Lixuan knew exactly what Yi Fan's singing level meant. If he were to be a judge without any emotional involvement, then Yi Fan's level would certainly qualify him as a national treasure level singer. What's even more terrifying is that his emotional expression in the songs is incredibly accurate. It even makes one wonder if he wrote and sang this song himself. The reactions of the other students present also fully validated Pang Lixuan's idea. They were so stunned by Yi Fan's singing that they slowed their breathing, wanting to blurt out their praise. But they couldn't help but be drawn into a focused world of music by his voice. So the students' expressions remained one of stunned disbelief, but no one dared to interrupt Yi Fan's performance. At most, they would only take a deep breath, unable to contain themselves. As the song came to an end, Yi Fan's performance also came to a close. However, the private room remained unusually quiet, as the students were still immersed in the emotional atmosphere created by Yi Fan's singing. It wasn't until Yi Fan said thank you that he finally spoke. Only then did everyone belatedly burst into thunderous applause. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is the first time I've ever been so mesmerized by a song. Yi Fan's singing is just so beautiful and captivating. Yeah. Listening to him sing brought back all those bittersweet memories. My God, this level of singing. Yi Fan must be a soul singer. The female students were deeply moved, and their gazes toward Yi Fan became even more adoring. My God, he's so handsome and can sing so well. Yi Fan would be more than qualified to be a star. If you ask me, even those famous celebrities and singers on the market can't compare to Yi Fan. His outstanding live singing ability is leagues ahead of those studio singers. Oh no, I think I'm starting to like Yi Fan more and more. What am I going to do? Some people, recalling the first half of Pang Lixuan's performance, couldn't help but compare and criticize him. I feel that Yi Fan's singing in the second half completely elevated the song to an artistic level. To be honest, I really thought the first half was just average. So you feel the same way? Me too. But everyone was praising it earlier, so I didn't dare say anything. Compared to Yi Fan's performance, Pang's singing is like heaven and earth. Chapter 139, The Final Adventure. Isn't Pang a professional singer? It seems that in the face of absolute talent, even after more than 10 years of hard work, he'll only be crushed. Exactly. That's why Edison said, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. But that 1% inspiration is the most important, even more important than the 99% perspiration. Every word of this discussion reached Pang Lixuan's ears, and his face flushed red, turning a deep purplish red. In his mind, he should be the one being praised, while Yi Fan should only be belittled. Pang Lixuan was furious, but he couldn't think of any way to suppress Yi Fan for the time being. He could only sit down to the side with a sullen face and a look of frustration. As Yi Fan stepped down from the stage, the female students rushed up to him, eager to get his current contact information. After a while, he managed to squeeze out of the crowd and return to his original seat. As soon as Yi Fan sat down, Fang Jiaxu immediately jumped back a distance, pretending to be scared and cheeky. Brother, you haven't been possessed by something, have you? Yi Fan smacked him on the head. You little brat, you can't stand to see your father have a good time, can you? Hearing that familiar tone of disdain and the brotherly and respectful way father and son addressed each other, Fang Jiaxu then showed a relieved expression. Thank goodness, you should still be Brother Fan, no doubt about it. Wow, that guy's amazing. I thought you were going to get slapped in the face by Pang Lixuan, but you turned the tables on him, ha ha ha. Yi Fan shrugged. He wasn't thinking about whether or not he'd be humiliated. However, this all-around music god is indeed quite skilled, and Yi Fan himself had a great time singing just now. After listening to Yi Fan sing, the other female classmates who were originally chatting amongst themselves came over to join Yi Fan in playing the board game. Pang Lixuan sat forlornly in the corner, watching Shun Aoning still watching Yi Fan's movements without making a sound, and his anger surged again. One of his buddies from class 2 quickly came over to comfort him. Brother Pang, don't worry, we still have Plan B. Don't worry, I'll definitely get Ao Ning connected with you later. It was only after being reminded by his best friend that Pang Lixuan remembered that the two of them had indeed devised another way to quickly bring Shun Aoning and him closer. He's really unlucky today. Even his talent and moment of glory were stolen by that guy named Yifan. But he's never failed to get the woman he wants. Pang Lishuan curled his lip, and his best friend immediately called out, "Everyone, now that we're all here, how about we play something fun, like truth or dare?" These words immediately garnered widespread support. Since we've all been classmates for so long, it's inevitable that we'd all be curious about each other's recent situations. Now, with games as an excuse, everyone has a way to find out what they want to know or to get closer to others. The female students on the field all turned their gazes toward Yifan. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. Shen Aoning couldn't help but look over, and her eyes met Yifan's. She quickly turned her head away, her heart pounding frighteningly fast. Yifan was even more puzzled by Shen Aoning's reaction. How come after more than 10 years, this little classmate still seems to dislike me so much? This little girl has quite a temper. The principle is that everyone present should participate in this kind of game. Pang Lishuan's best friend exchanged a glance with him, and then began to distribute the game cards he had brought. The previous steps proceeded normally, and some students drew the task of calling their ex to ask for reconciliation. One of the male students drew a question and had to kiss the wall passionately for 10 seconds. Fang Jiaxu also drew the task of dancing in front of Yi Jiao. He Jiao, this is so offensive, I'm blinded. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and lively chatter, creating a very harmonious and enthusiastic atmosphere. As everyone played and joked around, the time was almost up. All right, let's have one last round. This one will be the perfect way to end the day. So let's each draw a dare, and whoever draws it can't cheat. After Pang Lishuan's best friend, who was in charge of dealing the cards, finished speaking, he secretly gave Pang Lishuan a everything is okay gesture. Pang Lishuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, and the other classmates joined in, creating a lively atmosphere and hoping for a perfect ending. All right, the cards have been dealt. Everyone, please read out the truth or dare you drew. Hey, I'm going down a whole bottle of beer in one go. What the heck? Am I supposed to post a marriage proposal on my WeChat moments? Jiao, what kind of thing is it to yell at the person directly in front of you that I'm a beast? Fang Jiaxu cried out in surprise, looked up, and found that the person directly in front of him was He Jiao. He Jiao, hello, you beast. Pang Lishuan gave Shen Aoning a lecherous look, then excitedly revealed his cards. The next second, his expression froze. The classic poses of the 4 pigsy characters. So shocked was Pang Lishuan that he stood up abruptly, shouting. He glared angrily at his best friend, who quickly checked everyone's cards and made his own special markings before realizing he had sent the cards to the wrong person. Hey, Fan Ji, what did you draw? Fang Jiaxu quickly grabbed Yifan's cards to look at them. Give the person who draws the Cupid card a passionate kiss for 1 minute. As soon as Fang Jiaxu spoke in a loud voice, the other female students who hadn't yet checked their cards immediately flipped them up to take a look. Then, without exception, they all showed expressions of disappointment. Seeing that Shen Aoning hadn't made a move, He Jiao took over her card and started looking at it. Wow, Ao Ning drew the Cupid card. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention turned to Yifan and Shen Aoning. After all, it would be too exciting to have the 2 most outstanding handsome men and beautiful women on the scene go on such a great adventure together. Some students who liked to stir up trouble immediately started dancing. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Pang Lishuan was so angry at the jeers that he almost died. He was supposed to be the one to do this dare with Shen Aoning. He shot a resentful look at his best friend, who waved his hand fearfully, indicating that he really didn't mean to. Amidst the cheers and jeers of the crowd, Yifan looked up at Shen Aoning. He wouldn't be at a loss if he kissed such a beautiful woman. It all depends on whether this little girl, who always finds fault with him, will agree. Shen Aoning never expected that she would draw such a dare, and she was with Yifan. Her feelings were very complicated at that moment, and her face immediately turned a little red. Fortunately, the KTV was dimly lit, so no one could see her face. After everyone had been egging them on for a while, neither of them responded. Fang Jiaxu immediately stepped in to help. Everyone agreed before the last round started. You 2 handsome guys and beautiful ladies, you can't be sore losers. Yifan Shuruk, I'm fine with anything, It just depends on whether she minds. Hearing Yi Fan's nonchalant tone, Shun Aoning immediately became indignant. Who do you think you are? It's just a simple dare. After Shun Aoning finished speaking, she suddenly stood up, went straight forward, grabbed Yi Fan's collar, and pulled him down, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Chapter 140. What's truly useful are your wealth and assets. Woohoo! Aoning is so domineering. Wow, such a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Keep kissing. I love watching. The students, who loved watching the excitement, immediately cheered and whistled when they saw this. Some of the female classmates who were deeply infatuated with Yi Fan were now feeling incredibly jealous. Pang Lixuan, needless to say, was so angry that his face turned ashen and he looked like he was about to die. Yi Fan felt the woman's soft touch on his lips. I raised an eyebrow. Did Shun Aoning just forcibly kiss me? You absolutely have to kiss her back. Thinking this, Yi Fan wrapped one arm around Shun Aoning's slender, fair neck and pressed her lips firmly against his. He even kissed her lips, his tongue prying open her teeth and wantonly conquering her territory. Shun Aoning was stunned by Yi Fan's sudden and swift attack. She's never kissed a boy in her entire life. Actually, this was her first kiss. As a result, Yi Fan directly, Shun Aoning's blush quickly spread to the tips of her ears. But under Yi Fan's superb kissing skills, she found herself actually starting to enjoy it and inexplicably wanting more. Yi Fan clearly noticed Shun Aoning's awkwardness in kissing, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He held her neck firmly and even wrapped his other hand around her waist, pressing her soft body tightly against his. Shun Aoning felt the warmth of Yi Fan's embrace, and her body gradually went limp uncontrollably. The students watching were amazed at how well the two of them performed their dare. The cheers grew even louder. Oh my god, it's just like watching a TV drama. Shipping couples is only fun when they're good-looking. Seriously, Yi Fan and Shun Aoning look so good together. Together. Amidst the onlookers and cheers, the 1-minute kissing adventure finally came to an end. Yi Fan released Shun Aoning, still appearing calm and composed. On the contrary, Shun Aoning was completely dazed and confused after Yi Fan released her. A moment later, she belatedly realized that she was completely embarrassed. Good heavens, she kissed Yi Fan so intimately for a full minute. A sweet feeling welled up inside her, and Shun Aoning subconsciously glanced at Yi Fan. However, the moment their eyes met, she immediately felt shy and her heart began to pound wildly. She quickly grabbed the XO liquor from the bar table next to her, poured herself a whole glass, and gulped it down. They wanted to pretend that they were actually very relaxed and at ease when it came to kissing. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow as he watched Shun Aoning down a glass of XO liquor in one gulp. Then I remembered her performance during the kiss. An amused expression appeared on his face. Looking at her fierce and arrogant appearance, she's actually just a paper tiger who doesn't even know how to kiss. I must say, this is kind of interesting. The atmosphere in the private room was ignited to its peak by Yi Fan and Shun Aoning's great adventure. Other students also started their own adventures. Fang Jiaxu shouted that he was a beast, which also showed his carefree and happy temperament. When it was Pang Lixuan's turn to do the pigsy act, he could only put on a sullen face and make a ridiculous face, which made everyone burst into laughter. We had a great time that night, and it was time to go home. Everyone packed their things and prepared to leave for home, exiting the private room together. Shun Aoning was starting to feel dizzy from the glass of XO liquor she had gulped down. Jiao Jiao, could you come with me to the restroom first? I want to wash my face. He Jiao quickly supported her unsteady best friend and turned to Fang Jiaxu, saying, You guys go to the main gate first. Ao Ning and I will go to the restroom first. All right, then you guys wait until you come out, and then we'll see how everyone can get a ride home. After saying that, He Jiao helped Shun Aoning to the restroom. The other students left together, chatting and laughing. On the way out, Pang Lixuan was still extremely frustrated. There's an urgent need to find something to save face. By the way, what kind of cars did everyone drive here? I just bought an Audi A8L. If anyone needs a ride home, feel free to hitch a ride with me. Although he didn't get much of a good reception from Shun Aoning today, it's not bad to be able to let these idiot classmates know how awesome he is. After all, even though Yi Fan stole the show today in terms of looks and singing. But now we're all adults about to enter society, and in the future, what will truly be useful will be our wealth and assets. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the laughing and joking students were immediately drawn over. What? Pang, you've already bought a car? And it's an Audi A8L with a total price of nearly 900,000 yuan? Wow, Pang, that's impressive. Wow. Can we take a look at your car later? They're all seniors who haven't graduated yet. And now suddenly someone says that a classmate of their age has already bought a luxury car worth nearly $1 million. How could they not be envious? Pang Lishuan knew these poor bastards would react this way, their noses practically strutting up in the air. Oh, 900,000 is not so bad. I'm just using it temporarily for transportation. Everyone can look at it, touch it, or sit on it. Feel free to do whatever you want. As Pang Lishuan spoke, he glanced at Yi Fan. But all they saw was him chatting happily with his brothers, completely ignoring Pang Lishuan's conversation. Pang Lishuan snorted coldly. You're quite the actor. Just wait and see how I take Shun Aonang away from you. The group walked to the elevator, ready to take it down to the first floor. At this moment, Fong Jiaxiu, who was chatting and laughing with Yi Fan, suddenly received a call from He Jiao. Fong Jiaxiu, hurry up and bring a few boys over here. Ao Ning and I had just come out of the restroom and hadn't walked a few steps when a drunk man came up and stopped us. He's still holding onto Ao Ning's hand and won't let us leave. Quickly bring everyone to help. He's too big. I can't possibly rescue Ao Ning from him. What? With so many of us classmates here, we can't let the girls in our class get bullied. After hanging up the phone, Fong Jiaxiu immediately gave a brief explanation of the situation to his classmates. Upon hearing this, all the students in the class turned around and headed towards the restroom. Upon hearing that Shun Aoning was being harassed and that so many classmates were involved, Pang Lishuan immediately rushed to the front. Chapter 141 Boss, are you alright? The students in class 2 rushed to the restroom on the same floor. After turning a corner, they saw the corridor not far from the restroom. Shun Aoning was being dragged by a burly, shirtless drunk man. He Jiao, who was standing nearby, tried to help, but was pushed aside by the drunk man. Upon seeing this, Pang Lishuan, who was walking at the front, immediately said, How dare you bully a girl in broad daylight? The drunkard looked over upon hearing the noise, his tone arrogant. So what if I bully you? What can you do about it? If you dare to come up and fight me, then come on. As the drunkard spoke, he showed Pang Lishuan his muscular biceps. Pang Lishuan was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back, turning around to make sure that all his classmates had followed. Only then did he dare to yell at the drunkard again. What are you being so arrogant about? Anyway, let go of that girl right now. Or else don't blame me for being impolite. The other students arrived by then, but the drunkard was already quite intoxicated. Despite seeing so many people, he wasn't afraid and just kept pulling on Shun Aonang, preventing her from leaving. Shun Aonang was completely intoxicated by the XO liquor she had drunk, and although she wanted to break free from the drunkard on her own, she was powerless to do so. Yi Fan frowned as he watched Pang Lishuan keep babbling ahead, but not going forward to rescue Shun Aonang. Yi Fan decided to bypass Pang Lishuan and bring the person back himself. However, just as Yi Fan was about to walk over, Pang Lishuan immediately blocked his way. Yi Fan, don't cause trouble here. Jiangcheng is practically my territory. You've been gone for years. Don't you even know the rules here? You have no power or influence. Do you think anyone will listen to you? Let me handle this. My dad is a well-known small business owner in Jiangcheng, after all. I'll bring up my dad's name, and this drunkard will naturally back down. Having finally gotten a chance to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, Pang Lishuan wasn't about to give that opportunity to Yi Fan. Besides, with your small, thin frame, you can't beat that drunkard, so don't try to be a hero here, Pang Lishuan added. Yi Fan glanced at Pang Lishuan sideways, then reached out and pushed him aside. Why you been babbling on here? The person could have been saved long ago. Yi Fan snorted coldly and walked up to the drunkard. The drunkard quickly reached out to push Yi Fan, but Yi Fan grabbed his wrist with one hand. The drunkard tried to break free, but found that Yi Fan's strength was terrifying. He tried with all his might, but he couldn't break free from Yi Fan's grasp even a fraction of an inch. The drunkard was a little scared, because this power was really abnormal. You, let me go, or believe me, I'll. Yi Fan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. He simply twisted the hand that was grabbing the drunkard down and used his other hand to pull Shun Aoning into his arms. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, suddenly echoed down the corridor. The drunkard clutched his hand, which had been severely injured by Yi Fan, and knelt on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Shun Aoning stumbled into Yi Fan's arms. She was about to pass out completely drunk when she looked up at the person who had come to save her, completely dazed. Upon realizing that Yi Fan was the one who caught her, Shun Aoning finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep in Yi Fan's arms, completely drunk. Yi Fan looked at the pure, sleeping face of the woman in his arms and shook his head with a helpless smile. This little classmate of mine is quite good at causing trouble for others. Thinking this, Yi Fan simply picked her up in a princess carry. When the students saw Yi Fan subdue the drunkard, who was 1.5 times his size, with just one hand, they were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, Yi Fan's strength. Wow. If he punched me, I'd be sent flying on the spot. This is amazing. Suddenly, I feel like the rest of us were totally unnecessary. The female students collectively grabbed the hands of those nearby and screamed at Yi Fan's handsome appearance. My God, how did Yi Fan become so outstanding? Yeah, right. Not only is he handsome and can sing, but he's also incredibly fit. If someone could be his girlfriend, they feel so safe and secure. Yeah, he's so much better than those guys who just talk a lot, but don't actually dare to go up there. I really love this kind of guy with so much boyfriend potential. However, after they saw Yi Fan pick up Shun Aoning in his arms, they couldn't help but feel incredibly envious and jealous. They even regretted that it wasn't them who had run into trouble earlier. On the other side, Pang Lixuan saw Yi Fan rescue Shun Aoning from the drunkard in a few moves, and his expression of schadenfreude froze completely. Why? Why did Yi Fan accomplish what he was supposed to do so easily? Now that Yi Fan has even used the hero saves the damsel in distress trope, what advantage does he have left in front of Shun Aoning? Moreover, compared to Yi Fan, he now appears as a cowardly and timid figure in the eyes of the other female classmates. This is completely different from what he expected. No, he has to do something. Pang Lixuan quickly went up to stop Yi Fan, who was about to leave with Shun Aoning in his arms. Yi Fan, aren't you being far too impulsive? If you hurt someone like this, and he comes to his senses and wants to settle scores later, do you think you can handle it? You might be able to leave and be done with it, but Ao Ning is going to work in Jiangsheng forever. You don't have the ability to do that, so why are you causing her so much trouble? How about this? You hand Ao Ning over to me for care. That way, if this drunkard tries to cause trouble in the future with the Pang family's power in Jiangsheng, at least we can cover for her. You don't need to thank me too much, it's just that we happen to be classmates. As Pang Lixuan spoke, he tried to take Shun Aoning from Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan sneezed. He wasn't sure just now, but now it seems that Pang Lixuan really is the show-off idiot Fang Jiaxi was talking about. Yi Fan simply picked up Shun Aoning and walked away, not even giving Pang Lixuan a glance. Roll. Pang Lixuan was shocked that Yi Fan would be so disrespectful to him, and immediately started making a scene. I'm trying to help you. What kind of attitude is this? This is Jiangsheng. Don't push your luck. Yi Fan, you. Pang Lixuan wanted to chase after him. At that moment, the receptionist immediately arrived with several tall and burly security guards. Boss, are you all right? Chapter 142, The Red Beast in the Night. The receptionist was busy when she suddenly received a message from the monitoring room saying that a conflict had broken out in the hallway. She wasn't too concerned at first, but when she saw her boss's image on the security camera, she immediately lost her composure. He immediately rushed over with several security guards. Imagine if the boss was offended on the very first day he bought the MG. Then those staff members would be guilty of a serious offense. I saw the receptionist urgently calling for the boss. The students in class, too, couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Who is the receptionist calling for? Boss? Judging from the direction she's calling, it looks like she's calling from our direction. Yeah, wait. Oh no. Could it be that the drunkard is actually the owner of this place? That's possible. Otherwise, How could he have dared to act so arrogantly just now? Oh no, this is terrible. This Jew KTV is the biggest in Jiangxing. Anyone who works for the owner here must be incredibly wealthy. What are we going to do now? Are Yi Fan and Ao Ning really going to get into trouble? The female students also looked at Yi Fan with some concern, as they didn't want such a handsome guy to be targeted or retaliated against. Pang Lishuan, on the other hand, had an expression that said, "I knew it. Umph, let that kid get cocky. Now he's in trouble. If you offend a big boss of this caliber in Jiangxing, you won't be let off easily." As the receptionist approached, the students present couldn't help but tense up. "Boss, I brought security. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you." The receptionist came straight to Yi Fan and bowed deeply to him with an apologetic expression. "It's all right. You guys dragged that drunkard out of Mingjue and put him on the blacklist. He's never allowed to set foot in Mingjue again," Yi Fan ordered. Okay, boss. Sorry again." After the receptionist finished speaking, she immediately had several security guards lift up the wailing drunk man and take him away. The students watching were utterly shocked to see the receptionist and Yi Fan exchanging words. Pang Lishuan's mouth was wide open as if his jaw had dislocated. What? Does this mean that Yi Fan is actually the big boss of this Jew KTV? Holy crap, slap me. Am I still half asleep? My brother Fan is the big boss of the biggest KTV in the entire Jiangxing. Fang Jiaxu was completely stunned and unconsciously blurted out something while pulling He Jiao next to him. He Jiao glanced at him and very considerately and decisively slapped him. "Don't worry, you're not asleep. This is indeed the real world." When the other students learned that Yi Fan was the boss, they exclaimed in surprise. "I heard that this KTV cost a whopping 40 million yuan to acquire. Adding in the revenue over the years, it must have cost close to 60 million yuan to buy it. My God, you mean Yi Fan already has at least 60 million in assets?" With this exclamation, the other students all turned to look at Yi Fan. His eyes revealed a range of emotions, including envy, admiration, and adoration. Who could understand that my elementary school classmate is actually such a talented and wealthy boss? Wow, Yi Fan has been so low-key from beginning to end. If this hadn't happened, we would have had no idea he had such an identity. That's right, I remember now. After being slapped by He Jiao, Fang Jiaxu finally took a long time to react. "Actually, we initially booked a deluxe VIP box, but when we arrived, the receptionist said we had won a lottery to upgrade to the presidential box for free. Now that I think about it, there's no way it could be such a coincidence. It's definitely because Brother Fan is the big boss of MG that we get these benefits." Upon hearing Fang Jiaxu's words, the students instantly felt even more admiration and gratitude towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan is just too amazing, and it's impossible to find anything wrong with him. He's handsome, sings well, is rich, low-key, and even bravely stood up for what's right without hesitation. Oh my God. Compared to this, I feel like I'm just here to make up the numbers. The series of events that happened that night left a huge shock on Yi Fan's classmates. The students were still deeply moved by the shock they felt at Yi Fan's presence, and they couldn't shake off the feeling for a long time. Pang Lishuan didn't dare utter another word at this moment. He never imagined that someone his own age would become the big boss of MGKTV. A person like that, let alone him, even his so-called father, is not worth a single finger of Yi Fan. Yi Fan carried Shun Aoning and walked ahead. The other students only realized what was happening and quickly followed him out of the MG building. At the entrance of MGKTV, everyone discussed their routes back and saw if they could share a ride. "By the way, Peng, didn't you say you have a car? Could you give me a ride?" a classmate asked Pang Lishuan. Reminded, Pang Lishuan's thieving desires were rekindled. "Sure, Ao Ning is asleep right now, and it's not convenient for her to walk. So how about I give her a ride back?" He looked at Yi Fan cautiously. Judging from this, it seems that this student Yi didn't drive here. Well, at least I own an Audi, so in this situation, I can at least turn the tables a bit. Upon hearing Pang Lishuan's suggestion, He Jiao immediately stepped forward and handed Shen Aoning's bag to Yi Fan. "Excuse me, Yi Fan, could you please take Ao Ning back? I'll send you the address. She lives in an apartment building that can be unlocked with a fingerprint." He Jiao had long realized that her best friend had unusual feelings for Yi Fan, and that she was probably at this gathering for Yi Fan's sake. She couldn't let her best friend fall into Pang Lishuan's hands. Moreover, putting everything else aside, in terms of character, she felt that Yi Fan was much more trustworthy than Pang Lishuan. Sure, I happen to drive here too. It's just a small favor. Yi Fan's words made several female classmates unable to resist being moved. Yi Fan is such a nice person. He didn't seem bothered at all, and he agreed so casually. He's so classy. Exactly. Where else can you find such a great man? Other male classmates who had offered to help take the girls home earlier. Yi Fan helped Shen Aoning down and then took out his car keys from his pocket. He pressed the car key in his hand in a dark direction not far away. Suddenly, that dark corner was illuminated by a light as bright as day. Illuminated by the diamond-shaped headlights, the red lichen, like a wild beast in the night, immediately leaped into the sight of all the students present. Everyone was completely stunned when they saw the suddenly appearing top-of-the-line supercar. Chapter 143, Let's Forgive Her for Now. Holy crap, that's the Lycan Hypersport from Fast and Furious. Seriously. My God, I can't believe I'm actually seeing this top-of-the-line supercar in real life. It seems like I can truly live a life without regrets. Several car enthusiasts in the class immediately exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with endless fervor and longing as they looked at Lycan. Although the female students didn't know much about cars, they could easily deduce from the supercar's extraordinary appearance and the exaggerated envy on the faces of the boys that this supercar was no ordinary vehicle. You guys are all shouting like this. It seems Yi Fan's car is really something else, one of the female students exclaimed. Please, what do you mean extraordinary? This is a Lycan. Do you know how many there are in the entire world? It'll scare you to death if I tell you. There are only 3 of this model. That's right, that's right. And as the world's top luxury sports car, the Lycan Hypersport is worth at least 100 million. Listening to the knowledgeable male classmate's explanation, the other students were so astonished that their mouths could fit an egg. Spending 100 million to buy a car? This is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Wait a minute. Does that mean Yi Fan's MGKTV is worth far less than the price of his supercar? A classmate exclaimed in surprise. The other students also realized what had happened upon hearing this. The way she looked at Yi Fan had completely changed, no longer resembling the way she looked at a human being. This is terrifying. They were already shocked and outrageous enough that Yi Fan was the big boss of MGKTV. Now, they're saying the car he's driving is almost twice as expensive as the MG. If you were to examine this wealth closely, it would be absolutely terrifying. What makes them so special? To sit at the same table as classmates with such wealth and influence, playing games and joking around. Fang Jiaxiu didn't even need He Jiao to slap him this time. He decisively slapped himself a few times. It hurts so much, but it proves that this world is real. Brother Fan, from now on, you're my father. Please accept my bow. And then can you give me some of your inheritance? Fang Jiaxiu immediately knelt on one knee, placing one hand in front of his chest in a devout gesture to ask Yi Fan for permission. Yi Fan was quite exasperated with his childhood friend who was always joking around, so he could only kick him in the butt. You're so good with words. While the two were laughing and joking, Pang Lishuan on the other side had his head bowed, so low it was almost buried in the ground. Compared to Yi Fan's red Lycan, his 900,000 yuan Audi A8L is a joke. The thought of how he had tried to use his car to put Yi Fan down in the end made Pang Lishuan want to travel back in time and slap himself a few times. Faced with Yi Fan's absolute strength, even if he had 800 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to show off in front of him anymore. The journey home was all arranged on site. Yi Fan picked up Shen Aoning and placed her in the passenger seat of the Lycan, looking at the woman's innocent and unguarded sleeping face as she slept soundly. Yi Fan suddenly felt that Shen Aoning looked quite pleasing to the eye at this moment. This is the right way to use this face. He didn't really offend her when he was a child. At most, he would always be late in handing in his homework and would occasionally pull her hair, which made her chase after him. I really don't know how it is that after all these years, this girl still always looks at him with a fierce expression. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled helplessly, then stepped on the gas and drove the Lycan towards the address where Shen Aoning was currently living, which He Jiao had sent him. Soon after, Lycan arrived in front of a brand-new apartment building. After parking the car, Yi Fan carried the person downstairs. Yi Fan suddenly realized that he was being far too kind. This girl didn't get him a very nice look just now, but now he's still working so hard to escort her home safely. Well, I'll forgive her for now, since she's sleeping so adorably. But once she wakes up tomorrow, he'll definitely have to come back for some reward. As Yi Fan was thinking, he carried Shun Aoning to the door of her apartment. Yi Fan pinched Shun Aoning's thumb to unlock the electronic door and carried her into the room. Shun Aoning's apartment is a one-bedroom, one-living-room layout. It's not a large space, but everything inside is neatly organized and looks very clean and tidy. The entire space was filled with a refreshing mint and lemon scent. Yi Fan felt quite refreshed as soon as he walked in. Yi Fan carried Shun Aoning into her bedroom and gently laid her down on the soft mattress. The mattress sank slightly due to its weight. Shun Aoning also unconsciously frowned because of the sudden change in position. After Yi Fan put her on the bed, she started to move restlessly and reached out to grab Yi Fan's arm as he was about to leave. She seemed to be using Yi Fan's arm as a plush toy, hugging it tightly against her curves. She smacked her lips and muttered something like, "So warm, so comfortable." Yi Fan still had enough strength to pull his hand away. But given how tightly Shun Aoning was holding his arm, by the time Yi Fan pulled his arm away, the girl would probably be fully awake. "I really owe you something." Yi Fan had no choice but to stay. However, he wouldn't make himself suffer by sleeping on the floor. With a light leap, Yi Fan arrived at the other side of Shun Aoning's bed. Because her arms were being held by him, Yi Fan could only fall asleep close to Shun Aoning. The two of them looked as if Yi Fan was hugging Shun Aoning from behind. The two managed to coexist peacefully in this position for a while with great difficulty. Shun Aoning started to get restless as soon as she fell asleep. She clung to Yi Fan's arm, sometimes burying her face in his hand, sometimes rubbing her body against his arm, and sometimes bending her legs up to hold him tightly, like a cooked shrimp. Yi Fan felt like he was being teased. With her internal fire still burning, Shun Aoning suddenly turned to Yi Fan and clung to him like a koala. Her head rubbed against Yi Fan's neck, her soft lips occasionally brushing against his skin, her breath carrying an alluring warmth. "Yi Fan, I'll endure it. But since this woman is hugging and embracing him like that, she's taking advantage of him. So it's reasonable for him to take it back, right?" Thinking this, Yi Fan used his free right hand to wrap around Shun Aoning's waist and pull her closer to him. The two stood face to face, pressed tightly together. Shun Aoning showed no sign of resistance. Instead, she nestled closer to Yi Fan, burying her face in his chest. Chapter 144. Did you turn your back on me after sleeping with me? As the night passed, the two slept soundly in each other's close embrace. The next morning, Shun Aoning was groggily trying to wake up from her dream. Today's teddy bear is so warm and cozy to hug. Shun Aoning, craving the warmth of being held, couldn't resist moving closer to him again. "Wait, why isn't this thing furry? And the shape looks a bit strange, too. Mainly, do you have such a big teddy bear at home?" Shun Aoning suddenly realized what was happening and immediately opened her eyes. She saw that Yi Fan's face was only about 5 centimeters away from hers, and she actually clung to him, using both her arms and legs, holding him tightly. "Ah!" Shun Aoning screamed instinctively, the sound so loud it almost deafened Yi Fan on the other side. "Why you? What are you doing in my house?" Shun Aoning immediately sprang to her feet, her hands tightly crossed in front of her to protect herself. They looked at Yi Fan as if he were a monster. Yi Fan chuckled and gave a slight smirk. "Last night, I was holding him tightly and wouldn't let go, but now that he's awake and asleep, he's turned his back on me." "Huh?" "Shun Aoning, please be reasonable. You were so drunk yesterday, and I kindly accepted your best friend's request to bring you back. Is this how you treat your benefactor? As for why I'm at your house, you'll have to ask why you're clinging to my arm and refusing to let me leave." Yi Fan's words subtly stirred up some of Shun Aoning's hazy memories. It seems that's really the case. The thought of the absurd thing she had done last night made Shun Aoning so ashamed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. Drinking really does lead to trouble. Well, all right then. I misunderstood you. Thank you for what happened last night. Shun Aoning's words of thanks to Yi Fan were awkward, and she deliberately avoided looking at him. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Just saying thank you isn't enough. You have to show me your sincere gratitude with concrete actions. Upon hearing this, Shun Aoning raised her head with a hint of suspicion and quickly tightened her grip on the collar of her clothes. Then, how else do you want to thank me? Shun Aoning's tone was harsh, but her face quickly turned bright red, which was quite unfortunate. Last night, the KTV was dimly lit, and Yi Fan realized that although the girl's words always sounded barbed, her facial expressions betrayed her true thoughts at all times. Is she shy? Yi Fan's mischievous thoughts arose. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and his handsome face immediately moved closer to Shun Aoning, his eyes fixed on her red lips. As Shun Aoning saw Yi Fan getting closer and closer, she became so nervous that she could hardly breathe. What were you doing? Shun Aoning asked nervously, but her body showed no intention of pushing Yi Fan away. Yi Fan was only teasing her, so he naturally stopped there. Just as he was about to touch Shun Aoning's tender lips, he suddenly withdrew to his original position and reached out to flick her forehead. What are you thinking? I helped you. You should at least treat me to a meal to show your sincerity. Shun Aoning was surprised to hear that Yi Fan had this idea. She finally relaxed, but a strange emptiness and loss welled up inside her, as if she really wanted Yi Fan to kiss her. Although, she was actually quite looking forward to it. Shun Aoning was lost in thought when her eyes happened to glance at the alarm clock on the bedside table. She suddenly screamed again. Ugh, I have to go to work today. How come it's already this late? Yi Fan, thank you again for what happened last night. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. After finishing her sentence in a hurry, Shun Aoning quickly packed up and prepared to leave for work. Yi Fan reached out and grabbed the person. You said last night that you work at Synopsis Bank, right? Shun Aoning was taken aback by the question. Yes, what's wrong? Don't worry, you won't be considered late. How can I not be late? I only have 10 minutes left. If I'm late, my internship evaluation will be very low, and it would be terrible if I couldn't get a full-time position. After Shun Aoning finished speaking, she turned to leave. Yi Fan pulled the person back again. Don't worry, if I say no, then no. I'm also going to Synopsis Bank. I'll give you a ride. Having someone give you a ride is much more convenient than Shun Aoning struggling to hail a taxi. She could only thank Yi Fan, saying, then I'll have to trouble you. The two went downstairs, and Shun Aoning was about to ask Yi Fan where his car was parked. Yi Fan took out his car key and pressed it, and immediately a red supercar not far away emitted a response sound. Yi Fan opened the car door and invited Shun Aoning to get in. Shun Aoning froze on the spot. Is this your car? This looks way too expensive. That's right. Aren't you afraid of being late? Then why aren't you getting on a bus? Only after Yi Fan reminded her did Shun Aoning hurriedly get into the car. As soon as she got into the car, Shun Aoning fell into her own world of thought. The reason she came to attend the elementary school reunion of her previous school was actually because she came here because of her old desk mate who always made her angry. When she was young, she couldn't help but play around with him, and she would always chase after him with a huffy expression. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized it was because I liked someone and was trying to make my presence known, hoping that the other person would pay more attention to me. As Shun Aoning grew up, she discovered that there was a place in her heart that was completely occupied by Yi Fan. Moreover, it is so sturdy that it is difficult to shake. So this time, she found an opportunity to see him. However, perhaps out of habit, she found that when she saw Yi Fan again, she couldn't help but put on the same fierce look she had when she was a child. The thought of showing her feelings for him made her feel inexplicably ashamed. And now the situation has suddenly become even more complicated. Shun Aoning sat in the lichen, enjoying the comfort and speed of the supercar, just like the feeling Yi Fan was giving her. He has clearly grown into a remarkable person. A handsome, talented man who even owns a supercar at a young age. And now, although her appearance is barely a match for Yi Fan's. However, in terms of social status, she is currently just a low-level bank employee who may not even be able to get a permanent position. Shun Aoning became increasingly frustrated. What good would it do to see Yi Fan again? Why did she have to stand beside him now? Shun Aoning wanted to give up. Chapter 145, is there any justice left in this world? Before Shun Aonang could dwell on her thoughts for long, Yifan had already driven her to the bank entrance. She hurriedly got out of the car, intending to rush inside. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and gave Yifan some helpful tips. Yifan, if you are here at Saya Bank to conduct business, you can ask the front desk for directions to the relevant area. And about last night, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another time when I'm free. After Shun Aoning finished speaking, she immediately turned around and refused to look back. She had already decided that she would send Yifan a gift as a thank you. Then, she would bury this secret crush deep in her heart, keeping it as a secret forever. Yifan had just glanced at Shun Aonang's hurried departure when his phone suddenly rang. It was Fong Jiashu calling. Brother, guess what incredible news I've uncovered. Fong Jiashu's tone was excited and thrilled, with a strong hint of gossip. Yifan chuckled. What? Could it be that we are indeed father and son who have been separated for many years? Hey bro, I'm being serious with you. Don't be shocked when I tell you. But do you know why Shun Aonang suddenly came to the elementary school reunion? Actually, she came for you. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Who told you that? He Jiao said that Shun Aonang has never had any boys around her all these years, and she avoids going to any of those junior high school, or college reunions if she can avoid it. But this time, as soon as I heard you were here, I came immediately. Doesn't that say something? As Fong Jiashu spoke, a hint of envy crept into his voice. If we consider this carefully, wouldn't Shun Aonang have secretly fallen for you even before she transferred schools? To have such a beautiful woman unable to forget you for so many years, bro, you're really amazing. Yifan listened to the information conveyed by Fong Jiashu. As Shun Aonang's best friend, He Jiao's words are quite credible. Therefore, Shun Aoning's awkward behavior when she saw him last night seemed to suddenly make sense. So that's how it is. Then he really has to get back all the advantages Shun Aoning took from him last night. Yifan pondered, gleaning key information from Fong Jiashu's words, and began to tease him. It seems you and He Jiao are making pretty good progress. Yifan's tone was clearly meaningful. Fong Jiashu quickly defended himself. We just chatted a little longer than usual. Brother, don't joke with me. I don't like that kind of barbaric woman. The slap she gave me yesterday still hurts. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately felt that the two were a perfect match. After exchanging a few more casual words with Fong Jiashu, Yifan hung up the phone. They then contacted the bank manager of the Jiangxing Shay branch. Hello, is this President Du? This is Yifan. I'm near our branch now. I'll be there in 2 or 3 minutes. I just wanted to let you know in advance. Du Mingjia, on the other end of the phone, was overjoyed to hear the news. He immediately responded with greetings, and, after hanging up the phone, he went straight out his office to gather all the branch's employees. After all, the person coming next is Chairman Yi Fanya, the largest shareholder of the entire Shaya Bank. What merit or ability did their small Jiangcheng branch have to have such an opportunity to receive such an important person in person? Naturally, we must present our best image and receive the highest level of hospitality to welcome Chairman Yi. Everyone, please stop what you're doing and listen to me. Chairman Yi, the largest shareholder of our Saya Bank, is almost at the entrance of our branch. Everyone must be in top form to welcome the chairman and show the best of our branch. Understand? Yes, manager. All the employees responded in unison. Then they spontaneously formed 2 lines to welcome them. Shen Aoning arrived late and had just changed into her work clothes and come out of the break room. As soon as she came out, she heard her colleagues say that the bank's chairman was coming. Seeing how seriously Director Du was taking it, she didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly buttoned up her coat before joining the queue. Pang Lishuan, who was slacking off, rushed forward and stood at the front of the welcoming team as soon as he heard that the chairman was coming. For a small bank like theirs, it might only happen once every few centuries that a senior executive from the head office would visit. If he seizes this opportunity and flatters the chairman well, the chairman might even give him a promotion out of consideration for him. Thinking of this, Pang Lishuan instantly felt full of energy. He craned his neck, looking towards the hall entrance, eagerly awaiting the chairman's arrival. All the employees unconsciously became tense. A moment later, the sensor doors in the bank lobby opened. Yifan walked in unhurriedly. Upon seeing Yifan's familiar face, which he had seen hundreds of times in the files, Du Mingjie immediately reached out and excitedly stepped forward to greet him. Chairman Yi, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit our small Jiangxing branch. When the employees saw Yi Fan come in, they thought he was just a handsome young man coming to do business. As a result, when they heard their own bank president call him chairman, their expressions were filled with shock. This man, who looks like a college student, is actually the highest-ranking person in their entire Saya Bank. This is terrifying. All the employees present were deeply shocked, and the expressions of astonishment on their faces lingered for a long time. Pang Lishuan, who was standing at the very front, was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that he would see Yi Fan again so early this morning, just after being hit hard by Yi Fan last night. Meeting him was one thing, but to make matters worse, he turned out to be the bank chairman I was planning to lavish praise on. Is there any justice left in this world? Pang Lishuan was utterly devastated, and he quickly lowered his head to avoid any possible gaze from Yi Fan. He had just been hoping to make a big splash in front of the chairman, but now he wished Yi Fan would completely ignore him. Shen Aoning was standing slightly behind. When she looked up and saw the person everyone was exclaiming over, her pupils involuntarily dilated. Yi Fan? How could it be him? Is he the chairman of Saya Bank? Oh my God! Shen Aoning's lips parted slightly in surprise, her shocked eyes meeting Yi Fan's gaze. Yi Fan smiled at her, and Shen Aoning's heart immediately began to pound uncontrollably. I'll help you organize Chapter 146. Chairman Yi, you've come here so early in the morning. Would you like me to serve you a pot of tea or a cup of coffee first? Du Mingjie respectfully asked Yi Fan about his preferences. Then just give me a cup of hangover tea. All right. I'll have someone get it for you right away. After Du Mingjie finished speaking, he casually pointed at Pang Lishuan, who had been the most prominent person recently. Xiao Xian, go and get Chairman Yi a cup of hangover tea right now. Remember, the temperature must be just right for him to drink. Do you understand? Pang Lishuan dared not disobey and nodded repeatedly before immediately retreating to prepare tea. Chairman Yi, this way, please. Let me first introduce you to the various functional areas of our branch. Du Mingjie was excited to invite Yi Fan to walk towards the counter. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pointed to Shen Aoning, who was still standing not far away. President Du, you don't need to be so polite. You're busy with your official duties, so please go ahead and do your work. Just have this employee show me around. Du Mingjie looked at Shen Aoning, whom Yi Fan had pointed to, and immediately understood. Okay, Chairman Yi, thank you for your understanding. I'll have Xiao Shen show you around. I'll get back to work now. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. After Du Mingjie finished speaking, he immediately went to Shen Aoning's side and gave her instructions. Xiao Shen, this is the biggest boss of our Shea Bank. You must be extra careful to entertain the chairman well. You now represent the image of our Jiangxing branch. You must treat Chairman Yi with utmost respect and courtesy, making him feel comfortable and happy. Do you understand? Shen Aoning naturally understood the implications and quickly nodded to show that she had remembered Du Mingjie's instructions. Then, she struck a professional pose and approached Yi Fan, bowing slightly and gesturing to him. Chairman Yi, next I will introduce the layout and functions of each functional area of our branch. Please come this way. Looking at Shen Aoning's docile and polite demeanor, Yi Fan admitted he felt a little uncomfortable. He nodded slightly and followed Shen Aoning on a tour of the bank lobby. A short while later, Pang Lishuan brought over the hangover tea. He approached Yi Fan with utmost respect, his demeanor completely devoid of the arrogance he displayed the previous night. Even the slight trembling of his hand holding the tea tray betrayed his fear of Yi Fan at that moment. Chairman Yi, here is your hangover tea. Please enjoy. Pang Lishuan presented the tea tray to Yi Fan, but Yi Fan raised his chin and pointed to Shen Aoning beside him. You should hand this tea to her. Pang Lishuan didn't dare to delay and immediately moved the tea tray to Shen Aoning's side. Miss Shen, please have some tea. Shen Aoning looked at the hangover tea, her heart filled with a mixture of surprise and emotion. Yi Fan was able to drive her back last night, so he must not have been drinking. In other words, he originally prepared this hangover tea for himself. Shen Aoning hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so meticulous. The excitement in my heart couldn't be contained and started to surface again. Shen Aoying accepted the tea, and Pang Lishuan finally had a chance to slip away. Although the situation just now clearly reduced him to a tea-serving servant several levels below Yi Fan. But now, faced with Yi Fan's terrifying identity, how could he dare to have even the slightest thought for Shen Aoying? Naturally, he would automatically and gracefully roll out of Shen Aoying's line of suitors. Because of Yi Fan's supremely noble status, even though he was the one who ordered the hangover tea for Shen Aoying to drink. However, Shen Aoying didn't dare to be so bold as to keep drinking tea while showing Yi Fan around. After hurriedly taking a few sips, Shen Aoying led Yi Fan to a large conference room inside the bank branch. She quickly placed the cup on the tea table inside. Then he focused on introducing Yi Fan. Chairman Yi, this is the main conference room where we hold our weekly meetings. Shen Aoying was giving a serious presentation, but Yi Fan wasn't paying much attention. He recalled the news he had heard from Fang Jiaxu that morning, and Shen Aoying's unusual reactions. The memory of the woman rubbing against my arm last night flooded back. It's one thing if a woman doesn't like him, but when it comes to women who are interested in him, Yi Fan never feels the urge to take advantage of them. He casually closed the conference room door and sat down on a large leather sofa inside. Shen Aoying thought Yi Fan was tired, so she quickly fell silent and stopped introducing herself. Yi Fan suddenly patted the spot next to his sofa. Why don't you come and sit down too? Shen Aoying had no reason to refuse the chairman's invitation. Thank you very much, Chairman Yi. Shen Aoying walked over and deliberately tried to sit down a body length away from Yi Fan. Hearing her polite and distant words and seeing the obvious distance between them, Yi Fan suddenly pulled Shen Aoying over and made her sit on his lap, just as she walked near him and was about to sit down. Shen Aoying was startled, and before she could speak, she heard Yi Fan's question from above. Little classmate, don't you feel resentful about calling him Chairman Yi all the time? After all, you've always seemed to dislike me. Shen Aoying was pulled to sit on Yi Fan's lap, her face showing both anger and embarrassment. However, she still had to maintain the professionalism expected of a bank employee. Chairman Yi, we are at the bank now. As the largest shareholder of our Shea Bank, it is only right that I show you respect. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. He was already in this state, and his little classmate still wanted to play the role of a professional. Yi Fan's mischievous thoughts arose. A casual glance fell on the button on Shen Aoying's work uniform that was buttoned in the wrong place. He couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. I admire Miss Shen's professionalism, but your clothes? Yi Fan made no attempt to hide his gaze from the large expanse of scenery revealed between the two misaligned buttons on Shen Aoying's top. It has pink lace trim. Shen Aoying followed his gaze and realized that in her haste, she had dressed her top in such a mess. When I was standing, the gap caused by the mis-buttoning wasn't obvious because the clothes were relatively straight. But now that Shen Aoying has sat down, the gap has been squeezed out, leaving a large space. From Yi Fan's perspective, it was a completely unobstructed view. Shen Aoying blushed furiously and quickly reached out to cover her chest. However, Yi Fan had his hands firmly under his control. You don't need to do anything. I'll tidy it up for you. After saying that, Yi Fan immediately reached out with one hand and unbuttoned the second button that Shen Aoying had buttoned incorrectly. However, because the second button came undone, the previously visible gap immediately became an obvious opening. This time, Yi Fan could see Shen Aoying's entire pattern and shape much more clearly. Shen Aoying felt a chill in front of her, and her face quickly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Shyness and embarrassment made it impossible for Shen Aoying to maintain the demeanor of a gentle and professional employee. She spoke up in embarrassment and anger, instantly reverting to the fierce little desk mate Yi Fan had been. Chapter 147, I'll do whatever you want. The large window in the conference room was open, and a cool breeze blew in through the opening in Shen Aoying's clothes. The cold made her plump, soft skin tremble involuntarily. Looking at Shen Aoying's lively and adorable appearance, which resembled a little white rabbit, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit thirsty. He pulled Shen Aoying to a seat where the heat source was gradually increasing in temperature. Shen Aoning was utterly embarrassed by Yi Fan's undisguised gaze. Yi Fan, you're not allowed to look anymore. Shen Aoning tried to free her wrist from Yi Fan's large hand and cover his eyes. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't match the strength of Yi Fan's one hand. And because she was exerting force, she couldn't help but use her strength, and as she twisted, she happened to brush against Yi Fan's inner thigh. The warmth emanating from the fabric made her pause, and a strange feeling quickly arose in her heart. Seeing that the woman had suddenly stopped moving, Yi Fan immediately unbuttoned the top button of her shirt. In this way, Shen Aoning's entire upper body was completely exposed. Shen Aoning was startled again. Yi Fan, if you keep doing this, I'm really going to get angry. Shen Aoning said she was angry, but her rapid breathing and extremely flushed cheeks immediately betrayed her. And for some reason, her words also carried a hint of coquettishness. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Little classmate, I unbuttoned your clothes just to help you button them back up in the right place. You don't even thank me. Why are you saying you're angry? And that hangover tea was specially for you, but you only drank half of it and then stopped. Were you thinking of waiting for me to feed you?" Shen Aoning was so angry at Yi Fan's words that her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but tremble. This man is such a shameless rogue. Luckily, I didn't reveal my feelings for him completely, otherwise I would have been the one being bullied by him. And why did he suddenly bring up the hangover tea again? Shen Aoning was puzzled when she saw Yi Fan suddenly pick up the hangover tea on the table, take a sip, and then pinch her chin and kiss her directly. Yi Fan felt the woman in his arms suddenly freeze, but she didn't push him away. Instead, she let him kiss her. A slight smile crept on her lips, just as Yi Jiao had said. Yi Fan's mouth was dry from Shen Aoning's teasing earlier, so now he naturally wanted to quench his thirst. Yi Fan pulled Shen Aoning close to him by the waist, and his lips and tongue explored even deeper. Shen Aoning was so dizzy from the kisses that her face turned bright red. After a while, she belatedly reached out her little hand to push Yi Fan's chest. But the force was completely weak. If she hadn't been frowning slightly, Yi Fan would have thought she was teasing him like a kitten. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and released her, the woman's flushed face coming into his view. Shen Aoning quickly suppressed her wildly beating heartbeat and tried her best to keep a straight face. "Yi Fan, how could you act like such a scoundrel? Even though you're the chairman of Saya, I'm not that kind of woman. If you think you can get me to do these things just because you have power and influence, then I can only say you've come to the wrong person." Shen Aoning deliberately kept a serious expression and spoke very quickly. She was afraid that her feelings for Yi Fan might inadvertently give away her secret. Yi Fan looked at Shen Aoning's feigned seriousness. It's hard to believe that beneath that serious exterior lies a girlish heart that has loved him for almost 10 years. The more I look at her little face, the cuter I find it. He slipped his hands inside Shen Aoning's work clothes and gently cupped her slender waist between his arms. Shen Aoning felt the warmth of her palm against her skin and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The look in her eyes as she looked at Yi Fan was full of surprise. She's already said it like this. So Yi Fan shouldn't be this kind of person. Why is he getting more and more outrageous with his actions? Yi Fan chuckled mischievously. "I naturally respect and understand Miss Shen's moral character, but Miss Shen doesn't seem to be very honest." Shen Aoning was taken aback by what she was being said. "Me? How was I dishonest?" Yi Fan glanced at Shen Aoning's feigned angry face, then suddenly bit her delicate earlobe and whispered in her ear, "Do you dare say you came to this elementary school reunion not for me? And I've heard that you've kept me in your heart and on your mind for over 10 years without my permission. Don't you think so?" As Yi Fan spoke, he took Shen Aoning's earlobe into his mouth and teased her, instantly making the woman's body go limp. E. Shen Aoning stammered for a long time, but couldn't find any reason to disagree with Yi Fan's statement. How did Yi Fan know about these things? She's been hiding it so well since we met last night, hasn't she? Yi Fan had completely discovered Shen Aoning's thoughts, and she immediately stopped being able to put on a fierce face towards him as before. She felt incredibly ashamed, yet her body felt wonderfully comfortable. Caught in a dilemma, she could only obediently let Yi Fan tease her. Yifan saw that his little classmate in his arms was indeed speechless, so he put both hands on her back from her waist inside her work clothes. It freed me from some kind of constraint, and following the silky touch, it enveloped a round, plump mound. No, don't touch me there. Shen Aoneng was startled by Yifan's audacity. Her raised eyes were misty with tears, making her look pitiful and waiting to be cared for. Yifan's hands didn't stop moving. Last night, after you fell asleep, you took advantage of my arm for a long time. I'll take some back now. Miss Shen won't object, will she? As Yifan spoke, he added a mischievous touch, suddenly increasing the intensity. Shen Aoneng exclaimed in surprise, because she was too shy, so she simply hooked her arms around Yifan's neck and pressed her face tightly against his shoulder. If Yifan were to see this expression on her face clearly all the time, she would be ashamed for the rest of her life. Just then, a great chorus of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Shen Aoneng suddenly remembered that today was the time for their branch's weekly high-level meeting. If someone saw her and Yifan like this now, wouldn't that mean? Shen Aoneng panicked. Yifan, please stop right now, okay? What if they come in and see me like this? Shen Aoneng's voice carried an unprecedented plea. Yifan's heart softened upon hearing this, but he still said something mischievous. Okay, but if I help you, how are you going to thank me? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Shen Aoneng was only thinking about hiding as quickly as possible, so she hurriedly said, If you help me, I'll do anything you want. Chapter 148, The Triumphant Smile. Yifan would never allow his woman to be exposed to the public eye. This time, they managed to trick Shen Aoneng into giving them another thank you gift. He couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Yifan stood up, took off his coat, and covered Shen Aoneng's entire body with it. Just stay quietly on the sofa. With me here, no one will see you here. Then Yifan walked to the conference room door, opened it before the people outside, and used his body to completely block the view inside. Du Mingjie was startled when Yifan suddenly opened the door and quickly took a step back to greet him. Yifan pretended to yawn and waved at him. Director Du, I didn't sleep well last night, and I was thinking of borrowing your conference room to take a nap. I hope this won't be a bother for you. Upon hearing this, Du Mingjie immediately looked terrified. No. Chairman Yi, you are so busy. Of course your health is the most important thing. All right, please rest assured inside. We're just having a routine meeting, so it's fine to hold it in any other room. Then we won't bother you any longer. Please feel free to let us know if you need anything. Du Mingjie hurriedly signaled the senior executives to step back, and everyone bowed to Yifan several times before heading to other rooms in a large group. With the matter settled, Yifan whistled and locked the door behind him. He went straight to sit down on the sofa next to Shen Aoneng. I've sent everyone away and locked the door from the inside. Now you can come out in peace. Shen Aoneng peeked out from beside Yifan's coat, and after confirming that the environment was indeed safe, she took the coat off her body. As soon as her coat was lifted, Shen Aoneng's disheveled upper body was revealed once again. Noticing Yifan's fixed gaze, Shen Aoneng belatedly realized she wanted to quickly cover her face. Yifan fronit. Don't move, little desk mate. Have you forgotten what you just said? I help you, so you should do whatever I say. Looking into Yifan's eyes, Shen Aoneng suddenly felt a little regretful. How could she have agreed to such a tyrant's conditions in such a moment of desperation? Moreover, after leaving in his car that morning, I thought I would bury my feelings for Yifan in my heart forever. As a result, not only has he found out all about my feelings for him, but the two of us have even gone so far as to be completely honest with each other. The events unfolded so rapidly that Shen Aoneng was still in a daze. Seeing Shen Aoneng obediently put her hand down, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. This little classmate had been acting awkward and giving him the cold shoulder before, because he liked him. However, in order to get along harmoniously in the future, Yifan felt that it was still necessary to properly train her. Now that we have this opportunity to give a thank you gift, my little classmate should obediently come into his bowl. The lace ribbons on Shen Aoneng's shoulders were swaying precariously, and what they supported was only partially exposed. Yifan slightly raised his chin, pointed to the strap, and gave the command. Take this thing off. Shen Aoneng blushed. Do we really have to get it? It wasn't that she was opposed to it. This is just way too embarrassing. Of course, otherwise, are you going to cheat, little deskmate? Shen Aonang pursed her lips, placed her slender fingers on the shoulder strap, and easily removed the thing that was blocking the view. A lively, fair-skinned rabbit jumped out, making Shun Aoning extremely embarrassed. Get on here yourself. Shun Aoning blushed and sat down in her assigned seat, turning her face away from Yifan. Is she shy? Yifan teased her on purpose, and seeing Shun Aoning's earlobes turn red quickly after he teased her a couple of times, his mischievous smile widened. Look at me, then kiss me. Yifan remained motionless, and all the instructions had to be given to Shun Aoning to take the initiative. It took Shun Aoning a while to slowly turn her face towards Yifan. As soon as her eyes met Yifan's, her heart began to soften terribly. Looking at those thin lips that had just been entangled with her, Shun Aoning subconsciously swallowed. However, after taking a deep breath, he clumsily pressed it onto the paper. Yifan chuckled. You can't even kiss properly, what a little idiot. Yifan reached out and hugged Shun Aoning, pulling her close to him. His hands slid over her skin as he personally taught her kissing techniques. Shun Aoning gradually got the hang of it and started giving Yifan feedback. Her pink tongue intertwined with Yifan's, and her jade-like arms wrapped around Yifan's neck, so engrossed that she didn't want to let go. Yifan's hand moved to the side of the bodycon skirt and removed Shin Aoning's close-fitting small item. Shin Aoning was clearly ignited by Yifan and began to move along with him. Anyway, she's liked him for so many years. I will only ever agree to him treating me like this in my entire life. Shin Aoning was lost in thought, her focus shifting as Yifan took her around. The two interacted happily in the large conference room. After all, Shin Aoning still had to go to work, so Yifan didn't bother her for too long. He only reminded her of the dinner he was supposed to treat her to when he was about to leave. I really didn't eat enough just now, so my little deskmate, you can't go back on your word about the meal you owe me. Yifan's ambiguous words made Shun Aoning blush again. Don't worry, I don't owe you anything. Shin Aoning couldn't help but put on an angry face to cover up her shyness. Yifan pinched Shun Aoning's cheek. Just keep being fierce. Next time, I'll make you beg me to make you feel good. Shin Aoning immediately fell silent upon hearing this. The scenes from just moments ago were still vivid in her mind. Yifan's methods of torturing people are no joke. As Shin Aoning thought about it, her legs went weak again. Yifan really is the worst kind of villain. After leaving the bank, Yifan went straight home and took a shower. Last night, I took Shun Aoning home and didn't even have time to tidy myself up properly. Not to mention, they had just been playing around so freely. He lay on his soft bed, listening to his parents chatting and laughing. I immediately remembered the plan I had made before going home. Now that he has no shortage of assets, he naturally wants his parents to enjoy their retirement as soon as possible. Since his parents' friends and connections were all in Jiangsheng, Yifan thought he should buy a villa for them here. The MG he bought earlier will also be transferred to the two elders. In this way, they would have both income-generating assets and comfortable housing. Without hesitation, Yifan immediately got up and left the room, saying he wanted to take the two elders out to see the villa. Guo Chunsue and Yi Guochong were deeply moved by Yifan's filial piety. However, the next second, Guo Chunsue stopped Yifan, who wanted to take them out immediately. We don't need to rush this. How about this? I'll invite your Uncle Luo and his family over first, and then our two families can go together. Chapter 149, she still missed him a little. Yifan was puzzled by his mother's words. Why would we invite Hanji's sister and the others when we bought a villa? Upon hearing this, Guo Chunsue immediately gave him a look that said, You just don't understand. You silly child, think about it. If we invite your Uncle Luo's family to look at the houses together, wouldn't that be a good way to show them your capabilities and put their minds at ease? And this also proves that our family has already treated them as one of our own, and we will take their opinions into consideration. After all, if Hanji marries into our family in the future, we might all be living under the same roof. So Hanji's opinion is also very important. Yifan hadn't expected that his mother had gone to such lengths to plan for him and Luo Hanji. All right. If you're happy, we'll do whatever you say. Guo Chunsue immediately made a phone call to the Luo family. Yi Fan, on the other hand, spent the time scrolling through his phone in the living room. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Yi Fan got up and opened the door, but it wasn't the Luo family who came. Instead, it was Yi Fan's third aunt, Guo Qiumei, and his cousin, Cheng Yanwei. Because Guo Qiumei married a wealthy husband, she always looked down on her relatives on her mother's side. When he arrived at the Yi family's door with his son, he also had an arrogant attitude. She was about to complain about the Yi family's slow opening of the door when she glanced at Yi Fan's face and was completely stunned. You're Yi Fan? Yi Fan had never had a good impression of his third aunt's family and only gave a perfunctory reply. Hello, Auntie, I'll go call my mom out. Cheng Yanwei, whose hair was slicked back and shiny, was standing next to Guo Qiumei. When he looked over at his mother's voice, he couldn't help but be dazzled by Yi Fan's handsome face. Holy crap. Mom, how did this guy suddenly become so handsome? I feel like I'm going to be outshone by him. Seeing Yi Fan go in and call for his mother, Cheng Yanwei quickly started complaining to Guo Qiumei. It took Guo Qiumei a while to recover from Yi Fan's handsomeness. She clicked her tongue and made a disdainful face. Oh son, why are you comparing yourself to him? You can tell it's Yi Fan. After entering university, all he knows is how to fix his face. Who knows, his grades are probably not good now, and he hasn't even found an internship. Besides, what's their family background compared to ours? A boy as outstanding as you can't possibly be inferior to a penniless nobody with no backing. Guo Qiumei's boasting immediately restored Cheng Yanwei's confidence. That's true. What kind of family do they come from? And what kind of family does Yi Fan come from? When you go out, of course, a rich second generation like him is much more popular. The two resumed their disdainful attitude and walked into Yi Fan's house with disgusted expressions. When Guo Qiumei saw Guo Chunsui come out of the inner room, she immediately stuffed the scraps of gifts that others had given her into Guo Chunsui's hands. Oh, sister, as you know, my husband is in business in Yanwei, and I will have to go with him to visit his business partners during the new year. So we'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a happy new year in advance and bring you some gifts. Please pass these on to my second sister and the others, okay? As Guo Qiumei spoke, she stuffed the already somewhat rotten fruit basket into Guo Chunsui's hands. Guo Chunsui had no choice but to accept the invitation and invited the two of them to sit down. Yi Fan was sitting to the side, scrolling through his phone, when Guo Qiumei suddenly started lecturing him, adopting a superior attitude. Xiao Fan, I remember you'll be graduating soon this year, right? Oh, don't blame your aunt for nagging, but for a guy your age, it's more important to find a job and make money. You're a perfectly healthy young man. Isn't it bad to focus all your attention on looking good? Do you plan to live off rich women after graduation? You really should learn more from Yanwei in this regard. Although his father will leave everything to him, he still doesn't slack off and works hard every day. Recently, he's even started a business in cooperation with others. I don't have to worry about him at all. Yi Fan always ignored the comments of such stupid relatives. Start a business? Starting a business is great these days. Everyone starts one without making a sound. Yi Fan replied with a nonchalant expression while playing the game. Before Guo Qiumei could react to what Yi Fan meant, the doorbell rang again at the Yi family's house. Guo Chunsui was overjoyed and immediately went to open the door to welcome the three members of the Luo family inside. Guo Qiumei and Cheng Yanwei are both arrogant and look down on Yi Fan's family. Naturally, they wouldn't think that anyone visiting their home could be any important person. Therefore, all the glances directed toward the door were filled with disdain. However, the next second, Cheng Yanwei's eyes widened when he saw Luo Hanji's fairy-like face. He looked like he was about to drool if he didn't control himself. Holy crap, this girl is so gorgeous and so fair-skinned. She has a great figure, slim waist and long legs. She's absolutely stunning. Cheng Yanwei fell completely in love with Luo Han at first sight. He quickly tidied his hair and stood up. Seeing Luo Hanji walking over, he reached out his hand to shake hers. Hello, beautiful. I'm Cheng Yanwei. Let's get acquainted. Luo Hanji quickly and subconsciously avoided Cheng Yanwei's outstretched hand, then simply nodded to him and said hello. He immediately ran over and sat down next to Yi Fan. Moreover, when they sat down, their bodies naturally pressed close together. Cheng Yanwei was clearly ignored by Luo Hanji. He was originally full of confidence and wanted to win her over, but now his face turned as black as a slap in the face. On this side, Luo Hanji had been dealing with Yi Fan ever since he left her home last time. Every time she slept in her own bed, she couldn't help but think of what her brother Yi Fan had done to her. Surprisingly, she actually missed him a little. Therefore, her body instinct made her want to sit closer to Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt Luo Hanji's obvious approach beside him, and the girl's fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, making his heart itch a little. The two couldn't help but whisper in each other's ears, taking turns exchanging words. Before long, Luo Hanji was teased by Yi Fan until her face turned red. Seeing the two chatting and laughing so intimately, Chung Yanwei, sitting opposite them, was burning with jealousy. He quickly continued what Guo Xiaomei had said earlier and began to pretend to care about Yi Fan. By the way, cousin, we were talking about your job earlier. Have you found an internship yet? You're almost a senior now, so you really need to get a job. Or, if you really can't find one, my startup still has a security guard position open. We're family, so I can help you find one. Before Yi Fan could respond, after Chung Yanwei finished speaking, Guo Xiaomei immediately became anxious. Chapter 150: The Shock of Having My Worldview Overturned. Oh, son, don't always be so kind. Guo Xiaomei stopped Chung Yanwei, then immediately turned to Yi Fan and scolded him. Yi Fan, my Yanwei is kind-hearted, but you can't try to take advantage of us just because we're relatives. With your unambitious attitude, if you end up dragging Yanwei down, that's absolutely unacceptable. Mom, Yi Fan is still my cousin. Don't talk to him like that. Besides, when my cousin grows up and wants to get married, he'll still need a job. These days, when girls look for a boyfriend, isn't it to secure their future? Chung Yanwei pretended to be a good person and spoke up for Yi Fan on the surface, but in reality, he kept looking for opportunities to subtly hint to Luo Hanji that he was the one worth considering. However, because his methods were too low-level and easy to understand, it made both Ye's parents and Luo's parents present very embarrassed. Luo Hanji became a little angry when she heard Chung Yanwei and Guo Xiaomei both belittling Yi Fan in their words. She couldn't help but speak up in a situation where she shouldn't have. Brother Yi Fan didn't need to bother looking for a job in the first place. He's already the chairman of Yuantong Express. Upon hearing Luo Hanji's words, Guo Xiaomei and Chung Yanwei both burst out laughing. Young lady, you're so old already. How can you believe him just because he brags to you? You're so naive, you'll get scammed if you go out like this. Chung Yanwei's face was also full of disdain, and he turned to Yi Fan and acted like the eldest brother. Cousin, why lie to that young girl like that? Our temporary setback is nothing to be ashamed of, but this habit of vanity and boasting is unacceptable. Luo Hanji didn't expect that when she spoke up for Yi Fan, the two people opposite her wouldn't believe her at all, and instead continued to mock Yi Fan. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Yi Fan had long known that these two would be like this, so he didn't rush to reveal his identity. Seeing that Luo Hanji was being wronged, and just as he was about to speak, Guo Qiantai stood up to smooth things over. Well, Xiaomei, we still have some things to take care of with the Luo family, so we won't keep you any longer. Let's all go down together, okay? After saying that, Guo Qiantai called everyone to walk outside. As Guo Xiaomei walked, she couldn't help but complain. As expected, people from small, humble families don't know the rules. They actually let someone leave after only sitting halfway through the meal. She had originally planned to boast about how successful her husband's business had been that year, but she suddenly lost an opportunity to do so. Guo Xiaomei was extremely unhappy, so she quickly pulled Chung Yanwei over and swaggered to sit at the very front of the group. Chung Yanwei still had Luo Hanji on his mind, so he could only steal glances at her every few steps. It turned out that she didn't look at him at all, but just kept sticking to Yi Fan's side, laughing and walking with him. Chung Yanwei could only quickly start brainstorming, thinking about how he could at least make Luo Hanji realize that he was much better than Yi Fan in the last little bit of time. When everyone arrived downstairs, they saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the building. They seemed to be taking pictures of something with their phones. Guo Qiantai couldn't help but frown. What's going on here? Why are those people crowding around there? It's making the passageway so congested. Following the direction of the crowd, everyone immediately saw a group of people surrounding a bright red, cool sports car. Yifan didn't even need to look to know that it was the spot he had temporarily placed for Lycan. He rubbed his temples with a hint of helplessness. Driving this Lycan back to a third-tier city like Jiangsheng was definitely a bit too high profile. Wherever it goes, this car attracts too much unnecessary attention because it's so eye-catching. However, this is convenient. By showing off that the sports car is his own, he can at least slap Guo Qiumei and Cheng Yanwei's contemptuous attitude in the face. Just as Yifan was about to take out his car keys, Cheng Yanwei suddenly stood up, bowed to them, and apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Annie, Uncle and Annie, the car that all these people are surrounding actually belongs to my business partner. I told him a long time ago to find a designated parking space and not just park at a random temporary spot. Now that so many people are watching, he has blocked the road. I apologize to everyone on his behalf." Upon hearing this, Guo Qiumei immediately perked up. "My God, this car belongs to your partner. This supercar looks so luxurious. It must have cost a fortune, right?" "It's definitely not cheap. The cost of buying it and shipping it into the country would be around 100 million. As Cheng Yanwei spoke, he put on an embarrassed expression. He acted as if he had bought the supercar himself. "How much?" 100 million. Guo Qiumei was overjoyed. As expected, my son is really capable. To be able to start a business with someone of such wealth and status naturally means that his abilities are recognized by him. Then becoming as capable as him is just a matter of time. Mom supports you. You must work hard with him." Guo Qiumei praised her son and even glanced disdainfully at Yifan and his parents, feeling extremely happy because she had just shown off. Those who already knew that the Lycan belonged to Yifan's parents and Luo Hanji couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? How come what this mother and son said is completely inconsistent with what they know? Seeing Guo Qiumei and Cheng Yanwei's smug expressions, Yifan's sarcastic smile reached its peak. This time, they themselves are adding insult to injury in this face-slapping situation. Yifan chuckled softly, then suddenly said, "Cousin, I think the owner of this supercar is probably not one of your business partners, but rather a relative. Besides, I don't recall ever working with you, cousin." Amidst the puzzled looks from Guo Qiumei and Cheng Yanwei, Yifan casually pulled out his car keys from his pocket. Then, aimed at Lycan, who was surrounded by people in the crowd, and pressed the button. The dazzling headlights suddenly lit up, and the red beast immediately awoke. The onlookers quickly searched for the person who had woken Lycan, and looking around, they saw Yifan holding the car keys, appearing as if a god had descended from heaven. Holy crap! Is this the owner of the Lycan? He's so cool. The person who can afford such a supercar isn't a pot-bellied tycoon, but such a handsome and dashing young talent. That's terrifying. Exclamations of surprise rose from the crowd, and everyone involuntarily looked at Yifan with eyes full of admiration. Guo Qiumei and Cheng Yanwei, who had been laughing just moments before, now wore expressions of utter shock, as if their worldviews had been turned upside down. Chapter 151, Indulging in Being a Bad Kid. This car is yours. Guo Qiumei completely lost her composure as a noblewoman and instinctively screamed and questioned him. Otherwise what? Yifan walked straight toward Lycan and, amidst the unconscious stares of the crowd, opened the car door and got in. He then started the Lycan and drove it to them. Cheng Yanwei never expected that he just wanted to use a luxury car to show off his connections. But the supercar worth hundreds of millions actually belonged to his cousin whom he looked down on. He completely shot himself in the foot. This is impossible. Your Yi family is clearly so poor. Guo Qiumei stopped herself midway through her sentence. After all, given the current situation, her eldest sister's son is really too unpredictable. Because of their kinship, Guo Qiumei usually pretended not to hear Guo Qiumei's deliberate mockery and belittling. But Yifan's actions today really allowed her to vent her anger. "Oh dear, why did you spend so much money on this car? It's such a waste." As expected, third sister, you were right. Our Xiao fan really needs to learn from your Yuan Wei how to be thrifty and manage the household. It's not good to spend money so extravagantly all the time. Guo Qiumei and Cheng Yanwei were extremely embarrassed by what Guo Chunsui said. They never dreamed that one day they would be thoroughly humiliated by the Yi family, whom they had always looked down upon. Guo Qiumei's smile was awkward. She felt incredibly aggrieved but dared not utter another word. He hurriedly grabbed Chung Yanwei and left. Chung Yanwei kept turning back to look at her, and just then he saw Luo Hanji get into Yi Fan's passenger seat, her smile both sweet and charming. He was incredibly excited, but compared to Yi Fan now, he felt like a complete loser. Chung Yanwei was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After Luo Hanji got into Yi Fan's car, the parents of the other two families rode in Yi Guichang's car and set off together. As soon as Yi Fan drove the lichen out of the residential area, Luo Hanji couldn't help but giggle as she recalled how the two of them had been humiliated. Yi Fan reached out a hand and rubbed Luo Hanji's little head. "What are you laughing at so happily? Don't you want to be even happier?" Yi Fan's driving skills were already top-notch, and as he spoke, his gaze began to linger on Luo Hanji. Today, Luo Hanji is wearing a pure white, soft, form-fitting sweater dress that perfectly accentuates her full and shapely figure. She also exuded a youthful, almost ripened aura, which stirred Yi Fan's heart. Luo Hanji noticed Yi Fan's gaze, and her face immediately turned red. "Brother Yi Fan, why are you thinking about those things again? Aren't we supposed to be looking at houses with our parents? We don't have time." Before Luo Han could finish speaking, Yi Fan had already driven the lichen to the entrance of a nearby park and stopped it. His hand had already reached the hem of Luo Han's skirt. "Brother Yi Fan, please wait. What if we're late? How are we going to explain that?" Yi Fan easily made Luo Hanji's breathing quicken, and he smiled mischievously as he whispered soothing words into her ear. "Don't worry, with lichen speed and my driving skills, we'll be there in no time. Besides, you were all that affectionate with me in my house just now. Didn't you want to do this for a while?" Yi Fan exposed Luo Hanji's little secret, and she shyly tried to deny it. However, before he could say anything, Yi Fan swallowed his words back down. Before long, Luo Hanji was completely absorbed in being a naughty child. Before meeting brother Yi Fan, she had no idea that she could be so disobedient. After Yi Fan took her there once, Luo Hanji became attached to her. "Brother Yi Fan, I'd also like to try doing it myself." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Of course I'll fulfill our little sister Hanji's request." Yi Fan sat solemnly in the driver's seat, watching Luo Hanji obediently step over and cautiously approach. She clumsily pecked at Yi Fan's lips, then eagerly pressed them together. Before long, she was having a great time playing by herself. Occasionally, Yi Fan would lend her a hand, and the distance between their hearts gradually grew closer. After the two finished their activity amidst their busy schedules, Yi Fan drove his lichen with Luo Hanji to the sales office of the largest luxury residential complex in Jiangxing. When they arrived, the parents of the Yi and Luo families had already been there for a while. "Fanzi, why are you only arriving now? Your Uncle Luo, Aunt Lin, and I have been waiting here for ages." "Oh, well, we took the wrong road, and then we ran into a car accident that caused a traffic jam. So we were late, Mom." Yi Fan made up a reason without changing his expression. Luo Hanji was shy and couldn't help but blush again. Actually, according to Yi Fan's brother's plan, they should have made it in time. But as they were interacting, their interest was piqued again, and they couldn't help but exchange words several more times, which is why Luo Hanji didn't dare to look her parents in the eye at all. She only nodded silently with her head down when Yi Fan gave his reasons, trying to make his explanations more believable. "Okay then, since we're all here now, let's go in together." After Guo Chunsue asked for the reason, none of the adults noticed anything amiss. They then walked into the sales office together. Only Luo Hanji quietly fanned herself from behind to calm herself down. While the adults weren't paying attention, Yi Fan gently pinched Luo Hanji's soft waist. He was still savoring the image of Luo Hanji's graceful dance from earlier. Unable to resist teasing her quietly, "Hanji, you need to work on your courage. Otherwise, you'll always blush so easily. We'll still be secretly playing under their noses from now on. So you don't want your parents to find out, do you?" Luo Hanji felt both shy and expectant upon hearing this. "Brother Yi Fan, you're so annoying. You always tease me in dangerous situations." "I tease you because you like that feeling too." While the two families weren't paying attention, Yi Fan gently bit Luo Hanji's ear. Luo Hanji was so shy that her legs went weak as she walked. "Oomph. I'm ignoring you, you big bad wolf. Luo Hanji ran up and took her mother's arm, pretending to accompany her while she looked at the screen, but in reality, she was trying to slow down the rapid heartbeat that Yi Fan had aroused. Watching Luo Hanji's pure white figure run away, Yi Fan began to think about where in the villa he should playfully tease this little white rabbit. Chapter 152, Viewing Houses in the Villa District. The group walked into the sales office together, with Ye's parents walking in front. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly called out to Yi Guichang. Hey, isn't this Guichang? You've come to buy a house with your child too. The person who stopped Yi Guichang was Wu Tairan, Yi Guichang's former colleague. He and his son Wu Rui had just stepped into the sales office. Before Yi Guichang could respond, Wu Tairan saw the Luo family, who were very close to the Yi family. He immediately put on a look of sudden realization. So your son's house was bought by his wife. No wonder. No wonder he was just thinking, how could the Yi family be rich enough to buy a house in Jiangyue Bay? Wu Tairan looked at Yi Fan and immediately understood how he could have found such a wealthy woman. Oh, Lao Yi, I really envy your son for being so good-looking. Unlike my son, who had to work so hard for so many years before he was finally able to buy his own house in Jiangyue Bay. If my son were as talented as your son, I wouldn't have to work so hard. When Wu Tairan was still Yi Guichang's colleague, he was known for his sycophancy towards his superiors and his tendency to make things difficult for his colleagues. Having finally met an acquaintance while buying a house, she naturally seized the opportunity to belittle others and boast about her own son's goodness. But if your son is like this, then he'll have to marry into the family, right? And what will your grandson's surname be then? As Wu Tairan spoke, he looked on with concern for Ye's parents. Yi Guichang was initially surprised to see Wu Tairan greet him first, thinking that since they hadn't seen each other for so many years, Wu Tairan's temper might not be as bad as before. Now he's actually attacking his own son, calling him a gigolo. Yi Guichang's face turned ugly, and he had no choice but to quickly interrupt Wu Tairan's barbed words. Old Wu, my son came here today because he wants to buy a house for us. Please don't make wild guesses or say anything nonsensical. Hey Lao Yi, we're both this age, I understand these things. You don't need to feel embarrassed. I know it's not easy for young people these days. Wu Tairan put on an expression that said he understood everything, but his contempt for the Yi family only intensified. Stop pretending. At first glance, the Yi family's son is a good-for-nothing pretty boy. They even said it was to buy a house for the two elderly people. But who would believe that? Yi Guichang was furious at Wu Tairan's contempt. The Luo family disliked arguments, but they felt it was necessary to come out and clarify things as soon as possible. However, before they could even speak, the manager, dressed in business attire, hurriedly approached them. When Wu Tairan saw the manager arrive, he quickly led Wu Rui to the manager's side. You must be the manager here. My son wants to buy a house. Please take us to see it. Wu Tairan raised his voice to the top of his lungs, as if afraid the people in the sales office wouldn't know his son was there to buy a house. Wu Rui didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he raised his head high and shot a disdainful look at Yi Fan, who was slowly walking over at this moment. The manager was stopped by Wu Tairan, but he took a step back and apologized. Sir, we understand your needs, but we are very sorry. I just saw this guest enter the sales office first. I need to serve them first. I will arrange for other staff to take care of you too as soon as possible. After the manager finished speaking, he came up to Yi Guichang and greeted him. Just as Yi Fan walked over, Yi Guichang immediately gestured to the manager that his son should make the decision. The manager nodded and prepared to lead Yi Fan and his family toward the building model. Wu Tairan was extremely dissatisfied and immediately started yelling at the manager. I think you, as the manager, have no sense of propriety at all. Wu Rui quickly added, Exactly. What kind of incompetent manager are you? You can't even tell who the clients are worth taking seriously. And by the way, you should ask that girl over there. She'll be the one paying for the house. Wu Rui and Wu Tairan share similar views. They all felt that Yi Fan didn't look like someone who could buy a house on his own. He seemed more like a gigolo clinging to someone's coattails. Therefore, they're now targeting the Yi family even more recklessly. Yi Fan didn't hear the Wu family father and son speculation that he had married into the Luo family. At this moment, he just felt that the two of them didn't look like good people. Moreover, what they said was inexplicable, so I couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. Instead, they directly told the manager their house viewing needs. Hello, you must be the manager here? I'd like to see some sample villas in your Jianhua Bay area. Could you please show us around? No problem. Please come this way, everyone. After the manager finished speaking, he immediately gestured for the Yi family and the Luo family to enter. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wu Tairan's face immediately showed a surprised expression. A villa district? Really? How could the Yi family find such a wealthy daughter-in-law? Wu Tairan had initially thought that the woman Ye's family had gotten involved with was only going to help them buy an ordinary house. But when he heard Yi Fan say that he wanted to learn about the villa area, he immediately perked up. The staff that the manager had previously instructed rushed over to greet the Wu family father and son. But Wu Tairan waved his hand and told him to leave. Dad, why did you let the staff leave? I'm really looking forward to buying a house. Oh, son, don't rush. I think we should follow the Yi family and see what kind of houses they can get. Think about it. If the woman the Yi family finds can really buy them a big villa or something, our family's conditions are no worse than the Yi family's. Besides, you have a stable job now, and you'll soon have your own house. You're definitely better off than this gigolo Yi Fan. Maybe you can even snatch this woman away from us. Then our family would be even better off. Wu Rui was reminded by his father's words and instantly realized that this made sense. Dad, as expected, experience counts. Wu Rui rubbed his hands together, suddenly becoming somewhat excited as well. After all, although he had only glanced at the woman's profile casually, judging from her features, she was at least a 7 or 8 out of 10 beauty. After discussing it, the two immediately followed the direction that Yi Fan's two families had gone. Meanwhile, the manager had already led the Yi and Luo families to the location of the villa development model and was explaining it to them. Ye's parents thought each villa sounded quite nice, so they asked the Luo family for their opinion. The Luo couple had already felt that being invited to view the house together fully demonstrated the Yi family's sincerity, so naturally they wouldn't really raise any specific requirements or opinions regarding the villa. Luo Hanji also shook his head and waved his hands to indicate that his opinion was not important and that Ye's parents should make their own decision. Chapter 153, Who would believe it if I told you? None of them had any objections. Yi Fan then decided to step in and push the progress forward. Manager, which is the most expensive villa here, and what's the approximate price range? Hello, sir. The most expensive villa in our Jianhua Bay is a sea view property near the lake, with a total price of just over 50 million. This villa has already been renovated to the highest standards. If you want to buy it, you can move in immediately after paying. The price was high, and since the renovation was already done, his parents wouldn't have to worry about supervising the construction anymore, which suited Yi Fan's wishes perfectly. Ye's parents didn't have any objections, but Guo Chunsue still gave Yi Fan a look. Let him confirm Luo Hanji's opinion one last time. Hanji, what do you think of this seaside villa? If you uncles, aunts, and brother Yi Fan all like it, I think this villa is great. Luo Hanji replied obediently, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart at being valued. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Yi Fan then gave instructions to the manager. Then please take us to see this villa in person. If it's suitable, I can sign the contract and pay today. At this moment, Wu Tairan, who had been sneaking around following behind, happened to see Yi Fan questioning Luo Hanji. This further confirmed his suspicion that the Yi family was able to buy the house only because of the woman's influence. Moreover, when he heard that the villa he wanted to buy was the most expensive sea view villa in Jianhua Bay, Wu Tairan immediately lost his composure. He immediately grabbed his son and rushed over to block the Luo family members. Hey girl, with your looks and wealth, why would you want to do poverty alleviation? Even if you just randomly pick someone, you wouldn't choose a guy like this who's a complete freeloader. Wu Tairan was so afraid of losing this coveted prize that he completely disregarded the Yi family's reputation and started belittling Yi Fan right in front of Luo Hanji. Look at my son, he's quite good looking, isn't he? And he's already been promoted to a managerial position in his company, earning at least $12 a year. Besides, look at my son, he's here today to buy a house. With his financial means, isn't he much better than you simply supporting some gigolo? Look, my son is quite interested in you too. Why don't you try getting along with my son? In the future, you need equally capable people to work together to make life comfortable. Wu Tairan put on a painstakingly earnest expression and even pulled Wu Rui over, trying to force him in front of Luo Hanji. Wu Rui's confidence soared to the heavens as his father praised him. At this moment, he glanced at Luo Hanji again, and this time he saw Luo Hanji's face very clearly. A stunned expression instantly appeared on his face. My goodness, such a beautiful woman is so generous. We can't let the Yi family get such a great deal. Wu Rui began to put on a show in front of Luo Hanji. Wu Tairan then began to speak highly of the Luo family couple again. You too. How can you let your child throw tantrums like this? Choosing a son-in-law shouldn't just be based on what the child likes. You also need to think about the child's future. If you were with Wu Rui, wouldn't your future life be more secure? The Luo couple never expected that this person still thought they were the ones who were going to pay for the house. Having been interrupted while trying to explain, Luo Wenguang quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Sir, please stop talking nonsense here. You got all wrong. The Yi family is the one who's going to spend money to buy the house today. We're just here to keep you company. Please stop saying these strange things to us and my daughter. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Wu Tairan immediately clicked his tongue and said, Why are you still giving the Yi family such useless face at a time like this? Why bother? Do you think I don't know what kind of situation the Yi family is in? For all these years, Yi Guochang has remained a low-level employee at his former company, earning only a small salary. The family has always lived in an old neighborhood. Moreover, Wu Tairan's impression of Yi Fan was that he was still in college and had no opportunity to make big money. How could a family that had been poor for so long suddenly become so rich that they could buy the most expensive villa in Jiangxing? Who would believe that? Yi Fan was somewhat angry at Wu Tairan's disdain and contempt for his parents. However, this also reminded him that in a small place like Jiangxing, where interpersonal relationships are very important, we must make our parents more respected and not be looked down upon by these arrogant and snobbish people. It's not enough for him to just buy his parents a villa. He also wants them to have a business to rely on and earn a living. Yi Fan thought of the MG KTV he had just bought a few days ago. By the way, Mom and Dad, I recently bought MG. Once I've finished buying the villa and have some free time, you two can come with me to complete the formalities and transfer it to you. From now on, you'll be the official owners of MG. This was the first time Yi Fan had told his parents about this. We couldn't help but be moved by his filial piety. The two looked at Yi Fan with satisfaction, but before they could speak, Wu Tairan interrupted them. I knew it. How could this girl be so devoted to you? Even buying you a villa. You just used this to fool her, didn't you? What a coincidence. I know Duan Wei, the owner of MG, quite well. I just saw him yesterday when I went to MG. You said you bought MG, so how come the owner is still there? As Wu Tairan spoke, he shook his head, his eyes full of mockery of Yi Fan's words. He even bought a MG. He can't even come up with something realistic to brag about. He claims he bought the biggest KTV in the entire Jiangxing city? That's no joke. Wu Tairan had already completely condemned Yi Fan in his mind as a glib-tongued swindler who swindled rich women out of their money and was about to say something even more disparaging. Suddenly, he saw Duan Wei walking into the sales office with his hands behind his back not far away. Hey, talk about the devil. Now that the real deal is here, let's see how you, a mere kid, can keep up the act. After Wu Tairan finished speaking, he immediately went to meet Duan Wei. Oh, Mr. Duan, what brings you here today? Duan Wei stared at the newcomer for several seconds before realizing that this was a customer who had visited the store before and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just recently sold my KTV, so I'm not as busy as before. I just came to have some tea and chat with the owner. Chapter 154 Boss Yi is so generous. Wu Tairan was surprised when he heard Duan Wei's reply. What a coincidence that the boss actually sold MG. Then he understood. That kid from the Yi family probably heard this news from somewhere, which is why he was able to lie to people here without changing his expression. Wu Tairan immediately began to complain to Duan Wei. Mr. Duan, what a coincidence. Just now, there was a young man here pretending to be the new owner of MG, spouting nonsense about handing MG over to his parents. He's just bragging without even thinking. How dare that greenhorn claim he bought MG from you? As Wu Tairan spoke, he made room for Duan Wei and pointed to Yi Fan, who was not far away. Duan Wei hadn't paid much attention to Wu Tairan's words and casually glanced in the direction he was pointing. The next second, Duan Wei's eyes lit up, his gaze filled with surprise. "Boss, what a coincidence, you're here too." Duan Wei quickly walked over to Yi Fan, reached out his hands, and shook Yi Fan's hands to greet him. Yi Fan saw that the person who came was Duan Wei, which was a good opportunity to explain what he had been thinking. "You've come at the right time. I just happened to need to talk to you about something. I'm planning to change the ownership of the MG to my parents, and I'd like to ask you to draft the contract first." After Yi Fan finished giving his instructions, Duan Wei immediately nodded repeatedly. No problem, boss. I'll send a message to my men to do it right away." After Duan Wei finished speaking, he immediately took out his phone and sent a voice message to give instructions. After finishing, he immediately took the initiative to show off in front of Yi Fan. "By the way, boss, are you planning to buy a house in Jianghua Bay? I happen to know the owner here. If you need an insider discount, I can easily let him know." Yi Fan waved his hand and said no need, and Duan Wei's eyes once again showed admiration. Last time, when Mr. Yi bought the MG, he didn't negotiate the price with him at all, and this time when he bought the house, he didn't ask him for an internal discount. Mr. Yi is such a generous person, unlike the business people he had dealt with before, who were all quite wealthy but became increasingly calculating the more money they had. Not far away, Wu Tairan saw Duan Wei rushing over to Yi Fan and then bustling around, behaving respectfully and ingratiatingly, while Duan Wei kept calling him boss. His slightly drooping face was immediately filled with disbelief and shock. What? Judging from this situation, is this Yi family kid really the new owner who bought MG? Wu Tairan was completely dumbfounded, standing there speechless, looking as if his soul had been stolen. Yi Fan then recalled that Wu Tairan had mentioned knowing the owner of MG. He raised his chin, pointed at Wu Tairan who was standing there in a daze, and asked Duan Wei, "Is that person standing there your friend?" Duan Wei turned to look at Wu Tairan. "Boss, you mean Wu Tairan? I wouldn't call him a friend, but he's a regular customer of Mingjiwe." As Duan Wei spoke, he recalled that Wu Tairan had just spoken ill of the boss in front of him, trying to curry favor with him. Looking at that guy's completely bewildered expression, it's obvious he's offended his boss. Duan Wei couldn't stand it. Daring to target the new boss of MG was tantamount to slapping the face of the entire MG company. Duan Wei's expression turned serious, and he immediately shouted loudly in Wu Tairan's direction. "By the way, Lao Wu, our MG store is almost at the end of the year, and it's time to settle accounts. You haven't paid back the few bottles of wine you brought a woman to the store on credit the other day. Is your wife managing all your money? Should we notify her and have her come and pay off your debts?" Duan Wei didn't intend to hold back when he spoke, so his voice was loud enough for almost everyone in the sales office to hear. The other guests, having caught the key information in his words, all cast slightly gossipy and disdainful glances at Wu Tairan. Wu Tairan immediately panicked. He dared to quit his job because of the financial support from his wife's family, which enabled him to start his own small business. If his wife finds out that he's been spending money on those other women all these years, he'll be skin alive. Duan Wei's current behavior is clearly a warning to him. Wu Tairan quickly grabbed his son and ran to the Yi family in a few steps, bowing to them and apologizing. "I'm so sorry, State Counselor. What I said just now was all thoughtless. Please don't take it to heart. My son and I apologize to you. Please forgive us. If my wife finds out about what happened at MG, I won't be able to live like this anymore." As Wu Tairan spoke, he pulled Wu Ruwei over and they both knelt down before the Yi couple. Then she quickly apologized to Yi Fan as well. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I was really narrow-minded and ignorant. It's all because I haven't seen enough of the world that I was so presumptuous as to question your identity. A young talent as outstanding as you, my Wu Ruwei is completely unworthy to be compared with you." Wu Tairan apologized tremblingly, and while speaking, he quickly slapped Wu Ruwei on the back of the head, urging him to admit his mistake as well. Wu Ruwei knew, of course, that his mother controlled the family finances, so he had no choice but to quickly join his father in apologizing to Yi Fan. The Yi couple were honest, kind people. When they saw Wu Tairan and his son kneeling down without saying a word, they quickly reached out and helped them up. They then gestured to Yi Fan with their eyes, indicating that their apology was enough. Yi Fan snorted coldly, thinking that the two snobbish father and son were quick enough to slide to their knees. Yi Fan gave Duan Wei a look, and Duan Wei immediately understood and went to the Wu family father and son. All right, stop bothering my boss and his family while they look at houses. Wu Tairan, you'd better go to the store and settle your bill today, and don't come to Mingjue again. Wu Tairan nodded repeatedly, then pulled Wu Rue away sheepishly. Duan Wei consulted with Yi Fan and then immediately left so as not to disturb Yi Fan's family's private time. The surroundings finally became quiet. After learning the identity of Yi Fan, the owner of MG, the manager adopted an even more respectful attitude than before. He personally accompanied Yi Luo's two families to view the most expensive sea view villa. Soon, they arrived at the villa area in Jianhua Bay. In the villa area, closest to the bay, stands a detached villa with a distinctly stylish and unique architectural style that is far more fashionable than the other villas. The villa's surroundings exude a relaxed and comfortable resort atmosphere, perfectly showcasing the owner's refined taste. Chapter 155 Treat it as a vacation. This oceanfront villa occupies approximately 6 acres and has an interior area of about 400 square meters. It includes 5 bedrooms, 3 of which are master bedrooms with indoor and outdoor bathrooms and private balconies, and the remaining 2 are guest rooms. The entire villa features floor-to-ceiling windows that cover almost the entire interior, ensuring that no matter where you stand inside, you can enjoy a breathtaking panoramic view of the seaside. Other essential amenities such as KTV rooms, mahjong rooms, private cinemas, hot spring pools, heated swimming pools, and saunas are also readily available. The entire villa is a perfect vacation home with natural scenery. The manager led Yi Luo and his family on a tour of the entire seaside villa, inside and out. Both sets of parents were very satisfied with the villa, praising it highly. Upon arriving at the 3 master bedrooms on the 2nd floor of the villa, Guo Chunsue immediately and familiarly took Luo Hanji's small hand. Hanji, take a look at these 3 master bedrooms and see which one you like. Annie will save that one for you, okay? You can decorate it however you like. From now on, you can treat this villa as your own home and come to visit anytime you want. What do you think? Guo Chunsue's actions clearly showed that she was giving the Luo family a lot of attention when they saw their daughter. Luo Hanji herself was deeply moved. Yi Fan suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, "The balcony of the master bedroom on the far left is connected to the one in the middle. Don't choose the wrong one, Hanji." After saying that, Yi Fan tilted his head and raised an eyebrow at Luo Hanji with a smile. Luo Hanji naturally knew what Yi Fan meant. Yi Fan, that's all he does is bully her. Auntie, then I'll choose the leftmost room. Thank you, uncle, auntie, and brother Yi Fan, for taking such good care of me. Luo Hanji obediently chose a room, following Yi Fan's instructions. Just thinking about the time she would spend with Yi Fan in the future made Luo Hanji's face turn red again, which was quite embarrassing. Next, Yi Fan naturally chose the master bedroom next to Luo Hanji's. Ye's parents naturally chose the largest master bedroom at the end of the corridor. After viewing the house, Yi Fan immediately took out his card and paid the full amount for the villa. Ding! You have spent 51 million yuan. Congratulations, host! You have triggered a 5x rebate and received a rebate of 255 million yuan. The more flowers you bloom, the more you have. That perfectly describes Yi Fan himself. After the contract was finalized, Guo Chunsue quickly made another suggestion. If everything is ready in the house, we can pack our things in the next couple of days and move in soon. In that case, Yinlan Wenguang, why don't you all come and stay with us for a few days after we move the day after tomorrow? Consider it a celebration of moving in with us. I see there are so many things to do here. Why don't you treat this place as a vacation for your family? What do you think? After Guo Chunsue finished speaking, she immediately exchanged glances with Lin Yunlan. One moment she squinted and pointed at Luo Hanji, the next she looked at her own son. Lin Yunlan immediately understood Guo Chunsue's meaning. She immediately nodded to Luo's father. Of course it's great. Sister Chunsue, we should share in your joy as you move, so we can at least share in your family's good fortune. Don't worry, the 3 of us will definitely come. Then it's settled. The 2 sisters who shared the same idea immediately hit it off and a 2-day villa vacation for both families was officially decided. Yifan was in a good mood as he listened to the arrangements made by both sets of parents, which were clearly intentional. Yifan glanced at Luo Hanji, who had been secretly watching him. It was about time to put his plan to tease the little white rabbit into action. After the Yi family and Yifan brought some important items to the seaside villa, the family officially settled in. After a day of rest and reorganization, the Luo family arrived at Yifan's villa in casual clothes, just as originally planned. Yinlan, let me take you to the room I prepared for you to put your things away. Upon seeing the Luo family arrive, Guochunsue quickly and warmly rose to greet them, preparing to lead the Luo couple to the guest room. She then instructed Yifan, Xiaofan, why don't you help Han Ji carry her luggage up to the second floor? After giving her instructions, Guochunsue immediately led the Luo couple to their guest room, chatting and laughing. Yi Guochang helped push their luggage along with them. Suddenly, only Yifan and Luo Hanji remained in the huge living room. Yifan glanced at Luo Hanji, then reached out and pulled her close, kissing her soft, bouncy cheek. Let's go. Hanji, I'll take you to your bedroom to put your luggage away. Luo Hanji was startled by Yifan's sudden action. While feeling sweet inside, she quickly and nervously looked in the direction where the two pairs of parents had left. Thank goodness they weren't looking this way. Luo Hanji playfully patted Yifan. Brother Yifan, you scare me to death. What if my parents and aunts and uncles had seen us? We should at least have gone somewhere where no one could see us. Yifan brazenly put his arm around Luo Hanji's slender waist and pulled her luggage upstairs. Upon hearing Luo Hanji's words, he gave a faint smile. Hanji, do you mean that I can do whatever I want when no one is watching? Luo Hanji's face flushed as she heard Yifan's obviously teasing words. Brother Yifan, you just know how to bully me. The slightly angry expression on Luo Hanji's face not only lacked any power, but in Yifan's eyes, it also had a unique charm. Therefore, as soon as Yifan entered Luo Hanji's bedroom, he immediately lifted her hands and pinned them against the back of the door and began to savor her full, luscious lips. Brother Yifan. Yifan opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him, who was intoxicated by his kiss. Her delicate skin was so close to his, and the feeling of his fingers touching and kneading it was wonderful. Luo Hanji's fair neck, accentuated by her V-neck sweater, was long and slender, exuding a faint fragrance. Yifan simply lowered his head and kissed her, leaving a hickey on her neck. The sound of two couples returning to the living room could be heard from downstairs. After exchanging a few more words with Luo Hanji, Yifan took a small step back and released the woman in his arms. Luo Hanji was immersed in the passion of being kissed by Yifan when she felt him suddenly stop moving. Her eyes, which she opened, were watery and carried a hint of longing and confusion. Looking at Luo Hanji's obedient and adorable appearance, Yifan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek and smile. Hanji, your parents have gone back to the living room. The way you look at me, do you mean you still want me to continue? Chapter 156 shows that she willingly chose to be a bad girl. Only after Yifan reminded her did Luo Hanji belatedly notice the sounds coming from downstairs. She was so captivated by Yifan's kiss that she completely forgot she had only come upstairs with him to drop off their luggage. Luo Hanji was so embarrassed that she quickly tidied her hair. Adjusting her breathing, she prepared to go downstairs with Yifan. The two went downstairs where the Yi family couple and the Luo family couple were chatting happily. Upon seeing the two of them come down, everyone immediately turned their attention to them. Luo Hanji has always been a well-behaved girl. She and Yifan had just shared such a passionate kiss. Being watched by four elders made her feel a little nervous. Hanji, why is your face always so red since you came back from winter break? Are you sick? Let Mom take a look. Sure enough, Luo Hanji's barely concealed expression was immediately noticed by her mother. Lin Yunlan quickly came to Luo Hanji's side and used her hand to check her forehead temperature. It's still quite hot. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Did you catch a cold and get a fever? Faced with her mother's heartfelt concern, Luo Hanji was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Mom, I'm fine. I just got a bit hot from all the exercise going up and down the stairs. Having no other choice, Luo Hanji quickly made up a lie. Lin Yunlan was skeptical, but then she suddenly noticed the red mark on her neck. Hey, what's with all this redness on your neck? I don't remember seeing any injury on your neck just now. As Lin Yunlan spoke, she leaned closer to examine Luo Hanji's wound. Luo Hanji immediately recalled the time Yi Fan had kissed her neck while holding her and immediately jumped away from Lin Yunlan. She glared at Yi Fan, both angry and embarrassed, before quickly explaining. Mom, I'm Fine. I just got bitten by a mosquito. I'll apply some ointment later, and it'll be fine. Lin Yunlan wondered, how can there be mosquitoes in the middle of winter? However, she couldn't think of any other reasonable reason. She could only nod and let Luo Hanji remember to handle it himself. Only after the two couples started chatting about new topics did Luo Hanji dare to give Yi Fanfei a reproachful look again. Yi Fan couldn't help but grin mischievously as he recalled the little guy's flustered excuses earlier. There's no way around it. Teasing a well-behaved girl like Luo Hanji is just too much fun. Soon it was lunchtime, and the two families had an outdoor barbecue together in the small courtyard outside the villa. With beautiful scenery and delicious food, the six of them had a very satisfying lunch. Thinking about the afternoon's activities, Guochun Sue suggested that everyone go for a soak in a hot spring. The Luo couple also thought the event was good, but Lin Yunlan's eyes lit up, and she suddenly made another suggestion. How about we old folks join the hot spring activity this afternoon? Hanji and Fan are both young people. If we let them soak in a hot spring with us, they will inevitably get bored. How about this, Chun Shui? I remember there's a heated swimming pool in your villa, isn't there? Our Hanji has never been able to swim since she was little. I wonder if we could ask your Xiao Fan to teach Hanji how to swim. As soon as Lin Yunlan finished speaking, Guochun Sue immediately received the signal. Yunlan, your consideration is very thoughtful. It's really not very interesting to make the young people keep up with us old folks. If it's about teaching Hanji to swim, our Xiao Fan is definitely capable. This kid may not be good at other things, but swimming is something he's been good at since he was little. After the two mothers discussed it, the two younger children naturally had no reason to refuse. So the afternoon's arrangements were finalized, with the teams splitting into two groups. When Luo Hanji came out of their rooms to get their swimsuits and change, she specifically asked Lin Yunlan about it. Mom, are you really comfortable letting me and Yi Fan play in the pool alone? Although she knew that both sets of parents had always wanted to bring them together, she never expected that her mother would be so at ease letting the two of them be alone together. Upon hearing Luo Hanji's question, Lin Yunlan immediately and subconsciously replied, What's there to worry about? Your father and I have seen Xiao Fan's character firsthand. After all these things, Xiao Fan has proven to be a calm, composed, and very well-mannered child. Spend more time with him, and your dad and I will feel very reassured. Upon hearing her mother's words, Luo Hanji couldn't help but recall her interactions with her brother Yi Fan. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. It's true that Yi Fan is an outstanding and gentlemanly man, but if his parents knew, they would have already done many things that crossed the line. Luo Hanji's face turned red again. Besides, think back to how scared you were when other guys just glanced at you. We can only talk and joke normally with Xiao Fan. We only wanted to bring you two together because we saw that you get along well. So the reason we can trust Xiao Fan so much is because of your reaction. If Xiao Fan really treated you badly, given your personality, you definitely wouldn't even dare to look at him. Upon hearing his mother's words, Luo Hanji belatedly realized that it was indeed true. It turns out that her feelings for brother Yi Fan were already so deep that she had completely and wholeheartedly committed to him. So, to some extent, it's because she herself willingly wanted to be Yi Fan's bad girl. After the mother and daughter finished their private conversation, Luo Hanji went to the heated swimming pool on the other side, which was separated from the hot spring pool. The floor-to-ceiling windows by the pool offer an unobstructed view of the ocean outside the villa. Yi Fan had already been soaking in the pool for a while. Hearing footsteps, he slightly opened his eyes. Luo Hanji was seen wearing a two-piece lace swimsuit, which wasn't overly revealing, but perfectly showcased the innocent charm of a young girl who was not yet fully mature. Beneath her curvaceous figure, a pair of slender, straight, long legs were clad in flip-flops. Luo Hanji's pale skin seemed to become crystal clear under the sunlight. The swimsuit also features a cutout design at the waist, perfectly highlighting Luo Hanji's slender waist without any excess fat. Luo Hanji carefully grabbed the pool railing near Yi Fan and went down into the water. With a slight resistance from the warm water flow, Luo Han walked step by step to Yi Fan. This was the first time the two had met in public dressed so casually. Luo Hanji looked away somewhat embarrassed when she saw Yi Fan's well-built upper body and chest. Yi Fan watched as the blush crept up Luo Hanji's clean face, a slight smile playing on his lips, and reached out to pull her into his arms. The girl's soft body bumped right into Yi Fan. Chapter 157, So Big and Still Can't Swim? Yi Fan felt Luo Hanji's full, soft breasts against his exposed muscles. With a slight downward tilt of the head, one can see water droplets forming streams that slowly slide down the snow-white mountain peaks, revealing an incredibly alluring and sexy scene through the half-covered swimsuit. Yi Fan hooked his left arm around Luo Hanji's slender waist, lifted her chin with his right hand, and pecked her, a mischievous smile on his face. "Little sister Hanji, you're so old and you still can't swim?" As Yi Fan spoke, his right hand lingered on the mountain peak, as if adding a double meaning to his words. Luo Hanji's face turned bright red. "It's normal not to be able to swim, right? A lot of my classmates can't swim either, Yi Fan found Luo Hanji's small mouth, which was opening and closing, extremely delicious. Before she could finish speaking, he directly blocked her mouth to prevent her from making a sound. While playing with Luo Hanji with his tongue, Yi Fan's hands were not idle either. In just a few moments, Luo Hanji was humming and purring as she clung to him. "It's okay if you can't swim. Your brother will teach you later. But little sister Hanji, before you officially learn to swim, I still need to get you used to the rhythm in the water first." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he lifted Luo Hanji up from his arms and began to teach her a different kind of rhythm. The warm afternoon sun streamed through the floor to ceiling windows and spilled onto the surface of the pool. The pool water shimmered, and the two embracing figures created wave after wave of splashes. After the warm-up rhythm instruction was completed, the two finally moved on to the formal swimming instruction session. Yi Fan had Luo Hanji hold onto the edge of the pool, first to practice her floating skills. "Relax your whole body as much as possible, especially your legs. Don't strain." Yi Fan reached out and patted Luo Hanji's two long legs, then stroked them to help her relax. After Luo Hanji found a bit of a floating feeling, Yi Fan led her to a spot in the middle of the pool. "Give me your hand, and I'll guide you through a slow swim." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he grasped Luo Hanji's two soft, boneless little hands, and then slipped his fingers through hers, interlocking them tightly. Luo Hanji felt the warmth and closeness from his fingers, and his heart was instantly captivated. As Yi Fan gently guided her, her fear of water lessened considerably, and she began to splash around energetically in the water with her long legs. "Brother Yi Fan, look, am I almost done learning it?" Luo Hanji eagerly sought praise. Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head and smile as he looked at the little girl's silly grin. "Okay, now you could try swimming around by yourself. I'm letting go now." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he slowly loosened his grip on Luo Hanji's fingers. Luo Hanji was initially full of confidence, but after losing Yi Fan's support and guidance, her swimming skills, which she had been so proud of, were immediately put to shame. Losing her balance and looking like she was about to fall into the water, Luo Hanji frantically tried to throw herself towards Yi Fan. "Brother Yi Fan, I am scared." Yi Fan caught Luo Hanji steadily and bounced her around in his arms. He pretended to be serious and gently patted her pert buttocks. "Hanji, even if you throw yourself at me, I still have to be strict with you." Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji looked a little aggrieved. "Brother Yi Fan, but without you to guide me, I'm still a little scared." After saying that, Luo Hanji even nuzzled her little head against Yi Fan's chest, acting cute and charming in a way that seemed completely natural. As she rubbed against him, Luo Hanji raised her clean little face, still wet with water droplets, and looked at Yi Fan with pleading eyes. In an instant, it gave Yi Fan, a vigorous and energetic man, a hard squeeze on his heart. It seems this little girl is really familiar with him now. She's even evolved to the point where she can so naturally act cute and ask for help from him. Yifan's inner flame surged. He carried Luo Hanji to the handrail by the pool and then put her down. Luo Hanji looked up in confusion. Brother Yifan, are we not continuing our studies now? We still need to continue studying, but it's break time now. Let's do something else first. Be good. Hold on to the railing. Yifan whispered in Luo Hanji's ear. Luo Hanji obediently did as she was told, and soon she felt Yifan coming up to her from behind. Hold on tight, or you might lose your balance if it wobbles too much. After Yifan finished speaking, he could no longer suppress the burning passion in his heart. He wrapped both arms around Luo Hanji's slender waist, moving upwards along her smooth skin, his hands moving incessantly, his strength evident even while standing. Luo Hanji was so embarrassed that she could only hold onto the railing of the pool tightly to keep herself steady, her heart filled with the feeling of fireworks constantly blooming. Occasionally, when the interaction got too intense, Luo Hanji had a close encounter with the cold pool wall tiles. The cold temperature made her instinctively back away, and the two of them drew closer, their playful antics growing stronger with each passing moment. After the break, Luo Hanji was completely too exhausted to attend the regular classes. Even when she came out of the pool, Yifan had to carry her out. The moment her smooth feet touched the ground, Luo Hanji truly felt a sore back and weak legs. With Yifan playing so intensely with her, Luo Hanji's only hope now is that her mother won't notice anything amiss when they get back. However, what people fear most is what they will inevitably encounter. When Luo Hanji was only a few steps away from her bedroom, Lin Yunlan, who had just returned from the hot spring, saw her and immediately walked over to her with a gossipy and excited expression. "How's it going? How are you and your brother Yifan learning to swim?" Lin Yunlan ostensibly asked about swimming, but in reality, she was asking whether their relationship and familiarity had progressed further. Luo Hanji naturally understood his mother's true meaning. If she could, she would almost say directly that her relationship with brother Yifan was far too familiar and intimate. It's even a bit too intimate, but this is something that absolutely cannot be told. Therefore, Luo Hanji simply nodded casually, pretending to be perfunctory. It's great. Lin Yunlan nodded in satisfaction. That's fine then. Hey, but the way you walk looks a bit strange. Lin Yunlan noticed Luo Hanji's unusual walking posture and immediately pulled her around to check her over. Chapter 158, even shouting at the top of one's lungs wouldn't get a response. Luo Hanji's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest, and she quickly waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. "Oh, I'm fine, Mom. I just overdid it while swimming, so my muscles are a little tense, which is why I'm walking like this. Don't worry about me." After Luo Hanji finished speaking, he quickly pounded his leg as if he had a cramp, which blocked Lin Yunlan's questioning gaze. "Oh, I see. Now that you're done training, you should relax and massage your muscles. I knew Yifan was a reliable kid. He said he'd teach you to swim, and he took it so seriously, setting high standards for you. His character and qualities are truly impeccable." As Lin Yunlan spoke, she couldn't help but smile, revealing the loving kindness of an elder when she thought of Yifan. Luo Hanji was speechless with emotion. It's clearly because brother Yifan has too much energy that he's put her in this state. Luo Hanji could only give her mother an awkward laugh before sneaking back to her bedroom to shower, change out of her swimsuit, and put on casual home clothes again. After the elders finished their hot spring baths and the younger generation finished their swimming, it was already evening. All 6 of them were a little hungry. Yifan specially arranged for the property management of Jianghua Bay to bring in a team of top-notch chefs from a star-rated hotel to provide on-site service. Before long, a variety of top-notch dishes from a distinctive star-rated hotel were served on a rectangular marble dining table. The menu features a variety of hearty dishes, including West Lake hairy crabs, crystal pork jelly, golden crispy pork, and hawthorn foie gras embryos, as well as molecular gastronomy specialties such as molecular egg yolks, liquid nitrogen balls, and Japanese-style vegetarian abalone. Both the Yi and Luo families enjoyed their dinner to the fullest. After eating and drinking their fill, Guo Chinsue and Lin Yunlan, the 2 old friends, did the same thing again. They were clamoring that the 4 old men and women wanted to play mahjong together, while telling Yifan and Luo Hanji, the 2 young people, to go watch a movie at the home theater by themselves. The mahjong room and the home theater room are located in two adjacent rooms. However, the villa's decoration was very well done. Once the door to the home theater was closed, the sound inside couldn't escape, and the sound outside could barely get in either. After Yi Fan and Luo Hanji sat on the leather sofa, they randomly opened a movie. Before long, the two of them were embracing and kissing. Like a couple deeply in love, they can't get enough of kissing and hugging. Luo Hanji's face was flushed with passion, but she bit her lip tightly to keep from making a sound. Yi Fan's desire to conquer was aroused, and he became even more domineering towards Luo Hanji. "Why aren't you making a sound? I want to hear it," Yi Fan said, biting Luo Hanji's earlobe. Luo Hanji could only explain in a low voice. "This place is just a wall away from the mahjong room. I am scared." While Luo Hanji was speaking, Yi Fan immediately punished her severely. Luo Hanji looked at Yi Fan reproachfully, raised her fist to punch him, but Yi Fan grabbed it and kissed her instead. "What are you afraid of? Even if you shout until you're hoarse, those four parents won't hear you." Luo Hanji was amused by Yi Fan and realized that if he didn't let Yi Fan hear what he wanted to hear, who knows what kind of trouble Yi Fan would cause him. Luo Hanji started humming softly, but later, encouraged by Yi Fan, she simply stopped caring at all. She wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and became completely absorbed in the moment. After watching the movie, Luo Hanji was completely exhausted. He leaned against the sofa, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Yi Fan's physical strength has been fully restored, and he now looks completely refreshed. He picked up Luo Hanji, who was already dressed, and was about to open the door to take her upstairs. Luo Hanji groggily realized what was happening and instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's neck. "Brother Yi Fan, what are you doing? Your parents are still playing mahjong next door." Yi Fan smiled and opened the door a crack. "Don't worry, listen, they're having a great time. Our door is near the stairs. I'll take you up there, and they won't notice." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he carried Luo Hanji out of the home theater room. Luo Hanji was so nervous that she couldn't get down, so she could only instinctively hug Yi Fan tightly and bury her face in his chest. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the frightened kitten in his arms, and quickly carried Luo Hanji to her bedroom on the second floor. After placing Luo Hanji on the soft bed, Yi Fan left her room and closed the door before she could even ask any questions. Then the sound of a door closing came from the next bedroom. Luo Hanji originally wanted to ask Yi Fan for a goodnight kiss, but she didn't expect him to walk away so quickly, as if he didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. Luo Hanji was slightly disappointed. Meanwhile, Yi Fan found his phone in his bedroom and sent a message to his mother, saying that he and Luo Hanji had gotten sleepy while watching the movie and had gone back to their rooms to sleep. Guo Chunsue was engrossed in playing mahjong when she saw the message from Yi Fan. His raised eyebrows lowered again in an instant. "I couldn't resist picking up my phone and starting to reply to messages. You silly brat. Why don't you take advantage of the opportunity one gave you? Such a good opportunity to build rapport, and you're already sleepy? And you even let Hanji go back. At this rate, when are you going to finally get me a daughter-in-law?" Yi Fan shook his head and smiled as he saw his mother sending messages one by one, as if afraid of being too slow. He actually really wanted to say that his progress had already reached space a long time ago. However, his parents and the Luo family couple had been friends for many years. The changing relationship between Yi Fan and Luo Hanji will also affect the relationship between adults to some extent. Therefore, keeping it a secret is actually a more appropriate way for Yi Fan and Luo Hanji to handle the situation now. Yi Fan thought about it and didn't look at the message his mother sent. Anyway, he had already told her he was going to sleep, so it's normal that he didn't see the message. Moreover, there was a reason why he sent that message to his mother. Yi Fan thought for a moment and easily made his way to Luo Hanji's bedroom via the balcony connecting the two master bedrooms. Her graceful figure was lying on her side on the large bed. Yi Fan laid down in the space behind her on the bed and pulled her soft body tightly into his arms. Luo Hanji was just about to fall asleep, feeling a little dejected. Feeling the familiar warmth coming from behind me, my heart was filled with warmth. So that's why Yi Fan let her choose a room. Last time, it'll come in handy now. Luo Hanji turned to look at Yi Fan and obediently snuggled into his arms. The two embraced tightly, and together they drifted off to sleep peacefully and warmly. The next morning, plenty of sunlight streamed into the bedroom from the coastline. There was a knock on the door. "Hanji, are you up yet? Breakfast is ready. Come out and eat," Lin Yunlan urged, unable to suppress her muttering to herself. This child usually gets up quite early. Was he that tired yesterday? He slept until the sun was high in the sky today and still hasn't gotten up. Luo Hanji opened her eyes groggily when she heard the sound. Just as she was about to get out of bed to open the door for her mother, she found herself being held tightly in someone's arms. Realizing what was happening, she opened her eyes instantly and saw Yi Fan's handsome face, which was very close to hers. Chapter 159, Taking a shower in the morning is so refreshing. "Good morning, Hanji." Yi Fan looked at Luo Hanji in his arms with a wicked smile, and then began to use his lips and hands to ignite the little girl's desire. Lin Yunlan's knocking and calling could still be heard outside the door. Only then did Luo Han realize how dangerous her and her brother Yi Fan's situation was. She quickly reached out her little hand and pressed it against Yi Fan's chest. "Wait a minute, brother Yi Fan. My mom is right at the door." Luo Hanji's face flushed even more than usual with nervousness and shyness, making Yi Fan's heart tingle. "All right, then I'll see you to the door and get rid of your mom." Luo Hanji was confused by Yi Fan's words. The next second, Yi Fan picked her up, suddenly lifted into the air. Luo Han instinctively clung to Yi Fan like a koala, using both hands and feet. Yi Fan carried her to the door, kissing and touching her constantly throughout the journey. Luo Hanji was almost driven to the brink by Yi Fan, but she still had to try to keep her words calm. "Mom, I just got up, I haven't washed up yet. You can go downstairs first. I'll go downstairs in a bit." After Luo Hanji finished speaking to Lin Yunlan while being jostled by Yi Fan, she couldn't help but hug Yi Fan's neck tightly and whisper in his ear, "Brother Yi Fan, you're so mean." Hearing Luo Hanji's deliberately suppressed voice, Yi Fan's interest was piqued, and he became even more unrestrained. Luo Hanji could only bury her face in Yi Fan's shoulder and grit her teeth to keep herself from making a sound. Hearing Luo Hanji's reply, Lin Yunlan, who was outside the door, was puzzled as to why she was being so distant and wouldn't even open the door. But then I thought that she was getting older and needed some space of her own. So he simply told her, "Then remember to hurry up or your breakfast will get cold," and then left. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Luo Hanji finally dared to relax a little. Yi Fan pinned Luo Hanji against the back of the door, and the two of them became completely absorbed in their interaction. After a while, Luo Hanji playfully tried to get off Yi Fan. "Brother Yi Fan, please put me down. You've done this to me so early in the morning. I need to take a shower before I can get down." Luo Hanji's slightly complaining tone couldn't hide her sweetness. Yi Fan grinned mischievously and gently stroked her delicate nose with his finger. Then he changed his position, picked her up, and walked into the shower room. "It's just taking a shower. If you find it troublesome, I'll help you." Luo Hanji blushed and punched Yi Fan with her little pink fist. "You wicked brother Yi Fan. You just know how to misinterpret my meaning." However, Luo Hanji couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Taking a bath with brother Yi Fan. I've never tried that before. It would definitely be a great experience. While Luo Hanji was lost in thought, Yi Fan had already carried her and placed her in the bathtub, then easily jumped in himself. "Come on, Hanji, let me help you wash up properly." Yi Fan watched Luo Hanji's shy expression with a mischievous grin. The two of them helped each other, ensuring that every corner received thorough cleaning and care. After taking a shower, Yi Fan crossed the balcony to his bedroom, then pretended to yawn and opened the door. Stepping out of the room, you can easily see and greet the four elders sitting at the dining table downstairs through the railing. "Good morning, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt. It's still early? The sun's practically high in the sky. Stop dawdling and come down for breakfast." As Guo Chunsui rambled on, she brought the heated soy milk and fried dough sticks to the table. Yi Fan smiled and was about to step downstairs when the door to Luo Hanji's bedroom next door opened. Luo Hanji was wearing a casual lace-trimmed camisole top and denim shorts that showed off her long, straight legs. This set was specially chosen for Luo Hanji by Yi Fan after he finished washing her clothes. Although it was the dead of winter, The villa was well heated, so Yifan naturally wanted to dress Luo Hanji up in a more pleasing way. "Good morning, Hanji. I didn't expect you to be such a late sleeper." Yifan greeted Luo Hanji with a mischievous glint in his eyes and a secret message hidden between the two of them. Luo Hanji gave Yifan a subtle, coquettish glare, then immediately adopted a polite and courteous demeanor. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, brother Yifan." The two of them walked downstairs, keeping a certain distance from each other. Yifan sat down next to Guo Chunsui. As soon as he sat down, Guo Chunsui twitched her nose and asked, "Did you just take a shower?" "Yes, Mom. Taking a shower in the morning feels so good." As Yifan spoke, his eyes deliberately flew to look at Luo Hanji. Sure enough, the little girl blushed immediately when she heard him say, "It feels so good." At the same time, she nervously and quietly moved a little further away from Lin Yunlan. However, Lin Yunlan's nose was even more sensitive than Guo Chunsui's. "Gigi, did you just take a shower too? And why does your shower gel smell similar to Xiaofan's?" Luo Hanji was immediately stunned. The shower gel smells. Oh no! When she and brother Yifan were covered in thick bubbles, how come she didn't think of this? Luo Hanji was never one to lie, and when Lin Yunlan suddenly asked him such a specific question, he was at a loss for words. That Yifan was biting into the fried dough stick in his hand when he took a sip of soy milk. He saw the little girl looking flustered and completely unable to control herself. "I couldn't help but mutter 'little idiot' to myself." Then he spoke slowly and deliberately. "Annie, the toiletries in the 3 master bedrooms of our villa are all the same style, so of course the shower gel is the same and has the same scent. Mom and Dad, does the shower gel in your room smell the same?" Upon hearing this, Guo Chunsui leaned closer to Yifan and sniffed. "That's right, that's the orange scent." Lin Yunlan chuckled. "Look at my brain." With the crisis averted, Luo Hanji finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat her breakfast in peace. The following day, we explored almost the entire villa. The Luo family felt embarrassed to linger at the Yi family's place for too long. Although Guo Chunsui and Yi Guochang tried their best to persuade them to stay a few more days, they still packed their bags and went home after 2 days. Yifan spent a few days relaxing at home, planning his next move. Shen Aoning took the initiative to contact him and brought up the dinner she had promised to treat him to last time. Yifan then remembered that he hadn't spent any money on Shen Aoning, who had a beauty score of 93. "Since I have nothing to do right now, I might as well go and treat this beautiful lady to something." Chapter 160. The qualification is completely gone. Shen Aoning and Yifan arranged to meet at a well-known restaurant in Jiangxin. Because Shen Aoning had gotten a number in advance, the two of them were able to enter the store and sit down without any problems. "What would you like to eat?" Shen Aoning, looking slightly reserved, pushed the menu to Yifan. Her feelings towards Yifan are very complicated right now. On the one hand, Yifan's status as chairman constantly reminded her of the huge gap between the two of them. On the other hand, the close contact between the two in the conference room last time gave her the illusion that she could actually get very close to Yifan. Two conflicting emotions were pulling her in different directions, making it very difficult for her to relax and be herself in front of Yifan. But while Yifan was focused on selecting items on the menu, Shen Aoning couldn't help but keep glancing at him secretly. While she was still deep in thought, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out in her direction. "Oh, what a coincidence! Isn't this my roommate who has no money or power, but seduces men everywhere just because of her vixen-like face?" Kong Hueli crossed her arms and walked down to Shen Aoning's side. His tone of voice and facial expression were extremely disdainful and sarcastic. Shen Aoning looked up upon hearing the sound, and her expression immediately turned sour. Because the girl who is deliberately mocking her is her college roommate. Previously, Kong Hueli had fallen for a handsome guy in their grade, but that guy only had eyes for Shen Aoning, who was known as the school beauty. Kong Hueli was so jealous and disgusted with Shen Aoning that she not only led the isolation of her in the dormitory, but also used her father's connections and influence to steal the postgraduate recommendation spot that should have belonged to Shen Aoning. That's really strange. Shouldn't you be busy with your internship all day? How come you have time to come to such a high-end restaurant? Is this the kind of place a poor person like you can afford to go? After Kong Hueli finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Yi Fan, who was sitting opposite Shen Aoneng. Upon seeing Yi Fan's appearance, her jealousy reignited. What exactly are this woman's abilities? I actually hooked up with such a handsome guy. No, she absolutely had to expose Shen Aoneng's true colors in front of this handsome guy. Shen Aoneng, you just lost your chance to be recommended for postgraduate studies at Beijing University because you were entangled with other men at school, and now you're trying to deceive other innocent and handsome guys? Handsome, let me tell you, you absolutely mustn't let her fool you. This woman has a terrible reputation at Jiangxing University. If you're with her, you'd better be careful with your body. Don't be careless. As Kong Hueli spoke, she deliberately covered her mouth and nose in front of Shen Aoneng, looking disgusted. Yi Fan merely raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kong Hueli upon hearing this, not believing the truthfulness of her words at all. Yi Fan possessed the hand of a saintly healer, and he already knew that his last interaction with Shen Aoneng was her first time. He's not so stupid as to believe every random cat or dog that comes up to him on the street. However, at this moment, Shen Aoneng, who had always believed that the truth would prevail against Kong Hueli's repeated slanders, showed obvious resistance and anxiety. Kong Hueli, is it meaningful for you to keep spreading rumors and slandering me like this? The rumors that's been circulating all over school about me and that damn hottie are all because you stole my phone in the dorm and then photoshopped his harassing messages and sent them out. Now you've even stolen my spot for postgraduate recommendation through underhanded means. How far do you intend to go to harm me? For some reason, Shen Aoneng just didn't want to leave even the slightest trace of the image Kong Hueli had created for her in Yi Fan's heart. She didn't care what people at school said about her, but Yi Fan? No way. Kong Hueli never expected that Shen Aoneng would actually talk back in public. Feeling the increasing gazes directed at her, Kong Hueli became furious and raised her hand to slap Shen Aoneng across the face. You bitch, you think I can't deal with you just because we're not at school? Shen Aoneng instinctively dodged, but the expected slap did not land on her face. She slowly opened her eyes and found that Yi Fan had firmly grabbed Kong Hueli's wrist, which was about to swing down, and then threw it aside. Touch my people in front of me? Miss, you've made a fool of yourself. Yi Fan spoke at a flat pace, but his tone carried a chilling coldness. Kong Hueli was pushed so hard she lost her balance and staggered a few steps. When she finally stood up, her face was full of disbelief. You dare touch me? Do you know who I am? Yi Fan took a sip of tea and smiled. I don't care who you are. All I know is that you have completely lost your eligibility to pursue a master's degree at Imperial University. As Yi Fan spoke, he took out his phone and found a phone number of Dong Ruichong, the president of Imperial University. When Kong Hueli saw Yi Fan completely ignoring her and scrolling through his phone, her expression immediately twisted. Who do you think you are? You think you can disqualify me from pursuing a master's degree at Beijing University? Do you even know what kind of prestigious university Beijing University is, yet you're bragging like this? Yi Fan glanced at her, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at a dead person. He snorted coldly and spoke as the call connected. Principal Dong, I've run into a complete idiot with terrible character who claims that Jiangxing University wants to recommend him for postgraduate studies at our school. Go and check this out immediately. Tell Jiangxing University that if they still want to cooperate in exchange with our capital university, they should get rid of all these rats who try to get in through the back door. I need a result within 3 minutes at the latest. Upon hearing Yi Fan's clear instructions, Dong Ruichong on the other end of the phone immediately responded and then went to contact Jiangxing University without delay. Seeing Yi Fan's serious expression, Kong Hueli, with her hands on her hips, laughed even more disdainfully. That's hilarious. You think you can contact the school with just one phone call, and you'll give me a result in 3 minutes? Even my dad went through a lot of trouble to get me this opportunity. Do you think you could just brag a bit on the phone, and your dream will become reality? Shen Aoneng couldn't stand Kong Hueli's attitude towards Yi Fan. I don't know where the courage and impulse came from, but he immediately raised his teacup and splashed the tea all over Kong Hueli's face. You filthy bitch. Are you crazy? The tea ruined Kong Hueli's makeup, and even left a few broken tea leaves clinging to her long eyelashes. If I don't scratch your face to pieces today, I'm not a Kong. Kong Hueli screamed and lunged at Shun Aoneng, but Yi Fan stretched out one of his long legs and swept him down. The woman tumbled and fell to the ground, making a loud noise that drew the attention of diners at other tables. Kong Hueli had never been so humiliated before and immediately shouted for the restaurant to bring security guards over. Just as she was howling loudly, thinking she was going to teach Yi Fan and the other man a lesson, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 161, The Identity That Shocked Everyone. Kong Hueli was interrupted halfway through her tantrum. Her face turned extremely sour as she took out her phone, intending to start cursing and vent her anger before answering. But the other person spoke up first, much to her chagrin. Kong Yuili, what on earth did you do to offend the chairman of Beijing Capital University? The school administration only gave you the postgraduate recommendation spot because your father loved you so much and pulled so many strings. Now, because of your special case, Imperial University says it needs to re-evaluate the credibility of our cooperation with Jiangxing University. Do you realize that our relationship with Imperial University is about to be ruined by you alone? You don't need to say anything more. I'm officially informing you that your postgraduate recommendation has been canceled. You must return to school immediately today to complete the withdrawal procedures. Jiangxing University can no longer tolerate such a stain on your record. The president of Jiangxing University quickly gave Kong Hueli the most severe punishment. Whether Jiangxing University can reconcile with Imperial University depends on how they handle this matter. A student with only a few connections can't compare to the resources of the entire university in Beijing. Anyone with eyes can see who should be sacrificed in this round. Moreover, Kong Hueli's incident has already tarnished Jiangxing University's reputation. Now, cutting off these drags-on is the best way to get back on the table. As Kong Hueli listened to the reprimand from the president of Jiangxing University over the phone, she suddenly became completely stunned. The principal said she offended the chairman of the board of directors of Imperial University. Kong Hueli slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with hesitation and fear as she looked back at Yi Fan. You really are the chairman of Imperial University. Yi Fan didn't even bother to look up at Kong Hueli. Is it really necessary to ask such an obvious question? I just said, you're completely disqualified. And it sounds like you were almost there and about to get your degree, but now that's all going to be gone? The words spoken by the president of Jiangxing University on the phone just now were so loud that everyone around could hear them clearly. Even if Kong Hueli was stupid, she would know at this moment that her sudden loss of her postgraduate recommendation and expulsion was indeed the work of Yi Fan's phone call just now. Kong Hueli never expected that the young and handsome man in front of her was actually the chairman of the board of directors of Imperial University. The thought of losing her bright future drove Kong Hueli to the brink of madness. Chairman, please let me explain. I really didn't mean to target you. Kong Hueli looked flustered and apologized to Yi Fan, looking completely disheveled. However, Yi Fan never glanced at her again, as if he wouldn't take back his decision. Kong Hueli was extremely anxious. When she happened to glance at Shun Aoneng opposite Yi Fan, her emotions completely collapsed as if a broken string had been cut. It's all because of that despicable woman. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost my composure today and even offended such an important person, causing me to lose what I had in my grasp. Just then, the restaurant owner arrived with several security guards. Kong Hueli immediately pointed at Shun Aoneng. Boss, you've come at the right time. That bitch just splashed me with tea, and she even tried to hit me. Arrest her right now. I'll tie her up and take her to the station to file a lawsuit against her. She had begged Yi Fan to let her go, but he remained completely unmoved. Kong Hueli was completely reckless at this point. If she was in trouble, Shun Aoneng wouldn't be able to escape unscathed either. Kong Hueli was determined to drag Shun Aoneng down with her. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Although Yi Fan is the chairman of the board of directors of Imperial University, this is still Jiangxing. If she can't touch Yi Fan, surely she can't touch Shun Aoneng, who has nothing in Jiangxing. Even if Yi Fan wanted to protect her, the emperor was far away, and a university chairman wouldn't be able to interfere in the internal affairs of Jiangxing. The restaurant owner knew Kong Hueli's father, and upon hearing her say this, he subconsciously believed her. He immediately ordered several security guards to take Shun Aoneng into custody. "Excuse me, miss." Yi Fan frowned, preparing to make a move. Suddenly, a loud and clear greeting rang out. "Chairman, what a coincidence that you're dining at this restaurant today, too." Du Mingjie had just finished discussing business in the private room when he saw Yi Fan's familiar profile and immediately ran over to greet him. The restaurant owner, Kong Hueli, and other diners present were all stunned by Du Mingjie's address to Yi Fan and by his almost sycophantic demeanor towards him. Everyone present knew Du Mingjie's true identity. Jiangcheng is not a big city, and this restaurant has always been frequented by people of some status and position. Naturally, everyone had some dealings with or had heard of Du Mingjie, the branch manager of Shay Bank's Jiangcheng branch. However, now this bank manager Du is directly calling Yi Fan chairman. Doesn't that prove that this young man is the big boss of Saya Bank? In an instant, various gasps rose and fell. Who would have thought that just going out for a meal would lead to meeting such an important person here? This is terrifying. If this young man is the chairman of Saya Bank, then his net worth must already be in the tens of billions. And I've heard that the chairmanship of Saya Bank was taken by one of their major shareholders, who owns 70% of the shares. In other words, the person we're seeing now is... The crowd gasped and began exchanging information, their shock and admiration for Yi Fan growing wildly. The restaurant owner and Kong Hueli, standing nearby, both had increasingly unpleasant expressions. Kong Hueli, in particular, was extremely shocked and pale. In other words, this handsome guy is not only the chairman of Taito University, but also the chairman of Saya Bank? The power of Saya Bank is no joke. Even someone like Du Mingjie, a branch manager in Jiangcheng, is treated as an honored guest by so many bosses and bigwigs in Jiangcheng, let alone someone of Yi Fan's caliber. The more Kong Hueli thought about it, the weaker her legs became, and she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. The restaurant owner was so shocked by Yi Fan's identity that he was completely flustered. He didn't have time to care about this Kong Hueli anymore. Her eyes were filled with cautious respect as she looked at Yi Fan, afraid that she might have offended him because of what had just happened. Yi Fan nodded slightly to Du Mingjie in response to his greeting, then looked at Shun Aoneng, who had almost been frightened by several security guards, and immediately spoke to Kong Hueli. Chapter 162: Misunderstandings Will Cause Trouble. Apologize. Yi Fan's tone was calm, yet carried a strange sense of pressure. Kong Hueli was startled and quickly propped herself up and knelt down in front of Yi Fan. "Chairman, I'm so sorry. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once." Kong Hueli was so shocked by Yi Fan's identity that she was completely flustered and hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I meant for you to apologize to Ao Ning," Yi Fan corrected. Kong Hueli was stunned upon hearing this. Although she was extremely unwilling, she slowly moved her knees and turned towards Shun Aoneng's direction. Ao Ning, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have targeted you all this time. I even used those underhanded methods to steal your postgraduate recommendation. And I shouldn't be turning around and accusing you like this. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me." After Kong Hueli finished speaking, she started slapping herself again. After slapping her a couple of times, Kong Hueli felt her face burning with pain, but since Yi Fan and Shun Aoning hadn't said anything yet, she didn't dare stop, slapping her face until it was swollen. Shun Aoning never dreamed that one day she would see Kong Hueli kneel down and apologize to her. Clearly, all of this is thanks to Yi Fan. Shun Aoning's frustration at being targeted and slandered was finally relieved at this moment. "All right, if you promise you won't make things difficult for others like this again, I'll forgive you this time." Shun Aoning was kind-hearted and would never make things difficult for anyone. Seeing that Kong Hueli seemed genuinely repentant, she relented and allowed her to stop slapping herself. I promissa. After Kong Hueli finished speaking, she bowed several times, apologizing and thanking Yi Fan and Shun Aoning, and then ran away without stopping. After saying goodbye to Yi Fan, Du Mingjie left with the client he had just discussed cooperation with. The restaurant owner was left standing aside, sweating profusely. He hurriedly ordered people to prepare the VIP private rooms in the restaurant, and sent the security guards back to their posts. Then he stepped forward 2 steps and respectfully asked Yi Fan for instructions. I am so sorry, Chairman Yi. Your pleasant dining time has been disturbed. Please move to the next room. We have prepared a private room for you in our restaurant. The restaurant owner gestured with his hand, but he didn't dare to look up at Yi Fan. All right, then lead the way. All right, this way, please, both of you. Only after receiving Yi Fan's response did the restaurant owner finally feel relieved. I have great admiration for Yi Fan's magnanimity. After all, Yi Fan had almost embarrassed him at his restaurant. If it had been a more narrow-minded big shot, his restaurant would have inevitably suffered as well. Therefore, the restaurant owner became even more attentive to Yi Fan's hospitality. After leading Yi Fan and Shen Aonang to the VIP private room, the restaurant owner personally went to the kitchen to supervise the cooking. Tell the chefs to prioritize preparing the restaurant's signature dishes and send them over to Yi Fan's private room as soon as possible. Chairman Yi, please feel free to enjoy your meal. All the special dishes on this table today are provided free of charge by our restaurant. If you would like to order anything else, just call our waiters, and we'll make sure to bring it to you first. After the restaurant owner finished speaking with a beaming smile, he immediately and tactfully slipped away. The door to the private room was gently closed, instantly shutting out the noisy chatter from the lobby. The spacious private room was especially quiet because there were only 2 people inside. So, your original plan was to go to Imperial University for graduate studies? Yi Fan asked. Shen Aonang nodded. That's easy. Once Kong Huili is dealt with, your spot will naturally be returned to you. What belongs to you will still be yours. Or, if you want to go to Saya's headquarters in the capital after you finish your senior year, just let me know. Yi Fan said calmly. What would be an insurmountable obstacle for others is nothing more than a matter of casually mentioning and speaking to Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Shen Aonang decisively shook her head. No need. If I want to go to Saya's headquarters, I'll get in based on my own abilities. Otherwise, if I rely on your help for everything, wouldn't I be like you're keeping me under your wing? As if it had been raised. Shen Aonang did not say the last few words. However, the scene of the 2 of them being intimate last time immediately flashed in her mind, making her ears turn red. However, this was something she did willingly. Therefore, she didn't want this matter to be tainted even slightly by the idea that she wanted to gain some benefit. She didn't want to leave Yi Fan with that kind of impression. Yi Fan then realized that his stubbornness hadn't changed from childhood to adulthood. He couldn't help but admire her even more. However, Yi Fan then realized that this also meant that if he suddenly gave Shen Aonang a large sum of money now, she would most likely not accept it. There is also a real possibility that his behavior might lead people to misunderstand his intentions as wanting to keep her as a mistress. If this is truly a misunderstanding, given Shen Aoning's previous tendency to prickly up and become like a little hedgehog at the drop of a hat, then things could get complicated. So we should take it easy for now. Therefore, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to bring up the matter of taking her shopping. The 2 of them thoroughly enjoyed their meal. As Yi Fan was leaving the restaurant, he suddenly received a call from Fang Jiaxiu. As soon as I pressed the connect button, a very excited voice came from the other end. Brother, how about we go to the amusement park soon? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat disdainful. You're coming to an amusement park with me? 2 grown men? Is that appropriate? Oh, of course it's not just the 2 of us. Let's invite He Jiao and Shen Aonang too. The 4 of us can go have fun. He Jiao said Shen Aonang has a crush on you, right? Bro, you'd better create opportunities for yourself. Hearing Fang Jiaxiu's words of concern for him, Yi Fan couldn't help but put on an expression of knowing the truth and said, I feel like you're the one who's more interested in winning over He Jiao. No way. Bro, don't talk nonsense. That girl is a tigress. Who would like her? Hearing Fang Jiaxiu's hurried and incoherent rebuttal, Yi Fan was too lazy to expose him any further. It just so happens that his relationship with Shen Aonang needs to be nurtured a bit more, and a 4-person date sounds pretty good. Okay, it's settled then. I'll make the appointment now. Yi Fan hung up the phone and immediately turned to ask Shen Aonang, how about it, little desk mate? Want to go to the amusement park? And Fang Jiaxiu, call your best friend too. Let's go together as a group of 4. Shen Aonang had overheard part of their conversation. To be honest, she wanted to agree immediately when Fang Jiaxiu made the suggestion. After all, The opportunity to travel and play with Yi Fan like a couple was a dream that had been swirling in her heart for countless years. Chapter 163, The Little Secret Room. Okay, then I'll tell Jiao Jiao. Shen Aoning agreed, almost without hesitation. After the date for going to the amusement park was set, the day for the four of them to meet up soon arrived. Shortly after entering the amusement park with their tickets, the four of them walked down the street. Fang Jiaxu immediately became excited and decided that his first stop on the ground should be a horror escape room to get his adrenaline pumping so that he could have a more enjoyable time later. But we don't think we have any cowards here who wouldn't dare go into the secret room, right? If you're too scared, you'll really hold us back. Fang Jiaxu used reverse psychology, deliberately provoking He Jiao. He Jiao was furious with him, and the two started chasing and fighting as soon as they entered the park. Yi Fan smiled as he watched the two chasing each other like little kids, then turned to Shen Aoning and asked, "Little classmate, you can handle an escape room, right?" Shen Aoning was actually a little scared, but she quickly raised her head and strained a bit. "Of course, it's just a small escape room. I've played in it many times." Shen Aoning subconsciously wanted to put on a fearless act in front of Yi Fan again. Yi Fan reached out and gently patted her head. "Okay, as long as you're not afraid." Shen Aoning's facade of strength crumbled instantly at Yi Fan's gentle gesture. Compared to her, He Jiao and Fang Jiaxu, who couldn't be honest about what they were thinking, Yi Fan, with his powerful identity and strength, was like a mature and omnipotent adult. When Shen Aoning saw Yi Fan again, his growth rate had far exceeded her expectations. He has indeed changed a lot, but Shen Aoning's affection for him has not diminished. On the contrary, it has burned even more intensely as she gets to know him again. Shen Aoning subconsciously lowered some of the defenses she had been keeping. As the four of them walked together toward the secret room area, she and Yi Fan unconsciously drew closer and closer. Upon entering the secret room, He Jiao and Fang Jiaxu, two elementary school kids, immediately started vying to rush forward, determined to outdo each other. Yi Fan and Shen Aoning walked behind. As soon as the room went dark, Shen Aoning instinctively took a few steps back. When Yi Fan saw the slight timidity that Shen Aoning inadvertently revealed, a feeling of cuteness and tenderness welled up in his heart. He reached out and put his arm around Shen Aoning's slender waist, pulling her closer to him. "If you're scared, come closer to me, I'll guide you." Shen Aoning was about to retort again, but the warmth of being held in Yi Fan's arms softened her heart. Is it permissible to reveal a little vulnerability during this period of time? The memory of being slandered and isolated in college has had a profound impact on Shen Aoning's interpersonal relationships and conduct. Now, apart from childhood friends like He Jiao, she finds it difficult to trust others and form deep friendships. She was also afraid that after all the years of love she had for Yi Fan, when she finally confessed it, she would only be met with his ridicule and disdain. Therefore, she always subconsciously tries to act tough in front of Yi Fan and show her strong side in order to avoid any possible harm. However, at this moment, she still wanted to allow her heart a moment of freedom and indulgence. Shen Aoning reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's waist. Yi Fan felt the woman's movements in his arms, and his lips parted slightly. Is your little classmate actively seeking his protection? No man can resist the urge to protect a beautiful, pitiful woman. Yi Fan received a response and tightened his grip on Shen Aoning's slender waist, holding her even closer in his arms. The two moved forward, their bodies pressed tightly together. In the dark and terrifying secret room, Shen Aoning was filled with the unparalleled sense of security that Yi Fan gave her. As we passed a bend in the road, the automatically programmed ghost machine suddenly popped out. Shen Aoning was startled and suddenly tightened her grip on Yi Fan's arms. She buried her entire face in Yi Fan's arms, pressing her two full, soft breasts against his chest. This was not something Yi Fan deliberately paid attention to. Of all the women he knew, Shen Aoning was indeed the one with the most voluptuous and well-endowed figure. That scared me to death. Shen Aoning lifted her head from Yi Fan's arms with lingering fear, and the faint light from the few spotlights overhead shone directly on her face. On her small, delicate face adorned with exquisite, three-dimensional features. Shen Aonang's alluring fox-like eyes were filled with innocent and timid emotions, with a hint of misty watery light that made one's heart itch at first glance. How can my little classmate be so alluring even at a time like this? Yifan met her gaze for a few seconds, then suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Shen Aoning was still feeling scared by the ghost earlier when Yifan suddenly lowered his head and kissed her, leaving her completely stunned. However, Yifan didn't just want to give her a kiss. He tightened his grip on Shen Aoning and used his tongue to pry open her teeth, teasing and playing with her. Shen Aoning's body went limp, and she completely forgot that she was in the secret room she was afraid of. As they kissed, she even wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and stood on tiptoe to deepen the kiss. Yifan opened his eyes and saw Shen Aoning's self-absorbed expression, and his desire to conquer her was instantly filled to the brim. This little deskmate is really quite adorable. However, Yifan had no intention of doing anything in depth in this kind of place. While Shen Aoning was still lost in ecstasy, Yifan pulled away from her lips and gently caressed her slender waist with both hands. "Don't rush. I'll make you feel better later." Yifan's words were full of lewdness, and he had a wicked smile on his face as he stared at Shen Aoning's small face. Shen Aoning realized that she had been so engrossed in her own world, and her face turned completely red. "I didn't," Shen Aoning wanted to refute, but halfway through, she felt too ashamed and buried her head in Yifan's arms as a self-deceiving protest. After all, the way she looked just now, no matter how tough she sounded, her expression clearly showed that she was completely smitten by Yifan. Yifan smiled and put his arm around Shen Aoning as they continued walking forward. "Hey, what's wrong with you, NPC? Did you just grope me?" A little further ahead, several girls suddenly started protesting against an NPC dressed in white. Yifan had a special physique, so before Shen Aoning noticed what was in front of her, he had already seen the sounds and images in front of him very clearly. Although the secret room was dark, Yifan had already clearly seen the NPC deliberately reaching out to touch the female tourists as they passed by. "Ladies, please don't wrong me. I was just working. At most, I bumped into you by accident. Please don't make things difficult for a working person like me." Chapter 164, I'll make him pay. The NPC gave his explanation without changing his expression. Even from a distance, Yifan could still see the shameless smile on his face. Forget it, consider it our bad luck." The girls, too lazy to argue any further, waved their hands and moved on to the next level. Yifan frowned slightly as he brought Shen Aoning to this level. He had thought the NPC would at least restrain himself a bit, but he secretly reached out again, looking for an opportunity to attack Shen Aoning. "You want to touch my woman in front of me? Does this person have a death wish?" Yifan gently hooked his hand and pulled Shen Aoning to his side, then kicked away the NPC's outstretched hand. "Ah, my hand!" The NPC in white was kicked by Yifan, and his wrist was slammed against the wall by the force of the kick. With a snap, the NPC's wrist broke instantly, and he screamed in agony. He angrily ripped off his white robe, revealing a face blazing with fury, and immediately took a few steps closer to Yifan, looking like he was going to teach him a lesson. "You dare kick me? You're the one who got kicked. Instead of doing your job properly, you're taking advantage of the situation to grope girls. Have you no shame?" Yifan scolded. The NPC's face showed a moment of guilt at being exposed, but he quickly put on a tough and unyielding expression. "You think I did it just because you say so? I could say you're deliberately spreading rumors and slandering me. You've ruined my hand like this. Do you really think nothing's going to happen to you?" The noise of the argument attracted Fang Jiaxu and He Jiao, who had come from another checkpoint to meet up with Yifan and his companion. Fang Jiaxu hurried over and asked, "Brother, what's going on here?" "It's nothing. I just caught someone groping me, and he's still trying to deny it." Yifan spoke calmly, but the NPC opposite him suddenly became anxious. "Try saying I'm a groper again." "Fine. Since you're so sure, let's check the security footage and see if what you're saying is true or not. If it's proven that you're slandering me, and you even kick my hand, just wait and see how I deal with you." The NPC simply stopped pretending to be a staff member, picked up the walkie-talkie, and told the boss on the other end that he needed to go out first. "Okay, let's go check the surveillance footage together," Yifan replied. But now this person is so open about it, saying that we can see the surveillance footage. Yifan had already anticipated that there would be problems with the surveillance system. The five of them arrived outside the secret room. The owner of the secret room rushed over and asked the NPCs in a fawning manner, "Young Master Huang, what's going on here?" The NPC, referred to as Young Master Huang, had already taken off his white robe and thrown it aside. His face was full of arrogance and domineering. Actually, he wasn't a staff member of this escape room at all. The reason he appeared here today dressed as an NPC is because he came here with his friends last time. This dimly lit environment is a natural sanctuary. His family is considered a relatively wealthy and upper-class family in Jiangcheng, and he himself can be considered a second-generation rich kid. Playing with women is easy for him, but he gets tired of it after a while. This gave rise to other stimulating thoughts. That's why I pretended to want to experience working here when I was actually trying to satisfy his perverted desire to take advantage of me. Who would have thought that they hadn't even succeeded in getting a few? That clueless kid spotted me and even hurt my hand, Huang Lai thought to himself, and then shot Yifan a look that said he would definitely make him pay. I was having a great time working there, and this guy accused me of taking advantage of others. Isn't this a joke? I'm a highly sought-after eligible bachelor in Jiangcheng, with so many women begging me to marry them. Why would I need to take advantage of them? So, boss, why don't you pull up the security footage and let them see if I groke you or not? As Huang Lai spoke, he gave the boss a warning look. The owner of the escape room dared not offend Huang Lai, so upon hearing this, he immediately put on a look of sudden realization, then turned to Yifan and the other three with a regretful expression and said, "Sir, you must have misunderstood young Master Huang. With his qualifications, there's really no need for him to do such a thing. And unfortunately, our store's security cameras just broke yesterday, and we haven't had time to fix them yet. However, I can assure you all that young Master Huang's character is absolutely trustworthy. This is all just a misunderstanding." As Yifan listened to the two of them singing in unison, a look of "I knew it" appeared on his face. However, he didn't expect that this NPC was actually a rich second generation who deliberately came to fill in for someone. They can't get enough of having fun normally, so they resort to these despicable tactics here. It's truly despicable. Did you hear that? I didn't say you couldn't see the security footage, but the owner here said the cameras are broken. Huang Lai looked smug, then glared at Yifan with a fierce look in his eyes. So, not only did you frame me, but you also broke my hand without even asking what happened. In Jiangcheng, everyone knows that the Huang family always seeks revenge. Kid, you've messed with me, so consider yourself unlucky. But don't say I didn't give you a chance. Here's what we'll do. Kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Once you've slapped yourself enough, I'll let you go. Huang Lai was furious at the thought that he hadn't even gotten to touch many women yet, and that this kid was bothering him. So he put on a show in front of Yifan, determined to make him lose face. Yifan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Huang Lai's words. Are you sure you want this? Of course. Kneeling and 100 slaps are already letting you off easy. No way. You'll have to take off all your clothes and kneel outside to be slapped. Huang Lai seemed to think the punishment wasn't enough, so he immediately added another condition. It's the coldest time of the year right now. This guy claims to be righteous. Then let him see what happens when he ruins his plans. Fang Jiaxu and the other two felt that Huang Lai had gone too far. I couldn't help but step forward to argue with him. Yifan calmly raised his hand to reassure the three of them. Yifan remembered the punishment Huang Lai wanted, but Yifan didn't intend to carry it out himself. Seeing that Yifan had not made a move for a long time, Huang Lai's anger surged. You don't take what I told you seriously, do you? Fine, I'll call some people right now and see how long you can keep up this stubbornness. After Huang Lai finished speaking, he immediately took out his phone and made a call. Dad, are our bodyguards and thugs with you right now? I've been bullied. That person even broke my wrist. Please come and get justice for me. After Huang Lai finished speaking, a voice filled with heartache and anger immediately came from the other end of the phone. Now someone dares to lay a hand on you. Son, you wait. Dad will take men over there right now. Yifan had keen hearing, and upon hearing this voice, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Chapter 165, Respected Nobleman. Huang Lai poured out his grievances to the person on the other end of the phone, then hung up arrogantly. Kid, you're asking for trouble. When my dad comes with his men, it won't be as simple as just making you kneel outside and slap yourself. Yi Fan sneered and calmly sat down on a chair to the side. The four of them could have simply left, but seeing the arrogant demeanor of this so-called young Master Huang, Yi Fan became interested. People are practically begging you to teach them a lesson, so you can't just ignore them. Less than 5 minutes later, Huang Lai's father, Huang Hongba, arrived with a large group of people. So, who dare to hurt you? I'll kill him. As soon as Huang Hongba arrived at the main hall of the secret room, he went straight to Huang Lai to check on his injuries. Upon seeing his wrist hanging limply, no longer at its normal angle, his eyes immediately welled up with tears. It really is broken. Damn it. I'll never let this brat who hurt you get away with this. Huang Lai quickly pointed at Yi Fan. Dad, it's that guy sitting on the sofa. He's still acting all cocky and fearless. You absolutely have to make me get revenge. Okay, Dad will definitely enroll you. As Huang Hongba made his promise, he followed Huang Lai's gaze and stared at Yi Fan. The moment he saw Yi Fan's face clearly, he froze, unable to even finish a sentence. Chairman Yi. Huang Hongba's expression changed from blank to belated fear, and his voice began to tremble as he spoke. Dad, you better have these bodyguards break his wrist and pay me back first, then beat him half to death and throw him outside to kneel down. Huang Lai didn't notice his father's strange behavior or the way he addressed him, and was still excitedly giving him ideas on how to get rid of Yi Fan. The next second, Huang Hongba suddenly turned around and gave Huang Lai a very loud slap across the face. You unfilial son! How dare you utter such blasphemous words here? Huang Hongba used all his strength to slap Huang Lai, causing his face to instantly twist to one side and blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. He was heartbroken to see his son like that, but he dared not be too gentle with the pressure. Huang Lai was completely stunned when Huang Hongba suddenly slapped him like that. Dad, why did you hit me? Shouldn't you have hit him instead? I'm beating you up, you despicable beast. Do you know who this esteemed guest is? This is the chairman of our Huagua Shay Bank. Upon hearing Huang Hongba's words, everyone present instinctively showed expressions of extreme shock. Fang Jiaxiu and He Jiao both opened their mouths into identical O shapes. They were already shocked enough when they found out last time that Yi Fan was the owner of MG. Now, they're even saying that Saya Bank, one of the top banks in China, belongs to Yi Fan. This is absolutely terrifying. The owner of the escape room was so frightened that he almost fainted. In other words, he actually helped that arrogant young Master Huang and offended such a big shot. Oh no, oh no. Is his secret room doomed to be completely lost? The other guests who were checking their tickets at the front desk before entering the escape room couldn't help but crane their necks and look at Yi Fan with envy and admiration when they heard his identity. Some even forgot that they needed to hurry up and queue up to get in and play. Huang Lai, who had just been slapped, instantly lost his arrogant and confused expression upon learning Yi Fan's identity, his face turning into one of fear and timidity. Yi Fan sat relaxed in his seat. The voice on the phone just now seemed familiar to him. When Huang Hongba arrived, it was easy for him to match the person with the name. This person was the small business owner who was discussing business with Du Mingjie at the restaurant a few days ago when Yi Fan and Shen Aning were there. That day, Huang Hongba was incredibly humble and polite in front of him. I never expected that raising a son would be such a reckless and outrageous way. Yi Fan sneered. Boss Huang, weren't you just about to stand up for your son? Why did you suddenly stop? Upon hearing Yi Fan's question, Huang Hongba was now drenched in sweat, his expression one of extreme panic. Chairman Yi, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I would never dare to offend you. My son has offended you today, and I will definitely give you an explanation. After Huang Hongba finished speaking, he immediately scolded Huang Lai, who was already dumbfounded. You unfilial son, quickly apologized to Chairman Yi. Although Huang Lai was of questionable character, he still had some understanding of the upper-class situation. The chairman of Saya Bank sitting in front of me is a figure whom even the business tycoons of Jiangsheng have to treat with deference. Not to mention that their own company had just finished negotiating part of the cooperation with Saya Bank. If his sliding kneeling wasn't done perfectly today, the Huang family would probably be finished. Huang Lai immediately rushed to Yi Fan and knelt down. Chairman Yi, I was really wrong. Please, can you forgive me this time, considering my wrist is broken? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Young Master Huang's apology is interesting. I would have thought he was accusing me of hurting you. But this reminds me of what you were saying earlier. I slandered you. Did I slander you? Yi Fan's eyes were piercing, and his powerful aura immediately made Huang Lai, who was kneeling, tremble. Huang Lai realized what was happening and immediately lowered his head to apologize. No, Chairman Yi, you didn't slander me at all. It was me. I was blinded by lust and deliberately pretended to be a staff member to take advantage of those girls. Huang Lai apologized and immediately asked the escape room owner to take him into the monitoring room, where he hurriedly copied out the video. Huang Lai, holding up his phone, knelt down in front of Yi Fan again, as if seeking praise. Chairman Yi, look, this is a clear account of how I groped you. I'm a completely despicable and shameless scoundrel. Your kicking me was simply doing a service to the people. The video on the phone screen clearly showed Huang Lai taking advantage of several girls. The other tourists who were watching immediately began to despise and curse Huang Lai when they saw his lewd behavior in the video. What a disgusting person, to take advantage of the opportunity to do such a thing. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Yeah, that's right. Thank goodness this handsome guy stepped in, and he's so elegant and strong. Not only did he easily teach that guy a lesson with one kick, but now he's so scared that this pervert is kneeling here begging for mercy. That's just too tempting. As Huang Lai listened to the people around him scolding and cursing him while praising Yi Fan, his face turned pale and then red, extremely embarrassed. But deep down, he still hoped that others would say more, so that perhaps he could calm down his anger at Yi Fan. Chapter 166, they'll probably be shocked for a long time. Shen Aoning, who was standing to the side, realized after seeing the video that Huang Lai had shown her that Yi Fan had protected her too well. She was actually quite confused about the conflict between Yi Fan and Huang Lai when she came out of the secret room. I never imagined that the real story was like this. Unbeknownst to her, her trust and reliance on Yi Fan had increased even further. Yi Fan snorted coldly as he watched Huang Lai frantically confessing his crimes in front of him. Now you know how to admit it? If you do something wrong, stand up straight and take the beating. You still want to use your power to intimidate people here. Your Huang family's family style is truly impressive. Yi Fan's cold rebuke immediately made the Huang father and son tremble with fear. Huang Hongba, being a seasoned veteran, was better at reading people's expressions than Huang Lai. He immediately approached Yi Fan respectfully, bowed his head, and apologized. Chairman Yi is right. Rest assured, I, Huang, will give you an explanation right here today. After Huang Hongba finished speaking, he immediately ordered several bodyguards to lift Huang Lai up. His heart ached terribly, but what could he do? This brat not only provoked Yi Fan, but also just now he was spouting nonsense about crippling Yi Fan's wrist. Now Huang Hongba can only use all these methods on Huang Lai in order to have a chance to appease Yi Fan. You break this beast's other wrist too. Let's see how he dares to do these despicable things again. Huang Hongba's voice trembled, and Huang Lai's eyes widened in extreme terror. Dad! Following Huang Hongba's instructions, the bodyguard stepped forward and broke Huang Lai's other wrist. The pig-like screams echoed throughout the hall. The onlookers all gave Huang Lai disapproving looks. Then, you guys give him a good beating, then throw him out on the street, and make him kneel down and reflect on his actions. Huang Hongba recalled Huang Lai's suggestion, and his heart was bleeding. But for the sake of the Huang family's business and Saya Bank's business, there was no other way. Upon seeing this, Fang Jiaxu immediately added, "Oh, right, Mr. Huang, your son initially said he wanted my brother to kneel outside naked. Don't forget that." He Jiao couldn't help but laugh out loud and immediately gave Fang Jiaxu a thumbs up, praising him for his excellent finishing move. Upon hearing Fang Jiaxu's thoughtful reminder, Huang Hongba and Huang Lai were so angry they almost choked. But there's nothing I can do. Yi Fan is watching. We have to do as he says. You come here and strip this beast of his clothes. In no time, Huang Lai was stripped down to his underwear. 3 or 4 bodyguards surrounded him and punched and kicked him until he was clearly bruised and swollen. Then they lifted him up and took him outside to the road where they made him kneel properly. Only after Huang Hongbo had done all this did he dare to come back to Yi Fan to apologize and ask for instructions. Chairman Yi, please allow me to apologize to you again. Whatever your orders are, just let me know. I will absolutely not show favoritism to this rebellious son. Huang Hongbo's intention to make his son suffer some physical pain to appease Yi Fan's anger was all too obvious to Yi Fan. However, Huang Lai offending him is one thing, while Yi Fan upholding social justice is another. It's Mr. Huang's business to discipline his own son. I'm just an ordinary citizen who is concerned about his son. Yi Fan ignored Huang Hongbo's words and suddenly turned to talk to the owner of the escape room. Boss, you just said the security camera was broken. Now that it's fixed, you have to make sure the safety of the customers is taken care of. If this kind of illegal and criminal activity happens on your turf, don't you have to take some measures to protect the rights and interests of the customers? The owner of the escape room was suddenly called upon, and after a moment of panic, he belatedly realized the meaning behind Yi Fan's words. Chairman Yi, you're absolutely right. As the owner of this shop, it's my duty to protect my customers. After the escape room owner finished speaking, he immediately took the evidence and called the police. Huang Hongbo was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to resort to this method. With Yi Fan around, his son's criminal record is definitely going to remain. Huang Hongbo glared at Huang Lai kneeling outside, feeling helpless and heartbroken, but he dared not say anything more in front of Yi Fan. When law enforcement arrived, Huang Lai was taken away in a disheveled state. He no longer showed any trace of the arrogant and domineering air of a rich second generation. He cowered like a petty thief stealing chickens on the street. Emerging from the secret room, the four walked along the road, feeling relaxed. Fang Jiaxu and He Jiao were still incredibly shocked that Yi Fan was the chairman of Saya Bank. One by one, they excitedly surrounded Yi Fan, chattering away. Brother Fan, how come you've suddenly become so awesome? Your identity as the owner of MG and that sports car worth a small fortune were already enough to shock us classmates last time. But now you're the largest shareholder of a bank with a market value of trillions. You're just too amazing. Fang Jiaxu's admiration for Yi Fan had reached the heavens. He was so excited that he almost wanted to cling to Yi Fan. Bro, I can't hold it in anymore. I really can't keep this up. Can I tell the group we met at our last gathering about this? I bet they'll be just as shocked as I am. Fang Jiaxu has always been the type of person who can't keep anything to himself once he knows it. Upon hearing this explosive news, he really couldn't wait to tell the whole world how awesome his brother was. Yi Fan figured he had plenty of businesses anyway, and his identity as chairman of Saya Bank wasn't something he particularly needed to keep secret. So he nodded. All right, go ahead and say what you want to say. It's no problem. With permission, Fang Jiaxu immediately made an announcement in the previously created gathering group. I have something to tell you all. You all found out about my identity as the owner of MG last time, right? Now, let me show you another one. I'm also the chairman of some top company. This message immediately stirred up a huge wave in the previously quiet group chat. Holy crap, Yi Fan actually owns a company? Which one? Tell me quickly. My God, I thought MG cars and luxury cars were the end goal, but it turns out this is just the starting point for big shot Yi Fan. Is this the difference between people? In the group chat, the classmates then started guessing which company it was. As a result, the size of each guess was completely insignificant compared to a fraction of what Saya Bank had made. Seeing that he had whetted their appetites enough, Fang Jiaxu immediately dropped a bombshell. Your imaginations are so poor. Let me tell you the truth. My brother Fan is the largest shareholder and chairman of Saya Bank, one of the top banks in China. Chapter 167 Fangge is awesome. As soon as Fang Jiaxu posted this message, the group fell silent. A moment later, dozens of messages and emojis praising Yi Fan's awesomeness rushed out. Clearly, the students on the other side of the screen were just as shocked as Fang Jiaxu. Holy crap, Saya Bank? That's the bank of banks. Yi Fan is just too awesome. And he's also the largest shareholder and chairman. Doesn't that mean the entire Saya Bank will have to follow Boss Yi Fan's orders? Wow, just thinking about it is exciting. Brother Fan is awesome. The chat group was filled with adoration for Yi Fan, which made Fang Jiaxu quite pleased. I knew it. With my brother fan's abilities, everyone was just as shocked as I was. Shen Aonang and He Jiao also picked up their phones out of curiosity to check the messages in the group chat. Shen Aonang only realized at this moment that the Mingjue KTV where they had their previous gathering was actually owned by Yi Fan. Moreover, she remembered that after being harassed by the drunkard when she was drowsy, the face she saw was Yi Fan's. It seems that the drunkard let her go that night because Yi Fan publicly revealed his identity, which scared him away. At this moment, a somewhat discordant message suddenly appeared in the group chat, which was initially filled with envy. I don't doubt Yi Fan's abilities. It's just, he hasn't even graduated from university yet. Is it really possible that he's the chairman of Sayab Bank? I have a feeling this story isn't very credible. A student raised a question. The group chat, which had been sending messages non-stop, suddenly fell silent for a while. However, the atmosphere this time was clearly one of unspoken awkwardness. Fang Jiaxu was furious when he saw the question suddenly raised by his classmate. What does Wang Wu mean by this? Does he mean I deliberately spread this false information to Brother Fan? Shen Aoning was also somewhat angry about this person's remarks. She, an intern who had just welcomed Yi Fan to Sayab Bank a few days ago, knew better than anyone whether Yi Fan was the chairman of Sayab Bank. Shen Aoning picked up her phone to send a message to Yi Fan to testify. However, before she could finish typing the message, multiple messages from the same person suddenly popped up on her phone screen. Pang Lishuan frantically proved that Yi Fan was the chairman of Shay Bank. Wang Wu, if you don't know anything, don't make baseless accusations. Boss Yi Fan is indeed the rightful chairman of Sayab Bank. Just 2 days ago, Mr. Yi Fan made a special trip to visit our Jiangxing branch. At that time, all of our employees were required by the branch manager to line up in 2 rows to welcome Chairman Yi. By questioning Chairman Ye's identity, you are questioning the entire management system of Sayab Bank. I advise you not to speak carelessly if you are unsure about something. Pang Lishuan frantically sent messages, as if he was afraid of being too slow. After learning about Chairman Yi Fan's identity, Pang Lishuan had been regretting his past actions against Yi Fan. Now that he finally had a chance to show off, Pang Lishuan had no reason to miss it. His fingers flew across the keyboard, as if afraid of not praising Yi Fan enough. Last time, Pang Lishuan was so flamboyant and high-profile in the KTV room, and his internship at Shea Bank was so well-known that none of the other classmates of the gathering knew about it. Moreover, some classmates naturally sensed Pang Lishuan's previous targeting of Yi Fan. Now that they see someone like Pang Lishuan, who only cares about showing off, willing to step forward to testify for Yi Fan, they immediately understand that Yi Fan's identity as the chairman of Sayab Bank is absolutely certain. Seeing this, Shen Aoning also sent a message. I can also testify that Yi Fan is the chairman from our Shea Bank headquarters. At this point, both of the men working at Sayab Bank came forward to testify. Yi Fan's status as chairman has been finalized. Wang Wu, who thought himself a rational and objective person and raised questions, was now sweating profusely and could only quickly send another message to apologize. I'm so sorry, Yi Fan. I just had a momentary lapse of judgment. Your achievements are just too amazing. That's why it's all my fault for being so ignorant. I apologize again. After the brief interlude, the group chat was buzzing with excitement again. Several female classmates who had previously been reserved and hadn't taken the initiative to add Yi Fan on WeChat quickly sent him friend requests, afraid that they would miss the opportunity if they were a step too late. However, at this moment, Yi Fan was only focused on following the other 3 and was completely unaware of what was happening in the group chat. The 4 of them strolled around and played in the amusement park area. He Jiao linked arms with Shen Aoning, and the 2 close best friends whispered to each other. As He Jiao spoke, she brought up the incident where Yi Fan rescued Shen Aoning from a drunk man at the KTV. You were so drunk you passed out last time that you didn't even see it. To save you, Yi Fan broke that burly drunkard's arm with just one hand. That drunkard was screaming like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, while Yi Fan was completely unharmed. He was so cool. Back then, when the girls in the class saw Yi Fan hugging you, 1 or 2 of them had eyes full of envy. He Jiao vividly recreated the scene of that day for Shen Aoning. And back then, None of us knew that Yi Fan was the boss of MG. When the receptionist rushed over, we almost thought that the fat, drunken man who had been beaten up was the boss, and we were terrified. When the receptionist revealed that Yi Fan was actually the boss, we were absolutely shocked. Only then did Shun Aoning realize that it was completely the opposite of what she had just guessed. Yi Fan did not use his status to oppress her, but instead used his own power to teach the drunkard who almost tried to take advantage of her a lesson. The exposure of Yi Fan's identity as a celebrity was not something he wanted to reveal voluntarily. Compared to those who couldn't wait to show off their slightest possessions or status, Yi Fan's strength and confidence once again made Shen Aoning's heart flutter wildly. After playing on a few small amusement rides, the four of them walked to the vicinity of the Ferris wheel that was in operation. As Shen Aoning watched the loving couples lining up to go up, the envy in her eyes was noticed by Yi Fan, who was looking at her. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaned close to Shen Aoning's ear and asked, "Would you like to sit?" Chapter 168, just like an ordinary couple. Shen Aoning subconsciously waved her hand, but Yi Fan pressed her hand down and said to Fang Jiaxu and the other person, "Ao Ning, and I want to ride a Ferris wheel." Upon hearing this, Fang Jiaxu immediately became excited as well. Okay, then we'll join you." He Jiao, you tigress, why did you hit me on the head?" Fang Jiaxu was only halfway through his sentence when He Jiao gave him a slap on the head. He Jiao rolled her eyes at Fang Jiaxu for openly accusing her of her behavior. He quickly leaned close to his ear and whispered a reminder. "Fang Jiaxu, are you a pig? That's a Ferris wheel. It's a must-go spot for couples on dates. Didn't you see that Yi Fan wanted to ride it alone with Ao Ning? Why are you big idiot, going over there to join the fun?" Fang Jiaxu only realized what was going on after hearing this, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. If Fan wants to go on a date with a girl alone, he definitely can't be a third wheel. Helpless, Fang Jiaxu could only rub his head, raise his head again, and chuckle awkwardly. "Oh, well, He Jiao and I have other things we'd like to do, so you and Ao Ning can go on the Ferris wheel first, Fan go." After saying that, Fang Jiaxu and He Jiao exchanged a glance and then immediately slipped away like the wind. Shen Aoning was left in a slightly dazed state. "Looks like we'll have to play by ourselves then." Yi Fan chuckled and placed his hands on Shen Aoning's shoulders from behind, gently pushing her to lead her to queue for tickets. Shen Aoning was led to the group by Yi Fan. Seeing the couples behaving intimately in the group, she belatedly blushed. She and Yi Fan are going to ride the Ferris wheel together. Does that mean they can spend a date together like any other couple? Shen Aoning couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. After the tickets were checked, the two sat in a white Ferris wheel cabin decorated with a heart symbol. As the machine started operating, the Ferris wheel slowly rose into the air. As she watched the scenery and figures on the ground receding into the distance, Shen Aoning suddenly felt as if the whole world had shrunk to just her and Yi Fan. The two sat on opposite sides of the private room. Shen Aoning secretly raised her head to try and catch a glimpse of Yi Fan. She looked up and realized that Yi Fan had been staring at her the whole time, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips when their eyes met. "Come sit here," Yi Fan suddenly said. Shen Aoning was already flustered because she had been caught trying to peek at Yi Fan. When Yi Fan suddenly gave the order, Shen Aoning subconsciously stood up and obediently walked towards him. Halfway there, Shen Aoning realized what was happening and was about to ask Yi Fan why he had asked her to come over when Yi Fan had already grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Shen Aoning landed steadily on Yi Fan's lap, and Yi Fan reached out and wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. Shen Aoning's face immediately turned bright red. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you in the secret room that I would make you feel comfortable?" Yi Fan blew into Shen Aoning's ear, and her fair earlobe quickly turned red like a drop of blood. As Shen Aoning was caught in a battle of thoughts, she felt a burning heat spread across the undulations in front of her, and a quick pinch and rub made her so comfortable that she gave up the idea of refusing. She sat on Yi Fan's lap with her back to him, her head slightly turned by him. Their lips met, and soon they made a slurping sound. After exchanging kisses for a while, Shen Aoning herself became unsatisfied. She got up, moved to face Yi Fan, sat down, wrapped her arms around his neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Shen Aonang had always thought that she had no interest in this matter. But ever since that time with Yi Fan in the conference room, she has been completely powerless against Yi Fan's teasing. She guessed it was because Yi Fan's physical abilities were truly extraordinary that she lingered there so much. Thinking this, the Ferris wheel had already reached its highest point. Yi Fan didn't dawdle any longer and immediately led Shen Aonang into the main topic. While all the cars on the Ferris wheel were running smoothly, if you looked closely, you could see a white car with a heart-shaped symbol on it swaying slightly at a barely perceptible frequency. When Shen Aonang got off the Ferris wheel, her face was flushed and moist. Because the two of them still needed to meet up with Fang Jiaxiu and He Jiao, they were simply walking side by side at this moment. However, their shoulders would occasionally touch. Every time she touched it, Shen Aonang couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in her heart, which reminded her of the scenes with Yi Fan and the Ferris wheel. When the two finally reunited with Fang Jiaxiu and He Jiao, they found themselves with their arms tightly pressed together, cautiously yet boldly indulging in the ambiguous atmosphere. Wow, Aoning, your face is so red. Just riding a Ferris wheel with someone you like makes you so shy and happy. He Jiao, ever the gossip, quietly leaned over and asked Shen Aoning. Shen Aoning dared not say that her face was red because they had done many things that were inappropriate for children. He could only pretend to be stupid and brush off He Jiao's questions. Really? It's probably because the Ferris wheel cabins were so stuffy that my face turned red. He Jiao immediately pursed her lips, looking completely unconvinced. Keep being stubborn. Yi Fan's situation has improved so much now. How many girls are eyeing him? Aoning, if you don't hurry up, don't let those sluts outside take advantage of the situation. So, when it's time to make your move, make your move. When it's time to confess your feelings, confess your feelings. As He Jiao spoke, she gave Shen Aoning a thumbs up. Although Shen Aoning felt somewhat helpless about He Jiao's childish behavior, she couldn't help but admit that her best friend was right. The four of them then went on some basic amusement rides, such as the carousel, bumper cars, and pirate ship. After touring the entire amusement park, it was almost evening. He Jiao knew that without her best friend's help, the progress would be slower than a snail. So while they were discussing how to get home, she quickly pulled Fang Jiaxiu away and asked Yi Fan to take Shen Aonang home. Because the Ferris wheel cabins were not very stable, Yi Fan and Shen Aonang's interaction was not very well restrained. So even if He Jiao hadn't taken the initiative to do this, he still wanted to visit Shen Aonang's apartment. After all, the girl had initially stirred his passion and owed him that one time that night in her apartment when he was used as a pillow and groped and hugged indiscriminately. With that in mind, Yi Fan drove his Lycan to take Shen Aoning back to her apartment building and then parked the car in a parking space. When Shen Aoning got out of the car, Yi Fan also opened the car door and got out together. Shen Aoning turned her head in confusion, but before she could ask anything, she did. Yi Fan then mentioned that he seemed to have left something at her house last time. Chapter 169, Don't You Need to Rest for a Bit? Is there. Shen Aoning was somewhat puzzled. She's been tidying up the house lately, but hasn't found anything extra. However, since Yi Fan said he had left something behind, Shen Aoning naturally had no reason to stop him from going to the apartment to check. The two took the elevator together to Shen Aoning's apartment. Shen Aoning unlocked the keypad door and was about to invite Yi Fan in. Yi Fan then took the initiative, lifting Shen Aoning up and pressing her against the back of the door, then slamming the door shut. Before Shen Aoning could react, Yi Fan had already leaned down and invaded her territory with his lips and tongue, arousing her interest. Shen Aoning's eyes were filled with barely suppressed surprise. The two of them were just having that stunt on the Ferris wheel. How come Yi Fan still has so much energy? Don't you need to rest for a bit? As Yi Fan's lips left Shen Aoning's and moved elsewhere, Shen Aoning couldn't help but ask a question. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately raised his eyebrows. Little classmate, are you looking down on me? That was just an appetizer. But he had already thoroughly exhausted her just now. Shen Aoning still vividly remembers the madness she experienced in the Ferris wheel carriage. Seeing the blush rising on Shen Aoning's face, Yi Fan immediately realized what she was thinking. With a mischievous grin, he picked her up and carried her into the neat and tidy bedroom. Seeing that familiar bed again, Yifan was reminded of how his little classmate had clung to him with both hands and feet last time. Do you remember the last time you were drunk? How you flirted with me here? Yifan placed Shun Aoning on the bed, leaned down to ask her a question, and casually nibbled on her earlobe. Shun Aoning couldn't help but tremble slightly as some hazy memories slowly surfaced. She vaguely remembered that someone had put her on the bed in the same way that night. But when that person was about to leave, he was stopped by himself. Then, in her sleep, she hugged something warm and comfortable, and couldn't help but want to hug more. Shen Aoning recalled how she had clung to Yifan like a koala, and now she was completely blushing. She awkwardly turned her face to the side, her voice mumbled and hoarse. I don't remember. However, Shen Aoning's expression completely betrayed her. Yifan didn't expose her, but went along with her words, touching her snow-white area with both hands, and chuckled as he looked at Shen Aoning's expression, which was clearly shy and extremely comfortable, yet trying to keep a straight face. It's okay. If you don't remember, you don't remember. Let me help you remember. After Yifan finished speaking, he intensified his attack on Shen Aoning. Before long, his usually fierce classmate became as docile as a kitten that could only be bullied. They provided honest feedback on every action Yifan took, and even proactively asked for more. Yifan has completely grasped Shun Aoning's personality and patterns in this kind of thing. As long as he gets her involved, she will completely shed her usual arrogance and become a very willing and cooperative partner. Not to mention her very voluptuous figure, which Yifan found extremely pleasing to the eye every time she swayed. When Shun Aoning came to her senses again, she had no idea how many times she had cooperated with Yifan. The two of them were interacting on her bed in her small apartment. Shun Aoning never imagined that one day she and Yifan could do such a happy thing in her own bedroom. Moreover, because the previous two scenarios were so unusual, Shun Aoning felt even more pleasure in the private setting of the bedroom. She didn't know how much time had passed, but every time Shun Aoning thought Yifan had done enough, he would pull her into the next round. After a long while, the bedroom finally fell into a temporary calm. Shun Aoning was held in Yifan's arms, and the two looked just like ordinary couples cuddling. Suddenly, a call came into Shun Aoning's cell phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Shun Aoning? This is an admissions officer from Imperial University. We have just received the revised list of recommended graduate students from Jiangxing University. Congratulations on your official admission to the finance program at Imperial University. We look forward to your arrival when the semester begins. Shen Aoning listened to the words of the admissions teacher on the other end of the phone. Her joy was palpable. Okay. Thank you for the notification, teacher. You worked hard. Goodbye. Shen Aoning hung up the phone with a joyful tone, instinctively wanting to share her happiness with Yifan. Yifan, I've successfully been accepted into a master's program at Beijing University. Yifan tightened his arms around her slightly. See, I told you that once Jiangxing University dealt with Kong Huili, this spot would definitely go back to you. Since you're so happy to hear this news, how about we celebrate? As Yifan spoke, his familiar mischievous smile reappeared on his face. Shen Aoning realized what he meant by celebration and shyly stretched out her little fist to block him. This just ended. How come you're doing it again? Yifan grabbed her little fist and pulled her over for a kiss. What do you mean by end? To me, these are called halftime breaks. Shen Aoning felt like she was being tormented to the point of exhaustion. But if it weren't for Yifan's help, she would never have had the chance to get back what was rightfully hers. With her emotions stirred and the news of regaining her postgraduate admission qualification, Shen Aoning's desire to confess her feelings grew stronger. As the two were getting into the swing of things, Shen Aoning could no longer suppress the emotions welling up inside her. Suddenly spoke. Yifan, I really like you, you know that? I know, I already knew that back at Saya Bank. Yifan intensified his offensive as he spoke. That's different. That's what you heard from someone else. But now, at this moment, I'm telling you myself. Shen Aoning's voice was broken. Okay, I understand. I like you too. Yifan whispered in response as he kissed Shen Aoning's earlobe. Since you told me this yourself this time, I'll reward you handsomely, okay? After Yifan finished speaking, Before Shun Aoning could even ask how he would be rewarded, he used his own strength to show his little classmate what a real reward was. Outside the window, amidst the myriad lights of towering buildings, a similar scene of passion unfolds in the bedroom. Chapter 170 Mutual Consent. The next morning, Yi Fan and Shun Aoning woke up in each other's arms. Stimulated by the sunlight, Shun Aoning recalled her confession from the previous night, and then met Yi Fan's gaze as he opened his eyes and said good morning to her. The question that had been nagging at me for so long was finally asked. Yi Fan, now you know I've liked you for many years, and we also... What exactly is our relationship with you now? Shun Aoning was just a girl from an ordinary family, and her understanding of all relationships was the same as that of ordinary people. In addition, her experience of being bullied made her feel insecure, so she always needed to confirm something to make sure that she was in control of the situation. And, I like you, so do you like me? Although Yi Fan did say he liked her during some part of the conversation last night. However, Shun Aoning still didn't quite dare to take the feeling she expressed under those circumstances seriously. Of course, Yi Fan reached out and touched her long hair that hung down to her waist, then looked directly at her with utmost seriousness. However, my heart cannot belong to only one person. Shun Aoning could naturally understand the meaning behind Yi Fan's words. Moreover, his answer was within her expectations. Who is Yi Fan? As far as she knows, he not only owns the largest KTV in Jiangsheng, worth over 50 million yuan, but also drives a car worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Not to mention she is the chairperson of Sayab Bank, the top bank in the entire country, and the highest-ranking superboss above her. Although she had liked Yi Fan for many years, given Yi Fan's current strength and wealth, it was already a great stroke of luck for her to receive even a little attention from him. However, Shun Aoning still couldn't help but have some fantasies about her first love. Back to reality, she could completely understand Yi Fan. After all, a man as outstanding as him is someone many women would love to have but can't get their hands on. Yi Fan has always adhered to the principle of mutual consent. So in the past, when I encountered a beautiful woman who met my criteria, I always adopted the attitude that if we could get along, we would, and if we couldn't, I wouldn't force it. However, in the past, most of those girls would tacitly avoid mentioning this topic. Now that Shun Aoning has raised her question, Yi Fan will not hide his true thoughts and will naturally tell her honestly. It's all right, you can think about it slowly. If you think that's acceptable, then after your senior year, you can come to Imperial University to study, and I'll stay in Imperial City. Yi Fan's words were brief and to the point. Shun Aoning nodded. She understood everything. However, she does need time. Moreover, Yi Fan did not try to have it all like other men. On the contrary, he was completely honest with her. This made Shun Aoning attracted by Yi Fan's spirit again, and the scales in her heart had already quietly tilted a little more towards his side. Yi Fan returned home. These past few days, he had spent time with his classmates, having fun and playing around. The already short winter vacation was almost over, so Yi Fan spent the remaining days with his family. They purchased many interesting and convenient devices and patiently taught the two parents how to use them. At the same time, due to the increase in the number of companies under his name and the expansion of his business, Yi Fan also occasionally holds online meetings with the companies below him to issue some business policies that require his approval. The day before returning to school, Yi Fan will be taking Luo Hanji on his way back. Luo's parents then took her to the Yi family's seaside villa. You're really going to a lot of trouble, Xiao Fan. This girl will need your ride back. As soon as Lin Yunlan arrived, she apologized to Yi Fan. Andy, where are you from? I brought Hanji back, so of course she has to ride back in my car too. Yi Fan welcomed the three into his family home, and his own parents also came out to greet them. Yunlan and Wenguan, you're here. Come on, let's try some of the top quality tea that Xiao Fan just had auctioned off. Guo Jinsei warmly greeted the Luo couple and winked at Lin Yunlan, then tried to pull them toward the tea table in the courtyard. Lin Yunlan understood immediately, then turned to Yi Fan and made a final request. Xiao Fan, your mom said you're doing very well in school. Hanji just hasn't finished her paper assignment because she doesn't understand something. Could you please give her some guidance? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately nodded. No problem, Annie. You and Uncle can go have tea with my parents without worry. As Yi Fan spoke, he suddenly gave Luo Hanji a meaningful look, Don't worry, I will definitely tutor her well. Luo Hanji met Yi Fan's gaze and understood the meaning behind his words. My legs suddenly felt a little weak. Looks like I'm going to get a bit of a beating from brother Yi Fan in the study later. Seeing Yi Fan's straightforward guarantee, Lin Yunlan immediately beamed with joy and pushed Luo Hanji toward Yi Fan. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Xiao Fan. Hanji, remember to study hard with your brother Yi Fan, understand? Luo Hanji listened to her mother's instructions with a hint of helplessness and could only raise her head and obediently nod. Okay, Mom, I will definitely study hard. After saying that, Guo Chunsui and Lin Yunlan, the two old friends, walked hand in hand towards the outer courtyard, chatting and laughing. Luo Wenguang and Yi Guchang followed behind, chatting happily. Yi Fan took Luo Hanji's soft little hand and said, "Come on, my little sister Hanji. Let me take you to study hard." The two walked hand in hand into the study. As soon as they entered, Yi Fan locked the door. Luo Hanji went to the desk, took out the computer from her bag, opened the desktop, and brought up the homework she had done. Although she already knew that Yi Fan would most likely drag her along to do something later. But it probably won't be that fast, Luo Hanji thought hopefully. So she quickly opened her paper and turned to ask Yi Fan about that part. At this moment, Yi Fan was already standing behind her, bending down slightly. "Brother Yi Fan, what's wrong with this place?" Just as Luo Hanji turned her head to ask, Yi Fan captured her rosy, full lips and kissed them. His hand slid down Luo Hanji's slender, fair neck, reaching a soft and comfortable spot. "Brother Yi Fan, I want to finish my homework first." Luo Hanji spoke with a hint of coquettish dissatisfaction, but her tender lips were silenced by Yi Fan's kiss. "Good boy, finish Yi Fan's homework first. Annie told you to listen carefully. If you don't behave, I'll punish you." As Yi Fan spoke, he pulled Luo Hanji up and pressed her against the bookshelf. The hickey on Luo Han's neck from last time was still there, and Yi Fan covered it up, creating a new mark. His hands caressed her slender waist, and Luo Hanji could no longer stand. Chapter 171, she was very cooperative and obedient. Luo Hanji looked at Yi Fan with teary eyes, her gaze filled with intense longing. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to satisfy her. Instead, he suddenly picked her up and carried her to the small European-style balcony in the study. Luo Hanji discovered Yi Fan's movement trajectory and was immediately startled. The reason is simple. Directly opposite the balcony is the courtyard where the four elders used to enjoy tea and chat together. "Brother Yi Fan, no, don't go that way." Luo Hanji quickly protested, but at this moment she was clinging to Yi Fan, so there was no room for negotiation. Yi Fan reassured her with a mischievous smile. "What are you afraid of, Hanji? All the windows here are closed properly. They can't hear us. But if they move even a little bit out of the way to look up, we'll still be easily spotted." Luo Hanji twisted her body in protest, which only brought Yi Fan a different kind of stimulation. The upper half of the small balcony window was a large, transparent glass panel, and Yi Fan flipped Luo Hanji over and pressed her down on it. "Brother Yi Fan." Luo Hanji continued to protest whenever he could find an opportunity. However, her already soft voice took on a different kind of allure when she spoke at this moment. Yi Fan's interest was piqued. "Since Hanji is being disobedient, I'll have no choice but to punish you." Before Luo Hanji could react, he was pulled into an extraordinary situation. She stood there, stunned, her fingers gripping the glass window, and through the reflection, she could see Yi Fan behind her. As for her previous worries, they had long been forgotten thanks to Yi Fan's superb skills. In the courtyard below the study, four adults were enjoying fragrant tea and chatting happily. On the balcony of the study, which is located in the same direction, the two leaned against the glass window and were completely absorbed in their work. A short while later, Yi Fan carried Luo Hanji to another location and sat casually on the sofa, assigning her extra homework, his tender cherry lips enjoying it immensely. Luo Hanji was exhausted after the whole process. Yi Fan kissed the corner of her mouth as a reward. "Hanji is such a good girl." Luo Hanji blushed immediately upon being praised like that. She couldn't help but glare at Yi Fan, thinking to herself that she would have to listen to whatever Yi Fan said from now on. Otherwise, how could her body take it if he punished her like this every day? The four adults downstairs had almost finished their tea, And before the Luo couple were about to go back, Lin Yunlan came up and knocked on the study door. When they pushed open the door, Yi Fan and Luo Hanji had already returned to the appearance they had when they met the adults before. At this moment, Luo Hanji was sitting obediently at her desk, typing her thesis on her computer, while Yi Fan sat nearby tutoring her. Upon seeing Lin Yunlan enter, Yi Fan looked up and greeted her as Annie. Lin Yunlan immediately responded with a smile. Looking at her daughter, sitting next to Yi Fan, she felt happier and happier. And you know what? These two kids actually look more and more like a married couple. How's it going, Xiao Fan? Have my Hanji been a good boy and listened to you? Letting you help him with his homework? Yes, Hanji is always well-behaved and sensible. She is very cooperative and obedient. As Yi Fan spoke, he glanced at Luo Hanji. Luo Hanji understood the implication of the words. Her face turned red again, and she only dared to stare at her computer, pretending to be doing her homework seriously. That's good. Hanji, your dad and I will head back now. Tomorrow, you'll ride back to school in your brother Yi Fan's car. Be sure to be polite at your Aunt Gua's house, okay? Lin Yunlan, adopting a motherly demeanor, reminded Luo Hanji. Okay, Mom, I will. Luo Hanji replied obediently, but the scene in her mind had already gone completely off track. Okay, then I'll head back with your Uncle Luo first. Thank you for your help, Xiao Fan. Lin Yunlan thanked Yi Fan one last time, then immediately closed the door to reunite with her husband. The study door closed, and Yi Fan picked up Luo Hanji and sat her on his lap, resuming the posture he had adopted when tutoring Luo Hanji before Lin Yunlan opened the door. Of course, the assignment being tutored here is indeed Luo Hanji's thesis assignment. Yi Fan put his hand back where he had placed it when he was tutoring her. The snow-white skin changed into various shapes in his hand, but he was seriously talking about which problems in Luo Hanji's thesis needed to be revised. Luo Hanji was about to collapse again and reached out to type on the keyboard through the hand in front of her. Brother Yi Fan, do we really have to revise the homework like this? It's a bit troublesome for me. Yi Fan didn't stop what he was doing. This little girl had been very good at controlling her weight when she was learning dance. Therefore, his figure is inevitably a bit thinner than others. He has helped him grow up quite a bit these days, so he naturally needs to consolidate his body. Is Hanji going to be disobedient again? Yi Fan gestured as he spoke. Luo Hanji didn't want to go to school with unfinished homework, so she quickly and obediently turned her attention back to the computer, trying her best to suppress the restlessness in other places and finish correcting the mistakes in the paper. Yi Fan looked at the obedient little girl in his arms with satisfaction. Her fragrance wafted into his nose, and Yi Fan was already planning the final interaction before the start of the school year. After helping Luo Hanji with her homework, the two walked out of the study one after the other. Luo Hanji felt weak and sore all over, but also warm. Just then, dinner was ready, and Guo Chengfei quickly invited the two of them to sit down at the table. Hanji, Fanzi, it's time to wash your hands and eat. Okay, Mom. Yi Fan agreed, and taking advantage of the two elders' inattention, pulled Luo Hanji to wash her hands as well. Yi Fan squeezed a handful of clean hand sanitizer onto his hand, then wrapped Luo Hanji's small hand in his large palm, and the four hands were intertwined and washed clean. Such intimate gestures, yet not as intimate as those in the study, immediately gave Luo Hanji and the other person the feeling of an ordinary couple. Luo Hanji suddenly wanted to act cute. Just as Yi Fan turned around to lead her back to the dining table, she suddenly reached out and gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan turned his head in confusion and saw Luo Hanji looking up at him with a slightly pleading expression. Brother Yi Fan, I want a kiss. The familiar words reached Yi Fan's ears, instantly reminding him of how this little girl had spoken to him in the same way when she was drunk, saying the same things about wanting a kiss. However, the difference is that Luo Hanji is clearly fully awake now and is acting coquettishly towards him. A strong sense of satisfaction welled up in Yi Fan's heart. The memory of his first kiss with Luo Hanji flashed before his eyes, and he immediately pulled the woman in front of him into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her small, alluring pink lips. Luo Hanji nestled obediently in his arms, raising her head to respond to him little by little. This sight tickled Yi Fan's heart. This feeling, compared to simple conquest, brought him a different kind of pleasure. Chapter 172. Wouldn't it be good to replenish some stamina? When the two returned to the dining table, Luo Hanji's pink lips were noticeably swollen. Fortunately, the Yi couple didn't have particularly sharp eyes and wouldn't deliberately stare at people's lips, so Luo Hanji passed the test without incident. The two sat down next to each other to eat. Because Luo Hanji is a dance student, her usual task is to maintain her figure. So even though there was a lot of meat and fish that Guo Chunsue had specially prepared for her at the table, she didn't dare to eat more than a bite. Hanji, how can you possibly be full no matter what you eat? Look at your skinny arms. They're so thin they'd be blown away by a strong wind. Guo Chunsue looked distressed and quickly moved the meat and vegetables back towards Luo Hanji. Luo Hanji thanked Guo Chunsue for her kindness, but could only wave her hand and say, "Auntie, my profession has weight requirements, so I can only eat this much food normally. I'm sorry, auntie." Guo Chunsue felt even more heartache upon hearing this, but she couldn't insist any further. Yifan suddenly picked up a shrimp and put it in Luo Hanji's bowl. Weight is something to control, but it's good to eat more protein to replenish your energy. Right, Hanji? Physical strength. Luohan understood perfectly. Sure enough, given Yifan's physique and personality, resting was absolutely out of the question. Luo Hanji obediently ate the shrimp, and then ate several pieces of meat on his own. Guo Chunsue, sitting opposite, watched as her son managed to get Luo Hanji to obediently eat the meat with just a few words, and her eyes immediately lit up. It seems like these two kids are definitely going to have a good time. After dinner, Guo Chunsue quickly pulled Yifan aside. "I noticed that Hanji was quite obedient to you. Since she's staying at our house tonight, why don't you go back to your room right away? Why don't you invite her to enjoy the scenery and chat with us?" Enjoying the scenery and chatting? Yifan frowned in disapproval. These things are nothing compared to what he's really going to do with Hanji later. "Oh, Mom, I have to get up early to drive tomorrow, so I need to go to bed early tonight. Good night." After Yifan finished speaking, he waved to his mother and walked upstairs to his bedroom without looking back. Guo Chunsue was furious with Yifan as he watched him leave. "You've got this opportunity right in front of you, and you still don't appreciate it? I think you're destined to be a bachelor for life." After Guo Chunsue finished cursing under her breath, she happened to see Luo Hanji greet her politely before going upstairs. Guo Chunsue was heartbroken. That kid wasted such a good opportunity. That blockhead is going to drive me crazy. Upstairs, Yifan stood in front of his bedroom door and closed it. Leaning against the wall, he watched Luo Hanji walk up. As she approached, he reached out and put his arm around her slender waist, then followed her into her room. As soon as they entered the room, they couldn't wait to continue the kiss they had shared in the bathroom. Secretly forming a close friendship under the parents' noses acts like a natural catalyst, easily igniting their enthusiasm. "Brother Yifan, I like it so much," Luo Hanji murmured as she was kissed. "What do you like?" Yifan asked, raising an eyebrow. I like Brother Yifan," Luo Hanji replied obediently. Yifan liked Luo Hanji's obedience and docility in front of him, her soft and cute nature making her seem easy to bully. After returning to the capital, Luo Han's workload increased in the second semester, and Yifan also had things to do, so it is estimated that the two will not meet very often. Therefore, Yifan had already decided that tonight he would definitely create an unforgettable night. The two kissed and hugged for a while, but Yifan didn't intend to get to the point right there. After his keen ears caught the sound of his parents finishing tidying up and returning to their room, Yifan slightly moved away from Luo Hanji's lips. Seeing the dazed expression on the little girl's face in his arms, Yifan spoke. "Hanji, shall we go to the living room?" Luo Hanji's bewildered expression instantly turned into surprise, and she became somewhat more alert. "The living room? This is too blatant." Luo Han's words became hesitant and stammering. If they were playing with Yifan in the living room, what if one of their uncles or aunts suddenly got up and turned on the light? Wouldn't they be discovered? "Don't worry, my parents have already gone back to their room. They can't possibly go downstairs again. Besides, tonight is our last night at the villa. Don't you want to create some special memories just for the two of us?" Yifan breathed hot air into Luo Hanji's ear, his actions gradually arousing her interest. Luo Hanji couldn't resist any longer and actually started to have a little expectation for Yi Fan's suggestion. Will we really not be discovered? No. Don't you trust your brother Yi Fan? Yi Fan seeks thrills, but he wouldn't joke about something like this. If his parents actually opened the door to come down, with his hearing and skills, he could move them to a secluded guest room in a second. I believe you. I believe whatever brother Yi Fan promises. In Luo Han's mind, Yi Fan was a godlike figure who could do anything from heaven to earth. Needless to say, she achieved success in the universal sense, and she was also able to easily resolve the issue when other men harassed her. Every time I've been in trouble, it's been resolved by brother Yi Fan. If she can't even trust her brother Yi Fan, then there's no one in this world she can trust. Seeing Luo Hanji nod obediently and emphatically, Yi Fan thought the little girl was extremely cute. With a slight effort, he lifted her up in his arms, silently opening and closing the bedroom door with his mind, and then lightly carried the lovely girl in his arms into the large living room. The living room of the villa was now dark, with only moonlight streaming in through the large French windows, illuminating the two people's sculpted features and athletic physiques. The scene was so beautiful, it was like a painting. Luo Hanji knelt on a top-quality Italian handcrafted leather sofa, with Yi Fan supporting her from behind. The moonlight bathed the two of them, creating a beautiful and ambiguous atmosphere. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Some sounds were even clearly audible. However, the villa's walls have excellent sound insulation, so even if there's a lot of noise downstairs, it is difficult for it to reach the remote master bedroom upstairs. Under the stimulation of the environment, Luo Hanji's mind and body became much more sensitive than usual. Whenever she couldn't help but want to make a sound, she would quickly turn her head halfway in the moonlight to find Yi Fan's lips. Through the ambient light, Yi Fan could vaguely see Luo Hanji's figure, which he had raised, swaying, and it was quite a sight to behold. Next, Yi Fan led Luo Hanji on a tour of the villa. She even went to the kitchen island, where Luo Hanji experienced the extreme contrast of hot and cold, completely forgetting her previous worries and indulging in her recklessness. Chapter 173. He became famous in just half a day. It was well past midnight when Luo Hanji was exhausted, and Yi Fan finally carried her back to her bedroom. However, Yi Fan didn't rush to put her on the bed. Instead, he led her into the large bathtub in the bedroom. Luo Hanji was exhausted and sleepy, her eyes opening and closing intermittently. Before long, she fell asleep on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan had no choice but to take care of giving Luo Hanji a bath himself. During that morning bath together, Luo Hanji was the one who helped him the most. Since this little girl is so tired today, he'll take over all the work for her. As the delicate foam spread onto her smooth skin, Yi Fan felt an even more silky and bouncy sensation in his hands, and he became even more fond of the little girl in his arms. Her fair skin reflected a beautiful glow under the bathroom spotlight. Luo Hanji, half asleep, obediently let Yi Fan rub and massage her. Before long, her whole body became moist and elastic from the warm water. After the shower, Yi Fan carried Luo Hanji back to her large, soft mattress. The little darling in my arms felt incredibly soft and squishy, and she even had a faint, refreshing orange scent. Yi Fan felt that the woman's touch was quite nice, so he used his hands and feet to hold her tightly. The two of them snuggled together comfortably until dawn. When the alarm clock rang, Luo Hanji woke up first. Feeling the dryness and comfort of her body after being washed, Luo Hanji recalled some memories of being well taken care of by her brother Yi Fan. I was deeply moved. On a sudden inspiration, she decided to wake up her brother Yi Fan in a special way. After packing their luggage, the two had a simple breakfast with the Yi family at the villa and then boarded the Lycan together to embark on their journey back to school. Yi Fan dropped Luo Hanji off at her dormitory building and parked the car, preparing to bring up the system panel. As the new semester began, Yi Fan decided to take stock of his assets and savings. With a thought, a smart panel emitting a faint blue light floated up and appeared in front of Yi Fan. In terms of businesses, Yi Fan currently owns shares and ownership of Jinjiang Group, Ichuan Company, Mr. 13 Bar, Bali Real Estate, Daido SKP Company, Yowu Entertainment Media Company, Deda University, Daxin Private Hospital, Guangfa Securities, Honghua Law Firm, Daidu Wangfu Jin Commercial Street, Jinxiu Grand Hotel, Longxing Precious Metals Company, Yuantong Express Group, Shea Bank, Mingjua KTV, etc. You wouldn't believe it until you did the math, and the results were shocking. I didn't realize I already owned so many companies and businesses spanning various fields. In terms of personal assets, Yi Fan has the Koenigsegg Gemera he had before, the Lycan Hypersport now, a villa in the Cloud Sea, a yacht he won at an auction, and the entire number 5 building of the Golden Domain Mansion. The rebates and company dividends in his various bank cards add up to a little over 20 billion. With 20 billion yuan in cash flow, Yi Fan can be considered one of the top super rich people in China. However, Yi Fan felt that based on the above statistics of industries and cash, this speed was still a bit slow. It seemed that he would have to be more proactive in expanding into more fields and rebates in the new semester. As for skills, Yi Fan currently only possesses equestrian mastery, Holy Healer's Hand, top-tier racing skills, and an all-around music god. It's not quite enough, but skill-based tasks all rely on the system to issue missions, so Yi Fan can only leave it to fate. After Yi Fan finished taking stock of his assets, he transferred the amounts scattered across various bank cards to his Sayab Bank Black Card. I feel much safer keeping it in my own bank account. After completing all the steps, Yi Fan put away his phone and prepared to drive away. He saw that a large group of classmates had already gathered around his Lycan. Their eyes kept glancing into the car. Many people were taking pictures of Lycan with their phones, and then immediately looking down and frantically typing on their screens. Yi Fan's driver's side window was always open, so his appearance was clearly visible to the onlookers. Some of his classmates, who knew him but were unaware that he had Lycan, all wore expressions of utter shock before lowering their heads to type again. Yi Fan knew without a doubt that the discussions about him and Lycan on the school walls must be quite lively right now. Thinking of this, Yi Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Principal Dong? You mentioned before that you would block all discussions and comments related to my name, but now we don't need to add any extra workload for the school staff. Let the students discuss whatever they want. There's no need to censor it." Although Yi Fan now has more businesses, they have basically taken shape. Not to mention that he now also has the Holy Dragon Gang, which has a significant presence in the capital's underworld. There is no longer any need for him to hide his identity. Moreover, most of the discussions among his classmates focused on his various sports cars, so there was even less reason to hide it. Upon receiving Yi Fan's instructions, Dong Ruichong immediately relayed them. As expected, after students on the campus forum discovered that the relevant keywords in this discussion would not be censored, more and more people noticed the post and joined the discussion. Some students even compiled all the information they had gathered into a popular science post and shared it. Almost all the students on the campus forums have learned that the owner of the Koenigsegg, which was the subject of much speculation on campus, is Yi Fan himself. There are also his righteous deeds of interacting with 4 school beauties at the same time during a class, and being interviewed by a TV station near the military training field after returning in his new Lycan worth 100 million. Holy crap. So all these legends actually originated from this senior Yi? That's terrifying. Handsome, rich, and with such a strong sense of justice. My God, do men like this really exist in this world? Shocking comments appeared one after another on the forum. In just half a day, the new semester's class schedule, which even Yi Fan himself didn't know about, had been completely exposed by some enthusiastic girls in the thread. Yi Fan didn't usually browse campus posts, so he was completely unaware of the sudden popularity of the forum. Meanwhile, Yu Kuer was enjoying a luxurious facial spa treatment at the mansion Yi Fan had given her. Suddenly, I saw on my phone's chat interface that the dorm group chat was having a great time discussing a post. She clicked on it and found that the main character being discussed in the post was actually Yi Fan. I never expected our school to have such high-quality juniors. I really like this kind of real man. Yeah, you guys have no idea how proactive those girls on the forum are. They're calling this junior brother Yi Fan husband all the time. They've even dug up his class schedule and said they want to confess to him in person. How can these young girls be so shameless? Do you think junior brother Yi Fan would even be interested in them? And yet they're here swooning over him. Exactly. But now that we have the class schedule, do you guys want to go see what this junior brother Yi Fan looks like? Maybe one of us will actually take a liking to him. Chapter 174 completely lost its presence. Yukur was immediately displeased when her three roommates were chatting excitedly in a group chat. Junior brother Yi Fan is her dear husband. What are these people doing here making a fuss? She quickly typed out a string of messages. Ladies, I'm sorry, but this junior brother Yi Fan has already gone on many dates with me, and the hand that appeared in my WeChat moments before was his, so? Yukur appropriately left the thought in her mind. So you should stop coveting my junior brother Yi Fan. Unspoken, but the warning was clear enough. The group chat immediately fell silent for a moment. The three roommates looked at the message Yukur sent in their respective spaces, and each of them had an expression of utter resentment. However, it wasn't because they wanted to consider any sisterhood in the dormitory. Rather, it's because their looks and figures are simply incomparable to Yukur's, so why would they rush to be green leaves to set off Yukur? The red flower? One of my roommates sent a message through gritted teeth. Oh my cur, you kept this a secret for a long time. You had such a good boyfriend, and you kept it so hidden. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have made such a fool of ourselves. Yeah, but congratulations, Kur, anyway. Remember to share any good news with the girls in the group chat. After sending their congratulatory messages, the three roommates immediately started ranting and raving in the small group chat where Yukur wasn't present. Yukur knew, of course, that the other girls in her dorm were all cunning foxes like her, and she wouldn't take their blessings seriously. She simply sent a happy emoji to appease them, and that was it. But once she put down her phone, Yukur was no longer as relaxed as she was when she was getting her beauty treatment. Judging from the popularity of that post and the extent to which Yi Fan's junior brother situation has been revealed, at least 80% of the students at Imperial University now know how outstanding Yi Fan's junior brother is. This also means that many girls will definitely flock to Yi Fan. Yukur felt a great sense of crisis. Moreover, she hadn't seen her junior brother Yi Fan for quite some time. She wanted to see him, and she also wanted to ride in the new supercar that her junior brother Yi Fan had bought, which was mentioned in the post. Without further ado, Yukur quickly finished her skincare routine, glanced at Yi Fan's class schedule posted on the forum, and immediately ran to her walk-in closet to put together her battle outfit. After resting for a while in Lycan's car, Yi Fan prepared to attend the senior year assembly on the first night of the semester. After parking Lycan in the parking lot, he was about to walk to the large classroom when he suddenly received a call from Luo Hanji. Brother Yi Fan, are you still in the car? I think I accidentally left my USB drive with my homework on it. Can you help me find it? Yi Fan chuckled at the little girl's forgetfulness. I haven't gone far. I'll go check on her now. I knew you were the best, Brother Yi Fan. Luo Hanji quickly said, sweetly, to Yi Fan. Yi Fan returned to Lycan and rummaged around near the passenger seat, where he found a metal USB drive. Found it. I have to go to my large class now. Just come to the classroom and pick up the USB drive later. Okay. Then could you please send me the classroom location, Brother Yi Fan? I'll head over right away. Yi Fan sent a screenshot of the class schedule to Luo Hanji, then carefully put the USB drive into his pocket and headed to the large classroom. As Yi Fan walked into the teaching building, he inexplicably felt that he was being watched by an unusually large number of people today. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he saw several girls gathered together, clearly looking in his direction. He slightly raised his head and cast a glance, and several girls immediately gathered around and began to whisper among themselves. Yi Fan frowned in confusion. When he walked into the large classroom, he found that the classroom, which usually seemed quite spacious even with a whole grade of students sitting in it, looked crowded today. Moreover, the moment Yi Fan stepped into the classroom, it was obvious that all eyes in the room turned towards him. Is that Yi Fan, the senior brother who drives a supercar worth 100 million? He looks even more handsome in person than in photos. A girl excitedly grabbed the hand of the person next to her and shouted. The other girls also jumped up and down excitedly when they saw Yi Fan. He's so handsome, and the thought of how young and accomplished this senior is makes me even more smitten. What should I do? I'm so nervous after meeting him in person. I'm even a little too scared to go up and ask for his WeChat. The girls watched Yi Fan blushing uncontrollably, unable to resist looking at his stunningly handsome face, yet afraid that they might accidentally meet his gaze and be completely overwhelmed by his charm. Yi Fan was completely bewildered when he saw that almost all the girls in the room were both shy and screaming when they saw him. He knows he's pretty handsome now, but these girls weren't like this before. The other boys in the classroom were furious that the female classmates and female students were only paying attention to Yifan. Several wealthy second-generation individuals experiencing this complete loss of presence for the first time were furious. Although Yifan himself was still confused, having already acquired many businesses, he had long since cultivated a calm and composed demeanor far superior to that of ordinary people. A short while later, he walked over to where his roommates were sitting. After sitting down in the seat his roommate had saved for him, Yang Jinghao, the second oldest, immediately handed his phone to Yifan excitedly. "Third brother, you're famous now? And good heavens, did your family win the lottery again? You actually bought a Lycan Hypersports for 100 million just like that." "That's right. That's Lycan." Meng Guanghua couldn't help but chime in with envy. Yifan took Yang Jinghao's phone and saw the post on screen. Only then did he finally understand what was going on with the strange things he had encountered along the way. He didn't expect that simply asking the school not to deliberately block his name would cause the campus forum to explode with discussions about him. And that guy who compiled the information has such great potential to be a paparazzi. They actually revealed all his past deeds clearly, making it impossible for Yifan to keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. After scrolling through a few more posts, Yifan discovered that his class schedule had also been completely exposed, and the entire page was filled with comments calling him husband. Chapter 175, she called him Brother Yifan? This was the first time Yifan had truly experienced how unrestrained and enthusiastic these female classmates could be online, one or two of them acting like wolves and tigers, as if they wanted to devour him whole. He returned the phone to Yang Jinghao, and several girls walked over to him together, excitedly and shyly asking Yifan for his WeChat. Yifan declined, but before he could say anything, the surrounding crowd stirred again. "Hey guys, look, there's a stunningly beautiful woman at the classroom door, almost like an angel. That aura, that figure, they're just too outstanding." All the male students stared at the beautiful figure that appeared at the classroom door, unable to look away. A boy quickly squinted to get a better look at the person, and soon exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, I recognize this beauty. I think she's the most beautiful girl in the art department in her freshman year. Her name is something like Luo Hanji." Yes, that's her. She's supposed to be the most beautiful girl in the department. But with looks like that, once some of the 4 most beautiful girls graduate, this junior will definitely have a place among the most beautiful girls in the school. That's right. With her ethereal teacher and obviously supple figure, this junior sister is absolutely on par with our current 4 campus beauties. Those who study dance are truly different. Look at their long arms and legs, their fair skin, their graceful figures, and their flexible limbs. Several boys couldn't help but daydream. Those rich kids who were originally a bit stingy felt their frustration ease considerably upon seeing such a beautiful woman as Luo Hanji. The world is never short of beautiful women. So what if that so-called Yifan talked to those 4 original school beauties? When a new school beauty prospective junior appears, he won't even recognize her. Exactly. The new female student has such an elegant and refined air about her. She's clearly not the type to be swayed by such vulgar things. That Yifan guy, does he really think he can get all the beauties in the school just because he's rich? Standing at the classroom door, Luo Hanji felt the gazes of others directed at her. Since she was a professional in stage performance, she didn't panic. Instead, she tiptoed slightly to search for the figure she was looking for in the large classroom. Yifan listened to the commotion around him and looked towards the classroom door. His excellent eyesight immediately caught sight of the little girl, Luo Hanji. He raised his hand and waved it in Luo Hanji's direction. The other girls noticed Yifan's actions and couldn't help but show a sense of crisis on their faces. Luo Hanji is so beautiful that all the girls in the room paled in comparison the moment she appeared. Now, that Yifan is waving at her, could it be that he's already taken a liking to her? Unlike the female student's tense reaction, the male student's disdain, jealousy, and mockery upon seeing Yifan's actions were all too obvious. This guy really thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has money. Now, he actually wants to mess with such an innocent junior like us? Just wait and see. This kid is going to get rejected and lose face big time. One male student resolutely stood by the railway tracks, and the other boys quickly echoed his sentiments. That's right. He's definitely going to make a fool of himself later. The boys eagerly turned their gazes toward Luo Hanji, hoping to catch a glimpse of her disdainful expression toward Yifan. Everyone present turned to look at Luo Hanji's reaction. At this moment, Luo Hanji had successfully captured the signal Yifan sent her. The little girl couldn't contain her excitement and blurted out, "Brother Yifan." The girl's cheerful, sweet voice, calling out affectionate nicknames, echoed throughout the classroom. A look of shock appeared on everyone's face. Luo Hanji's junior sister called this guy Yifan, brother. The male student who had just been making a confident prediction now looked as if he had swallowed a fly, especially when he saw Luo Hanji's eyes shining like stars after she called out, "Brother Yifan." He felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. That nickname. Could it be that this guy has already won over Luo Hanji's junior sister? The rich kids looked on in disbelief. The female classmates who originally wanted to ask Yifan for his WeChat were now looking at Luo Hanji with intense hostility and jealousy. The next second, everyone saw Luo Hanji quickly walk through the crowded classroom aisles and straight towards Yifan's seat. At this moment, Luo Hanji belatedly realized that she was embarrassed for calling out Brother Yifan in public and just wanted to quickly get the USB drive from Yifan and leave. And she didn't know if it was just her imagination or what, but she always felt that the classroom where Yifan was having his class was unusually crowded, and the way the boys and girls looked at her made her feel strangely uncomfortable. Yifan sat calmly in his seat, while his three roommates watched as a stunningly beautiful junior ran towards him, their hearts brimming with envy. "Third brother, you're really something. You're even making moves on freshmen who just entered university so quickly." Yang Jinghao spoke with such admiration that it was as if he wanted to become Yifan's apprentice on the spot. Yifan smiled and looked at the little girl who was originally facing him. "What do you mean by taking action? Our two families are old friends, and this relationship was arranged by our parents." These words made the three roommates even more envious. It's one thing that the four school beauties are close friends, but there's also this beautiful girl next door who's well connected with their parents' generation. How come there's such a big difference between them and Yifan, even though they're all in the same dorm? When Luo Hanji arrived in front of Yifan's seat, due to the momentum of walking quickly, she couldn't stop in time and fell onto Yifan in a moment of panic. Yifan, sitting firmly in his seat, caught the person steadily. When Luo Hanji came to her senses from the panic, she was already sitting on Yifan's lap. Yifan reached out to protect her, making it look as if he was holding her while she sat on the chair. The boys who had been watching Luo Hanji's every move were now so angry at the sight of the two of them that their eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. Junior sister Hanji and that kid Yifan are hugging each other. Why? Why does this kid have such good luck? The rich kids were furious, but Yifan's wealth was now well known throughout the capital. No matter how angry they were, they no longer dared to provoke them so easily as before. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, sitting on a chair with Yifan in this manner, Luo Hanji was incredibly shy. She struggled to get up, but Yifan suddenly tightened his arms that had been loosely around her waist, as if to imprison her and prevent her from leaving. Chapter 176, all the most outstanding beauties in the school have been captured in one fell swoop. Feeling more and more eyes focused on her and Yifan, Luo Hanji's face turned as red as if it were about to burst into flames. She had no choice but to quickly plead in a low voice. "Brother Yifan, there are so many people watching. Please put me down quickly. I need to grab the USB drive and head back right away." Yifan watched as the little girl's fair face turned red so quickly, and his mischievous smile became even more pronounced. Moreover, he did indeed need Luo Hanji's help at this moment. This classroom is now filled with so many female freshmen to juniors who came specifically for him, and many of them seem determined not to leave until they get his WeChat. Yifan's polite refusal would be too much of a fuss, so he needed to let them try to dispel some of their ideas first. Yifan thought for a moment, then leaned close to Luo Hanji's ear and whispered, "Hanji, give me a kiss, and I'll give you the USB drive and let you go back, okay?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji immediately showed a surprised expression. Brother Yi Fan actually wants her to kiss him in front of so many people. For Luo Hanji, a well-behaved girl who had been obedient since childhood, this was an act that couldn't be bolder than the boldest. Seeing that the little girl was still hesitating, Yi Fan breathed into her ear again. Hanji, you saw those girls around here with their phones, right? They all tried to add me on WeChat. Do you want me to give them my WeChat? Besides, we've done even more outrageous things like sticking together, and now you're shy about a kiss. These are completely different. The petting with Brother Yi Fan was all in private, but kissing would be seen by the whole class. Luo Hanji thought about it, and then realized what Yi Fan had mentioned about adding each other on WeChat. She looked up at a few girls not far away who were giving her unfriendly looks. Only then did she realize that almost half of the girls in the classroom were looking at her like that, and their eyes were filled with admiration and shyness when they looked at Brother Yi Fan. Luo Hanji made up her mind. I don't want them adding you on WeChat, Brother Yi Fan. Luo Hanji muttered something under her breath, and then, in front of everyone, she pressed her pink lips against Yi Fan's left cheek and kissed him firmly. This scene immediately caused everyone in the classroom to gasp in shock. The huge classroom instantly fell into a deathly silence. Yi Fan's three roommates were the first and clearest to see this shock. The moment they saw Luo Hanji kiss Yi Fan on the face, they were completely stunned, and tears of envy welled up in their eyes. When a male student saw that even someone as pure as Luo Hanji took the initiative to kiss Yi Fan, their fists clenched so tightly that the veins almost burst. The female classmates and junior students who had been holding onto their phones and waiting with a glimmer of hope were completely stunned, and one by one their eyes reddened. Even worse, some students burst into tears and ran out of the classroom. Luo Hanji obediently did as Yi Fan instructed. Yi Fan kept his promise, put the girl down, returned the USB drive to Luo Hanji, and watched as the little girl ran away shyly without looking back. The grade director, who was there to give instructions during the large class, had already arrived. Before even entering the classroom, he saw that Yi Fan was busy with something. Anyway, the first class of the semester didn't cover anything too important. Knowing Yi Fan's identity, the head of the grade went back to his office and stayed there for a while before leisurely walking back into the classroom. When the teacher entered, the noisy classroom finally quieted down. The male students glared at Yi Fan through gritted teeth, but could only obediently return to their seats. Students who are not in this grade, please leave the classroom immediately. This is a large lecture for senior students. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't seem to care about the female students staring at him with admiring eyes, the head of the grade immediately began clearing the area. The students naturally assumed that the grade director was maintaining classroom discipline. Some female students who had come specifically to see Yi Fan could only look back at him every few steps, reluctantly and slowly making their way out of the classroom. At that moment, an extremely beautiful figure suddenly walked in from the classroom doorway against the flow of the crowd. Isn't that Yu Kuer, the senior from the international department? What's she doing in our senior year's large lecture hall all of a sudden? Wow, it really is her. And her outfit today is absolutely stunning. Yu Kuer wore a half-slit Cheongsam-style bodycon dress, her delicate legs encased in Balenciaga black stockings, paired with stiletto heels, showcasing her alluring yet sophisticated femininity to the fullest. This outfit clearly shows that they came prepared. The male students all stared wide-eyed. When a beautiful woman appears, they can hardly help but subconsciously think that she is there for them. Not to mention that Yu Kuer made such a grand show of it. Several rich kids eagerly started fixing their hair, completely stunned by Yu Kuer's beauty and forgetting that there was another person in the party who was famous throughout the school for being so rich. Yu Kuer took out her phone and dialed a number. Yi Fan's phone vibrated, and he answered it. Junior brother Yi Fan, can I attend class with you? Yu Kuer's charming voice came through the microphone, making Yi Fan's bones feel weak. He looked up, and his eyes met those of Yu Kuer, who was giving him a flirtatious look from the classroom doorway. This enchantress, I haven't seen her for a while, has become even more alluring. Sure, then you come on over. Hearing Yi Fan's magnetic voice, Yu Kuer's legs subconsciously went weak. She happily put her phone back in her bag and politely said to the head of her grade, Hello, teacher. I'm here to see Yi Fan. Is it okay for me to audit this class? Yu Kuer's voice wasn't very loud, but in the gradually quieting classroom, what she said to the grade director still reached the ears of everyone present clearly. The classmates quickly grasped the key point in Yu Kuer's words. She's here to see Yi Fan. In an instant, the male classmates who were busy admiring Yu Kuer's beauty and figure, as well as the rich kids who were tidying up their appearance, had their expressions twisted. It turns out it's someone who came looking for Yi Fan. Is this even reasonable? It's one thing for this guy to have rumors with 4 school beauties, but I can barely tolerate his ambiguous interaction with the pure and innocent freshman girl who was preparing to become a school beauty. But now even the stunningly beautiful senior sister has a relationship with Yi Fan. What's going on? So, all the most beautiful girls in the school have been captured by Yi Fan all at once. The boys were so frustrated and jealous they were about to explode. However, after a moment, they remembered how the head of the grade had sternly cleared out the non-senior students and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if senior sister Yu Kuer came specifically to find Yi Fan, so what? As long as she can't get into this classroom and interact with Yi Fan, they still have a chance to intercept her. Chapter 177, I knew you were the best to me, my husband. After figuring this out, the rich kids relaxed and prepared to cross their legs. The other male classmates also cast gloating glances at Yi Fan. What's the use of having money if you still have to obey the teachers and administrators at school? However, the next second, the grade head nodded kindly to Yu Kuer and said, "Okay, then you can come in." The head of the grade had already clearly observed Yi Fan's expression when he answered the phone while Yu Kuer was on the phone. It's obvious that this female student who just joined has a good relationship with Chairman Yi. The grade head is a seasoned veteran. He still has that much insight. When the students in the class saw the grade director so politely inviting Yu Kuer in, their expressions froze. The rich kids, who were halfway across the chair with their legs crossed, were so surprised they almost fell off their seats. No, just now the head of the grade was very serious as he cleared all those female students out. Why is it that Yu Kuer is dressed so attractively, yet the director allows her to come in? Is this reasonable? This is so unreasonable. Yu Kuer was a little surprised that the grade director agreed to let her in so easily. She originally thought she would need to use her spare pass for all courses to get in. Yu Kuer politely nodded her thanks to the grade director and walked into the classroom with an upright posture. With each step she took in her high heels, it was as if she were knocking a blow to the heart of the male classmate who was lusting after her. Everyone's eyes followed her as she drew closer to Yi Fan, and the eyes of the men in the audience turned bright red. They could clearly see such a beautiful woman who still possessed charm and shone wherever she went, but they could never touch her. What a heartbreaking experience. Among the boys present, the rich kids were the most furious. Yu Kuer was known for her high standards and gold-digging reputation, but now Yi Fan has easily made her take the initiative to come to him. This is simply a slap in the face to all the rich young men who have been chasing after Yu Kuer. Yi Fan didn't drool like other boys. He remained calm and composed. Seeing Yi Fan's somewhat dismissive attitude towards her, Yu Kuer felt even more fond of him. What good is it if other men look at her with admiration and love? They can't be like Yi Fan, who can give her a mansion worth nearly 200 million yuan in one go. Not to mention that Yi Fan is definitely a campus heartthrob in terms of appearance, has status and position, and is also so strong in that area. A man like that stands at the very top of the pyramid in the entire country of China. Unless Yu Kuer is brainless and ridiculously stupid, she would never cast even the slightest glance at other men. Yu Kuer approached Yi Fan's seat and, somewhat apologetically, made a request to Yang Zhenghao, who was sitting next to Yi Fan. "Excuse me, could you please move to one more seat in the back?" Yu Kuer's sudden conversation with Yang Zhenghao almost made him faint with joy. Yes. After Yang Zhenghao finished speaking, he immediately urged Meng Guanghua and Huang Yu to move inside. Yi Fan moved a step further in, allowing Yu Kuer to sit in the aisle seat where he had been sitting. All eyes were reluctantly drawn away as Yu Kuer took her seat. The heartbroken boys could only glare at Yi Fan to express their resentment and anger. Several rich kids were glancing at Yi Fan and his companion out of the corner of their eyes, their teeth practically grinding to dust. "All right, Let's now officially begin announcing the details for this grade-level lecture. The grade head's voice came out, and the projector on the podium began to play. As soon as Yukur sat down next to Yi-Fan, she couldn't help but want to snuggle up in his arms and act coquettishly. Her long, slender arms wrapped around Yi-Fan's waist, and she hugged him tenderly. Junior brother Yi-Fan, I've been alone in my room for so long. Why haven't you come to see me? I missed you so much. Yi-Fan thought back for a moment. That's true. Since giving the house to Yukur, I've been so busy with this, and that I almost forgot about this capable senior sister. I've been busy lately. How about I take you shopping after class as compensation? Yukur had only meant to be a little coquettish and casually mentioned it. She never expected Yi-Fan to immediately offer to buy her something. This man always understands her so well. I knew you'd be the best to me, honey. Yukur had wanted to call Yi-Fan that for a long time, and now she took the opportunity to whisper sweet nothings in Yi-Fan's ear. Her shapely, long legs, clad in black stockings, were placed directly on Yi-Fan's legs. Honey, my legs are so sore and swollen from walking all this way. I have to say it feels really great to be called husband by a beautiful woman in a sweet voice. Yi-Fan enjoyed Yukur's initiative and coquettishness, and seeing her deliberately showing off her beautiful legs, his large hand immediately covered her calf. Really? Then let your husband massage it for you. The delicate and smooth texture of the stockings combined with the smooth feel of the skin. Yi-Fan touched and rubbed them from bottom to top, and the feeling was incredibly comfortable. Yang Zhenghao, who was sitting next to Yi-Fan, happened to see Yukur voluntarily put her legs on Yi-Fan's lap and swing them around. He was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. Goodness gracious! This is in a large classroom, so this is how a beauty of this caliber can be so proactive. Even if he wasn't a witness, just seeing such a scene made his nose bleed uncontrollably. Damn, the third brother is eating too well. Some male classmates who had been secretly observing Yi-Fan nearby heard Yukur call Yi-Fan husband in her sweet and seductive voice and even hugged him affectionately. They also noticed that the two of them had crossed their legs at some point. They were so angry they looked like they were about to explode. Li Hua, a rich second generation with a slick-back hairstyle, was sitting in a spot where he could clearly see Yi-Fan and Yukur flirting and playing around. Suppressing his overwhelming anger, he looked away and immediately began frantically typing on his phone screen. In an instant, after he sent his message, the group chat was filled with enthusiastic responses, with messages of agreement popping up one after another, signifying that a certain consensus had been reached. Several other rich kids in the class who were also in the group chat turned to look at Li Hua after seeing the chat message, nodding emphatically and exchanging glances. I refuse to believe it. Even with the combined strength of a large group, Yukur is still so devoted to Yi-Fan. After meticulously planning, Li Hua executed a series of actions in the group chat and then waited for the show to begin. Chapter 178 is underestimating him. After explaining the important points for the start of the school year, the large class for the whole grade ended quickly. Yukur spent the entire class intentionally or unintentionally flirting with Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan had already made a mental note of Yukur's debts. This little vixen is playing with fire like this. If I don't show her my strength later, wouldn't she look down on me? As Yukur stood up, Yi-Fan patted her buttocks lightly, then put his arm around her slender waist and prepared to take her away. Li Hua and several other rich kids who were about to arrive witnessed Yi-Fan and Yukur's intimate interaction as they got up, and their eyes turned red with envy. The group quickened their pace and blocked Yi-Fan and his companion's path. Yukur also longed for Yi-Fan, and when she found that they were blocked by someone, she glared at the person who came with some impatience. Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was Li Hua, the guy who had been bothering her a lot before because his family had a little money. Li Hua, you're blocking our way. Li Hua saw the obvious disgust in Yukur's eyes as she looked at them and felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he still took a step forward. After all, he now represents the collective dignity of these rich kids. Li Hua stood in front of Yukur and immediately spoke up. Senior Sister Kur, why are you in such a hurry? My brothers and I have prepared a generous gift. As long as you have no further dealings with this Yi-Fan, you can spend the 5 million as you like. That's right, that's exactly what Li Hua was fiddling with on his phone just now. Previously, when Yukur openly rode on the back of a man's bicycle and toured the campus. Many rich young men in the school who loved Yukur but could not have her form a chat group for heartbroken men. Originally, this group had fallen silent after everyone's lamentation that time. But Yukur's appearance today is clearly because of Yi Fan's fame on a campus forum. This means that Yukur has reverted to her materialistic nature. Actually, this is a positive sign for these rich young men. For a stunning beauty like Yukur, who is both attractive and provides emotional value, they're not afraid of her asking for money. What they fear more is that she doesn't want anything at all. That would make them not know how to make a move. That's why the previous incident of cycling around campus had such a huge impact on them. However, despite their excitement, Yi Fan's extraordinary wealth and power did make these rich second-generation individuals pale in comparison. Just as Li Hua was furious with Yukur's advances toward Yi Fan, he was suddenly spurred into having a solution. Yi Fan's 100 million yuan sports car is indeed impressive, but just because he's rich doesn't mean he's equally generous to women. Li Hua suddenly had an idea and immediately proposed a united front in the group chat to fight for the dignity of these rich kids. All these people in the group, if you add them all up, they can at least raise 5 million yuan to give Yukur a big treat this time. They certainly knew the cost of joining forces and that it wouldn't make Yukur obediently befriend one of them. Therefore, their expectation for this gift is that as long as it can successfully prevent Yukur and Yi Fan from leaving, then they will consider it a victory. After all, including Luo Hanji, who just came, Yi Fan has practically flirted with all the famous beauties in the school. If even the notoriously materialistic Yukur can't be kept, then all the beautiful campus beauties of Imperial University will truly have fallen. If this gets out, where will those rich kids who were doing so well at the Imperial University of Beijing put their faces? So even though each of them could only afford to spend a small amount on the woman, they still managed to scrape together 5 million. This 5 million was clearly not just a monetary figure, but also a matter of face value for these rich young men. Moreover, after this battle, Yi Fan's reputation might be greatly diminished among the other campus beauties, leaving him completely unattractive. Li Hua was extremely confident in his plan at this moment. That's 5 million. In the past, if a single man spent 500,000 yuan on a woman, those women would be extremely grateful. Now it's 10 times the amount, and he can't think of any reason why Yukur would refuse. The students who were originally about to leave were drawn over by Li Hua's words to come and see what was going on. When the female students in the grade heard him mention 5 million, their eyes lit up one by one. Good heavens! These rich young men are actually willing to spend so much money on Yukur. If they took 5 million yuan back to their hometown in a second or third-tier city, it would be more than enough to buy a house outright. If they were to face such a test, they would definitely accept the 5 million without hesitation. Yi Fan is indeed handsome and rich, and the supercar he drives is so expensive that it's a staggering small goal, a Chinese idiom meaning something like a small goal in Chinese. But ultimately, those things were all his own. If it comes to spending money on women, Yi Fan might not be as generous as these slightly less attractive rich kids. Therefore, they still tend to directly obtain what they can see. If it were me, I would definitely accept the 5 million. Who says it isn't? This is a complete scheme to get something for nothing. It's infuriating. Why can't I have that kind of luck? Yes. Although he is also very rich, I don't think he's necessarily as generous as these rich young masters. The female classmates were extremely jealous, and their eyes were filled with resentment as they glared at Yukur. And because Yi Fan hadn't given them a second glance before, they couldn't help but sourly criticize him. Hearing the exclamations of the boys around him and the envy of the girls, Li Hua exchanged smiles with several rich kids, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. He thought he was a genius. They came up with such a method to properly punish Yi Fan, that arrogant guy. He gave Yi Fan a mocking look, then eagerly turned to receive Yukur's affirmative answer. However, contrary to Li Hua's expectations, Yukur looked up at him with a disdainful snort. Li Hua, you think you can buy the relationship between me and junior brother Yi Fan for 5 million? You're seriously underestimating junior brother Yi Fan. Yukur didn't want to show how generous Yi Fan was to her. After all, she knew how good he was to her. But she couldn't stand hearing those girls who didn't know the situation making such speculations and belittling remarks about her junior brother Yifan. Yu Ku'er was so disgusted by these men who thought they could put on airs in front of her and her junior brother Yifan by raising 5 million yuan. Thinking this, Yu Ku'er immediately opened the photo album on her phone and started scrolling. After finding a photo containing receipts in a bag, she immediately showed her phone screen to everyone. Chapter 179, 10 million is nothing. Yu Ku'er zoomed in on the photo with 2 fingers and then turned her phone screen towards the crowd. The photo clearly shows the receipt amount and the appearance of about a dozen classic Hermes bags. Li Hua, you guys should take a good look at the amount on the payment receipt. Junior brother Yifan spent over 10 million on the first bag he bought for me. Are you sure you want to show off the 5 million that you and your group barely scraped together? When Yu Ku'er snorted and announced over 10 million, the entire venue fell into a shocked silence. A moment later, the students who had been watching belatedly gasped in shock. The expressions of Li Hua and the other rich kids were so shocked that they looked as if they had been struck by lightning. How much? More than 10 million? Some students couldn't believe their eyes and crowded around to look at Yu Ku'er's photos, but Yu Ku'er generously let them see as many as they wanted. Moreover, Yu Ku'er saved the photos as live photos at the time, and the information displayed under the photos, including the location and time, matches perfectly. The photo format is lossless. It's the original, unmodified photo. Not to mention that the photos also included the extremely respectful voice of an Hermes store employee asking for instructions. This is actually real, a female student exclaimed in disbelief. The other female classmates who were initially jealous that Yifan was definitely not as generous as these rich kids were now filled with regret and envy. That's over 10 million. Yifan actually spent it all on buying bags for Yu Ku'er. My God, so this is the world of the super rich. No wonder Yu Ku'er was so arrogant after hearing about 5 million. It turns out that Yifan spent more than double that amount on her in one go. I'm so envious I'm going crazy. A man who can spend 10 million on a single occasion is hard to find anywhere in the world. And such an amazing man has been right beside us all this time. And we didn't even notice. The female classmates who had met Yifan before were now filled with regret. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Yifan was full of longing and admiration. Yu Ku'er had long anticipated that these girls would react this way. Yifan's strength and generosity are such that even in the entire country of China, he would be absolutely invincible. This is also an important reason why she is so devoted to Yifan now. And 10 million is nothing. If these girls knew that Yifan casually gave her a luxury mansion worth nearly 200 million, they would be so jealous they'd faint. However, Yu Ku'er will not reveal this matter for the time being. Firstly, these women only heard about 10 million, and they already idolized and longed for Yifan like that. If they knew that Yifan had given them a suite in the Golden Domain mansion worth 2 small goals, who knows how much they would throw themselves at Yifan. Secondly, given the current situation, there's no need for such a bombshell to slap these people in the face. 10 million would be enough to shock them and leave them filled with regret. We'll save these weapons from the Golden Domain mansion for when we need them later. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Yu Ku'er sweetly wrapped her arm around Yifan's and pressed her face against it, looking every bit the submissive little bird. Seeing this scene, coupled with the shock of the 10 million yuan evidence just now, Li Hua and the others were so heartbroken and shocked that they could hardly stand up. They never expected that Yifan would spend so much on a woman. It's important to know that many of their family businesses only managed to reach a net profit of 10 million a year, and Yifan spent 10 million in one go. The dozen or so of them had just pooled together 5 million and thought they would definitely beat Yifan in this round. But now, compared to Yifan, they have become a complete joke. At this moment, Li Hua and the others wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Looking at the embarrassed appearance of the troublemakers, Yifan smiled faintly and snorted. Yu Ku'er had already slapped the faces of everyone around her so hard that Yifan didn't bother to give them any more attention. He tightened his grip on Yu Ku'er's slender waist and prepared to take her away. Yu Kaiya paused slightly. These people are so presumptuous in front of her junior brother Yifan. She hasn't had enough of getting revenge yet. She turned her head again and cast a disgusted look at Li Hua and the others. Oh, and by the way, let me tell you all. Not only are you all inferior to junior brother Yifan in terms of wealth and strength, but your character is also a fraction of his. He wouldn't be like you, trying to use your money to coerce or bribe people into ruining their relationships. So even if junior brother Yifan just takes me for a bike ride around campus, I'll be more than happy to oblige. From now on, junior brother Yifan will be all I think about. As for your underhanded attempts to sow discord, don't bother showing them in front of me again. Listening to Yu Kuer's declaration of true love, a young man standing next to Li Hua suddenly felt that Yifan looked more and more familiar and immediately opened the group chat to search for him. The next second, he raised his phone high and exclaimed in shock at Li Hua and the others. So it really was him. Li Hua and the others looked at his phone screen with suspicion. Only then did they realize that the profile picture of the person who had instigated them to create this Heartbroken People's Alliance chat group was exactly the same as Yi Fan in front of them. Li Hua and the others were completely dumbfounded. This means that the same person was the one who caused them to lose their chance with Yu Kuer on both occasions. These suitors of Yu Kuer, whose pride in every aspect was twice dealt a devastating blow by Yi Fan. Li Hua and his companions were so defeated that they couldn't even lift their heads. With gloomy faces, they fled the scene amidst the murmurs of conversation. Yu Kuer finally felt relieved and snuggled even closer to Yi Fan. They dared to be so presumptuous as to offend you, my husband. They deserve to be humiliated. To be honest, Yi Fan actually quite liked Yu Kuer's vengeful nature. Moreover, she made sure he had all the face he needed. With such a sensible woman by his side, Yi Fan was extremely comfortable. The female classmates around him reluctantly dispersed. Yi Fan greeted his 3 roommates, who were still stunned in place, and then left with Yu Kuer in his arms. Now, her 3 roommates completely understand Yu Kuer's proactive and bold actions in class. The 3 of them watched Yi Fan and Yu Kuer leave with a dashing back view, their hearts filled with envy. Yu Kuer followed Yi Fan to the school parking lot with great joy. As soon as she entered, she saw the bright red lichen that looked as if it could shatter the stars. She couldn't contain her excitement at seeing the top-of-the-line supercar and rushed to the lichen to start snapping photos. Honey, this lichen is so cool. It matches your style and aura perfectly. Yu Kuer couldn't help but touch the dazzling diamond-carved headlights on the front of the lichen. She was so fond of them. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow as he watched the woman's movements, then picked her up and placed her on the hood of the car. Chapter 180. A tycoon with at least 10 billion. Yu Kuer was suddenly lifted onto the hood of the car by Yi Fan and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Honey, what are you doing? The hood of the lichen is quite large, and Yu Kuer is sitting on it. A woman in a cheongsam with a slit, wearing black stockings, leans against a red car hood, creating a striking visual contrast between the red and black colors. Especially when the parking lot lights shine down, the reflection on the hood makes the smooth texture of the black stockings even more apparent. Yu Kuer noticed Yi Fan's gaze lingering on her beautiful legs and immediately struck various poses to show off their length. The stunning scene of luxury cars and beautiful women gave Yi Fan an exceptional visual experience. Just looking at it isn't enough. Yi Fan ran his hands up his ankles, feeling the silky smooth texture in his palms, and spoke. Senior Sister Kuer touched my car so enthusiastically just now. It seems I can only return the favor and touch it back. Yu Kuer has always been powerless against Yi Fan's serious tone while saying inappropriate things. At this moment, her body immediately trembled slightly because of Yi Fan's words and actions. Honey, you're so naughty. As Yu Kuer said this, one of her legs couldn't help but rub against Yi Fan's trouser leg, and her 2 jade arms had already wrapped around Yi Fan's neck. Really? But I have a feeling that you actually like my bad side, Senior Sister Kuer? Yi Fan grinned mischievously, having already ventured into the hidden realm. Yu Kuer twisted her body in response, her face flushed and her breathing rapid. The two exchanged pleasantries and enjoyed a delightful pre-dinner dessert. On the other side, a senior male student witnessed Yi Fan being courted by 2 campus beauties in one night. Unable to vent his grief and indignation, he immediately started a thread on the campus forum to expose the person. He uploaded all the photos he had secretly taken. Oof. You think you're so great just because you have money. Watch how I expose your scumbag nature. The male classmate posted photos of Yifan, Luo Hanji, and Yukur in a slightly intimate manner in the classroom, and also fabricated another female character to accuse Yifan of seducing and abandoning her. After this post came out, I don't believe the other four school beauties can accept Yifan. The male student was engrossed in writing his short essay, and when he pressed the send button, he felt incredibly refreshed. After a while, he refreshed the page to see the comments from other classmates who were cursing Yifan, only to find that the post he had just made had disappeared from the forum after the refresh. What the hell is going on? The male student refused to believe it and kept posting the photos and short essays. However, the result is the same every time you refresh. The page was so clean it looked like he hadn't done anything at all. Inside the network back-end monitoring room of Imperial Capital University, the auditor looked at the interception system set up on the screen with satisfaction. He intervened immediately when the system showed that the school chairman's name was being mentioned, although the principal said that the chairman did not need to deliberately block his information. However, the post that was just published offended the chairman's portrait rights and reputation. Not to mention that the IP address that posted the message was in a male dormitory on our school, proving that the content was completely fabricated. As a reviewer, he absolutely has to supervise such defamatory content properly. After Yifan and Yu Ku'er finished their pre-dinner dessert, they had a little interaction when they got into the Lycan car. After a while, Yifan finally drove the Lycan out of the underground parking garage and headed towards a newly opened department store in the capital. One floor of this department store is dedicated to selling all kinds of luxury brands. Yu Ku'er knew that Yifan liked to see what she wore, so she very sensibly went into the Valentino store first. When the sales assistants in the store saw Yifan walk in with his arm around Yu Ku'er's slender waist, they were immediately captivated by his handsome face. This customer is just too handsome. He's way more handsome than those obscure celebrities who came to our store before. He is indeed quite handsome, but he doesn't look like a big shot at all. He probably just brought his girlfriend in for a quick look. Several idle sales associates discussed it, but none of them had high expectations for Yifan's spending power. Yifan entered the store and looked at the various styles of black stockings and stilettos that suited Yu Ku'er's beautiful legs. He then appreciatively stroked Yu Ku'er's slender waist. This brand really suits you. Just buy whatever you like, I'll buy it all for you. I want to see you wear every style. Yifan even blew warm breath into Yu Ku'er's ear and left her with this sentence. Okay, honey, I'll definitely choose carefully and wear it nicely for you. After Yu Ku'er finished speaking, she leaned in and kissed Yifan on the cheek, then walked to the counter with shining eyes, ready to go on a shopping spree. When the sales assistants heard Yifan say he wanted to buy everything, they just thought he was joking. Apart from the sales assistants who were serving Yu Ku'er, the other sales assistants were all looking around anxiously to see if any pot-bellied men were bringing women in to buy things. Generally, only the pairing of Beauty and the Beast is likely to result in a large order. Yu Ku'er is, after all, a veteran in the world of shopping. In no time, she had taken off all the styles of black stockings and also specially selected more than a dozen pairs of gorgeous high heels and several nice bags to match them, which she had brought out together. Honey, I've made my choice. Yu Ku'er spoke in a sweet voice, holding up several pairs of black stockings and gesturing to her legs, which made Yifan's heart race. Yifan nodded in satisfaction, then took out his Sayab Bank Black Card. Okay, you can use this to pay for it. At this moment, the other sales assistants, who had previously paid little attention to Yifan and his companion, were shocked and their expressions twisted when they saw the black gold card that Yifan took out. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a Sayab Bank Black Card. It really is. I've seen that pattern in magazines so many times. It's definitely true. My God, I remember that Sayab Bank's Black Card is absolutely impossible to get without a minimum deposit of 10 billion yen. You mean, this handsome young man who looks like a college student is already a tycoon with at least 10 billion in assets. Chapter 181 Expectations in the Movie Theater. The sales assistant's eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly rich. Is it really possible to meet such an outstanding and successful man in real life? They had just used their past experience to conclude that Yi Fan couldn't be a rich man, and looking back, they realized how ridiculous they were. At this moment, they were so envious of the 3 million yuan in consumption vouchers that the sales assistant serving Yukur was slowly spitting out. If they hadn't been so presumptuous, that substantial commission would have been theirs. Yi Fan's quick payment without even blinking made them extremely jealous of Yukur. "Thank you. Honey, you're always so good to me. I love you so much." Yukur clung to Yi Fan's arm, her snow-white breasts rubbing against him obediently, instantly maximizing her emotional appeal to Yi Fan. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is a high-value female who has spent 3.11 million yuan, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ownership of the Imperial Capital Huaxing IMAX Cinema. Yi Fan had heard of the Imperial Capital Huaxing IMAX Cinema before. This standalone cinema was the earliest commercial IMAX screen cinema in the capital, with a screen size of 23.9 m x 13.8 m and a screen area of nearly 330 square meters. Not to mention, it is one of the largest cinemas in China, boasting the most advanced screen equipment and the largest and most luxurious scale. Owning a cinema that ranks among the top in China's film industry means you have a lot of taste and prestige wherever you go. Coincidentally, this Huaxing IMAX cinema is located near the department store where Yi Fan is currently. After I finish shopping with Yukur, I can take her there and catch a movie. After Yukur spent about 1 or 2 million yuan at several luxury stores, and Yi Fan received a rebate of about 10 million yuan, the two arrived at Huaxing IMAX, the standalone cinema. It was the busiest time of night, and the cinema was packed with people. As soon as Yi Fan and Yukur appeared, their outstanding looks inevitably became the focus of everyone's attention. Some people even mistook the two for celebrities who were there to promote their products and nearly rushed up to ask for autographs. The two arrived at the ticket office. Next to the ticket counter, the cinema manager was looking at the overall situation in the lobby. Suddenly, his gaze swept across the room, and he spotted an outstandingly handsome face that he had just seen. "Boss, you're here." The cinema manager had just received news of the change of boss. He had barely calmed down after seeing the young and handsome appearance of the new boss in the file. "I never expected that the new boss would appear so suddenly." Seeing the cinema manager respectfully rush towards Yi Fan to greet him, the ticket counter staff immediately stood up straight, bowed in unison, and politely said, "Good evening, boss." The previously noisy audience and tourists were stunned when they saw the cinema staff greeting Yi Fan so respectfully. They all stared at Yi Fan with shocked expressions. Holy crap! Judging from the way these staff members are acting, could this young man in front of us be the owner of Huaxing Cinema? Wow, it's true. This cinema manager is calling everyone boss. And look at his back. He's practically bent over. My God, to own a cinema of this size at such a young age is something that would be among the top in all of China. These young people these days are truly amazing. Exactly. At my age, I'm still struggling with internships at school, and this guy is already a big boss. That's so enviable. Older viewers couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Yi Fan, praising him repeatedly. Meanwhile, some girls dressed in their youthful and beautiful style, who were out having fun with their girlfriends, were completely mesmerized by Yi Fan and couldn't move an inch. Rich and handsome. Do men like that really exist? This guy is so handsome. My heart is pounding so hard I can barely control it. It was only then that Yukur realized from the way the manager and the staff addressed Yi Fan that Yi Fan, the junior brother, was the owner of this Huaxing cinema. She thought that her junior brother Yi Fan had simply brought her to see a movie. However, this one moment made her admire Yi Fan even more. How could she not love a man whose businesses extend wherever he goes? Not to mention a top-tier cinema that is renowned throughout the country. It is the epitome of a successful man with great taste and ability. Honey, how do you always have so many amazing identities hidden inside? You're so incredibly talented. Yukun's voice was sweet, and she clung tightly to Yi Fan, acting coquettishly. Her beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, rubbed against Yi Fan's trouser leg. The sight left the surrounding boys speechless. They were absolutely envious of Yi Fan. Not only is he rich, But he also has such a stunningly beautiful woman openly fawning over him and acting coquettishly. If they received this kind of treatment, they would be laughing in their dreams. And if this beautiful woman can be so proactive in public, then it goes without saying that she would be even more so in other private situations. Damn, these rich people are eating way too well. Yifan didn't react much to the obvious envy and surprise of those around him. He owns many businesses, and a single cinema is really nothing special. The cinema manager quickly and respectfully consulted Yifan. "Boss, are you here today for an inspection or something else? Please feel free to give us any requests you may have." Yifan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the video information displayed on the giant screen above. "No, we just happen to be free and want to watch a movie. Let's watch this popular romance movie, and please give us seats with a good view." Okay. Please wait a moment." Upon receiving the instruction, the cinema manager immediately instructed the ticket counter to select the two best viewing, centrally located seats in the cinema's largest screening room. After a series of actions, the cinema manager personally led Yifan and Yukur inside. Other moviegoers lined up to watch the two enter through the VIP entrance, filled with envy. After all, this is their own cinema, so giving them priority is perfectly justified. In a corridor outside the theater, Yifan caressed Yukur's soft waist as they entered the theater. Looking at the slightly darker center seat compared to the screen, Yukur moved closer to Yifan as she walked to her seat, her face full of undisguised anticipation. Chapter 182 offers a better view. After the audience entered the theater one after another, the lights in the area went completely dark. While everyone else was focused on the movie scenes on the screen, Yifan was only interested in watching the silhouette of Yukur's curvaceous figure reflected in the movie footage. A pair of delicate and shapely long legs, accentuated by black stockings, exuded an alluring quality. Several buttons on Yukur's slit Cheongsam-style bodycon skirt were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair neck. Yukur sensibly leaned slightly towards Yifan, her two snow-white and full breasts trembling, almost bursting out. Yifan's large hand caught Yukur's clothes through her open collar, shaping them into various forms. A moment later, Yukur began to breathe heavily in Yifan's ear. "Honey, you just bought me so many things I like. Now it's time for me to repay you properly." Yukur lowered her head even further. The zipper on Yifan's clothes was unzipped, and Yukur moved her little head, playing with great enthusiasm and having a great time. Yifan was relaxed and comfortable at the moment, and could simply sit and enjoy watching the movie on the screen. After a long while, the movie ended, and the audience in the theater began to be cleared out and asked to leave. Yukur wiped her mouth, shook her tired hands, and stood up to leave. However, Yifan, who was sitting next to her, suddenly reached out and grabbed her. "Senior Sister Kur, haven't you seen the movie yet?" Yukur was a little confused, but looking at the sly smile on Yifan's face, she could vaguely understand something. Yifan took out his phone and made a call to the cinema manager. "Manager son, I haven't had enough of this movie after watching it once. I'd like to watch it again by myself next time." Okay, no problem, boss." The cinema manager immediately received Yifan's message and hurriedly gave instructions to the staff managing the ticketing system. Other audience members in Hall 1 for the next screening were immediately moved to other theaters with the same ticket price. Before long, the theater where Yifan and Yukur were located was cleared out until only the two of them remained. The two of them had the largest screening room in the entire cinema to themselves. This is the power Yifan wields as the sole owner of Huaxing Cinema. Moreover, given Yifan's physique, there are some things that require considerable room for maneuver to accomplish. Yukur knew, of course, that Yifan's request was not simply to let her watch the movie again. Although she had been quite bold just now, she couldn't help but blush when she thought about the physical memories Yifan had left her. Popular romantic movies are back on the big screen. Yifan's lips curled slightly as he spoke to Yukur. "Come on, senior sister. The movie has started. Come up and watch it. The view is better up there." Her black stockings were pulled away and thrown somewhere, and Yukur obediently sat on them. "Senior sister, you're watching this movie a bit too slowly. Speed it up." Halfway through the movie, Yifan gently patted Yukur to urge her on. Yukur's face was flushed, and her words were tinged with reproach. Junior brother, all you do is bully people. Doesn't your senior sister just enjoy it when I bully you? The two interacted, and Yukur finally watched the entire movie in various poses. When Yukur and Yifan came out of the theater, her legs were so weak that her feet almost floated. Yifan took her back to his house in Jinyu Huafu, and after playing games with Yukur for a day and a night, he let her go back to her own suite. After Yukur left, Yifan received a reminder about the regular shareholders' meeting of Imperial University. With nothing else to do, Yifan drove his Lycan back to the capital city to attend the routine meeting. On the way to the conference building, on the school path, Yifan saw Song Jiro struggling with a girl, looking embarrassed and pleading. Jinhua? Yeah, and the others said they saw you take a silver gray box from my desk. The things inside are very valuable and important to me. Could you give them back to me? Even from a distance, Yifan's exceptional hearing allowed him to hear the helpless plea in Song Jiro's words. Yifan frowned and immediately stopped in his tracks. Song Jiro was completely at a loss for what to do. After what happened between her and Yifan downstairs in the dormitory, she completely understood her feelings for Yifan. She likes Yifan and hopes that the feelings between them are completely pure. So she sold all the brand name clothes that Yifan had bought for her, worth about 300,000 yuan, through the platform. Because she had hardly ever worn the clothes inside, they were all practically brand new, making them easy to sell on the platform. Yifan spent 360,000 yuan to buy her clothes, and she eventually sold them for about 330,000 yuan. In addition, she used to hand over all of her monthly salary of 10,000 yuan as a supervisor at Kimtae 1 to her parents. In the past few months, she set aside tens of thousands of yuan to make up the 360,000 yuan, and then bought a watch of equal value to give to Yifan. Yifan had helped her so much before, and his monthly salary, which was far higher than that of his peers, was already an incredible act of care for her. Not to mention the 210,000 yuan Yifan spent on having dinner with her parents before. Each of these items was a significant sum for Song Jiro. She likes Yifan, and given her personality, she absolutely doesn't want to owe him anything. But just after she bought the watch and brought it back to her dormitory and placed it on the table for a short while, the watch, worth 360,000 yuan, disappeared. If it weren't for her other roommate's kind reminder, she wouldn't have believed that it was this roommate who had taken her things. Upon hearing Song Jiro's words, Jinhua, who had been stopped, immediately revealed a mocking and disdainful expression. Song Jiro, who are you trying to slander right now? Someone like you who wears that shabby hoodie every day and can't afford anything. What good stuff could you possibly have? And it's a very valuable item. It's absolutely laughable. Anyway, I didn't take it. You penniless wretch, don't stop me. If your poverty taints me, I'll never forgive you. Jinhua was filled with smugness at that moment. Previously, Song Jiro was pursued by a lot of boys because she was good-looking. She was also rumored to be having an affair with the owner of that Koenigsegg. How could a poor slut like her be worthy of him? Jinhua had long harbored jealousy towards Song Jiro, so when he saw her suddenly bring back something nice in the morning, he immediately took it for himself. She checked online and found that the watch Song Jiro brought back actually cost over 300,000 yuan. It's all because this poor bastard didn't put his things away properly. Anyway, there are no security cameras in the dorm. Even if she takes this expensive watch, what can she do to her? Jinhua was about to push Song Jiro away. The next second, her outstretched hand was suddenly grabbed. Chapter 183, I'll stand up for you here. Who is it? How dare they grab my hand? Jinhua glanced impatiently at the person who had grabbed her wrist. Upon seeing who it was, her eyes immediately lit up, and her face was filled with a shy, infatuated expression. Senior brother Yifan. Thanks to that campus science popularization post, Yifan has become a sensation throughout the entire Imperial University these past few days. Jinhua only just realized that the Koenigsegg owner who had previously carried Song Jiro in a princess carry the godly rich guy was actually a senior in college. Not to mention that Yifan has now acquired a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan, making him the dream lover of countless girls in the capital. Jinhua, who is keen on using men to cross social classes in the future, was no exception. When she saw Yi Fan in person, he was even more handsome than she had imagined, and her face was full of flattering and shy expressions. Senior brother Yi Fan, is there something you need from me? Jean Jinhua asked hesitantly. Seeing Jean Jinhua's sudden change in expression, Yi Fan frowned and, as if he had touched something dirty, let go of her wrist and shook her off. I wasn't looking for you, but you took someone else's things. Aren't you going to return them? Jean Jinhua realized that Yi Fan had witnessed her argument with Song Juro and immediately retorted in a pitiful tone. Senior brother Yi Fan, don't listen to Song Juro's nonsense. How could I take her things? Our whole dorm knows she doesn't have much money, and now she's saying I stole her valuables. She's just slandering me. And senior brother Yi Fan, you don't know. Although she acts like an innocent little rabbit outside, she's been bullying me in the dorm all along. She was just saying nasty things to me here. Jean Jinhua seized the opportunity to play the victim in front of Yi Fan. Isn't Song Jiro always using her pitiful appearance to seduce men? Now that she struck first, let's see what that bitch Song can do. I didn't. Song Jiro never expected Jean Jinhua to lie so blatantly, and helplessly looked at Yi Fan to explain in a low voice. Looking at Song Jiro's cautious manner, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache again. He might not understand others, but he knew Song Jiro's true nature better than anyone else. Not to mention that he had overheard their conversation perfectly. Of course I know that Jean Jinhua is clearly distorting the truth. Yi Fan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disgust as he looked at Jean Jinhua. I trust junior sister Jiro's character. I'll say it one last time. Return what you took to her. Hearing Yi Fan defend her, Song Jiro felt deeply moved. In this world, besides her parents, the only person who always believed in her and treated her well was senior brother Yi Fan. Jean Jinhua was furious when she saw Yi Fan still protecting Song Jiro. Yi Fan's questioning also caused a hint of guilt and fear to appear on his face. But she absolutely cannot admit that she took Song Jiro's luxury watch now. They had no evidence, so they couldn't do anything to her. Jean Jinhua was determined to deny it completely. Since Yi Fan doesn't think much of her, there's no need for her to pretend to be pitiful in front of him anymore. Jean Jinhua had a sudden inspiration and immediately started shouting to attract everyone's attention. As long as she insists that Yi Fan and Song Jiro are bullying her here and preventing her from leaving, the other righteous classmates passing by will definitely stand on her side. Just as Jean Jinhua was about to call out, she saw her rich second-generation senior, whom she had been flirting with recently, arrive in a Mercedes to pick her up. She immediately changed her mind and ran to the driver's side window of the Mercedes to complain. Senior brother Lee, I'm so glad you came. If you hadn't come soon, I would have been bullied terribly. They ganged up on me and falsely accused me of stealing. They even blocked my way and wouldn't let me leave. After Jean Jinhua finished her tearful complaint, a smug smile immediately appeared on her face as she pretended to lower her head to wipe away tears. Back when Yi Fan was famous throughout the school, senior brother Lee belittled Yi Fan to the ground in front of her. These rich, second-generation young men value their reputation the most, so she believed he would definitely stand up for her. What? Someone dares to bully my woman. Does this guy not want to stay at Beijing University anymore? Li Hua was indeed furious upon hearing this. He immediately got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and ran in the direction Jean Jinhua pointed. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he saw that the person Jean Jinhua was pointing to was Yi Fan, and his expression immediately froze. Senior brother Lee, it's Yi Fan and Song Jiro who are slandering me. You must get justice for me. Jean Jinhua didn't notice the change in Li Hua's expression and grabbed Li Hua's arm, starting to complain in a coquettish manner. The next second, Li Hua suddenly turned around and slapped her hard across the face. The force was so great that it felt like it was going to send the person flying. Jean Jinhua covered her face in shock. Senior brother Lee, why did you hit me? Didn't you also dislike Yi Fan before, saying he was obviously faking it? Before Jean Jinhua could finish speaking, Li Hua slapped her across the other side of her face. You gold digger, do you think you can mess with brother Fan? While smoking Jean Jinhua's cigarette, Li Hua quickly spoke up to stop her from saying anything that might ruin his life. Damn it, all that talk about Yi Fan in front of her before was just empty words. Who would dare to just walk up to a guy driving a supercar worth 100 million and go straight for him with a powerful attack? Not to mention that just last night, Yukur showed them how generous Fan was, giving away 10 million yuan in one go. He wouldn't dare to show off in front of such a wealthy person if he had any sense at all. Li Hua felt a wave of fear wash over him and quickly bowed and scraped as he approached Fan to greet him. "Brother Fan, hello, Brother Fan. Did this woman disturb you just now? Please give me your orders, and I will absolutely stand by your side." Fan snorted coldly at Li Hua's sycophantic manner, too lazy to give him a second glance, and instead turned to ask Song Jiro. "Junior sister Jiro, what did she take from you? I'm here to stand up for you. Just tell me." Thanks to Fan's words, Song Jiro's uneasy heart was finally completely calmed down. It's a watch I just bought yesterday, worth nearly 360,000 yuan. It's in a silver gray box. When Fan heard that Song Jiro had bought a watch for over 300,000 yuan, he was a little puzzled, but he quickly turned his gaze back to Li Hua. "Did you hear that?" Upon hearing this, Li Hua immediately recalled the relevant memories. "Oh, right. The woman surnamed Jean asked him out today. Wasn't at all because she was being mysterious and said she wanted to give him an expensive luxury watch. Chapter 184 was actually intended to be bought as a gift for him." Li Hua immediately turned around and questioned Jean Jinhua. "Tell me, the expensive gift you said you'd give me in your message, wasn't it the one you stole from Song, the school beauty?" Jean Jinhua never expected that the situation had now turned into three people facing her alone. Moreover, this guy who kept saying he looked down on Fan, that Fan was no match for his senior brother Li, was even more humble in front of Fan, acting like his little brother. Jean Jinhua's face burned with pain, and she became increasingly panicked. She stammered, clearly looking like she was hiding something. Li Hua quickly tried to impress Fan, saying, "Aren't you going to take it out yet? I've got you." As Li Hua spoke, he immediately stepped forward, snatched the bag that Jean Jinhua was tightly clutching, rummaged through it, and then presented a very high-quality silver gray box, as if it were a treasure. "Brother Fan, we found it. It was this woman who stole it." Fan had already taken out his phone and started recording when Li Hua went up to grab Jean Jinhua's bag. This was the perfect moment to record the evidence that the items were found in Jean Jinhua's bag. Fan took the box from Li Hua and handed it back to Song Jiro. "Junior sister Jiro, look, is this what you lost?" Song Jiro breathed a sigh of relief when she got her things back. "I quietly opened a small opening and took a look. That's right. It's the watch she bought to give to her senior brother Fan. No, that's right. This is the receipt I lost. It's from a shopping trip, and it's still in my dorm room." Jean Jinhua was no longer the arrogant and domineering person she had been before. Her face was full of panic. Li Hua gave Jean Jinhua a disdainful look, thinking that she had almost caused him a lot of trouble, and that he would definitely punish her properly after leaving the school. "Brother Fan, don't worry. I'll definitely teach this woman a lesson later." After Li Hua finished speaking, he wanted to leave with Jean Jinhua. "Stop. Did I say she could leave?" Apologized to junior sister Jiro. At Fan's command, he gently wrapped his right arm around Song Jiro's waist and pulled her closer to him. He seemed determined to stand by her side and make decisions for her. Song Jiro's heart skipped a beat. She tilted her head slightly and looked up at Fan, her eyes filled with gratitude and excitement. If it weren't for senior brother Fan's sudden appearance today, she, with a gentle nature and aversion to conflict, would never have been able to get her watch back. She had lost count of how many times Fan had protected her like this. Song Jiro felt a surge of tenderness in her heart and subconsciously moved a little closer to Fan. Jean Jinhua was extremely embarrassed, and her gaze towards Song Jiro was still filled with resentment. She seemed completely unwilling to apologize. Fan snorted coldly and directly showed the video in his hand. "I think you haven't figured out the situation at all. You dared to steal over 300,000 yuan worth of valuables? Are you planning to go straight to prison?" Jean Jinhua tried to remain defiant, but when she looked up and saw the video in Fan's hand, she instantly panicked. His legs were trembling, and he knelt down in front of the group, his body limp. "Jiro, please, for the sake of our roommate relationship, forgive me this time. You know my family situation. If I really go to jail, my parents will be so angry they'll die." Jean Jinhua cried with snot and tears streaming down her face and clasped her hands together, pleading with Song Jiro for mercy. When Song Jiro saw that Jean Jinhua was crying so hard, she quickly reached out to help her up. I forgive you. Yifan knew this girl was kind-hearted. However, he didn't really intend to do anything to Jean Jinhua. Now, he's showing her the video to make her apologize, which is also to establish his authority over Song Jiro in front of her. Only after hearing Song Jiro say she had forgiven her did Jean Jinhua dare to cautiously look at Yifan again. Remember this, I only reluctantly agreed to let you go because junior sister Jiro isn't holding it against you. If you dare to play any more tricks in the future, you'll know the consequences. Understand? Understand. Senior brother Yifan, I promise I will never bother Jiro again. Jean Jinhua repeatedly assured him. Yifan snorted coldly, put his arm around Song Jiro, and took her away. Li Hua, standing to the side, dared not utter a sound, respectfully watching Yifan and the other person leave. Jean Jinhua belatedly realized she was wronged and quickly grabbed Li Hua's trouser leg for comfort. Li Hua shoved him away forcefully, his face full of sullen anger, and yelled, "Don't touch me." He originally just wanted to casually find a junior sister to play with, but he never expected to almost get involved with Yifan. The courage he had just displayed was completely worn away by Yifan's warning to Jean Jinhua. "Damn it, you almost killed me. Don't ever try to seduce me again. Get the hell out of here." After Li Hua finished speaking, he drove off in his Mercedes without looking back. Jean Jinhua collapsed to the ground, having lost both her money and her lover in just a short while. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she broke down in tears, looking utterly pathetic under the questioning gazes of passing classmates. Yifan put one arm around Song Jiro, protecting her as they walked along the school path. Once they reached a place with fewer classmates, Yifan finally voiced his doubts. "Why did you suddenly decide to buy a watch? Just tell me what you want, and I'll take you to buy it." Song Jiro never asked Yifan for anything. Every time Yifan wanted to spend money on her, he almost always had to coax and trick her. Such an understanding and considerate woman actually occupies a very large place in Yifan's heart. He couldn't wait for Song Jiro to pester him to spend money on her. But given this girl's personality, it's almost impossible. That's why Yifan was so curious about why Song Jiro suddenly became interested in luxury watches. Song Jiro glanced away somewhat guiltily, took a deep breath, and then held the packaging box in her hands, facing Yifan. "Senior brother Yifan, actually, I wanted to buy this watch as a gift for you. You're so good to me. You promoted me, so I can have a decent income every month, and you spend so much money buying me clothes. Not to mention, you even personally cured my father's illness. And at what was supposed to be a thank you dinner, you bought so many tonics for my parents and helped us appease that troublemaker. You're so incredibly good to me. I don't want it to always be just you making the sacrifices between us. I can actually do that too. I can do it for you, senior brother Yifan." As Song Jiro spoke, she looked up at Yifan with a gleam in her eyes. Looking at the woman's serious expression, Yifan felt a pang of tenderness and heartache. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms and slowly lower his head. Chapter 185, He's Just an Idiot. As Song Jiro watched Yifan's handsome face grow larger and larger in front of her, her heart began to race. Song Jiro obediently closed her eyes, her long, dark eyelashes casting a large shadow that spoke of the girl's throbbing emotions. Yifan gazed at the girl in front of him, who always touched the softest spot in his heart, and immediately took her full, luscious pink lips into his mouth. It felt like eating an incredibly refreshing and delicious jelly. Every crushing and touching brought Yifan a fresh experience. He pried open Song Jiro's teeth and teased her pink tongue with the tip of his tongue. The sweet taste went straight into his heart with each kiss. The lovely girl in his arms gradually became breathless, and her body became so weak that she had to lean tightly against Yifan to stand up. Song Jiro, this inexperienced young girl, was already very sensitive to just a kiss. Yifan chuckled, his hand caressing Song Jiro's slender waist, slowly moving downwards. Just then, Song Jiro's cell phone rang. Song Jiro was awakened from her dazed and intoxicated state. Her face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly took out her phone from her clothes. A harsh, commanding voice came from the other end of the phone. Songjiro, the projector here in the club is dusty again. You need to come and fix it right now. Otherwise, we won't be able to use it for the upcoming movie screenings. The tone on the other end sounded very arrogant and bossy, and Yi-fan couldn't help but frown. Songjiro's face was full of apologies. Okay, President, I'll head over right away. After hanging up the phone, Songjiro looked at Yi-fan with a mix of shyness and apology. Senior brother Yi-fan, there's something at the club that needs my attention. Before Songjiro could finish speaking, Yi-fan invaded her lips again. Yi-fan held the person tightly and kissed them several times, saying, "No rush, I'll go with you later." Songjiro was stunned by Yi-fan's kiss. When she heard his words, her mind went blank, and she just nodded blankly. Yi-fan's gaze fell on Songjiro's flushed expression and her slightly swollen lips from his kisses. He twisted his lips and kissed her even more fiercely and aggressively than before. On a somewhat secluded campus path, the scene of a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman kissing passionately had become a unique sight. After a long while, Songjiro was finally released by Yi-fan. The two lingered for so long that when Songjiro finally got a break, she almost forgot she still had things to do. When Yi-fan took her hand and led her away with their fingers intertwined, she vaguely remembered that she still had to go and fix the projector. Midway through the journey, Songjiro personally put the Patek Philippe mechanical men's watch, which she had bought for 358,500 yuan, on Yi-fan's wrist. The mirror-like material of sapphire crystal projects a high-end feel. The watch was icy cold to the touch on Yi-fan's wrist, but Yi-fan felt a warmth spread through his heart. Songjiro is such a fool. The little bit of money he spent on her was returned to her in this way. Although the price of this watch is no longer surprising to Yi-fan now, it is even less than a fraction of the price of his own Grande Sonnery watch. But this is the best thing Songjiro can give him now, even if she has to do everything she can. The meaning and sentiment contained within it surpasses anything else in the world. Thank you, I really like it. Yi-fan pulled her into his arms and gently kissed Songjiro's fair and delicate forehead. If senior brother Yi-fan likes it, then I'm glad he does. Songjiro felt sweet and content. The two walked hand in hand into the classroom of the film club. Yi-fan and Songjiro knew each other because they were both in the film club. Even though Yi-fan had gradually faded out of the club, he still attended several later gatherings. That's how he met Songjiro. Looking back now, Yi-fan suddenly realizes that his life without a system was so long ago that it felt like something from past life. He is no longer the person he used to be, someone who needed to be cautious in everything. Moreover, returning to the film club with Songjiro today felt like revisiting an old haunt. However, just as the two reached the classroom door and were about to go in, Yi-fan heard laughing and ambiguous sounds coming from inside. In the film club's dedicated classroom, club president Jian Weikai and freshman member Zheng Mengting were sitting together, playfully pulling and tugging at each other. Zheng Mengting blushed, then suddenly put on a worried expression and said, "Senior brother Jian, I should probably go too. I haven't written the plans for the club's upcoming activities yet. Although I really wish I could spend more time with you." Zheng Mengting looked aggrieved and leaned her head on Jian Weikai's shoulder as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Jian Weikai immediately took Zheng Mengting's small hand with heartache. "Honey, just stay here and relax. As for the event planning and stuff, just hand it all over to Songjiro when she gets here. You've only been in the club for 1 semester. These procedures are too troublesome and tiring. I'll feel bad if you get too tired." Jian Weikai was currently very fond of this new junior sister in the club. Because he had tried to win Songjiro's favor in every way before, but was rejected by her, he started to put all the troublesome work in the club on Songjiro's shoulders after that. Now that his little girlfriend is alive, he naturally wants Songjiro, who never gives him any face, to do it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Mengting immediately blushed and asked shyly, "Really? Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" "How could that be?" "Honey, you don't need to feel guilty at all. I'm the president of this film club. Of course, whatever I say goes." Jian Weikai deliberately straightened his shoulders, trying to appear very reliable. "Senior brother Jian, you're so good to her." Zheng Mengting spoke in a coquettish tone, and the two started whispering sweet nothings to each other again. Yi-fan, who was outside the classroom, heard the conversation between the two clearly and his brows immediately furrowed. Song Juro, who was standing to the side, did not have such superior hearing. When she saw Yi Fan suddenly stop, she was a little confused. "Senior brother Yi Fan, why aren't you going in?" Yi Fan glanced at the innocent and kind Song Juro, and his anger at those words rose even higher. The woman he cherishes is not someone to be used by these scoundrels. Yi Fan grabbed Song Juro's hand and pushed open the classroom door. The noise startled the people inside, and Jian Weikai glared at the door with an annoyed look. Jian Weikai was about to get angry and scold Song Juro for arriving too late when he took a closer look and realized that the person who came was Yi Fan, and he was immediately startled. Zheng Xiwedding, who had just been tugging at him, suddenly brightened up and immediately stood up to greet Yi Fan in a fawning manner. Chapter 186: The Meaning Behind a Fortune. "Hello, senior brother Yi. What a coincidence to run into you here at the film club today." Zheng Xiwedding immediately put on a docile demeanor and greeted Yi Fan. These past few days, Yi Fan has become famous throughout the school. Zheng Xiwedding only then realized that this senior brother Yi Fan was actually a member of the film club. Zheng Xiwedding was incredibly excited and overjoyed to have the opportunity to meet Yi Fan here today. His face clearly showed his intention to get close to Yi Fan and build a relationship with him. When Jian Weikai saw his junior sister being so attentive to Yi Fan, his face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and didn't greet Yi Fan. When Yi Fan saw that Zheng Xiwedding only greeted him and completely ignored Song Juro beside her, his brows immediately furrowed. "You're greeting me so often. Can't you see your senior, the vice president of the club, standing right next to me?" Yi Fan's questioning words exuded a chilling anger. Zheng Xiwedding was taken aback, and then reluctantly turned to Song Juro and said, "Hello, senior sister Song." Song Juro hadn't yet noticed Zheng Xiwedding's hostility and the strange atmosphere. She smiled and nodded gently in response to Zheng Xiwedding's greeting. Next, Song Juro prepared to check on the dust issue that Jian Weikai had mentioned on the phone regarding the projector. However, as soon as Song Juro took a step, Yi Fan gently pulled her back and protected her by his side. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon Jian Weikai, whose face was filled with jealousy, and he said seriously, "So, this is such a small thing as dust getting into the projector, and nobody in the club can even check it? Song Juro, the vice president, has to come all the way back to run around for you. And you, junior sister, you've joined the club, but haven't done anything. Now, the event planning that should be yours is being pushed onto your senior sister. Is that it?" When Yi Fan questioned Zheng Xiwedding, her face was full of embarrassment at being exposed. She could only turn to Jian Weikai with a pitiful look and ask for help. Jian Weikai had just acted like a big man in front of Zheng Xiwedding, so naturally he quickly stepped forward to play the hero. "Senior brother Yi, don't forget, I'm the current president of the film club. These are all internal matters. I can allocate them however I want. Besides, Xiwedding has only been in our club for 1 semester. What's wrong with letting Song Juro do more for her?" Jian Weicai's impassioned speech immediately moved Zheng Xiwedding to tears, and she rushed to him. Jian Weikai felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to taunt Yi Fan. "Senior brother Yi, you're a longtime member of the film club now. I advise you not to interfere in our internal affairs anymore. This senior brother Yi Fan has recently become famous for being rich, outshining all the other boys in the school." Jian Weikai was already furious because those girls were all chasing after Yi Fan. And so what if he's rich? This is his film club's territory. Does Yi Fan think he can directly interfere with student organizations on campus? Yi Fan looked at Jian Weicai's lawless behavior and was amused by his naivety. "All right, since junior brother Jian has so much power, let's see how the school views this matter." Yi Fan snorted coldly and dialed Dong Ruichang's number. At this moment, Jian Weicai's disdain on the other side became even stronger, and he put his arm around Zheng Xiwedding and laughed together. "Senior brother Yi, isn't this a bit too ridiculous? Let's see how the school will view this matter. The school's top leaders and principals are so busy every day. Who has time to care about you? Not to mention that the materials we submit and the activity information are always complete. If the school doesn't trust me, the club president, why would they trust someone who left the club a long time ago?" Jian Weikai was so smug that his tail was practically wagging in the air. Moreover, Young people in this age group are often the most naive. They simply couldn't grasp the significance behind Yi Fan's wealth. At this moment, Chun Chun was just a clueless and impulsive young man, only concerned with regaining face in front of Zhang Xueting. Yi Fan sneered, his gaze now fixed on Jian Weikai, as if he were looking at a dead man. He pressed the pause button on his phone's recording and spoke directly to Dong Ruichong on the other end of the line. Come over here now. I'm in the school's film club classroom. Hearing Yi Fan's tone on the phone, Dong Ruichong immediately sensed something was wrong. Chairman Yi had never given him an order in such a cold tone before. Could it be that some clueless student at school has offended Chairman Yi again? Dong Ruichong readily agreed and immediately rushed to the film club classroom after hanging up the phone. Jian Weikai, hearing Yi Fan's tone on the phone, assumed he was calling some underlings over. He immediately became righteous and indignant. Senior Brother Yi, this is a school. If you send people here to cause trouble, you'll be expelled. School is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Jian Weikai wanted to say a few more words, but a moment later, he saw the school's principal, Dong Ruichong, rushing in with several teachers and assistants. Huh? Why are there so many teachers and the principal all of a sudden? Jian Weikai looked puzzled, then quickly put on the act of a well-behaved student and went up to greet the principal and teachers. Principal, teachers, hello. May I ask which of you are here to help our film club? Jian Weikai rushed up to Dong Ruichong with a fawning expression. He had just bowed when he saw that Dong Ruichong completely ignored him and instead strode straight toward Yi Fan. Jian Weikai straightened up and looked towards Yi Fan, only to see Dong Ruichong walk up to him, looking extremely respectful. Jian Weikai and Zhang Xueting exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with doubt and confusion. Both of them were puzzled. How come the principal and teachers came over as soon as Yi Fan made a phone call, and they were acting so humble in front of him? But there are also wealthy people at Imperial Capital University. Do the principal and teachers really have to act like this? Yi Fan was too lazy to waste any more words and simply played back the recording of what Jian Weikai had said. The somewhat empty classroom was immediately filled with Jian Weicai's highly offensive words. Jian Weikai never expected that Yi Fan had actually recorded the conversation. An embarrassed and awkward expression involuntarily appeared on his face. However, he still didn't take it too seriously at the time. Although what he just said sounded a bit harsh, it was just some minor conflict between classmates. The principal and teachers would at most give him a verbal reprimand. They couldn't possibly make a big deal out of such a small matter and punish a student like him. Chapter 187, He's Actually the Chairman? Jian Weikai was about to say a few words to defend himself and let the matter pass when he saw Dong Ruichong immediately fly into a rage after hearing the recording. Hey kid, is this how you should act as a club administrator? If I hadn't come here today, I wouldn't have known that the internal student clubs of our Imperial University had become so corrupt. It's one thing to use your position for personal gain, but to be so shameless and brazen as to do so. A student like you is clearly no longer suitable to be the president of the film club. Dong Ruichong's powerful and angry rebuke stunned both Jian Weikai and Zhang Xueting. No, why is the principal suddenly going to dismiss him from his position as president? In the past, no matter how big a mess other clubs made, I've never seen the school administration get this angry. Was the principal's reaction today a bit too much? Jian Weikai quickly stepped forward and apologized. Principal, I admit that what I said was inappropriate, and I deeply realize my mistake. But to remove me from my position as club president just like that, isn't that too serious? Zhang Xueting nodded in agreement. Serious? Dong Ruichong glared angrily at Jian Weikai, then turned to look at Yi Fan for instructions. After receiving a faint nod of approval from Yi Fan, Dong Ruichong turned to Jian Weikai again, his face full of seriousness. Do you know that your misconduct today was not reported by Yi Fan as a classmate? You've really brought shame to the school's reputation and discipline right up to the chairman of Imperial Capital University. Jian Weikai and Zhang Xueting were even more bewildered. Chairman? What chairman is this? Dong Ruichong took a step to the side and gestured towards Yi Fan. The student standing before you now, Yi Fan, is the chairman of our Imperial Capital University. He is also the undisputed largest shareholder of our Imperial Capital University. You've so tarnished our school's reputation and discipline in front of the chairman. Is this punishment I'm giving you considered severe? As soon as Dong Ruichong introduced Yi Fan, both Jian Weikai and Zheng Xueting were shocked. They never expected that the chairman that Principal Dong kept referring to was actually senior brother Yi Fan, whom they had just been taunting and provoking. This is unbelievable. He clearly looks like he's just a senior student who's much younger than them. After they realized what was happening, their expressions quickly turned into trembling fear and trepidation. They originally thought Yi Fan was just a wealthy senior brother, never imagining he had such an extraordinary identity. The two of them are now completely panicked. Making a mistake and provoking the chairman means that being dismissed from their positions as president is a minor matter. It's not impossible that they might be disciplined or even expelled next. Standing to the side, protected by Yi Fan, Song Jiro's plain face was also full of surprise. She had always known that senior brother Yi Fan was capable and wealthy, but she never expected that he would become the largest shareholder of Imperial University at such a young age, including Jin Taiyuan and Dashin Hospital. Not to mention that senior brother Yi Fan is also proficient in medicine. He is simply too strong to imagine. On the other side, Jian Weikai and Zheng Xueting's legs were trembling, and they lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yi Fan anymore. They were afraid that if he noticed them, he would hold even more grudges against them. Yi Fan looked at the two of them, who were behaving like quails, and gave a slight snort. Observing Yi Fan's expression, Dong Ruichong immediately spoke up and ordered the punishment of Jian Weikai and Zheng Xueting. He asked his assistant to pull up the two people's information, and after checking it, he said, "Jian, as the president of the film club, you have abused your power for personal gain, neglected your duties, and exploited other members of the club to do things for your own convenience. This has had a terrible impact and has really disgraced our Imperial University. I hereby formally announce your dismissal from the position of president of the film club, and due to the lack of trust in your personal conduct, you are also dismissed from your position as vice president of the student council." Jian Weikai was stunned when he heard this. He usually used these two identities to pick up girls and show off at school. Moreover, with these positions gone, his comprehensive assessment score, excluding his academic performance, will also be significantly reduced, eliminating any chance for him to find loopholes and obtain scholarships. And you, Zheng, as a new member, all you think about is climbing the social ladder and taking shortcuts. Your membership is hereby revoked, and all other positions you hold within the school are also removed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xueting looked aggrieved and tried to get closer to Jian Weikai, but he suddenly pushed her away, making her stumble. He seemed to be saying, "Don't come near me again." But these punishments are nothing. Yi Fan had given them chances before. He had hoped that after his reminders and admonitions, the two would be more restrained and genuinely repent. However, their outrageous remarks about him just now have fully demonstrated that their character is completely beyond redemption. Removing them from their positions at the school would, frankly, be of little consequence to these two individuals. Given the shamelessness of these two, Yi Fan was already 80–90% certain of his prediction. "Principal Dong, why don't you also have someone check on the school's subsidies for student organizations? Since I'm already here, there's no reason for me to leave after only inspecting half of it." As soon as Yi Fan said this, Jian Weikai and Zheng Xueting's legs immediately went weak, and they couldn't stand up. Imperial University is already very wealthy, so it provides substantial subsidies to various student organizations every year. It's more than 10 times the number of clubs in other ordinary universities. Yi Fan had found it suspicious when he heard Jian Wei ask Song Jiro to clean the dust out of the projector. When he came in, he glanced around and noticed that the equipment in the film club hadn't been replaced in a long time, and the furnishings in the classroom were obviously old. Given this, it's easy to guess where the school's subsidies went. At this moment, Jian Weikai and Zheng Xueting were filled with the thought that disaster was about to befall them. They knew perfectly well where the school's subsidies had gone. Previously, Jian Weikai used the school's club subsidy to take Zheng Xueting out for a good time in order to win her over. The subsidies that should have been used for club affairs had long been squandered by the two of them. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Dong Ruichang glanced around the classroom in the club and immediately came to his senses. Immediately and seriously give the instructions to your assistant. Now, immediately check the amount of subsidy the school allocated to the film club this year. Then carefully verify it with this Jane student. Chapter 188 The Film Club. Is this awesome? Jian Weikai was not one to take responsibility. When he heard Dong Ruichang's serious tone, indicating that he wanted to investigate thoroughly, he immediately collapsed and confessed everything. Principal, you must be right. It was this woman who kept pressuring me to spend money on her, which is why I was so blinded by greed and took the school subsidies. It's all her fault. It's all that bitch's fault. Jian Weikai immediately shifted all the blame onto Zheng Xiweting. Zheng Xiweting looked at Jian Weikai with disbelief in her eyes. Jian Weikai, have you no shame? You secretly pocketed the school's subsidy just to show off your wealth. Principal, please don't listen to his side of the story. He spent most of the money. It has nothing to do with me. The two women were pulling at each other's hair ornaments and blaming each other, making for a very unsightly scene. Yifan had seen this kind of drama of villains tearing each other apart after they fall on hard times countless times. But every time he watches it, it still refreshes his understanding. Dong Ruichang never expected that these two students would become so outrageous. Now that the two of them are tearing each other apart, they've revealed everything they've done. Dong Ruichang immediately announced the final punishment for the two in front of Yifan. I really didn't expect that there would be such selfish and self-centered students who disregard school rules and regulations in our Imperial University. Assistant Feng, immediately report these two individuals' egregious behavior to the entire school and notify their parents. Our Imperial University will not tolerate such outrageous behavior from students. These two individuals are hereby expelled, effective immediately, as a warning to others. Expelled. Principal. Chairman Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please don't expel me. When Dong Ruichang issued the dismissal order, Jian Weikai and Zheng Xiweting were both stunned and began to beg for forgiveness, disregarding their image. After their pleas went unanswered, the two collapsed to the ground, crying, and began to fight. Yifan frowned, and Dong Ruichang immediately directed several teachers to remove the two people who were fighting. I'm truly sorry, Chairman Yi. I will definitely send people to strengthen the supervision and management of the various student organizations and institutions below. After Dong Ruichang finished speaking, he stopped disturbing Yifan and the other person and immediately led several teachers and directors to retreat. The empty film club classroom was finally quiet again. Song Juro was still somewhat dazed as the dramatic scene unfolded. She originally thought the president just gave her more work than others, but she didn't expect that he would even embezzle the money that the school subsidized the film club. She simply couldn't understand how anyone could do such a thing. After regaining her senses for a moment, Song Juro prepared to clean the dust out of the projector. Seeing that the girls still had nothing to do but obediently, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle and grab Song Juro's wrist, pulling her into his arms. There's no need to clean this projector. I'll call someone over later to replace all the equipment here, and I'll also call the renovation team to come over and see how we can arrange this place. Song Juro nodded, somewhat bewildered. What she was really thinking was how amazing Yifan was managing to come up with all the arrangements for the film club so quickly. Moreover, since senior brother Yifan is the chairman of the school's board of directors, the school naturally wouldn't have any objections to the film club's renovation. She couldn't help but secretly admire Yifan even more. Seeing the little girl rolling her eyes in a daze, looking like she was deep in thought, Yifan was charmed by her cuteness. He sat down on a classroom chair and pulled Song Juro to sit on his lap. This girl's lips are so sweet, he can never get enough of kissing them. Moreover, when he caressed Song Juro's waist a few times on the school path, the girl whimpered and acted as if she couldn't take it anymore. Yifan still needs to take it step by step and let her get used to it. Noticing that Yifan's gaze was fixed on her lips, Song Juro blushed and reached out to gently touch Yifan's chest. Senior brother Yifan, this is a classroom. Song Juro was incredibly shy when she said this, and her coy and hesitant expression made Yifan's heart flutter even more. He adored the girl's utterly innocent appearance, which only fueled his desire to tease and provoke her. Be good, listen to me. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Song Jiro nodded obediently. Song Jiro always completely believed and followed Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan kissed Song Jiro's soft, cherry-like lips with lightning speed, his nose filled with her fresh and fragrant girlish scent. He really enjoyed kissing Song Jiro. It was sweet, fragrant, and quite refreshing. It's like drinking a refreshing, sweet, fruity, sparkling water. You can never get enough of it. The mere act of their lips and tongues intertwining was enough to bring him immense pleasure and comfort. As Yi Fan chased after her moist, soft pink tongue, he could already imagine the wonderful experiences this little girl would bring him at some point in the future. Yi Fan gently moved his hands up Song Jiro's slender waist, and as soon as he touched the edge, Song Jiro shifted her body slightly, looking uneasy. Yi Fan could understand Song Jiro's reaction, given her personality as a well-behaved girl with social anxiety. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry. He slowly moved his hand to Song Jiro's thin back to comfort her. The lovely girl in his arms relaxed, her delicate chin slightly raised, making it easier for Yi Fan to kiss her more deeply. After a long while, when Song Jiro was almost out of breath, Yi Fan finally released her gently. Song Jiro was so shy that she lowered her head and dared not look at Yi Fan anymore. Yi Fan was pleased to see her reaction. He gently rubbed Song Jiro's head and then took out his phone to contact the general manager of Huaxing Cinema. That huge movie theater can now come in handy. Manager's son, please bring your staff to Imperial University now. I need to purchase some equipment and renovate the film studio here. Upon hearing this, Sun Emin on the other end of the phone immediately agreed and, after hanging up, led a group of people to Imperial University. A short while later, a minivan slowly drove into the gate of Imperial University and parked at the temporary parking spot. The students were curious as they watched the group of people dressed in a serious and commercial manner. They followed them and discovered that the place they were heading to was the private classroom of the school's film club. Hey, did you guys see that? The logo on their employee uniforms looks like it belongs to the Beijing Huaxing IMAX cinema. Wait, is this Huaxing you're talking about, the largest standalone cinema in all of China? Nonsense. Otherwise, which other Huaxing would be in our capital city? Wow, when did the film club become so powerful that they could directly call over the staff of Huaxing Film Company? Is there some kind of collaboration between them? Let's go. Let's go see what's going on. The students were so curious that they immediately followed and headed to the film club's classroom. Chapter 189, She Least Wanted Him to Be Sad. In the film club classroom, Song Jiro watched a group of professionally dressed people rush in and thought that these must be the people that senior brother Yi Fan had called earlier. Seeing the words Huaxing Cinema on the other party's uniform, Song Jiro couldn't help but be a little surprised. Senior brother Yi Fan has such a wide network of connections. So you've actually dealt with staff at the most famous cinema in Beijing? Just as Song Jiro was about to thank Yi Fan for his help, she saw the middle-aged man leading the group from Huaxing Cinema rush over, bow deeply to Yi Fan, and call out, "Hello, boss. Boss." Song Jiro's rosy cheeks, flushed from the kiss, were now filled with shock. This staff member addresses Yi Fan as senior brother, which means that senior brother Yi Fan is the big boss of Huaxing Cinema? She really didn't expect that she had just been shocked by Yi Fan's identity as the chairman of the Imperial University, and now she had learned about his other identity. Even the film industry has been involved. Senior brother Yi Fan is truly so powerful that she doesn't know how to react. At this moment, a group of students who wanted to see what was going on outside the classroom, as well as members who had heard about the school's announcement that the club president had been expelled and wanted to come to the club to see what was going on, also happened to see Sun Emin shouting "boss" at Yi Fan. The faces of the onlookers immediately turned to expressions of utter shock. Did I hear that right? That middle-aged man from Huaxing Cinema, who looked like a manager, called senior brother Yi Fan boss? I heard that too. Holy crap, senior brother Yi Fan is just too awesome. So, not only is he rich, but he's also the owner of the largest cinema chain in China at such a young age. Isn't that a bit too much? The male students looked at Yi Fan with extreme envy and admiration. The girls couldn't help but whisper and scream to each other. My goodness, senior brother Yi Fan is so young and accomplished, compared to those rich second-generation heirs who only know how to sit around and squander their wealth. senior brother Yi Fan has already become a big boss himself. His excellence is simply incomparable to those pretentious young masters. That's right. I already had a crush on senior brother Yi Fan before, and now I feel like I've fallen deeply in love with him. What am I going to do? After Yi Fan became famous, the members of the film club all knew, to varying degrees, that Yi Fan had once been a member of the film club. Now they see the people from Huaxing Cinema starting to compare various parts of the movie classroom, talking about the different kinds of equipment that could be installed in the classroom. Aside from their initial shock, the members were now filled with gratitude and emotion. I really didn't expect that even though senior brother Yi Fan is so successful now, he still remembers our little film club. He even specially invited people from Huaxing to help us add equipment and renovate our film club. Senior brother Yi Fan's character is truly admirable. That's right. Compared to that former president who was just expelled and did nothing but embezzle our club's subsidies, senior brother Yi Fan's character is simply heaven sent. That's right. That damn senior brother Jian used to always make things difficult for our senior sister Song. But now finally someone can stand up for her. Some female students in the clubs were smitten with Yi Fan, but they also couldn't help but ship the handsome man and beautiful woman Yi Fan with Song Jiro. Don't say that our senior sister Song is so gentle. She really is a good match for senior brother Yi Fan. Yes, I have to admit defeat to a gentle and generous campus beauty like senior sister Song. Yi Fan never expected that his summoning of Huaxing and his fellow disciples would be witnessed by these junior brothers and sisters who came to watch the spectacle. They also learned about his identity as the big boss of Huaxing. However, Yi Fan was more concerned about what these fellow members and junior brothers and sisters were saying about Song Jiro being made difficult. Yi Fan looked at Song Jiro and found that this silly girl was still looking at him with a happy and adoring expression. Senior brother Yi Fan, I didn't know you were still involved in the film industry outside of school. Thank you for giving our film club a new lease on life. After finishing her sentence, Song Jiro observed the Huaxing staff busily taking measurements and making plans with the look of a curious child. They seem to think that anything is acceptable as long as the club is doing well. This woman, how can she be so naively kind in everything? Yi Fan hugged Song Jiro tightly, feeling a pang of tenderness. Jiro, after I finish here, I'll talk to the school and ask them to make you the head of the club. But you have to promise me that you'll always think more about yourself in the future. Stop foolishly giving to others all the time. Do you know how heartbreaking it is for me to do that? Now that Yi Fan has achieved great success and is at the top of the social pyramid, he will not allow his woman to be bullied by others outside. Not to mention Song Jiro, a woman he cherishes greatly. Yi Fan's words rang in Song Jiro's ears and then reached her heart. Song Jiro never minded giving more, but she really didn't expect that it would make the people who care about her sad. Senior brother Yi Fan is so good to her. In this world, the person she least wants to see sad is senior brother Yi Fan. I'm sorry, senior brother Yi Fan. I didn't think of that before. I will definitely try my best to refuse unreasonable requests in the future. Because I at least want you to be sad. Song Jiro's voice gradually lowered as she became shy during the latter half of her confession, but Yi Fan could still hear it quite clearly. Yi Fan couldn't help but hug Song Jiro tighter. Because there were many people around, he could only pinch her plump and tender cheeks tenderly. This scene caused another round of excited screams from the surrounding students. They're such a perfect match. I'm totally swooning over them. I hereby declare that I am officially becoming the #1 CP fan of senior brother Yi Fan and senior sister Jiro. After Sun Amin and his staff photographed and measured the layout of the classroom, they reported the preliminary renovation and construction plan to Yi Fan. After receiving Yi Fan's approval, Sun Amin immediately led his employees back to implement the plan. It was already evening, and Yi Fan, who hadn't eaten at the cafeteria in a long time, went to the nearest cafeteria, #1, with Song Jiro for a meal. The two walked into the first canteen chatting and laughing. After only a few steps, their outstanding appearance and the fact that they were known as the talk of the school attracted the attention of many students. Chapter 190 Feed Him. Look, isn't that senior brother Yi Fan and school beauty Song? It's them. Good heavens. In just a few days, senior brother Yi Fan and school beauty Song have become so close. They even ate alone in the cafeteria. Senior brother Yi Fan is so handsome in person. He and School Beauty Song look so good together. Some of the more innocent junior students looked at the two of them with starry eyes, filled with envy and admiration. Meanwhile, some of Yi Fan's classmates, as well as the male classmates who had always had feelings for Song Juro, were now looking at Yi Fan with jealousy and displeasure. But Yi Fan is no longer someone they can mess with at will, so at most they can only put on a fierce look with their eyes. Yi Fan hadn't been to the cafeteria for a long time, so naturally his meal card only had a few cents left. Yi Fan wanted to top up his own account, but Song Jiro stopped him and volunteered to take her own card to buy food for Yi Fan. This girl. Yi Fan smiled as he watched Song Jiro run off happily, then sat down in a relatively empty seat to wait for her. A short while later, several female students who had just entered the cafeteria spotted Yi Fan and immediately mustered up their courage to come over and ask him for his WeChat. Senior brother Yi Fan, is it convenient for us to add each other on WeChat? The girl's eyes were full of hope. Yi Fan felt a little helpless and could only point to Song Jiro, who had already served the food. The girl looked in the direction Yi Fan pointed and saw Song Jiro's stunningly beautiful face and immediately understood what he meant. The group looked embarrassed and unwilling, but they could only quickly apologize to Yi Fan for disturbing him and run away. As Song Jiro carried 2 dishes of food to the spot Yi Fan had reserved, she saw several girls run away in a flash. His face showed extreme confusion. Senior brother Yi Fan, why did all these girls run away as soon as I arrived? Yi Fan smiled. They came over to ask me for my WeChat, and I pointed to you, so? Yi Fan's words made Song Jiro's heart skip a beat. An ambiguous atmosphere slowly emerged in the space where the two were together, and Song Jiro's plain face blushed even more. Yi Fan knew this girl was easily teased, so he didn't continue the topic and instead told her to sit down and eat. Song Jiro nodded obediently and placed the 2 meals on the table. Only then did Yi Fan see the full contents of the 2 meals. One of the dishes was filled with a variety of meats and vegetables, including braised pork, steamed prawns, and steamed ribs. The other serving only contained green vegetables and shredded potatoes. Song Jiro pushed a plate full of meat and vegetables in front of Yi Fan. Senior brother Yi Fan, you must be very hungry at this time. I don't know what you like to eat. Do you think these are to your liking? Song Jiro blinked her bright eyes and asked Yi Fan, while she naturally pulled the plate of rice with only vegetarian dishes in front of her. Is this all you're going to eat? Yi Fan looked at Song Jiro's meal and felt that it was barely enough to fill her teeth. Song Jiro was over 1.7 meters tall. Could she really be full from eating this? Yes, that's how I always eat. Song Jiro answered innocently and naively, her tone full of self-righteousness. In order to pay for her father's medical treatment, Song Jiro not only worked hard to save money by doing part-time jobs, but also got used to cutting back on her own expenses in every way. Food, clothing, and daily necessities are all that's needed. As long as they're edible, wearable, and usable, that's fine. As for things related to enjoyment, Song Jiro never had the mind to consider them. So over time, she had long been accustomed to a minimalist lifestyle. Yi Fan could naturally guess most of the situation from Song Jiro's previous circumstances and behavior. The thought of how Song Jiro had always been so demanding of him, yet so considerate and devoted to him, made his feelings of gratitude and heartache for her grow exponentially stronger. Yi Fan remained silent for a moment. When Song Jiro saw that he hadn't touched his chopsticks, she assumed that he found the food on his plate troublesome to eat. So she took a few large shrimp from Yi Fan's plate and quickly peeled the shrimp for him. After peeling the shrimp, Song Jiro smiled innocently. That way, senior brother Yi Fan, it'll be easier for you to eat. Yi Fan was slightly stunned as he watched her take the cleanly peeled shrimp and place it on the empty space on his plate. Song Jiro's considerate and endearing nature made him pause. After a moment, Yi Fan came to his senses, chuckled, and shook his head, deciding to play dumb to the end. Perhaps it would be easier for me to eat if you fed me directly? Song Jiro's hand holding the shrimp stopped in midair, and her fair face immediately turned red. From the moment she entered the cafeteria, she could clearly feel countless eyes focused on her and her senior brother Yi. Although the two have already sat down to eat, the eyes watching them have not disappeared, and occasionally, the gossip of other classmates can be heard. If so many people are watching and feeding senior brother Yi Fan, wouldn't that attract even more discussion? Song Jiro hesitated, then looked up and met Yi Fan's gaze. Her heart immediately began to pound uncontrollably, and her hands moved involuntarily, instinctively feeding the shrimp she was holding to Yi Fan's mouth. Yi Fan was surprised that his socially awkward junior sister was so obedient. She slightly opened her lips and bit the plump and elastic shrimp meat. When she closed her lips, she even slightly put Song Jiro's finger in her mouth. An inexplicable surge of emotion traveled directly from Song Jiro's fingertips to her internal organs, and her face immediately turned as red as if she had fever. Before she could cool down the burning sensation on her face, gasps of surprise rang out from those around her. Good heavens! Was that Song, the school beauty, feeding Yi Fan just now? Damn it, oh my God! Why? Why wasn't I the one being fed? Yi Fan, I'll never forgive you. Some boys who liked Song Jiro were so angry when they saw this scene that their blood boiled. Eating together is one thing, but feeding each other, isn't that something only couples do? Could it be that Yi Fan has really won over their goddess completely? The girls who hadn't added Yi Fan on WeChat earlier hadn't given up on following his actions. Now, seeing this scene, their eyes were red with tears, their faces filled with resentment, grievance, and jealousy. Instantly, Yi Fan and Song Jiro became the center of attention for all the students in the entire cafeteria. Anger, heartache, and cheers from shippers filled the air, creating a lively scene. At that moment, Zhuo Zhao, the son of the canteen owner who had come to check canteen affairs, was striding into the canteen with a smug look on his face. He deliberately looked in one direction, but couldn't find the person he was thinking of. He then looked around the cafeteria with a puzzled expression. But what he saw was a complete stranger sitting in front of the woman he had been longing for, and the two of them seemed to be very close and familiar with each other.